Chapter 1. The year 1468 of the Sea Circle Calendar. Approximately 50 years since the original tale of Luffy setting sail. In a new world, within a certain maritime region, the sea lay tranquil beneath a clear sky. At the port of an unnamed island, a small sailing vessel rested gently upon the waters. On board the ship stood two men, one towering at 2.8 meters, his exaggerated, octopus-like red hair cascading down his back. His muscular physique and fierce countenance bore an intimidating aura, as if emblazoned with the words, "Do not approach." This was none other than the future great pirate, the man who nearly toppled the celestial dragons, known as the sovereign of the seas, Rocks.Tragically, Zebeck. Yet, at this moment, Rocks was merely a young man, yet to embark on his journey, barely 20 years of age. However, he had already awakened the conqueror's haki, exuding a regal presence that compelled others to submit. Many lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. "Lorn, are you ready?" he inquired. "Once we set sail, there will be no turning back. We shall stand against the entire world." Despite his fearsome appearance, a rare softness graced Rock's face as he addressed the young man named Lorn. This tenderness stemmed from the fact that Lorn was his younger brother, Lorn D. Zebeck, his only remaining kin, of course, brother. "I would feel uneasy if you ventured forth alone," Lorn replied, a smile lighting up his features. Another man, also standing at around 2.8 meters with the same striking red hair as Rocks, spoke with an air of charm. His deep-set features and strikingly handsome visage resembled that of an ancient Greek statue. Lorn was a time traveler, having arrived in the world of One Piece 18 years prior, unexpectedly finding himself as the brother of Rocks. Moreover, Lorn had uncovered a deeply concealed secret concerning Rocks' lineage. Once, Rocks had been a slave of the celestial dragons. Their parents, too, were enslaved by the celestial dragons. They met and fell in love within the Holy Land, ultimately giving birth to both Rocks and Lorn. Upon learning of their union, the celestial dragons were not incensed, rather, they were delighted. It was a first for a slave to bear children in the Holy Land. Shortly after the birth of Rocks and Lorn, the celestial dragons branded them with the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof, signifying their intention to bind the young boys as their slaves. This scene shattered the hearts of Rocks and Lorn's parents. While they accepted their fate as slaves, they fervently wished that their children would not grow to become slaves of the celestial dragons. Thus, when Rocks was 6 and Lorn 4, their parents devised a plan to escape the Holy Land. That very night, a great fire swept through the Holy Land. The flames spread rapidly, plunging the entire place into chaos. Regrettably, their parents, hoping to escape amidst the turmoil, were soon discovered by the hounds of the celestial dragons. The parents tragically fell victim to the ruthless hands of the celestial dragons, enduring torment that led to their demise. Witnessing this harrowing event at the tender age of 6, Rocks experienced an overwhelming shock, awakening the conqueror's haki within him. Yet, this was no ordinary manifestation of power in that singular moment. The conqueror's haki that Rocks unleashed was sufficient to instill fear even in the guards present, including CP0. Soon after, Rocks fled the Holy Land with his younger brother, escaping the clutches of the celestial dragons. Thus began the arduous journey of two orphaned youths, striving to fend for themselves. They subsisted on leftovers, clad in tattered garments, discarded in refuse. They served as waiters, toiled in laborious jobs, and even worked in the shadows, often cheated out of their wages by unscrupulous employers. At one point, they narrowly escaped being trafficked and sold into slavery once more. Nevertheless, the two managed to support each other through thick and thin. Now, the time has come, and Rocks has resolved to exact revenge upon the celestial dragons. After all, in their youth, Rocks and Lorn had heard a saying within the Holy Land: "The D-clan is the natural enemy of the gods." This phrase, frequently uttered by the celestial dragons, reveals their deep-seated fear of the D-clan. Rocks and Lorn are indeed members of the D-clan. Ha ha ha. Are you worried about me? You really know how to boast? Lorn, upon hearing his brother's words, Rocks burst into joyful laughter. Had it been anyone else, the hot-headed Rocks would have unleashed his conqueror's haki in response. But how could he react that way to his own brother? After all, Lorn is his only family in this world, his sole kin and his tender spot. Venturing out to become a pirate and confronting the world government and the celestial dragons is a perilous endeavor, fraught with peril. I still wish for you to stay here. After all, the uncertainties of the sea are far too great. Rocks turned to face Lorn, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Indeed, Rocks desired for his brother to remain by his side. Having been inseparable throughout their lives, the thought of parting filled Rocks with a dread that he might succumb to tears. Yet becoming a pirate and seeking vengeance against the celestial dragons is undeniably fraught with danger. to describe it as a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Rocks himself harbors no assurance of victory. Thus, he yearns for his brother to steer clear of peril and live a fulfilling life. It would be best for you to stay here, marry, and raise children, so that I may have several nephews and nieces. In this way, our bloodline may continue. As he spoke, a newfound tenderness glimmered in Rock's gaze. After all, he is but human, flesh and blood. The memories of their family, once harmonious in the Holy Land, remain a cherished sanctuary in Rock's heart. Time and time again, he dreams of their childhood in the Holy Land, envisioning their parents alive and well. Though those days were filled with hardship, they were also sweet. Yet now, only the two brothers remain. The perilous journey I have endured is of little consequence, however. Lorne should not have to bear such dangers alongside me. Ha ha ha. Brother, do you think I'm still that little brat who can only follow in your shadow, relying on your protection? I am quite formidable. Sensing the thoughts of Rocks, Lorne smiled mysteriously. He then clenched his fists, his eyes widening slightly. A surge of intangible energy erupted from within Lorne. In that instant, it felt as though everything around them bowed in submission. The hurried crowd passing through the port now had blank eyes, frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. It seems I have yet to fully master this power. My apologies, dear townsfolk, Lorne said, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. Since childhood, both Rocks and Lorne had lived on this island, which they had long considered their homeland. The people here were exceedingly kind to the two brothers. They were somewhat well-known figures on the island, given that there was only a small town here, lacking in wealth, and far from being a member nation of the world government. Consequently, this place often became a target for pirates and human traffickers. From time to time, criminals would come to disturb the peace, but they were invariably driven away by the formidable Rocks, sparing the townsfolk from the pirates' harassment. Thus, the prestige of Rocks and Lorne in this town was extraordinarily high. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their standing surpassed even that of the town mayor. Lorne, what is this? Upon witnessing the scene, Rock's eyes widened, his tongue hanging out in disbelief. Isn't that the conqueror's haki? When did Lorne awaken this formidable ability? How about it, brother? Do you see me in a new light? Lorne was quite pleased with his brother's astonished expression in 18 years. It was the first time he had seen his brother display such a look. Just yesterday, on the day of his 18th birthday, Lorne's system, a staple for traversers, had awakened. The system granted him a beginner's gift pack. This enabled Lorne to simultaneously awaken the 3 types of haki, the 6 styles of the Navy, and various martial arts skills. His physical attributes, namely speed, strength, and stamina, had also significantly improved. Though he received all these rewards at once, they were merely at the beginner level, corresponding to the system's lowest tier. The system categorizes all abilities into 6 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, royal, and kingly. Even though he had only acquired the most basic forms of the 3 haki types and various martial arts techniques, it represented a substantial enhancement for Lorne. To say nothing of the fact that even the initial level of the 3 haki types would suffice to secure Lorne's footing in these vast seas. Moreover, these abilities could be continuously upgraded through the system's specific methods. The system was aptly named the Fortunate Progeny System, but as the name implies, the more wives one acquires and the more children one bears, the greater one's abilities will continuously flourish. When a number of wives and children reaches a certain threshold, one may even gain additional extraordinary powers. These so-called special abilities pertain to powers beyond the realm of pirates. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Truly worthy of being my brother. Lorne. Upon witnessing Lorne awaken the conqueror's haki, Rocks could not contain his elation. He excitedly clapped Lorne on the shoulder with great fervor. Brother, my shoulder is about to break, Lorne said, dodging away helplessly. His elder brother was endowed with immense strength and remarkable talent. Despite Lorne's body having undergone systematic enhancement, he still could not withstand the affectionate blows from his brother. Isn't that the laughter of Lord Rocks? What joyous event has transpired in their family? Rock's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the entire town. Ha ha ha, I am overwhelmed with joy. Lorne, I told you my younger brother's talent could never be significantly inferior to mine. Now we can set sail together, no need to part ways. Rocks, brimming with excitement, lifted Lorne into the air and tossed him skyward, catching him once more. After several repetitions, Lorne nearly lost his breakfast. The conqueror's haki is a testament to one's royal demeanor, signifying the potential to become a king. Typically, only 1 in a million possesses the capability to awaken it. Moreover, this haki can only be innate, it cannot be cultivated through training. Those who do not possess it from birth shall remain forever estranged from its power. To possess such potential is a clear indication that Lorne has the qualities and temperament befitting a king. His younger brother will undoubtedly not fall short in comparison. Their veins flow with the same bloodline. By the way, brother, do you have any plan for setting sail? The celestial dragons possess profound resources. With nearly 800 years of history, the world government must harbor some ancient monstrosity within the Holy Land. To stand against them will not be a simple endeavor. At that moment, Lorne became serious. As Rock's brother, he understood his brother's nature better than anyone. This brother of his was akin to a deluxe version of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Past experiences had shaped Rocks into a cautious individual, one who seldom trusted others and adhered strictly to a philosophy that valued strength above all. Thus, in the original narrative, Rocks met a tragic end. Overly reliant on strength, he allied with the mightiest monsters of the time and launched an assault against the celestial dragons in God Valley. Yet the disjointed Rocks pirates ultimately perished in that fateful place. Rocks himself was erased from existence by the world government. Lorne even speculated that during the battle at God Valley, Rocks may have fallen victim to betrayal by his own crew. Otherwise, given the formidable strength of the Rocks pirates, how could they possibly be defeated by the world government if they were united as one? It must be that my elder brother has suffered betrayal from his crew. Isn't it simple? Let us seek out the most formidable monsters in this world and enlist them to our cause. I refuse to believe that gathering the world's strongest cannot topple a mere world government. Rocks confidently articulated his plan, eagerly anticipating praise from Lorne. The law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, remains the fundamental logic of existence. Might makes right. The one with the strongest fist dictates the terms. Thus, in Rock's eyes, his plan was flawless and without flawed. My brother, such a scheme is bound to fail. You are too naive. To his surprise, Lorne shook his head, thoroughly dismissing Rock's perspective. That, oh, Lorne, why do you say that? Rocks was not angered by this assertion, but rather perplexed. His own brother had his reasons for negating his views. Lorne would only assist him, he would never scheme against him. Moreover, Rocks was acutely aware of his own extreme temperament and impulsive nature, often acting without thought. However, Lorne possessed the ability to perceive angles that eluded Rocks. Thus, Rocks inquired of Lorne, setting aside other matters, the strong in this world are but a rare breed, 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Do you truly believe they would willingly submit to you and risk their lives alongside you? Lorne highlighted the crux of the issue. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and others. Those who garnered his brother's attention were legendary figures. These individuals, proud and lofty, would never willingly submit to another. Why not? Is it not sufficient to subdue them through might? Rocks clenched his fists, producing a thunderous sound of impact. Alas, Lorne sighed that he believed in his brother Rock's capabilities. Yet sheer strength could only compel the strong to submit temporarily. It would not ensure their willing allegiance, let alone their willingness to sacrifice their lives for you. At a critical juncture, not betraying you would be seen as an act of loyalty. Lorne, you have no rebuttal now. You must heed your elder brother. It is settled. Let us find the strongest monsters across the globe and bring them into our pirate crew. We shall overthrow the world government. Seeing Lorne sigh, Rocks presumed his brother had run out of arguments. My dear brother, think carefully. Can sheer strength truly conquer all? Setting aside other matters, if someone were to surpass you in strength and defeated you, compelling you to join their crew, would you acquiesce? Lorne was left to illustrate his point with an example. That of course not. Rocks exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited. Then what will you do if you cannot defeat him and he forcibly compels you to join? Lorne continued to inquire. I shall feign allegiance to his pirate crew, diligently strive to grow stronger, and await the opportune moment to usurp that fellow. In any case, I shall never resign myself to being subservient. Rocks pondered briefly before exclaiming, isn't that precisely the point, my brother? If you think this way, surely other formidable individuals will harbor similar intentions. When the time comes, can you guarantee their unwavering loyalty to you? In critical moments, if they do not stab you in the back, that would be a remarkable act of mercy, Lorne cautioned. Upon hearing this, Rocks fell into deep contemplation. Damn, it seems that is indeed the case. Rocks smote his thigh, realizing the wisdom in his brother's words. If you slightly put yourself in the perspective, you'll understand. How could a strong person willingly submit to others? Even if you force a strong person to yield with power, they will definitely find an opportunity to replace you. I actually overlooked this point before. Damn it, I can't believe I made such a naive mistake. But without the strength of the world's top monsters, the two of us can't deal with the massive world government. Rocks fell into confusion. He realized that his proud belief was easily dismantled by his brother's few words. Seriously, Big brother, this isn't like you at all. When Lorne saw Rocks in confusion, he encouraged him. But, Rocks felt utterly defeated. After all, Rocks was just a 20-year-old young man at that time. Not yet the seasoned sea overlord he would become in the future. Don't worry, big brother. I'm here for you, right? I ask you, what is the most reliable relationship in this world? Lorne said confidently. Of course it's family. Rocks replied without hesitation. Anyone could betray you, but Lorne would never betray me. I, as an older brother, would protect Lorne as much as possible, even if it meant sacrificing my life. I believe Lorne thinks the same. Family is the most reliable relationship in this world. By the way, crew members may betray you, allies may betray you, subordinates may betray you. Only family will never betray you. Lorne nodded, looking at his big brother with a proud expression. Only family will never betray you. Lorne emphasized, his voice booming like a bell in Rock's ears. Little brother, you said it so well. You're absolutely right. Damn it, how'd I not think of that before? Thinking of this, Rocks gave himself a hard slap, his voice echoing. Lorne is right. Anyone can betray you. Only family will never betray you. How'd I not think of this? I almost made a huge mistake. But the only family I have in this world is you. Don't tell me we have other family members. Did Dad and Mom have other children back then? Rocks stared blankly at Lorne, hoping that was the case. Having one more family member would make him happier than anything else. What are you thinking, big brother? Dad and Mom were executed in front of us. Lorne glared at his big brother. Since birth, our parents have always been by our side, and we watched our parents being executed. How could there be any extra siblings? What should we do then? Rocks furrowed his brows tightly, feeling distressed. Are you stupid, big brother? Can't we create our own family without any? Lorne looked at Rocks with a look of disbelief. Two strong young men can just find some girls and start a family, right? After all, there's still nearly 20 years until the Valley of Gods, which is more than enough time. Create our own family. Of course, big brother. Lorne looked at Rock's expression, as if he had something unspeakable. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in Lorne's heart. No way, my big brother can't have issues in that department, right? Or is Rocks a cross-dresser, always dressing as a man? Or does my big brother actually prefer men? What are you thinking, little brother? I'm not that kind of person. Rocks sensed Lorne's thoughts and gave him a light smack on the head. Ouch, big brother. Lorne held his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Create children? Does that mean I have to do that kind of thing with a woman? That's just too boring. I'm really not interested, Rocks said with a disdainful expression. Speaking of which, Rocks is definitely not a cross-dresser, nor is he a feminine man. He is just completely uninterested in matters of romantic relationships. His only ambition is to take down those celestial dragons. At this point, Rocks seemed to suddenly think of something and looked at Lorne with shining eyes. Little brother, although I'm not interested in that aspect, you are. You absolutely cannot refuse your big brother on this matter. Otherwise, I will be angry, Rocks hurriedly said, fearing that Lorne might be uninterested in women like he was. He looked as if Lorne refusing him would really make him angry. But, big brother. Lorne wanted to say something, but was pressed down by Rocks. All right, Lorne, no more talking. It's settled. From now on, you will be in charge of creating family. I will take care of you. As for women, if you like someone, just tell your big brother. I will definitely help you out, Rocks said with determination, not allowing for any objections. After all, in Rocks' eyes, women were just a bunch of troublesome beings. Leave such troublesome matters to my little brother. Faced with his elder brother's enthusiasm, Lorne could only reluctantly agree. Since that's the case, let's set our goal. Rocks was incredibly excited, exuding a strong conqueror's haki. Great. Now that we have a goal, let's implement it immediately. Let's go, Lorne. We're setting sail. Rocks and Lorne walked towards the port, where an incredibly simple wooden raft was docked. Starting with a wooden raft? It's a bit similar to that guy Luffy. Seeing this extremely simple wooden raft, Lorne couldn't help but smile. The men in these original works, who possess the qualifications to stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world, seem to be quite carefree about the small details. Just as the two were about to set off, many young people suddenly appeared at the port. These young people were all filled with tears, very excited. We all heard the conversation just now. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, we didn't expect you to have such a past. How could you want to leave without saying a word to us? Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, you really are too distant. Yes, I also want to follow Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. Aren't they just celestial dragons? Those bastards. Take us with you. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, over the years, you have driven away so many pirates and bad people from the town. It's time for us to contribute something for you too. These people are the young ones from the town on this island. They regard Rocks and Lorne as their idols. After hearing the conversation between Rocks and Lorne, these young people not only felt no fear, but instead became courageous. After all, the reputation of the celestial dragons is not good. Moreover, This town has become a lawless place precisely because it couldn't meet the demands of the celestial dragons for heavenly gold. To be fair, they are also among the persecuted people by the celestial dragons. If it weren't for the constant protection of the two brothers, Rocks and Lorne, they would have likely been wiped out by human traffickers and pirates long ago. In the hearts of these young people, Rocks and Lorne are their spiritual totems. After all, the Just Navy has never set foot in this town. Ironically, in the eyes of these young people, Rocks and Lorne represent justice more than the Navy does. Our opponents are the celestial dragons. It's a life-or-death situation, not a game. Are you all truly prepared? Before Rocks could speak, Lorne looked at these familiar faces and said, "It's just the celestial dragons, right? For Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne, let us take them down." "That's right. Let us take them down." The young people let out excited cheers. "Great, then let's keep up with our pace." With that, Lorne gave a glance to Rocks, and the two brothers understood each other perfectly. After all, Rocks and Lorne had supported each other for over a decade, and they knew each other too well. Rocks and Lorne stepped onto the small raft, which began to drift away. The young people who had wanted to follow Rocks and Lorne just moments ago looked at each other in confusion. What does this mean? Didn't we agree to leave together? How come Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne just got on the raft and left? If you want to follow us, you must be prepared to face death at any moment. We don't need companions who lack even this level of resolve. Suddenly, a voice from the raft far away called out, "It's Lord Lorne testing us." Yes, if we don't have the determination to risk our lives, how can we follow Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne? The people on the shore immediately understood Lord Lorne's meaning. Splash, splash, splash. Some young people jumped into the water without hesitation, swimming vigorously towards a raft. Of course, some young people hesitated. In fact, the hesitant ones made up the majority. This is not the doldrums. The waves and winds here are quite strong, even turbulent. People often drown in this area. Even if someone is a good swimmer, their stamina can quickly give out, and they could really die. When faced with true death, the difference between cowards and heroes is clear. Soon, some of those who jumped into the sea began to struggle with exhaustion, their breathing becoming rapid. Many even plunged headfirst into the water, showing no signs of resurfacing. Seeing this scene, many on the shore gasped in shock. Thankfully, they did not jump in a panic. Otherwise, they would have truly perished. At this moment, Rocks and Lorne also took action. They almost thought they were going to lose their lives. I had already lost consciousness. Yes, it was too dangerous. Soon, Rocks and Lorne managed to rescue all those who were exhausted and threw them onto the raft. Well done, young men. At least you have shown the precious courage and determination to risk your lives. Lorne praised the group of young people. That's right, you are true warriors. I declare that you have successfully passed the test and officially become members of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks also admired these brave young men. When it comes to being a pirate, having the awareness and determination to risk one's life is just as important as talent. In fact, in some ways, determination is more important than talent. Take Trafalgar Law, who could say, "I have a plan to take down the 4 emperors." Although he may not possess the innate qualities of a king like Doflamingo, Law does not get cold sweats just hearing the name of the 4 Emperor Kaido. Law is not satisfied with just being a warlord of the sea. He is ambitious, continually growing and progressing. In contrast, Doflamingo, who considers himself the smartest warlord of the sea, believes that with the title of warlord, the Navy won T act against him, and the world government sees him as a puppet, also refraining from action. He becomes an intermediary in the underworld, connecting with the 4 emperors, becoming an important trading partner. And the 4 emperors won T act against him. Yes, how comfortable and easy that is. Indulging in the present comfort without striving for more. Maintaining good relations with several major powers while filling his own pockets. What a wonderful life. After all, he is a noble descendant of the celestial dragons. Why should he struggle like those commoners? This point determines that Luo's potential is far higher than that of the clown Doflamingo. These warriors, who are already prepared to lose their lives at any moment, may not be very strong right now. However, with this precious spirit, they will surely grow rapidly in the future and become a reliable force. The key point is that their almost worshipful attitude towards Roxlone makes it nearly impossible for them to stab him in the back. These people have laid the foundation for the Rocks team. Wow, what an honor. I could follow Rocks and Lord Lorne. This is amazing. The rescued individuals cheered with excitement. Being able to follow their idols made them incredibly happy. So it's like this, huh? This is the test. Then I will also follow Rocks and Lord Lorne. Seeing those people just now being rescued by Rocks and Lorne, the others on the shore couldn't hold back any longer and jumped into the sea. After all, if they couldn't hold on, Rocks and Lord Lorne would take action. But how could Rocks and Lorne care about these cowardly rats? Some opportunities only come once in a lifetime. Once lost, there will be no chance again. Ignoring those cowards, the raft set sail. Brother, have you thought it through? What is our next goal? After setting off, Lorne looked at Rocks and asked. The pirate world is truly vast. The seas here are more than 10 times broader than the world Lorne came from. It's quite rare for pirates to encounter each other, especially now. The number of pirates is far less than during the Great Pirate Era decades later. In the original story, Whitebeard, Roger, and others often met only once every 10 years, which shows how vast this sea is. Now, the Rocks pirates have a dozen people, but in terms of resources and money, they are completely destitute. And then there's the ship. A ship is the soul of a pirate crew, and this raft is too small. With so many people, the raft won't be able to hold up and will soon collapse. We must quickly establish a goal and seize the necessary supplies and ships. Ha ha, of course there's a goal, my brother. The nearest island, Larkta, is the territory of the Hungry Wolf Pirate Group. Let's take that place first. Rock's eyes shot out a sharp glint. I've been planning this for a long time, and I even managed to obtain a permanent pointer to that island. Did I actually set my sights on the Hungry Wolf Pirates from the very beginning? I heard that their captain has a bounty of over 100 million berries and is one of the overlords of this sea. I've even heard that their captain is a giant over 4 meters tall, incredibly strong, and that anyone targeted by the Hungry Wolf Pirates meets a tragic end. Upon hearing the name of the Hungry Wolf Pirates, the newcomers started to breathe heavily. You have to understand, pirates with bounties over 100 million are rare in this era. After all, Crocodile, with a bounty of 80 million, was invited to become a warlord of the sea by the world government. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock was also invited to become a warlord of the sea when her bounty was 81 million. Now, this era is more than 20 years earlier than when they were invited to become warlords of the sea. It's not an exaggeration to say that pirates with bounties over 100 million now are definitely on par with the future warlords of the sea. They might even be stronger than the warlords of the sea. Such a great pirate. It's not an exaggeration to say he is a regional lord. Oh, the Hungry Wolf Pirates? To set their sights on a bounty of over 100 million right away. You truly are impressive, big brother. Lorne became excited upon hearing about Rock's target. Just as he set sail, he aimed for a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Lorne didn't expect his big brother to be so bold. But upon reflection, who is his big brother? He is the future overlord of the seas. The man who will make countless pirate legends bow to him. He nearly toppled the celestial dragon's 800 years of rule, Rocks.Tragically. Zebeck. A mere pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is nothing at all. Lord Lorne was also getting excited. What on earth is going on with these two brothers? Hey, did you see that? The smiles of Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. They're surprisingly confident. So cool. Truly worthy of being Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. The newcomers, initially intimidated by the name of the Hungry Wolf, seemed to find courage in their hearts upon seeing Rocks and Lorne's confident demeanor. After all, they are all warriors ready to face death at any moment. Being scared is only temporary. In that case, let's head to Larkta. Let's start our own legend. They have been drifting on the sea for 3 whole days. In the past 3 days, more than a dozen people were crammed onto a small raft, making life quite difficult for the members of the Rocks Pirates. Fortunately, the Rocks Pirates finally spotted their target island, Raltak Island. From a distance, they could see the flag of the Hungry Wolf Pirates flying on the island. This is clearly a full-fledged pirate island. The island is truly prosperous, far richer than our hometown. No wonder it belongs to a large pirate crew with a captain whose bounty exceeds 1 billion. Even the most ordinary crew members are adorned with gold and silver. Looking quite impressive. On the rickety wooden raft, the lookout of the Rocks Pirates was drooling. As soon as he said this, the other members stretched their necks, desperately trying to see the island. They saw the pirates on Raltak Island wearing large gold chains, embracing beautiful women, looking mighty and extravagant, which was truly enviable. The members of the Rocks Pirates were staring wide-eyed. It should be noted that the members of the Rocks Pirates had been living on a poor island that couldn't even afford gold from the sky. They had never seen such a grand sight. After spending 3 days cramped on a wooden raft, eating fish caught from a sea, feeling sore and undernourished. Compared to the Hungry Wolf Pirates, the Rocks Pirates were the real hungry wolves at this moment. Ha ha ha, boys, charge! Exterminate the Hungry Wolf Pirates. This is the first step for my Rocks Pirates to make a name for ourselves. At this moment, seeing that scene, Rocks became excited and delivered a pre-battle speech to boost morale. After all, with so much money and so many women, how great it would be to snatch them for his brothers to marry and have children. Take their money, take their women. Charge, my Rocks Pirates warriors. Let us make a big splash. Lorne was even more straightforward, knowing from his 2 lifetimes how to maximize morale. That is to appeal to their interests, especially for the poor fellows. Sure enough, upon hearing about money and women, the members of the Rocks pirates' eyes lit up, looking like fierce, hungry wolves. Follow Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne. Charge. That's right. We want to ride big ships too. We want to eat well and dress well. I want women surrounding me. Let the name of the Rocks pirates resonate across the seas. Let us wipe out the hungry wolf pirates. The morale of the Rocks pirates soared to the peak. At the same time, this commotion also alerted the hungry wolf pirates on the island. Has someone invaded? Did I see wrong? Just a small wooden raft? A dozen people squeezed onto a small raft? Where did these madmen come from? Are these people really pirates? Upon seeing the Rocks pirates, the members of the hungry wolf pirates were stunned in place. Then they burst into mocking laughter. After all, they had never seen such a shabby pirate with such high morale. There's no need to report this to the captain. Wasting a few cannonballs to sink them will do. A pirate with a managerial look teased the woman in his arms, arrogantly, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. In his view, dealing with such a poor pirate was even a waste of cannon fire. Boom, boom. 2 cannonballs were fired towards the raft. The next moment, boom, boom. The 2 cannonballs flew back to the island intact, catching cannonballs with empty hands. At this moment, the members of the hungry wolf pirates who witnessed that scene were dumbfounded. They had just seen with their own eyes a fierce-looking man with octopus-like red hair on that raft catch those 2 cannonballs and throw them back with brute force. Boom, boom. The cannonballs caught and thrown back by Rocks were actually several times more powerful than ordinary cannonballs. The bombs that were thrown back landed heavily on the harbor, instantly killing several unfortunate members of the hungry wolf pirates in the explosion. Who the hell is that? Seeing this, the pirate with a managerial look cursed loudly. However, before he could finish, a figure like a red lightning bolt suddenly descended upon the island, like a curtain blocking the sun. The fierce-looking red-haired man with a body full of devilish muscles had now appeared in front of the man who looked like a manager. A large hand completely covered the manager's head. With just a slight exertion, the manager's head would instantly burst like a watermelon. Meanwhile, thud, thud, thud. With the arrival of the red-haired man, all the surrounding members of the hungry wolf pirates fell to the ground. Their eyes rolled back, fainting. Dominance, power, and intimidation. The cadre was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. Hee, tell your captain to come out. Rocks grinned widely, but to that cadre, the smile was as terrifying as the Grim Reaper. Bro, why are you scaring this guy? He's already scared to death. At that moment, Lorne and the others stepped onto the island and saw that the cadre's pants were completely soaked, emitting a foul odor. Lorne couldn't help but pinch his nose. His brother was once again looking for fun. After all, Lorne understood that with his brother Rock's observation haki, it would be no trouble to find the captain of the hungry wolf pirates on an island. His brother just loved playing these tricks, deriving pleasure from them. Isn't this too exciting? Lorne, this is our first time at sea. Rock's excitement was evident as he flexed his wrist. With a loud bang, a red liquid splattered everywhere as the cadre's head was crushed in an instant. Ugh, that's disgusting. Brain matter is everywhere. I think I'm going to throw up my dinner. The newcomers who had just joined the Rocks pirates quickly knelt on the ground, unable to hold back their vomit at the bloody scene. However, Rocks and Lorne remained calm, their expressions unchanged. The brutality of the celestial dragons was world-renowned. Growing up as slaves in the Holy Land, the two had seen countless scenes far bloodier than this. They had long since become accustomed to it. To them, the crushing of a mere head was nothing out of the ordinary, and their hearts didn't stir in the slightest. Have you thrown up enough? The enemy is getting close. Rocks and Lorne looked at the vomiting crew members and couldn't help but ask with amusement. After all, when the two first witnessed the brutality of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land, they weren't much better than these newcomers. Therefore, they could understand the crew's predicament and didn't overly criticize them, instead waiting for them to mentally adapt. However, it seemed like these people had never seen such a bloody scene before and took a long time to recover. Forget it. Lorne, you take care of them. I'm heading out. Sensing the enemies getting closer, even able to see the figures of the hungry wolf pirates members, Rocks decided not to wait any longer. He could handle this group of people alone. After instructing Lorne, Rocks vanished in an instant. Who are you? A red air guy? What a terrifying aura. Who is this guy? Not far away, the members of the hungry wolf pirates exclaimed in surprise. Even though they had experienced many fierce battles with other pirates, they had never seen someone as imposing as this red-haired kid. I am Rocks. Remember this name while you're still alive. Rocks grinned savagely, charging straight into the crowd of several hundred opponents as if it were a no-man's land. Members of the hungry wolf pirates continued to fall in pools of blood. The island echoed with the screams of the dying. The cries were so tragic, it was as if hell had descended upon the world. My brother is really full of energy. Witnessing Rock's actions, Lorne couldn't help but smile. In this old era of pirates, a pirate crew with a bounty over 100 million could be considered a large pirate crew with power and influence comparable to the later 7 warlords of the sea. But in front of his brother, who had just set sail, they were still as fragile as paper. Which blind bastard dares to cause trouble in my territory, looking for death? Just then, a sudden roar echoed. A tall figure descended from the sky, blocking the unstoppable rocks. The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 137 million berries. He stood about 4 meters tall, bare-chested, with muscles that looked like iron, exuding immense power. The captain is here. Captain of the Hungry Wolf, you finally arrived. Prépare-toi d'invada. Seeing their captain arrive, the members of the Hungry Wolf Pirates cried out in excitement. If the captain had arrived any later, they would have been slaughtered by this red-hair monster. Finally, someone who could fight. Lifting his head to look at the man before him, a glimmer of interest appeared in Rock's eyes. A pirate with a bounty over 100 million. This was the first time he had seen one in person. You killed so many of my crew, you red-hair brat. The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates, seeing the body strewn across the ground, felt anger rise in his heart. Suddenly, his figure darkened, and his already tall body expanded again, transforming into a half-beast form. Half-human, half-beast. Anyone who consumes a zoan-type fruit gains 3 forms: human, half-beast, and full beast. As he transformed, his head turned into a wolf's head, and his hands became sharp wolf claws. Clearly, it was the zoan-type wolf fruit. A devil fruit user? Just a wolf, nothing more. Rock sneered at this. Many pirates and criminals had come to his island to commit atrocities, and some were devil fruit users. They were all beaten to the ground by rocks. Heck, kid, you really are brazen. Seeing that he was despised by a kid who had just set sail, the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates became enraged. His sharp wolf claws, capable of slicing through iron, aimed fiercely at Rock's head. Boom! With a slight tilt of his head, Rox effortlessly caught the claw strike with his right hand. The clash between the two erupted with the unique sparks of Conqueror's haki. No need to say anything about Rox. As a powerful figure with a bounty over 100 million in the old pirate era, the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates naturally possessed Conqueror's haki as well. You little brat actually has Conqueror's haki? The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates widened his eyes in surprise, feeling that the opponent's Conqueror's haki was even more oppressive than his own. In terms of aura, he was completely suppressed by this red-haired kid. Where did such a strong Conqueror's haki come from in a mere rookie? With a whoosh, Rox raised his free left hand and clenched it into a fist. His fist crackled with sparks of Conqueror's haki, smashing towards the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates' head with fury. Clang! The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates extended his other wolf claw to block Rock's left fist. Newbie, you're still 100 years early. Gripping Rock's hands tightly, the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates prepared to use a heavy wolf hammer to deal a fatal blow to Rox. Something's not right. Soon, the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates' movements froze. He sensed something unusual. Crack! The ground beneath them was cracking and sinking. A powerful airflow transformed into an 8th-level typhoon, crazily spreading out from the two individuals as the center. Boom! The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates felt his pupils suddenly constrict. His internal organs were instantly struck heavily by an unknown force. His heart, kidneys, liver, and other vital organs were wildly displaced, causing excruciating pain. Spurt! A large mouthful of old blood was suddenly spat out from the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates. The massive wolf body knelt on one knee, raising a cloud of dust. A shadow swept by, and the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates was directly knocked back from his half-beast form to his human form, looking severely injured and quite disheveled. What happened? How could the captain be spitting blood? What was going on? Seeing this, the members of the Hungry Wolf Pirates were filled with astonishment, completely unable to understand the situation. They couldn't figure out how the captain suddenly spat blood. Clearly, neither side had hit the other, and the Conqueror's haki was still clashing. How did the captain suddenly get seriously injured? The newcomers of the Rocks Pirates were equally bewildered. After all, it looked like neither of them had hit any vital points. How could one side suddenly be spitting blood? Only Lorne present understood what was happening. His face filled with surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, that exchange just now was his older brother using Conqueror's haki coding. So even after the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates took his brother's punch, he still suffered heavy internal injuries. Just setting sail and already possessing Conqueror's haki coding? What kind of monster is his older brother? Even the strong son of destiny, the Straw Hat Kid, had been at sea for 2.5 years and had been beaten half to death before learning Conqueror's haki coding from teacher Kaido. His older brother actually reached near full mastery right after setting sail. Is this talent? Heh, is this the kind of person with a bounty over $1 billion? I was originally thinking of inviting you onto the ship, but it seems unnecessary now. Rocks didn't expect that the opponent would be so weak, and he showed a look of disdain. He had been looking forward to inviting this strong person, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Go to hell, Baji. No. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have passed. For the past 2 months, Rocks has been urging Lorne and Shelley to have children every day. In addition, Rocks has also gone to great lengths to recruit various skilled personnel, such as female ship doctors, nutritionists, chefs, and sailors, for a pirate crew to endure. These positions are essential. Rocks even specifically inquired about a doctor who has a secret recipe for childbirth and respectfully invited them to the island. Influenced by Lorne, Rocks has shifted from building the pirate crew around strength to focusing on lineage, and he has become obsessed with expanding the Rocks family. Now, Lorne can only suffer. Next are those members who have followed Rocks and Lorne since their hometown. They haven't been idle these days. Instead, they've been training day and night to enhance their strength. Many of them have already learned the Navy's 6 styles through hard work. Even those with outstanding talent have comprehended haki under Rocks' personal guidance. The entire Rocks pirates are in a period of vigorous development. Finally, one day, the Rocks pirates received great news. Shelley was successfully pregnant. Ha ha! The Rocks family has a successor. Wah ha ha ha! That's great. Everyone, throw a feast for me. After receiving this news, the most excited person was not Shelley or Lorne, but Rocks himself. Ha ha! I'm going to have a little nephew or niece. I'm going to have a second family member. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this news, Rocks laughed excitedly, almost like he was going crazy. His laughter seemed to break through the clouds. In this cold and cruel world, blood relations are the most reliable connections. Lorne is Rocks' younger brother and his only family. Now, his own brother is about to have a child. This means he will have a lovely little nephew or niece. How could Rocks not be excited? Seeing Rocks' nearly insane state, Lorne and Shelley were stunned. Is Brother Rocks okay? After 2 months of getting along, Shelley was no longer as cautious as she was at the beginning. After all, Lorne treated her with great affection. With this in mind, Rocks also viewed Shelley as a sister-in-law. The members of the Rocks pirates also respected Shelley as their lady. Of course, coming from a royal background, Shelley is also a woman with top-tier intelligence and emotional intelligence. She knows that the reason the entire Rocks pirates treat her with such respect is due to Lorne's relationship. If one day Lorne no longer cares for her as much, her status would plummet. She must work harder to serve Lorne well. Brother must be genuinely happy, right? Lorne looked at his brother's excitement and felt a bit sour inside. Although Rocks presents a fearless and devilish image to outsiders, that is merely the strong armor he has created. He and Rocks escaped from the Holy Land at the age of 6. 2 powerless little boys had to appear fierce to avoid being bullied to death. Only in front of Lorne does Rocks reveal his softer side. Only Lorne knows that his brother wasn't invincible from birth. He has also been beaten to a pulp and cried like a baby. Deep down, he longs for family and home, just like Whitebeard. Perhaps that is why Rocks is more excited than Lorne, who is about to become a father. After instructing the ship's doctor to take good care of Shelley, Lorne left the room and began to study the system alone. Just as Lorne learned about Shelley's pregnancy, the system's notification sounded. It detected that the host is about to have their first offspring. Rewards are being issued. Rewards for the host: Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Armament Haki, Flowing Sakura. Rewards for the host: Intermediate Swordsmanship, doubled enhancements in stamina, strength, and speed. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles increased. Reward for the host: Never Tired Passive Skill. Reward for the host: Golden Eyes Passive Skill. Ding. Special reward: since this is the host's first child, the host is granted one of the SSS level talents of the offspring: Free Cultivation. Finally, the host is encouraged to work hard and strive for many descendants to enjoy family happiness. A series of system upgrade notifications left Lorne momentarily dazed. Wow, there's so many rewards? It took several minutes for the system's notifications to disappear. The 3 types of haki have all been upgraded, and the armament haki has jumped to advanced level, and he has comprehended Flowing Sakura. Additionally, other abilities have been enhanced to varying degrees. Lorne couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host: Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced strength, advanced stamina, advanced swordsmanship, intermediate armament haki, advanced awakened Flowing Sakura. Observation haki, intermediate Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate Devil Fruit. None other abilities. Never Tired, Golden Eyes, Free Cultivation. After seeing his panel, Lorne felt a sense of satisfaction. Just having a child could lead to such a significant improvement. This is amazing. By the way, system, what do the skills never tired, golden eyes, and free cultivation mean? Lorne began to study the three skills that the system rewarded him. After the system's explanation, Lorne understood. Never tired is a life skill that ensures he will never tire when it comes to making children. There are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. This skill is also designed to prevent Ron from becoming a dead tired cow, which is quite humane. The golden eye is also a life skill. After acquiring this skill, one could see a woman's husband-boosting index. In simple terms, the higher a woman's husband-boosting index, the more unexpected surprises Ron can receive. The system categorizes a woman's husband-boosting index into 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. It divides the child's talent into 8 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the husband-boosting index of the woman one combines with, the higher the talent of the child born. A child born from combining with an E-level woman has a talent level of EB. A child born from combining with a D-level woman has a talent level of DA. Only by combining with an S-level woman can one have a child with a talent level of SSS. This also avoids the possibility of Ron being confused and indiscriminately spreading his seed, resulting in a bunch of wasteful offspring. It's a very humane skill. As for the children's talents, they can be shared with Ron. In other words, the higher the talent of the child born, the more Ron will gain. This time, the SSS level talent free training is an extremely overpowered talent. As the name suggests, the effect is that all of one's abilities will train freely. This means that Lorne doesn't have to do anything, and all abilities will automatically train and improve. Not only that, but children born with the free training talent also don't have to do anything. Their various haki abilities will automatically enhance. Detected. The host conqueror's haki is training automatically. Current level. Intermediate. Progress. 5. 2. Detected. The host's observation haki is training automatically. Current level. Intermediate. Progress. 6. 1. Detected. The host's armament haki is training automatically. Current level. Advanced. Progress. 2. 6. Detected. The host's swordsmanship is training automatically. Current level. Intermediate. Progress. 8. 3. Detected. The host's stamina is training automatically. Current level. Advanced. Progress. 7. 5. Detected. The host strength is training automatically. Current level. Advanced. Progress. 7. 9. Detected. The host speed is training automatically. Current level. Advanced. Progress. 6. 6. Detected. Feeling the various changes occurring within his body, Lorne's mood was unprecedentedly joyful. Free training. This SSS level talent is really too powerful, too invincible. Being able to get stronger without doing anything. Is there anything better in the world? It seems that in the future, I just need to choose a woman with a strong husband-boosting index. If I can unite with a woman who has a strong husband-boosting index and have talented offspring, my strength will grow rapidly. Now, Lorne finally understands what the system is all about. Having more children leads to more talents. And one's strength will surge like a wild dog breaking free. More children bring more blessings. It's true. If he can have a few more children with SSS level talents, he might grow to become an existence even more terrifying than his brother Rocks. Moreover, these children with SSS level talents are also a powerful force. With a bond of blood, he won't have to worry about them betraying him. Perhaps the tragedy of the Rocks pirates in God Valley could have been completely avoided. History is truly going to be rewritten. There's still over 10 years until God Valley. That should be enough time. Soon, Lorne found Rocks, who at that moment had a flushed face, still excited. He was happily drinking with the core members of the Rocks pirates. Brother, I want to discuss something with you. Lorne sat down next to Rocks, took a bottle of wine, drank it in one go, and said to Rocks, "Ha ha, little brother. Did you see that Sherry is pregnant and need nutrition and professional guidance from a doctor? Don't worry, I've already prepared for that. The newly recruited female ship doctor and nutritionist are both excellent. Sherry will be just fine." Rocks thought Lorne was here to discuss Sherry's pregnancy. Of course I know that. Brother, I want to find a few more wives and have more children, Lorne said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Rocks was stunned. What is wrong? Brother, is there a problem? Lorne asked. No problem. You've finally come to your senses, Lorne. I was just worried about how to bring this up with you. After all, Sherry is pregnant, and she wants to be able to have more children for a long time. I was struggling with how to tell you this. I didn't expect you to bring it up first. Ha ha, what's going on today? Good things keep happening one after another. Am I dreaming? Rocks slapped himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, and laughed even more joyfully. He even lost control of his conqueror's haki and fainted quite a few crew members nearby. Today was the happiest day of his life. From Rock's perspective, dealing with women was incredibly troublesome. It's indeed hard on his brother to entrust such matters to Lorne. He hasn't let Lorne have a single good day, but instead makes him go through hard days every day. This brother is really too incompetent. Lorne has already endured so much injustice, and he himself feels embarrassed to keep urging Lorne to find a few more. Now that Lorne has taken the initiative to bring up the request and take on such a hard task, Rocks is, of course, extremely happy. In that case, little ones, we set sail tomorrow. As long as we see any women, capture them all. Rocks raised his glass and drank it in one gulp, feeling very pleased. After hearing this news, the members of the Rocks Pirates were also incredibly excited. In the past 2 months, they have been diligently training, and their strength has increased significantly. But they have not had the opportunity to showcase it. Now they're finally going out to sea, and they can display the results of their 2 months of hard work. Brother, I don't want just any woman, Lorne said, feeling both amused and exasperated by Rock's suggestion. He wasn't some desperate stallion who would take anyone. What if they ended up with a bunch of wastrels? Oh right, Lorne, now that you mention it, I just remembered, Rock said, slapping his thigh. Someone worthy of you should at least be a world-famous beauty or a princess of nation. How can you just grab any woman you see? Then it's settled. We'll go find a princess from a world government member country tomorrow. Rocks realized and decided to go directly for the world government member countries. After all, they had spent quite a bit of money on supplies, recruiting crew members, and taking care of everyone's needs over the past 2 months. For whatever reason, it was time to go out and plunder again. Brother, that's not what I meant. Lorne chuckled, realizing that his brother completely misunderstood him. Tomorrow, let's head to the pirate black market. There are many people there, and I want to see if there's someone suitable. Lorne said to Rocks, according to the system's explanation, the fortune-bringing index of women is an 8. It doesn't mean that having a good background guarantees a high fortune-bringing index. Lorne didn't want the Rocks Pirates to go through all the trouble of attacking a world government member country, only to end up with a woman who had a D or E fortune-bringing index. That would be too wasteful. So, Lorne planned to go directly to a place where there were many women. This way, one can confidently choose women with a high husband-attracting index, rather than randomly grabbing. Where are there the most women? Of course, it's the black market. It's known that female slaves are the easiest to capture among all slaves, the most profitable goods, and thus most of the slave trade in the black market involves women. Moreover, when it comes to black market trading, Lorne has another idea. That is Charlotte Linlin, the woman with possibly the highest innate talent in the world of pirates. With a terrifying talent like Steel Balloon, she could easily kill a giant bear at the age of 5 and injure a giant. The giants regard her as a demon, calling her the natural destroyer. Given Charlotte Linlin's talent and future achievements, Lorne speculates that she definitely possesses an S-level husband-attracting index. There is a high probability that any child she bears will inherit an SSS-level talent. More importantly, Charlotte Linlin is currently in her prime and is an absolute beauty. In this era, it's unlikely that any woman would dare to claim she surpasses Charlotte Linlin in appearance and figure. At this time, Linlin is comparable to future figures like the Empress, Shirahoshi, and Nico Robin. This is definitely the best time to marry Charlotte Linlin. If we delay, Charlotte Linlin might become a figure of obesity in the future. Even the top talent Lorne would find it hard to take action. Unfortunately, Charlotte Linlin is not well known at the moment. I haven't seen her name in the newspapers for the past 2 months. After all, Rocks has just set sail. Therefore, Lorne does not know where Charlotte Linlin is. However, in the black market, where various pirates gather, there's a good chance of finding this future emperor. Even if we can't find her, we could buy information about Charlotte Linlin in the black market. All right, since my little brother wants to go, let's set off for the pirate black market tomorrow. Rocks has always been accommodating to Lorne's requests. He wouldn't even ask Lorne why he wants to go to the black market. If his little brother wants to go, there must be a reason. Moreover, since his little brother has taken on the hardship of interacting with women, as an older brother, he must meet all of his little brother's needs. Early the next morning, the Rocks Pirates set off. After a whole day's sailing, Rocks and his crew successfully arrived at the black market. From a distance, they could see the bustling scene of the black market. The island was crowded with people, bustling and lively, looking incredibly prosperous, like a scene of great prosperity. However, if an ordinary person were to see such a scene, they might be scared and immediately turn their ship around to flee, because the island is mostly filled with fierce pirates and outlaws. People here would fight at the slightest disagreement, with brains and blood spilling all over the ground. It is a place 10 times more chaotic than the lawless areas of the Sabati archipelago. This is the pirate black market. As the name suggests, the black market is an illegal market. Everything that cannot be openly satisfied, such as human trafficking, arms dealing, and the sale of biochemical weapons, can all be found here. Hey, Isn't that the recently famous Rocks Pirates? The Rocks Pirates? Is that the new pirate crew that wiped out the Hungry Wolf Pirates? I know about this. I heard the Hungry Wolf Pirates were completely annihilated by them. Captain Rocks has a bounty of 200 million berries. And I heard his brother, Lorne, has a bounty of 80 million berries. A first bounty of 200 million and 80 million? My goodness, what is going on with these two brothers? Moreover, I heard both brothers possess Conqueror's Haki. My gosh, there are two users of Conqueror's Haki on one ship? This doesn't sound like a rookie pirate crew at all. As soon as they landed, the Rocks Pirates attracted some attention. After all, having taken down the large Hungry Wolf Pirates, the Rocks Pirates are in the spotlight. In this era, a bounty of 100 million berries already makes one a great pirate. Their first bounty made a huge splash, reaching 200 million. Rocks is the first. This is definitely the rising star of pirates, with explosive potential, and it might even change the future landscape of piracy. I didn't expect us to be this famous. Truly impressive, Lord Rocks and Lord Ron. As soon as we landed, I heard people discussing the Rocks Pirates, and the members couldn't help but beam with joy. Even Rocks and Ron showed a hint of delight on their faces. After all, they're only in their teens and 20s, at the prime of their youth. Becoming the center of attention right after setting sail is certainly exciting. It's just good luck. This guy is the hottest newcomer, Rocks. If I take him down, I'll become famous too. However, some envious old pirates are quite displeased with the attention the Rocks Pirates are getting. A newcomer receiving such significant attention makes it hard for these veteran pirates to save face. In no time, numerous fierce-looking pirates began to surround the Rocks Pirates, including some strong members with bounties around 50 million. Get lost, you worthless scum. Rocks' observation Haki sensed these malicious auras. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing this group of pirates to hesitate in their steps. It's important to know that Conqueror's Haki comes in different levels. Rocks, having mastered Conqueror's Haki with advanced mastery, undoubtedly stands at the top tier. At this moment, these pirates finally understood the true value of the initial bounty of 200 million berries. This is not something that can be explained simply by good luck. This guy has the qualifications to stand at the peak of the pirate world. The future seas will surely be turbulent. Lord Rocks, look at the slaves here. Each one is stunningly beautiful. Would you like to buy a few? Lord Rocks, I have quite a few famous swords here. Would you like to take a look? They are perfect for a person of your stature. Lord Rocks, I also have some military weapons. Would you like to equip your pirate crew with some? Soon, some merchants recognized Rocks and Lorne. Having annihilated the Hungry Wolf pirate crew, Rocks must have also absorbed their wealth. He definitely has no shortage of money. Therefore, the merchants were all shouting vigorously. Let's go take a look at the slaves. Soon, Rocks and Lorne arrived at a store that specialized in selling slaves. There are various types of slaves here, including men, women, and others such as the long-arm tribe, the long-leg tribe, the furry tribe, and the snake people. Lord Rocks is interested in whatever he sees. The merchant's demeanor is very flattering. Are there any human princesses? Rocks inquires. Of course there are. Recently, a batch of deposed princesses has arrived. The merchant, looking delighted, brings over 5 or 6 timid women. It's worth noting that the prices for these human princesses are not low. After all, they come from royal backgrounds, and their looks and figures are top-notch. So the prices naturally soar. The price of one princess can be 10 times that of an ordinary woman. Are these really princesses? Rocks asks, scanning them doubtfully. Of course they are. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The merchant says, looking like a sycophant, afraid of offending Rocks. It must be said that these princesses do have excellent looks and figures, so they should indeed be real princesses. I don't need these. However, Lorne shakes his head after looking at them. These women's fortune-bringing value is too low, with the best only being sea level. There is no use in buying them. As the system said, fortune-bringing value has nothing to do with background. These women, even if they come from royal backgrounds, have very poor fortune-bringing qualities. After all, many princesses live in luxury and have bad tempers, so it's unlikely they could bring good fortune to their husbands. Bring out all the female slaves you have here for me to see. With a wave of his hand, Lorne commanded. All right. The merchant didn't dare to delay and quickly displayed all the female slaves in the shop, including those from other races. There were several hundred of them, and the scene resembled a selection of concubines. This one looks decent, but isn't good at bringing fortune. This one has great fortune-bringing potential, but her looks are too unfortunate. One by one, the women paraded past Lorne's eyes, and he kept shaking his head. Among all the women, the best fortune-bringing index was only A level, and she was incredibly ugly. Lorne wouldn't compromise himself for such a minor advantage, even if it were S-level fortune-bringing value. Being too ugly wouldn't work either. Soon, Lauren's gaze landed on one woman. This woman has a great appearance and figure. Her flowing golden hair, paired with her big, watery eyes, gives her a charm reminiscent of the character Stella, the white rose from the original work's theatrical version of the Golden Emperor. The only downside is her pale complexion, which looks quite sickly, and she keeps coughing. It seems like she might be suffering from a serious illness. However, her husband attracting value is definitely an impressive S rank. This is the only S rank woman that Loren encountered today. S rank is the highest husband-boosting level given by the system. It's this woman. How much? I want her. Lauren's eyes lit up, and he immediately made the decision to buy the woman in front of him. This. After Loren spoke, the shopkeeper showed a difficult expression, which displeased Locks. What's wrong? My brother wants her. Do you dare not sell? Locks glared at the shopkeeper with a fierce expression, exuding a terrifying aura. The frightened merchant immediately knelt down. No, Lord Locks, I wouldn't dare. To be honest, this woman is afflicted with a serious illness and requires very expensive medicinal materials for treatment. One type of medicinal material is worth hundreds of thousands of berries. To cure the kind of illness would cost at least millions or even tens of millions of berries. Otherwise, she won't live long after being bought. Originally, if an ordinary person were interested in this sick woman, the merchant would be happy to make a profit. But Locks is not an ordinary person. If he buys her and finds out she won't live long, wouldn't he be in trouble? So the merchant didn't dare to hide it and quickly revealed everything. You don't need to worry about that. I want this woman, just give me a price. Loren waved his hand, completely unconcerned about the merchant's advice. A mere berries for an S-rank woman. There's nothing more profitable than this in the world. If the Lord doesn't mind, then I'll give her to you. The merchant gritted his teeth, sweating, and said with determination. After all, she is a dying person, so the price is hard to determine. What if he asks for too much and Locks holds a grudge? If he asked for too little, he wouldn't miss those few tens of thousands of berries. Moreover, the woman's background is very humble. She seems to be from a poor country as a commoner. Since that's the case, it would be better to do a favor and give her to the other party. These big shots can't be provoked by a small vendor. All right, since you were so understanding, I will buy 20 more maids. It turns out that merchants who can thrive in the black market are all sharp-minded. Upon hearing this, Rocks became happy and immediately waved his hand, purchasing another 20 female slaves. After all, Shirley is pregnant, and on top of that, Lord has found a wife he likes. Professional maids are essential. All right, Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, these 20 are all professional servants from various noble families. Each one costs 100,000 berries. Are you satisfied? The merchant immediately beamed with joy and quickly presented the 20 capable and professional maids. Just from this transaction, he made at least over 1 million berries. A price of 100,000 berries each is not considered expensive. After buying the 20 maids, Rocks led the pirate crew directly to the neighboring arms shop. Many crew members of the Rocks pirate crew lacked proper weapons, so this was a perfect opportunity to restock. Hurry up and buy good knives and guns. Today I'm treating. Once you miss this village, there won't be this shop. Rocks shouted with great enthusiasm. Captain Rocks is treating. Then I won't hold back. Boss, wrap up this 50-blade, good quality knife for me. I like this naginata. Wrap it up for me too, boss. I want that exquisite handgun. Boss, I want that sniper rifle. In an instant, the members of the Rocks pirate crew scrambled to equip themselves with weapons. After all, Captain Rocks is paying, if not now, then when? Brother, why are you in such a good mood today? Lauren chuckled. Hee, you found a sister-in-law you like. How could I not be in a good mood? Rocks grinned foolishly. However, I inquired with that slave shop owner, and the treatment for that woman's illness is quite expensive. How much do we have left? Lauren was somewhat worried about the berries. After all, maintaining a pirate crew costs a lot of money. Moreover, Brother's style is also quite extravagant. The 500 million berries taken from the Hungry Wolf must be running low. Don't worry, little brother. Can I let you run out of money? You just need to focus on giving me more little nephews and nieces. You don't need to worry about anything else. Rocks was completely unconcerned. Once this matter is settled, it will be time to consider pulling off a big job. Brother, I need to visit the information shop to see if there's anything interesting. After procuring a lot of weapons from the arms dealer, Lauren headed straight to the information shop. In the underground world of the black market, there are many emperors. Some control arms, some control transport, some control usury, and naturally, some control information. Boss, I'd like to inquire about a person. Do you know the whereabouts of Charlotte Linlin? Lauren asked directly. Upon hearing that Lauren was inquiring about a woman again, Rocks couldn't help but laugh. His little brother truly has a fearless spirit of sacrifice. I don't know. The shopkeeper shook his head, then quickly changed his tone. However, if the customer really wants to know, I can look into it. After saying this, The shopkeeper gave Lorne a knowing look. You won't lack in funds, 50 million berries. You just need to provide me with Charlotte Linlin's exact location. That should be enough, right? But you'll need to pay once you find her. Rocks quickly said, showing off a wealthy demeanor. Of course, no problem. Rest assured, I will definitely find out Charlotte Linlin's news, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Hearing Rocks say this, the shopkeeper was extremely excited. This is a big business. Moreover, Lore and Rocks are now well known, so there's no worry about them running up debts. Even in the black market, reputation is very important. No matter how powerful you are, if you lack credibility, no one will do business with you. After Lauren finishes all this, the members of the Rocks pirate crew take another stroll around the black market. They have no interest in organ trafficking or biochemical weapons. So they head back home. Ship's doctor, how is this lady's condition? As soon as they return to the base, Lauren immediately calls the ship's doctor to examine the newly bought S-rank wife. The woman is so weak that she can hardly speak, looking like she could die at any moment. Lauren doesn't want to miss out on such an S-rank wife who brings good fortune. The illness is not hard to treat, but the medicinal materials are somewhat expensive. The experienced ship's doctor provides a prescription. Don't worry. This is a woman my brother has taken a liking to. Even if it costs hundreds of millions, I will ensure she gets treated. Soon, Rocks sends crew members to buy the medicine prescribed by the ship's doctor, spending over 10 million berries in one go. After 2 months of treatment, this S-rank wife is finally close to recovery. Lord Lawrence's great kindness will never be forgotten. Feeling her health restored, the woman, who bears a striking resemblance to Stella, expresses her immense gratitude to Lorne. She originally thought of herself as a worthless life, never expecting to be bought by pirates. In the past 2 months, Loren often checked on himself, which deeply touched the woman. Not only that, but Lord Loren also spent a fortune to treat her illness. If it weren't for Loren, her life would probably have been lost by now. By the way, where are you from, and what is your name? Once the woman regained her health, Loren immediately asked. After all, she was an S-rank woman with good fortune, and Loren was very curious about her background, country of origin, and name. He wondered which famous woman from the original story she might be. The young lady's name is Edward Jasmine, and she hails from Sphinx. Upon hearing her introduction, Lauren's expression immediately became incredibly interesting. Edward, Sphinx? No way, no way. Could this woman be related to Whitebeard? Just as Loren and the woman were getting to know each other, in the new world, at the pirate black market, a tall, muscular man with flowing golden hair stepped aggressively into the port holding a large naginata. This man was none other than the infamous pirate from later generations. The man who stood at the pinnacle of piracy, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Of course, at this time, Newgate did not yet have his iconic white beard, nor did he even have any facial hair. Hey, isn't that the supernova pirate Edward Newgate, who was just offered a bounty of over 100 million a couple of days ago? Why does he look so angry? As soon as Newgate landed, he was recognized by the people in the pirate black market. If Rocks was the most dazzling new pirate star on the seas, then Edward Newgate was the second most dazzling pirate supernova. Both were newcomers, and both had bounties exceeding 100 million on their first offer. Currently, Newgate's bounty had reached 110 million berries. Is this the place? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? As soon as he landed on the island, Newgate walked straight toward the slave trading shop and asked a younger subordinate beside him. Lord Newgate, I absolutely did not make a mistake. That day, Miss Jasmine was indeed sold to this shop by human traffickers, the young subordinate said with certainty. Boom! Upon hearing his subordinate's confirmation, Edward Newgate immediately erupted with anger. His eyes burned with fierce rage, and his conqueror's haki was instantly released. Shopkeeper, get the hell out here right now, or I'll smash your shop to pieces. Newgate slammed the naginata heavily onto the ground, creating a large dent in the floor. The sudden noise startled everyone present. Meanwhile, on Sphinx Island, Lord Lorne, what is wrong with you? After seeing Lorne's remarkable expression, Jasmine was also taken aback. In nothing, Lorne slightly restrained his expression and then continued to ask, by the way, since you are from Sphinx, do you know someone named Edward Newgate? Edward Newgate? Jasmine didn't expect to hear that name, and after a moment of surprise, she replied, to be honest, my brother is named Edward Newgate. Brother? Edward Newgate is your brother? Yes. Is he tall and has a white crescent mustache? Tall? Crescent mustache? Newgate doesn't seem to be like that. Jasmine said with confusion. Cough, I forgot. This is the old era. Whitebeard was probably still a teenager. Where would he get a mustache? Lorne said awkwardly, surprised enough to forget the current era he was in. Whitebeard is probably only about 17 years old now, around the same age as when Luffy first set sail. Can you describe what he looks like now? Lorne needed to confirm whether the Edward Newgate Jasmine mentioned was the same as the Whitebeard in the original story. It would be awkward if they just shared a name. I'm not very clear on what Newgate looks like now. He doesn't come home often, and I haven't seen him for many years. Our family is too poor to survive, so Newgate left Sphinx when he was 10, and he occasionally sends some money back. Jasmine said with a hint of sadness. Because Sphinx was too poor, 10-year-old Newgate decided to go to sea to support the family. He bore hardships that did not belong to his age. Oh, then how did you end up in a slave shop? A few days ago, some human traffickers invaded Sphinx, and I was captured. After asking Jasmine some questions, Lorne got a rough idea of the situation. However, with just this information, he still couldn't confirm if Jasmine was Whitebeard's sister. Nevertheless, she was at least an S-rank woman with good fortune. This would surely bring him some nice rewards. By the way, don't call me Lord Lorne anymore. Just call me husband. Hearing this, Jasmine was left speechless. What? Don't you want to be my wife? Lorne asked with a light smile. No. How could I not want that? I just never imagined it would be like this. Jasmine was pleasantly surprised, feeling as if she were dreaming. She initially thought that Lord Lorne bought her to be a servant, but she never expected to be directly promoted to a lady. This surprise is really too overwhelming. Sister, what we need to do is to add more offspring to the Zebeck family. I'm currently pregnant and need to rest for a while, so I will be relying on you during this time. At this moment, Shelley also walked into the room and showed no signs of displeasure about Lorne marrying a new wife. This is also a reflection of Sherry's intelligence. Yes, I will work hard to serve my husband well. Hearing Sherry say this, Jasmine blushed. She had noticed and remembered how Lorne had taken care of her these days. He was not only handsome and considerate, but he also spent a lot of money to save her life. Now, he was actually going to become her husband. It was truly a surprise, too unexpected. That night, Lorne successfully took the first step in becoming married to Jasmine. Soon, a week passed. Today, Rocks summoned the members of the Rocks Pirates for a meeting. The main purpose was to discuss their plundering activities. The number of members in the Rocks Pirates had increased, and expenses were flowing like water. They needed to continue plundering to maintain the daily expenses of the pirate group. Lorne, you don't have to go this time. Stay on the island to accompany Jasmine and Sherry. Sherry is pregnant, and you need to take good care of her and the baby. After making arrangements for the crew, Rocks set off immediately. All right, I understand. Lorne nodded. The pirate world was not peaceful. The Rocks Pirates had invaded many nations and had made numerous enemies. In the past 2 months, this island has been attacked several times by other pirates and military forces, but they were all repelled by Rocks and Lorne. Now that Shelley and Molly are on the island, it is indeed necessary to leave someone behind to protect them. Afterwards, Lorne returned to his room, while Rocks gathered his men to head to the port. Boss Rocks, a ship is approaching. Just as they finished assembling, one of the underlings immediately noticed a ship closing in on Raltak Island. It's a pirate ship. Is it another bunch of blind little thieves? The members of the Rocks pirate crew were already used to this, each preparing for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons aimed at the speeding pirate ship and fired. Bang, bang, bang. A sword aura swept across, intercepting and exploding the cannonballs in midair. Following that, a tall figure wielding a large naginata stood at the bow of the pirate ship, swinging his weapon. Crack, 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 with a sword energy passed. Cracks appeared in the space. The fissures spread from the sea to the island, and then an earthquake and tsunami struck together. What the hell is this? Seeing this, the members of the Rocks pirate crew were shocked and stepped back. Everyone move aside. Rocks also sensed the danger and stepped forward. Boom. With a punch infused with powerful conqueror's haki, he forcefully neutralized the tsunami and the tremors. This scene also stunned the tall figure at the bow of the ship for a moment. Immediately after whoosh, in the blink of an eye, that tall figure swiftly charged from the sea surface with incredible speed. The dazzling golden hair cut through the air like a bolt of yellow lightning. Boom. You must be Rocks, right? Go to hell. In an instant, the man reached Rock's side with his outstanding speed, raising his naginata and striking down mercilessly. Crack! Rocks widened his eyes slightly and extended one hand to firmly catch the naginata. Boom, boom. A terrifying shockwave swept through, shattering the ground beneath the two. You are Edward Newgate? Gripping the naginata tightly with one hand, Rocks immediately recognized the newcomer. The recently popular pirate, a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Edward Newgate. No wonder he has a bounty of 200 million. Edward Newgate attempted to pull back the naginata, but found it completely immovable. Rock's strength is actually this great? Isn't this guy also a rookie pirate? Daring to rush over like this. You must be prepared for what's coming. Rocks looked at Newgate in front of him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. In fact, at this moment, the gap between Newgate and Rocks was still quite large. After all, Newgate was only 17 years old and far from becoming the strongest man in the world. Although Rocks was also a newcomer, his potential was much higher than that of Newgate. After all, he would become the future overlord of the seas, the man who gathered countless legendary pirates under his command. Even if Newgate reached his peak in the future, he might not have a chance against the peak Rocks. Not to mention this point in time. With the Conqueror's haki already learned and mastered, Rocks found it quite easy to deal with the 17-year-old Newgate, if it weren't for Lorne's appearance, which caused the timeline to change. The first meeting between these two will probably be delayed for another 10 years. Crack! Rocks exerted force on his wrist and actually twisted Newgate's naginata apart. After all, Newgate was still using an ordinary naginata at this time, and had not yet obtained the supreme sword, the Tsong Yun Xia. What terrifying strength! Newgate was secretly alarmed and hurriedly let go and retreated several dozen steps, narrowly avoiding being caught up in it. Boom! In an instant, Rocks had already arrived in front of Newgate. A punch landed on Newgate's face, directly deforming it, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Newgate was not to be trifled with either, after taking a heavy blow from Rocks. He managed to hold his ground without flying away. Instead, he turned around and launched a fierce counterattack at Rocks' jaw. Not only that, but Newgate's heavy punch was also infused with the power of the Gura no Mi. Rocks clearly did not expect that this newcomer, whose bounty had just surpassed 100 million, could withstand his full force strike, and was sent flying by Newgate, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Interesting, you little brat. In midair, Rocks managed to regain his balance thanks to his powerful physical abilities, leaping high and gathering strength to unleash a descending palm technique. What kind of monster is this? Newgate was also surprised that his punch, which utilized the fruit's ability, did not cause significant damage. His internal organs should have been destroyed by the tremors. What is this guy's body made of? With a sudden push from his legs, Whitebeard used all his strength to dash to the side, trying to dodge Rocks' attack. Conqueror's haki. Seeing that Whitebeard had evaded, Rocks was not one to hold back. He directly unleashed his Conqueror's haki. What is going on? He clearly wasn't hit. Whitebeard's pupils suddenly dilated, and he felt a sharp pain inside, spitting out a mouthful of pus and blood. Boom! Even though he was heavily injured, Whitebeard quickly got back on his feet, gathering a translucent energy shield around his fist. Vacuum. With a powerful swing of his bulging muscles, the space shattered in response. Immediately after, a terrifying earthquake spread across the entire island. The birds and beasts in the jungle at the center of the island were startled and fled in all directions. What happened? Is someone invading? At that moment, Sherry Molly, Lorne, and the other maids in the room also sensed that it seemed like there was a fight happening on the island. You all protect the two ladies. I'll go take a look. After Lorne instructed the maids, he immediately left the room. Although pirates often come to raid, it was the first time such a huge commotion had occurred. It wasn't too long before he saw his older brother and a big man fighting fiercely. What kind of invader is this? They could actually hold out against his brother for so long. Lorne approached a nearby subordinate and asked. Usually, invaders were dealt with by his brother in just a few minutes. This time, the commotion was loud enough to be heard across the entire island. Lord Roan, it's Edward Newgate, one of the pirate supernovas. My little brother quickly reported to Roan. Oh, Edward Newgate? Looking at the two men at the center of the battle. If it weren't for the tall stature and flowing golden hair, Roan really couldn't connect the man in front of him with the Whitebeard of the future. After all, Newgate was currently in a rather sorry state, covered in blood, and his naginata had been snapped by Rocks. Moreover, he didn't have that signature crescent mustache. He looked nothing like the formidable world's strongest man of the future. This guy wouldn't be here to find Morley, would he? Roan speculated in his heart. In the original story, Whitebeard had a strong desire for family and home. His dream of going to sea was even to have a family. If Morley really was Whitebeard's sister, then there's a good chance of that. Brother, Newgate, stop it. Just then, Roan intervened in the battle between Rocks and Newgate with his strength. Roan, what are you doing here? It's enough for me to handle this guy alone. Upon seeing Roan arrive, Rocks quickly stopped, fearing for his brother's safety. You must be Roan, right? You're the one who bought my sister. You bastard. What have you done to her? She's seriously ill now. Newgate angrily questioned Roan upon seeing him. A few days ago, he had asked the boss of the pirate black market, and it turned out that it wasn't Rocks who primarily bought Morley, but his brother Roan. You really got beaten up badly. Huh, Newgate? Roan couldn't help but tease when he saw Newgate's bloodied face. Whitebeard was beaten to a pulp. Such a scene is absolutely impossible to see in the original work. Enough with the nonsense. Where is my sister? Has she been treated as a slave by you all? Whitebeard raised his fist towards Lorne. Seeing his brother being threatened, Rocks was furious and immediately wanted to tear Whitebeard apart. Don't be in a hurry, brother. Lorne stopped his older brother. This is the strongest man in the future world. Although he is still a rookie now, investments should be made in original stocks. It would be too regrettable to take Newgate's life now. Newgate, let me tell you, your sister is doing well now, and she has recovered. Do you want to see her? Lorne said to Newgate. Is what you said true? Newgate was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Of course it's true. If you want to see her, I can take you. Lorne said with a smile, very amiably. That's great. Looking at the very friendly Lorne, Newgate was at a loss for what to do and quickly lowered his raised fist. In fact, Newgate was somewhat suspicious that Lorne might be using some trick to deceive him. But now that he had awakened his observation haki, he sensed a very familiar aura. Huh? Lorne, are you saying this guy in front of me is Jasmine's brother? Rocks also understood, and his tense body relaxed. That's right, he is indeed Jasmine's brother. Come on, Newgate, I'll take you to see your sister. Lorne then led Newgate towards the room where Jasmine was. Soon, Lorne brought the bloody Newgate, whose face was completely unrecognizable, into the room. A ghost! A ghost is here! What the hell? As soon as Newgate entered the room, several maids screamed in fright. After all, Newgate's height was now nearly 6 meters, and with his bloodied face, he was indeed quite terrifying. Don't be afraid, he is a human, not a ghost. I brought him here to see Jasmine. Lorne also helplessly comforted them. This was probably the most tragic appearance of Whitebeard's life. Sister, great, you're still alive. As soon as he entered the room, Newgate saw his sister Jasmine and said almost with a cry. After all, almost their entire family had died. And Jasmine was the only one he had a blood relation with. Jasmine was also his only family. A few days ago, he heard from people in his hometown that his sister had contracted a serious illness and had little time left. Terrified, Newgate hurriedly brought the pirate crew back to Sphinx at the fastest speed. As a result, he found out that his sister had been captured by a group of human traffickers and sold as a slave. Anxious, Newgate went to the pirate black market to find out the truth. He then learned from the shop owner that his sister had been bought by the Rocks pirates. So Newgate came to this Rocks Island, which led to the earlier scene. Who is your sister? Jasmine looked very panicked at the bloody Newgate, who looked like a demon. It's me, sister. I'm Edward Newgate. Don't you recognize me? Whitebeard quickly shouted his name. Edward Newgate? Is it you? Brother. Upon hearing Newgate say this, Jasmine immediately walked up to him, looking left and right, examining him closely. After all, the last time the siblings met was several years ago. At that time, Newgate was only a teenager, and his height was just that of an average person. After several years without seeing him, Newgate had grown so tall. It really is you. Newgate, I never expected to see you here. Woo woo woo. After confirming that the person was Newgate, Jasmine hugged him and cried tears of joy. Woo woo woo, sister. That's great. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought I would never see you again. Newgate also couldn't care less about Rocks, Lorne, and the others present, and started to cry. Let's leave the room first and let these siblings catch up. Lorne looked at the two embracing and crying, and he was also moved. He deeply understands the feeling of being able to see the only family in the world. Even Rocks genuinely felt happy, and a hint of tears actually shimmered in the corner of his eyes. The relationship between these siblings is exactly like the one I have with Lorne. Soon, Roxas and Lorne left the room. The siblings embraced and cried for a while, and once their emotions calmed down a bit, they began to talk. So, it's true that Lorne insisted on buying my sister from the black market, and then spent a lot of money to treat her illness, which is why she survived. After hearing his sister Jasmine's description, Newgate finally understood what was going on. Indeed, Lord Lorne has treated me very well. I am now his wife, Jasmine gently said, nodding. Really? So Lorne is my brother-in-law now? Newgate was a bit dazed. This progress was too fast. He suddenly had a brother-in-law. Yes, my life was saved by Lord Lorne. Jasmine expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Lorne. This, I almost mistook my brother-in-law for. Upon hearing his sister Jasmine's words, Newgate's face immediately turned red. So that is how it is. I came over to cause a scene and almost attacked Lorne just now. How embarrassing. You're still so impulsive, Newgate. Luckily, Brother Roxas was here. Otherwise, you would have really made things irreversible. Jasmine said with a hint of reproach, noting that her brother's impulsive nature hadn't changed. What are you still standing there for? Go apologize to my brother-in-law and Brother Roxas. Jasmine also took on the authority of an older sister and urged Newgate to apologize. I understand, sister. Even if you didn't say it, I would have done it. After greeting Jasmine, Newgate hurriedly left the room. As soon as he exited, he saw the busy members of the Roxas pirates. After all, His fight with Roxas had been too intense, especially with Newgate's tremor fruit ability. It had collapsed many houses on the island. The members of the Roxas pirates were now repairing these houses. I'm really sorry, Lord Lorne, Brother Roxas. This was truly a misunderstanding. I was too impulsive. Newgate knelt on one knee in front of Lorne Roxas, expressing his sincere apology. It's okay, young man. I can understand your feelings for family. Plus, you're Jasmine's brother, which makes you Lorne's brother-in-law. Strictly speaking, I'm still your big brother-in-law. Roxas generously accepted Whitebeard's apology and even expressed admiration for Newgate's strength. To be able to last so long under my command at just 17, this kid has a bright future. Seeing the other party so magnanimously forgive his impulsiveness, Newgate felt even more embarrassed. What? Have you been listening to your sister? Lorne smiled at Newgate at this moment. The current Whitebeard is too naive. He is so different from his character in the original story, it feels strange. Yes. Thank you so much, Lord Lorne. If it weren't for you, my sister might have lost her life to that illness. Newgate sincerely expressed his gratitude. If Lorne hadn't insisted on buying Jasmine and spent so much money to treat her, she would have long since passed away, having saved his only family member. Newgate's gratitude towards Lorne was like the endless flow of a river. By the way, these houses were damaged by me. Let me fix them. Newgate couldn't think of how to repay Lorne for the time being, so he could only try to make up for the losses he caused. No need. Since you've listened to your sister, we are family now, aren't we? Lorne stopped Newgate's goodwill. If not now, when should he win people's hearts? No. Brother Lorne, these were caused by me. I have to do it myself. Newgate insisted on getting involved, feeling embarrassed. What? Are you being so distant that you see me as an outsider, your brother-in-law? Aren't you going to listen to me? Lorne pretended to be angry. No. You saved my sister and married her. How could I dare to be distant, Brother Lorne? Newgate quickly waved his hands, afraid Lorne would misunderstand. Not to mention marrying my sister. Even if you let her be a maid, that would already be a tremendous favor. After all, life is only once. Surviving is the most important. Still saying you're not being distant? Why are you still calling me Brother Lorne? All right, I'm so scatterbrained. I didn't realize. Brother-in-law. From now on, you're my brother-in-law. Newgate quickly slapped his forehead and corrected himself. Yes, now that sounds right. Lorne nodded in satisfaction and smiled. What a great little brother-in-law to have. From what Lorne knows about Whitebeard, this is definitely a great deal. Even without any blood relationship, Whitebeard can still care for him deeply. As for his own brother-in-law, Whitebeard will surely treat him as true family. If anything happens to him, Whitebeard will definitely be the first to charge forward. Isn't this equivalent to getting a king-level combat power for free? No wonder she's a woman with an S-level husband attracting value. Truly impressive. So, brother-in-law, big brother, do you think I need to do something? I do feel a bit embarrassed about causing such a commotion with Newgate, and I really want to do something for the Rocks Pirates. Never mind. You should catch up with your sister. You haven't seen each other in so many years. Also, it seems like your pirate crew got beaten up pretty badly by our crew. You better go check on that. Lorne said with a smile. The members of Newgate's current pirate crew are quite inexperienced, not comparable to the carefully selected warriors of the Rocks Pirates. This also proves that the challenges faced during the initial voyage were indeed correct. All right, how could I forget? Newgate slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered what happened to his pirate crew. After all, at that time, Newgate was overwhelmed with emotions and solely focused on finding his sister. He rushed to the island alone, completely neglecting his crew members. Fortunately, the members of the Newgate pirate crew were relatively resilient, and nothing serious happened. With the average physical condition in the pirate world, as long as there were no fatalities on the spot, even severe injuries would heal after some time. Even if someone was hit on the head by the conqueror's haki of the world's strongest creature, they would still be alive and kicking after a few days. After a busy afternoon, night soon fell. Following Lorne's suggestion, the Rocks Pirates and the Edward Pirates held a grand banquet. After all, they had a new brother-in-law with royal-level strength, so they had to celebrate. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone's faces turned red, clearly intoxicated. Lorne and Newgate hit it off and had a deep conversation at the table. They shared their backgrounds with each other. As the conversation deepened, Newgate couldn't help but react when he heard how Lorne and Rocks witnessed their parents being brutally killed by the celestial dragons in their childhood. Damn those celestial dragons. They actually wanted to make such small children their slaves. They even killed their biological parents in front of them. Are they even human? Newgate cursed loudly, clearly showing that family was his sore spot. Even just hearing Lorne's story, he could empathize. They're certainly not human. They are lofty gods. They are the creators of the world in the eyes of the people. But what if they are gods? No one is born a god before becoming a god. They're just ordinary mortals like you and me. We set sail to overthrow the celestial dragons and avenge our parents, Lorne said through gritted teeth. And he would never forget that night-esque experience. Next to him, Rocks was also tense, his released conqueror's haki causing the ground to crack. That's right. My brother-in-law is right. They're not gods at all. They're scum, parasites, beasts. These people all deserve to die. Newgate joined in the cursing. It was obvious that the world knew what the celestial dragons were like. They indeed deserved to die. Don't forget, Newgate. Our hometown suffered such a fate because we couldn't afford the heavenly gold, which led to the abandonment by the Navy and the world government. What justice? It's all a lie. Jasmine also understood very well that her hometown, Sphinx, had fallen into lawlessness simply because they couldn't pay. Sister, you're right. I've always known that the real killers of my family are not those criminals. It is the Navy and the world government who view us as nothing but pigs and dogs. If it weren't for my brother-in-law's help, I'm sure you would also. Hearing Lorne and Jasmine's words stirred Newgate's emotions. So, Newgate, do you want to join us? Let's overthrow the celestial dragons together. Avenge our families and the people of our hometown. Lorne took the opportunity to extend an olive branch to Newgate. Newgate, stay here by your sister's side with your brother-in-law. Don't forget how our father and mother died. At that time, the world government's fleet and the Navy were clearly nearby, but they completely ignored the murder of our father and mother by the thugs. Jasmine added fuel to the fire beside them. I understand now, sister brother-in-law. I originally set sail to have a family, and now my family is right here with me. I am willing to join my brother-in-law and brother-in-law to overthrow the celestial dragons. Seeing the relentless bombardment from her brother-in-law and sister Jasmine, Newgate also made up his mind. He decided to follow Lorne and Rocks. Just as Jasmine said, when his family was brutally killed, the Navy and the world government's fleet were within sight of Sphinx. He had done everything he could to call for help, but they were completely ignored. From that moment on, Newgate's goodwill toward the Navy and the world government completely disappeared. That's why he chose to set sail at the age of 10 and become a pirate. Good, very good. To celebrate the joining of Brother Newgate, everyone cheers. Rocks raised his glass, and everyone followed suit. Cheers. To overthrow the celestial dragons, cheers. That night, the sound of glasses clinking was not the shattering of dreams. Instead, it made those dreams even stronger. With the addition of Whitebeard, Lox's determination to follow his chosen path only intensified. That path was to rely on blood relations to win over the strong. The Rocks pirates would never repeat the failures of the original story. With Whitebeard joining, the potential of the Rocks pirates surged once again. The next day, the overjoyed Locks led all the crew to seize a prosperous world government allied nation. Pirates are invading. Soon, the world government allied nation discovered the traces of the Rocks pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons were fired at the Rocks pirates. However, these things were now completely ineffective against the Rocks pirates and were all intercepted. Fire the arrows. Soon, the allied nation organized 1,000 elite soldiers to shoot arrows at the harbor. In some ways, dense arrows were more effective than cannons. Shockwave, Conqueror's Blow, Armament Haki, Flowing Cherry Blossoms. Locks, Lorne, and Whitebeard each unleashed their powers, successfully defending against the attacks of this elite force. The Rocks pirates safely landed. Charge, everyone. Let them witness the power of the Rocks pirates. After landing, Locks grinned like a devil. The members of the Rocks pirates behind him were eager to try. The bounty of 200 million on the pirate, Zebeck Locks, and the bounty of 80 million on Zebeck Lorne. When the Rocks pirates landed, the soldiers realized that the newcomers were actually the recently rising Rocks pirates. However, the names of Locks and Lorne were obscured by the D, indicating that the world government was very concerned about the D. No, there was also the supernova Edward Newgate with a bounty of 110 million. Upon seeing Edward Newgate, the soldiers were even more shocked. When did the Rocks pirates gain another supernova with a bounty of over 100 million? Pirates, stop. This is a world government allied nation. You pirates are so brazenly invading. You'll surely face endless pursuit from the Navy and the world government. The commanding officer shouted at the landing Rocks pirates, hoping to dissuade them. Then let them come and try to chase me. Locke sneered, too lazy to waste words, and directly unleashed his conqueror's haki. A massive wave of energy surged like a tornado, quite spectacular. Newgate together. All right, I got it. At the same time, Lorne and Whitebeard also released their conqueror's haki. Wave after wave of energy swept forward, incredibly fierce. The simultaneous eruption of the three conquerors' haki was too much for the 1,000 soldiers to withstand. In an instant, only a few resolute soldiers remained standing. Damn it, Quickly report to the world government and the Navy. Have them send reinforcements. Hurry and notify the king and nobles to hide. They must not be discovered by the Rocks pirates. The leading commander, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly ordered and then turned to flee. He didn't want to die here. The leader actually wants to run? How shameless. Locks said contemptuously, quickly reaching the commander's side. So fast. Finger gun. The commander, not to be underestimated, countered with a finger gun. The attack hit Locks' body but felt like hitting a steel plate. Not moving an inch. Die, useless waste. Locks sneered. A punch was thrown, piercing through the chest, resulting in a bloody scene. Watching the commander die so easily, the supporting soldiers panicked and fled in all directions. Haha, what a bunch of useless fools. Brothers, charge into the city. Our goal is treasure. There's no need to waste time on ordinary civilians. Empty this kingdom. Locks laughed heartily and turned to give orders. After all, having come from a poor background, Lore and Locks had established rules in the Rocks pirates that they could not harm ordinary civilians and the poor. After all, there was no profit to be made from them. Of course, that was in general. If some mentally unstable ordinary people insisted on blocking the Rocks pirates' path, then they shouldn't blame Lorne and Locks for being ruthless. Charge, brothers. Let's plunder this kingdom clean. The Rocks pirates and the newly joined Edward pirates were full of energy as they rushed into the city. As expected of a world government allied nation, it was indeed prosperous. There must be plenty of treasures. Upon entering the city, everyone was stunned by the wealth of the world government allied nation. Tall buildings and wide roads were everywhere. It was nothing like their hometown, which was filled with rows of rural houses and farmland. At this moment, Lorne, Locks, and Newgate rushed straight into the royal palace. Sure enough, they ran into the fleeing nobles and aristocrats. I knew you nobles would be the first to run away as soon as something happened. Quickly tell me the location of the treasures. I might consider sparing your lives. The virtues of this group of nobles are all too clear to Lorne, so he rushed to the palace at the first opportunity. Sure enough, he encountered them. Hurry! Someone protect the king. Inside the palace, hundreds and thousands of soldiers rushed out to protect him. Get out of the way, you worthless fools. Newgate sent all the soldiers who came to protect him flying with a single punch, killing some and injuring others. Damn it, these madmen really dare to come in and fight. Quickly protect the king. At this moment, several soldiers from the kingdom rushed out. Among them were users of haki and devil fruit abilities. After all, it is a member of the world government, so having such strong individuals is quite normal. Little brother, Newgate, leave these guys to me. Rocks revealed a devilish smile and single-handedly blocked the steps of those soldiers. The bounty of 200 million belongs to the pirate, zebeck Rocks. Upon recognizing him and understanding his strength, the soldiers used all their power. Those with swords, axes, and guns all infused their weapons with haki. Additionally, the Zoan-type users began to transform. The unts. However, these moves were like child-esque play against Rocks. Stab, stab. In the first moments of combat, someone died at Rocks' hands. How could this happen? Seeing that the soldiers and the kingdom's best warriors couldn't stop these pirates, the king, along with his queen and children, turned pale with fear, trembling all over, unable to speak. I'll give you 1 second to tell me where the treasure is. Time's up. Lorne directly picked up a steel knife and chopped off the queen's head. Blood gushed out instantly, splattering the people around. Ah, father, mother has been killed. A scream suddenly erupted. It's so noisy, shut up. Newgate also used a shockwave to directly knock out the few noisy princesses, leaving them unconscious and unaware of their fate. The fortunes of these women are rated at E and D level. Even if they were die, it would be no loss. For these nobles, Lorne and Newgate have no good feelings, so they naturally won't hold back when taking action. I said. Stimulated by this, the king immediately trembled as he handed over the location and key to the treasury. Consider yourself sensible. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Lorne sneered, and once they stormed into the palace, these nobles should not expect to survive. You scoundrel, you have no integrity. The king shouted in exasperation. What is integrity to a pirate? Lorne said disdainfully, raising his butcher's knife. How dare you attack a member state, truly arrogant pirates? Just then, several men in uniforms and masks suddenly appeared beside them. These people should be the Secret Intelligence Agency CP of the world government. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing CP's arrival, the king and other nobles showed a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, such expensive heavenly gold is not paid for nothing. The government's lapdogs have finally come. The speed of their support is quite fast. It seems that paying for heavenly gold makes a difference. I didn't expect the CP dogs to mobilize so quickly. Newgate couldn't help but mock. Rocks, the Lorne brothers, and Edward Newgate. Upon recognizing the three, CP broke out in a cold sweat. How did these three come together? Immediately call for the navy and government support, with escorting the king as the top priority. CP knew they would definitely not be able to match these three working together. So the leading commander quickly devised a strategy. Whitebeard, let's go. Roan sneered, summoning Whitebeard to join the battle against CP. You two go hold off Roan and Whitebeard. We will escort the king first. Remember, just by time to hold them off. Soon the lead commander dispatched 2 CP agents, while the rest were responsible for escorting the nobles. Swiftly resolve the situation. We must not let anyone escape. Gun of the spear. Shockwave. Roan and Whitebeard exchanged smiles, immediately understanding each other's intentions. Each faced off against a CP agent. Iron block. Steel. The 2 CP agents used iron block. With a thud, one of them struck by Roan fell down, while the one hit by Whitebeard had not yet fallen. What's going on? Both Whitebeard and the remaining CP agent exclaimed in shock. Looks like you still lost your brother-in-law, Whitebeard, Roan said proudly. The current Whitebeard wouldn't use the flowing cherry, so he relied on the external striking ability of the tremor fruit. His flowing cherry could perform internal damage. One external, one internal. The power is naturally incomparable. Goo-la-la-la, as expected of my brother-in-law. Whitebeard laughed heartily, recognizing his brother-in-law's strength. But I will catch up soon, brother-in-law. Whitebeard threw another punch, and the CP agent finally could not withstand it and fell down. The two quickly went to pursue the nobles. You two are too slow, Roan, Whitebeard. We almost let this group of useless people escape. Just then, dozens of people were piled on Locke's shoulder and brought in. As expected of you, big brother. Locks, you really are something. Roan and Whitebeard scratched their heads a bit sheepishly. Compared to Locks, they were still far behind. Reinforcements from the Navy and the world government were already on the way. Quickly take the treasures away. I will treat them well, Locke said with a wicked smile. He then personally went to dismember those CP agents and cut off their heads to hang high above the palace. Years ago, his own parents were discovered and captured by CP. Capturing them meant he would have to torture them well. As for those nobles, Locks had no grievances with them, so he spared them the torture and left them intact. Soon after, Roan led the crew members to find the treasury based on the king's provided location. You have to say, the member countries of the world government are indeed not comparable to those small and poor countries. The treasury was filled to the brim with gold and silver treasures, piled as high as a small mountain. Brothers, it's a great victory. Empty it all out, then retreat. Roan ordered, and in the joy of victory, the warehouse was looted clean by the excited pirates. Just this time, they stole over 1 billion berries in cash and 2 large ships full of gold, silver, and jewels. This money is enough for the Rocks pirates to wreak havoc for a while. Retreat, everyone. After plundering all the gold and treasures, the entire Rocks pirates will retreat. The attack went very smoothly. The Rocks pirates suffered no casualties, except for a few injuries. This is also due to the addition of Edward Newgate, which has significantly increased the strength of the Rocks pirates, even though Newgate now is far from his peak. The destructive power of the tremor fruit combined with his conqueror's haki is already top tier. In terms of group destructive power at this stage, Lore might not even compare to his little uncle. Damn it, these lawless scoundrels, the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, the world government and the Navy reinforcements, who received the news and rushed to assist, were met with the sight of CP heads hanging in the palace and the bodies of nobles. Furious, the world government and Navy reinforcements were seething with rage. A member state of the world government was actually attacked by pirates. Moreover, all the nobles were dead, and the CP agents sent were completely wiped out. What a heinous act. After receiving this news, in the holy land of Merigios, within the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with fury. They ordered an immediate lockdown of all information. This incident absolutely must not be leaked. Then, one of the elders suddenly seemed to remember something and said immediately, the fact that a member state of the world government has been taken over by pirates, with all the royal family dead, has far-reaching negative implications. It's unprecedented. We must note that the member state attacked by the Rocks pirates is a very wealthy one. The protection fees, known as heavenly gold, are substantial. If news spreads that they paid protection fees and were still attacked by pirates, other countries will surely panic. The credibility of the world government will also take a massive hit. It's too late, Elder Stars. Many kings and nobles from various countries are sending messages, demanding that the world government deploy troops to stay permanently to prevent pirate invasions. These countries are certainly not to be underestimated. They all have their own intelligence sources. It's one thing to keep ordinary people in the dark, but it's another to deceive the fearful nobles and royals. When they learned that a royal family member was actually killed by pirates, they immediately demanded the world government to send permanent troops. Damn it. The Gorosei were infuriated, yet helpless. Although the world government is high and mighty, there are certain things they cannot overstep. If they take the gold from the heavens but fail to act, their credibility will surely be lost one day. Damn it. First, appease those nobles. Then immediately notify the Navy headquarters to dispatch a general. The Rocks pirates must be eradicated within a week. The impact of this attack on the member countries of the world government is extremely severe, especially embarrassing for the world government and the Navy. After all, these member countries have contributed a significant amount of money, and the world government is responsible for their safety. With this incident occurring, the world government certainly loses face. The five elders are also pressuring the Navy to halt all current operations and focus on eliminating the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates are the root of the panic. Although they are newcomers, the severity of this incident is enough for the five elders to take drastic action against them. Moreover, the bounties for the members of the Rocks pirates have increased again. Rocks' bounty has skyrocketed from 200 million to 430 million berries. Lorne has also successfully crossed the threshold of a bounty over 100 million, reaching 170 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty has risen to 160 million berries. After this battle, the reputation of the Rocks pirates has soared once again. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the headquarters immediately received the message from the world government. The then admiral convened a meeting right away. The initial bounty of 200 million berries for Zebeck rocks has now risen to 450 million berries. His brother, Zebeck Lorne, who also possesses Conqueror's haki, has a bounty of 170 million berries. For some reason, the pirate supernova Edward Newgate seems to have joined the Rocks pirates and participated in this operation, with a current bounty of 160 million berries. It is worth mentioning that all three of them possess the qualities of a king and are users of Conqueror's haki. Soon, the adjutant placed the information of the main members of the Rocks pirates on the large screen in the conference room. To have three awakened users of Conqueror's haki on one pirate ship is indicative of this pirate crew's great potential. If I remember correctly, Rock's name only appeared on the seas a few months ago. This rate of growth is truly terrifying. The more experienced naval officers felt a chill down their spines. In just a few months at sea, the bounty has reached 450 million berries. The other two, Lorne and Newgate, also have bounties exceeding 100 million. These three are also newcomers. Such a growth rate is truly unprecedented. If left unchecked, the ocean will surely be thrown into chaos. Most critically, the Rocks pirates have committed an unforgivable crime. The voice of the then Admiral of the Navy carries an unyielding authority. As pirates, they dared to actively attack the world government's member states. They slaughtered all the nobles and royals of the member states. The CP troops sent to assist also suffered heavy losses. This attack has thrown all the member states of the world into panic, raising doubts about whether the world government can provide them with effective protection. The anger from the Holy Land is beyond measure. In response, the Gorosei have personally ordered us to focus on monitoring the Rocks pirates. Raijin, this mission is entrusted to you. You must decisively crush the Rocks pirates, understood? At this moment, the admiral looked at a tall man beside him. Raijin, one of the three admirals of the Navy. His abilities match his title, as he is a user of the Thunder Fruit. Haha, don't worry, they're just a few small-time pirates. Leave this operation to me, Admiral. I will definitely satisfy the Holy Land. Raijin's tone was very relaxed. After all, he is one of the highest combat powers of the world government on paper, and he possesses the nearly invulnerable Thunder Fruit. It is no exaggeration to say that Raijin today is like the future Kazuru. He has rarely been injured in numerous battles, at most just getting his clothes dirty. He is also a strong candidate for the next Admiral of the Navy. Very well. Seeing Raijin's confidence, the Admiral nodded in satisfaction. Admiral, I have a few candidates I would like to recommend for this operation. Just then, a man suddenly stood up. A man who was a rear admiral at the time and would later become the supreme commander of the three armed forces, Steelbone Kong. Of course, he was not called Steelbone Kong yet. He was simply Kong. Kong, what is it? Said the admiral. Admiral, the pirates on the seas have suddenly surged. I have a foreboding that the sea may become increasingly turbulent. Therefore, our Navy urgently needs to cultivate talent. I recommend 4 individuals: Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr. They're the most outstanding seedlings among the new generation of the Navy and are the backbone of the next generation. I believe we can take advantage of this operation by Admiral Raijin to train them well. Kong's speech also garnered the approval of the Navy officers present. Indeed, the sea has been quite unsettled lately. Many formidable newcomers have suddenly emerged. Apart from the Rocks, Lorne, and Edward from the New World, There are others who have entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas. Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, Roger. These newcomers are all exceptionally strong. And in just a few months, many of the older generation of pirates have already become their defeated opponents. The pirate era is undergoing a crazy transformation. The Navy also needs to cultivate talent to keep up with the times. All right, let's do it as he said. The Admiral nodded, fully agreeing with Kong's statement. Next to him, the Thunder Dragon also nodded in agreement. These four names are well known. They are the strongest among the new generation of naval recruits. Apart from Tsuru, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are regarded as monsters by many in the Navy. Although Tsuru's combat power is not on par with the other three, she has demonstrated accurate judgment and exceptional planning in several operations. With her strategies, the Navy has achieved unexpected surprises in various missions. She is a rare talent in leadership. In fact, Tsuru, being a strategist, holds a rank higher than the other three. These four individuals are indeed talents worth cultivating. The CP side has already begun investigating the movements of the Rocks pirates. Once you receive the news, act immediately. Have you heard? Major General Kong has recommended us to participate in this operation led by Admiral Raylong. Soon, the Navy's four members received this news. All four were very surprised. Finally, they could showcase their justice. I heard that the target this time seems to be the Rocks pirates. Crane said calmly, "That's great. I can finally make those scoundrels feel my iron fist. Those bastards who bring suffering to the people. I will throw them all into the deep-sea prison." Carp excitedly rolled up his sleeves, flexing his muscular arms as if to show off. "Carp, don't be impulsive. Do you know what the Rocks pirates represent? They are an extremely vicious pirate group that actively attacks the world government's allied nations. I heard that their captain Rocks has a bounty of 450 million berries in just a few months. We absolutely cannot treat them as a rookie pirate group." The steady Sengoku began to analyze calmly. Rocks, with a bounty exceeding 400 million, is not someone these newcomers can handle. We must be very careful. Also, the bounties of the newcomers Lorne and Newgate have also exceeded 100 million. No wonder this operation is personally led by Admiral Raylong. Carp, with your personality, please don't rush in. When the time comes, you must listen to Admiral Raylong's deployment and cannot act on your own. Zephyr also reminded his friend Carp. "Hey Carp, are you even listening?" After the two finished speaking, they both had a black line on their faces, realizing that Carp had already walked far away. "There's no time. I need to step up my training so I can catch those rogues disturbing the sea," Carp said to himself, leaving Crane, Sengoku, and Zephyr behind, feeling helpless in the wind. Just the next day, CP had already tracked down the whereabouts of the Rocks pirates. So Admiral Raylong immediately summoned the Navy subordinates. With a formidable lineup of 1 admiral, 3 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 2,000 elite soldiers, they set sail from Marineford into the New World. This time, we have taken from the world government's allied nations, and the Navy and world government will certainly not let it go easily. I believe the Navy's pursuers will arrive soon. After killing so many nobles and CP members, they will at least send out an admiral this time. After celebrating for a day back at Lark Island, Rocks, Lorne, Newgate, and a few cadre members gathered for a meeting. An admiral? How interesting. I wonder which admiral will be sent this time? Upon hearing about the admiral, Rocks looked forward with excitement, cracking his knuckles and making explosive sounds all over his body. "Brother, it's not time to fight with the admiral yet. Shirley is pregnant, and the terrain of this island is too poor. Even if we defeat the Navy's pursuers, they will definitely continue to send reinforcements." Lorne maintained a considerable calm. It's not that Lorne doesn't believe in his brother Rock's strength. With Rock's current power, he would definitely not lose to an admiral and might even have a good chance of winning. After all, his brother has already learned Conqueror's haki. However, the terrain of this island is indeed too poor. It's flat all around, making it easy to land from all directions, and it's simply hard to defend. Besides, the baby in Shirley's belly is important. That child has an SSS-level talent, and we cannot afford any mistakes. You're right, little brother. Then let's leave. I've long been displeased with this bird island. Pirates come to raid at any moment. It's time to find a truly treasure-worthy place. Rocks nodded. The terrain of this island is indeed too poor. Fighting the Navy now is completely meaningless, especially since they have endless reinforcements. Moreover, the unborn nephew or niece would also be threatened. Soon, everyone reached a conclusion. That is to decisively abandon Larkta Island and look for an island with a defensible yet hard-to-attack terrain. Since we're leaving, we should leave some gifts for the Navy. I've already contacted the pirate black market. They will immediately send a large batch of shells and weapons. Lorne said with a wicked smile. Then everyone displayed a cunning smile. New World, Larkta Island Port. What's going on? I think I'm poisoned. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. My consciousness is gradually fading. Watch out for mines. The members of the Rocks pirates had already set an ambush here early in the morning, waiting for the Navy to take the bait. A large number of mines and traps, along with chemical gases and biological weapons purchased from the black market, caused the Navy to run into trouble as soon as they landed. Many Navy personnel were affected by the explosions, losing limbs. Some Navy members inhaled chemical toxins, causing poisoning reactions, their lives hanging by a thread. This wave caught the Navy completely off guard. It can be said that as soon as they landed, the Navy suffered over half of their personnel losses. Fortunately, the operation was led by Admiral Thunder Dragon. Upon discovering the ambush, Thunder Dragon immediately cleared the area with a massive lightning strike. However, while Thunder Dragon could clear some of the landmines and shells, he had no way to deal with the poison gas. Damn it! Retreat. These pirates are truly despicable. And what are those CP guys doing? Are they eating shit? As the Navy continued to suffer from poisoning, Admiral Thunder Dragon could only urgently retreat from the island and call for support from headquarters. This operation was a total failure. At this moment, the Rocks pirates had long since left Larkta Island, abandoning this mediocre island. Damn pirates. It was truly despicable. They actually set a trap. They were actually tricked by a group of pirates. This is a tremendous humiliation. Carp, Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr, who originally thought they could train themselves, all wore expressions of anger. The Navy was ambushed by pirates, losing more than half of their forces without even seeing the pirates' faces. It was incredibly embarrassing. Quickly treat the injured. Contact headquarters for medical support. However, even though they were furious, they could not pursue at this moment. The Navy, caught in the ambush, could only swallow this tremendous humiliation and hurry to contact headquarters for medical assistance. Rocks pirates, I, Admiral, will not let you off easily. One day, I will personally tear you to pieces. At this moment, after just calling headquarters, Admiral unleashed a terrifying Thunderbird that shot straight into the sky. After reporting the situation here, the fleet admiral directly scolded mercilessly, using plenty of three-word mantras. After all, if the Rocks pirates got away, it would be impossible to explain to the Gorosei. In that case, it would be the fleet admiral who would get scolded. With the fleet admiral's harsh reprimand, had nowhere to vent his anger and could only rage against the air admiral, he was severely scolded by the fleet admiral. This is it. When he goes back, he will definitely be criticized. This scene also made Cap, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and other Navy members present feel their scalps tingle. The huge commotion was even noticed by the Rocks pirates, who had already left Larkta Island far behind. It seems at this time the Navy has sent one of the three admirals, the Thunder Dragon. After seeing the Thunderbird soaring into the sky, someone from the Rocks pirates said, "Oh, the Thunder Dragon? Has the Thunder Fruit been taken by the current admiral?" Lauren was also somewhat surprised. He originally thought the Thunder Fruit was quietly lying in some corner of the Sky Island, but he didn't expect it to have been eaten by the current Navy admiral. In fact, Lauren didn't have much thought about the Devil Fruit. Haki was the power that surpassed everything. Top-tier powerhouses all cultivated Haki diligently, while the fruit's abilities were just auxiliary. Having only the fruit's ability without Haki was still useless. However, if given the opportunity, Lauren would still be willing to eat the Thunder Fruit if it were in front of him. After all, the power of this fruit was indeed terrifying, and combined with strong physical techniques and Haki, it would absolutely be an invincible existence. But it seems that there might not be a chance now. What's wrong, little brother? It looks like you're very interested in the Thunder Fruit. Rocks immediately saw through his little brother's thoughts. Hee, big brother, you noticed that, but it seems there's no chance. I should focus on cultivating Haki, Lauren chuckled. Even without it, he didn't feel regret. As long as he cultivated Haki well, he could still stand at the top. Haha, Lauren, don't worry. The Thunder Fruit is a good fruit. I will find a way to help you get it. I know how to plunder devil fruits, you know. Rock said with a faint smile, full of confidence. His years spent in the Holy Land were not in vain. There were many classical manuals there. Lauren was too young at that time to understand them. Rocks was old enough, so he had secretly browsed through them and seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. He knew that the encyclopedia recorded the types and abilities of devil fruits. Among them, there was a natural type fruit called the Dark Fruit, which was known as the most vicious ability in history. This fruit possesses the incredible ability to seize other devil fruits. After leaving Larkta Island, Rocks and the others sailed towards the pirate black market. After all, without their base, the Rocks pirates needed to find a new headquarters. Traveling by ship is quite tough. For someone like Shirley, who has been pregnant for several months, being on a ship must be uncomfortable, and a careless move could lead to a miscarriage. Besides Shirley, in the future, Lorne will definitely have more wives and more offspring. This requires an absolutely safe environment. Therefore, the Rocks pirates need to immediately find a suitable island, preferably one that can be defended against thousands of enemies. This is where Lorne, as a traveler, must leverage his advantages. As a traveler, Lorne is very familiar with a certain island in the New World. That is Weno country. The terrain of Weno country is very special. The island has no coastline at all. The island is surrounded by raging waterfalls. To land in Weno country, one must traverse the extremely dangerous waterfalls. This is the absolute geographical advantage. In the original work, one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, stormed into Weno country with a group of core cadres, only to be kicked away by one of Kaido's top executives, one of the 3 disasters king. This does not indicate that Jin's strength is formidable, but rather proves how difficult it is to land in Weno country. A calamity-level powerhouse can defend half of the Yonko crew. This is enough to prove that Weno has a heavenly advantage. Such an island, with one man guarding the pass, is impenetrable by thousands. Easy to defend and hard to attack, is extremely rare. It is simply the perfect base for a pirate crew. Moreover, Weno country possesses another resource that Lorne greatly covets. That is, Weno country has an extremely rich supply of the raw material for sea prism stone. 80 to 90 of the world's sea prism stone comes from Weno country. It can be said that if it weren't for Weno country's isolationist policies, just by monopolizing the resource of sea prism stone, Weno country could become one of the richest member nations of the world government. Even the world government has to use Don Quixote da Flamingo as an intermediary, lowering their stance to trade with Weno country. If they could conquer Weno country, it would be like having a crazy money-printing machine and an impregnable fortress that is almost impossible to breach. With these 2 major advantages combined, it is only natural that Lorne regarded Weno country as the primary target of the Rocks pirates. When Lorne shared his thoughts with Rocks, he immediately agreed. The reason the Rocks pirates came to the pirate black market was to find one thing: the permanent log pose of Weno country. In the Grand Line, due to complex factors like magnetic fields and weather, ordinary log poses have become ineffective. To find an island, one can only rely on 2 methods: the life cards of the island's residents or the permanent log pose. With a target in mind, the members of the Rocks pirates quickly found the permanent log pose in the black market. It was easily obtained for 200,000 berries. The merchant selling the Weno log pose couldn't stop smiling. Weno country has always been isolationist, so the permanent log pose is not easy to sell. But who would have thought it would be bought at a high price by the Rocks pirates, making a huge profit? Rocks and Lorne didn't care about this matter at all. They had just plundered a member nation of the world government, so they had plenty of money now. After obtaining the permanent log pose, the Rocks pirates wandered around the black market again. They first went to the population auction house, where Lorne once again selected brides. However, this time there were no women with particularly high husband-boosting values. Instead, Rocks bought several maids for Shirley and Jolin. Subsequently, Lorne and Edward Newgate visited a weapon shop. Last time, Newgate's Naginata was easily broken by Rocks, and he still hadn't found a suitable weapon. Soon, the 2 spent a high price of 3 million berries to purchase a large Naginata from the skilled craftsman, GK. This is already one of the most expensive weapons in the blacksmith shop. After all, whether it's the supreme great sword or the great sword of 21 crafts, there aren't many of them in the world, and most are national treasures. Who would be willing to sell them? To obtain one, you can only rely on chance. Don't worry, Newgate, you will definitely possess the supreme great sword. Lorne patted Whitebeard to show encouragement. Garara, brother-in-law, thank you for your kind words. But rest assured, even if I can't get the supreme greatsword, I will make the blade in my hand echo throughout the world. Newgate laughed confidently. A sword can be tempered with haki. In fact, as the user's haki nourishes it, the blade can continuously grow stronger. Some famous swords became supreme greatswords because their owners were too powerful, constantly nourishing the blade with haki, eventually allowing it to be passed down to this day. This thing is just like the celestial dragons. Before the Supreme Great Blade became the Supreme Great Blade, it was just an ordinary knife. Ha ha! As expected of my little brother-in-law, ambitious. The 2 laughed heartily and left the weapon shop. Brother, we're done. We can set off now, Lorne said after finding Rocks and meeting up with him. At that moment, Rocks was in front of a stall, carefully examining the items on display. It was quite rare. Rocks actually didn't hear Lorne's words. This surprised Lorne, as this had never happened before. Did the big guy see something extraordinary? Just as Lorne was puzzled, Rocks spoke up. Shopkeeper, how much is this treasure map? The shopkeeper immediately recognized that this was the notorious pirate, Rocks.Tragically. whose bounty had recently skyrocketed to 450 million berries. He quickly bent down and respectfully said, "Lord Rocks, if you want the treasure map, there are some important matters I need to inform you about first. I don't know if this treasure map is real or fake. If it's fake, please don't come looking for me. And if it's real, there might be others eyeing the treasure it describes. And I won't be able to take responsibility if something goes wrong." The shopkeeper hurriedly clarified the rules, as he knew that if any special situation arose, Rocks could easily hold him accountable. This giant Buddha is not something to be trifled with. "Don't worry, I understand the rules. Here S100,000 berries." Rocks, too lazy to waste words with the shopkeeper, tossed down 100,000 berries and picked up the treasure map, carefully placing it into his pocket. Immediately, a hint of excitement appeared on Rock's face. What a great thing this is, so mysterious. At this moment, Lorne, who had been watching everything, hurriedly stepped forward to ask. It's rare to see his brother so excited. The last time was when he learned that Shirley was pregnant. Indeed a great item. Didn't you say you wanted the thunder fruit? The treasure on this map can help you obtain the thunder fruit. A smug look appeared on Rock's face. The reason was simple. The treasure map recorded the location of the dark fruit. A treasure map that records the existence of the dark fruit? Even without having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, based on his understanding of his brother Rocks and his advantages as a traveler, Lorne could guess how Rocks intended to seize the thunder fruit. That is the dark fruit, known for its most vicious ability. It has the characteristic of nullifying all other abilities. It can even directly absorb the devil from the devil fruit after the user's death and attach it to ordinary fruit, forming a new devil fruit. The cost is that, as a Logia-type devil fruit, the dark fruit cannot elementalize and cannot evade physical damage. Moreover, the pain from the damage taken will be doubled. However, compared to the ability of the dark fruit, these side effects are not fatal. Lorne, let us wait to discuss things regarding Weno until we obtain the dark fruit. Rocks also changed his course directly, planning to seize the fruit first rather than the island. After all, there is more than one treasure map. Who knows if others have it too? It would be troublesome if someone else got there first. Moreover, Lorne had mentioned his strong interest in the thunder fruit. Since his younger brother said so, as the older brother, he must do his best. Yes, brother, that should indeed be the case. After all, Weno has many strong warriors. We should try to enhance our strength before seizing the island. Lorne nodded, agreeing with Rock's idea. Weno had always been closed off, not to mention Rocks and Newgate. Even the Navy and world government were completely unaware of the situation there. But as a traveler, Lorne knew that Weno had many powerful samurai families. It was a force not to be underestimated. Kazuki Oden was probably born by now, but he should still be young. In any case, it is best to strengthen ourselves before going to seize Weno. Speaking of becoming stronger, after so many days of free training, Lorne's strength had also improved somewhat. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced progress, 41. 2 strength, advanced progress, 43. 9 stamina, advanced progress, 47. 5 swordsmanship, advanced progress, 5. 95 armament haki, advanced. Awakening flow sakura, progress, 48. 3 observation haki, advanced progress, 4. 58 conqueror's haki, advanced progress, 3. 64 devil fruit, none other abilities, never tired golden eye. Free training his swordsmanship, observation haki, and conqueror's haki had all reached advanced levels. The rest of his armament haki, strength, speed, and stamina had also seen significant improvements. Moreover, at this moment, free training was still in effect. All abilities continued to improve. With the addition of the armament haki flow sakura, Lorne's strength should be comparable to that of the current Newgate. The only difference is that Newgate possesses the tremor fruit, while Lorne does not have a powerful devil fruit. Therefore, in a one-on-one fight, Lorne might have the edge over Newgate, but in terms of group destructive power, Newgate is much stronger than Lorne. However, it doesn't matter. Jasmine has been healed for at least half a month now. With Lawrence's never-tired ability, Jasmine should be pregnant soon. I wonder what kind of talent he will gain then. Lorne is quite looking forward to it. Based on the location marked on the treasure map, the Rocks pirates sailed for 2 days at sea and finally arrived. What a desolate place. Looking at this island, Lorne, Rocks, Newgate, and the others couldn't help but exclaim. The island is desolate, overgrown with weeds, and appears to be devoid of human presence. This island is the ruins of the Kingdom of Creek. Once, there was a prosperous kingdom called the Kingdom of Creek. However, it was destroyed for some absurd reason. As Rocks walked deeper into the island, he explained to everyone, to destroy a prosperous nation, it must be something only the celestial dragons can accomplish. Newgate snorted coldly. A prosperous allied nation is not so easily conquered. Even if a great pirate targets these allied nations, they would at most rob them. They wouldn't directly destroy them. Only the celestial dragons could do such a thing. You're right, Newgate, the kingdom of Creek was indeed destroyed by the celestial dragons. It was simply because the king didn't kneel immediately upon seeing the celestial dragons. Enraged, the celestial dragons destroyed this prosperous nation. Rocks recounted with familiarity. How terrifying. The celestial dragons. Just for this trivial reason? What a stroke of bad luck for this country. The younger subordinates behind them sighed in disbelief. Big brother, how do you know all this? Lauren asked curiously. The celestial dragons themselves said it. When? Once, when I was in the Holy Land. I secretly browsed through the diary of a celestial dragon and saw it. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Well, Lauren could only nod. Such coincidences do happen. Thus, the group continued their way forward while sighing. About half an hour later, a scene of ruins appeared before the Rocks pirates. Not only that, among the broken walls lay half a skeleton and uncorrupted corpses. A fierce battle had taken place here not long ago, as the bodies had not yet decayed. Upon seeing these corpses, Lorne immediately heightened his vigilance. It was clear that a fierce battle had occurred here recently. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many corpses. It might very well be people here fighting for the fruits. Newgate also stroked his chin and speculated. This should be the ruins of the royal palace of the Kingdom of Creek. According to the treasure map, the dark fruit is located beneath the royal palace ruins. Rocks then looked around, beginning to search for the exact location of the dark fruit. Just then, Rocks suddenly looked up at the direction ahead. At the same time, Lorne and Newgate instinctively turned to look in the same direction as Rocks. Someone's coming, the three of them said in unison. After seeing those corpses, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate immediately activated their observation haki. Sure enough, they were not the only ones after the dark fruit. The enemies coming this time are quite powerful. Newgate couldn't help but say as he sensed the presence of the opponents. This is the first time since going out to sea that Newgate has felt such a strong sense of oppression. Indeed, it seems like it will be quite interesting. Loren is eager to try. The enemy's presence is very strong. One could say it is the strongest Loren has encountered at sea, but Loren is not afraid. Who is his older brother? That asked the sea overlord Rocks. What is there to fear? Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approach, giving a suffocating feeling as if a heavy object is descending. Gulp. Many members of the Rocks pirate crew swallow hard. Get ready for battle. Rocks entered combat mode and immediately gave the order. Soon, the owner of those footsteps appeared before the Rocks pirate crew. The person was about 4 meters tall, imposing and muscular, with his upper body bare, showcasing perfect muscles. His muscles looked as if they were forged from iron, every inch flawless, giving an indestructible impression. The whole person exuded a strong aura, his eyes sharp and piercing like a hawk's. Those with less than firm would not even have the courage to meet his gaze. This is the notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries. Rockgate. The members of the Rocks pirate crew immediately recognized the newcomer. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million, the well-known Rockgate of these seas. It's worth noting that in this era, pirates with bounties over 500 million are extremely rare. No wonder he has such a strong presence. Newgate and Loren clearly knew of the name Rock. After all, a bounty exceeding 500 million is certainly renowned across these seas. It would be strange if Loren and Newgate hadn't heard of him. At the same time, the members of the Rock pirate crew also discovered the Rocks pirate crew. It's actually the new monster of the sea, Gibbeek Rocks. Who would have thought to encounter him here? He has made a name for himself in the sea at lightning speed, and in just a few months, his bounty has already reached 430 million. Alongside him are Gibbeek Loren and Edward Newgate, who could each independently form a pirate crew and be considered supernovas. The Rock pirate crew also gasped upon seeing the Rocks pirate crew. After all, although this pirate crew is new, their configuration truly makes many long-established pirate crews feel ashamed. On this ship, there are 3 supernova powerhouses with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Moreover, these 3 legends all possess the qualifications of a king. Such a configuration even surpasses many old pirate crews. After all, few people with the qualifications of a king are willing to be subservient. Who knows why this ship has 3 men with conqueror's haki? It seems everyone has come for the same goal. Rock Solid Gade spoke like thunder. Since that's the case, let's stop the nonsense. The winner takes all, right? A sinister smile appeared on Rock's face, and his aura erupted instantly. The conqueror's haki surged like a raging typhoon, and the once peaceful island suddenly became turbulent. Boom! Rock Solid Gade also unleashed his powerful conqueror's haki. The 2 men's haki clashed, and dazzling black-red lightning appeared in the air. To think he could match Captain Gade's Conqueror's haki. The members of the rock-solid pirates were astonished by the strength of the newcomer, Rocks. To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the big brother's haki, he truly deserves the bounty of 500 million. Lorne was also secretly surprised. The bounties of pirates in this era are indeed substantial, with no exaggeration at all. After all, pirates with a bounty of 500 million in the future are only at the level of supernovas 2 years later, far inferior to the 7 warlords. Seeing that the Conqueror's haki could not determine a victor, Rock-Solid Gade took the initiative. Splash! Gade activated his ability, gathering a large amount of stones to form a colossal hand, which he slammed down towards the entire Rocks Pirates crew. Splash! With a powerful haki-infused punch, the giant stone hand was shattered by rocks. Sand and stones rained down as if a heavy rain had begun. A stone manipulator, huh? Stone fruit? Rocks revealed a devilish smile and leaped towards Gade. Bang! Bang! Gade sneered and extended his fingers, manipulating the stones at will, causing many stone spikes to erupt from the ground, thrusting towards Rocks. Is that all you've got? Rocks said disdainfully, not even bothering to dodge, letting the debris hit his body. Such a strong physical power. Seeing this, Gade narrowed his eyes and formed a stone wall. But the next moment, Gade's eyes widened as if he sensed the future. He suddenly changed his actions and burrowed into the ground, merging with the stones. Interesting. Can you foresee a brief moment of the future? A faint smile appeared on Rock's lips. Goodness, that Gade can actually foresee the future. Lorne also noticed. No wonder he is a big pirate from the old era. With a mere bounty of 500 million, he has already mastered the top-level observation haki to foresee the future. What an impressive character. Indeed a monster newcomer whose bounty skyrocketed to 430 million in a short time. Gade's voice came from the ground, and a sharp stone spike suddenly formed beneath Rock's feet. It turns out Gade used the foresight of his observation haki to realize that the stone wall could not stop Rocks at all. If he stayed in place, he would definitely get hurt. That's why he changed his action and merged into the ground with the stones. Don't think that only you can foresee the future. Rocks sneered, having already seen through Gade's next action. He stepped on the ground dozens of times in quick succession, instantly appearing several dozen meters away. His big brother can also foresee the future. Lorne was once again shocked by Rocks. Just how terrifying is his big brother's talent? He truly is a level 999 at sea. Splash! Gade emerged from the ground, transforming into a towering stone giant. Boom! Rocks charged fearlessly towards Gade, and the two began to fight fiercely. Rocks pirates, let's go. Lorne waved his hand and charged into the enemy camp. Storm foot, Flowing Cherry. A kick infused with armament hakis, Flowing Cherry knocked a cadre on the opposite side unconscious. The man with a bounty of 170 million. Zebeck Lorne. Watch out for this guy. He is also a supernova level man. Don't fight him alone, attack together. Upon seeing Lorne, the members of the rock-solid pirates joined forces to deal with him. It's embarrassing to say, but as an old pirate crew, none of the cadres in the rock-solid pirates have bounties over 100 million, except for the captain with over 500 million. After all, in this era, anyone with a bounty over 100 million is a tough character. How dare you hurt my brother-in-law? You're simply asking for death. Seeing this, Newgate leap high, brandishing the Naginata he had just bought while activating the Tremor Fruit's ability. Splash! With a single slash, several members of the rock-solid pirates were instantly knocked down by the destructive force mixed with the sword energy from the Tremor Fruit. Is brother-in-law okay? Newgate landed steadily beside Lorne, showing concern. Newgate, you underestimate me too much, Lorne said with a slightly reproachful tone, but a smiling expression. Having such a powerful little brother-in-law feels really good. Following Lord Lorne, let's charge, Lord Newgate. Following Lorne and Newgate, the Rocks Pirates launched their assault. Unfortunately, the members of the Rocks Pirates are not as explosively talented as Lorne and Newgate. In fact, they are true newcomers, and when facing an old pirate crew, they appeared quite immature. Fortunately, with Lorne and Newgate, two supernovas leading the charge, the two sides were evenly matched for a time, and the Rocks Pirates even had the upper hand on the battlefield. Who will deal with Lorne and Newgate? These two are truly monsters. Why does a rookie pirate crew have so many monsters? The members of the rock-solid pirates shouted in despair. Indeed, the rock-solid pirates had no cadres capable of dealing with Lorne and Newgate, both of whom had bounties over 100 million. Therefore, the rock-solid pirates were gradually retreating. Meanwhile, Captain Rock-Solid Gade was also at a disadvantage in his battle with Rocks. He was even somewhat embarrassed. After all, Rocks had learned the Conqueror's haki technique that only top-level powerhouses would master in the later generations. Although Gade had a bounty of 500 million, he was still not comparable to the top-level powerhouses of the later generations. He could only rely on the foresight of his observation haki to predict Rock's movements, and then, using the mobility of the stone fruit, continuously evade Rock's attacks. It seemed like the two were evenly matched, but in reality, Gade was constantly fleeing in embarrassment. If it weren't for the strong mobility of the stone fruit, Gade would have probably lost to Rocks long ago. Damn it, it seems I have to use that move. Although it's a bit troublesome, Gade sensed that if this continued, he would soon be defeated, so he decided to take a gamble. Splash, splash. In an instant, Gade turned all objects in the area into stone. This is the ability of the fruit awakening. Awakening of the fruit? Lorne, Newgate, be careful. Seeing the other party unleash the ability of fruit awakening, Rocks quickly reminded. Sure enough, the next moment, the ground beneath Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks pirates turned to stone and began to shake. Escape to the sky. Crash, crash. Once Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks pirates reacted, they jumped to a higher place. Wanting to run away? Too naive. Stone dance. Soon, Gade manipulated the stones to form spikes that shot up into the sky. Stormfoot, flowing cherry. Lorne smashed the nearby spikes with a single kick. Quake. Newgate struck down with his sword and shattered all the stones. However, these spikes continued to surge towards Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks pirates. After the fruit awakening, most of the island turned into stone, allowing Gade to launch spikes at will. Dominant strike. Seeing Lorne and the others targeted by Gade, Rocks became a bit impatient and rushed forward with a punch, sensing Gade's main body. However, Gade also anticipated Rock's attack and avoided it by hiding in the stones. A cowardly bastard who only knows how to run away. I must find your real body and tear you to pieces. Rocks shouted angrily. In fact, Rocks wasn't at the max level right after setting sail, as Lorne imagined. There was still quite a gap between Rocks and his peak period. Not to mention, Rock's most fatal weakness was actually the same as Lorne's, a lack of large-scale destructive killing moves. Faced with Gade's fruit awakening ability and his extremely evasive tactics, Rocks truly had no way to crack it for the time being. Ha ha ha, come me then. Gade's sinister voice came from the stones, indicating he was quite pleased. Million stone spikes. After a brief pause, hundreds of stone spikes flew into the sky again. Damn it, if I had the dark fruit. I could take care of this kind of trash in a minute. Rocks was somewhat irritated and had no choice but to leap up to the sky to help Lorne and Newgate deal with Gade's stone attacks. To defeat Gade, they could only keep exhausting his stamina. When his stamina runs out, there will be a chance to defeat him. Brother, don't mind us. We can hold on. Go kill his crew. If he has the ability, let him watch his crew get wiped out. At this moment, Lorne reminded. Right, how could I forget about that? Hearing this, the furious Rocks regained his composure and reacted. Boom! Rocks fell from the sky like a meteor and landed beside the members of the Stone Pirates. Dominant strike. A single punch could take down a member of the Stone Pirates. Damn it, stop him. They can't stop him at all. The members of the Stone Pirates wanted to attack Rocks. But if they couldn't even withstand Lorne and Newgate, how could they possibly resist Rocks? This is a one-sided massacre. The despicable Rocks. How dare you strike at my subordinates? You have no sense of martial ethics. Stone smash. Gade also realized this, and the sound from the stones became extremely sharp, clearly indicating he was enraged. He manipulated two large stones to trap Rocks in between. Gade attempted to crush Rocks into a meat patty. However, it was evident that Rocks could easily withstand such a level of attack with his physical strength. With no other choice, Gade used the stones to form a large hand, lifting all his crew members to a safe area. You exposed a flaw. The corners of Rock's mouth finally broke into a brilliant smile. The stone fruit is not a Logia type. The user must be hidden within when using transformation. Now, Gade's true body was concealed within the giant hand. Overlord. With one punch, Rocks severed the hand at the waist, sending the stone giant hand soaring into the air. This time, it directly cut off Gade's possibility of retreating underground. It's over. At this moment, Gade also sensed Rocks' intentions, but it was too late. The guy who only knows how to run is about to meet his end. Dominance destruction. Gathering his strength, Rocks unleashed his strongest punch towards the giant hand. The terrifying power was condensed into a point and surged out like a flood. The punch expanded into a massive shockwave. Surrounding it were the distinctive black lightning of Conqueror's haki. Boom! The shockwave swept past, instantly smashing that stone hand to pieces. Boom with one punch. Rocks shattered the huge stone hand. Puffed. Gade spat out a mouthful of blood, his true form finally revealed as he fell from the sky. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Despite being severely injured, he wouldn't be taken down by Rocks in one punch. At the same time, Due to his injuries, his awakened abilities also disappeared, and the island returned to normal. Retreat. Injured, Gade knew that continuing the fight would result in heavy losses. Therefore, he decisively chose to flee with the remaining crew. So you want to run now? Rock Gade, you've hurt so many of our crew members. Brothers, chase after them. We absolutely cannot let the Gade pirates go. They're already at the end of their rope. Seeing this, the Rocks pirates were unwilling to let them escape. No need to chase. However, at this moment, Rocks raised his hand to stop his crew. Chasing them into a dead end would be meaningless. No matter what. Gade was still a great pirate with a bounty of 550 million. If they pushed him to a dead end, the Rocks pirates would also pay a price. After this battle, Rocks realized his own shortcomings. The urgent task was to find the dark fruit. Once he obtained the dark fruit, Gade would be no threat at all. Rocks picked up the treasure map, examined it carefully, and walked to a piece of land. This should be the location. He would dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. Rocks pointed his foot at the ground, confirming that the mark on the treasure map was exactly this point. Then let's start digging. With a command from Lorne, the members of the Rocks pirates began to get busy. Dozens of strong men, armed with tools they had prepared earlier, started digging. Die. After a few minutes, they had dug nearly 100 meters down and finally unearthed an inconspicuous box. We found a box. The box was quickly delivered to Rocks' hands. With a click, he opened the box to reveal a dark, glowing, pineapple-shaped devil fruit. The entire fruit was dark purple, with the unique spiral patterns characteristic of devil fruits on its surface. Yes, this is definitely the genuine dark fruit. There's no doubt about it. Seeing the fruit in his hand, Rocks couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The devil fruit encyclopedia he saw in his youth at the Holy Land clearly documented the appearance of the dark fruit. It looked exactly like the devil fruit in his hand, without a doubt. Brother, what are you waiting for? Eat it. Lorne also got excited and quickly reminded him. This grass tastes really bad. After taking a bite, Rocks almost spit it out, but managed to hold it back and swallowed it. Seeing this, Lorne eagerly asked, "How is it, brother? Do you feel any changes?" "Let me try." Rocks extended his right hand, and, as his will unfolded, his right hand transformed into a mass of black, smoke-like substance. This is the manifestation of the dark fruit. It is not that the dark fruit cannot be elementalized, but rather that its elementalization cannot evade physical attacks like other natural types. Due to its unique gravitational fruit effect, the abilities of the dark fruit are more inclined to absorb all attacks rather than evade them. As a result, the user must endure several times the pain. However, this is not considered a major flaw for Rocks. With Rocks' physical strength, he is undoubtedly much stronger than the future Yonko Blackbeard teach. In fact, even in his battle with Kaido, the 500 million bounty Kaido was unable to leave any scars on Rocks. Whoosh! Rocks aimed at a nearby boulder, and the boulder was drawn over by the powerful gravitational pull, engulfed in darkness. Then, Rocks released the boulder, which had been crushed into powder. Subsequently, Rocks felt unsatisfied and directly engulfed a whole forest on the island into darkness. After releasing it, the entire forest was crushed into dust. Gravity and distortion power? The exceptionally talented Rocks quickly grasped the principles of the dark fruit with just a small test. However, this ability was not what Rocks cared about the most. Whitebeard, use the tremor fruit's ability and punch me, Rocks said as he turned to Whitebeard. All right, Whitebeard hesitated a bit but complied. A transparent halo appeared on Whitebeard's fist and struck towards Rocks. Whoosh! Rocks elementalized his right hand, and it made contact with Whitebeard's halo. A miraculous scene occurred. Whitebeard's halo was directly absorbed by the darkness, without causing any ripples. What is this? Whitebeard couldn't help but widen his eyes. He felt that the moment he made contact with Rocks, his internal abilities seemed to freeze completely, making it impossible to use them. This strange feeling was something Newgate had never experienced before. Indeed, this was the most terrifying ability of the dark fruit. It could nullify all other abilities. Once it touched an ability user, it could render them unable to use their powers. Because of this, the dark fruit was rated as having the most vicious ability in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Rocks saw through Newgate's confusion and explained. After all, Newgate was considered family now, so there was no need to hide anything. So that's how it is. What a frightening ability. Newgate nodded solemnly. It was the first time he had heard of such a power. That guy Gerd is really lucky. If I had had such an ability earlier, he would have surely met his end today. But that's not important anymore. He better pray hard that he never sees me again. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Rocks was also quite excited, laughing maniacally. Rocks was well aware that he had always lacked means for large-scale destruction. Now, with the dark fruit in hand, This shortcoming had finally been addressed. In the future, when encountering any powerful ability user, he would no longer be as helpless as he was today. Ha ha ha, brother, congratulations. This is truly wonderful. Seeing Rocks so excited, Loren was genuinely happy for his brother. By the way, Loren, just then, Rocks suddenly stopped laughing and turned to look at Loren. Aren't you very concerned about the Thunder fruit? Don't worry, I will definitely get it for you. Rocks clenched his fist, looking confident. Ha ha ha, brother, then I will wait for your good news. Loren smiled happily, even though the Thunder fruit was now in the hands of a marine admiral. But Loren believed in his brother. Rocks had always been a man of his word. After obtaining the dark fruit, Rocks and the others had no reason to stay on the island and returned to the ship instead. Captain Rocks, Lord Loren, you're back? The ship's doctor has something very important to report to Captain Rocks and Lord Loren. As soon as they boarded the ship, a maid who had been waiting for a long time immediately addressed Rocks and Loren. Huh? The ship's doctor is looking for us? Could it be that Shirley is in trouble? Hurry, take us there. The sudden need for the ship's doctor to report made both Rocks and Loren very anxious, unsure of what had happened. All right, the ship's doctor said that if Lord Newgate is fine, he can come along too. The maid seemed to remember something and turned to Newgate. Oh, is there something for me too? Whitebeard Newgate also looked puzzled. What could the ship's doctor want with him? Nevertheless, the three followed the maid into the cabin. The Rocks pirate ship was a very luxurious, large sailing vessel. This was still something taken from a member states of the world government last time. The entire ship can accommodate over 1,000 people. The most luxurious room in the cabin is the room of Sherry and Molly. Congratulations, Lord Lorne, congratulations, Captain Rocks, and congratulations, Lord Newgate. After our inspection, Mrs. Molly is pregnant. Upon entering the room and seeing the ship's doctor, the doctor joyfully shared this news with Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. What? In unison, the three exclaimed. Once they realized what was happening, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate were all overjoyed. Ha ha, ha ha, that's wonderful. This is truly a double blessing. I'm going to have another nephew and niece. Lorne, you did an amazing job. As expected of my brother, fantastic. Fantastic. Rocks laughed heartily, extremely pleased. Today has been full of good news. First, they obtained the dark fruit, and now Molly is pregnant. Today is truly wonderful. Rocks almost doubted whether he had eaten a lucky fruit. G-H la 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 la. That's great. Brother-in-law. Sister is pregnant. Doesn't this mean I have another nephew? G-H la 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 la. I have another family member. G-H la 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 la. Whitebeard Newgate was also incredibly excited, laughing uproariously. Due to his excitement, Newgate's laughter caused a moderate tsunami, terrifying indeed. Molly, you've worked hard. At this moment, Lorne joyfully approached Molly, stroking her hair. The long-awaited second child has arrived. Besides being happy that Molly is pregnant, Lorne is also very eager to see what kind of talent he will receive this time. After all, Molly is an S-rank woman who brings good fortune, and the child born will at least have S-rank talent. He would also be able to obtain at least S-rank talent. Last time he got the ability to train freely. He couldn't wait to see what powerful talent he would get this time. It's not hard. This is all to be expected. Molly blushed and snuggled into Lorne's embrace. All right, no more words. Molly, take good care of the baby. You must ensure that Miss Molly is well taken care of, and she can't have any accidents. To celebrate this wonderful day, everyone immediately prepare the banquet. Rocks first instructed the maids and then announced that there would be a grand banquet tonight. There are too many good things happening. How can we not hold a banquet to celebrate? G-H la 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 la. Sister is pregnant. Big brother-in-law, let me help too. The excited Newgate immediately left the room to prepare for the banquet. I will go prepare as well. You all take good care of Miss Sherry and Miss Molly. At this moment, Lorne also made an excuse to leave the room and went to an empty place. Detecting that the host is about to have a second child, starting to issue rewards. Rewarding the host with Advanced Observation Haki, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, and Advanced Armament Haki. Detecting that the host already has Advanced Armament Haki, the reward will be converted into progress. Advanced Armament Haki progress increased by 50. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed have been enhanced. The proficiency of a Navy's 6 styles has increased. After a series of prompts, Lorne's strength was significantly enhanced again. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced. Current progress, 94. 3 strength, advanced, current progress, 97. 5 stamina, advanced, current progress, 97. 9 swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 81. For armament haki, top tier, awakening flowing cherry, progress, 0. 31 observation haki, advanced progress, 6. 82 Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Progress, for 31 Devil Fruit, none other abilities, Never Tired, Golden Eyes. Free training Lorne strength has once again been greatly enhanced. The 3 types of Haki have been raised a level, and the progress of stamina, speed, and strength is also about to reach the top tier. However, these are not what Lorne is most concerned about. There is one more system prompt that Lorne is most concerned about. Rewarding the host with SS level talent can negate the side effects of devil fruits. As expected, he received an SS level talent, just 1 level lower than the highest SSS level talent. This talent is very straightforward, as it eliminates the side effects of devil fruits. According to the system's explanation, if Lorne were to gain the ability of a devil fruit, he would not be hated by the sea and would not become a drowned duck. He would also not be restricted by sea prism stone. Moreover, this talent that eliminates the side effects of devil fruits does not only mean that the devil fruits are no longer afraid of the sea. For example, some devil fruits have very powerful abilities, but also have obvious weaknesses. Take the sand fruit, whose weakness is water. Once it comes into contact with water, even blood, the sand fruit becomes ineffective. Additionally, the poison fruit causes constant diarrhea, leading to spending at least several hours in the restroom each day, greatly reducing combat time. With this talent, all these weaknesses would be eliminated. Even the thunder fruit, which Lorne is very concerned about, would receive a significant boost. It is well known that the thunder fruit's ability is terrifying, but its biggest weakness is that lightning cannot destroy insulators. However, with this talent, lightning would no longer be helpless against insulators. This is because the high temperature generated by the lightning itself can directly burn the insulator. This is a super enhancement. It is not afraid of seawater and can still be effective against insulators. If Ron really obtains the thunder fruit one day, he would be nearly invincible. In terms of practicality, this talent definitely counts as an SSS level talent. But Ron doesn't understand why the system only defined it as an SS level. Come on. Anyone who can't finish their drink will be fined 10,000 berries. What's left in your cup? Are you raising fish? Bring out 50 more plates of grilled fish. 50 plates of grilled fish. Hurry up. We're running out of alcohol. Bring out 50 more barrels. 2015. Drink up, drink up. That night, the Rocks pirates held a grand banquet. Everyone was drinking happily, and their relationships were very harmonious, completely unlike the original Rocks pirates, who were all plotting against each other. Ron's ideas might really change history and the outcome of the battle at God Valley. The banquet lasted only 1 day, and Rocks regrouped, ready to stir up trouble again. The goal this time, of course, is Weno country. According to Lorne, Weno has a natural defensive advantage that is difficult to breach. It is very suitable to serve as the base for the Rocks pirates. Moreover, Sherry and Molly are both pregnant, so we must find an island where they can safely carry their babies. This kind of thing cannot be delayed for even a second, especially for Shirley. Her belly is already quite big. Drifting at sea may not be bearable for her, so we must find an island to settle down as soon as possible. I've heard that Weno country is a very closed-off nation. It has been in isolation for hundreds of years, and even the world government and the Navy do not know specific information about Weno country. At the morning meeting of the Rocks pirates, Rocks spoke to everyone while eating breakfast. I've heard that there are very powerful warriors there, and many people who have accidentally entered Weno country have never come out alive. Moreover, the natural terrain of Weno country makes it difficult to conquer. Whitebeard took a bite of his breakfast and frowned slightly. His sister is now pregnant, and they must find a suitable island for her to give birth. Unfortunately, no one knows how many strong individuals are inside Weno country. A reckless attack could lead to significant losses. During Weno country's golden age, a warrior named Ryuma emerged. He was incredibly powerful and defeated numerous invading pirate crews and world nobles to protect Weno country, making the world aware that Weno country is not to be trifled with. Ryuma was also rumored to have slain a dragon, and all of this made him a hero of Weno country. This has led to a very martial atmosphere in Weno, where everyone takes pride in becoming a warrior. Thus, Weno country's military strength is formidable and may exceed our expectations, Lorne said while eating breakfast. Nearby Rocks, Whitebeard, and other members nodded in agreement. They had also heard of the legend of Ryuma, the dragon slayer. Although that was hundreds of years ago, Weno country has become synonymous with warriors. The highest ruler of Weno country is referred to as the shogun by the people, and it is a hereditary system. The shogun holds great prestige in Weno country and commands great respect. If we act recklessly, we will surely face unified resistance from all levels of Weno country. However, from what I understand, the higher-ups in Weno are not a monolith. At least some of the higher-ups in Weno have been seeking to usurp the shogun. Perhaps we could take advantage of this to achieve our goals, Lorne said after finishing his breakfast and wiping his mouth. Oh, Lorne, is that true? Rocks asked excitedly, but remained cautious. It's not that he doesn't trust his younger brother, but the intelligence about Weno country is simply too scarce. Such detailed intelligence. Where can one find channels to obtain it? Could it be that those unscrupulous information brokers are deceiving their own brothers? Actually, I'm not particularly sure either. But we can try to probe a bit, can't we? Lorne chuckled, realizing that the time he crossed over was too early. In this timeline, Lorne really doesn't know much about the internal affairs of Weno country. After all, there's still at least 50 years to go before the original story. Kazuki Oden, the Red Scabbards, and Kaido probably have just been born not long ago. However, like father, like son. Conversely, a son reflects the nature of his father. Kaido has a strong desire to usurp the position of shogun, and Lorne doesn't believe that Kaido's father didn't have similar ambitions. If his father were truly a loyal and devoted subject, he probably wouldn't have given birth to a rebellious child like Kaido. However, all of this is just speculation. Whether it is truly as Lorne suspects still needs to be verified. Brother-in-law, how do we test this? Next to him, Whitebeard curiously asked while chomping on a large chicken leg. It's simple. Although Weno country is closed off, they still need to export the sea prism stone they produce. This requires contact with outside merchants. We can disguise ourselves as merchants looking to buy sea prism stone and go to Weno country for an investigation. Lorne explained confidently. Closed-off countries are relative. With so many people in Weno who need to eat and wear clothes, it's impossible for them to completely sever all ties with the outside world. At least as far as Lorne knows, Weno needs to sell sea prism stone to exchange for berries and purchase necessities like food and clothing from the outside. This gave Lorne and others a great opportunity to enter Weno country. All right, let's get to it. Rocks was full of enthusiasm and immediately prepared to set off for Weno. Wait a minute, bro. I'll contact the seastone merchant from the black market right away. They will lead us into Weno. This time, we don't need too many people. Just you, me, and Newgate will be enough. Lorne picked up the transponder snail and immediately dialed the seastone merchant's number. At this time, the underground black market did not yet have a middleman role like Don Quixote da Flamingo in later years. Many shady transactions still required buyers and sellers to meet face to face. This also provided the Rocks pirates with an opportunity to enter Weno. With the reputation of the infamous Rocks pirates, the black market merchants dared not refuse. They immediately offered a bargain price and agreed on a time. The black market merchant would lead Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard into Weno together. Soon, the agreed time arrived. Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard disguised themselves and boarded a merchant ship with the Seastone merchant to prepare for their entry into Weno. It is worth mentioning that Whitebeard's Naginata could not be brought along, as it would raise suspicions among the people of Weno. The three boarded the ship empty-handed and entered the waters of Weno. Truly, it is an island with natural defenses. The waterfall is simply a natural fortress. Upon catching sight of Weno, Rocks and Whitebeard exclaimed in surprise. The land of Weno has a treacherous terrain, with the entire island surrounded by incredibly turbulent waterfalls, which, based on visual estimation, are at least 1,000 meters high. To enter Weno, one can only ride the waterfalls upstream, not to mention crossing the waterfalls. If you're not a genius-level navigator, it is simply impossible to familiarize yourself with the water patterns of the waterfalls to enter Weno. Otherwise, one would have to fly up or climb the 1,000-meter-high peaks by hand. No wonder Luffy has been recommending Weno all along. This waterfall is truly a natural fortress. Easy to defend, but hard to attack. Everyone, please remain calm. The people of Weno will be here shortly to welcome us. Staying at the bottom of the waterfall. The tour guide for this trip is reassuring the merchants on the boat. These merchants come from various countries. All wanted to purchase the sea tower stones from Wano Kuni. Soon, the samurai of Wano Kuni descended from the waterfall and boarded the ship. Splash, splash. The skilled samurai directed the helmsman, quickly familiarizing himself with the water patterns of Wano Kuni's waterfall. The merchant ship, utilizing the power of the waterfall, began to rapidly enter Wano Kuni at a 90-degree angle. Everyone, don't panic. The only way to enter Wano Kuni is by riding this waterfall. We have experienced navigators, and there will be no danger, the tour guide continued to reassure the many anxious faces. Upon hearing this, Rocks and Newgate couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Wonderful. The terrain of Wano Kuni is simply perfect. Such a steep landscape really only requires a small number of troops to defend against enemies. This is simply the most perfect place for nurturing a child. Before long, everyone entered the entrance of Weno country. Led by merchants and samurai, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard followed the merchant team directly into the seastone factory. 80% of the world's seastone is produced by Weno country. Weno also has the best craftsmen in the world, and the quality is absolutely unparalleled. The people of Weno enthusiastically introduced seastone, causing Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard to lose interest and nearly doze off. Soon, the monotonous introduction came to an end. In the evening, the people of Weno even specially booked the most bustling brothel in Weno country for the merchants' enjoyment. We decided not to go to the brothel. After all, it's a rare opportunity to visit the closed-off Weno country. Here's a tip of 1 million berries. Take us to explore Weno country. However, Law, Rocks, and Whitebeard directly asked the Weno tour guide to take their group of 3 around Weno country. All right, esteemed guests, this way please. The tour guide, who received the 1 million berries, was very excited and wholeheartedly led Law and the others to explore Weno country. Unbeknownst to them, they had been brought into the most dangerous whirlpool. The guide secretly noted the key geographical locations of Weno country. Law, Rocks, and Whitebeard returned to the accommodation arranged by Weno country, very satisfied. They waited until deep into the night when the city was quiet. Weno country, the flower capital. This is the most prosperous district of Weno country. Its level of prosperity is on par with any wealthy member state of the world government. At the same time, the flower capital is also the residence of the rulers. Besides the current general of Weno country, another daimyo, the Koizumi family, also resides here. At this moment, the night is deep, and the entire Weno country is peacefully asleep, with only the sound of cicadas. Inside the residence of the Koizumi family, the current daimyo, Koizumi Ashi, who is the father of Koizumi Kaido, is in a deep sleep. The whole bedroom is pitch black, and one cannot see their hand in front of their face. Who goes there? Suddenly, Koizumi Ashi jolts awake as if he had a nightmare, filled with terror. At this moment, he can clearly sense that there seems to be a fierce beast invading the room, causing him great unease. Light the lamp. Koizumi Ashi orders his servants to quickly light the lamp. The dark environment raises a very ominous premonition in his heart, even a feeling of being shrouded in the fear of death. Are you the daimyo of Weno country, Koizumi Ashi? The lamp does not light up as expected. Instead, a dark and unfamiliar voice quietly rises in the room, adding to Koizumi Ashi's fear. There's a stabber, Koizumi Ashi exclaims. However, before he can finish, he clearly feels a cold touch on his neck. Koizumi Ashi, I advise you not to make a sound otherwise. The dark voice is filled with murderous intent, making Koizumi Ashi afraid to even breathe. Just then, the lamp lights up. It is a candlelight. The light is very dim, but it is enough for Koizumi Ashi to see the environment in the room. There are 3 people in total, 2 of whom are about 3 meters tall with red hair. There is also a giant, about 6 meters tall, with beautiful golden hair. The candlelight is held in the hand of the 6-meter giant. The aura of the 3 is quite astonishing. After a moment of silence, Koizumi Ashi finally asks in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are?" Zebeck Kirun, the one in the center, Kirun, says with a smile. Even in the dim light, his extremely handsome face is accentuated like that of a demon. "Kirun, you are the infamous vice captain of the Rocks Pirates?" Koizumi Ashi's voice trembles. Although Weno country is isolated, it is not completely devoid of information. Many merchants who come to Weno can be heard talking about a formidable pirate crew that has recently emerged at sea, named the Rocks Pirates. Captain Rocks has a bounty of 430 million berries, and Vice Captain Kirun has a bounty of over 100 million. There is also a cadre named Edward Newgate, whose bounty exceeds 100 million. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Koizumi Ashi instantly understands their identities. Zebeck Rocks, Zebeck Kirun, and Edward Newgate. He realizes that he has been targeted by the Rocks Pirates. "Do not panic, Koizumi Ashi. We did not come to Weno to take your life," Kirun says lightly, continuing, "I heard that you are very interested in the position of general of Weno country. Well, it just so happens that our Rocks Pirates are very interested in the sea prism stone from Weno. We are willing to support you in taking the position of general, on the condition that after you become general, we require 50 of the profits from your sea prism stone. How do I know I can trust your words?" As expected, after thinking for a while, Koizumi Ashi does not believe Kirun's words at all. In fact, Koizumi Ashi suspects that Kirun might be working with General Kazuki Oden to test him. After all, Koizumi Ashi had previously harbored thoughts of rebellion. However, Kazuki Oden seemed to have seen something but had no solid evidence. Therefore, Kazuki Oden has no good way to deal with Koizumi Ashi. But there is already a rift between the two. It is possible that Kirun and Rocks are sent by Kazuki Oden to test him. If he speaks of rebellion, he might fall into Kazuki Oden's trap. Hihi, Kurezumi Ashi, do you think I came to negotiate with you? Kirun sneers, then claps his hands. Newgate. Understood, brother-in-law. Whitebeard immediately understands and uses the candlelight in his hand to light up all the lights in the bedroom. In an instant, the room is brightly lit. After seeing everything clearly, Kurezumi Ashi is so frightened that he cannot speak. Because in the room, all of Kurezumi Ashi's subordinates and servants. Everyone inside and outside the daimyo's mansion, except for Kurezumi Ashi, has passed out, their eyes white, losing consciousness. Watching Kurezumi Ashi's face turn pale with fear, Kirun reveals a satisfied smile. Like father, like son. Indeed, he has the same character as his son, Kurezumi Kaido. Do you understand now, Kurezumi Ashi? You are not qualified to negotiate with me. I can enter your home, and I can take your life. I could even wipe out your entire Kurezumi family right now. And what could you do? Kirun's tone is not heavy, but to Kurezumi Ashi, it sounds like that of a devil. How terrifying. These three people. Not only did they avoid all eyes and ears, silently infiltrating his mansion, but they also quietly took down everyone inside and outside without a sound. Just as Zebeck Kirun said, if he wanted to, the entire Kurezumi mansion could have been bloodily washed by the three of them long ago, and without anyone knowing. This also proves that Lorne, Rocks, and others were not hired by Kazuki Oden to test him. They possess such terrifying strength that Kazuki Oden could easily hire them to kill him directly instead of testing him. All right, I agree to your terms. Help me ascend to the position of general, and after the deed is done, I will share 50 of the profits from the sea prism stone of Weno with you. After calming down, Kaido seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Ha, Kaido, I think you've misunderstood something. To punish you for your earlier refusal, I've decided to raise the share to 70. If you refuse again this time, next time I will increase it to 90. Lorne said with his eyes crescent-shaped, smiling. Then, fine, 70 it is. But you must ensure, Kazuki Oden must not be allowed to live. Although Kaido was dissatisfied, he still gritted his teeth and agreed to Lorne's demands. After all, he really didn't have the qualifications to bargain with the other party. 70 is better than 90. Moreover, after witnessing the strength of Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard, Kaido felt that this was indeed a good opportunity. After all, Kazuki Oden already had a rift with him. If he does not rebel now, Kazuki Oden will surely find an opportunity to take him down later. It's better to strike first. Very good, Kaido, I indeed did not misjudge you. You are indeed a smart man. I will give you a week to gather exact information on all the troops and warriors within Weno. After a week, we will lead the entire Rocks crew to Weno. By then, with our internal and external cooperation, we will surely take Weno. If anything happens during this week, contact me with this transponder snail. With that, Lorne handed a transponder snail to Kaido. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will fully cooperate with the Rocks pirates. Kaido said after receiving the transponder snail. Very good. I await your news. Lorne smiled, then left the mansion of the Kaido clan with Rocks and Whitebeard. Lorne, do you really think Kaido will follow through? After leaving the mansion and returning to his room, Rocks seemed a bit uneasy. Don't worry, brother. I've arranged everything. Kaido is eager for us to help him rebel. Lorne was quite confident about this. Does the Kaido clan have a chance not to rebel? Unless the Celestial Dragons suddenly turn over a new leaf tomorrow and stop calling themselves world nobles. To be safe, Lorne had previously made a trip to the general's mansion in the dark. He left a note warning Kazuki Oden that Kaido was plotting rebellion. By then, even if Kaido didn't want to rebel, he would have no choice, otherwise Kazuki Oden would surely find a reason to take Kaido's life. Or even the lives of the entire Kaido clan. Since Lorne said so, Rocks no longer doubted it. The three of them left Weno and returned to the Rocks pirates. Brother-in-law, we are about to attack Weno. My sister is also pregnant. We must succeed this time. You mentioned last time that you could internally disrupt the enemy's haki. Flowing cherry blossom. Can you teach me? During dinner one day, Whitebeard found Lorne and scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. After all, this was the first time in Whitebeard's life he sought someone for advice. Last time, Lorne had demonstrated the haki technique of flowing cherry blossom in front of him, which Whitebeard had remembered. In fact, with Whitebeard's talent, he could completely figure it out by himself. But this time, he was eager to attack Weno and find a good place for his sister, Oden. So Whitebeard decided it was best to master flowing cherry blossom quickly and came to consult Lorne. Whitebeard, are you sure you want to come to me for guidance? Lorne found it a bit unbelievable that Whitebeard would come to ask him about haki. This is the famous Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world in the future. He actually came to ask me about? Of course, I'm also doing this to successfully take over Weno. Newgate saw Ron's mischievous smile and thought the other party was unwilling to teach him. Little did he know, Ron was overjoyed inside. In the future, Lorne can brag that the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, was taught by him. Of course, teaching you is no problem. But you need to call me master first to let me hear it, Lorne said with a wicked smile. Having Whitebeard acknowledge him as a master would be even more impressive. But no, I'll figure out myself. Whitebeard is a proud person and certainly wouldn't he agree to that. A brother-in-law is one thing, but calling someone master has a completely different connotation. If he doesn't want to call me master, then calling me teacher should be fine, right? Seeing that Whitebeard was about to leave, Lorne quickly took a step back. Such a great opportunity to boast. Lorne doesn't want to miss it. All right, teacher Lorne, please teach me the armament haki. After a moment of thought, Newgate decided to seek Lorne's guidance. Lorne, with a teacher-like demeanor, immediately began to explain the principles of flowing cherry blossoms to Whitebeard. True to his reputation as the future strongest man in the world, Whitebeard was able to utilize flowing cherry blossoms with just a slight nudge from Lorne. However, it wasn't yet proficient. A bit more practice would be enough. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Other members of the Rocks pirates, including Rocks himself, were diligently training to successfully conquer Weno country. Meanwhile, Lorne was lounging alone on the deck, relaxing on a sunbed, basking in the sun. He figured he could train his own pace and grow stronger while lying down. So why exert himself? Gulalala, brother-in-law, I've mastered flowing cherry blossoms, Newgate exclaimed, even able to attach it to his sword aura, claiming to have surpassed Lorne. One must admit, Whitebeard's talent was indeed extraordinary. Mastering flowing cherry blossoms in just 2 days and being able to attach it to his sword aura was quite unreasonable. Oh really? You want to spar with your brother-in-law after just a few days of learning? Lorne replied with a smile. Since Marigold's pregnancy, he had also become much stronger, but he was unsure of his current level. Now was a perfect opportunity to spar with his brother-in-law, Newgate, to test his current strength. As both sides took their stances, ready to spar, suddenly, Lorne's transponder snail rang at his waist. Lord Lorne. As soon as the call was connected, the transponder snail mimicked an exaggerated, fearful expression. Oh, Kurizumi Semimaru, have you gathered intelligence from Weno? Lorne inquired upon recognizing Kurizumi Semimaru. I managed to get some information, but it seems that Kazuki Odin has found out about my rebellion and is gathering an army to come to the daimyo's residence. Can you please ask the Rocks pirates to come to Weno early? I'm afraid I won't last until the agreed time. My whole family might die, Kurizumi Semimaru said, trembling with a sobbing tone. Little did he know that the reason Kazuki Odin found out about his rebellion was due to Lorne's machinations. What useless fellow, Kurizumi Semimaru. Lorne sighed. The transponder snail vividly imitated Kurizumi Semimaru's expression, and Lorne guessed that he must have been scared to the point of wetting himself. How many troops did Kazuki Odin gather this time? Lorne asked. Weno's population is about 300,000, and the military strength is around 30,000. This time, Kazuki Odin has gathered about 30,000 troops. I only have around 3,000 men. Lord Lorne, when are you coming? They are about to reach our doorstep, Kurizumi Semimaru said, still in a sobbing tone. Don't worry, we will be there soon, Lorne said with a cold smile. He hung up the call and immediately summoned Rocks and the other members. Is it really starting so soon? Rocks said, feeling excited. That's right. We've received news from Kurizumi Semimaru. The rebellion has begun. Lorne nodded, then shouted to the members of Rocks. Everyone, let's head to Weno immediately. Lorne directly issued the captain's order in place of Rocks. Rocks didn't mind this at all, even if he gave up the captain's position to his brother. Lorne himself wasn't particularly concerned about the captain position either. To seize Weno, the Rocks pirate ship anchored in the waters near Weno. In less than half an hour, the Rocks pirates arrived above the waterfall of Weno. Quake! Newgate raised his fist, enveloped in the aura of the quake fruit. He punched down, shattering the space and directly triggering a tsunami. Taking advantage of this tsunami, they charged into Weno. This is how the Rocks pirates landed in Weno. Simple and brutal. In the next moment, a tsunami surged, with waves rising thousands of meters into the sky. Charge! Rocks pirates! This time, we must seize Weno. Rocks raised his arm and shouted as the ships surged upward with the tsunami. Meanwhile, inside Weno, swish, 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 the heavy and rhythmic footsteps echoed throughout the flower capital. At this moment, in the flower capital, the 30,000 troops, led by Kazuki Odin, had arrived at the doorstep of the mansion of Kurizumi Orochi. Kurizumi Orochi, if you surrender now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, your entire clan will be exterminated. Wearing a general's cloak, Kazuki Oden led his 30,000 troops to the entrance of Kurazumi Orochi's mansion and shouted at him. Inside the mansion at this moment, the Kurazumi family, led by Kurazumi Orochi, was in a state of panic. Kurazumi Semimaru, Kurazumi Chanmao, and the 4-year-old Kurazumi Yamato, along with the loyal subordinates of Kurazumi Orochi, were all in a frenzy. Lord Orochi, if it comes to it, we will fight them to the death. As long as we can kill Kazuki Oden, the rest are not a threat at all, suggested Kurazumi Semimaru, a man who had consumed the barrier fruit and was known as the first warrior under the Kurazumi family. After all, until now, no one had ever broken Kurazumi Semimaru's barrier. Absolutely do not act on impulse. This time, Kazuki Oden has gathered daimyo like Shimatsuki and Amatsuki, as well as many samurai. We cannot meet them head-on, advised Kurazumi Semimaru's younger counterpart, who had consumed the mimic fruit. With just the Kurazumi family, we cannot fight Kazuki Oden directly. Otherwise, we would have rebelled a long time ago. Why wait until now? Father, I'm scared. The young Kurazumi Yamato was terrified by the situation, crying uncontrollably. Damn it. What do we do now? Kazuki Oden is about to lead his army in. We're finished. Kurazumi Semimaru said irritably. Kurazumi Semimaru quickly fell silent, having no words left. The army was at their doorstep. At this point, she had no solution. As a user of the mimic fruit, she had no strength to fight 10,000. And it was not like Kazuki Oden was in a critical condition as in the original story. Now, Kazuki Oden was in his prime. Damn it. Kurazumi Orochi was extremely troubled. After all, he did not expect Kazuki Oden to take action early, seizing on his conspiracy. And the Rocks pirates had not yet arrived. If this continued, he would surely die. Should he surrender, after all? After pondering for a while, Kurazumi Orochi decided to back down. After all, Kazuki Oden had already said that if he surrendered, he could spare his life. If he really waited for Kazuki Oden to take action, his whole family would be doomed. Lord Orochi, you must not trust Kazuki Oden's words. Rebellion is a great crime that leads to the extermination of 9 clans. How could he possibly spare you? Kurazumi Semimaru immediately advised. If you choose to rebel, you must see it through to the end. Surrendering halfway is no different from seeking death. Enough already, Semimaru. My mind is made up. I will surrender. Kurazumi Orochi's expression was grave. Did he not know that rebellion was a great crime? But with the army at the gates, the Kurazumi family was no match for the power of all of Weno. Not fighting would certainly lead to death, but if he surrendered, what if Kazuki Oden had a change of heart? As for the Rocks pirates, there was still not a single shadow in sight. The black charcoal ghost cicada had long been cursing the members of the Rocks pirates countless times in his heart. Even his ancestors had been greeted by the black charcoal ghost cicada. If it weren't for their invitation to conspire against the government, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Bang! The door of the mansion was kicked open, and as the black charcoal ghost cicada stepped out, he was just about to surrender. The next moment, a loud noise erupted, and suddenly a massive shadow covered the sky above the flower capital. It blocked out the sun, causing all the warriors present, including Kazuki Sukiyaki and the black charcoal ghost cicada, to look up at the sky in unison. The waves surged towards the flower capital with a mighty force. What is this? What the hell? Is it a tsunami? Once they realized it was indeed a tsunami, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. How could there be a tsunami in Weno? The ocean is thousands of meters below in Weno. The sound of the waves roared as the tsunami rushed in, threatening to engulf the entire flower capital in an instant. Destroy Namu River. Magic Cut. Bloodthirsty Scythe. Although the Red Scabbards had not yet been born at this moment, Weno still had many powerful warriors. The warriors immediately drew their swords, and streams of magnificent sword light swept across the sky, reducing the force of the tsunami. However, overall, these warriors' abilities were not yet at the emperor level, and most reaching the level of high-ranking officials among the 4 emperors. Therefore, they could only reduce the tsunami's power by half. The remaining half of the tsunami instantly engulfed at least half of Kazuki Oden's 30,000 army. Once the tsunami disaster calmed down, a pirate ship abruptly appeared in the inland of Flower Capital. Both Kazuki Oden and the members of the Black Carbon clan were stunned and frozen in place. What is this sudden appearance? Is this a pirate ship? Why is a pirate ship in Flower Capital? In an instant, all eyes were focused on this very conspicuous pirate ship. This is the Rocks Pirates. Immediately, someone from Weno recognized the flag on the pirate ship. It was none other than the infamous Rocks Pirates. The Rocks Pirates? Is it the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 400 million? How could he be in Weno? The samurai of Weno became restless. Clearly, even with the country's isolation. Some people in Weno had heard of the Rocks pirates. They were very curious about how the Rocks pirates suddenly appeared within Weno's borders. Could it be that they were swept in by the tsunami? Haha, Whitebeard, well done. You took out at least half of the enemy's forces in one go. As expected of you, Whitebeard. At this moment, voices from the Rocks pirates' ship, including those of Law and Rocks, rang out. Have they arrived? Black Carbon Kiku looked bewildered at the pirate ship before him. He now confirmed that the Rocks pirates had indeed come. However, what Black Carbon Kiku did not expect was that the Rocks pirates had actually entered Weno riding the tsunami. How did this happen? Is the Rocks pirates just a bunch of madmen? Kinnaman suddenly regrets allying with the Rocks pirates. Brothers, charge. Let's drive these guys out of Weno country. Rocks boldly declared, raising the morale of his pirate crew to the highest point. Charge! Go! Although the Rocks pirates only had a few hundred members, they were all carefully selected warriors. They resolutely charged towards the tens of thousands of troops in Weno country. Oh, are they invaders? How dare they invade Weno country, which hasn't been touched by anyone for hundreds of years? It's simply asking for death. A mere 100 will kill them. The personnel on the side of Kazuki Sukiyaki were initially dumbfounded. It was only after seeing the members of the Rocks pirates start attacking them that they realized what was happening. This group of pirates has invaded Weno country. A mere 100 dare to charge at an army of 10,000. It's simply laughable. Swish, swish, swish. The samurai and soldiers of Weno country draw their gleaming swords and rush towards the Rocks pirates. Seeing this, Lorne jumps onto the edge of the pirate ship. Looking down at the vast sea of Weno warriors below, a magnificent sight. This is the first time since Lorne set sail that he faces an enemy army of over 10,000. What a pity. In the world of pirates, the tactic of swarming has always been ineffective. It's our turn to strike, brother, Newgate, Lorne said. Beside him, Whitebeard and Rocks nodded. Jumping onto the edge of the pirate ship, standing by Lorne's side. Buzz. In an instant, the conqueror's haki of the three erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 waves surged up from the ground like a tornado. The invisible momentum expanded, centered around the 3 of them, spreading out further and further. The wave of energy instantly enveloped the entire flower capital. Snap, snap, snap. In the blink of an eye, the samurai of Weno who were touched by this conqueror's haki fell one after another, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, all fainting. Not just the samurai. The residents of the flower capital, the common people, and the geishas were all affected by this conqueror's haki. They collapsed on the spot. In just half a minute, under the joint release of the 3 powerful conqueror's haki, the original army of 15,000 was instantly reduced to only 5,000. What kind of pirates are these? Over 10,000 have fallen. The samurai of Weno were astonished. Although they had closed their borders, they knew that something like conqueror's haki existed in this world. But to be able to knock over an army of 10,000 in one go, the strength of these pirates far exceeded their imagination. They only managed to take down this few? It can only be said that this is indeed a martial nation. They thought only 100 would stand. It seems they miscalculated. Seeing this scene, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate were also slightly surprised. It seems the military strength of Weno is indeed different from that of ordinary world government allied countries. Not to mention the strength of these samurai. Just their almost foolish loyalty makes them not easily intimidated by conqueror's haki. Considering that Kinnaman survived being enveloped by conqueror's haki, one can understand that this scene is not outrageous. Moreover, Lorne, Newgate, and even Rocks have not yet reached their peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks pirates who had started charging had already engaged in close combat with Kinnaman's troops. The Rocks pirates immediately fell into a disadvantage. After all, they were outnumbered, and with everyone in Weno being martial, this scene was not surprising. Damn it. The military strength of Weno is completely different from that of the world government allied countries. It's the first time I've felt this much pressure. Several members of the Rocks pirates were surrounded by dozens of samurai from Weno, unable to break through. In a moment of crisis, a deep voice sounded, "Dark water." A dark fluid suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the Weno samurai. What is this? Is this some kind of sorcery from these pirates? The samurai of Weno looked at the dark substance beneath their feet, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Although there were some devil fruit users among them, they did not know that this ability came from a devil fruit and thought it was sorcery. But none of that mattered anymore. Splash, splash. In the next moment, these Weno samurai were pulled into the darkness. Seconds later, when they were released, these samurai were already on the brink of death, completely losing their fighting spirit. Captain Rocks. Seeing the rescue, several members of the Rocks pirates looked at Rocks with admiration. Charge on. The target is the general of Weno, Kinnaman. Rocks waved his hand, pointing directly at the very conspicuous Kinnaman sitting on horseback. With the captain's support, the members of the Rocks pirates fearlessly continued to charge. Gula la la la, brothers. Don't be afraid, charge with me. On the other side, Edward Newgate also used the power of the tremor fruit to cover the members of the Rocks pirates as they charged forward. After just two people, Whitebeard and Rocks joined the battle, the Rocks pirates, which had originally been at a disadvantage, immediately began to erode the defenses of Kinnaman's troops. Samurai casualties began to appear, and the members of the Rocks pirates were getting closer and closer to Kinnaman himself. Kurazumi Orochi, what are you doing? Hurry up and take action with your subordinates. Meanwhile, Lorne approached the motionless Kurazumi Orochi, who stood like a pillar of stability. Oh right. Kurazumi Orochi was momentarily taken aback by the rapid shift from extreme decline to extreme prosperity. After Lorne's reminder, Kurazumi Orochi finally came to his senses. Charge with the Rocks pirates, Kurazumi family warriors, go. Kill Kinnaman, seize the position of general, and take Weno. If we win this battle, Weno will belong to our Kurazumi family from now on. Kurazumi Orochi drew his sword and roared, rallying the Kurazumi family members. He led his subordinates, including Kurazumi Mushi and Kurazumi Kanru, along with 3,000 samurai, to launch an attack on Kinnaman. Father, go for it. Father is amazing. Father, go for it. Father is amazing. Meanwhile, the 4-year-old Kurazumi Odin, already so ugly that it was hard to bear, with a snot bubble hanging from his nose, was waving a toy windmill from a safe spot to cheer for the Kurazumi family. At just 4 years old, he already had this kind of flair. It truly seemed this family was born to be treacherous ministers. Lord Orochi, let me stand in the front. Barrier. With Kurazumi Kamaru, a barrier fruit user, as the vanguard. The Kurazumi family also joined the battle. Under the hard protection of the barrier fruit, it tore through Kinnaman's troops like a sharp knife cutting through cloth. A large gap was instantly carved out in Kinnaman's defenses, with a large number of reinforcements joining. The alliance of the Rocks pirates and the Kurazumi family was quickly eroding Kinnaman's forces. Countless samurai screamed in agony. Blood sprayed out as if it were free. Severed hands, broken feet, dismembered limbs, organs, and heads rolled on the ground. The entire flower capital was plunged into chaos. Damn it, protect the general. We must not let these villains succeed. In this critical moment, the guards responsible for the general's safety, more than 10 in total, appeared on the battlefield. These people are composed of ninjas and samurai, and they're also a formidable force not to be underestimated. Kawanami, guard destruction. Remaining snow slash. Kappa fury. Ninja technique, body concealment technique. Ninja technique, shuriken technique. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen people joined forces to unleash powerful strength. They took the lead and blocked the path of the Rocks pirates and the Kurazumi family. The strength of these more than 10 individuals is, on average, at the level of the Imperial Corps officers. Some exceptionally strong ones even possess the power of senior officers in the Imperial Corps. Their appearance has somewhat slowed down the advance of the Rocks pirates and the Kurazumi family. Of course, this is only a slight slowdown. In front of Rocks, the strength of the Yut band is still far from enough. Conqueror's strike. With a burst of Conqueror's haki, one member of the Yut band was immediately sent flying by Rocks. The person was in a miserable state, covered in blood, and it was likely their internal organs were crushed by the Conqueror's haki. Their life was already hanging by a thread. Damn pirates. Seeing this, another member of the Yut band angrily drew his sword to slash at Rocks, only to be caught by Rocks and slapped away, along with that person's katana. Rocks snapped it in two. In an instant, 2 members of the Yut band were defeated by Rocks. A breakthrough was opened by Captain Rocks. Charge towards here. It was as if a small gap appeared in a dam, and once the flood caught hold, it rushed forward uncontrollably. With just 2 members of the Yut band down, a chain reaction immediately occurred. The samurai blocking Kazuki Odin were becoming fewer and fewer. The people of the Rocks pirates and the Kurazumi family were only a few dozen meters away from Kazuki Odin. Damn it, Your Highness, the general, hurry and leave now. Sensing the situation was dire, several trusted subordinates of Kazuki Odin hurriedly advised him. However, I cannot abandon these samurai. Kazuki Odin's expression was extremely grave. He never expected Kurazumi Orochi to actually collude with pirates to stage a rebellion. This has led to heavy casualties among the samurai of Weno country. Looking at the bodies of these fallen warriors, Kazuki Odin's heart bled. Damn pirates! Why are you invading Weno country? Weno country has never provoked you pirates. An extremely furious Kazuki Oden looked at the still uninvolved Law and shouted hoarsely. If looks could kill, Law would have been dead dozens of times by Kazuki Oden's gaze. Heh, a common man is innocent, yet bears the blame for possessing something precious. Weakness itself is a sin. Weno country occupies such a resource-rich and strategically important chosen land. Of course, it would be coveted by the strong. Even if I do not take it now, decades later, this place will still be targeted by Kaido. The outcome is the same. Law had no intention of exchanging words with Kazuki Oden and joined the battle. Immediately, several samurai were knocked down by Law, their fates uncertain. In terms of strength, Law was now definitely at the level of a senior officer in the Imperial Corps. With the addition of his Nomi powers, he could even contend with top officers of the Imperial Corps. Damn. Law's contemptuous attitude deeply hurt Kazuki Oden. How dare he say Weno country is weak? Swish. Kazuki Oden drew his katana, even intending to fight these villains to the death. Your Highness, you must not act recklessly. You are the ruler of a nation, and you cannot fall into the enemy's hands. If you fall into the hands of the Kurizumi clan, your life will be in great danger. Your Highness, please leave here immediately. We will hold off the enemy. His subordinates advised earnestly, tears in their eyes. Heh, at this point, you still want to escape? Kazuki Oden, I got you. At the same time, Kurizumi Kanjiro, using his barrier fruit ability, quickly tore through the defensive line of Kazuki Oden's army, leading many samurai from the Kurizumi family to face Kazuki Oden. The main reason was that most of Kazuki Oden's forces were engaged with the toughest opponents like Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard. The defenses here with Kurizumi Kanjiro were relatively weak. General, retreat quickly. I'll hold them off. Several subordinates drew their swords, blocking in front of Kurizumi Kanjiro. Will you all get lost? Bidir Bulrash. Kurizumi Kanjiro laughed heartily, creating a bending, transparent barrier. Like a rampaging bull, he crashed through all the general's guards in front of him. Without a high-level haki like Flowing Cherry, it's really hard to break the barrier fruit. Even if a weak person eats it, they can have terrifying defensive capabilities. Got it, Kazuki Oden. Our Kurizumi family has won. Kurizumi Kanjiro laughed wickedly, reaching out a hand to pull Kazuki Oden down from his horse. At this critical moment, how dare the Kurizumi family collude with pirates to invade my Weno country? Do you really think there's no one in Weno country? Before they could see the person, they heard a loud voice first. A booming voice suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Immediately after, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Kurizumi Kanjiro. This person was tall, bare-chested, with hair resembling blue flames, and exuded a strong personality. Holding a sharp katana and wearing sunglasses, the whole person radiated an aura of authority without anger. This is the gang leader of Weno country, Hanazono Higor. In the original story, he is the old man who teaches Luffy the Flowing Cherry haki decades in the future. At this time, Hanazono Higor is in his prime. Tall and imposing, with an astonishing presence, being the most revered boss of the Weno country gang. He is even respected by many samurai of Weno country. Kurizumi Semimaru. You beasts! How dare you collude with outsiders to plot a rebellion? You deserve to be executed. Hanazono Higor erupted with a terrifying aura, swinging his katana down. Protective barrier. Kurizumi Semimaru activated a barrier, managing to block Hanazono Higor's strike. Do you think you can break through my barrier? Kurizumi Semimaru looked at Hanazono Higor with arrogance. Umph. Hanazono Higor disdainfully snorted, then became furious, his aura rising dramatically. The katana in his hand was coated with a thick layer of armament haki. Hanazono Ichido, Rage of the Light. With a single swing, a powerful sword energy mixed with Flowing Cherry haki surged forward like a runaway wild horse towards Kurizumi Semimaru. A mere slash. Barrier. Sphere. Kurizumi Semimaru scoffed, creating another barrier in an attempt to withstand this terrifying strike. Unfortunately, Hanazono Higor's strength is considerable, and his armament haki has already reached the level of Flowing Cherry. He even taught this ultimate technique to King Luffy in the future, with his full power unleashed. How could someone like Kurizumi Semimaru withstand it? A cracking sound like shattering glass echoed as Kurizumi Semimaru's nearly invincible barrier shattered. How is this possible? Kurizumi Semimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the first time someone has been able to break through their own barrier. Slash! Hanabishi Goro swung his sword, the blade tracing a perfect arc in the air. No! Black Charcoal Semimaru's pupils shrank suddenly. Sensing death approaching, he tried to create a barrier. But the tip of Hanabishi Goro's sword was already close to his head. The blade sliced through cleanly and decisively. Blood sprayed out like mist. With a thud, Black Charcoal Semimaru's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring at Hanabishi Goro. 2 seconds later, the body fell straight to the ground. Lord Semimaru has been killed. How could this happen? The death of Black Charcoal Semimaru caused a stir among the Black Charcoal clan. Black Charcoal Semimaru was recognized as the first warrior of the Black Charcoal family. To be slain by an enemy general on the battlefield is a devastating blow to the morale of the Black Charcoal clan. Haha! It seems they're just a bunch of rabble. Your Highness the General, please remain calm. I will bring this rabble to justice right away. Hanabishi Goro laughed heartily and charged into the ranks of the Black Charcoal clan with his sword raised. Boss Goro, we're with you. Charge! Let these pirates and the Black Charcoal clan pay the price. These blind fools dare to invade the land of harmony. Let them see the might of the samurai. Hanabishi Goro had hundreds of subordinates. Although their numbers were not large, many among them were highly skilled. Some were even comparable to the legendary Red Scabbard 9 warriors of later generations. They could be considered an elite force. Their combat power might even surpass that of the general's personal guard, the YT Band. An elite troop charged into the ranks of the Black Charcoal family's warriors, like lions among a flock of sheep, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Cries of agony erupted, and within just a few minutes of close combat, hundreds of the Black Charcoal family's warriors had already been killed or injured. They had already been pushed back significantly from the line near Kazuki Shusui, and were rapidly collapsing. Damn it! Rocks, Lorne, hurry up and take action. If you don't act soon, the members of the Black Charcoal family will be wiped out. Seeing this scene, Black Charcoal Onamaru couldn't help but angrily shout at Rocks and Lorne. He realized that in this battle, Rocks and Lorne were not using their full strength at all. Especially Rocks. With Rox's nearly instant kill capability against the Ashurako guards, he could definitely break through the blockade of these warriors quickly. But this guy was just slacking off and not using his full power at all. This made Black Charcoal Cicada feel like he was being schemed against. You little rascal. How dare you call out the name of Rocks, Lord Lorne? At that moment, neither Rocks nor Lorne said anything, but Newgate suddenly appeared in front of Black Charcoal Cicada, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. At this time, Whitebeard was not as calm and reserved as he would be in later years. At just under 20, he was in his prime and certainly could not tolerate anyone disrespecting his brother-in-law and his uncle. Standing at 6 meters tall, Whitebeard's presence was incredibly intimidating. Under his gaze, Black Charcoal Cicada felt a chill run down his spine and no longer dared to be arrogant. Instead, he timidly said, "When will Lord Rocks make a move? If he doesn't act soon, the Black Charcoal family will be wiped out." Black Charcoal Cicada was adaptable and quickly changed his attitude. What's the rush? This barrier fruit is quite rare. Lorne stepped in front of Black Charcoal Cicada with a faint smile and then gave his brother Rocks a knowing glance. The two brothers understood each other perfectly, and Rocks immediately grasped Lorne's intention. What do you want to do? Black Charcoal Cicada was completely confused about what Lorne and Rocks were talking about. Dark water. Using his ability, Rocks precisely absorbed Black Charcoal Cicada's corpse into the darkness. What do you want to do with Black Charcoal Cicada's corpse? Black Charcoal Cicada became somewhat anxious. The warriors of the Black Charcoal family were still being slaughtered by Hanazono Goro's gang. However, Rocks and Lorne did not answer him. After 2 minutes passed, Black Charcoal Cicada's corpse was released. What? Nothing happened. Seeing Black Charcoal Cicada's corpse again, Black Charcoal Cicada was completely bewildered. The corpse had not changed at all. So what was the purpose of wasting those 2 minutes? 2 minutes passed, and many warriors from the Black Charcoal family fell. Ha! It's in the bag, Lorne. This fruit may not be top tier, but at least it can enhance the strength of the Rocks pirates. Rocks chuckled lightly, and in his hand, there was suddenly a devil fruit. Lord Shamaro. Upon seeing this scene, the warriors of the Black Charcoal family were as terrified as if they had seen a ghost, scared away by Hanasaki Goro alone. Brothers, charge. Exterminate the rebels of the Black Charcoal family and drive out all the invading pirates. This is... Black Charcoal Oichi stared wide-eyed at the devil fruit in Rock's hand. Although he didn't know that this thing was called a devil fruit, he knew that Black Charcoal Shamaro had gained his strange demon arts only after eating such a bizarre fruit. Rocks, this guy, has taken Black Charcoal Shamaro's demon arts. Brother, leave it to me. This fruit has a decent ability. Lorne chuckled softly, noting that the barrier fruit has a low upper limit but a high lower limit. Even a weak person eating the barrier fruit can have the strength to fight against a strong opponent. Lorne even considered that perhaps it would be a good choice to leave it for his future child. Or it could be a good reward for the warriors of the Rocks pirates. Rocks nodded and packed the fruit into a box. The crowd surveyed the battlefield. At this time, the members of the Rocks pirates had already exited the battlefield as ordered by their captain. The Black Charcoal family's warriors were now entangled with the remaining forces of Kazuki Sukiyaki and Hanasaki Goro's gang. Without the Rocks pirates' restraint, the Black Charcoal family was practically being slaughtered unilaterally. How long are you going to wait to take action? Black Charcoal Oichi said with a sobbing tone. But deep down he was already filled with hatred for the Rocks pirates. It's about time, seeing that the 3,000 warriors of the Black Charcoal family were now less than half. If this continued, they would probably collapse. Thus, Lore and Rocks were finally ready to take action. The Rocks pirates' initial goal was to seize Weno country, not for the profits of Sea Prism Stone. It's important to understand that Weno, united as one, possesses considerable strength. Lore's plan was to first conspire with the Black Charcoal family to eliminate the forces of General Kazuki Sukiyaki and several other daimyo. Finally, they would drive the Black Charcoal family out of Weno. To achieve this, they had to let them exhaust each other first. So from the beginning of the war, the Rocks pirates were just playing it safe. Once both sides had exhausted each other enough, they would prepare to get serious. After all, the samurai of Weno, both from the Black Charcoal family and the Kazuki clan, must be driven out of Weno. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different intentions. These samurai are all treacherous and undercover, and the Black Carbon clan is full of traitors. They absolutely cannot be allowed to remain in Weno country, let alone cooperate with them. The Rocks pirates must monopolize Weno. Come on, warriors of the Rocks pirates. Let the samurai of Weno know what the word pirate means. Rocks raised his arm, and soon hundreds of members of the Rocks pirates joined the battle again. Dark Water, Shockwave, Stormfoot, Flowing Cherry. Under the leadership of the three great powers, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, the situation was instantly turned around. What's going on? How did the Rocks pirates suddenly become so strong? Could it be that they weren't using their full strength before? The troops of Kazuki Sukiyaki were already stunned. Under the leadership of Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, they couldn't withstand the impact of the Rocks pirates at all. It seems the most difficult to deal with is not the Black Carbon clan, but rather the Rocks pirates. Hanabi no Haishigor also sensed the trend. With the strength of the Black Carbon family, how could they dare to rebel? It seems they have united with a strong enemy. Boys, come with me to deal with the pirates. Immediately, Hanabi no Haishigor drew his katana and led his gang members to turn and attack the Rocks pirates. Leave this guy to me. I haven't had enough fun yet. Rocks also realized that the strongest individual combatant on the other side was this Hanabi no Haishigor. This war has never fully unleashed its power, and it's simply not satisfying. So when he saw Hanazono Goro charging over, Rocks took the lead and charged forward as well. At the same time, Lorne and Newgate faced off against the strongest warriors in the gang, excluding Hanazono Goro. Hanazono's one-sword style, Rage of the Blossoms. The magnificent slash combined with Busashoka haki, Hanazono Goro struck towards Rocks. Is this all you've got? Rocks, having sensed Hanazono Goro's strength with Kinbunchika haki, couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed. Swish! With one hand covered in Busashoka haki, Rocks firmly caught Hanazono Goro's katana and held it tightly. Another slash. Hanazono Goro tried to pull out the katana for another strike, but found that the opponent's strength was so great that he couldn't draw the sword. How could this be? His eyes widened in shock behind the sunglasses. Conqueror's haki. Rocks grinned fiercely, and with his free hand, he threw a punch. A terrifying black lightning crackled like sparks, continuously splattering on Rocks' right fist as if it were about to explode. This move clearly entangled the Conqueror's haki. Hanazono Haiguru immediately gave up his katana, forcefully rolling to the side to avoid Rocks' attack. But the entanglement of the Conqueror's haki is terrifying. Even though Haiguru managed to dodge Rocks' punch, he was still harmed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He only stopped after crashing into a building, lying on the ground for a long time without getting up, his life hanging in the balance. Boss Haiguru, to think he was taken down in one move. What kind of monster is this guy? The gang members, still in the heat of battle, stared in disbelief as their admired boss was subdued in one move, questioning their life choices. The man who just instantaneously defeated Korizumi Semimaru took down Haiguru in a single strike. Truly, the Rocks pirates are formidable. Seeing this, Korizumi Semimaru, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel pleased. It seems relying on the strength of the Rocks pirates was the right choice. After this battle, the general of Weno would change hands. Hey, where are you looking? Armament haki, Flowing Cherry Blossom. Like the chain reaction triggered when Whitebeard was stabbed during the Marineford War, Haiguru's defeat immediately caused a chain reaction. Lorne seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The attack, imbued with Armament haki and Flowing Cherry Blossom, thoroughly struck the heart of the samurai warrior in front of him. Instantly, this powerful samurai, equivalent to a high-ranking officer in the crew, collapsed, his eyes glazing over. Over there, Newgate achieved the same result. How could this be? The three strongest had fallen in an instant, and the other gang members felt a sense of foreboding. You don't have the luxury to worry about others, samurai. Rock's voice descended from above. In the sky, the samurai all looked up in unison and swung their swords. Dominating split. King's might. Rocks descended from the sky and unleashed a powerful punch. The shockwave from his punch expanded rapidly like sword energy, covering an entire area. Terrifying black fireworks exploded everywhere, dazzling and disorienting. After the shockwave exploded, a noticeable and vast open space was instantly cleared on the battlefield. The vacant lot led straight to General Kazuki Sukiyaki. At this moment, there was no one in front of Kazuki Sukiyaki. Good opportunity. Ron seized the chance and leaped directly toward Kazuki Sukiyaki. General, run. At this moment, several samurai jumped out beside Kazuki Sukiyaki, blocking Ron and Kazuki Sukiyaki. Don't block my brother-in-law. Get out of my way. At the same time, Newgate also seized the opportunity and charged forward. Whoosh! He swung his great naginata in a horizontal sweep. With Newgate's naturally powerful divine strength and the might of the tremor fruit, the samurai were completely unable to withstand it and were sent flying. Just in time. I am not someone to be easily dealt with. Seeing Ron approach, Kazuki Sukiyaki immediately drew his sword. Having killed so many samurai from Weno country, Kazuki Sukiyaki harbored deep hatred for the Rocks pirates and the Kurazumi clan. Oh, Amano Hagane? Seeing Kazuki Sukiyaki's sword, Ron's eyes lit up. He already possessed advanced swordsmanship. What he lacked was a suitable weapon. Although Amano Hagane was not one of the supreme great swords, it was at least one of the 21 great swords. It was said to be able to cut down the sky, and it seemed to have been crafted by the renowned swordsmith Kazuki Sukiyaki himself. Eva Scum, D. Kazuki Sukiyaki angrily swung his sword, and a plain but powerful sword aura surged upward. Armament haki, hardening. Ron, with near top-level armament haki, covered his arm with haki and lightly raised his hand, nullifying Kazuki Sukiyaki's slash. How could this be? Kazuki Sukiyaki's expression tightened as he continuously unleashed several sword auras. It seems your talent was all used in forging. Such a precious famous sword is being wielded by a mediocre swordsman like you. Haven't you heard the sword crying? Ron smiled as he walked toward Kazuki Sukiyaki, finding the sword auras merely a tickle, not even bothering to dodge. Damn it. Protect the general. The surrounding gangsters and samurai rushed to protect him. Let's see who dares to step forward and die. Newgate raised his great naginata behind Ron. His towering figure and terrifying aura made many samurai hesitate at just a single sentence. It was reminiscent of Zhang Fei scaring off Chao's army at Changban Bridge. At the same time, Ron quickly disarmed Kazuki Sukiyaki and captured him alive. Kazuki Sukiyaki has been captured. Who dares to move? Ron used Moonwalk to ascend above the battlefield. One hand held Kazuki Sukiyaki, while the other wielded a Amano Hagane at Kazuki Sukiyaki's neck, announcing to the entire battlefield. In the next moment, everyone looked up at the sky. It worked. Kurazumi Kinemon, Kurazumi Murasame, and the members of the Kurazumi clan, including the 4-year-old Kurazumi Orochi, all wore proud smiles. General, in contrast, Kazuki Sukiyaki's subordinates and the gang members of Hanazono Goro all stopped moving, their faces ashen. All samurai, lay down your weapons and withdraw from Weno country, and I will spare Kazuki Sukiyaki's life. Otherwise, Ron's Amano Hagane had already drawn a noticeable wound on Kazuki Sukiyaki's neck. Please, don't harm the general. We are willing to withdraw from Weno country. Whatever you want us to do, we will comply. The samurai dared not resist further and prepared to follow Ron's orders. In the eyes of the samurai of Weno country, the general's life was more important than the heavens. They would never joke about the general's life. Soon, the samurai discarded their treasured swords and began to withdraw from the flower capital one after another. Very good, brother. At that moment, Ron immediately gave a glance to Rocks. Got it, brother. Rocks revealed an evil smile, understanding his brother's meaning. The strength of this group of warriors is impressive. If we let them go like this, isn't it like letting a tiger return to the mountain? Taking advantage of their lack of fighting spirit now, we should eliminate them all at once. Rocks activated his ability, placing one hand on the ground. Instantly, the entire ground of the flower city turned into a black fluid. What is this? Is it another one of Rock's abilities? Seeing this darkness, the retreating warriors felt a sense of foreboding. However, Rocks wouldn't give them any time to react. Dark Abyss. With a whoosh, the dark fluid instantly released an extremely strong gravitational pull. The terrifying gravity directly dragged those warriors into the dark space beneath the ground. Not only the warriors, but the dark gravity was so powerful that it also swallowed trees, buildings, and forests as well. It was like an insatiable beast, greedily consuming everything it could devour. Shortly after, a few minutes passed. The buildings, samurai, trees, and all other material consumed by darkness were released. However, this time, like a stagnant pool of water, the released material was devoid of any vitality. Seeing this scene, the nearby Kuroten-ju, Kuroten Mitsuki, and the members of the Kuroten family, including the 4-year-old Kuroten Oirok, were all so terrified that they stood frozen in place, stunned. Is this what pirates are like? Didn't the other side already surrender? How can they still go for the kill? The actions of the Rocks pirates are truly terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the entire Kazuki family. Bastards. Beasts. Why are you attacking them? They have clearly laid down their weapons. They are following your orders to withdraw from Weno. Why go so far as to kill them without leaving any chance for survival? What on earth is the reason? Witnessing this scene, Kazuki Oden's son, Yamato, couldn't hold back his tears and almost bit his teeth in anger as he questioned Lorne. Kazuki Yamato, this is the truth of this world. Survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle. The weak don't even have the right to choose life or death. Lorne's tone was extremely indifferent, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Even Whitebeard appeared calm, not feeling that anything was wrong. These samurai are quite powerful and numerous. To let them leave Weno country so arrogantly is to wait for the day they come back for revenge, isn't it? Although Luffy and Whitebeard are not cruel characters, and they have agreed that the pirate crew must not harm civilians, that is only under normal circumstances. Now, this group of people from Weno has blocked the path of the Rocks pirate crew, and regardless of who it is, regardless of their status or wealth, they will be ruthlessly crushed by the iron hooves of the Rocks pirate crew. This is a responsibility to the Rocks pirates, as well as to Molly, Sherry, and the soon-to-be born child. Although it is bloody, this is the truth of the world. This era is not like the later time of Luffy's pirate playhouse. For a moment, the entire flower capital was silent. The 30,000 troops brought by Kazuki Oden were completely wiped out. Kinnaman, lead the way. Besides the flower capital, there should be 5 other locations in Weno: White Dance, Queen Ling, Rabbit Bowl, 9 Mile, and Hai Mai. You're more familiar with the terrain of Weno than I am. Immediately take your people and join us to clear out everyone from these 5 locations in Weno. After doing all this, without a moment's pause, Lorne approached Kinnaman and said, there should be quite a few people in the other areas too. They must all be cleared. All right, I will arrange it right away. After seeing how the Rocks pirates are a group of demons, Kinnaman no longer dared to raise his voice in front of Lorne. With 30,000 people wiped out, the mere 3,000 members of the Korizumi family must lower their heads and behave. By the way, Kazuki Oden is no longer useful, so I'll leave him to you. Dispose of him as you wish. Lorne casually tossed Kazuki Oden to Kinnaman. The 30,000 samurai of Weno are basically dead, and General Kazuki Oden has become a figurehead, having no impact on the overall situation. Another week passed, under the leadership of the Korizumi family. The Rocks pirates thoroughly cleared all 6 regions of Weno inside and out, since the samurai were all gathered by Kazuki Oden to fight against the Korizumi family. Most of the other areas were left with the elderly, weak, women, and children. The old, weak, women, and children with no combat power were all exiled from Weno country, unable to stir up any waves. As for the remaining men, and even young boys, they were all dealt with on the spot. To eradicate the roots, if one is to act, one must act decisively. After cleaning up the aftermath of Weno country, Ron and Rocks began the final cleanup of the Korizumi family. For someone like Korizumi Orochi, who had betrayed his lord, Ron and Rocks could not possibly keep such a person around. Kazuki Oden was tortured severely by Korizumi Orochi before being killed. Ron and Rocks could not stand such cruelty towards their former lord. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Ron was familiar with the fact that Korizumi Orochi's son, Korizumi Kaido, had the same character as his father. Betrayal of their lord was indeed commonplace for this family, ingrained in their genes. It was likely that if Korizumi Kaido had a son, he would also be a master of backstabbing. Now that the Great War was over, all the samurai of Weno country had been expelled. Only less than 2,000 warriors from the Korizumi family and the Rocks pirates remained in Weno country. What do you mean by this? Korizumi Orochi was incredulous upon seeing the Rocks pirates showing their fangs to the Korizumi family. Korizumi Orochi, do you think I would trust someone who has already betrayed his lord? Ron slowly approached the Korizumi family, his tone filled with disdain. Although Kurizumi Orochi did have some merit in the Rocks Pirates' occupation of Weno country, Ron found such acts of betrayal utterly disgraceful. Ron, stop wasting words with him. Just kill these trash, Rock said bluntly. For a shameless person like Kurizumi Orochi, talking was a waste of time. Just get started. Thus, in less than a day, the Rocks Pirates completely eradicated the Kurizumi family at the cost of dozens of injuries and 0 fatalities. From then on, the vast Weno country was left with only the Rocks Pirates. Cheers! Celebrating our occupation of Weno country. This place is truly amazing. With this island, we no longer have to worry about any blind fools launching sneak attacks. Sherry and Molly can also rest easy during their pregnancy. On the night after the annihilation of the Kurizumi family, the Rocks Pirates began a long-awaited feast. This banquet finally didn't end in a rush like the last time when we seized the dark fruit. Brother, I think we can set this day as the celebration day for the Rocks Pirates. From now on, every year on this day, we should hold a victory celebration to commemorate the great victory of the Rocks Pirates. At the banquet, Lorne, slightly tipsy and very excited, proposed to Rocks. After all, having occupied Weno country, Lorne felt the biggest weight in his heart lifted. With a natural fortress like Weno country, both Shirley and Jasmine can rest assured during their pregnancies. Moreover, with Weno country's rich sea prism stone resources, the Rocks Pirates have secured a never-ending gold mine and firmly established themselves in the pirate world. Great. Lorne, you're right. The name Victory Celebration sounds good. From now on, we should hold a banquet every year on this day to commemorate our Rocks Pirates' great victory. After finishing a large cup of wine in one go, Rocks nodded repeatedly. Gula la la la. The victory celebration is really interesting. Newgate's face was also flushed, looking quite pleased with the drinks. Everyone, stand up and raise your glasses. I declare that from now on, today will be the annual victory celebration of the Rocks Pirates. Enjoy yourselves. Rocks raised his glass, prompting everyone to stand and drink heartily, celebrating joyfully. The banquet lasted for 7 days and nights until everyone in the Rocks Pirates was satisfied, and only then did it come to an end. How long until Miss Shirley gives birth? After the banquet, Lorne found a female ship doctor and asked. In Lorne's impression, Shirley was likely to give birth to her first child soon. About 3 to 4 months, Lord Lorne. The female ship doctor respectfully replied. Good. Please take good care of Miss Shirley and Miss Jasmine. The natural environment of Weno country is very beautiful. Take Miss Shirley out for a stroll to relax when you have the chance. A generous reward awaits upon completion. Lorne instructed kindly. Nowadays, the environment of Weno country is breathtaking, with some sceneries resembling a paradise on Earth, unlike the desolation caused by Kaido in later years. There are forests, lakes, grasslands, and various landscapes. Lorne even planned to build a huge garden for his wives to enjoy and relax. After all, mood is also an important factor in childbirth. Staying cooped up in a room would definitely be detrimental to the fetus. With this thought in mind, Lorne went to find Rocks to discuss it, only to discover that Rocks seemed to be troubled. Brother, why do you look so worried? Is something bothering you? Lorne asked curiously. It should be a time of joy now that we have finally occupied Weno country. Seeing Lorne come in, Rocks quickly said, Lorne, I realize that the Rocks Pirates have too few people. Many resources in Weno country need to be developed, and most of them are very labor-intensive work. Just the Sea Prism Stone factory in Raba Bowl requires at least thousands of people to maximize resources. It seems we need to find a way to expand the scale of the Rocks Pirates and recruit more crew members. Brother, you're right. I have the same thought. Lorne nodded. The manpower of the Rocks Pirates is indeed too limited. Aside from the dozens of trusted subordinates selected by Rocks and Lorne when they first set out to sea, and the 200 crew members brought by Edward Newgate after joining the Rocks Pirates, there are just over 300 crew members in total now. For the Rocks Pirates, who have already occupied Weno country and aim to overthrow the world government, 300 people are simply too few. As Rocks said, just the Sea Prism Stone factory in Raba Bowl requires at least 3,000 people. Moreover, Weno country is vast, and there are many other resources in various regions waiting to be developed. Even 3,000 people would be far from enough. It is time for the Rocks Pirates to recruit a large number of crew members. Little brother, since you agree, I'll go to the pirate black market now and have them post the recruitment information for the Rocks Pirates. Rocks picked up the transponder snail, ready to call the underground boss of the black market. Wait a minute, brother. What Weno country needs most right now is not pirates, but workers. If we recruit pirates, they definitely want to be willing to do this hard work. Lorne stopped Rocks, because Lorne remembered that in the original story, Kaido used prisoners or death row inmates to quarry in Raba Bowl, rather than using his own crew members. This shows that the work of the Rabbit Bowl is indeed hard. They recruited a group of pirates, but ended up making them do manual labor in the factory. It's like recruiting a group of top-tier talent in the real world and making them screw bolts every day. Even if you manage to recruit them, there will still be a large number of people who will run away. You have to understand that these pirates are not as obedient as top university students. They might even cause trouble. So what do we do now? After hearing this, Rocks also put down the den mushy. Lauren's reasoning made sense. Recruiting a group of pirates and then making them work in a factory does seem a bit unreasonable. Wait, brother, I know who to find for Weno country. After a moment of thought, Lauren slapped his thigh and suddenly became cheerful. Who is it, little brother? Rocks was very curious. The fishmen from Fishman Island. Lauren smiled. Fishmen? Yes, fishmen. They are incredibly strong, with natural strength 10 times that of ordinary humans. What is very difficult for humans is quite easy for fishmen. Most importantly, fishmen have long been ignored by the world government and discriminated against by nobles all over the world, living at the bottom of the sea. In fact, they really won't live on land, under the sun, but they lack the courage and opportunity. Now, the Rocks pirates can provide fishmen with an excellent opportunity to live on land, in the sunlight. I believe they won't refuse. Lauren was pleased with his idea. Fishmen can not only do factory work, but also develop other resources. Moreover, these fishmen can immediately fight if they put down their factory work. They're the most suitable candidates, as they can serve as a great supplement to combat power while also doing hard labor. What you said makes a lot of sense. Lauren, when do we go? Of course it's now. Lauren was ready to set off immediately. Now that they have Weno country, they are not afraid of pirate invasions anymore. Neptune from Fishman Island has a connection with me, and I believe he will be very willing to accept this proposal. Whitebeard also heard that Lauren was going to Fishman Island and prepared to go along. He had a good relationship with Neptune and was somewhat familiar with the situation on Fishman Island. Oh, Whitebeard, you have a connection with Neptune. Lauren was a bit surprised. In the original work, Whitebeard indeed had a deep friendship with Neptune. But now Whitebeard is only around 20 years old, and Neptune is probably only 20 as well. Did they really build a friendship so early? Gurura, don't underestimate me, brother-in-law. I went to sea when I was 10 years old. It's been almost 10 years now. In terms of experience at sea, I'm actually more of a senior than you and big brother, Whitebeard said with a smile. That's true. Lauren nodded. In terms of experience at sea, Whitebeard indeed surpasses both himself and Rocks. I hope this trip goes smoothly. Rocks nodded secretly. The three of them arrived at the Ninely waterfall in Weno country, which is the only entrance to Weno country. There is only this one road into Weno country through the Ninely waterfall. I've already sent my most trusted people to guard it. Let us set off. This is the first time that the three main combat powers of the Rocks pirates are leaving their base together. This also proves the benefits of occupying Weno country. The three powerful fighters can boldly venture out, allowing the Rocks pirates to develop at the fastest pace. The three of them were on a small boat. Whitebeard used the power of the tremor fruit to create a tsunami, and the three left Weno country. After about 2 days of sailing, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard first headed to Zebeck archipelago for coating. Although our boat is small, the coating would still take at least 2 days. Let's stay at the Zebeck archipelago for these 2 days. Ahem, by the way, Law, you should find a new wife. Rocks coughed a couple of times and said to Law, after all, both Jasmine and Shirley are pregnant now, so to carry on the legacy of the Zebeck family, it's necessary to find a new wife quickly. Ahem, then let's go check out the slave population shop. Law also felt it was about time to find someone new. Whitebeard had no objections to this. This is the world of pirates, not the real world. It's very normal for men to have multiple wives. That is the great pirate Rocks.Tragically, Zebeck, and his brother Rocks.Tragically, Loren, as well as Edward Newgate. How did these three end up in Zebeck archipelago? Stay away from them. As soon as the three entered the slave auction venue, they were recognized by the nobles of Zebeck archipelago. They covered their noses in disgust and ran to the other side, trying to distance themselves from Rocks, Loren, and Newgate as much as possible. These boring nobles. Should we just kill them all? Rocks said somewhat unhappily. Forget it, brother, we are quite close to the Navy headquarters, and our purpose this time is not to cause trouble. Let's try to keep a low profile. Loren stopped Rocks, although he also found these boring nobles quite distasteful. But the most important purpose of this trip is to establish diplomatic relations with Fishman Island. As for the ordinary nobles, these trash are not worthy of the Rocks pirates' attention. At the very least, only celestial dragons are worth the Rocks pirates' involvement. Soon the auction began. An hour passed, and nothing of interest to the Rocks pirates appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the highlight of the auction. Please open your eyes wide and don't miss it. Ding, ding, ding. As the music played, the lights dimmed, and the entire auction hall fell into darkness. When the lights brightened again, everyone gasped in surprise. On the stage, several fish tanks had appeared, and inside them were mermaids, all of them beautiful female mermaids. Interesting. After taking a glance at these female mermaids, Lorne suddenly broke into a smile. Because just now, he spotted among these mermaids a long-lost S-rank, wife-attracting mermaid. Oh, little brother, did you see a woman you're interested in? As someone who shares a bond with Lorne, Rocks immediately understood that his little brother had found a new candidate upon seeing his smile. Yes, there's indeed a woman suitable to be a wife. Lorne suddenly stood up and raised 2 fingers. 200 million. I want all the fish people on stage. He actually bid 200 million. The price of 200 million made the nobles present give up on further bidding. In this era, fish people are not as rare as in the original story. Although fish people are expensive, female fish people are at most 23 million berries. The price of 200 million for these fishmen is definitely high. However, Lord doesn't care at all. After taking over Weno country, money is just a number for the Rocks pirates. As long as they develop the sea prism stone resources of Weno, it might become the richest island in the world. Without any competition, Lorne easily bought all 6 of these female fishmen. The fishmen bought by Lorne were very scared and trembling. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I will send you back to Fishman Island. Before that, you can enjoy yourselves at the amusement park in Sabeti Archipelago, Lorne said gently to the female fishmen. An amusement park? Really? Upon hearing Lorne's words, the eyes of the fishmen sparkled with excitement. It is well known that amusement parks are a natural obsession for fishmen. In the original story, even the butcher fishman Arlong built a place called Fishman Paradise. This shows that even in the eyes of a cruel fishman like Arlong, an amusement park is a sacred place, let alone for these kind and lovely female fishmen. Of course it's true, Lorne said with a smile, making the fishmen's eyes turn into hearts. Soon, Lorne fulfilled his promise and took the female fishmen to have a great time at the amusement park. During the process, Lorne also got to know one of the female fishmen with an S-level husband value. That female fishman was named Summer and had blue hair. This reminded Lorne of the fortune teller Shirley from the original work on Fishman Island. As for her appearance, there's no need to mention it. Female fishmen are almost all stunning beauties, with figures that are exceptionally alluring, otherwise they wouldn't sell for such high prices. Brother, the plating is done. Get ready to set off. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Rocks came to the amusement park to find Lorne. Well then, ladies of the fishmen, the journey ends here. Let's go. I will take you to Fishman Island. Huh, it's over so soon? I wanted to play with Lord Lorne for a few more days. Good times always end so quickly. Lord Lorne, can I still come to find you in the future? This has been the best day of my life. I actually got to ride the roller coaster I dreamed of. The female fishmen expressed their regrets and happiness, with many of them secretly developing feelings for Lorne. After all, Lorne was the first man to play with them, save them, and he was very handsome. These conditions combined, the mermaids were all captivated by Lorne. Even Summer had an overflowing goodwill towards Lorne. It's okay, I'll often play with you in the future, Lorne said with a smile. After all, the fishmen would all be relocating to Weno country soon, so it didn't matter if it was just for a day or 2. Soon, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, along with the mermaids, headed to Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters underwater. My God, who is that? Am I seeing things? It seems like Lord Newgate has arrived. No, it looks like that notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million, Zebeck Rocks, is with him. Beside him seems to be Zebeck Lorne, who has a bounty of 170 million, even higher than Lord Newgate. What are they doing on Fishman Island? No matter what they are here for, we must report to His Majesty immediately. In the deep sea, hundreds of nautical miles away from Fishman Island, there was a lookout station. As soon as Rocks and Lorne's ship entered the observation range of the lookout station, the fishermen soldiers spotted them. The moment they saw the 3, the soldiers immediately contacted the ministers of Fishman Island using a transponder snail, and the ministers reported the news to King Neptune of Fishman Island. Neptune was just over 20 years old, having inherited the throne early due to the previous king's untimely death. What? Zebeck Rocks, Zebeck Lorne, and Newgate have come to Fishman Island? It's one thing for Newgate to come, but what are Rocks and Lorne doing here? Neptune was both curious and somewhat fearful upon receiving this news. The reputations of Rocks and Lorne were not good. They had slaughtered the royal family of a world government allied nation, and this incident had spread throughout the world. Rocks and Lorne had long been portrayed by the world government as ruthless demons who kill without blinking. Your Majesty, regardless of their purpose. Rocks and Lorne are not figures we can afford to offend, said Minister Zwa, the catfish fishman, hastily. You are right, Minister Zwa. Quickly prepare for their arrival. I will personally go to greet them and see what they are here for, Neptune said, not daring to delay. and immediately led Minister Zwa and Minister Yu to the entrance of Fishman Island to await their arrival. One should not strike a smiling face. If we give them the highest level of reception, they won't have a reason to find fault, Neptune thought. Soon, they saw the figures of Rocks, Lorn, and Newgate. Newgate, long time no see, Neptune greeted. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorn, you have come from afar. We have prepared a lavish dinner, and we hope you will honor us with your presence. After greeting Newgate, Neptune quickly expressed his welcome to Rocks and Lorn. Yururur, Neptune, it's thoughtful of you to personally come out to greet us now that you are king, Newgate replied, also catching up with an old friend. I didn't expect these fishmen to be so considerate. Rocks noticed Neptune's crown and the many attendants and understood. Being received by the king himself was basically the highest level of treatment. Fishman Island was showing goodwill to him. It should go smoothly. Lorn smiled lightly. Seeing Lorn and Rocks both smile, Neptune and the ministers of Fishman Island also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Neptune, is it all right if I bring these ladies with me? Lorn prepared to take all the mermaids to the banquet. Of course, Neptune said, but upon seeing so many mermaids, he became vigilant. Rocks and Lorn aren't here to demand mermaids from us, are they? After all, mermaids are highly sought after, and Fishman Island often had some unscrupulous individuals abducting mermaids for profit. However, Neptune didn't dare to jump to conclusions and led Lorn and his group to the palace instead. The fishermen chefs had already prepared a sumptuous banquet. Neptune, I'm tired of small talk. The reason we came to Fishman Island this time is to discuss something important with you, Lorn said directly to Neptune as the banquet began. Please go ahead, Lord Lorn. Neptune listened attentively. It's simple. I hope you can lead all the fishmen of Fishman Island to join the Rocks Pirates. In exchange, I can allow you to live on land under the sun. What do you think, Neptune? What do you think? After Lorn finished speaking, he clearly noticed Neptune's massive fishman body tremble slightly. Not just Neptune, but the nearby ministers, Minister Yu, and the other ministers were all frozen in place like plaster statues. Lorn's suggestion was simply explosive, equivalent to dropping a nuclear bomb in each of their minds. The people of Fishman Island were momentarily taken aback. After a long time, Neptune stammered, unable to say even a word. If the entire Fishman Island were to join the Rocks Pirates, wouldn't the Fishman race become pirates? Becoming pirates would lead to being hunted by the Navy and the world government, and everyone would have to live with their lives on the line. Moreover, Fishman Island is a member of the world government. It has never happened in this sea that an entire member country of the world government joins a pirate crew. If the world government finds out about this, those 5 old men in the Holy Land will probably pay a huge price to hunt down all the fishmen. Can the fishmen withstand the full-scale pursuit of the world government? Neptune, are you afraid of offending the world government? As an old friend, Whitebeard immediately sensed Neptune's inner worries. As a member of the world government, if Fishman Island joins a pirate crew, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. Given the nature of the world government, they would at least launch a large-scale military operation equivalent to, or even more terrifying than a demon-slaying order. No. We are a member of the world government, and joining a pirate crew is probably not appropriate. Neptune cautiously continued after Whitebeard's words. His wording was very careful, fearing to upset Rocks and Lorn. Although the fishmen cannot afford to offend the world government, they also cannot afford to offend the Rocks Pirates. Haha, your Fishman Island is a member of the world government? What a joke, Neptune. You pay a considerable amount of heavenly gold every year, yet the Navy and the world government never care about your survival. I've never seen any member of the world government frequently attacked by pirates and human traffickers. Speaking of which, it seems that the number of fishmen slaves in Mariehua and the fishmen products at auction has been increasing over the years. Hearing Neptune's words, Lorn couldn't help but sneer. Indeed, Fishman Island is a member of the world government, but it is definitely the most miserable one. Although the citizens are often captured by black market traffickers, the world government and the Navy have never considered sending troops to protect Fishman Island. Even the simple request of the residents of Fishman Island wanting to live on land has been completely denied. After paying so much heavenly gold, they gain nothing in return. And in the original work, they even had to rely on the pirate flag for protection. Fishman Island is undoubtedly the most wronged nation in the pirate world. Lorn's words pierced like a sharp knife into the hearts of Neptune and the ministers present. Every word was a bloody reality, especially the last sentence, which pierced Neptune and the ministers' hearts. But, despite Lorn's many words, Neptune still did not dare to agree. Neptune, are you worried that your citizens will live a life of fleeing after joining the Rocks Pirates? You don't have to worry about this at all. You may not know, but our Rocks Pirates have already taken over Weno, We can definitely allocate a portion of land for the residents of Fishman Island to live on. Whitebeard understood Neptune very well and immediately saw through his concerns. As a king, Neptune must be responsible for his citizens. If all the citizens become pirates and live a life where their heads are on the line, Neptune's reign would come to an end. Weno. Upon hearing about Weno, Neptune and the minister's eyes lit up. Although Weno has long been closed off, it is precisely because of this policy that Weno has a great reputation. It has managed to survive without joining the world government, and its unique geographical position is indispensable. It is an island that neither the world government nor the navy can break through, known as a natural fortress. Neptune and the ministers have heard of this and are quite envious. Is it true, Whitebeard? Hearing what Whitebeard said, Neptune was clearly tempted. Gururara, do you still not trust me, Neptune? I guarantee with our many years of friendship that it is absolutely true. With Weno's terrain, even if the world government and the navy exert all their efforts, they absolutely cannot break through Weno. The residents of Fishman Island will definitely not live a life like pirates, where they could die at any moment. On the contrary, in Weno, they would be much safer than staying on Fishman Island. At least in Weno, those pirates and traffickers can't get in at all. Having your citizens always wanted to live on land in the sunshine? Trust me, Neptune, this is definitely a good opportunity. Whitebeard laughed heartily, patting his chest to assure him. After Whitebeard's words, Neptune was indeed moved. After all, they pay so much money to the world government every year. Yet the number of fishmen slaves in the auction market in Mariehua keeps increasing. Who has any complaints about this change? It's just that Fishman Island is too weak and dares not voice any grievances. If the Rocks pirates really took over Weno country and were willing to let the fishmen live there, it would definitely be 100 times better than living in this sunless seabed. If that's the case, it would indeed be very attractive for us fishmen. However, Lord Lorne, I must say that opportunities do not come for free. You have provided us fishmen with so many favorable conditions, so you must want something in return. As the king, Neptune is very clear about this. He is neither a relative of Rocks nor a close friend of Lorne. How could such good fortune come to him for no reason? The fishmen would surely have to pay some price to obtain these benefits. It's comfortable to cooperate with smart people. I need you fishmen to willingly complete any tasks assigned by the Rocks pirates, and during wartime, fishmen warriors must fight alongside the Rocks pirates. Additionally, the sky gold that is to be paid to the world government will now be paid to the Rocks pirates. In exchange, we can allocate a portion of Weno's land for the fishmen to live on. You need not worry about the safety of fishmen residents within Weno's borders, Lorne said confidently. If this is the condition, it does sound good. Neptune thought carefully and felt that Lorne's proposal was indeed very tempting. After all, the sky gold must be paid anyway. Paying it to the world government yields nothing for Fishman Island. Paying it to the Rocks pirates not only ensures the safety of the fishmen, but also allows them to live on land. Living on land and enjoying sunlight is a dream come true for the fishmen. The unique terrain of Weno can also fully guarantee the safety of the fishmen. No matter how you think about it, it's a guaranteed profitable deal. Neptune then looked at his trusted ministers around him and found that they shared the same thoughts. However, for Neptune, he still felt uneasy. After all, the Rocks pirates are just a group of pirates. Can pirates be trusted? It's just that the large-scale migration of Fishman Island will definitely offend the world government. If Lord Lorne doesn't mind, I have several younger sisters who could be offered to either Lord Lorne or Lord Rocks. They can be wives or concubines, Neptune said to Lorne and Rocks. After all, Fishman Island is going to someone else's territory. Putting everything on the line is too risky. We must bind ourselves tightly with the Rocks pirates. How to bind? It's very simple. Through marriage. Bang! Just as Neptune finished speaking, Rocks suddenly slammed the table in excitement and stood up. Haha, Neptune. Do you think of us as untrustworthy scoundrels like the world government? Let me tell you, the Rocks pirates will definitely fulfill what we promised you. Don't compare the Rocks pirates to that bunch of beasts in the world government. Rocks said excitedly. His conqueror's haki filled the room, causing the luxurious crystal chandelier on the ceiling to sway precariously and the floor to crack. Rocks understood the implication behind Neptune's words, which expressed fear that the Rocks pirates would act like the world government, taking money without delivering results. That's why he wanted to use marriage to bind the Rocks pirates. This made Rocks very angry. Although Rocks knew that pirates were not good people and he had blood on his hands, comparing the world government to the Rocks pirates? Wasn't that a bit insulting to the Rocks pirates? Rocks' sudden outburst instantly froze the originally harmonious atmosphere. Lord Rocks, please calm down. Neptune, the left minister, the right minister, and other personnel from Fishman Island did not dare to breathe. An angry pirate with a bounty of 400 million could not be stopped by the entire Fishman Island. Ha ha ha, brother, Don't be so agitated. Ha, it's fine, it's fine. My brother is just that kind of person. Everyone don't mind. At this moment, Lorne also joined in, pressing Rocks back into his seat and soothing everyone. Neptune, I have already chosen a female fishman to be my wife. That is Summer. As he spoke, Lorne pointed to Summer beside him. Lord Lorne? Summer suddenly called out, felt both surprised and delighted. She was actually the chosen candidate for Lorne's wife. Other female fishmen looked at her with envy. Since Lord Lorne has already chosen, we want to say more. We are willing to follow the Rocks pirates to the land of Weno. From now on, Fishman Island officially joins the Rocks pirates. Neptune knew he could no longer hesitate. He had already upset Rocks. If it weren't for Lorne speaking up, there would have been a huge mess today. Very good, Neptune. You made the right choice. Whitebeard immediately gave a thumbs up. With the help of the fishmen, the land of Weno would gradually prosper. Produce. With fishmen being naturally familiar with water, having fishermen warriors guarding the only entrance to the land of Weno, the 9-mile waterfall, would definitely yield great results. Then I'll give you a week to organize all the fishmen, leave Fishman Island, and head to the land of Weno. Upon hearing Neptune's agreement, Rock's expression also eased as he spoke. Good. We will now send someone to inform the citizens. Neptune did not dare to slack off and immediately ordered his subordinates to announce this to the residents of Fishman Island. All right, I will take care of it. The catfish fishman, the left minister, saluted and then immediately left the great hall to inform the citizens. Wait, Neptune, we have agreed to all your conditions. Fishman Island should also show its sincerity and cut ties with the world government. At this moment, Lorne also stood up and spoke. Lord Lorne, please give us any instructions you need. Neptune immediately understood that Lorne was testing Fishman Island. This was essentially a form of oath of allegiance, indicating that Fishman Island was completely severing ties with the world government. Since he had already agreed to fully align with the Rocks pirates, he could no longer hesitate. No matter what the other party required him to do, he had to agree this time. Very well. Seeing Neptune's decisive attitude, Lorne said with appreciation. The island closest to Fishman Island was the Zebeck archipelago above. All pirate ships wanting to enter the New World must coat themselves at the Zebeck archipelago before heading to Fishman Island. There were many nobles on the Zebeck archipelago, and these nobles had purchased numerous fishermen slaves. Let's give them a surprise. A smile appeared at the corner of Lorne's mouth. Are we supposed to cause a commotion at the Zebeck archipelago? Neptune was stunned. What? Do you have a psychological burden? Lorne said casually. The Zebeck archipelago is full of illegal businesses. You don't think all the nobles who can reach the Zebeck archipelago are good people, do you? Some nobles' actions were not much different from those of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, as world nobles, had many ordinary nobles imitating their actions to show their own nobility. Buying slaves, abusing slaves, oppressing citizens, treating the poor as trash. Many nobles were no different from the celestial dragons. They just weren't as arrogant since they didn't have a marine admiral backing them. They were essentially cut from the same cloth. Among the 200 member countries of the world government, there were certainly some benevolent rulers and wise men. But every noble who came to the Zebeck archipelago to buy slaves was of the same ilk. All right, I understand. Neptune understood Lorne's meaning, at most. He would send some fishmen who had previously been slaves. These fishmen have been slaves and harbor a deep hatred for humans. Sending them out will undoubtedly fulfill this allegiance perfectly. This is a serious matter. Your Majesty Neptune. Just then, Minister Zhua, the catfish fishman who had just gone out to notify the citizens to relocate, rushed back in a panic. In his haste, he knocked over some precious decorations in the palace along the way. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Is someone unwilling? Neptune's expression was somewhat displeased. This is bad, Your Highness. The celestial dragons have come to Fishman Island. They are currently causing a commotion in Mermaid Bay, sending people to arrest our citizens. Ministers exclaimed, breathless. What? Upon hearing this news, Neptune was also taken aback. How could those celestial dragons come at this time? This is a disaster. The celestial dragons have come? Isn't that a coincidence? On the other hand, Rocks and Lorne both displayed smiles. Isn't that a coincidence? In stark contrast to the panic of Neptune and the fishmen, both Lorne and Rocks revealed extremely wicked smiles. The ultimate goal of the Rocks pirates is the celestial dragons. However, they had been busy establishing their foothold and hadn't had the chance to confront the celestial dragons until now. Who would have thought they would encounter them here? What a fortunate coincidence. The celestial dragons? Interesting. Even Whitebeard rarely showed a scheming smile. Unlike in the original story, Whitebeard now had a biological sister, a brother-in-law, and a soon-to-be-born nephew or niece. Whitebeard's dream was no longer to have a family, but to protect his family and strengthen the clan. and to make the celestial dragons, who caused the tragedy in his hometown, pay the price they deserve. Neptune, now is the perfect opportunity for you fishmen to show your sincerity. Lauren glanced at Neptune, and that smile sent chills down the spines of the fishmen present. Are they going to take action against the celestial dragons? Neptune's massive body visibly trembled. This is indeed a genuine world aristocrat. If we really take action against them, the world government will definitely send out powerful admirals. However, all right, Lord Roan, I understand. As the ruler of a nation, Neptune naturally understands that sugarcane cannot be sweet at both ends. Since he has decided to advance and retreat with the Rocks pirates, he must show a determination to fight to the death. He will not hesitate to act against the world aristocrats. Immediately notify the royal guard to come with me to Fishman Bay. Meanwhile, Fishman Island, Fishman Bay. This is the gathering place of the mermaid residents. Although it is in the deep sea, one can see the blue sky, white clouds, and sunlight here, resembling a dreamlike world beneath the sea. But now, the tranquility of this dream world has been disrupted by an unexpected visitor. Hey, what is that? How can a ship appear here? Is that a ship from the world government? Am I seeing this right? On the deck, it seems there are celestial dragons standing. Why are the celestial dragons here? What are they doing here? I have a bad feeling about this. At this moment, Fishman Island is thrown into chaos. The fishermen residents look at each other in disbelief. The reason is simple. A ship flying the world government flag has stopped here. On board are the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Wow, so many mermaids. Is this place heaven? Wow. On the deck, a celestial dragon wearing a glass helmet and dressed in an astronaut suit, with a bulky body and short limbs like a clumsy person, and a face resembling that of someone with Down syndrome, appeared with a snot bubble hanging from his nose. Upon seeing so many mermaids here, the celestial dragon immediately became excited and started dancing. Hurry, catch as many mermaids as possible. They're all free anyway. Wow. I want beautiful mermaids, and my mother said she wants strong mermen. My father also needs young mermaids. Did you hear that? CP0, guards. Hurry and catch them for me. Wow. There will be a reward for those caught. Wow. The celestial dragon then gave the order to the guards beside him. Yes, Lord is Romani. The guards in black suits with black sunglasses and the CP0 members in neat white suits and masks accepted the order and began the capture. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire, cannon fire, and shouting mixed together, ringing in the air. Hurry, run away. They are attacking our residents. Aren't we a member nation of the world government? Damn it, my fiancé, he has been taken. Who will save her? If she is sent to marry Geos to become a slave, it will be the end. My young daughter has also been taken. I will fight them. The desperate cries echoed throughout Fishman Island. The fishermen at the scene ran and scattered. Some fishermen whose family members were captured prepared to resist, but were directly killed by CP0 and the celestial dragon guards. Wow. This is so interesting, so fun, so enjoyable. Keep going. This cruel scene made the celestial dragons incredibly excited, as if they had taken Viagra. The celestial dragons were too arrogant, even capturing people in our territory without any regard for us. Brothers, let's fight back. Some young male fishmen with fighting spirit wanted to pick up weapons to resist. Leading them was a red-skinned male fishman, around 16 or 17 years old, at the peak of youthful vigor. Don't you dare attack the celestial dragons. Otherwise, the Navy will send an admiral. If that happens, Fishman Island might be destroyed. The older fishmen desperately held back the young ones. The world nobility, the celestial dragons, are not to be trifled with. Even the royal guard would not dare to confront them here. How infuriating. Are we just going to sit by and watch them wreak havoc? This is our own territory. Why is this happening? The young male fishmen knelt down, gritting their teeth, powerless as tears of sorrow streamed down their faces. Why can these world nobles act with such impunity? Fortunately, this is the deep sea, the home turf of the fishmen. Although they cannot confront the celestial dragons, they can hide. After a brief chaos, most fishmen hid among the rocks and corals, not daring to breathe. The large Fishman Bay was devoid of any visible fishmen. Report to Lord Romani. A total of 4 young female fishmen and 2 strong male fishmen have been captured. A man in a black suit reported to the celestial dragons. Is that all? The celestial dragon's nose twitched in annoyance, looking quite displeased. Yes. The man in the black suit hesitated, then cautiously continued. Due to fierce resistance from the fishmen during the capture, 22 female fishmen and 37 male fishmen were seriously injured, and 85 fishmen were killed. Do you think we should capture the seriously injured ones? What to capture the seriously injured for? A waste of medicine. Forget it. Go inform the king here to send a few to me, The celestial dragon waved his hand, deciding to ask directly, as it was much easier. Yes. The man in the black suit respectfully nodded, truly planning to ask Neptune for a few fishmen. No matter how outrageous the request, as long as it was proposed by a celestial dragon, it would be fulfilled. After all, the celestial dragons are the gods of this world. Just as the man in the black suit was about to contact Neptune with a transponder snail, the entire Fishman base suddenly darkened. Looking up, they were shocked to see a beautifully crafted giant ship, pulled by over 10 swift sea beasts, appearing above the Fishman Bay. It was the Royal Guard. Many fishmen hiding in the reefs immediately recognized the ship. Who is it? How dare they come above my head? It's really annoying. The celestial dragon was very displeased and picked up a gem-encrusted handgun, ready to pull the trigger. Lord is Romani. It seems to be King Neptune's ship, said the man in the black suit beside him. Oh, the king here? Call him down and have him send a few fishmen to me. The celestial dragon said casually after picking his nose and flicking it away. Neptune, Lord is Romani is here. Why don't you hurry down and meet him? The man in the black suit took out the transponder snail amplifier and shouted at the giant ship in the sky. Having been following the celestial dragons all along, the royal guards completely disregarded the king of the world government member countries, directly calling Neptune by name. Soon, the giant ship slowly descended to the ground. Neptune led the left minister, right minister, and many royal guard soldiers down. Upon seeing so many injured fishmen and corpses on the scene, Neptune and the others had very ugly expressions. At the same time, the expressions of the CP0 and the guards present also showed some anger, because Neptune and the others seemed to have no intention of kneeling before the celestial dragons. Could it be that they had gone too far today? No matter how excessive it is, you must endure it. The celestial dragons are the gods who created this world. Neptune, seeing the celestial dragons, dare not kneel. Before the celestial dragon could speak, a man in a black suit questioned in a condescending tone, "Kneel?" Neptune snorted coldly, his massive body quickly moving in front of the man in the black suit. "You came to Fishman Island, killed so many of my residents, and dare to ask me to kneel? Go to hell." Whoosh! An unexpected scene occurred. Neptune pulled out a beautifully carved trident and directly plunged it into the head of the man in the black suit. Thud! The head shattered like a watermelon, and the man in the black suit died on the spot. Dear fishmen, the celestial dragons have always regarded us fishmen as inferior beings, suppressing us to live in this sunless, deep sea. They also captured our compatriots and took them to Mariehua, turning them into their slaves. What have we gained from repeatedly enduring? They won't even let us live on land. Today, they actually dared to come boldly to our territory to kill. This is intolerable. Warriors of Fishman Island, bravely take up your weapons and resist. From now on, the fate of our fishmen will be determined by ourselves. After killing the man in the black suit, Neptune raised his weapon high above his head and delivered an impassioned speech. Instantly, the male fishmen hiding in the dark were completely stunned. Is it still our king, the good-hearted Neptune? Why has he suddenly changed his temperament today and decided to take action against the celestial dragons? However, even though there was a brief moment of distraction, the fishmen quickly emerged from the shadows. Since the king is taking such a bold step today, they have no reason to hide. Kill them. Avenge our fallen comrades. My son was killed by them. I want to kill them with my own hands. My brother and my father were also killed by them. And my sister and my elder sister died in the chaos just now. Give me back my fiancée. Give me back my daughter, you damn celestial dragons. The residents of Fishman Island number in the hundreds of thousands. They all surged out at once, each one filled with immense anger, creating a frightening scene. How could this happen? Neptune, have you gone mad? Are you really planning to take action against the celestial dragons? Does Fishman Island want to sever ties with the world government? The incident happened so suddenly, and the situation changed too quickly. A few CP0 members just reacted. After all, how could they have imagined that the usually docile and easily bullied Fishman Island would have the guts to attack the celestial dragons? Severing ties? That sounds too harsh. We've simply come to understand some things. The world government has never treated us as one of their own, so naturally, we will seek refuge elsewhere. From now on, the residents of Fishman Island will ally with the Rocks pirates, warriors of Fishman Island. Eliminate these scum that have intruded into Fishman Island. Neptune snorted coldly, grabbed his trident, and began to fight against the CP0 members in front of him. Some elite guards from the royal family also moved out in full force. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. The Rocks pirates. Upon hearing this name, CP0 understood the situation. No wonder Neptune had the courage. Damn it, the fishmen have united with the Rocks pirates. Quickly report this news to the world government and the Navy. Let the Navy dispatch a Marine admiral immediately and escort Saint Romani onto the ship right away. Leaving this place, we will hold them off for now. A few CP0 members displayed their qualities as agents at this critical moment. After understanding the situation, they immediately began to formulate a countermeasure. Saint Romani, it's dangerous here. Please follow us and leave immediately. A few men in black suits lifted the bulky body of Saint Romani and ran towards the ship. You bastards, why are you running? What is there to fear from a bunch of lowly creatures? With so many fishmen charging over, it's a perfect opportunity to catch a few. With Saint Romani's intelligence, he still hasn't grasped the actual situation on site. Don't drag me. Go catch the fishmen, you fools. Bang, bang, bang. Frustrated from being dragged, Saint Romani surprisingly pointed a gun at the men in black. Several men in black suits fell into a pool of blood immediately. Even when a celestial dragon made such a ridiculous move, several other men in black quickly replaced them and took over the bulky body of the celestial dragon again. These people have long been brainwashed. Even if they're killed by the celestial dragons, they will only feel that it is their own fault. Soon, these guards escorted the celestial dragons onto the ship. Quick, set sail and leave this place. The guard in a black suit ordered anxiously, but the ship remained motionless. What is going on? The black-suited guards instinctively looked around and discovered that, at some point, the slaves, shipwrights, and all the servants, cooks, and helmsmen on the ship had fallen to the ground, their eyes white and unconscious. He. Interesting, the celestial dragons are actually this pathetic. Brother-in-law, big brother-in-law, how do you think they rule this world? At that moment, a deep, unfamiliar voice came from the deck. What is this? The black-suited guards shivered as they turned toward the voice. Quebec Rocks, Quebec Lorne, and Edward Newgate, the three core powerhouses of the Rocks pirates. When did you? The black-suited guards felt their legs tremble. Even without unleashing their conqueror's haki, the mere presence of these three powerhouses was enough to instill fear in these insignificant minions. Dokes, Godi, Rocks, and Lorne wasted no time and charged directly at the members of the dozen or so celestial dragon guards. To Rocks and Lorne, these lackeys were as detestable as the celestial dragons themselves. Protect Lord Romani. Even when death was imminent, the lackeys did not forget to protect the celestial dragons. Don't worry. Soon this pig will reunite with you in hell. Rock sneered and punched one person, caving in their chest. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. You lackeys, taste the pain my parents felt before they died. Rocks had no intention of killing these people directly. That would be too easy for them. He wanted them to truly feel what hell was. Brother, you're being too gentle. Do you know what the most painful nerve in a person is? It's the fingertips. The nerve endings here are the most numerous, and even a gentle prick with a needle will feel like fire burning all over. Lorne also displayed a devilish smile, pulling out a 1-inch steel needle from somewhere. Grabbing a black-suited man, Lorne aimed for the tip of his index finger and brutally stabbed it in. The entire 1-inch steel needle was embedded in the man's fingertip. A distorted scream echoed, shaking the entire Fisherman's harbor. Brother-in-law, you really are. In this scene, even Newgate felt a chill run down his spine. The pain that connected to the heart through the fingers was something Newgate couldn't even imagine. One thing was certain. This pain was definitely excruciating. Oh, little brother, is there such a method? Hearing that gut-wrenching scream, Rocks imitated him and also brought many 1-inch long steel needles. These things are really easy to find on the Celestial Dragon's ship. After all, the Celestial Dragons are best at various tortures and torment. In an instant, more than a dozen men in black suits erupted in tragic screams. The intense pain made them roll on the ground, nearly fainting. Finally, it's your turn, pig. After torturing those dozen men in black suits and killing them all, Rocks and Lorne gradually approached the Celestial Dragon. Get away, you lowly commoners. At this moment, seeing his escort team all killed, the Celestial Dragon finally realized that he was in extreme danger. He instinctively raised his gun, wanting to threaten Rocks and Lorne. Slap! Rocks kicked the gun out of the Celestial Dragon's hand, simultaneously breaking the opponent's hand. The Celestial Dragon's hand bent at a 90-degree angle, a horrifying sight. The Celestial Dragon let out a pig-like scream. At the same time, he started to soil himself, and a noticeable urine stain appeared in the crotch of his white spacesuit. The atmosphere was instantly filled with a foul stench. Truly a creature more disgusting than pigs and dogs, Lorne said disdainfully. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The Celestial Dragon was terrified and kept retreating. Don't worry, we won't let you die easily. After exchanging a smile, Rocks and Lorne grinned as they approached the Celestial Dragon. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, the Holy Land. What did you say? In the Power Hall. The faces of the 5 elders were so dark, they seemed ready to drip water. They had just received intelligence from CP0 sent from Fishman Island. The Fishmen have allied with the Rocks pirates. Now they're attacking the celestial dragons. After receiving this news, the Gorasii were almost dumbfounded. Those obedient fishmen, who wouldn't dare resist even if feces were dropped on their heads, actually dared to attack the celestial dragons. Are you kidding me? Even if they had 500 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. If it weren't for the direct report from the celestial dragon's own unit, CP0, the Gorasii would almost suspect this was fake news. Again, the Rocks pirates? Last time, they heard that the Navy sent an admiral to encircle them, but it ended in failure. Now, such a thing has happened again. These guys have only been at sea for a few months, and each incident is more outrageous than the last. Now, they actually have their sights set on the world government's member countries. Several elders exuded a powerful aura, shattering the floor and windows of the power hall. The celestial dragons, as the world's nobility, are absolutely not to be desecrated. Moreover, for a member country of the world government to actually conspire with pirates, if they succeed, where will the world government's face go? The last time they sent an admiral and failed to eliminate the Rocks pirates has already damaged the government's credibility. If they let them cause such a big incident again, immediately send the Navy to dispatch an admiral, and if necessary, destroy Fishman Island as well. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Immediately call the 3 admirals to my office. The admiral's face turned ashen upon receiving the news. Report, Admiral, only Admiral Thunder Dragon is at headquarters. The other 2 have gone out. Then bring Thunder Dragon to me. Yes, yes. A moment later, Admiral Thunder Dragon arrived at the admiral's office. Thunder Dragon, urgent task. You must take people to Fishman Island immediately. The Rocks pirates have allied with Fishman Island and are now attacking the celestial dragons. The admiral succinctly relayed the intelligence to Thunder Dragon. Again, the Rocks pirates? Thunder Dragon gritted his teeth upon hearing the name. Don't worry, Admiral. I won't let them escape this time. The scene of being humiliated by the Rocks pirates was still fresh in his memory. Now, such a major incident has occurred. If he could have dealt with the Rocks pirates last time, this wouldn't have happened today. If they escape again this time, he, as an admiral, wouldn't be able to lift his head in front of the celestial dragons in Mariehua. Thunder Dragon, remember, the main mission this time is to rescue the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons have already died, then Fishman Island doesn't need to exist. The admiral's eyes projected a sharp light. If Neptune really allied with the pirates to kill the celestial dragons, then Fishman Island must be buried with them. If the fishmen really collude with the pirates, then they deserve to die. Thunder Dragon had no objections to this. Although the residents of Fishman Island had committed no crimes, if those civilians conspire with pirates, that would be another story. Click. Thunder Dragon pulled out a golden transponder snail from his pocket. This is the special communication bug for the Demon Slaying Order, which can only be possessed by those with the rank of general. Soon, the vice admirals at headquarters received orders and began to assemble rapidly. In no time, 10 vice admirals and 15 warships had gathered. On one of the warships, hundreds of soldiers stood in neat rows, standing straight, waiting for the orders to be given. Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane were among them. What could be so urgent? The Demon Slaying Order has been activated directly? Where's this operation going? The 4 began to whisper and exchange ideas. The target this time is Fishman Island, where the Fishmen and the Rocks pirates have united to strike against the celestial dragons. Everyone remember, the primary objective this time is to rescue the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons die, Fishman Island must also pay the price. The Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters stood before the soldiers and expressionlessly issued the command. As soon as the order was given, it caused quite a stir among the soldiers. What? The Fishmen have attacked the celestial dragons? No way. Fishman Island is going to be buried alongside them? Is this really okay? The civilians must be innocent. Some young, kind-hearted soldiers with a sense of justice voiced their opinions. By the way, how could the Fishmen unite with pirates? Isn't Fishman Island a member of the world government? After hearing such an order, Carp was also greatly confused. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Sengoku appeared unperturbed. Oh, Sengoku, why do you say that? Carp asked. Crane took over the conversation at this point. Carp, are you stupid? As a member of the world government, Fishman Island has always paid their dues. But the world government has never cared about the lives of the fishmen. The number of Fishman slaves in the Holy Land has been increasing, and the prices of Fishman slaves and human trafficking have been rising. Fishmen's attempts to live on land have been constantly rejected. If it were me, I would rebel too. I just didn't expect them to unite with pirates. Crane had a far-reaching perspective. Zifa nodded. He also understood Fishman Island. Yes, the world government has indeed mistreated the fishmen too much. But why attack the fishman civilians? Even if the celestial dragons die, they should find the culprits and punish them severely. How can they harm the innocent? Carp clenched his fists, feeling indignant. Enough nonsense, soldiers. Obedience is a soldier's nature. If I hear another word, get out of the ranks immediately. At this moment, the voice of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters sounded cold and ruthless. Although his dream, when he was young, was to punish evil and uphold justice. Years of military service had left this Vice Admiral numb. What upholding justice? It's all nonsense. The Navy ultimately serves the celestial dragons. As for so-called justice, it's merely a slogan to beautify the truth and deceive the common people. For a moment, the soldiers fell silent. Even Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane dared not exchange words. Soon, the troops were assembled, with Admiral Raylong as the commander, ready to head to Fishman Island. What are we waiting for? Depart immediately. Raylong noticed the warships hadn't moved for a long time, so he issued the command. Report, Admiral Raylong, the warships haven't been coded yet. A communications officer stammered. Nanny, how could such a low-level mistake occur? Raylong grabbed the soldier by the collar and shouted. Report. It's because the Navy never provides reinforcements to Fishman Island. So not a single coded warship was prepared. After all, no one expected the usually docile fishmen to strike against the celestial dragons. The communications officer scratched his head awkwardly. Damn it. Hearing this, Raylong could only let go and restrain his temper. The Navy indeed has never cared about the lives of Fishman Island. So they had prepared not even a single coded warship. Given the circumstances, it's a bitter fruit of their own making. Now, they can only wait for the coding to be completed as soon as possible. Hopefully, the celestial dragons won't be killed so quickly. How long will the coding take? Even if we gather all the craftsmen, it will take at least 12 hours. 12 hours? Absolutely not. You have 6 hours. 6 hours to complete the coding. Meanwhile, deep in the sea, 10,000 meters down Fishman Island, CP0 has already been taken down by the furious fishmen. The celestial dragon's guard has also been completely wiped out by Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. Only one celestial dragon remains. At this moment, the celestial dragon, Isramani, is being tortured by Rocks and Lorne, covered in blood. The glass helmet has shattered, and the spacesuit is stained with blood. The celestial dragon, with severed hands and feet, looks like a human meat stick. I want the Navy Admiral to kill you all. Kill you all. The barely conscious Isramani still shouted defiantly. Soon he was bound and hung in the most open area of the Gigantcod Square on Fishman Island, very conspicuously. Damn it. Celestial dragon. Look at his miserable state. How satisfying. At this moment, all the residents of Fishman Island gathered in Gigantcod Square, tens of thousands of people, bustling and lively. Everyone looked up at the celestial dragon, who had been tortured to an unrecognizable state, with immense excitement. I never expected the world nobility to have this day. Everyone quiet down. King Neptune has a few words to say. The voice of the left minister echoed through the square, and all the Fishman residents instantly fell silent. I believe everyone understands that today, we have taken action against the world nobility, the celestial dragons. The reason is simple. The celestial dragons have enslaved us for hundreds of years, and countless Fishman compatriots have died in the Holy Land. From 800 years ago until today, we fishmen still live in the sea. Neptune's voice resonated throughout the crowd, and many fishmen even began to weep. After all these years, the fishmen have truly lived too constrained. But from today onward, everything will be different. From now on, we fishmen will go to the land, where there is endless sunlight, fresh air, and vast land. No one will dare to capture our compatriots anymore. There will no longer be a single fishman slave in the celestial dragon's holy land. We will begin a brand new life. That is the life we once dreamed of. At this point, Neptune's emotions became agitated, and he even shed tears. Allowing the fishmen to live on land is also a dream of his as a king. He never expected it to be realized so quickly. King Neptune. Seeing Neptune cry, the fishmen couldn't help but burst into tears as well. Can it really be achieved? Living on land? Some young fishmen looked on with hopeful faces. Soon, Neptune composed himself and continued. Of course, all of this is not without reason. The reason we dare to resist the celestial dragons today is all because of them. They are the benefactors of Fishman Island. They are the heroes of Fishman Island. Neptune's voice was passionate and powerful, broadcasting to every corner of Fishman Island. Fellow residents, I am here to introduce you with great honor. They are Lord Roan, Lord Rocks, and Lord Newgate. It is because of them that we fishmen dare to take action against the celestial dragons today. From now on, Fishman will bid farewell to our past history and welcome a bright future. Cheer, my fellow citizens, Neptune said with a smile, turning his massive body. Rocks roan, and Newgate appeared before everyone. Roar. I know, they're the Rocks pirates. Without them, even if we had 100,000 times more courage, we wouldn't dare to act against the celestial dragons. After all, taking action against the celestial dragons would definitely provoke the marine admirals. Marine admirals are not something we Fishman Island can handle. Moreover, they have given us fishmen some land and ensured our safety. All we have to do is pay the celestial dragons the heavenly gold to the world government and help them with some tasks. Those tasks are too arduous for humans. But for us, who have 10 times the strength of ordinary humans, they are simply childish play. Awesome. Lord Roan, Lord Rocks, Lord Newgate, you are truly great people. The fishmen have already started cheering and applauding. The sound almost broke through the huge bubble covering Fishman Island. After all, the fishmen are also well aware of Neptune and the Royal Guard's capabilities. If they didn't have backing, they absolutely wouldn't dare to act against the celestial dragons. It is precisely because of the presence of the Rocks pirates that Fishman Island can stand tall today and avoid tragedy. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would definitely have opened a massacre here. For a moment, the admiration of the Fishman residents for Rocks, Roan, and Newgate was like a raging river. I swear, I will train hard, and I want to join the Rocks pirates. I want to be a member of the Rocks pirates. Me too. I want to follow Lord Roan, Lord Rocks, and Lord Newgate. I want it too. Some young fishmen have already taken joining the Rocks pirates as their dream to pursue. Seeing this scene, Roan and the others also showed satisfied smiles. Especially Rocks, who did not expect his brother's proposal to have such a good effect. It seems that these fishmen actually regard the Rocks pirates as their dream. The Rocks pirates will gain a new batch of loyal members. I didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. Brother, it's all thanks to you. Rocks looked at Roan and said, with the help of the fishmen, Weno country is going to prosper. All of this is thanks to the celestial dragons, my brother. Roan said to Rocks with a smile. Without the sudden intrusion of the celestial dragons, how could such an effect be achieved? Yes, you're right. These stupid pigs can sometimes be quite useful. Rocks nodded. All right, fellow citizens, now is not the time to cheer. After striking the celestial dragons, the Marines will definitely send out their admirals. Now, we must leave Fishman Island immediately and head to Weno country. Meanwhile, Neptune continued his speech. Just now, at Roan's suggestion, Neptune had already sent fishmen to Marihoa to monitor the movements of the Marine headquarters. After all, taking action against the celestial dragons, the world government and Marine headquarters cannot remain indifferent. The fishmen are monitoring the Navy headquarters underwater, making it almost impossible to be detected. The Navy headquarters has long neglected Fishman Island, and even the warships haven't been coded. However, although the Navy is preparing to deploy a vice admiral, the coding process takes some time. This is just the right opportunity to allow the Fishman residents to escape from Fishman Island. This is bad, Your Majesty Neptune. At that moment, Minister Zwa, the catfish fishman, rushed over in a panic, looking as if disaster was imminent. What happened, Minister Zwa? Neptune inquired. The Navy's warships have arrived, and among them is one of the 3 admirals, Ryu, Nanny. Upon hearing this news, Neptune's enormous body almost lost its balance. Wasn't it said that the Navy's coding would take at least 6 hours? Neptune's tone became somewhat anxious. The fisherman sent to monitor reported that the coding would take at least 6 hours to complete. This made Neptune think there was plenty of time to escape. The fisherman monitoring ahead reported that there were originally more than a dozen warships needing coding. However, it seemed that the dragon had become very anxious about the safety of the celestial dragons. So this time, only one warship with its coding was sent. Perhaps soon the Navy would have continuous reinforcements. Minister Zwa quickly reported the intelligence sent back from the front to Neptune. The dragon was overly concerned about the safety of the celestial dragons, and thus, under the circumstances of having only one warship coded, led the advance team to set off first. Damn that admiral, the lapdog of the celestial dragons. Unable to hold back his anger, Neptune cursed and then said to everyone, fellow compatriots, please hurry up. The Navy admiral has already arrived at Fishman Island. His voice echoed throughout Fishman Island through the broadcast. Nanny, the Navy admiral has come. Run. The fishmen hurriedly prepared to escape. The Navy admiral was not someone they could resist. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away in the deep sea, a coded warship had already arrived. Unexpectedly, there was an ambush here. How boring. Do you think you fishmen can stop me? On the deck of the warship stood the tall Navy admiral, right on, draped in a justice cloak, directly unleashing his observation haki in the deep sea. Although the thunder fruit is powerful, one cannot become an admiral solely relying on a devil fruit. Mastery of armament haki, observation haki, and powerful physical techniques combined with top-notch fruit abilities. This is the reason why the general is praised as the highest combat power of Navy. Rhydon immediately sensed it with his observation haki. Surrounding Fishman Island are many reefs and corals where numerous fishmen are lying in ambush. After all, the fishmen wouldn't just wait idly for the Navy to arrive. The moment they took action against the celestial dragons, Neptune, under Luffy's suggestion, arranged for some fishmen skilled in naval combat to lie in wait around Fishman Island. Once they spotted a warship, they would not need to report. They would immediately launch an attack. In these deep waters, as long as they could break the warship's coating, even a Navy admiral would have to suffer here. Swish, swish, swish. Following orders, some fishermen warriors hidden in the deep sea saw the warship and decisively launched attacks from the reefs, corals, and other hidden spots. In an instant, a dense barrage of projectiles surged towards the warship from all directions. Most of these projectiles are pointed weapons like bows and crossbows. They are not intended to cause injury, but rather to pierce the bubble membranes. Although this is the deep sea with immense water pressure, the shooting speed of these bows and crossbows remains fast. After all, this is the home turf of the fish people. There's an ambush, the commander on the warship said excitedly as he ordered to shoot down these bows and crossbows, knowing that if the bubble membranes were broken, it would be disastrous. Here is the deep sea. Without the membrane, even the generals cannot move an inch. Soon, some soldiers raised their guns, ready to shoot down these arrows. No, we can't shoot. The naval officer in charge of navigation immediately stopped the soldiers' actions. If we rashly attack within the bubble membrane, before the enemy's arrows can pierce the membrane, our own people will break it first. So what should we do? Are we just going to watch these arrows fly towards us? We're going to sink. As the arrows drew closer, the naval soldiers felt helpless and fearful. If the coating at this depth of 10,000 meters in the sea is damaged, everyone on the ship would have no place to be buried. Watch me send them flying. I'm with you, Carp. Just then, Carp and Zephyr, both without devil fruit powers, followed the Thunder Dragon Admiral as the vanguard, ready to dive into the deep sea to intercept these weapons. Be careful, Carp, Zephyr. On the side, Sengoku and Tsuru, who had already consumed their devil fruits, could only remind them. In the sea, their devil fruit powers would not be effective. This batch of new recruits is full of energy, but let me handle it. At that moment, the Thunder Dragon stopped Carp and Zephyr. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Unlike Enel, who needed to strike the drum on his back to activate his ability, the Thunder Dragon, at the Admiral level, had already mastered the Thunder Fruit to perfection. With a casual wave, he launched a terrifying Thunderbird. The Thunderbird spread out directly in the sea. Although the powers of the Devil Fruit become ineffective upon contact with seawater, the ability unleashed by Admiral Thunder Dragon would not fail quickly even when encountering seawater. The terrifying lightning spread everywhere due to the conductivity of the seawater. In an instant, the arrows and crossbow bolts fired by the fishmen were all struck down by the lightning. Moreover, the range of the lightning expanded to dozens of nautical miles around. Zzz. Zzz. In an instant, the deep sea was filled with dazzling lightning. Seconds later, the lightning dissipated. The fishermen warriors, including the floating sea fish and other creatures in the sea, all had their eyes turn white, their lives hanging in the balance. Truly worthy of the lightning dragon admiral. The devil fruit can actually take effect in the sea. After all, this is the highest combat power of our Navy headquarters. It is only natural that he can achieve this. What rocks pirates? We will definitely capture them all this time. After the lightning dragon made his move, the morale of the Navy instantly soared. Amazing. Truly worthy of Mr. Lightning Dragon. So cool, Mr. Lightning Dragon. On the side, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Crane also looked at Lightning Dragon with great admiration. The Navy Admiral is really impressive. I will surpass Mr. Lightning Dragon one day. Carp, on the other hand, clenched his fists, full of determination. Aside from Crane, from the very first day of joining the Navy, Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku's goal has always been to become a Navy Admiral. Full speed ahead, I can already sense the presence of the Celestial Dragons. Although it is very weak, the Celestial Dragons are not dead yet. Lightning Dragon's observation haki, combined with the Thunder Fruit, can sense a great distance. He immediately detected the presence of Saint Isramani. This made Admiral Ray Long very happy. As a Navy Admiral, Ray Long is a loyal supporter of the world government. His sense of justice is similar to that of Green Bull in later generations, believing that the Celestial Dragons are everything. Other non-member countries of the world government are considered inferior species. This is also the biggest reason why he can become a Grand Admiral of the Shanghai Navy and a strong candidate for the next naval marshal. Boom! The warship increased its power and soon entered Fishman Island. The fish people began to flee in all directions. The celestial dragons were at Jelongcode Square. After disembarking from the warship, the Navy maintained formation and started to enter the interior of Fishman Island, Jelongcode Square. They saw it. Saint Isramani. Upon arriving at Jelongcode Square, the Navy immediately discovered the barely alive Saint Isramani. After all, the celestial dragons were tied up in the most prominent position in the square. It was hard not to notice them. My God, the celestial dragons have been tortured to this extent. Their limbs are broken, and their faces are covered in blood. It's truly horrifying. Seeing the miserable state of the celestial dragons, the Navy soldiers were shocked. This was the first time they had seen the glamorous and arrogant celestial dragons tortured to such a state. It's even worse than the slaves in the Holy Land. Ha ha, how interesting. Carp smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the celestial dragons being beaten up. Crane quickly tugged at Carp's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from saying such things. The Navy is coming. That's Admiral Thunder Dragon. Quick, retreat. Wait for me, don't leave me behind. The Navy was also discovered by the fish people immediately. Upon seeing the Admiral, the fish people quickened their retreat. The reason the celestial dragons could act with impunity is that they have admirals backing them. What people fear is not the celestial dragons, but the admirals. Damn fish people, damn rocks pirates. How dare they torture the celestial dragons like this? Seeing the tragic state of the celestial dragons, Thunder Dragon was instantly filled with rage. One must know that the celestial dragons are gods of this world. They are the descendants of the Creator. Without the celestial dragons, there would be no world government. Such treatment of the descendants of the Creator cannot be forgiven. Unforgivable. Thunder Dragon, 60 million volts. In his fury, Thunder Dragon raised his hand and created a lightning dragon with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Thunder rumbled, the dragon roared, and the entire Jelongcode Square was ravaged by electricity. In the next moment, Thunder Dragon waved his hand, and the giant dragon surged towards the fish people who were orderly retreating. Wait, Mr. Thunder Dragon, shouldn't we verify who attacked the celestial dragons? How can you target ordinary civilians? Is this a mistake? Upon seeing Admiral Thunder Dragon directly attacking ordinary fish civilians, Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Crane, and some new recruits were all incredibly shocked, their worldviews shattered. He actually targeted ordinary civilians directly. Is this really something the Navy should be doing? At the very least, they should verify who the murderer is that dealt such a blow to the celestial dragons before punishing the culprit. They've been targeted. I'm done for. I'm going to die. Please take care of my children. Please take care of my parents and sister. Damn it, I haven't even enjoyed life on land, living under the sun, and now I'm going to die? That damn Marine Admiral. The fishermen targeted by the Thunder Dragon despairingly uttered their last words. Once marked by a Marine Admiral, escape is no longer possible. All that awaits them is death. At this critical moment, boom, the merciless and relentless Thunder Dragon seemed to crash into an invisible wall. After two painful roars, the Thunder Dragon disappeared without a trace. Top-tier powerhouses instantly recognized that it was the fruit ability colliding with the advanced armament haki, forming an armor. In the next moment, Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard appeared before the fishmen simultaneously. Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, and Lord Whitebeard. They actually saved us. I almost thought I was going to die. What close call, I thought I would die here. The fishmen, who survived the ordeal, looked at Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard with tears of gratitude. Not just the fishmen, even Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Tsuru, and some truly righteous Navy soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was blocked. Otherwise, Admiral Thunder Dragon's attack would have caused the deaths of thousands of fishmen. The Navy's sins would be great. Hurry and leave. We'll take care of things here. Lorne waved his hand to the fishmen, smiling, then turned to face the Navy before him. How ironic that a Marine Admiral would directly attack ordinary civilians. Is this what they call justice? Lorne's tone was filled with sarcasm and mockery. Even a Rocks pirates would not normally attack ordinary civilians. What a load of nonsense justice. Just a dog of the celestial dragons. Rocks also sneered. Unfortunately, all the ambushes just now were rendered ineffective. After all, they didn't expect the enemy to be a mad dog. Whitebeard was also greatly disappointed. Just moments ago, Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard had devised a plan around the celestial dragons. They thought these Marines would rush to save the celestial dragons first. Then, they could catch them off guard. Who would have thought that the Thunder Dragon would angrily attack ordinary civilians instead? It was truly shocking. What do lowly pirates know? The celestial dragons are the descendants of the creators, divine beings. To defame the gods is to pay the price. After being mocked by Lore and Rocks, the Thunder Dragon showed no signs of anger. In his view, he had faithfully fulfilled the duties of a Marine Admiral and had no reason to feel ashamed. If that's your mindset, then you shouldn't be a Marine Admiral. You should join the Knights of God. Oh, I forgot. You can't become a Knight of God, because your lowly bloodline is unworthy. Noticing that the Thunder Dragon was different from ordinary Marine Admirals, Lorne mocked him again with fervor. "Ha, brother, well said. Indeed, if you can't become a Knight of God, then you'll have to take the circuitous route and become the Celestial Dragon's lapdog Marine Admiral." After hearing Lorne's words, Rocks burst into laughter. The two brothers had once been slaves and naturally knew of the existence of the Knights of God. The Knights of God, as the name suggests, are an organization directly under the Celestial Dragons. The uniqueness lies in the fact that each of the 9 members of the Knights of God must be of pure Celestial Dragon descent. Besides that, no matter how powerful you are or how much you worship the Celestial Dragons, you cannot become a Knight of God. Lowly pirates. Last time you managed to escape by luck. This time it won't happen. Sure enough, upon hearing Lorne's words, the Thunder Dragon instantly flew into a rage. These words pierced the heart of the Thunder Dragon like a blade. After all, you, the Celestial Dragon, are a great god. But in the eyes of your master, the Celestial Dragon, the so-called Marine Admirals are nothing more than stinky laborers, begging for scraps from the world government. Want to become the Knights of God, to uphold the honor of God, a lowly bloodline destined that the Marine Admirals are simply unworthy. 100 million volts of thunder judgment. The furious Thunder Dragon unleashed a powerful lightning bolt of 100 million volts. A colossal pillar of thunder descended from the sky, crashing down violently towards Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard. Seeing this, Rocks' momentum soared as he forcefully pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. Conqueror strike. Raising his right fist, crimson lightning surged wildly around Rocks. He punched out, unafraid, charging towards the descending thunder pillar. The moment his fist collided with the lightning, it was as if a sharp knife had sliced through tofu. The thunder pillar was directly opened up with a massive gap by the force of Rocks' punch. In front of Rocks, the Red Conqueror's haki formed an invisible barrier. The pouring lightning was blocked, as if it had hit an umbrella. The Conqueror's haki continued to release, and after a few seconds of stalemate, it dispersed the massive thunder pillar with a single slap. As expected of Lord Rocks, he blocked the Marine Admiral. Truly amazing. The fish people cheered with joy upon witnessing this scene. Neptune also let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, deciding to follow the Rocks pirates was the right choice. How is this possible? The Thunder Dragon Admiral's attack was actually blocked head-on. Even a pirate with a bounty of 400 million couldn't do this. On the other side, the Marine soldiers were in disbelief, especially some experienced soldiers who had accompanied the Thunder Dragon Admiral on many missions. A pirate with a bounty of 400 million is already a genuine big pirate in these waters. But it's not enough for such a pirate to confront a Marine Admiral directly. Generally, pirates who can deal with Marine Admirals have bounties of at least 1 billion or more. For someone like Rocks, whose bounty is only 400 million, to withstand the full force of the Thunder Dragon Admiral is absolutely unprecedented. There can only be one explanation. Zebeck's bounty has been greatly underestimated. His true strength is far beyond 400 million berries. It seems that the rumor of him defeating the 500 million bounty pirate gate is true. Upon witnessing this, the Thunder Dragon regained his composure and was no longer blinded by anger. Recently, the Marines heard that Rocks had defeated the 500 million bounty pirate gate on an unknown island. However, since the authenticity of this matter could not be confirmed, the Marines did not raise the bounties of Rocks and the others. Now it seems very likely to be true. It turns out this guy really defeated the 500 million bounty pirate gate from his ability to block the Thunder Dragon Admiral's attack head-on. The rumors are highly likely to be true. The Marines were also stunned by the Thunder Dragon Admiral's words. They initially thought this opponent was just a pirate with a 400 million bounty and would be very easy. Now it seems the difficulty of the task might exceed the Marines' expectations. So the rumors are indeed true. Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru were also in shock. The Rocks before them looked like he was only 20 years old, yet he possessed such strength. It seems that the 4 of them are quite far behind. Is someone like Gade really worth a bounty of 500 million? The bounties set by you Marines are too ridiculous. Or are you saying that even someone like Gade requires a bounty of 500 million berries? Are you Marines really that incompetent? Hearing the Thunder Dragon's words, Rocks sneered. This is not arrogance from Rocks. It's just that the battle with Gade made a deep impression on him, and it was quite disgusting. The opponent was able to contend with Rocks solely because of the power of the stone fruit. Throughout the entire fight, Rocks didn't sustain any injuries. Unfortunately, at that time, Rocks didn't have large-scale destructive capabilities, which allowed Gade to escape. Now that Rocks has consumed the dark fruit, encountering Gade again would mean that defeating him in under 5 minutes is not a problem, if not an instant kill. So arrogant. A pirate dares to be so brazen? It's outrageous. A mere pirate daring to mock the Navy? The Navy was also incensed by Rocks' arrogance. Am I wrong in saying this? Facing the furious Navy, Rocks grinned. Hee. It turns out pirates are just a bunch of guys who can only talk big. Defeating someone like Gade seems to make you quite proud. Huh? At this moment, Rocks maintained a considerable level of composure and sarcastically said to Rayleigh, although Gade is a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, he is completely insignificant in front of a Marine admiral. Interesting, the Marine admiral. Instead of getting angry, Rocks laughed, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Rocks was extremely excited, his body trembling slightly due to overwhelming enthusiasm. The Marine admiral was the first true, formidable opponent he encountered since setting sail. Those hungry wolves, Gade, and the world government allied nations, as well as Weno country. None of them were as strong as the opponent before him. He could finally go all out and test his worth. Bro, Newgate, you two step back for now. I will take him on. Rocks took a step forward, placing himself in front of Rayleigh and Newgate. At this stage, Rayleigh and Newgate were no match for the Marine admiral. Brother, big brother. Rayleigh and Newgate looked at Rocks back, and then consciously stepped back. Although Rayleigh and Newgate were confident in their strength, they weren't arrogant enough to think they could fight a Marine admiral at their current level. Despite the fact that as the Pirate King's storyline progressed, strong characters were gradually emerging, and new settings were unfolding one after another. It seemed like the Marine admirals relying on their devil fruit abilities were becoming somewhat irrelevant. No matter how you put it, Marine admirals are still the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. When facing a Yonko-level powerhouse, it's not guaranteed to defeat them. But at least a Yonko would have to go through a fierce battle to determine the victor. And against those below the Yonko level, the admirals were confident of victory. The principle that those below the Yonko were all ants still held true. Bro, you must be careful. Rayleigh also advised. Ha, don't worry, Rayleigh. How could I die here before seeing my nephew's birth? Besides, didn't you say you wanted the thunder fruit? As an older brother, I have the duty to help my younger brother achieve his dreams. Rocks laughed heartily, appearing to have everything under control. Haha, Rocks, you're so arrogant. I've been in the Navy for over 20 years. I've seen too many fearless rookies like you. I advise you three to team up, otherwise, I fear you won't last 5 minutes. As for your so-called nephew, after I deal with you, I will take care of your brother and crew as well. I'll make sure you all reunite in the underworld. Rocks, don't forget to thank me then, haha. Upon hearing Rocks' words, Rayleigh laughed even more recklessly. In Rayleigh's view, someone like Rocks, who only spoke big words, would actually be easier to deal with. Hee, Rayleigh, I suggest you don't mention my nephew. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Rocks shouted angrily, his figure suddenly bursting forth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of Rayleigh. Zulfust. Even a powerful Marine admiral couldn't react in time to Rocks' speed. Rocks reached out and directly grabbed Rayleigh's head. A terrifying conqueror's haki spread out, the crimson waves of haki blooming like flowers, exuding a deathly aura. Boom. Haki burst, using his armament haki to grip Rayleigh's head. Preventing him from elementalization, Rocks slammed Rayleigh into the ground, just like Karp did to Akiji in the original story. The entire sequence of movements was like a lightning strike, giving Rayleigh no time to react at all. Crash, crash. The immense impact shattered the ground, and Rayleigh was directly smashed deep into the earth. Mr. Rayleigh, how could this be? They actually smashed Mr. Rayleigh into the ground. Are you okay, Mr. Rayleigh? Seeing this scene, the Marines were extremely worried, shouting towards the gap in the floor. This was the first time they saw Admiral Rayleigh being preemptively attacked by a pirate. Hee, what are you worried about? Soon you'll all join him down there. Rocks looked up at the Marine soldiers, grinning like a demon from hell. Damn it. Just being stared at by Rocks made the Marine soldiers unconsciously step back. The aura emanating from him was too terrifying. As Marines, we absolutely cannot retreat. Don't forget we still have reinforcements. We must hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Even if we die here, we must stall. Just then, Karp, Sengoku, and Zephyr stepped forward, directly confronting Rocks. Hee, are you new recruits without even a rank? Commendable courage. Looking at the three of them with empty shoulders, Rocks spoke with a hint of appreciation. At that moment, a dazzling lightning suddenly erupted from the ground. The initial sound was just a faint crackle of electricity. Then came the rumbling. 100 million volts thunder. A loud noise erupted as thick bolts of lightning shot up from the ground. As it shattered the floor beneath Rocks, the terrifying lightning column engulfed him entirely. The massive lightning column continuously released terrifying energy, causing everyone to be unable to see Rocks' figure at all. This was Admiral Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, great, you're safe. As the lightning poured out, Rayleigh's tall figure appeared before everyone. Seeing the familiar silhouette, the Marine soldiers turned their sorrow into joy. They didn't expect him to be injured. It was truly frustrating. I originally came here in a pleasant mood. Rayleigh felt a liquid flowing from the wound on his head. He touched the blood on his forehead and let out a deep sigh. With such a large amount of blood loss, it seemed he was seriously injured. Having been a Marine admiral for many years, this was the first time he had suffered such a severe injury. They didn't expect Admiral Rayleigh to be injured. This was also the first time the Marine soldiers had seen Mr. Rayleigh bleed. Bro, big brother. On the other side, seeing Rocks being engulfed by lightning, Rayleigh and Newgate couldn't help but feel worried. Crash! Soon the lightning dissipated, and Rocks appeared before everyone. His clothes were slightly burned, and there were black scars on his exposed skin. It was clear that the previous blow had also been quite painful for Rocks, as expected of a Marine admiral. Rocks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was also his first time experiencing pain and injury. It seems the Marine admirals still have some real skills and are not just namesake. Bro, are you okay? Seeing that Rocks was injured, Lorne asked with some concern. Just now, that strike clearly could have been absorbed using the power of the dark fruit. Although the dark fruit cannot evade attacks with his strength, he shouldn't have been bleeding or hurt. But he didn't do that. Instead, he took it head-on with his body. This indicates what? Lorne knows very well about Rocks. The elder brother doesn't want to expose his fruit ability too early to avoid making Admiral Raijin wary. After all, the Navy is unaware of Rocks obtaining the dark fruit. Even when Rocks defeated Kaido, the Navy only regarded it as a rumor. Don't worry, Lorne, I'm doing great right now. Noticing that his brother seemed a bit worried, Rocks turned to Lorne and smiled. He only sustained minor injuries. What kind of monster is this guy? That was Admiral Raijin's 100 million volts. Seeing that Rocks was only slightly injured from Admiral Raijin's sneak attack, the Navy soldiers looked terrified. The soldiers knew best how formidable Admiral Raijin's strength was. The attack power of the Thunder Fruit is definitely among the top in the Logia type. A bounty of just over 400 million is indeed too low. It seems this will be an interesting battle. Seeing this, Raijin also smiled. He didn't expect that this pirate with a bounty of just over 400 million would have such strength. Today he must show some real skills. You go rescue the Celestial Dragons. I'll handle things here. After rescuing the Celestial Dragons, hurry up and leave, the farther the better. Or, I want to be able to unleash my power. Raijin said to the Navy soldiers beside him. The presence of the Celestial Dragons indeed affects Raijin's performance. If the Celestial Dragons weren't here with Raijin's strength, he could even destroy Fishman Island along with its inhabitants. The Thunder Fruit is just that overbearing. Understood. The other Navy members nodded and immediately began to act. There were about 400 Navy soldiers with Raijin. Apart from logistics and medical personnel, around 300 of the soldiers had combat capabilities. All 300 soldiers are elite, including outstanding individuals like Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, who clearly surpass ordinary Navy soldiers in strength. Leave Lorne and Newgate to me. We cannot let them rescue the Celestial Dragons before the Fishmen retreat. Rocks instructed Lorne and Newgate. Don't worry, bro. Big brother-in-law. Leave this to me and my brother-in-law. It will definitely be fine. Newgate and Lorne took out their weapons. Newgate wielded a large naginata, while Lorne brandished the Amino Habaki, one of the great grade swords seized from Weno. As soon as they finished speaking, a fierce clash began between Rocks and Rayleigh. Terrifying haki and powerful devil fruit abilities continuously sparked intense flashes in the air. The shockwaves from their confrontation spread out, causing the entire Geelong Code Square to shake violently. The ground of the square cracked open, and debris began to rise. The rising debris was crushed into powder after coming into contact with a shockwave produced by the clash between the two. The terrifying shockwave, like a bulldozer, directly flattened all the buildings in the square. This is the proof of the battle between the royal-level powerhouses. Charge! Save the Celestial Dragons and eliminate the Rocks pirates. Just as Rocks and the Thunder Dragon were locked in a fierce battle, someone shouted, and hundreds of Navy soldiers began to take action. If I can't deal with the Admiral, how can I handle you? Looking at the Navy soldiers charging towards the Celestial Dragons, Lorne said slowly. He quickly glanced at the system panel. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, top tier current progress, 1. 34 strength, top tier current progress, 1. 53 stamina, top tier current progress, 1. 97. Swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 97. For armament haki, top tier, awakened flowing cherry, progress, 2. 31. Observation haki, advanced progress, 44. 54. Conqueror's haki, advanced progress, 23. 98. Devil fruit, none other abilities. Never tired, golden eyes, free training, no side effects from devil fruit. After so many days of free training, the attributes of strength, speed, and stamina in the three-dimensional points have finally been successfully upgraded to top tier. Armament haki is also at top tier. Swordsmanship is just a tiny bit away from being upgraded to top tier. With such a leap in abilities, Lorne's strength has reached a new level, likely placing him among the mid-tier of the top cadres in the Marine organization. Newgate, let's go. Let's take them down in one go, brother-in-law. After exchanging a glance, Lorne and Newgate were in sync. Whoosh whoosh. The two unleashed their conqueror's haki simultaneously. The invisible shockwave transformed into a strong wind, sweeping towards the advancing navy. Be careful. Lorne Zebeck and Edward Newgate. These two are also worth over $1 billion. A commander leading the team immediately warned the soldiers behind him upon seeing Lorne and Newgate. However, before he could finish his words, he was already knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki of Lorne and Newgate. The moment the naval commander fell. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, the Navy soldiers covered by Luffy and Whitebeard's conqueror's haki fell like dominoes. Just a few seconds later, only 4 Navy soldiers remained standing. That's right, these 4 were Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. In an instant, it was just the 4 of us left? No wonder they're pirates with bounties over 100 million. I was thinking about clashing with them last time. Looks like I have a chance this time. After exchanging glances, a strong fighting spirit emerged in the eyes of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru. Although the enemy is strong, they're not to be underestimated either. Despite being new recruits, among the 4, except for Tsuru who is slightly weaker, the other 3 at least possess the strength of a lieutenant colonel or even a colonel. Tsuru is at least of major rank. Oh, there's still a few standing. They're actually new recruits? Looking at the 4 standing, Newgate couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It's normal for someone to stand under the impact of Conqueror's haki, but it's surprising that the ones standing are 4 new recruits. This was indeed unexpected for him. It seems there are quite a few talented newcomers in the Navy. TSK for young sprouts. Ron looked at the 4 pillars of the Navy that appeared in the original work and couldn't help but smile for some reason. After all, when they first appeared, these 4 were mostly in their 60s. But now, these 4 were very young, almost like completely different people compared to the original work. Especially Carp, who now was about the same age as Whitebeard, only 17 or 18 years old. He looked so much like the young Luffy, it really made Ron a bit jumpy. Warring States, Zephyr, Crane, it seems we have been underestimated. The young Carp was also staring intently at Ron and Newgate, clenching his fists with the sound of cracking bones, clearly audible. Come on, everyone. We must not let the pirates look down on justice. Zephyr felt a bit displeased about being underestimated, realizing that their opponents were 2 notorious pirates with bounties over 100 million. Carp, Zephyr, be careful. Warring States, however, remain very calm. Our goal is only one, and that is to hold on until reinforcements arrive. The strategical Crane spoke slowly. As soon as her words fell, the 4 immediately sprang into action. I heard that Newgate is a devil fruit user. Then I will deal with him. Warring States slowly spoke, and suddenly, a golden light erupted from his body. In a flash of Buddha light, Warring States' figure expanded dramatically, just like his later title, the Buddha of the Warring States. However, at this moment, Warring States was far from his peak, and his fruit development was still at a primary level. After transforming into a giant Buddha form, his size was only a little over 10 meters. Oh, a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Seeing Warring States transform, Newgate's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. Gripping his Naginata tightly, Newgate prepared for a fierce battle. He is a Zoan-type user, or perhaps a mythical Zoan. Newgate, don't let your guard down. Ron was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Warring States to already be a devil fruit user at such an early timeline. Gururur, this is just perfect. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Newgate seemed quite excited, directly charging forward with his Naginata, using his legs to push off the ground. Newgate leaped high into the air, striking down in a diving motion. The momentum was as if he was cleaving a mountain. Boom! Warring States was no pushover either. In his Buddha form, he brought his hands together, using all his strength to catch Newgate's strike. Crack, crack! The ground beneath Warring States shattered, and his feet sank deeply into the earth. Perhaps at his peak, Warring States could have fought Whitebeard to a draw or even a slight advantage. But in this rookie period, it was clear that Newgate who had been at sea for nearly 10 years, had the upper hand. He actually caught it? Hee hee. How about this move? Quake break. Newgate's eyes widened, grinning widely as he activated his fruit ability. The tip of his blade was suddenly enveloped in a transparent glow. What? Warring State's eyes widened in shock as his observation, haki, sensed a very dangerous aura. Be careful, Warring States. At this critical moment, the young crane rushed forward. Newgate, be careful. Don't let that woman touch you. She is also a devil fruit user. Ron quickly shouted a warning to Newgate. At this moment, Crane was very young, her beauty rivaling that of future military flowers like Tina, Peach Rabbit, or Daskine. But in this situation, Ron had no mood to admire her beauty. If Warring States was already a devil fruit user, then Crane was also very likely to be one. Even though they were rookies, they shouldn't be underestimated. I got it. Hearing Ron's reminder, Newgate hastily withdrew his blade, dodging Crane's support. Warring States, this isn't the time to show off. This is a supernova with a bounty of 160 million. And right now, you're not his match. We must go together, Crane encouraged Warring States. I understand, Warring States nodded, remaining calm and never one to show off. On the other side, Ron, zebeck, you don't have time to remind others. Carp opened his mouth wide, muscles bulging as he charged like an arrow. Carp's speed was like a human cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ron. Bone puncture. A visible sphere of energy formed on Carp's fist. Carp was not a devil fruit user. That was a shockwave formed from his overwhelming haki and strength. You are mistaken. I have all the time in the world, Carp. Ron smiled slightly, sidestepping just enough to let Carp's punch miss. Now, Ron's observation haki had reached an advanced level. Carp's straightforward attack, coming from a new recruit not long after joining, was easily seen through by Ron. Nanny, Carp, having missed his punch, widened his eyes awkwardly and crashed into a building before finally stopping. What are you doing, Carp? This isn't a rookie training exercise. Zephyr shouted worriedly from his side. It's my turn now. Ron drew his Tengu feather slash and turned to charge at the building Carp had destroyed. Not so fast. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ron, both arms covered in haki, presenting a pitch-black surface. Sparks flew as Zephyr blocked Ron's slash. At this time, Zephyr did not yet have the title of Black Arm, but he was already able to skillfully use such combat techniques. Interesting, Ron chuckled lightly, raising his sword to strike again. Clang, clang, clang. Zephyr continuously blocked Ron's blade with his arms, creating fierce sparks and shockwaves. Damn, such strong haki. After a dozen exchanges, Zephyr felt his Busashoka haki was depleting at an alarming rate. Ron's Busashoka haki was too strong. Every time he took Ron's strike, a significant portion of his own haki was consumed. If this continued, his haki would run dry. Crack, crack. The last straw that broke the camel's back appeared. After this clash, it was as if the sound of shattering glass echoed. Zephyr's arm, covered in armed color haki, was actually shattered. Indeed, he is a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. He is not someone I can handle right now. Zephyr quickly used the Navy's 6 styles to shave and create a distance of several dozen meters. Feeling complicated as he said, Young Zephyr, I will take you down here. Lauren showed no mercy. Among the 4 new Navy recruits present today, 3 would later grow into Emperor-level powerhouses, and Crane would at least become a quasi-brigadier general. More importantly, as Navy members, these 4 would definitely become a significant obstacle for the Rocks pirates in overturning the world government. Eliminating them here is absolutely the best choice. Even taking down one person would remove a major obstacle for the Rocks pirates in the future. Swish! Lauren performed a flourish with his blade in the air, and a slash shot out towards Zephyr. Damn, there's no way to dodge it. Zephyr's observation, haki immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura. However, having consumed too much haki and physical strength, his body was overly fatigued, and he found it hard to evade despite wanting to. Get out of the way, Zephyr. At this critical moment, Carp finally stood up from the rubble. Iron block. Carp instantly appeared in front of Zephyr, took a horse stance, his muscles tensing, and activated iron block. Bang! The sword energy collided against Carp's chest, producing a crisp sound. The powerful force seemed to penetrate Carp's body. Carp was pushed back several dozen meters, kneeling on one knee and unable to suppress a mouthful of old blood. Carp, are you okay? Zephyr looked at Carp with concern. After fighting Lorne, Zephyr was well aware of the opponent's strength. The haki and power were not something he could withstand now, although Carp was slightly stronger than him. Taking Lorne's slash head-on would surely not allow him to recover easily. I'm Fina, Zephyr. Carp stood up, surprisingly smiling. As expected of a supernova with a bounty over 100 million, it's great to encounter you here today. If I don't capture him, Many civilians at sea will surely lose sleep over it. Therefore, I will never back down, even if it costs me my life. Carp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his momentum rising once again, full of vigor. Enough talk. Strength is justice. Come on, Carp. Hearing Carp's words, Lorne couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Although their paths were different, facing such an enemy, Lorne felt admiration. At least Carp was hundreds of times better than those hypocritical Navy admirals. Yeah, Lorne and Carp rushed towards each other simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows. Carp's fist struck Lorne's body, while Lorne's blade slashed at Carp, neither willing to back down. After exchanging blows dozens of times, both of them were finally sent flying. However, Lorne quickly stood up. Although he bore many scars, his breathing was steady, clearly not injured to the bone. Carp, on the other hand, struggled to stand, gasping for breath, with blood flowing from his mouth, forehead, and nostrils. Though Carp was now hailed as a monster among new recruits, facing Lorne, who already possessed the strength of a top executive in the Emperor crew, was still too much for him. Can you still stand? Lorne asked, slightly admiring. He hadn't held back in that last strike and treated Carp as a real opponent. Lorne had used his full strength, employing the top-level armed color flow cherry blossom. Carp should have been seriously injured. Justice will not lose, Carp said intermittently, clearly at the end of his strength. It seems you still don't understand that strength is justice, Carp. But it doesn't matter. The next strike will be the final one. Lorne's observation haki had sensed that Carp's aura was very weak now. The next should be the final blow. Damn it, Carp, don't hold on any longer. Zephyr shed tears, shouting. He wasn't in great shape himself. His haki was depleted, and it would take some time to recover. Don't joke around, Zephyr. I'm a Navy man. How can I fall here? Carp shouted coldly, staring at Lorne with a death-defying gaze. If I kill you here, perhaps the future seas will undergo a tremendous change. Lorne looked at Carp and said with interest, if Carp were truly killed by him here, many significant figures would disappear from the future seas. Not to mention Dragon and Luffy, two major figures who would have a profound impact on the future world, would simply vanish. Indirectly, Sengoku and Zephyr, influenced by Carp, would surely undergo drastic changes in personality. And Carp's archenemy, Roger, might not even become the Pirate King. Moreover, without Dragon and Luffy, many people's fates would change in the future. Large organizations like the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the four emperors, would dissipate without a trace. However, those were not matters Lorne needed to consider. What Lorne needed to think about was only the prosperity of the Zebeck family and how to bring down the celestial dragons of Mariewa. If you weren't my enemy, I would really like to share a few drinks with you. But unfortunately, it's not meant to be. So farewell, Carp. Lorne raised his Tengu feather slash, covering it with haki, and swung it towards Carp. Crane, it seems something has happened over there with Carp. Damn it. I know. Even though I really want to support them. Sensing that there seemed to be danger on Carp's side, Sengoku and Crane, who were fighting Whitebeard, were also very worried. For a moment, they were somewhat distracted. Hey, how can you still worry about the other side while blocking me? Stop it already, Navy recruits. Whitebeard grinned and swung his sword. The armed color flow, cherry blossom combined with the Tremor Fruit's ability, surged with sword energy. The sword energy felt as if it could directly cleave a warship in half. Oh no. Sengoku and Crane quickly withdrew their hands to defend. However, the two were still sent flying far away by the fierce sword energy. As they stood up again, blood simultaneously trickled from the corners of their mouths. At the same time, bidding farewell to Carp, Lorne raised his heavenly feather blade and slashed down at Carp. Crack, crack. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Carp. A Navy-issued military knife blocked Lorne's heavenly feather blade. Reinforcements. Carp, Rear Admiral Clay, they have arrived. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zephyr exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Indeed, the newcomer was an elite Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters. Ah, that's great. You made it just in time. You all have worked hard, Zephyr, Carp. I apologize for the delay in the coding process. If anything had happened to you, I would truly be a sinner of the Navy. Rear Admiral Clay from headquarters said apologetically. Zephyr, Carp, these are the seedlings that the Navy is focusing on cultivating. They are the future of the Navy, and we can't let anything happen to them. Zephyr, quickly take Carp down for treatment. I'll handle things here. Rear Admiral Clay blocked Lorne and turned to Zephyr, saying, I understand. Although Zephyr has lost his domineering presence, he still has some physical strength left. He quickly took this opportunity to hold Carp and retreat to a safe place. No way. Lorne, seeing this, hurriedly pulled back his sword, Tianyu Yuuzhan, wanting to move forward to deliver a finishing blow. Underestimating a Navy Rear Admiral. Are you, Lorne Zebeck? Rear Admiral Clay snorted coldly, crossing his sword to firmly block Lorne's path. Lorne's current strength is at a mid-level among the top cadres of the Imperial Corps, still a distance away from being a true Emperor level. In the original work, whether it was the 3 Calamities, the 4 Commanders, or the Captains under Whitebeard, the top executives of the Royal Corps and the strength of the Admiral level are worlds apart. The only ones who can stand a chance against the Admiral level are true Vice-Captains of the Royal Corps, King Corps, like Ben Beckman or Rayleigh, or top deputies like Marco. Currently, Lorne is only at the mid-level among the top executives of the Royal Corps. He naturally has the strength to fight against the elite Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters, but to determine a winner would require a fierce battle. As for bypassing the elite Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters to kill Carp and Zephyr, Lorne is not yet capable of such a feat. Is this the protagonist's halo? Lorne is not angry about this, but rather self-deprecatingly remarks that he has not held back and has given his all, so there is nothing to regret. Moreover, perhaps this is the manifestation of the protagonist's halo of the yet-to-be-born Luffy. After all, if Carp were to be defeated here, Luffy would certainly not appear in this world. Lord Lorne, watch out for the Navy behind you. At that moment, the fleeing fishmen suddenly reminded Lorne. Spear gun lion. A voice suddenly came from behind Lorne. Iron block, Jade. Once Lorne realized, he immediately activated Iron block to block the sneak attack from behind. Then, Lorne quickly stomped the ground dozens of times to create distance. Damn it, he got away, the attacking Navy major said angrily. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was also facing some issues. He was ambushed by reinforcements from the Navy and had to break away from his battle with Sengoku and Tsuru. The reinforcements from the Navy are increasing. Whitebeard retreated to Lorne's side, worried. Yeah, looking at the Navy continuously pouring into the Geelong Code Square, Lorne felt a sense of foreboding. The Navy's numbers were increasing, and they might not be able to hold out. After all, the Rocks pirates are still just seedlings and are fundamentally unable to confront the Navy headquarters head-on. Continuing to fight like this would be very unfavorable for us. Whitebeard was also well aware of the current situation. I understand. How is the retreat of Neptune's fishmen going? Lorne turned to Neptune and asked. Almost done, Lord Lorne. Neptune quickly responded. The advantage of the fishmen is now evident. After all, in the deep sea, the fishmen can swim directly to the New World without needing ships. This eliminates a series of tedious preparations for the ships, so the retreat is surprisingly swift. The fishmen can simply swim away using their racial advantages. Very well, let's start preparing for the retreat now. Lorne nodded. Since the fishmen had already retreated, there was no need for his group to stay here. To retreat, they first needed to have the Celestial Dragon in their hands. Lorne immediately looked towards the Celestial Dragon, still tied up in the square. With a Celestial Dragon in hand, the Navy wouldn't dare to go too far. Just like now, in the battle between Ride-Dragon and Rocks. Ride-Dragon was completely at a disadvantage, covered in wounds of all sizes. In contrast, Rocks maintained the upper hand without using his Devil Fruit abilities. This was because Ride-Dragon couldn't unleash his full power for fear of affecting the Celestial Dragon. After all, the Celestial Dragon was now on the brink of death, and once caught up in the battle between Rocks and Ride-Dragon, it would be certain death. Therefore, Ride-Dragon was hesitant to go all out. Rocks, on the other hand, grew more courageous as the battle continued, creating a situation where Rocks was attacking and Ride-Dragon was defending. Has the reinforcements finally arrived? We must rescue the Celestial Dragon at all costs. Ride-Dragon realized that the Navy's reinforcements had arrived and quickly gave the order. As long as the Celestial Dragon was not rescued, he couldn't unleash his full strength. This feeling is really suffocating. General Thunder Dragon. The newly arrived reinforcements were also taken aback upon seeing General Thunder Dragon. They thought General Thunder Dragon had already dealt with the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, he was actually in a tough battle, and judging by General Thunder Dragon's appearance, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. It was the first time the Navy had seen General Thunder Dragon in such a situation. All units, obey orders and rescue the Celestial Dragons. However, the Navy soldiers only paused slightly before immediately taking action. At this moment, 2 Navy warships arrived as reinforcements, led by Vice Admiral Clay, another Vice Admiral, and 800 elite soldiers. Under the leadership of the 2 Vice Admirals, the Navy launched a rescue operation for the Celestial Dragons. They absolutely could not let them take the Celestial Dragons away. Got it, brother-in-law. Lorne and Newgate immediately rushed towards the Celestial Dragons. Clay, there are only 2 enemies. Let's stop them together. As long as we block them, everything will be fine. Another Vice Admiral said to Vice Admiral Clay. Clay nodded, and the 2 faced off against Newgate and Lorne respectively. As long as they could hold off these 2, saving the Celestial Dragons would be easy. Shatter. flowing sakura, moon slash. Lorne and Newgate swung their large scythes and feather slashes respectively. Crack! The two vice admirals immediately caught up and blocked their advance. Damn vice admirals. Although it was likely that the vice admirals would not be able to defeat Lorne and Newgate in a real fight, they could still delay these two. Faced with the two vice admirals, Lorne and Newgate were unable to break through for a moment. They could only watch helplessly as the remaining Navy soldiers rushed towards the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons fell into the hands of the Navy, the situation would truly be dire. Once the celestial dragons are rescued, you are all doomed. That's right, at that time, General Thunder Dragon will no longer hold back. The Rocks pirates will fall together with Fishman Island. Vice Admiral Clay and the other Vice Admiral said in a deep voice, as if victory was within their grasp. Prince Neptune, it's our turn to take action now. Yes, we agreed to face this together. At this moment, the residents of Fishman Island were all dispersed. Neptune and the Royal Guard glanced at the situation and decided to stay and help the Rocks pirates. After all, it was agreed that the Fishmen had the obligation to fight alongside the Rocks pirates in battle. Now Locks, Lorne, and Newgate were helping Fishman Island hold off the Navy Admiral, giving the Fishmen enough time to retreat. It was time to repay the favor. The king commanded, Royal Guards, drive these world government dogs out of Fishman Island. Neptune raised his trident and shouted, oh, that's great. Get out of here, Navy. You dogs of the celestial dragons. Don't even think about saving the celestial dragons. Brothers, drive these Navy out. Our families have already left Fishman Island, ready to start a new life. The warriors of the Royal Guard had no worries now and bravely charged towards the Navy. The strength of the Fishmen is much greater than that of ordinary people, about 10 times stronger. Moreover, the members of the Royal Guard were even stronger than ordinary fishmen. The number of the Royal Guard was also considerable, at least around 2,000. Therefore, they immediately gained the upper hand against the Navy. Lord Lorne, Lord Newgate, I will help you. At the same time, Neptune moved his gigantic body, raised his trident, and joined the battle against Lorne, Newgate, and the two vice admirals. Fishman Karate, Sea Current Whirlpool. Neptune used his massive body to grab the sea current and quickly release it, forming a gigantic whirlpool that spun rapidly. Anyone caught in this whirlpool would be either dead or severely injured. Danger! Vice Admiral Clay and the other Vice Admiral sensed something was wrong and quickly used the 6 powers of the Navy to dodge Neptune's sneak attack. Good opportunity. With the two Vice Admirals out of the way, Lorne seized the chance to leave the battlefield and rush towards the celestial dragons. Damn it, stop him! Vice Admiral Clay charged forward, ready to kill Lorne. The other Vice Admiral was blocked by Newgate. In a moment of urgency, Vice Admiral Clay stomped on the ground dozens of times and pursued. Navy, your opponent is me. Neptune, holding his trident, accurately caught sight of Vice Admiral Clay and swung it fiercely, blocking his path. Neptune, have you thought this through? Are you really going to go against the Navy and the world government? Vice Admiral Clay threatened with a frost-like expression, never expecting Neptune to fight alongside pirates. As a Navy Vice Admiral, you should know better than me. We certainly don't want to oppose the world government, but the world government has always been against Fishman Island. The number of slaves in the Holy Land is increasing, and the number of fishmen in the black market is rising. Yet you Navy have always turned a blind eye. Today, the celestial dragons came to my Fishman Island to directly abduct people, killing hundreds of my compatriots. Since you have no mercy, don't blame us for being unjust. Navy. The more Neptune spoke, the angrier he became, and he raised his trident to stab at Vice Admiral Clay's head, as if stabbing a watermelon. Damn it! Vice Admiral Clay, realizing he was in the wrong, stopped speaking and instead dodged Neptune's trident, wanting to pursue again, but was blocked by Neptune's massive body. Don't think of escaping. Neptune and Vice Admiral Clay engaged in a fierce battle. Well done, Neptune. Lorne, sensing everything with his observation haki, felt a sense of relief. At the same time, Lorne quickly made his way to the location of the celestial dragons. Just then, the air behind the celestial dragon Isramani suddenly stirred. An invisible air opened a large door. From within the door, a figure quickly sprang out, picked up Isramani, and ran back inside. The person was one of the members of CP9, a user of the door fruit. Note, this is not Bruno from the original timeline. You can consider him as a former, previous, or even earlier member of CP9. CP9 has made a move. The celestial dragons are saved. The Navy soldiers revealed delighted smiles upon seeing this scene. After saving the celestial dragons, they could fight without any reservations. Thinking of escaping? I've already noticed you, Rat. Under Lawrence advanced observation haki, CP9's movements could not be hidden at all. As long as the haki was strong enough, it could nullify the fruit abilities. Although Lawrence's observation haki was only advanced, it was more than enough to deal with a mere CP9. Lorne had been waiting for this CP9 that lurked in the shadows to appear. Flowing Sakura, Sky Splitter. Lorne focused and struck out with a flying slash from a distance. This slash is incredibly powerful, capable of cutting through steel and iron. Damn it! Since the Celestial Dragon was suspended in midair, that CP9 member was also in midair and unable to fully unleash their abilities. Iron block, break. In a moment of desperation, CP9 immediately protected the Celestial Dragon with their body and activated Iron Block. Whoosh! The slash directly pierced through CP9's body, blood gushing out like a fountain. The CP9 member couldn't hold on. Their eyes turned white, and they lost consciousness in midair. Moonwalk. Lorne quickly propelled himself, activating Moonwalk, and firmly grabbed the Celestial Dragon in one hand. The Celestial Dragon is in my hands. Who dares to move? Lorne maintained his position in the sky, using Moonwalk, placing the Tianshu blade against the neck of his Romani saint, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire Navy seemed to be petrified, immediately stopping their actions. Damn, the Celestial Dragon is in danger. Even Admiral Rhydon, upon hearing Lorne's words, couldn't help but panic. Hey, are you distracted? Good opportunity. Rocks grinned wickedly. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Hey, are you distracted? Conqueror's haki burst. Keenly sensing this excellent opportunity, Rocks grinned wickedly, his right fist swinging out like a cannonball. The Crimson Conqueror's haki stirred up a wave of wind, accompanied by the bright red lightning of Conqueror's haki, symbolizing a dazzling death. Damn, this is bad. Boom. With one punch, Rhydon couldn't react in time, immediately tilting his body slightly to dodge Rock's attack. But it was still too late. Rock's right fist smashed into Rhydon's left shoulder muscle like a hammer driving a nail. If Rhydon hadn't dodged quickly, that punch would have struck his heart below. Blood soon gushed out like a fountain. Admiral Rhydon. Is Mr. Rhydon okay? The Navy members suddenly realized that Admiral Rhydon had been pierced through. Moreover, he couldn't use elementalization to escape and was bleeding profusely. It was clear that this attack had severely injured him. Damn. Rhydon, pierced in the left shoulder, tried to elementalize away, but was firmly held by Rock's armament haki and couldn't break free. It's over. Rhydon. Rocks grinned savagely, his body suddenly erupting with a terrifying aura. Conqueror's haki. Entwine began to infuse entirely into his right fist. Not only that, but Rocks also infused armament haki, flowing cherry, which could destroy from within the opponent's body, into the entwined Conqueror's haki. Once Rock's haki was unleashed, Rhydon, who was caught in physical form, would undoubtedly be defeated. The worst outcome would probably be that his internal organs would be shattered by the haki, leading to instant death. You're a madman. Rhydon's pupils dilated suddenly, a sense of death rapidly spreading in his heart. If he didn't make a decision soon, he would truly die. Zap! As expected of a Navy admiral, Rhydon immediately and decisively severed his own right arm, finally managing to free himself from Rock's control. A flash of lightning flickered, and Rhydon reappeared dozens of meters away. At this point, Rhydon's left shoulder and entire arm were completely gone. The severed arm on the ground was still twitching, very much alive. Rhydon was a tough character. Even after severing an arm, he remained silent, just staring intently at Rocks. Mr. Rhydon actually severed his own arm. What on earth is going on? How did things evolve into this? The Navy members were all terrified, deploying an admiral to capture a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. And the admiral ended up with a severed arm. This operation has completely exceeded the expectations of all the Navy present. It seems that this Celestial Dragon is quite useful. I didn't expect that capturing a Celestial Dragon would unexpectedly help my brother break one of Rhydon's arms, Lorne said with great interest. Damn it. Rhydon secretly regretted that he cared too much about the Celestial Dragon, leading to this passive situation. Haha, what's there to regret? Admirals are just dogs of the Celestial Dragons. When their master is attacked, the dog will naturally be anxious. Locke seemed to see through Rhydon's heart and couldn't help but mock him. Give me back the Celestial Dragon. At this point, Rhydon also came to a realization and directly aimed at Lorne. The Celestial Dragon must be rescued by himself. As for Locks, he could only be put aside for now. Even if he slaughtered the Navy, Rhydon didn't care anymore. 2 bottles of poison. Only one can be chosen. If Rhydon had to choose between the Navy and the Celestial Dragon, he would of course choose the Celestial Dragon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost an arm just because he cared too much about the Celestial Dragon. You want the Celestial Dragon, right? Come on, I'll give it to you. Without saying a word, Lorne threw the Isramani saint into the sky. What? Rhydon didn't expect Lorne to make such a move. He instinctively transformed into lightning and shot up into the sky, catching the Isramani saint firmly in his hands. Immediately, a deafening thunder roared above Fishman Island. Damn it, beast, are you playing with me? The celestial dragon is already dead. Furious, Rhydon glared at Lorne with bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent, wishing he could slice Lorne into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, at this moment, the celestial dragon had no breath left. It was a corpse. Ha ha, throwing away an arm for a dead man. You truly are a loyal dog. Lorne didn't care about Rhydon's gaze and laughed derisively. Just now, the slash he dealt to CP9 was so powerful that it penetrated through CP9's body and naturally pierced through the celestial dragon's body as well. The celestial dragon, who was originally on the brink of death, of course, died. Lorne realized immediately after catching the celestial dragon that it was already dead, but he instinctively pretended to deceive the Navy. He didn't expect such an unexpected gain. It was truly amusing. The celestial dragon is dead? Doesn't that mean the mission has failed? The Navy present understood Rhydon's words. No wonder Lorne threw the Isramani saint over without saying a word. It turns out it was a dead man. In that case, carry out the second mission. Completely destroy Fishman Island and the Rocks pirates. At this moment, Rhydon was close to losing his sanity. After all, the celestial dragon is the god of the world he reveres. How could he face the celestial dragons and the elders of the Holy Land after the celestial dragon was killed in front of him? A Navy admiral. He had been too incompetent as an admiral. Even the future position of fleet admiral would probably have to be sought elsewhere. With all these factors combined, Rhydon's pupils began to turn red, and his body trembled with rage. It seemed as if a faint, ominous black aura surrounded him, giving the impression of extreme violence and ill omen. One could say that Rhydon now resembled a rabid dog about to go berserk. It was about to start biting. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the already shattered Jylin Cod Square was struck by hundreds of rolling thunderbolts. Rhydon was completely enraged. Since the celestial dragon was gone, then he would unleash a massacre. Boom, boom. The merciless lightning fell like rain, enveloping Jylin Cod Square in thunder. Rhydon no longer cared about anything else and began indiscriminate bombardment. The targets were the fishmen of the Royal Guard and the Rocks pirates. But if any Navy personnel got too close to the enemy, Rhydon would still mercilessly strike them down with thunderbolts. He could not let any fishman or member of the Rocks pirates escape. Even sacrificing some Navy personnel was inconsequential. War, after all, involves sacrifices. This is what Leilong is thinking right now. In an instant, many Royal Guard mermen and even the Navy were struck by the falling thunder, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of their fate. Please wait, Mr. Leilong. The Navy hasn't retreated from the battle with the mermen yet. Many Navy members have already been hit by you. Please let them withdraw before taking action. Leilong's actions stunned the Navy. Everyone could hardly believe what they were seeing. To deal with the mermen, he even bombed his own people? Has Admiral Leilong completely lost his mind? In response to the Navy's pleas, Leilong chose another way to respond with a thunderous boom. 2 bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking the Navy member who had just spoken. After the lightning flashed, those Navy members lay on the ground, charred and unconscious. Run. Admiral Leilong is angry. Evacuate Fishman Island immediately. Just leave it to Admiral Leilong. As Vice Admiral Clay, who had followed Admiral Leilong for a long time, understood that his superior had completely lost his rationality at this moment. He immediately began to organize the remaining Navy members, preparing to flee Fishman Island. Newgate, Neptune, we should leave here. We can't make a move here. My brother can't unleash his power. Seeing this scene, Ron also decisively chose to retreat. Those below the Emperor are but ants. Even the highest-ranking officials of the Emperor's crew cannot withstand a few moves in front of an enraged Emperor-level powerhouse. Whether it's Kaido knocking out the 5 Emperors with a single blow, or Queen facing Charlotte Linlin, or Jin, or Queen facing Green Bull, or even the captains during the Marineford War facing the bloodthirsty Akainu, all prove this point. Lord Ron, is this really okay? Neptune hesitated. That's an admiral who has lost his rationality due to anger. Lord Rocks, can you really face him alone? Don't worry, Neptune. Since we've chosen to ally with the Rocks pirates, we must trust the captain's strength, Ron said with a sunny smile. Rocks hasn't even used his strongest fruit abilities yet. He is fighting Leilong only with haki and martial arts. The celestial dragons are dead, and Leilong has no reservations left. What follows will be a real battle. The clash of Emperor-level powers might even destroy Fishman Island. We should leave quickly and not hinder my brother's performance. Ron, Newgate, and Neptune along with the Royal Guard team prepare to leave. Want to leave? How could the now red-eyed Leilong let Ron and the others go? He immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Ron and the others. Hey, you really don't take me seriously, do you? Rocks flashed in and blocked Leilong. Get lost, you bastard, Leilong shouted, unleashing terrifying lightning power. His remaining left arm transformed into a sharp bolt of lightning, flashing with blue lightning as it struck towards Rocks, like a fierce dragon emerging from its cave. Crack! Rocks extended his arm, covered in haki, to block Leilong's lightning, but was still burned by the energy and high temperature, leaving a blood mark. You're still so arrogant without one arm? Rocks scoffed, using his other arm to grab Leilong, and then fiercely slammed him into the ground. Boom! Leilong was directly smashed deep into the ground. Now it's the time. Ron, get out of here. Leave the rest to me. Rocks turned around and urged Ron and the others. Got it, brother. Ron prepared to leave with Newgate and Neptune. The ground suddenly erupted with rolling lightning. Immediately, the ground in front of Ron, Newgate, Neptune, and the others shattered. Leilong burst forth from the ground, appearing before Ron and the others. Awaken, Thunder God. In the next moment, Leilong directly activated his Fruit Awakening form. Spectacular lightning flashed before Ron and the others. Then, Leilong's body grew massively. His height, which was around 3 meters, suddenly skyrocketed to dozens of meters. Not only that, this gigantic figure resembled the legendary Thunder God, covered in lightning. With thunder and flashes surrounding him, even his hair took on a lightning form. He looked like a massive generator, constantly flashing with ferocious lightning. This is the final form of the Thunder Dragon, the Thunder God. This is the Thunder Dragon Commander. Luckily, he retreated early. At this moment, the Navy, who had successfully retreated from Ajalanco Square, had boarded the coded warships and arrived at the outer circle of Fishman Island, watching the scene. Above Fishman Island, thick lightning, several dozen meters in diameter, continuously descended rapidly. Each bolt of lightning was like a nuclear weapon, leaving all the Navy in awe. The Thunder Dragon, filled with rage, suddenly unleashed a spherical lightning ball from his hand. 500 million volts, Thunder God. The moment the lightning ball detached from the Thunder Dragon's hand, it quickly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, the lightning ball had swelled to a diameter of hundreds of meters, large enough to instantly engulf a town. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The lightning ball moved towards Locks and the others in astonishing speed, about to swallow them. Ha ha ha. The Rocks pirates and the scum of Fishman Island. No one could survive this move. The Thunder Dragon laughed heartily, as if victory was already in his grasp. Dark water. At that moment, Locks' voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, an eerie darkness appeared out of nowhere. First, a tiny singularity, then like ink spreading. This strange singularity rapidly expanded to an incredible range, resembling a black hole of an abyss. ZZZ, the 500 million volts Thunder God created by the Thunder Dragon, when it touched that dark abyss, was as if it had touched the door of another space. Instantly swallowed by the black hole, without a sound or ripple, the immense power of the Thunder God, capable of instantly destroying a town, just vanished silently. How could this happen? Are you also a devil fruit user? Seeing this unbelievable scene, the Thunder Dragon's eyes trembled violently, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces. His Thunder God was actually cracked, just like that, vanished without a trace, causing no destruction in that darkness. That strange dark power can only be wielded by a devil fruit user. Locks is actually a devil fruit user. This means that this guy didn't even exert his full strength from the very beginning of the battle. Is it too late to realize that now? Die, Thunder Dragon. Locks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile wicked, like a devil emerging from hell. Taking a direct hit of 500 million volts, and it's double damage. Even Locks couldn't come out unscathed. However, for Locks' naturally powerful physique, this level of damage was just about the limit. Whoosh! Locks' figure shot up, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside the Thunder Dragon, his right fist coated with the power of the dark fruit. Swish! The moment Locks touched it, the Thunder Dragon's Thunder God form instantly vanished, revealing his original appearance. How could this happen? My ability can't be used. The Thunder Dragon was extremely surprised, his eyes widening. His Thunder Fruit ability seemed to be completely drained, unable to be used at all. Is your ability to nullify other Devil Fruit powers? The Thunder Dragon guessed as he looked at the strange dark power on Locks' right fist. Clap. Locks didn't answer, but instead countered with a punch infused with Conqueror's haki, hitting the Thunder Dragon hard on the neck. Whoosh! The Thunder Dragon was sent flying, crashing into several buildings before stopping. Damn, it feels like my neck is broken. Getting back up. The Thunder Dragon touched his neck and couldn't help but think it was bad. Just as he thought this, Locks appeared beside him as if teleporting. Clap, 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 clap. Continuous strikes, But the Thunder Dragon was no pushover. As a Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, he not only had a devil fruit ability, but also needed to possess immense stamina and formidable conqueror's haki. Even his physical skills couldn't lag behind. They had to reach a top level. In an instant, the Thunder Dragon managed to block all of Lox's storm-like punches. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides began a contest of haki and physical skills. Without the enhancement of the devil fruit ability in a pure physical contest, the Thunder Dragon was no match for Lox. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon was now down to just one hand. In merely a dozen minutes, the Thunder Dragon was beaten to a bloody face, with many of his ribs broken. It seems your ability is just like seastone. Once contact occurs, it can suppress the abilities of other devil fruit users. However, your ability isn't perfect. It has significant side effects. Although you can nullify my ability, you must touch me to do so. The two had already created a distance of several dozen meters. Breathing heavily, with a bloodied face and many broken ribs, the Thunder Dragon, who could barely stand, had roughly figured out Lox's ability from the recent battle. After all, having been a Marine Admiral for so many years, he had dealt with numerous powerful pirates. This level of combat intelligence and experience is still present. So what? Right now, you are already at your wit's end. I have said it before, today you will surely die, and I must obtain the Thunder Fruit. Rocks looked at the Thunder Dragon with a playful expression. The observation haki had already sensed that the Thunder Dragon's stamina was beginning to wane, and his vitality was also declining. Today, I will surely kill him and seize his fruit. Ha ha, ha ha. Rocks, do you really think you can do it? The Thunder Dragon laughed loudly and continued. I've already figured out your abilities. Your power has a huge flaw. Even if your darkness can absorb my lightning does not actually disappear and will still harm you. You cannot evade physical damage like other Logia fruit users. After saying this, the Thunder Dragon seemed to have made up his mind, and his expression suddenly became solemn. I carefully thought about your backgrounds. From setting sail and defeating the hungry wolf pirates, to actively attacking the world government's allied nations. Now you have allied with Fishman Island, killed the celestial dragons, and brought shame to the world government. I must say, Rocks, your pirate crew, although not large in scale yet, has an incredibly terrifying potential. In just a few months of sailing, you have already grown to this extent. If I continue to let you go unchecked in due time, you will surely bring unimaginable disaster to the world government, the celestial dragons, and the Navy. Therefore, even if I have to sacrifice my life today, I will take you down with me. Theta Theta. After the Thunder Dragon said this, the lightning around him flickered wildly, striking out in all directions. The lightning was so bright that it was almost blinding. Fruit awakening. Thunder welcome. With a roar, rumble, rumble in the next moment, the ground, buildings, streets, palace, and forests of Fishman Island, almost all terrain, transformed into rolling lightning. It was as if one was in a bizarre outer space planet. Everywhere the eye could see, everything had turned into jumping lightning. The entire Fishman Island seemed to have become a vast ocean of rampant lightning. The sound of thunder was almost shattering eardrums. The roaring lightning continuously erupted from the sea surface, creating bubble after bubble, surging forth like magma, sending chills down the spine. Has the entire terrain of Fishman Island changed? Is this awakening? Is this the power of an admiral? Seeing this scene, Neptune was stunned, as if turned to stone. Even though the Thunder Dragon before him was so weak, he could still unleash enough power to destroy the entire Fishman Island. My God, you all look, what is that? What a spectacular scene. It's hard to believe, truly hard to believe. Is Mr. Thunder Dragon really preparing to completely destroy Fishman Island? Meanwhile, the Navy on the outskirts of Fishman Island also widened their eyes, murmuring in disbelief. Everywhere they looked, the beautiful Fishman Island had transformed into flashes of lightning. There is no doubt, this is the awakening power of Admiral Thunder Dragon. Moreover, above Fishman Island, a massive thunderball formed from terrifying lightning had suddenly appeared. The size of this thunderball was as large as the entire Fishman Island. The thunderball is slowly descending, and once it lands, it will completely destroy Fishman Island. Is Admiral Raijin throwing his life away? At this depth of 10,000 meters underwater, if Fishman Island is destroyed, he himself will be affected. What on earth is going on? Some Navy personnel are painfully covering their heads, completely unaware of what is happening inside Fishman Island. Does Mr. Raijin really need to go this far? Vice Admiral Clay, who has followed Raijin for a long time, also widened his eyes in shock and murmured. This is the first time he has seen Raijin pushed to this extent. It is foreseeable that once this thunderball falls, the entire Fishman Island will be leveled to the ground. In this 10,000-meter deep sea, without Fishman Island as a foothold. Even Admiral Raijin would have no place to die. Has the Rocks pirates reached a point where Admiral Raijin must sacrifice his life to eliminate them? Beside them, Sengoku and Crane, two strategic geniuses, also sense the gravity of the situation and said in shock, Admiral Raijin, he is going to perish together with the Rocks pirates. At this moment, inside Fishman Island, here has long been a sea of thunder and lightning. Above, a lightning orb comparable in size to Fishman Island is slowly descending. Once it lands, Fishman Island will be instantly flattened. This guy really is a madman. At a depth of 10,000 meters, if Fishman Island sinks, he will die too. It seems he intends to take us all down with him. Newgate, holding his large naginata, stood tall and straight, speaking in a deep voice. Even in such a dire situation, Newgate remained remarkably calm. No wonder he would become the strongest man in the world in the future. What should we do, Lord Roan? Lord Newgate? If this continues, we're all doomed, and Fishman Island will really sink. Neptune was panicking. Firstly, Neptune was only about 20 years old and still very young. Secondly, he was not a pirate and had never experienced life and death battles. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. It was inevitable that he found it hard to accept. Neptune, why panic? In this situation, panic is meaningless. The reality is already set. What we need to do is calmly accept it, and we must believe in our brother. Roan sheathed his Tenyu Yuuzhan, breathing steadily, with a face as calm as a still lake, as if he were not in a sea of thunder, but a sea of flowers. Lord Roan. Roan's words seemed to make Neptune understand something. He stopped panicking and instead calmed down. Ha! Have you seen the situation clearly and decided to give up resistance? Seeing that Roan, Newgate, and Neptune were not at all flustered, the Thunder Dragon laughed with delight. Very good. A wise man knows the opportune moment. Enjoy the last moments of your life well, and let us die together at the bottom of the sea. The Thunder Dragon forcefully swung his remaining arm downward. The descending lightning's speed suddenly skyrocketed and soon touched Fishman Island. The first to be struck down by the lightning was the tallest building on Fishman Island, the royal residence. Ryugu Palace. Constructed from large coral reefs, shells, and other precious materials, the luxurious Ryugu Palace crumbled as if made of paper upon contact with the lightning. Next was the lower hard-shell tower prison. These seemingly indestructible buildings, when touched by Lei Ying, crumbled like paper in an instant. Soon, Lei Ying descended to the Geelong Code Square where Ron and Rocks were. Dark hole. Seeing this, Rocks shouted and immediately activated his devil fruit ability. A strange dark mist emanated from behind Rocks, forming a tornado shape that began to rise. The darkness ascended, and Lei Ying rapidly descended. Soon, the darkness collided with the descending Lei Ying. ZZZZZZ. As expected, the moment Lei Ying touched the darkness, it was as if a planet had come into contact with a black hole. At a small point of contact, Lei Ying was crazily sucked in, and his size began to shrink at a visible rate. What was this strange darkness? Why did it feel a bit off? At this moment, the Navy surrounding Fishman Island also observed the black mist. It was truly too bizarre. Many Navy personnel felt a sense of ominous foreboding rising in their hearts. He Rocks. Even if you can absorb my lightning, you will still suffer multiplied damage. Seeing this, the Thunder Dragon was completely unconcerned, confidently stating, he had already seen through Rock's ability weakness. As expected, when Lei Ying's size had shrunk to 1/3, blood began to flow from Rock's mouth. After all, the dark fruit was different from other Logia types in that it couldn't completely avoid damage. Zillalalala. At the same time, the darkness continued to devour Lei Ying relentlessly. As Lei Ying was being consumed by the darkness, Rocks was also continuously suffering damage. Poochie. After Lei Ying was reduced to half of his original size, blood began to flow from Rock's nose, eyes, and ears. Crack. The sound of bones breaking constantly echoed from within Rock's body. Being hit by the strongest move of a Marine Admiral, combined with the properties of the dark fruit, was equivalent to taking the strongest moves of 2 Marine Admirals. The internal damage, even with Rock's naturally tough physique, was hard to bear. By the time Lei Ying was reduced to 1/3 of his size, Rock's legs could no longer withstand it, and he had to support himself with one hand on the ground while kneeling on one knee. Even his momentum began to sharply decrease. The struggle before death is truly interesting. The Thunder Dragon had completely let go of himself. As long as he could take Rock's pirate crew and Fishman Island with him, his life was worth it. Hey, don't joke, idiot. The Celestial Dragons aren't all dead yet, and I haven't seen my unborn nephew, niece. How could I possibly die in a place like this? Perhaps thinking of his unfulfilled dreams. Or perhaps thinking of his unborn nephew, niece. Rock's fading willpower once again gathered. He pushed his palm hard, rising from his kneeling position to stand tall. At the same time, the darkness consumption of Lei Ying grew even faster. In just a few minutes, the Lei Ying, comparable in size to Fishman Island, was completely devoured by the darkness. And Rocks, aside from being covered in blood, still stood straight in place, his momentum undiminished. How could this be? Seeing this scene, the Thunder Dragon seemed to freeze, with a smile frozen on his face. Immediately after, the stiff expression was replaced by a hint of fear. That's right, fear. Fear that even made the Marine admirals feel terrified. No, this is impossible. After taking Lei Ying head-on and suffering multiplied damage, how could you still be alive? The Thunder Dragon roared hysterically. The awakened move had already exhausted all his stamina. The power that could destroy a town, or even an island, actually failed to take away Rock's pirate crew? No, the Thunder Dragon didn't want to believe it. But the scene before him forced him to accept. He had made a desperate decision to go down with his opponent, yet he couldn't take the other party away? Doesn't this mean that such a pirate crew with immense potential will continue to grow? I've said it before, right on. I want to die in a place like this. The one who will die today is you. Rocks grinned, the dried blood on his features making him look even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper in hell. So prepare to die, right on. Rox's figure erupted, flashing in front of Rhydon in an instant. At this moment, Rhydon, having exhausted all his stamina, was completely stiff. Faced with Rox's actions, Rhydon couldn't react at all, standing there wide-eyed with his pupils constricting. King's haki dominance. Rox concentrated his right fist, the vibrant red color of his conqueror's haki, as brilliant as blood, suddenly struck towards Rhydon's heart. King's haki dominance. Rox gathered his conqueror's haki-wrapped right fist and struck fiercely at Rhydon's heart. Damn it! Rhydon wanted to resist, but he was too weak to do so, only able to watch helplessly as Rox's fist approached his chest. Boom! A punch pierced through his chest, blood mist exploded outwards. A round, plump organ fell to the ground with a thud. It was a heart. The naval justice cloak behind him was already tattered, with only the character remaining. The punctured was exactly where the heart was. Before he could even utter his last words, Rhydon breathed his last. In his final moments, Rhydon's eyes widened, mouth agape, his body still in a stance, as if to counterattack. He looked as though he could not die with his eyes closed. After all, the Thunder Fruit has a powerful ability, which is to shock his own heart. Unfortunately, Rox had already knocked Rhydon's heart out. He couldn't revive himself like Enel did in the original story. Thud! After a few seconds of being pierced by Rox, Rhydon remained in a counterattack posture with his eyes wide open, crashing heavily to the ground. Is he really dead? Seeing the scene, Neptune said, somewhat incredulously. The Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, one of the 3 admirals who instilled fear in countless people, Rhydon. Just like that, he was killed by Rox. This is simply like a dream. He must be dead. Newgate's observation, haki, swept across the scene, confirming that the Thunder Dragon had completely lost its breath. How are you, bro? Lorne rushed to Rock's side to check on his injuries. I'm fine. Rox deliberately suppressed his voice, afraid that Lorne would sense something was wrong. But the next second, Rox could no longer hold on and fainted in Lorne's arms. Bro, you're actually this badly injured. Lorne's expression was very complex. Lorne knew very well Rock's physique. Since childhood, his brother rarely got injured. Cuts and bruises left no marks. His body was comparable to Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon. Once, when Rox fell from a height of several dozen meters as a child, he recovered in just one day. The fact that Rox couldn't hold on and fainted shows how much damage the Thunder Dragon inflicted on him. After all, the ability of the Dark Fruit is to double the damage taken by the user. Taking a full hit from a Marine Admiral's awakened strongest move, plus the double burden, along with the power and destructive capability of the Thunder Fruit, which is among the top in the Logia-type fruits. All these factors combined were too much for even Rox to bear. One must remember that his brother had only just set sail a few months ago. He could completely be considered a supernova. They're still not dead. One can only say that their older brother must also have a protagonist halo. It's just that he's not as powerful as Wang Luffy in later generations. So let's retreat quickly. Fishman Island is too close to the Navy headquarters. I'm afraid more Navy forces will come. At this moment, Newgate also suggested, the ships have been prepared for you all. Please follow me. Neptune nodded. And then Lorne also set off with Rox and the others to prepare for their return. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Fishman Island, on several coated warships, Vice Admiral Clay, Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, and other Navy soldiers looked at each other with serious expressions. Hey, what happened at Fishman Island? Why does Fishman Island still exist? That enormous thunderball had already fallen. And what was that strange darkness just now? I have a bad feeling about this. What happened to Mr. Thunder Dragon? Damn it. We know nothing. Soon, a series of inquiries sounded within the Navy forces. All the Navy personnel were very worried. What exactly happened inside Fishman Island? Why did the enormous thunder that could destroy Fishman Island fall, yet the island remained intact? And what about that strange darkness? Most importantly, what is the current situation of Admiral Thunder Dragon? All of this made the naval officers present extremely anxious. What should we do now, Admiral Cly? Sengoku, with his head and body already wrapped in thick bandages, asked as he approached Admiral Cly. With Admiral Rhydon absent, Admiral Cly, being a direct subordinate of Rhydon, was naturally the highest-ranking officer here. For now, let's report to headquarters and wait for reinforcements to arrive, Admiral Cly said with a bitter smile. The situation was too bizarre, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, this was the deep sea, 10,000 meters below, and one wrong step could lead to irreparable consequences. It was fine if something happened to him, but the future of Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and Crane couldn't be jeopardized. Finally, after waiting for nearly an hour in agony, 10 Navy-coded warships finally arrived. Under the leadership of several elite vice admirals from the naval headquarters, the Navy once again infiltrated Fishman Island. At this time, Fishman Island was already in ruins. The iconic structures such as Dragon Palace, Hardshell Tower, and Prison Tower had been reduced to rubble. Only a few places like Jelongkode Plaza and Fishman Harbor were still somewhat intact. As the Navy stepped into Jelongkode Plaza, they were immediately stunned, because they saw the corpse of Admiral Rhydon. Mr. Rhydon. No, it can't be. Upon seeing Rhydon's body, many Navy officers widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. However, upon seeing the tattered Navy cloak and the features of the corpse, the Navy officers confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Admiral Rhydon. The moment they confirmed the body, some new recruits couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Several vice admirals from the headquarters also couldn't hold back their tears, silently weeping. These vice admirals, many of them were directly promoted by Admiral Leilong. Unexpectedly, the incident came so suddenly. Just one action against a new pirate crew turned into their farewell with Admiral Leilong. Damn it, I am really too weak. If I could be a little stronger and rescue the celestial dragon sooner, perhaps Admiral Leilong. Sengoku and Zephyr were filled with regret, kneeling on the ground, constantly pounding the floor, shedding painful tears. Every detail of the battle resurfaced in their minds. If only they had been a bit stronger back then, they might have saved the celestial dragons from Roger and Whitebeard. Would it have prevented Admiral Leilong from being distracted and having his arm broken by rocks? If both arms were intact, perhaps Admiral Leilong's fate would not have been like this. Even a usually composed Tsuru unconsciously covered her mouth, leaning against a broken stone, her body trembling uncontrollably from overwhelming sorrow. Tears silently fell from her cheeks. Admiral Leilong of the Navy has died in battle. This news is undoubtedly a bombshell for the Navy, the world government, and even the entire world. When this news reached the Navy headquarters, the then Fleet Admiral could hardly believe his ears. Leilong is dead. Navy headquarters, Marin Fanduo. Leilong is really dead? He responded almost stutteringly. Even though he held such a high position, accustomed to great storms and having experienced countless hardships, the current admiral, a man in his 50s, couldn't help but tremble a bit upon hearing the news of Thunder Dragon's death. Yes, indeed. On the other end of the line, General Clay struggled to suppress his tears, trying to make his voice sound less shaky. But the expression and the accompanying sobs from the phone bug were enough for the admiral to sense. The vice admiral of the headquarters, who has partnered with Admiral Leilong the longest, feels an immense sorrow inside at this moment. Not to mention Admiral Cly. At this moment, tears are unconsciously streaming down the face of the Navy Fleet Admiral as well. After all, Leilong was his most favored candidate for the next Fleet Admiral, and he was also an admiral he had personally promoted. To think he would die in battle against the Rocks pirates, it was too sudden and unexpected. No one anticipated that this seemingly easy operation would result in the death of Admiral Leilong. It should be noted that the Rocks pirates were just a new pirate crew that had been at sea for a few months. They must pay for this. The Rocks pirates must face the consequences. The Fleet Admiral's eyes are filled with killing intent. He immediately recalls the other two admirals on duty outside. All other high-ranking officers of the Navy, above the rank of Vice Admiral, are ordered to drop everything and convene a meeting. Meanwhile, intelligence regarding the Fishman Island battle is also swiftly relayed to Mary Ahua. Upon receiving the news, the 5 elder stars of the Gorosei are left stunned as if struck by lightning. Leilong is dead? Dead at the hands of the Rocks pirates? After receiving the confirmed report, the 5 elders feel a deep sense of disbelief, along with a tremendous threat. The death of Leilong does not evoke any sorrow in the five elders. In the eyes of the world government, especially for these high-ranking celestial dragons, the Navy is merely the face of the world government. An admiral, despite their exceptional strength, ultimately comes from commoner background. Being of commoner origin means they will never receive the attention of the world government, especially from the celestial dragons. To put it bluntly, they are just a relatively useful dog that obeys commands and can bite when necessary. Such a person's death is not worth the five elders feeling sad. The only reaction of the five elders upon hearing this news is that the Rocks pirates are truly too dangerous. Captain Rocks.D. Zebeck has a bounty of 430 million berries. The second in command, who is also Rocks' younger brother, Lewin D. Zebeck, has a bounty of 170 million berries. And then there's the third in command, Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 160 million berries. Among the Rocks pirates, there are only these three bounty criminals. These three men, judging by their bounties, really don't seem like they could defeat an admiral, let alone kill one. Killing and defeating are two different levels of difficulty. It's important to note that with the strength of Rhydon and the speed of the Rumble fruit, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. But since Rhydon died in this battle, it shows that the world government and the Navy have greatly underestimated this new pirate crew in the past. Alternatively, this pirate crew, which has only been at sea for a few months, has grown too rapidly. Either way, both possibilities make the Gorosei feel a vague sense of unease. Such rapid growth will inevitably bring great disaster to the world government and the celestial dragons in the future. By the way, what's the situation with Isramani? He recklessly went to Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep, and lost an admiral. He should have been rescued by now. Just then, one of the Gorosei asked the CP personnel who had called to report. The action taken by the Navy admiral this time was primarily to rescue the celestial dragons. If an admiral dies, they can be trained again. But if a celestial dragon dies, it would cause a real headache for the elders when their family comes to cause trouble. Report to the elders. Isramani Saint has been confirmed dead. CP paused for quite a while before daring to reveal this news. What? As expected, as soon as the words fell, the expression of the Dindin Mushi was already on the verge of breaking down. The elder on the call with CP had his features nearly distorted. A celestial dragon actually died? Losing an admiral is one thing, but they couldn't even protect a celestial dragon. The Navy is truly a bunch of useless fools. One elder couldn't help but let out an expletive in a fit of anger. What a troublemaker. The Rocks pirates. In just a few months, the bounty on their captain has skyrocketed to 400 million, with the first mate and other officers also having bounties over 100 million. This growth rate is terrifying compared to other pirates. Now they have directly killed a Navy admiral and also a celestial dragon. Such a potential pirate crew must be given greater attention. By the way, what does the Navy say? If I remember correctly, the Thunder Dragon seems to have been promoted by the Navy admiral himself. The elders put aside the matters they were just discussing and began to talk about the Rocks pirates. After all, things have developed too quickly, and they must pay more attention to the Rocks pirates. Report to the elders. Just now, the father of Isramani Saint was very angry and hopes the elders can give their family an explanation. Report to the elders. The Knights of God have also received the news of Isramani Saint's death and expressed deep regret, hoping the elders can provide an explanation to the Isramani family. A series of reports quickly reached the elders' headquarters. Even the Knights of God know about this? Oh, what a headache. Upon hearing this news, the elders also felt a headache coming on. Just dealing with the Isramani family would be manageable. But since the Knights of God know about this matter, there must be an explanation. In terms of status, the elders are actually above the Knights of God. After all, they're the visible highest authority in the world, the rulers of the world government. If we must draw a comparison, if him is the emperor, then the elders are the cabinet, primarily responsible for handling external affairs and governing the world government. The Knights of God, on the other hand, are Im's direct team, responsible for handling internal affairs related to the celestial dragons, akin to eunuchs, with functions similar to the Imperial Secretariat. In terms of official rank, the Imperial Secretariat is far inferior to the cabinet. But in terms of relationship with the emperor, the Imperial Secretariat is far closer than the cabinet. The Knights of God are like the Imperial Secretariat, composed entirely of celestial dragons, and have a much closer relationship with him than the elders do. Therefore, even though the elders' apparent status is far higher than that of the Knights of God, they must still take the Knights of God seriously. After all, in a certain sense, the words of the Knights of God represent the will of him, just like how every move of the Imperial Secretariat represents the will of the emperor. Since the Knights of God have said so, regardless of whether him knows about this matter, the elders must provide an explanation. In that case, the matter of Fishman Island cannot be concealed. Immediately inform the world and issue bounties on the 3 individuals. Quickly notify the Navy Admiral and let him mobilize all available forces. The Rocks pirates must die this time. Report to the elders. The Navy Admiral has been informed. He is very angry about this matter and is currently urgently recalling the other 2 admirals who are on missions, as well as gathering many high-ranking officers above the rank of Rear Admiral for a meeting. The Navy reports that they are preparing to plan a large-scale clearing action, hoping to completely eradicate the Rocks pirates and avenge Admiral Thunderdragon. Soon, the Navy headquarters plan was conveyed to the Holy Land. After receiving the report, the elders appeared quite satisfied. This coincides with their thoughts. Even without any indication from himself, the Admiral of the Navy has already thought of this layer. After all, the appointment of the Admiral must receive direct guidance from the 5 Elder Stars. Admirals are usually promoted from the rank of Vice Admiral. If one does not take the responsibility of safeguarding the interests of the world government and the celestial dragons, no matter how capable they are, the 5 Elder Stars would not allow them to be promoted to the position of Admiral. If a Vice Admiral is a lackey of the celestial dragons, then an Admiral is a high-tier lackey. The Admiral is informed that this operation has the full support of the world government. Moreover, at least 2 or even 3 powerful admirals must be dispatched. The Rocks pirates must be eradicated. At the very least, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard must be eliminated. One day later, the deeds of the Rocks pirates were exposed to the entire world. Fishman Island was delisted, removed from the ranks of the world government member nations. The Rocks pirates recruited Fishmen. King Neptune of Fishman Island betrayed the world government, with the highest bounty for the most notorious fishman, set at 230 million berries. Admiral Riolong was killed in battle, and Celestial Dragon Romani was murdered. All the blame lies with the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks.D. Zebeck of the Rocks pirates has a bounty of 285 billion berries. The second in command, Law D. Zebeck, has a bounty of 465 million berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, has a bounty of 450 million berries. A series of shocking headlines left the entire world in astonishment. Admiral Riolong was killed, a celestial dragon was murdered, and Fishman Island was taken over by the pirate crew. Any one of these 3 events would be enough to shock the world. Yet they were all achieved on the same day by the same pirate crew. One of the 3 marine admirals was killed in battle, and nearly 1 million residents from Fishman Island, along with nearly 100,000 Fishmen warriors, all joined the Rocks pirates. These 2 events are massive occurrences that are enough to shake the world order. Later generations will refer to this battle that changed the world order as the Battle of Fishman Island. For a time, the name of the Rocks pirates resonated throughout the world, unmatched in its prominence. Captain Rocks.D. Zebeck suddenly became a top pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, on par with other top pirates on the seas. Along with this, Lorne's bounty skyrocketed nearly 3-fold, reaching 465 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty also successfully broke through 400 million berries. A single ship possessed 3 pirates with bounties over 400 million berries. Furthermore, with 100,000 fishmen soldiers whose strength surpasses that of ordinary people by 10 times. In terms of scale, the Rocks pirates have truly become a super-large pirate crew. At this time in the pirate world, the title of the 4 emperors had not yet emerged. Otherwise, with the configuration of the Rocks pirates, they would surely rank among one of the emperors, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, on a sailing ship. The second in command of the Roger pirates, with a bounty of 137 million, the 19-year-old Rayleigh was lounging on a deck chair, holding a bottle of fine wine, basking in the sun, thoroughly enjoying this rare leisure time. Just then, a seagull flew by with a newspaper. Oh, is there a new newspaper? Rayleigh flicked a berry into the sky, and shortly after, a copy of today's newspaper descended. Picking up the newspaper, Rayleigh glanced at it briefly and immediately froze in place, unable to react for a long time. Hey, Rayleigh, what's wrong? Why are you frozen for so long? Did you drink too much? The third in command, Jabba, wearing sunglasses and also 19 years old with a bounty exceeding 100 million, noticed something was off with Rayleigh and joked. However, Rayleigh did not respond and remained in a stiff posture. What is going on? Jabba approached Rayleigh and unceremoniously snatched the newspaper from his hands. Immediately, Jabba also froze in place, like a statue, dumbfounded. Hey, what the hell are you 2 doing? Jabba, Rayleigh. Finally, the abnormal behavior of the second and third in command caught the attention of Captain Roger. At this time, Roger was around 20 years old, and his iconic black beard had not yet grown. His bounty had also surpassed 300 million, making him one of the highest bounty supernovas on the seas besides Rocks. The news today is really Rayleigh and Jabba simultaneously looked at Roger, momentarily unsure of how to respond. After all, the news on today's newspaper was just too explosive. So explosive that they doubted the authenticity of the newspaper. It's just a newspaper. What's there to be surprised about? Roger chuckled softly as he took the newspaper from Jabba. Then, the future pirate king, upon seeing the newspaper, had his mouth form a large O shape. As snot dripped from his nostrils, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Nanny. At this moment, this scene was not only unfolding on the Roger Pirates. In the Grand Line, anyone paying attention to the news was shocked by today's newspaper. My goodness, they actually incorporated Fishman Island? That's terrifying. The Rocks Pirates. They clearly set sail only 2 months before us, yet they've left us far behind. A bounty of 2 billion. Their officers also have bounties of 400 million. Is it really that exaggerated to kill a marine admiral and a celestial dragon at the same time? It's truly shocking. For a time, the reputation of the Rocks Pirates spread like a virus, infecting the entire world. Meanwhile, the supernovas of the seas at that time, such as Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, among others, as well as some long-established pirates, all displayed expressions of horror similar to Roger's upon seeing today's newspaper. Killing a marine admiral, killing a celestial dragon, incorporating Fishman Island. These are all events that could change the world order. A supernova pirate crew that has just set sail for a few months has actually accomplished these 3 things at the same time. For a moment, the Rocks Pirates became the most dazzling pirate crew in the entire sea. Their brilliance has already left all supernovas and even long-established top pirate crews behind. The Rocks Pirates have made history. Naturally, the Rocks Pirates have also become the most terrifying pirate crew in the eyes of countless ordinary people. The title of the most vicious pirate crew has begun to spread across the seas. 3 days after the Fishman Island battle. New World, Weno country, clear skies. Flower capital. Inside the Shogun's mansion. This is already the territory of the Rocks Pirates. On a bed made of the finest wood, surrounded by intricate gold-edged craftsmanship, Rocks finally woke up. In a pirate world where everyone can bounce back the next day as long as they are not dead, it is surprising that Rocks, with his abnormal physique, was in a coma for 3 full days before waking up. One can imagine how difficult it was to win this battle. Brother, you finally woke up. Seeing Rocks open his eyes, Lorne, Newgate, and others like Sherry and Molly rushed over to express their concern. After waking up, Rocks first looked at Lorne, then turned to Sherry, Molly, Newgate, and the others. Great, Lorne, you're all okay. I really went through the gates of hell this time. Rocks couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the unfinished dreams and the unborn child, Rocks might not have been able to hold on. However, experiencing such a life-and-death battle leads to a huge transformation in a person. Yes, thinking back to that day feels like a lifetime ago. Newgate still feels like he was dreaming when he recalls that day. Ship doctor, quickly check on my brother. Lorne immediately instructed the ship's doctor to give Rocks a comprehensive physical examination. However, before the ship's doctor could start, Rocks got up directly from the bed and immediately tore off the thick bandages wrapped around him, including those on his head and legs. Brother, what are you doing? Lorne said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Wearing these things is too troublesome, Lorne. Don't worry, my body feels great now. I wouldn't be afraid of a marine admiral. Rocks suddenly howled to the sky, like a big gorilla, excitedly waving his arms. After the nearly life-and-death battle with the Thunder Dragon, Rocks is very clearly aware that his strength has reached a new level. Moreover, his younger brother Lorne, Newgate, and others are all safe and sound. The Rocks Pirates achieved a major victory. His strength increased, and his family, including Lorne and Newgate, were all unharmed. There is nothing better than this. All right, I got it. Stop jumping, brother, or your wounds will split open. No way, I have to jump. I'm too excited, Lorne. Sigh, there's really no way to deal with you. Seeing his brothers so lively, Lorne, Newgate, and Molly all felt relieved. After Rocks vented his emotions, he suddenly turned to look at Lorne. By the way, Lorne, have you arranged for the residents of Fishman Island? It's all arranged. I allocated areas like Jiuli, Shimei, Lingho, and Baiwu for the residents of Fishman Island to live in. They can build houses and plan the land as they like. The rest of the flower capital will be reserved for us, the Rocks Pirates. Of course, both sides are interconnected. The Fishmen can freely enter and exit the flower capital, and the Rocks Pirates can also freely enter the areas where the Fishmen live. Also, the Rabbit Bowl Factory has started working. Just as we initially envisioned, the hard work at the Rabbit Bowl Factory is nothing for the residents of Fishman Island. The production of sea prism stone has even doubled compared to when we were in Weno, and soon there will be a steady stream of money coming in. The 100 000 soldiers from Fishman Island have also joined our Rocks pirates, giving us a total of 100,000 troops. I also took charge of having the elite fishmen guard the only entrance to the Jioli waterfall in Weno, with the advantages of the fishman's race. Even if the king of heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to invade Weno. As Lorne spoke, he became a bit excited himself. In this battle at Fishman Island, the Rocks pirates really made a huge profit. They gained so much. Not only did they win the support of all the residents of Fishman Island, but they also directly obtained 100,000 Fishman soldiers. It's important to note that these 100,000 Fishman soldiers are absolutely loyal to the Rocks pirates, unwavering until death. After all, the Rocks pirates saved many residents of Fishman Island from the hands of marine admirals during the battle. They also helped the fishmen successfully migrate to the land, where they can enjoy the sunshine freely. Just these 2 points are enough to make the fishmen wholeheartedly devoted to the Rocks pirates. Most importantly, the Rocks pirates earned the respect of the fishmen. They made the fishmen feel that they were treated as equal beings. They are not mistreated as slaves or discriminated against as outcasts, but are truly regarded as equal partners. This kind of respect is more precious to the fish people than sunlight and land. This is the reason why the Rocks pirates have the unwavering loyalty of the soldiers from Fishman Island. Even many young fishmen have sworn to train hard, making joining the Rocks pirates their ultimate dream. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Lorne, upon hearing this, Rocks burst into excited laughter. With so many loyal members, he was one step closer to his dreams. By the way, what about our bounty? After doing so much, it should have increased, right? Rocks still cared a lot about his bounty. After all, the bounty is equivalent to a pirate's face. See for yourself. Lorne threw a newspaper to Rocks. The bounty has risen to 2 billion? Ha ha, that's fantastic. I'm now a man with a bounty of 2 billion. After seeing the headline on the newspaper, Rocks laughed again, and finally his wound split open. Seriously, brother, if you had listened a bit more and not acted recklessly. Lorne couldn't watch any longer and pressed down on Rocks, while the ship's doctor immediately rushed to bandage him up. Once the bandaging was done, Rox's expression suddenly became serious as he stared intently at Lorne. By the way, brother, I just remembered something very, very important. Huh? What is it? Seeing his brother stress something so earnestly was quite rare. Lorne was momentarily taken aback and asked, as a pirate crew that has achieved such a significant victory, how can we not have a banquet? Hurry up and get the banquet started. You can't. Lorne tried to press down on Rocks. After all, his brother hadn't recovered yet. Moreover, Lorne knew very well that they had just killed a marine admiral and a celestial dragon in this battle. The marine headquarters and the world government would definitely not let this slide. They would surely come for a full-scale war against the Rocks pirates. The scale might be similar to the Marineford War in the original story. Now is not the time for a banquet. They must remain vigilant against the counterattack from the marine headquarters and the world government. Just as Lorne was thinking this, brother, you can't catch up with me. Rocks didn't care about any of that, slightly sidestepped to avoid Lorne, and then quickly dashed out of the room. Newgate, come with me to catch him. We must stop him. Lorne hurriedly called Whitebeard to join him in chasing after Rocks. I got it, brother-in-law. Newgate nodded and quickly moved forward. But it was all too late. Before Lorne and Newgate could catch up, Rocks eagerly pulled out a loudspeaker snail and shouted to the entire Weno country, members of the Rocks pirates, residents of Fishman Island, to celebrate our great victory. I hereby announce that the banquet is starting. Rox's voice soon spread throughout Weno country. Huh, is the banquet starting? Lord Rocks has awakened? That's great. I've been waiting for this banquet for so long. Finally, it's here. It feels like something is missing if we don't have a banquet after the battle. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it for so long. Awesome. Let's go to Flower Capital and celebrate to our heart's content. Let's go early so we don't miss out on the good spots. Upon hearing the announcement of the banquet, the fishmen and members of the Rocks pirates all put down their work and hurriedly rushed to the most prosperous area of Weno country, the Flower Capital. In no time, nearly 1 million residents of Fishman Island flooded into the Flower Capital, causing a massive jam. Well then, since it's like this, let's have the banquet. Seeing the people's enthusiasm, Lorne could only comply. After all, deep down, Lorne was also quite eager for the banquet. As pirates, not having a banquet after achieving a significant victory would feel incomplete. As for the counterattack from the Marine headquarters and the world government, if they dare to come, let them regret it. Wow. Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, Lord Newgate, the heroes of Fishman Island. So cool. Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, Lord Newgate. As soon as Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate appeared, They were greeted with cheers from the residents of Fishman Island like a tidal wave. The volume was so loud it nearly shattered eardrums. The eyes of the fishwomen turned into heart shapes. Everyone, in this Weno country, let's celebrate freely. To celebrate our great victory, I declare the banquet to begin. With a single command, the grand banquet commenced. Fireworks, barbecues, fine wine, beautiful women, music and dance. The entire flower capital turned into a sea of revelry. People sang and danced, having a great time. The banquet lasted for a full 3 days and had yet to end. By the way, Lorne, do you know what day it is today? A drunken Rocks suddenly came to Lorne's side, put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder, and said mysteriously, "What day?" Lorne, slightly tipsy, had a flushed face. "You don't remember? Today is your birthday, you fool." Rocks playfully gave Lorne a light punch on the head. "Oh, is it? It's actually my birthday? I even forgot myself." Lorne laughed carefreely. How long has it been since his birthday? Lorne never really knew. After all, since he was born, he had never celebrated a birthday. The Holy Land was out of the question. His whole family was enslaved there. So how could they celebrate birthdays? After escaping from the Holy Land, due to being too poor, he was always thinking about how to fill his stomach, making it even less likely to celebrate a birthday. Over time, Lorne had completely forgotten his birthday. Cough, cough, from childhood to now, brother, you haven't let me live a good life. Now that we've finally gotten on track, of course, I must compensate you. As Rock spoke, a hint of tears glimmered in his eyes. His younger brother had suffered too much. Why make such a big deal on a day of joy? Lorne, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. Hee brother, I still remember you saying last time that you wanted the thunder fruit. Since today is your birthday, as your most respected and beloved older brother, I have the obligation to fulfill this wish for you. Saying this, Rocks smiled widely, very happy. He had specifically chosen Lorne's birthday to prepare a surprise for him. Then, without knowing where he pulled it from, Rocks took out a devil fruit with a spiral pattern and placed it in front of Lorne. This is the thunder fruit? Brother. Seeing this fruit, Lorne's eyes went wide as he instantly recognized it as the thunder fruit. After all, this fruit had been recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in the Holy Land. The thunder fruit, in terms of destructive power, is at least in the top 3 among the Logia fruits, maybe second, possibly only slightly weaker than the magma fruit. In terms of speed, the speed of thunder is only slightly inferior to that of the later yellow apes Goro no Mi, ranking second among the Logia-type devil fruits. Aside from the Goro no Mi, no other Logia-type fruit is faster than the Don no Mi. In terms of coolness, there's no need to say more. The Don no Mi is undoubtedly one of the coolest devil fruits. With just a gesture, one can summon lightning from the sky, and in a fit of rage, it can even bring down a storm of thunder. If one were to wield a large hammer, it would be comparable to the legendary mythological figure Thor. Strength is temporary, but coolness is forever. Moreover, the Don no Mi possesses an almost immortal ability, as long as the heart is not pierced. One can rely on powerful electric currents to heal the heart and achieve a full resurrection. Its powerful functions make the Don no Mi one of the top devil fruits among the Logia types. Of course, the Don no Mi is not without its weaknesses. Setting aside Luffy's protagonist Halo, the Don no Mi cannot affect insulators and is also afraid of seawater, which are significant weaknesses, especially the inability to affect insulators. This is a fatal flaw. Otherwise, Enel wouldn't have been defeated by Luffy, who lacks haki in the original story. However, Lorne possesses the talent to eliminate all these weaknesses. It can be said that the Don no Mi in Lorne's hands would definitely unleash a more terrifying power than Admiral Kazuru. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this birthday gift, Lorne? Or is it your older brother who has the way? Seeing Lorne's dazed expression, Rocks felt a sense of accomplishment. As an older brother, he finally fulfilled his younger brother's wish. The sense of achievement and satisfaction is even more exhilarating than defeating the Thunder Dragon. All right then, I won't hold back. Law didn't intend to be polite with Rocks either. He picked up the thunder fruit and directly ate it. In fact, Law had hesitated about whether or not to eat the thunder fruit. After all, a devil fruit can only be consumed once, and unless one has a special body structure, eating 2 would lead to self-detonation. It's important to know that in the later stages of One Piece, the natural type devil fruits have somewhat fallen behind. The strongest type of fruit is the Zoan type, mythical creatures. Whether it's Kaido's fish fruit, Azure Dragon form, or Sengoku's human fruit, Buddha form, as well as the bat fruit, mythical Zoan type, vampire form, which is still hidden and undiscovered in the world. Their abilities and potential are far more powerful than the thunder fruit, especially Luffy's human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika, sun god form. which is so prestigious that it makes other fruits pale in comparison. However, after hesitating for a while, Law decided to eat the thunder fruit. Firstly, his current strength was not that strong, merely at the level of a top cadre in the Emperor's group, since he had killed a Marine admiral and a celestial dragon. The world government and the Marines would definitely take action against the Rocks pirates. This battle might be even more terrifying than the last one at Fishman Island. He urgently needed to become stronger. Eating the thunder fruit would undoubtedly lead to an exponential increase in his strength. He might even leap to the level of an emperor or a quasi-emperor. Secondly, the thunder fruit could compensate for the large-scale destructive means that Law currently lacked. In summary, at this stage, the thunder fruit was undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for Law. What if he encounters a better devil fruit in the future? It's simple. He just needs to find a few more S-rank women and try to have a few more SSS-rank talented children. Perhaps he could even gain the ability to wield 2 or 3 devil fruits. Forget it. No need to think about it. There's always a way out when you reach the mountain. Dawdling and hesitating is not the way of a pirate at all. What is there to be afraid of? Just eat it. So hard to swallow. Law felt like he was eating dung, reflexively wanting to spit it out. But he still gritted his teeth and swallowed it down. As soon as it entered his stomach, Law immediately felt a wonderful change occurring in his body. It was as if an indescribable energy was surging, radiating, and swirling to every corner of his body. This magical energy seemed to be communicating and merging with every cell in his body. Law felt warm and extremely comfortable, even involuntarily closing his eyes to wholeheartedly experience this marvelous sensation. Hey Law, what changes do you feel after eating it? Seeing Law comfortably close his eyes, Rocks curiously inquired. Brother-in-law, quickly summon some lightning for us to see. Nougat, who was nearly drunk, also sobered up significantly and urged impatiently. I got it, Law said, then opened his eyes, which sparkled with energy. Immediately after, 3,000 thunderclaps. With a thought, Law raised his index finger elegantly towards the sky, his movements graceful and nimble. The next moment, crackle, crackle. The sky above Weno suddenly burst forth with thousands of lightning bolts, almost illuminating the night, as if it were day. This peculiar celestial phenomenon immediately attracted the members of the Rocks Pirates and the residents of Fishman Island who were celebrating. Millions of people in Flower Capital all looked up at the sky in unison. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted. Thousands of lightning bolts seemed to gain consciousness and fell from the sky. At high altitudes, these lightning bolts intertwined, exploding in the air like fireworks, creating vibrant shapes that lit up the entire night sky. What beautiful fireworks! Is the lightning celebrating with us? How wonderful! Ha! Living on land is truly amazing. Yes, I never thought such a day would come. Long live the Rocks Pirates. Long live Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, and Lord Whitebeard. Seeing this marvelous sight, the million citizens of Fishman Island erupted in heartfelt admiration. This further deepened their gratitude towards the Rocks Pirates. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the lightning fireworks in the sky seemed to respond to the call. With a flick of Lorne's fingers, the lightning fireworks exploded, and the scattered lightning did not dim, but continued to swirl in the air, ultimately writing and lightening the 8 big characters. Long live the Rocks Pirates. In an instant, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak. Amidst the cheers, everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Laughter echoed throughout Weno country. Meanwhile, below Weno country, an inconspicuous small boat was slowly approaching with great caution. On the deck of the small boat, several men wearing strange masks and of varying builds were carefully observing everything around them. Among them, a tall man dressed in a white suit, clearly the leader, raised his right hand and was talking on the transponder snail bound to his wrist. It was clear that this was the intelligence agency CP, directly under the world government. These CP agents are continuously transmitting intelligence back to the Navy headquarters in Mary Geos. Reports indicate that the 5 elders have detected the whereabouts of the Rocks Pirates. They're currently in Weno, or perhaps it can no longer be called Weno. The Rocks Pirates have already taken over this island. However, they're all holding a banquet now, and their defenses are quite weak. Should we launch a raid from the Navy headquarters? Please advise. Mary Geos. They actually occupied Weno? Upon receiving the news from CP that the Rocks Pirates had taken control of Weno, the expression on the 5 elders' faces grew even more serious. Weno is a treasure trove, and the 5 elders are well aware of it. However, due to years of isolation, the world government does not have complete intelligence on Weno. They only know of the rumors of powerful samurai in Weno and have not taken any action. Who would have thought it would actually be captured by the Rocks Pirates? Weno's terrain is treacherous and easy to defend, but hard to attack. If it is indeed occupied by the Rocks pirates, the difficulty of exterminating them would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Are you sure their defenses are very lax? To be cautious, the five elders asked again. Report to the five elders. It appears that the people of Weno have all gone to attend the banquet and have let their guard down. This is definitely the most relaxed time. CP is very certain. Good. Immediately notify the Navy headquarters to raid. After confirmation, the five elders immediately issued the order. The terrain of Weno is too difficult to attack. It is best to take advantage of the fact that the Rocks pirates have not reacted and launch an immediate raid. This is indeed a good opportunity. Otherwise, if the Rocks pirates become aware, it will be very difficult for the Navy to invade Weno. In other words, to invade Weno would require a tremendous cost. After all, Weno's terrain is too perfect, with only one waterfall entrance. This time, we must eliminate the Rocks pirates once and for all. However, just as the five elders finished issuing the order, the situation suddenly changed. No, wait, what is that thing? A terrified voice from CP suddenly came through the transponder snail. The next moment, there was a rumbling sound, rumbling. A thunderous roar came from the transponder snail. Even the five elders in Mariehua felt that the sound of thunder was about to shatter their eardrums. The thunder continued to resonate for several minutes before finally dissipating. What happened over at CP? What on earth is going on? The five elders immediately sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly inquired through the transponder snail. Beep, 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 beep. But the only response from the transponder snail was a repeated busy tone. They quickly tried to call back, but no one answered. Is there a problem? The five elders angrily hung up the transponder snail. CP would never dare to ignore a call they personally made. The occurrence of such a situation could only mean one thing. CP must have been compromised and possibly silenced by the Rocks pirates. Moreover, what made the five elders feel even more dangerous was the thunderous sound that came from the transponder snail. This voice is too familiar and well known to the five elders. This is the sound of thunder. Could it be? The thunder dragon fruit has been acquired by the Rocks pirates? A sense of ominous premonition surged wildly within the hearts of the Gorosei. Meanwhile, in the banquet of Weno country, in the flower capital. What's wrong, little brother? Seeing Lorne shoot a bolt of lightning towards the only entrance of Weno country, the 9-mile waterfall, Rocks curiously inquired. Big brother, don't you know? The thunder fruit has another wonderful use. That is, when combined with observation haki, it can expand the range of observation haki to an incredible extent. Now my observation haki, combined with the thunder fruit, covers the entire Weno country. Every move and every word of everyone cannot escape my surveillance. Lorne chuckled and explained to Rocks. So, there were dogs just now, right? Rocks immediately understood. Just now. It was very likely that the world government's lapdog CP came to scout the situation of the Rocks pirates. After all, having killed a Marine Admiral and a Celestial Dragon, the world government and the Marine headquarters would not let it go easily. That's right, but the dog has already been dealt with. Lorne smiled and raised a beer mug as tall as a person, downing it in one go. What are you guys talking about, brother-in-law, big brother? Whitebeard looked at Lorne and Rocks in confusion. Haha, don't worry about that. Newgate come, drink, drink, drink. Marine headquarters. Marineford. Inside the Marine building, in the largest conference room. The Marine Admiral, 2 Marine Admirals, 1 Admiral candidate, and 16 headquarters Vice Admirals were all present. The Navy was on high alert. Everyone was waiting for the command from the highest authority of the world, the Gorosei. Once the order was given, apart from the Marine Admiral who needed to guard the Marine headquarters, the rest, including senior officers of the Marine headquarters, would leave Marineford at the fastest speed to launch the largest surprise attack in history against the Rocks pirates. Soon, the din-din mushy rang, and the Marine Admiral picked up the phone. The Admirals and the Admiral candidate looked serious. The Vice Admiral swallowed unconsciously, feeling quite nervous. Damn it, is the operation cancelled? Shortly after, the Marine leaders saw the Marine Admiral's extremely unwilling expression. Then, that unwilling expression gradually turned into a daze, shock, and finally became one of disbelief. Minutes later, the din-din mushy finally hung up. What happened, Admiral? The moment the Marine Admiral hung up the phone, an imposing figure, a current Admiral of the Marine headquarters, stepped forward to inquire. The surprise attack operation has been temporarily cancelled, and the CP sent out for surveillance has been completely wiped out. The Rocks pirates have already occupied Weno country. The Marine Admiral said irritably. Weno country? I heard that the terrain there is dangerous and hard to attack. That's right. The entire island has only one entrance, which is a waterfall with a very fast flow. You must pass through the waterfall to reach Weno country. However, now that the Fishmen have joined the Rocks pirates, the Fishmen, who excel in water battles, will make it difficult for us to invade easily. I didn't expect the Rocks pirates to have unknowingly taken Weno country. Upon hearing that the Rocks pirates had occupied Weno country, the brows of the marine leaders immediately furrowed. With geographical advantages, plus the racial advantages of the Fishmen, if a surprise attack is impossible, we can only launch a direct assault. The Navy will pay a tremendous price. Not only that, the Gora CI said that the Rocks pirates have likely seized the Thunder Dragon's ability. Next, a statement from the Marine Admiral instantly shocked all the senior officers in the conference room. The Rocks pirates may have acquired the Thunder Dragon's ability. As soon as the words fell, the 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, and 16 headquarters vice admirals in the conference room exploded in chaos. Among these 16 vice admirals, there is even a newly promoted general from a rear admiral. What? The power of Admiral Raidragon has been taken by the Rocks pirates? Is that true? How did they manage to do that? Oh my god. Does that mean we're likely to face Mr. Raidragon's terrifying Thunderfruit ability next? Is this true, Marshal? I never expected they could take that guy Raidragon's power. The senior officers expressed disbelief. As members of the Navy, no one understands the power and terror of the Thunderfruit better than they do. The fact that such a terrifying ability has fallen into the hands of the enemy has left some of the vice admirals feeling their scalp tingle. The Rocks pirates, without the Thunderfruit, had already killed Admiral Raidragon. Now that they possess the Thunderfruit, the Rocks pirates must be even stronger than they were at Fishman Island. In any case, due to the defeat of CP, we no longer have detailed intelligence on the Rocks pirates, and the raid operation has been temporarily cancelled. However, even though the raid is cancelled, we will not give up on eliminating the Rocks pirates. I have just spoken with the 5 elders. Since the raid is not feasible, we will launch a full-scale attack. All personnel will undergo emergency training for a month, and no one is allowed to go out on duty during this month. The technology department will use this month to help us urgently manufacture a batch of special weapons. Don't forget, although the Thunderfruit is powerful, its weaknesses are still very obvious. As long as we target those weaknesses, the threat of the Thunderfruit can be completely reduced, even to a level approaching 0. In short, this battle against the Rocks pirates must be a victory, not a defeat. After all, this is a war known to the entire world. As the righteous army, we must uphold the reputation of the Navy and the world government. The fleet admiral leaned on the conference table with both hands, delivering an impassioned speech. Yes, everyone knows that after the battle at Fishman Island, with the loss of a Navy admiral and the Celestial Dragons, the Navy headquarters and the world government will not let this go easily. A fierce battle will inevitably occur between the Rocks pirates and the Navy, the world government. Therefore, countries around the world, pirates, and forces from the underworld are all closely watching the movements of both sides. This fierce battle, it is no exaggeration to say, will determine the fate of the entire world in the future. The words stirred the senior generals in the conference room. The marshal was right. While the Thunderfruit was powerful, its weaknesses were quite obvious. Indeed, we are the Navy, and there is nothing to fear. After the Fishman Island battle, the Rocks pirates had achieved a great victory, with Admiral Raidragon killed, and the Navy's reputation had plummeted to an all-time low. This time, we must restore our military prestige. That's right, Rocks pirates, prepare to meet your end. The vice admirals and admirals of the Navy headquarters were all fired up. Soon, news spread from the conference room that the Navy would mobilize at least 2/3 of its strength, leaving only 1/3 to defend the headquarters. The announcement was posted in the base square of the Navy headquarters, attracting nearly all soldiers and officers to stop and watch. Among them were the 4 naval geniuses, Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru. At this moment, Sengoku, Zifa, Tsuru, and Garp had fully recovered and appeared full of vitality. Moreover, although these 4 were still new recruits, their outstanding performance in the Fishman Island battle had successfully held off Whitebeard and Law, resulting in significant promotions for all 4. The highest rank among them was Garp, who had suffered the most injuries in the Fishman Island battle and had been exceptionally promoted multiple ranks to the position of lieutenant. Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru had also been promoted multiple ranks, reaching the rank of second lieutenant. The surprise attack operation was actually cancelled. It seems that CP has been exposed. However, what was unexpected was that Admiral Raidragon's powers had actually been seized by the Rocks pirates. This is infuriating. After seeing the news from the Navy headquarters, the 4 were taken aback. The announcement clearly stated that the Navy might have to face the threat of the Thunderfruit. All naval personnel were advised to prepare psychologically and take special precautions. With only a month left, there was no time to waste. I do not want to repeat the tragedy of Fishman Island. With this in mind, Garp didn't even greet the other 3 and immediately turned to leave the square. heading to the Navy headquarters training ground for intense training. Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru, seeing Garp's back, quickly followed him. All four understood that if they had been a bit stronger in the Fishman Island battle and could have defeated Law and Whitebeard, the tragedy might not have occurred. This time, we must not allow a tragedy like the Battle of Fishman Island to happen. We must train hard. Even a little strength will increase our chances of victory on the battlefield. A month has quickly passed. This past month, the sea has been unusually calm. The entire Navy is undergoing emergency training, and all troublesome public security incidents have been handed over to the Navy's branch bases, with the headquarters no longer dispatching anyone for missions. The Navy headquarters has shown great determination and willpower to confront the Rocks pirates. Remarkably, the Rocks pirates have not caused any trouble this month. On one hand, it is because Shirley is about to give birth and needs to be well taken care of. On the other hand, the Rocks pirates are also well aware that a fierce battle between the Navy and the Rocks pirates is inevitable. The Rocks pirates are continuously reinforcing the defenses and guards of Weno country. The 100,000 Fishman soldiers are also practicing day and night without rest. Of course, during this month, the world government remains undeterred, sending CP agents to gather more intelligence on Weno country, but they have all been sunk by the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates also sent some fishmen to infiltrate the harbor of Mariehua to gather intelligence, but they were exposed by the Navy headquarters. Both sides have clashed in the shadows several times, all ending in failure. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of the final battle. Meanwhile, during this month, Leon has not been idle either. Shirley and Molly are both pregnant, and Leon has also married his third wife, the mermaid Summer. I must say, the feeling of different races is indeed unique. It seems even more thrilling. I wonder if there will be other S-rank women from different races in the future. Leon feels like he's straying further down a perverse path. Husband, I feel some movement in my belly. One morning, Summer felt as if something had kicked her stomach, waking her up immediately. Really? Summer, I'll call the ship's doctor to check on you right away. Leon was also extremely excited upon hearing this, rushing out of the room without even putting on his shoes to summon the ship's doctor. Hard work pays off. Summer is also feeling something. I wonder what kind of talent this will bring him. Congratulations, Lord Leon. Miss Summer is also pregnant. Soon, after a thorough examination by the ship's doctor, it was confirmed that Summer was indeed pregnant. That's great. Leon felt very happy. Then he heard a series of system prompt sounds in his mind, detected that the host is about to have a third offspring, starting to distribute rewards. Rewarding the host with Advanced Observation Haki Progress, 50. Advanced Conqueror's Haki Progress, 30. Top-level Armament Haki Progress, 10. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed have been enhanced. Proficiency in the 6 forms of the Navy has increased. Rewarding the host with SS-level talent, Future Sight Observation Haki. A series of system prompts came in, sounding so pleasant to Leon's ears. Finally, the third talent has arrived. And unexpectedly, it is Future Sight Observation Haki. This is quite a practical ability. The ability to foresee the future is related to observation haki. Similar to the relationship between flowing cherry blossom and armament haki, it is a high-level application of observation haki. Only the top-tier masters who have refined observation haki to its peak can potentially gain the ability to foresee the future for a brief moment. This is different from ordinary observation haki, which merely predicts the enemy's next move. The foresight of the future through observation haki allows one to clearly foresee a certain future. This means that the enemy's next action is completely under one's control. One can even clearly foresee what the enemy's next words will be. In actual combat, the ability to foresee the future is undoubtedly an SS-level capability. After receiving the good news about the summer pregnancy, Lorne immediately went to find Rocks and Whitebeard, eager to share this good news with them. Soon, Lorne spotted Rocks and Whitebeard in an open area. This past month, Whitebeard has been busy, actively seeking advice from Rocks on the techniques of haki. After all, Newgate has a clear understanding of his own strength, and he knows that he is not yet capable of facing an admiral-level powerhouse alone. He might be able to stall for a while, but in a prolonged battle, facing an emperor-level powerhouse would almost certainly lead to defeat. Since a fierce battle is inevitable between the Rocks pirates, the Navy, and the world government, he must quickly enhance his strength. The channels for rapid strength enhancement are simple. Either engage in a life-and-death battle to force out his full potential in a desperate situation, or find a suitable teacher for instruction. A life-and-death battle is not easy to find right away. However, a suitable teacher is right in front of him. Rocks. Is there a better teacher in this world than Rocks, who can already single-handedly take down a Navy admiral? Of course, Rocks is happy to see Newgate come to him for guidance. After all, Newgate is now considered family. Thus, for this month, Rocks devoted himself to teaching Newgate all the techniques of Conqueror's Haki. In terms of teaching ability, Rocks is on par with the later generation's teacher Rayleigh, personally demonstrating each technique and providing hands-on instruction. He generously shared various difficulties, doubts, and key points, leaving no stone unturned. The precision of his teaching is far superior to that of any mediocre teacher like Rayleigh. Of course, the quality of the instructor is one aspect, but the student's talent is even more important. If the talent is average, even if Rocks were to break it down and feed it into their mouth, a mediocre student would still be unable to learn. But who is Newgate? He is the strongest man in the world from the original story. A legendary pirate who can stand toe-to-toe with the Pirate King. After Roger's death, he is recognized by the world as the king who stands above the Pirate King's throne. Newgate's talent is basically on par with Roger, belonging to the very top tier. Even Monkey D. Luffy could learn Flowing Cherry Blossom, Conqueror's Haki, and awaken his devil fruit in a short period of time, leveling up 3 times in a row. The absurdity of it is simply off the charts. With just the Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard has no reason not to learn it. Moreover, this time he has an abundance of time, an entire month. After a month of hard training, Newgate has basically mastered the technique of Conqueror's Haki, and his strength has seen a terrifying increase, almost a qualitative change. Especially with the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Newgate's destructive power has significantly increased. The current Newgate has essentially stepped into the threshold of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Of course, it's just the threshold. Below the Emperor, everyone else is an ant. To truly become an Emperor-level powerhouse, one must be well-rounded with no weaknesses. Whether it's stamina, strength, speed, or the 3 types of Haki, everything must be cultivated to the highest level. Just think of Whitebeard at his peak. Even when he was asleep, he could prevent being ambushed. Newgate, brother. Let me tell you some good news. When Lorne saw Newgate and Rocks, he cheerfully greeted them. Gurara, brother-in-law, you're here? Just in time. Let me try my newly mastered Conqueror's Haki. As soon as Newgate saw Lorne, he couldn't wait to swing his great naginata. Wanted to show Lorne the results of his training over the past month. The momentum of the Conqueror's Haki directly whipped up a whirlwind on the spot, causing Newgate's beautiful golden hair to sway wildly in the wind. On the blade of the naginata, black lightning of Conqueror's Haki appeared. The black lightning flashed wildly, and just the aura alone was enough to make some weaker individuals tremble. With a whoosh, Newgate swung toward Lorne. Newgate really had no way to deal with you. Lorne chuckled lightly, fully sensing Newgate's next move with his observation Haki. Before Newgate could swing the naginata, Lorne's figure flashed, and he had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly arriving behind Newgate. When Lorne settled behind Newgate, only then did Newgate swing the naginata. With a whoosh, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged like a fierce tiger. The sword energy broke through the air, like a fierce tiger charging forward. Even the areas where the sword energy did not touch were left in chaos from the raging Conqueror's Haki. This is the most powerful aspect of Conqueror's Haki, the ability to strike from a distance. It may seem like a long-range attack, but the deeper reason is that the energy density of Conqueror's Haki is much thicker than that of armament Haki. By compressing the high-density Conqueror's Haki around a fist or weapon and then releasing it all at once, its power is many times stronger than that of armament Haki's flow. If armament Haki's flow is equivalent to internal energy, then Conqueror's Haki is a realm that is dozens of times stronger than internal energy. Well done, Newgate. You've learned Conqueror's Haki so quickly. Just then, Lorne's voice suddenly rang out. But you still need to practice more, Newgate. I've been standing here for a second. Lorne yawned, appearing behind Newgate, drawing his sword, the 10-wing feather slash. Lightning crackled along the blade of the 10-wing feather slash. If it were a real battle, you would have been injured by now. As he spoke, Lorne's 10-wing feather slash was already pointing directly at Newgate's waist. Just as Lorne said, if it were a real fight, the 10-wing feather slash would have pierced Newgate's vital point. When did you get here, brother-in-law? Newgate was taken aback, not expecting Lorne to be so fast, having unknowingly arrived behind him. How about it, Newgate? Do you admit defeat? After all, I am your brother-in-law. How can I still be your brother-in-law if I lose to you? Lorne smiled slightly, his tone teasing. Brother-in-law really is still the brother-in-law. Newgate sighed, feeling he had no choice but to concede. Although he had learned Conqueror's Haki, the destructive power had greatly increased. However, he had spent the entire month focusing on mastering Conqueror's Haki. His training in observation Haki and armament Haki had undoubtedly fallen behind. To truly transform into a top-tier Emperor-level powerhouse, all 3 types of Haki, speed, stamina, and strength must be trained to the highest level. Originally, Newgate had planned to give Lorne a surprise. But the speed of the Thunder Fruit is indeed quite fast, brother-in-law. Newgate thought Lorne had dodged due to the fruit's abilities. That's not just a matter of speed, Newgate. Before your sword even swung, Lorne had already arrived behind you. Your movements were completely predicted. Rocks explained the mystery from earlier. Oh, so that means brother-in-law sensed my intentions in advance? Newgate rubbed his chin, recalling everything that had just happened. It wasn't sensing, it was foresight. He completely foresaw your movements and confirmed that you would act that way, which is why he dodged in advance. After explaining everything to Newgate, Rocks turned to Lorne, his tone filled with surprise. Lorne, your observation haki is improving rapidly. Have you already mastered the ability to foresee the future? There is no doubt about it. You completely saw through Newgate's future movements just now. That's why you appear behind him before he even swung his sword. This is definitely the observation haki that can foresee the future. Rocks himself possesses such ability. He is well aware of the advantages that this top-tier observation haki brings in actual combat. His own brother is becoming stronger and stronger, which is wonderful. That's right. Big brother, I can now somewhat see the brief future. Lorne nodded in acknowledgement. So that's how it is. Is the observation haki at work? It seems I also need to hurry up and train my observation haki. Newgate suddenly realized. It seems that relying solely on Conqueror's haki is far from enough. All three types of haki need to be improved. Thus, Newgate prepared to train an observation haki right there. Wait, Newgate, big brother. I came here to tell you some good news. Summer is also pregnant, and I'm going to have a third child. Lorne quickly shared his purpose for coming with the two. Really? Lorne, brother-in-law? The two inquired with great excitement. Although Summer and Newgate have no blood relation, Newgate had long regarded Lorne as family. Even without blood ties, Newgate still feels like he is about to have another little nephew. Of course it's true, Lorne confirmed. That's great. Ha ha ha. Gururara, this is really amazing. Newgate and Rocks laughed heartily. I must say, Lorne is truly capable. In just about a month, he can ensure a hit rate that is completely on target, a true sharpshooter. By the way, Lorne, how long until Sherry gives birth? About a month or so. It looks like the day isn't far off. I'm really looking forward to it. Both Rocks and Newgate are extremely excited about the upcoming baby. What on earth are the Navy and the world government up to? They're so slow. They haven't attacked yet, and it's making me anxious. They wouldn't specifically wait until Sherry is giving birth to attack, would they? Newgate thought of this possibility and felt a bit worried. The Navy and the world government are cunning. If they try to launch an attack while Sherry is giving birth, it would be troublesome. It shouldn't be the case. All the CPs sent by the Navy and the world government have been dealt with by us. They don't know the exact date of Sherry's delivery. They might be up to some other scheme. Lorne stroked his chin and began to analyze seriously. No matter what scheme they are plotting, there is only one way for them to go, death. Rox's eyes suddenly became fierce. The world government and the Navy want revenge on the celestial dragons. These are all opponents. Anyone daring to invade Weno country will definitely pay a bloody price. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne, Lord Newgate, we've been looking for you for a long time. At that moment, several male fishmen suddenly rushed over, out of breath. These male fishmen are members of the Royal Guard. It turns out they were responsible for intelligence work when they were on Fishman Island. This time, Lorne had them return to their old profession and sent them to monitor the Navy headquarters. Oh, is something happening with the Navy? Lorne asked upon seeing the male fishmen. That's right, the Navy headquarters has already begun to assemble. The male fisherman said breathlessly, indicating he had rushed to report the news. How many people have they mobilized? Rocks inquired. I don't know the specifics. The Navy's security is very tight. Our people will be discovered as soon as they get close. So we can't gather more accurate intelligence. All we know is that at least 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with over a dozen mid-level officers from the headquarters and nearly 40 warships will be mobilized. As for the soldiers, there will probably be at least 50,000 of them. The male fishman offered all the intelligence he had gathered. All right, I understand. You've worked hard. Tell the mermaid guard members to strengthen patrols these days. Not only around the Ninely waterfall in Weno, but also patrol several dozen nautical miles off the coast of Weno. Report immediately if the Navy is spotted. After thinking for a moment, Lorne gave his orders. Understood, Lord Lorne. Don't worry, with our fishman guard here, the Navy will never be able to break through the defenses of the Ninely waterfall and enter Weno. The male fishman vowed. Truly reliable. Lorne smiled and praised. With the loyalty of Fishman Island, it indeed saved the Rocks pirates a lot of trouble. Brother, we should also prepare a grand gift for the upcoming world government and Navy. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the Bay Square, it was now a sea of people. 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters, 5 giant vice admirals, and 60,000 naval soldiers, totaling nearly 45 warships, had all gathered and were ready to go. At Marineford, on the crescent-shaped bay square of the Navy, tens of thousands of elite soldiers assembled here. The 2 admirals and 1 admiral candidate from the Navy headquarters exuded an impressive aura, along with 16 elite vice admirals and 5 giant vice admirals. The Navy had gathered almost its strongest lineup. It was truly breathtaking. The atmosphere was overwhelming. This was the first time I had seen so many vice admirals and admirals gathered together. Yes, usually the vice admirals are out on duty. In the square, the 60,000 elite soldiers drawn from around the world also felt overwhelmed by the Navy's assembled lineup. It's terrifying, 1 admiral candidate, 2 admirals, and so many elite vice admirals. This may be the first time in naval history that so many senior officers have gathered together, and all for the purpose of launching a long-range attack on a pirate crew. This is undoubtedly the largest and most astonishing expedition in naval history. Regardless, this war will determine the fate of the world. At this moment, the naval marshal stands on the observation deck of the naval building, which symbolizes justice. From here, one can overlook the entire Marinvondo Bay Square. Similarly, from any position in the Bay Square, this observation deck is visible. At this moment, the naval marshal holds a loudspeaker bug in his hand, capable of transmitting his deep voice throughout Marinvondo. Ladies and gentlemen, the town we stand in, Marinvondo, is the center of the world. Our stationing here at the center of the world holds extremely important and far-reaching significance. It is precisely for the sake of the weak, who can no longer lose sleep out of fear of losing their loved ones, that we guard this place. Navy personnel, do not forget, behind us is justice. The significance of this war needs no elaboration. In this war, we, the Navy, will demonstrate to the world that evil can never triumph over justice. Justice will prevail. The naval marshal looked down at the many sailors and delivered an inspiring speech. In the next moment, the marshal was right. Justice will prevail. This simple 4-character truth ignited the initial dreams within the sailors when they first joined the Navy. The mantra of justice will prevail echoed in Marinvondo Bay Square. Set sail towards the land of Weno. The naval marshal shouted, and the sailors began to move. In an instant, 2 major generals, 1 rear admiral, along with all the elite vice admirals from the headquarters, boarded the warships. The sailors also began to transport boxes of supplies onto the warships. Boom, boom, boom. The warship's engine has already started, ready to depart at any moment. Just at this critical moment, whoosh. Suddenly, several figures appeared beside the naval marshal in the naval headquarters building. This sudden scene caused the seasoned admirals, admiral candidates, and vice admirals of the Navy to stop in their tracks and look toward the naval marshal. The other Navy personnel who were landing also followed the gaze of the admirals and vice admirals toward the position of the naval marshal. Beside the marshal, that was CP0. What are they doing here? The Navy immediately recognized these individuals in white suits wearing strange masks. They were indeed CP0, the organization known as the strongest shield under the celestial dragons of Mariehua. CP0, what are you doing at the Navy headquarters? At the moment CP0 appeared, the naval marshal turned to them and said coldly, his eyes filled with vigilance. Although they were both lackeys of the celestial dragons, the naval marshal harbored some sense of justice for the people in his heart. On the other hand, CP0 was thoroughly subservient to the celestial dragons. Naturally, CP0 also had a strong disdain for the hypocritical individuals in the Navy who spoke of justice. Both sides could be said to look down on each other. The morale of the Navy is quite high. This expedition against the Rocks pirates means something significant, and the marshal should be very clear about that. The leader of CP0 looked at the naval marshal, his expression behind the mask somewhat frivolous, but his tone was quite friendly. If you have something to say, just say it. The naval marshal was somewhat impatient, but he had to suppress his inner displeasure and spoke kindly. After all, the appearance of CP0 likely represented the will of the highest echelons of the world government. Very well. The naval marshal surely understood that for the sake of the government's credibility, this war could only end in victory, not defeat. Therefore, to prevent any unforeseen events, the command of this war will be handed over to us. The leader of CP0 spoke in a friendly tone, but the content of his words sent chills down the naval marshal's spine. What did you say? The naval marshal clenched his fists, his aura surging. His eyes bloodshot as if in the next moment, his fist would strike the face of this CP0 member. The actions of the celestial dragons and their lackeys are well understood by the fleet admiral. CP0, a terrifying organization that can destroy a country at the mere command of the celestial dragons. Their modus operandi is to achieve their goals at any cost. Originally, the Rocks pirates occupied Weno, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. One can imagine that if they were truly in command of this war, they would undoubtedly push the Navy soldiers to charge recklessly, disregarding their lives. At that time, the Navy's casualties would likely far exceed their expectations. Fleet Admiral, you do not have the right to refuse. This is a direct order from the Gorosei. If you have any objections, you can report directly to the Gorosei. With that, CP0's tone became firm, and the leader casually took out a din-din mushi and placed it in front of the Fleet Admiral. Damn it! Looking at the din-din mushi that connects directly to the Gorosei, the Fleet Admiral hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gave up resisting. After all, the Navy is just an institution of the world government. He may appear to be the highest leader of the Navy, enjoying great prestige, but in front of the supreme power of the Gorosei, he is merely a bug, slightly larger than an ant. Given this, as the Fleet Admiral, I must lead by example and participate in this war. However, although I dare not call the Gorosei to express my dissatisfaction directly, I have decided to participate in this war myself. With one more Admiral's combat power, the battle can be concluded faster. Perhaps the Navy's casualties will be smaller. This can be considered as the contribution of the Navy Admiral within his capabilities. Oh, is that so? If you all leave here, then the power of Marineford will be quite empty. CP0 stroked his chin, contemplating the consequences of the Navy Admiral joining the battle. After thinking for a moment, CP0 felt he didn't have the authority to decide this matter. So he reported the news to the Gorosei. After the call, CP0 looked up at the Navy Admiral, and a smile appeared on his masked face. Good, the Gorosei has agreed to your request. Then the operation begins. All right, everyone listen up. The battle plan has changed. The Navy Admiral will join us in the fight. Moreover, the Gorosei has authorized that this war will be entirely commanded by us, CP0. All Navy personnel, prepare to set off immediately to Weno. CP0 picked up the snail phone, which only the Navy Admiral had the authority to use, and issued the command under the incredulous gazes of all the Navy members. The command of this war is actually in the hands of CP0. Admiral, are you also going to follow us? Then Marineford will be quite empty, right? What's going on here? The lower-ranking soldiers completely did not understand why the established battle plan would suddenly change so drastically. Enough talk. Move out. On the other hand, the admirals and high-ranking officers remained composed, directing the day's soldiers to begin their actions. They have seen such things many times. Whenever CP0 gets involved, things become quite troublesome. But the Navy has no choice. After all, CP0 is the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Even the Fleet Admiral has to show some deference when facing CP0. As a soldier, it is their duty to execute orders. Although some in the Navy look down on CP0's actions, since things have come to this point, they can only obey orders. Rumbling, rumbling. Finally, after this inconsequential little episode, the Fleet Admiral had no choice but to join the battle. At this point, the power the Navy mobilized was truly terrifying. The Fleet Admiral personally took action, along with 2 admirals and 1 admiral candidate. Just the top-tier combat power reached a total of 4. This was before the Rocks pirates had even fully formed. In this era, it seems that only the Navy can mobilize such a large number of strong individuals all at once. 45 warships have already set sail from Marineford, heading towards the land of Weno. Meanwhile, within just a few hours of the Navy's departure, the entire world has already learned that the Navy has begun its operation. After all, with such a large-scale force, it is impossible for the Navy to hide its movements. It is better to boldly head straight to the land of Weno, demonstrating the Navy's unwavering determination to win in front of the whole world. Has the Navy already set sail? Even the Fleet Admiral has mobilized? My goodness, what a terrifying scale this is. This can be considered a full-scale mobilization of the Navy. As expected, at the first moment of the Navy's mobilization, people around the world have already begun to look forward to it. After all, the disturbances and impacts caused by the Rocks pirates since they set sail have been truly terrifying. They have actively attacked the world government member states, directly incorporated Fishman Island, killed Navy admirals, and even killed celestial dragons. These crimes are all heinous acts that the people have never heard of. If the Rocks pirates are not eliminated, how many people on the sea will be unable to sleep at night? Bartender, quickly serve me the best wine. If we don't drink today, we might not be able to drink again in the future. That's right, we must drink to our heart's content today. The drunkards in the tavern have already begun to contemplate the impending apocalypse. Dear God, please Please bless us, bless this world. The Navy must win. Countless nuns and priests are constantly praying. The people are silently watching this great battle, and those pirates lurking in the shadows are also paying close attention to this war. With the Navy targeting them and deploying such a terrifying lineup, the Rocks pirates are surely in grave danger. Who knows? They are a pirate crew that has created miracles time and again. However, no matter how miraculous they are, facing the fully mobilized Navy, they will likely find it hard to achieve anything. Regardless of who the victor of this war is, the world will be reshuffled once again. Ha ha ha. Come on, va? Come even more fiercely. I wonder how much treasure the Rocks pirates will leave behind after their collapse. It's truly exciting to think about. For a moment, countless pirates on the sea are also fixated on this upcoming century battle. Roger, Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and other supernovas of this era, as well as many long-established pirates like Kaido, are all quietly waiting. Once this great battle ends, an era of frenzy is about to begin. A whole day has passed in the blink of an eye. In the New World, in Weno country, the Rocks pirates have laid out a web to await the arrival of the Navy. 100,000 Fishman elite soldiers are fully equipped and firmly guarding the only entrance to Weno country, the Ninely Waterfall. In addition, the Rocks pirates have spent heavily to install at least hundreds of cannons around the Ninely Waterfall. The densely packed cannons are enough to make anyone shudder. The firepower of Weno's cannons is not weaker than that of the Navy headquarters, Marineford. After all, since they subdued the Fishman residents, the production of sea prism stone in Weno has surged. As the monopoly holder of 90 of the world's sea prism stone resources, even with increased production, the prices will not drop. Like a money printing machine, the current Rocks pirates' wealth is definitely not weaker than that of any world government member country. This massive wealth has also been used by Lorne and Rocks to enhance Weno's military. First, the weapons and armor of the Fishman warriors have been completely replaced. Then, they purchased various exquisite cannons, biochemical weapons, and terrifying black technology. When the time comes, it will definitely give the Navy a big surprise. At the same time, at the entrance of Weno's Ninely Waterfall, Rocks, Newgate, Neptune, along with Fishman soldiers and members of the Rocks pirates, are all standing at the edge of Weno, waiting for the Navy's arrival. They see the Navy's fleet. Shortly after, a Fishman soldier responsible for lookout duty on Weno's tall observation tower loudly announces, "Enough for everyone at the Ninely Waterfall to hear. A total of 45 warships. According to the information from the day before, there are 2 Navy admirals, 1 admiral candidate, 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters, 5 giant vice admirals, and tens of thousands of Navy soldiers." Upon seeing the Navy for the first time, the lookout Fishman immediately began to assess the enemy's strength. There are some discrepancies compared to the information relayed by the intelligence unit the day before, but it can be understood. As long as there are no discrepancies in admiral-level strength, it is fine. However, soon, the Fishman soldier's voice suddenly stopped. What happened? Neptune's eyes flickered, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. No, not only that, the Navy's fleet admiral has also mobilized. On the warship, CP-0 is also on board. The lookout Fishman exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, the Navy has truly mobilized everything. Even the fleet admiral has come in person. How could it be that they now have at least 4 admiral-level powers? Neptune is petrified in place as if struck by lightning. It is understandable for Neptune to feel this way. For Fishmen, there's a natural fear of admirals, because any action against the celestial dragons will provoke the Navy admirals. Therefore, every time Fishmen are captured by the celestial dragons, they do not dare to resist, fearing the attacks from the admirals. Now, with 4 admiral-level powers mobilized at once, it is normal for Neptune to be frightened. Don't worry, Neptune. We hold absolute advantages. Upon hearing this, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate's expressions did not fluctuate. On the contrary, they became excited. Then let us begin. Warriors of the Rocks pirates, let us deliver a grand gift to the Navy. Rocks grinned, raising his hands to announce that the war has begun. The war has begun. With Rocks' command, the members of the Rocks pirates raised their arms and shouted, "The war has started. Gula la la la. Navy fools, try this. Quake see." In an instant, Newgate stepped forward, taking a solid horse stance, and suddenly tightened his hands. His bulging muscles rose like mountains, giving an overwhelming feeling of strength. With a powerful aura, Newgate was surrounded by a wild wind, and his golden hair danced in the breeze. In the next moment, a translucent energy shield appeared around Newgate's fists. Lord Newgate is about to unleash his power. Navy, taste this. Ha ha ha, the Navy is doomed. At this moment, the members of the Rocks pirates and the soldiers of Fishman Island revealed proud smiles. even though they did not foresee the future with observation haki. Upon seeing Lord Newgate's familiar posture, they understood what was about to happen next. Hoo-hoo! Newgate took a deep breath, using all his strength, and with a powerful swing, he slammed his fists outward, directly striking the air. Buzz! The moment his fists came down, it seemed as if the entire world fell silent. Then, crack, 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 as if some glass was fracturing, the sound reached everyone's ears. It was as if the invisible air, like a glass wall, was struck by Newgate's fists, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. In the next moment, the air, no, it should be said the space, fractured. Crack, crack, crack. The air currents above suddenly accelerated, and the fractured marks burst open, beginning to spread continuously. Following a moment of silence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, the sea seemed to echo with a lively commotion. The Navy widened their eyes, still unaware of what was happening. All hands, be cautious. A bounty of 450 million berries on Edward Newgate. He is the user of the quake fruit, capable of causing earthquakes and tsunamis. Just then, a Navy vice admiral who had previously fought Newgate suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as he shouted to the entire Navy fleet. As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. That heart-shaking sound, like thunder, grew closer. What is that? Is a mountain? How can there be mountains in this sea? The Navy suddenly realized, not knowing when, two towering peaks had appeared out of nowhere in this sea. No, those are not mountains. That is a tsunami. Soon, some sharp-eyed Navy personnel recognized that the two towering things in the distance were not mountains at all, but rather an ultra-large tsunami rising hundreds of meters high. In an instant, tens of thousands of Navy personnel stared at this ultra-large tsunami, trembling in fear. If this tsunami crashes down, the 45 warships will be instantly engulfed. All defenses. At this moment, seeing the scene, CP0 also showed a shocked expression beneath their masks. Facing this overwhelming wave, CP0 could not issue any correct commands, only a dry and straightforward all defenses. How do we defend against this? Hearing this seemingly pointless command, the Navy was collectively dumbfounded. They certainly knew to defend, but how exactly do they defend against this? Everyone, follow orders, advance. Do not be afraid. Black Hawk, White Horse, this tsunami is up to you. At this moment, the Navy admiral could no longer tolerate CP0's incompetence and directly commanded them without regard for their dignity. I understand. Got it. The two individuals named by the Navy admiral nodded in response. These two individuals are none other than the other two admirals of the Navy headquarters, Black Hawk and White Horse. The man named Black Hawk stands around 3 meters tall, exuding an impressive aura, with terrifying sword wounds on his face and body. He is widely recognized as the world's #1 swordsman of this era, wielding one of the 12 supreme blades in existence, the Demon Slayer, Navy Admiral Black Hawk. The other person resembles the later generation's Kazuru, with a lazy demeanor, Navy Admiral White Horse. Whoosh! Although White Horse appears laid back, as a Navy Admiral, he possesses an astonishing presence. He leaps powerfully with his legs, soaring into the sky, using the moonwalk to hover in the air, and simultaneously extends both hands. Slow X sword. The Navy Admiral named White Horse sends forth beams of light in a pale, purple hue from the tips of his index fingers. A miraculous scene occurs. The gigantic tsunami struck by Admiral White Horse's rays suddenly slows down immensely, as if it has come to a halt in mid-air. Technically, it can't be considered a complete standstill. It simply moves at an extremely slow pace, appearing almost as if it's suspended, not using much effort. You can only hold on for a minute, Black Hawk. After everything that happened last night, Admiral White Horse quickly lands, stretches lazily, and says to the other Navy Admiral, Black Hawk, can't you hold on a bit longer, White Horse? Black Hawk replies, somewhat speechlessly, that would be exhausting. White Horse sighs, as if his stamina has been drained. Got it, leave it to me. Black Hawk nods and draws the supreme blade, Demon Slayer, from his waist. The moment Black Hawk unsheathes the sword, the swordsmen among the Navy present hold their breath, not daring to relax for even a moment. After all, the world's strongest swordsman is about to strike. Cut through. Black Hawk twists his wrist and swings his sword. The seemingly ordinary slash unleashes a terrifying sword aura. The massive sword energy stretches hundreds of meters, cutting through the air, giving the impression that it could slice through a mountain in an instant. Whoosh! The next moment, as expected, that sword energy slices through the 2 tsunami peaks created by Newgate as easily as cutting tofu. Splash! The seawater transforms into torrential rain, rushing down in an instant. We're saved. Watching the 2 tsunami peaks turn into rainwater, The Navy soldiers present all display expressions of having survived a disaster. Hee, I never expected that just one wave of tsunami could take you away, Navy. The tsunami was merely a feint. The real attack is from the seabed. Seeing this scene, the smile on Rock's face grows even wider. It is impossible to destroy the Navy's warships with just a tsunami. The Rocks pirates have already set up a net on the seabed. Snap! Rock snaps his fingers crisply, and immediately the fishmen understand. The next moment, the attack from the seabed officially begins. Fishmen go. Rocks skillfully snaps his fingers, and the fishmen who have been lurking hundreds of meters deep in the seabed commence their action. A full 1,000 fishmen warriors, densely packed. Each one wields a specially crafted spear weapon. These weapons were ordered by the Rocks pirates from the pirate black market a month ago. The weapons contain technological achievements of the Germa family. The tip of the weapons has a very special explosive effect. Once it hits the target, it will cause a violent explosion. This weapon is best suited for dealing with large ships, such as warships and sailboats. Sure enough, in the next moment, rumble, rumble. Thousands of fishmen warriors at the bottom of the sea floated to the location of the warships at the fastest speed. Taking advantage of the Navy Admiral's attention being drawn to the tsunami created by Whitebeard, these fishmen warriors picked up their weapons and spears, stabbing fiercely at the warship's engine. A dull sound echoed from the seabed, as if firecrackers were exploding underwater. What the hell is going on? Is a sea king attacking? That can't be. Our warships have seastone technology and shouldn't be affected by sea kings. The Navy didn't pay much attention to the muffled sounds coming from the seabed. But soon, crack, crack, one of the warships suddenly began to spin out of control. With another dull sound, the warship's engine exploded and it sank. Damn it, this is bad. Quickly, go save the ability users. Thousands of Navy soldiers sank to the seabed along with the warship. Some soldiers cried for help, as there were quite a few ability users among the Navy soldiers. Ability users are doomed when they encounter the sea, but just as they finish calling for help, the next moment, the fishmen at the bottom of the sea, those Navy soldiers who dive into the sea to save their comrades, immediately discovered that there were thousands of fishmen lurking at the seabed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stabbed in a vital spot by a lurking fishman and died on the spot. Following that, bang, 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 bang. Continuous ear-piercing explosions rang out. In no time, 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 4 ships, 20 warships in total, like the previous warship, shattered instantly. The Navy had deployed a total of 45 warships, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them had sunk. Nearly 20,000 Navy soldiers fell into the water along with the collapsing warships. However, soon, these Navy soldiers floated to the surface one by one. Great! Thankfully this time, we prepared equipment from the technology department. Yes, thanks to these things, otherwise we would have sunk. The Navy members who surfaced praised one another. There is a reason why the Navy took a month to launch an attack on the Rocks pirates. In the past month, the Naval Science and Technology Department has added a number of insulating materials to the Navy's equipment. These insulating materials are used to deal with the thunder fruit. I didn't expect them to come in handy like this. I didn't think the Navy would be so well prepared. It seems they are coming for you, little brother. Seeing this scene, Rock's eyes slightly narrowed and his heart stirred. The Navy isn't that simple after all. It's just a futile effort. Warren smiled lightly, as his ability ignores any weaknesses. Even if Monkey D. Luffy came, it wouldn't work. Charge. Eliminate the Navy. Brave warriors of Fishman Island, defend Fishman Island. Defend the Rocks pirates. At the same time, as soon as the Navy fell into the water, more fishmen appeared from the depths of the sea. A dense mass of fishmen, definitely exceeding 30,000. A fierce battle broke out between the fishmen and the Navy in this underwater realm. While it's called a fierce battle, it is actually just a one-sided massacre. The fishmen are already 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. Moreover, the sea is the main battlefield of the fishmen. In the water, what can the Navy use to fight against the fishmen? Some Navy rear admirals, commanders, and even colonels and lieutenants are fine. They can rely on their mastery of the Navy's 6 styles and use the moonwalk to escape from the fishmen's claws. But those ordinary soldiers, or those with too low ranks and strength, as well as some ability users, are not so lucky. In an instant, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers were slaughtered, suffering heavy losses. The sea was instantly stained red with blood. The Navy was completely distracted by Newgate's tsunami, not expecting the fishmen to ambush so far away from Weno. The Navy's admiral frowned tightly, lamenting. They didn't expect the Rocks pirates to have the fishmen warriors lurking so far away. The Navy was careless. The despicable fishmen couldn't intervene at all. In a moment, The two Navy generals, the acting general, and even the admiral found themselves at a loss. It's not that they couldn't deal with these fishmen, but because the total number of fishmen and the Navy combined was over tens of thousands. Gathering so many people in this small sea area made it impossible to distinguish between friend and foe, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. Once a general-level powerhouse strikes, it would be a devastating move. If they're not careful, more Navy soldiers would die than fishmen. This situation makes it impossible for the Navy admirals to take action. Damn Navy, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill these fishmen. Navy admirals, fleet admiral, can't you even deal with a few fishmen? At this moment, CP0 also started to curse. After all, in such a short period, 5 warships had already been sunk. The most critical thing is that the ship they were supposed to take also showed signs of being sunk. In response to CP0's scolding, the Navy admirals and fleet admiral chose to ignore it. They couldn't disregard the lives of ordinary sailors to deal with the fishmen. After all, they were not CP. A bunch of useless fools. Since you are unwilling to take action, I will take matters into my own hands. Seeing that the Navy admirals and fleet admiral were immobile, CP0 planned to take the field himself. 6 Powers Secret Technique, Gale Kick. 6 Powers Secret Technique, Shudder. The leader of the CP0 team possesses strength at the level of the top executives of the world government. With just a few kicks, he instantly created a massive shockwave with a diameter of over 100 meters. Without any hesitation, it slammed into the sea, instantly turning a section of the ocean red. Following that, many corpses began to float on the surface. It appeared that the number of casualties on the Navy's side was several times greater than that of the fishmen. CP0, you bastard. Seeing this, the admiral of the Navy became somewhat agitated, directly grabbing the collar of the CP0 leader, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned him fiercely. Just from those 2 strikes, at least hundreds, if not thousands, of Navy personnel had been killed by the CP0 leader. Dying at the hands of enemies could be deemed a worthy death, but dying at the hands of CP0 was simply too unjust. Admiral, due to your Navy's incompetence, we are now in a disadvantage against mere fishmen. Don't forget, this is a war, and it is a war against the Rocks pirates. This war must be won. It cannot be lost. You know this better than I do. If this war does not completely eliminate the Rocks pirates, the 5 elders will not let it slide, and your position as admiral will come to an end. At that point, just wait for a military tribunal and face trial. Despite being held by the collar by the admiral, the CP0 leader's tone remained mocking. The face beneath the mask was filled with disdain. This group of useless Navy can't even deal with the pathetic fishmen with the strength of an admiral. One person should be enough to handle these tens of thousands of fishmen warriors. Yet they actually dare not take action. So I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. In the end, a mere admiral even dares to question me. It's simply outrageous. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, I will report the situation to the 5 elders and give this group of useless Marines a good lecture. You. The Marine Admiral had already raised his fist, but he didn't dare to strike at CP0. Because what CP0 said was all true. If this war is truly lost, the 5 Elder Stars will definitely have to give an explanation. At that time, even I, the Admiral, will probably be affected. After all these years, I finally became the Admiral, and before I even got comfortable in my position, I might be replaced? Just look at your incompetent self, Admiral. If you want to keep your position, quickly deal with these fishmen and head to Weno country. Don't forget, I'm the supreme commander of this war, Admiral. CP0 said with a tone that enjoyed seeing your disdain for me, yet you were unable to do anything about it. Especially the way the Admiral raised his fist but dare not strike, almost made CP0 laugh out loud. The words of the Elder Stars were indeed correct. The Navy is a bunch of useless trash. Damn it. After a brief struggle of thought, the Admiral let go of CP0's collar. He then leaped to the side of Admiral Black Hawk. Let's move, Black Hawk. Quickly deal with these fishmen. The Admiral's tone was firm and powerful. Admiral, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Move immediately. The Admiral urged again. Upon hearing this, Black Hawk's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. The Navy had lost a total of 30 warships, with over 30,000 people going overboard. Although the casualties were severe, at least 20,000 were still fighting desperately against the Fishman's assault. If a top admiral were to forcefully intervene now, the Navy's losses would be catastrophic. The title of the world's strongest swordsman was not given by others. What else can we do? Are we just going to wait here? Don't forget, this is war. Our goal is to completely eliminate the Rocks pirates. Failure is not an option. Upholding justice sometimes involves bloodshed and sacrifice. This is unavoidable. As an admiral, You should understand this well. The admiral's tone grew even more resolute. In fact, the current admiral himself did not truly believe this, but it just slipped out. After all, he had done many disgusting things for the 5 Elder Stars in secret while serving as admiral. It should be known that every time the Navy issues a demon-slaying order, an island disappears. As for how many civilians and innocent people are on that island, the admiral had completely given up on thinking about that issue. Thinking only leads to hesitation. Hesitation is weakness. This is how the admiral convinced himself. Although shameless, it was quite effective. I understand. Black Hawk nodded at this moment. As an admiral and a direct subordinate of the Celestial Dragons, he certainly understood the rationale behind the admiral's words. However, it was indeed difficult to act against his own kind. Clang! After hesitating for just a few seconds, the crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Black Hawk drew one of the supreme great swords, the Black Blade Demon Slayer, and with a powerful push of his legs, he soared high into the air. Then, facing the sea, he swung his sword. This simple action had been practiced millions of times by Black Hawk. The thick haki once again enveloped the Demon Slayer, and the already refined, incredibly dark blade seemed to gain even more blackness at this moment. Swish! The blue sword energy shot through the air, surging towards a chaotic battlefield below, a mix of fishmen and navy. The diameter of this sword energy reaches several kilometers, coming at an overwhelming force, giving the impression that it could instantly flatten a mountain peak. If this sword truly falls, it could at least take the lives of nearly 10,000 fishmen warriors. Of course, the cost would be that at least several thousand Navy personnel would also be sent away. Mr. Black Hawk, actually. But there are still so many Navy down there. How many Navy will die if this strike lands? Why do this? Why attack us, Mr. Black Hawk? Seeing this scene, the rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy did not speak, but instead remained calm. It was the lower-ranking Navy officers like Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, as well as the ordinary Navy fighting the fishmen on the sea, who were all greatly puzzled and shocked at this moment. A general-level powerhouse forcibly inserting themselves into a chaotic battlefield will undoubtedly come at a heavy cost. Although the fishmen will die a lot from this strike, the Navy will also suffer many casualties. A Navy admiral actually made a move? Aren't they afraid of affecting their own forces? It's completely unexpected. Feeling a suffocating sense of oppression, the fishmen also looked up and found that after the Navy Admiral Black Hawk made his move, they were similarly shocked. They never thought that the Navy Admiral would dare to act in such a situation. Wow, the Navy really is a bunch of crazy guys. They actually attack their own people? How interesting. It seems the Navy is just a group of hypocritical justice people. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of Weno country, Newgate, Neptune, and Rocks couldn't help but sneer at this scene. Although they are pirates and have nothing to do with so-called justice, they would never commit such a crazy act against their own. The unspoken rule among pirates is that you cannot attack your companions. In the eyes of lawless pirates, casually attacking a companion is an unforgivable crime. The Navy, however, can trample on such rules at will, which is truly ridiculous. What's so strange about this? The Navy is just that kind of people. Lorne, on the other hand, looked exceptionally calm. As a time traveler, Lorne found it completely expected for the Navy to do such things. After all, in the original work, the Navy often engaged in such actions. The Justice Island Demon Suppression Order saw Vice Admiral Ghost Spider directly shooting at ordinary soldiers. A kind of directly bombarded civilian refugee ships in O'Hara. And in the theatrical version read, the Navy acted against civilians while the red-haired pirates protected them. Such farce continues to unfold. Ultimately, the Navy is just the dog of the world government. However, we cannot just watch our subordinates being slaughtered. Doing so will scatter people's hearts. It's time to take action, brother. Meanwhile, Lorne leaped into the air, ready to strike. Whoosh! Lorne jumped off the cliff of Weno, transforming into a flash of lightning. After a burst of dazzling thunder and lightning, Lorne appeared below the Navy Admiral Black Hawk. His speed was so fast that most of the Navy's strong members present didn't react in time. Lord Lorne has arrived. Upon seeing this figure, the previously despairing fishmen suddenly brightened. So it was you who seized the Thunderfruit? Damn Rocks pirates! Upon seeing the flash of lightning and the figure that suddenly appeared, the Navy's fleet admiral, as well as Admirals Black Hawk and White Horse, all looked serious and grim. Without a doubt, only the Thunderfruit could allow someone to appear so quickly in this sea area, dozens of nautical miles away from Weno. Seeing this Thunderfruit, they all simultaneously recalled their former comrade, Admiral Thunder Dragon. This was originally the power belonging to their navy, and now it has actually fallen into the hands of pirates. What a tremendous blunder. Swish! Lorne did not respond. Instead, he drew the Tianyu Yuzhan, with lightning raging around him, dazzling in brilliance. The thick domineering aura blackened the blade of Tianyu Yuzhan, and then it was released wildly. Zizizi, the lightning and domineering aura continued to wreak havoc, and a fierce wind surged around Lorne. In the next moment, swish! Holding the sword, Lorne fearlessly charged towards the slash of the world's #1 swordsman, Black Eagle. Crackle, crackle, as the blade mixed with lightning and domineering aura touched Black Eagle's slash. It instantly halted Black Eagle's world-renowned strike. Then, be destroyed! Lorne shouted angrily, the muscles in his right arm bulging, giving a powerful feeling. His wrist rotated simultaneously, combining with the raging lightning. The two forces collided, creating a sonic boom in the air. Zizizi, metallic sparks continuously flashed in mid-air, lasting for a full half-minute. Finally, Lorne managed to forcibly neutralize the world's #1 swordsman strike. This guy actually managed to take on the slash of Admiral Black Eagle. That is the strike of the world's #1 swordsman. Damn it. It seems he has grown a lot since the battle at Fishman Island. Seeing this scene, many Navy members are taken aback, especially Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, those who had fought against Lorne before. It has only been a little over a month since the battle at Fishman Island. At that time, Lorne's bounty was just over 100 million, and his strength was not comparable to that of an admiral. But now he can easily neutralize Admiral Black Eagle's strike. The rise in strength has left Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru feeling extremely embarrassed, although they have been training hard for a month, and their strength has rapidly increased. The feeling they get from Lorne is that the gap in strength between them has not only failed to narrow, but has actually been widening. Second in command of the Rocks Pirates, the notorious pirate Lorne Zebeck, with a bounty of 465 million. Damn it, it's not just Carp and Sengoku who are shocked. Even Fleet Admiral, Admiral Blackhawk, and Admiral Whitehorse feel incredibly astonished. Being able to effortlessly neutralize the attack of the world's #1 swordsman shows that Lorne's strength is definitely several times stronger than it was at Fishman Island. Ha ha ha. All of this thanks to the thunder fruit you Navy gave me. At this moment, Lorne, after sweeping his gaze over Carp, Sengoku, Black Hawk, White Horse, and the fleet admiral below, couldn't help but burst into laughter. With the enhancement of the thunder fruit, his strength has undoubtedly stepped 1 foot into the threshold of an emperor-level powerhouse. The fact that he could firmly withstand the attack of the world's #1 swordsman, Admiral Black Hawk, is the best proof. Don't get too cocky, you scoundrel of the Rocks Pirates. Go to hell. Lorne's words provoked Admiral Black Hawk. In an instant, Admiral Black Hawk leaped forward like a cannonball, appearing right in front of Lorne. With the supreme greatsword, he unleashed a fierce blue sword aura. Lorne was not the slightest bit afraid and raised his heavenly feather slash, engaging in a fierce battle with Admiral Black Hawk. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Haki, lightning, fierce winds, sword energy, shockwaves. The clash between the two was like releasing a massive firework. Every time the supreme greatsword and heavenly feather slash collided, terrifying shockwaves erupted, sweeping everything around them away. That guy Lorne has truly grown to a level where he can fight against a Navy admiral. Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and the others below were already dumbfounded. It's only been a month, and yet it has grown to this extent. White Horse, go assist Black Hawk, and make it quick. At this moment, the naval marshal immediately ordered another naval admiral, White Horse. It is imperative to resolve this swiftly without any delays. Since Lorne has taken the initiative to attack, the Navy cannot miss this great opportunity. There's really no other way. Although it's quite unprincipled, it's indeed a good way to win the war. The lazy White Horse deliberately elongated his tone, sounding quite relaxed and comfortable, as if this were not a battlefield, but his living room. Although it would be criticized by the world for 2 admirals dealing with a pirate with a mere bounty of 400 million, as long as they achieve victory, all disgrace can be erased. This is the true meaning of justice prevailing. Only the victor is justice. Dullness X-ray. In the next moment, the White Horse extended his right hand, and his right index finger quickly shot out a purple beam of light, resembling the laser of the future Yellow Ape. However, unlike the Yellow Ape's laser, the beam shot by the White Horse had no destructive power, but instead imposed a dulling effect. That was the ability of the dull fruit. Anyone hit would have their movements slowed down by dozens or even hundreds of times, appearing as if they were frozen. It can be imagined that in a battle between top-tier powerhouses, if one side's movements suddenly become dull, the outcome could be determined in an instant. Gulalala, don't you dare hurt my brother-in-law, you Navy scum. At that moment, a giant suddenly burst forth from the sky, wielding a large naginata, swiftly descending like the wind. His voice was as loud as a bell, full of vigor, echoing across the entire battlefield. The newcomer was none other than the third in command of the Rocks pirates, the infamous pirate Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 450 million berries. Newgate's eyes seemed to glow with a red radiance, his gaze intense and revitalized. He raised his naginata high, and the wind surged around him, with the tip of the naginata wrapped in a thick conqueror's haki that was terrifying. Navy scum, don't you dare hurt my brother-in-law. Newgate descended from the sky, his golden hair flowing, with the tip of his naginata enveloped in powerful conqueror's haki, as if he was cleaving down towards Admiral Whitehorse with the force of splitting a mountain. Danger! Admiral Whitehorse's originally lazy gaze suddenly flickered with sharpness, and his somewhat relaxed posture became tense. Just now, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, his formidable observation haki immediately sensed a highly dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. The infamous pirate Edward Newgate, with a bounty over 400 million. Bang! In the next moment, Admiral Whitehorse retracted the fruit ability he intended to use, exerting force with his legs to leap sideways. Swish! Newgate's large blade followed through, directly cleaving the warship where Admiral Whitehorse stood in two, the cut smooth and mirror-like. Bang! Moreover, the technique Newgate just employed was a high-level skill of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Haki coating. In addition to enhancing power, Conqueror's Haki coating can inflict damage on the enemy without directly touching their body. Because of this, it seemed that Admiral Whitehorse had evaded Newgate's attack. However, a terrifying bloodstain still appeared on his pristine Navy cloak. Admiral Whitehorse. Mr. Whitehorse is injured. What is happening? How could this be? He clearly evaded the attack. So what is going on? The Navy personnel present were all bewildered. Just now, Admiral Whitehorse clearly dodged the attack of the notorious pirate Newgate. So how is he still injured? Damn, is this Conqueror's Haki coating? Admiral Whitehorse glanced at his wound, the strong haki still lingering on the knife mark, deepening the injury. His tone was no longer lazy. Instead, he became serious. Conqueror's Haki coating is a very advanced technique, arguably the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki skills. It is well known that Conqueror's Haki is a power that only 1 in a million can awaken, akin to a type of spirit. The initial function of Conqueror's Haki is intimidation, essentially clearing out the weaklings. For masters, it has almost no intimidating effect. In a 1v1 duel between masters, Conqueror's Haki seems rather useless compared to armament Haki, but that is merely the surface. On the seas, there are always some individuals with unparalleled innate talent. These strong individuals, through years of practical combat and training, have comprehended the true power of Conqueror's Haki, which, like armament Haki, allows the user to wrap Conqueror's Haki around their fists, swords, or various weapons. The explosive power it unleashes is several times stronger than that of armament Haki. If Conqueror's Haki merely proves that a person has the qualifications to become a king, then Conqueror's Haki wrapping signifies the official path to becoming a king. However, what shocked Admiral Whitehorse is that Conqueror's Haki wrapping is typically a technique that only the top-tier strong in this sea can master. He has faced many pirates with bounties over 1 billion, and even among those pirates, very few can use Conqueror's Haki wrapping. Edward Newgate. This supernova, whose bounty was just over 100 million belly since the last battle at Fishman Island, actually learned Conqueror's Haki wrapping in just 1 short month? Is this guy's talent really that terrifying? Gula la la la. Admiral Whitehorse die. Newgate revealed a crescent-like smile, and after a chuckle, he raised his large scythe and began a fierce battle with Admiral Whitehorse on the already damaged warship. Swish, swish, swish. The scythe clashed. Vibrations and dull lights intertwined with overwhelming power, and the warship had long since become severely damaged, unable to withstand the turmoil of these two strong fighters, completely sinking into the sea. However, for Emperor-level powerhouses, this was hardly a problem at all. Both were masters of physical combat, utilizing moonwalk to fight in midair. And for a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Newgate was actually able to fight to a standstill with Admiral Whitehorse. This guy has also grown quite a bit. Just like Lorne. Damn it. Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru nearby felt deeply shocked once again. A month ago, Newgate could only tie with Sengoku and Tsuru. Now he can actually fight against an admiral. This kind of growth rate is simply monstrous. It seems that I have no choice but to take action myself. The admiral's face was as dark as it could get, almost dripping with water. A month ago, the bounties of Lorne and Newgate, these two supernovas, were just around 100 million berries, but after a month of battles, they actually gained the strength to fight against admiral-level powerhouses. The growth rate and potential are truly terrifying to the admiral from the bottom of his heart. If we don't eliminate the Rocks pirates here, who knows what kind of monstrous force they will grow into in the future. We must wipe them out completely here. White horse, hold them off, I'm coming. The Marine Admiral shouted angrily, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong, muscular arms, ready to intervene in the battle between Whitebeard and Admiral Whitehorse. Haha, Admiral. Your opponent is me. Just as the Admiral finished speaking, a heavy voice rang in everyone's ears. The next moment, crash, boundless darkness suddenly descended, like a monster from the world of Cthulhu, enveloping the warship where the Marine Admiral was located. What is this? The moment they saw the darkness, the Marine Admiral on the warship, several CP0 members, and a Marine Vice Admiral immediately utilized a Marine 6 styles moonwalk to escape into the air. Want to run? Is it that easy? At this moment, for some unknown reason, Rocks had successfully landed on the deck of the warship. Behind him, eerie black smoke rose, transforming in the air into a shape resembling Satan's claws, fiercely attacking the crowd, fleeing into the sky. Damn it! Quickly stop, Rocks. Seeing this, several CP0 members frantically used moonwalk to escape, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Let me stop him. The Marine Vice Admiral, with a determined expression, seemed to have made up his mind to stop using moonwalk, drew his Marine saber in mid-air, wanting to halt the strange darkness. Crash! In almost an instant, the Marine Vice Admiral was engulfed by Rock's darkness. After the battle with Marine Admiral Relong, Rock's power had already begun to subtly surpass that of an Emperor-level powerhouse. A mere Vice Admiral was only fit to be seconds away from being killed. Crash! The Vice Admiral who attempted to stop Rocks was instantly consumed by Rock's dark power. Just a few seconds later, the Vice Admiral reappeared from Rock's dark power. However, when he reappeared, his eyes were already white, his body covered in blood, and he fell straight into the sea, his life uncertain. Vice Admiral Ryan was actually killed in an instant. Hey, what is going on here? Did the Vice Admiral have no power to resist at all? How terrifying is this guy Rocks? Seeing that Vice Admiral Ryan had no strength to resist. The Marine personnel present were stunned by this scene. That was an elite Vice Admiral from the Marine headquarters. In terms of strength, the elite Vice Admiral from the Marine headquarters should at least be a formidable opponent. After all, anyone who could be appointed as a Vice Admiral must be proficient in observation haki, armament haki, and skilled in the Marine 6 styles. According to the information revealed in Chapter 1087, the Cross Guild has placed a bounty of 1 billion berries on Marine Vice Admirals, which is roughly on par with the top executives of the Emperor's crew, the 3 disasters, the 4 commanders, and the division leaders. Though there may be some gap compared to the second-in-command of the Emperor's crew, and yet, they were actually killed in an instant. Is this the true value of the bounty of 285 billion berries on the Great Pirate Rocks? Even the elite Marine generals are no match for him. Damn that Rocks guy. Not only the Marines, but the heart of the Marine Admiral also sank at this scene. The Navy has lost another reliable comrade. Of course, aside from the Marine Admiral, several CP0 members were also like ghosts, jumping into the sky with their legs, using the moonwalk to try to escape the clutches of Rock's dark power. Hee hee, don't think you can run, you dogs of the celestial dragons. Rock stood on the deck with a sinister smile, his eyes filled with hatred. With dogs around, of course, he would attack the dogs first. Swish! With conscious control over the dark power, that claw instantly abandoned the pursuit of the Marine Admiral and instead charged toward the few CP0 members. Damn it! Why is it coming toward us? The Marine Admiral is the biggest threat. Okay. This madman, this bastard, seeing that the darkness had actually abandoned the pursuit of the Marine Admiral and was instead attacking them with full force, the furious CP0 couldn't help but curse. However, no matter how much they cursed, it couldn't change the fact that the dark power was about to catch up with them. Hee hee, interesting. The Marine Admiral also sensed Rock's intention. So he thought for a moment and simply used the moonwalk to hover in midair, crossing his arms and appearing to watch the situation unfold. These pesky CP0s are just like flies. Why not get rid of them with Rock's hand? Damn it. Admiral, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop those filthy pirates. If I die, the Gorsi I won't spare you useless navy. CP0 also noticed that the Admiral was just watching the show and couldn't help but curse. Interesting. Rocks also realized that the Admiral seemed to be watching idly, clearly dissatisfied with CP0, wanting to eliminate them himself. In that case, Rocks was certainly willing to be the killing knife. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Mysterious black smoke kept approaching CP0, already within reach. Rock's body was now weaving through this black smoke, instantly arriving in front of CP0. Damn, filthy pirates. Gale Foot Secret Art Cannon, Finger Gun Secret Art, Flying Gun, Six Styles Secret Art, Lotus. CP0 realized that the Admiral would definitely not help them. They could only save themselves. So this group of CP0 began to counterattack Rocks. Dog of the Celestial Dragons. Die for me. Allowing these attacks to hit his body, Rocks seemed as if he was filled with steel. Remaining steady as a rock after being attacked by these strong ones, his surface showing not a single scratch, only emitting smoke. Splash, splash. With a big hand stretch, Rocks directly grabbed the heads of 2 CP0, lifting them up as if holding little chicks. The remaining 3 CP0 were trapped by Rocks' dark power. In one breath, Rocks captured all 5 CP0 in front of him. Without any unnecessary words, Rocks slightly exerted force with his hands. Crack, crack. The 2 CP0 whose heads Rocks was holding were instantly crushed like watermelons, blood mist bursting out and scattering everywhere. The scene extremely bloody and quite unsettling. Well done. The Admiral secretly praised this scene in his heart, remembering all the previous frustrations. If it weren't for his position as Admiral, he would have killed these stinky fish and rotten shrimp CP0 hundreds of times by now. Admiral, you bastard, if I survive, I will definitely report your crimes to the Gore CI. Seeing 2 of their companions easily killed, the remaining 3 CP0 couldn't help but angrily curse the Admiral. With the Admiral's strength, he could definitely block Rocks, but he chose to sit back and watch. Clearly, he was using others to kill. Huh, do you still want to go back alive? What a joke. The Admiral finally felt relieved and mocked them back. Given Rock style, he would not let these 3 CP0 survive. Just as the Admiral guessed, Rocks executed the 3 with head explosions, being bisected and being torn apart by their legs. These CP0 have followed the Celestial Dragons and committed countless sins. Killing them so cleanly and decisively is already a mercy for them. The Navy isn't entirely useless either. After cleanly and decisively killing 5 CP0 without any interference, Rocks hovered in midair and looked towards the Navy Admiral not far away. Now it's time for us to settle things. Rocks. In this battle, our Navy will definitely eradicate your Rocks pirates. At this moment, the Navy Admiral had completely removed his coat and just his cloak, exposing his bare upper body. Although he was over 50 years old, with some gray at his temples, the Admiral's physique still maintained its peak condition. The muscle lines on his body were as perfect as if carved by a knife, each bulging muscle harboring incredibly terrifying power. The serving Navy Admiral was a master of martial arts. Having almost perfected his physical techniques, he possessed the top strength of the sea, which is why he stood out among the Navy Admirals and became the Navy Admiral. Ha! Then go ahead and try. Upon hearing this, Rocks laughed heartily, looking eager to test himself. Ever since his battle with the Thunder Dragon, he felt that his strength had broken through to a higher level. Right now, it was just the right time to practice against the Navy Admiral. Just a mere pirate. How audacious. Come at me. Seeing Rocks' arrogant face, the Navy Admiral couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He bent his legs at a 90-degree angle, then forcefully kicked off in midair, flying towards Rocks like a human cannonball. His right fist had, at some point, gathered a visible, terrifying air current. Not only was it air current, but the surrounding air was also flickering with strange black lightning, raging uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, that was the black lightning that could only be unleashed by Conqueror's haki. For clarification, it's not surprising for the Navy Admiral to have Conqueror's haki. In the latest chapter, Aokiji might have it too. And considering that the future Navy Admiral Sengoku also possesses it, it's not strange for the serving Admiral to have it. Conqueror's haki, entwined? Interesting. Upon seeing this, Rocks immediately recognized it. This was the Conqueror's haki that only top-tier powerhouses in this sea could master. The upcoming battle was going to be very interesting. Whoosh! Rarely encountering a master of martial arts, Rocks decided not to use the powers of the dark fruit. Instead, he gathered his thick Conqueror's haki on his fist without reservation. His clenched fist erupted with crackling sonic booms as Rocks charged straight ahead. Crash, crash! Before their fists even collided, a ball-sized energy sphere appeared. This is a unique ability of the Conqueror's haki, which can unleash power without needing to touch the enemy. The energy ball at the center of their fists is the best proof. Whoosh, whoosh! In the next moment, a violent whirlwind erupted around the two, forming a pulsating wave of terrifying energy. The range and power of the shockwave are extremely terrifying. The ferocious air wave directly swept up the seawater beneath the two individuals, raising towering waves hundreds of meters high, resembling a tsunami triggered by the tremor fruit. Of course, this is not a tsunami. It is simply a wave created purely by the clash of their imposing presence and strength. The fact that such a spectacular scene could be formed just from the confrontation of their haki and power speaks volumes about their might. Even the dozens of warships nearby that had not yet sunk were continuously pushed back hundreds of meters by this terrifying shockwave. The sailors on the warships desperately clung to anything they could hold onto to protect themselves from being blown away by the airwave. Below, the sea was filled with countless fishermen and Navy personnel, all of whom were also tossed about by this massive wave. This is the battle power of a royal-level powerhouse. Every move is enough to cause drastic changes in the surrounding terrain. Boom, boom. The two sides remained in a stalemate in the sky for at least 10 minutes. Then, the energy ball swirling between the two suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread outwards. Quickly, get away from the battle between those two. Do not get caught up in their fight. If you do, you will definitely lose your life. Whether it was the Navy or the members of the Rocks pirates present, everyone quickly fled the combat zone of Rocks and the Navy admiral. Soon, after the energy ball finished exploding, the two reappeared in front of everyone. Although the Navy admiral had no visible injuries, he was now drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. In contrast, Rocks was completely unscathed. He only had a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing was much steadier compared to the Navy admiral. Just one punch. And the difference is clear. The admiral actually fell into a disadvantage. What on earth is going on? How terrifying is that guy Rocks? Seeing the scene, the faces of the Navy members were filled with horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Although neither side was injured from that punch, it was evident from the reactions of the Navy admiral and Rocks that the Navy admiral was at a disadvantage. It should be noted that the Navy admiral had to stand out among the Navy generals to become an admiral. Although there is no significant difference in strength between the Navy admiral and the Navy generals when broken down, the Navy admiral is definitely slightly stronger than the Navy generals of the same generation. Don't underestimate this small gap for top powerhouses. Even a tiny difference can cause a battle to collapse. Although Navy generals are praised by the world as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the true highest combat power is actually the Navy admiral. However, Navy admirals generally do not leave the Navy headquarters to take action themselves. Only in special circumstances like this would the Navy admiral leave the headquarters to personally engage in battle. As expected of Lord Rocks. The Navy admiral is nothing special. Brothers, charge. Eliminate the Navy. Let the name of the Rocks pirates resonate throughout the world. This scene also inspired all the members of the Rocks pirates present. Although Rocks and the Marine Admiral did not determine a victor on such a battlefield, every action of these top-tier powerhouses will be noticed by everyone. That recent moment was enough to lower the morale of the Navy, while the morale of the Rocks pirates soared. In an instant, the fishmen went crazy once again, battling fiercely with the Navy and completely gaining the upper hand. Not only that, but the Admiral actually... This scene, of course, also caught the eyes of the two fighting Marine Admirals, Black Hawk and White Horse. The two did not expect that Rocks would be so formidable, able to gain the upper hand in a confrontation with the Fleet Admiral. Hey, you seem to be distracted just now. 3,000 Thunderblades. Seeing Admiral Black Hawk momentarily distracted, Lorne immediately seized the opportunity, wrapping the power of lightning around the heavenly feather slash in his hand. Whoosh! With a top-tier armament haki. Lorne's heavenly feather slash cut across Admiral Black Hawk's left chest. Not good, Admiral Black Hawk thought to himself, wanting to raise his demon-slaying sword to block Lorne's slash. But it was too late. Whoosh! The heavenly feather slash fell, instantly leaving a terrifying scar on Admiral Black Hawk's left chest. On the other side, Gula-la-la-la. White Horse, how dare you get distracted while fighting me? Are you afraid you won't die fast enough? Newgate also seized the fleeting moment when Admiral White Horse was distracted, raising the Naginata in his hand high, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around it. Zing! With one slash, he struck deep into Admiral White Horse's right waist, leaving a deep blood mark. Admiral Black Hawk was actually injured. This was the first time he had been wounded. After all, he was the world's #1 swordsman. Even Admiral White Horse. The Fleet Admiral was at a disadvantage, and both Marine Admirals were injured. The continuous bad news left the Marines present in deep despair. The injuries of two Marine Admirals instantly plunged the Marines into despair. After all, they originally thought this would be an extremely easy, crushing battle. The Navy had already deployed such a large force. 2 Marine Headquarters Admirals, 1 Marine Headquarters Admiral candidate, plus 16 elite Vice Admirals and tens of thousands of Marines, along with dozens of warships. The power of the Marine Headquarters could be said to have been fully mobilized. Even the Fleet Admiral himself had personally taken action, In terms of strength, the current Rocks pirates were still far from being comparable to the Marine headquarters. But unexpectedly, they were now caught in a bitter battle, and the Navy was actually the side suffering heavy casualties. The gap between this war and expectations is too large, which has caused the Navy's morale to plummet severely, even leading to doubts about their ability to win. All you righteous warriors, do not panic. Justice will not lose. The Rocks pirates are just a bunch of rabble. Follow me, let's charge together. At that moment, a deep voice echoed on the battlefield. Everyone looked over and was surprised to see another expert from the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Jean Shi, who is a candidate for the rank of admiral. Since there can only be 3 admirals, the position is already full. Therefore, Jean Shi can only act under the title of mid-level officer and admiral candidate. Moreover, due to the sudden death of the Thunder Dragon, the Navy did not have time to hold a promotion ceremony for him. So he is still a candidate for admiral at this moment. Although the strength of this admiral candidate is not as strong as a true admiral, it is still not far off. If we must discuss strength, we can say that the current 3 admirals have powers similar to the 3 admirals in the original work, namely Chicken, Dog, and Monkey, who possess extraordinary strength. In comparison, this admiral candidate's strength is roughly on par with Green Bull from the original work. In terms of power, it is indeed at the admiral level, but it lacks the overwhelming presence that the other admirals exude. However, even so, this admiral candidate's strength still falls within the realm of the emperor-level powerhouses, and it won't be much weaker than true emperor-level powerhouses. Against those below the emperor level, they still hold an overwhelming advantage. Even a weakling like Green Bull in the original work easily defeated top executives like Queen and Jack, which illustrates this point. And we still have Mr. Golden Snake. That's right, the Rocks pirates only have 3 top executives, but we have the admiral candidate, Mr. Golden Snake. We still have hope for victory. Sure enough, upon seeing the admiral candidate, Mr. Golden Snake, the eyes of the Navy personnel reignited with fierce flames, the flame of justice. After all, the top powerhouses of the Rocks pirates are only Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard. Now that these 3 are held up by the Admiral Blackhawk and White Horse Admiral, the others are just a rabble. Not only that, but behind Golden Snake stand a row of elite vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. The strengths of these vice admirals vary greatly. The strongest possess abilities on par with the top executives of the Royal Corps, while the weakest have the strength of captains under the Royal Corps. Combined, they form a considerable force. To eliminate the Rocks pirates, charge with me. The vice admiral candidate, Golden Snake, shouted and took the lead, rushing towards the members of the Rocks pirates. Fishman warriors, brave members of the Rocks pirates, prepare for battle. At the same time, Neptune also led nearly 10,000 Fishman warriors, along with members of the Rocks pirates, to fight alongside the vice admiral candidate. Just a mere fishman, a race that has betrayed the world government. A disdainful light flickered in the eyes of Vice Admiral Golden Snake. The strength of fishmen is indeed 10 times that of ordinary humans, but that is in comparison to normal humans. To a royal-level powerhouse whose strength is tens of thousands of times that of ordinary humans, what difference is there between fishmen and ordinary humans? Let us deal with you first, the most notorious fishman, Neptune. At this moment, Neptune was labeled the most notorious fishman by the world government. After all, as a king, he led his people to betray the world government and join the pirates, which made the world government extremely displeased with him. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Ocean current vortex. Seeing this, Neptune raised his trident and stirred the sea, sending massive waves towards Vice Admiral candidate Golden Snake. Boom! Golden Snake merely unleashed his conqueror's haki, dispersing the waves stirred up by Neptune. Damn, the gap is too great. Neptune's strength is not weak, but it pales in comparison to a royal-level powerhouse. Die, Neptune! Golden Snake grinned wickedly as he charged at Neptune. At a critical moment, bang! A person suddenly appeared beside Neptune, blocking the attack from Vice Admiral candidate Golden Snake. That was the user of the barrier fruit. After the battle in Weno country, the barrier fruit was obtained by Rocks and rewarded to a member of the Rocks pirates. Although the barrier fruit's offensive power is not strong, its defensive capabilities are remarkably robust. In the original work, even at his peak, Kazuki Odin found the barrier fruit's powers very troublesome. It's important to note that although Kazuki Odin was quite foolish, he was still powerful. After all, he was the man who left a psychological shadow on Kaido. At his peak, Kazuki Odin was definitely a royal-level powerhouse. Damn pirates! I was just one step away from capturing the most notorious fishman, Neptune. Seeing that he could have killed Neptune, only to be blocked by a mere nobody, Vice Admiral candidate Golden Snake was extremely displeased. I'm I'm a member of the Rocks Pirates. This member of the Rocks Pirates is named Darl, and he roars angrily, displaying great bravery. This is the benefit of the selection that Rocks and Lorne conducted when they set sail from their hometown. The selected ones are all brave individuals who would never back down even when facing a vice admiral. Nameless rat die. The vice admiral Jean, she launched another fierce attack. Barrier, defense. Dar firmly blocked the vice admiral Jean Shi, whose abilities and haki could not break through Dar's barrier. Neptune, you go elsewhere. I'll hold this person off. While releasing the barrier, Dar turned to Neptune and said, "It's important to know that although the Rocks Pirates had the advantage of terrain, they still couldn't match the Navy in terms of hard power. Even though he was blocking this vice admiral, there were still 16 elite rear admirals from the headquarters. These people should not be underestimated when they act together. Neptune's involvement can alleviate the pressure on the Rocks Pirates. I understand. You need to be careful, Darl. This is a candidate for the admiral position." Neptune is not verbose. He simply nods and engages in battle with a powerful vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, wielding his trident. Charge. Eliminate the Rocks Pirates. Justice will not lose. Destroy the Navy. The Rocks Pirates will surely win. Protect our homeland. This is a hard-won opportunity to live on land. We must withstand the Navy's attack. Meanwhile, the Rocks Pirates and the Navy are officially engaged in a fierce battle. Led by 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters, the Navy showcases their abilities. Various long-range artillery, sword energy, spear techniques, gale kicks, and other martial arts are bombarding the sea. Some capable Navy members use moonwalk to take to the air, try to maximize their advantages. A dazzling array of abilities is unleashed towards the sea surface. The fishmen strive to utilize their home field advantage, hoping to drag the Navy down to the seabed for combat. However, despite the fishmen's advantage in maritime warfare, they face Navy vice admirals specialized in martial arts and masters like Carp and Zephyr. Even submerged in the seabed, the fishmen can only passively endure the attacks. At this moment, the Fishman race does not have experts like Tiger or Jinbe from later generations. The decline of the Rocks Pirates is gradually becoming evident. After all, the mid-level cadres are the Achilles heel of the Rocks Pirates. Although the entire pirate crew is numerous, well-equipped, and imposing, they lack mid-level cadres with bounties exceeding 100 million. The top-tier combat power includes Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard. But this time the Navy has even mobilized the Fleet Admiral. To stop the Fleet Admiral, 2 admirals, and a candidate for admiral. The strength of the Rocks Pirates is already among the top pirate crews in the sea. It seems that continuing like this is not feasible. Lorne's observation haki also senses that the situation on the battlefield is subtly changing. After all, Lorne's Thunderfruit greatly enhances his observation haki, allowing him to perceive the battlefield's dynamics. At this moment, the situation is somewhat unfavorable for the Rocks Pirates. Under the Navy's attack, the Rocks Pirates are beginning to show signs of fatigue. Originally, the Rocks Pirates had eliminated many of the Navy's living forces by leveraging their home field advantage and the Fishman's racial advantages. At least 10,000 elite Navy members have died at the hands of the Rocks Pirates. However, the Navy's strength is very robust, boasting numerous royal-level powerhouses, along with 16 elite vice admirals from the headquarters and dozens of rear admirals. There are also Carp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Crane, who are already strong enough to be rear admirals. The Rocks Pirates are currently lacking mid-level cadres and cannot contend with the headquarters vice admirals and rear admirals. The key point is that the information originally relayed by the Fishmen in the front was that the Navy would only deploy 2 vice admirals from the headquarters and 1 candidate for admiral. The Rocks Pirates could handle 3 royal-level powerhouses. But who knew that the Fleet Admiral would personally intervene? In this way, the Navy headquarters dispatched 4 Emperor-level powerhouses. It is important to note that Emperor-level powerhouses are extremely terrifying beings. On the battlefield, no matter how much of an advantage one has in numbers, it is meaningless in front of an Emperor-level powerhouse. One Emperor-level powerhouse is worth at least 100,000 troops, or even more. The Rocks Pirates were able to hold their ground, thanks to my brother having seized the barrier fruit back then, which barely allowed them to hold on. Otherwise, it would have already been a rout. You bastard, it seems you were distracted, Ron Zebeck. Meanwhile, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the world's #1 swordsman Black Hawk, noticed that Ron seemed to be a bit distracted. Without hesitation, he raised his famous sword and slashed at Ron. Zing! Ron's observation haki accurately foresaw Black Hawk's intentions, and he elementalized in advance, transforming into a bolt of lightning that appeared dozens of meters away, dodging the strike. Truly a tricky fellow. Black Hawk frowned, feeling displeased. This guy in front of him had a bounty of only 465 million, yet his strength far surpassed that bounty. At least for now, he had no way to take down his opponent. Continuing to fight like this is meaningless. Taking this opportunity, Ron glanced at the battlefield, his eyes revealing deep concern. My brother Rocks had a clear advantage in the battle against the fleet admiral, but it was still hard to determine a winner. On the other side, Newgate and Admiral Whitehorse were evenly matched, and it would take at least 3 days and nights, if not longer, to determine a victor. However, Dar, who had eaten the barrier fruit, was struggling against the Navy's admiral candidate, Golden Snake. Under Golden Snake's continuous attacks, Dar could only defend and could not counterattack, and the barrier was weakening. After all, maintaining the ability requires the user's stamina, and fighting against an admiral candidate. Dar had already performed exceptionally well to hold on for this long. Additionally, the thousands of fishmen, led by Neptune, were fighting against the remnants of the Navy, led by 16 elite vice-admirals. Although the casualties for the Rocks pirates were not yet significant, the trend of defeat was already evident. If this prolonged battle continued, the situation for the Rocks pirates would become increasingly dire, especially on the side of Admiral candidate Golden Snake. Once Dar's stamina was exhausted and he could no longer withstand Golden Snake, the intervention of that Emperor-level powerhouse would definitely lead to rapid casualties for the Rocks pirates, resulting in an irretrievable defeat. Are you scared, Ron? But it's too late. After your Rocks pirates killed the Thunder Dragon and the Celestial Dragons, committing such heinous crimes, your fate is sealed death. Blackhawk noticed the concern reflected in Ron's eyes and couldn't help but laugh heartily. It seems that the outcome of this war is already determined. The just Navy will be the final victor. Scared? Are you mistaken, Blackhawk? The ones who should be scared are you Navy guys. Even the fleet admiral has been dispatched. The defensive forces at Navy headquarters in Marineford must be extremely depleted right now. If that's the case, how about the headline on tomorrow's front page? Rocks pirates successfully capture Navy headquarters Marineford. Ron's eyes lit up, and a rather bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. That is to steal Marineford. After all, from Ron's understanding, the Navy had almost mobilized all their forces, including Emperor-level powerhouses. Even the Vice Admiral-level powerhouses had nearly all been dispatched. The forces left to guard Marineford were likely weak beyond belief. Marineford is the Navy headquarters. If it were captured by a pirate, what kind of panic would engulf the people of the world, and how low would the Navy's reputation sink? This is really exciting to think about. What do you mean by that? At this moment, Blackhawk seemed to understand the implication of Lorne's words, and his tone changed somewhat. If Marineford were really captured by pirates, what a terrifying impact it would have on the world. It would be unimaginable how much the Navy's image would drop in the eyes of the public. Even General Blackhawk didn't know how significant the consequences would be if this event actually occurred. After all, Marine headquarters is the Navy's stronghold, and historically, no one has ever captured it. If it were really taken by pirates, how could the Navy still represent justice? After all, if they can't even protect their own stronghold, how can the public trust that the Navy can ensure their safety? Don't you understand the implications? The fleet admiral has personally mobilized. Marineford must be in a state of chaos right now. Any major pirate could easily invade Marineford and capture it. Just think about what the Navy will face at that time. It's quite interesting to imagine. A disdainful smile appeared on Lorne's lips as he carefully observed the expression on General Blackhawk's face. In fact, Lorne couldn't guarantee that his suddenly bold idea would succeed 100. After all, it involved a lot of risks. This era is indeed very special. Still decades away from the original story. Lorne wasn't sure if there were other powerful figures in the Navy during this time. If the Navy still had admiral-level power guarding Marineford, then his plan might very well fail. Therefore, Lorne was staring intently at General Blackhawk, trying to capture some useful information from the changes in his expression. Unfortunately, Blackhawk didn't show much expression. Do you think by saying this we will let you go? You should be more concerned about the survival of your Rocks pirates. The matters of Marine headquarters are not for a pirate like you to worry about. General Blackhawk sneered, wielding his sword, Demon Slayer, and charged at Lorne. Bang! The clash between Heavenly Feather Slash and Demon Slayer sent sparks flying, creating a vacuum around them. It wasn't that Blackhawk wasn't worried about the possibility of Marine headquarters being attacked by pirates. In fact, the strength of Marine headquarters was currently quite weak. If targeted by a major pirate, it would almost immediately fall. However, precisely because of this, the Navy had deployed a large number of troops to continuously patrol the surrounding area of Marineford before leaving. If pirates invaded, they would immediately receive an alert from Marine headquarters. Since he had not received any alerts from the pirate headquarters, General Blackhawk was not worried about Marineford being attacked by major pirates at all. At this moment, Lorne did not know what was on General Blackhawk's mind. Lorne's brain was racing, thinking about how to push back the Navy. After all, if this continued, the Rocks pirates would indeed be unable to hold on. Although Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard might not be in danger, the Fishman warriors and other members of the Rocks pirates were in mortal peril. Soon, Lorne thought a good plan. Zila. Lorne transformed into lightning, instantly flashing hundreds of meters away, pulling out of the battle with General Black Hawk once again. "You cowardly pirate, are you so afraid of death?" Black Hawk said, somewhat exasperated. Lorne's thunderfruit speed was truly impressive. Black Hawk found it hard to keep up. Hee noisy. Since the Navy headquarters is already so weak, this is a great opportunity. No one in your Navy can keep up with the speed of my thunderfruit. In that case, Lorne fixed his gaze on General Black Hawk, a strange arc appearing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were smiling. Just then, Lorne transformed into a streak of lightning, continuously flashing and leaving a meteor-like electric tail in the air, rapidly advancing toward Marine headquarters. At the same time, Lorne immediately activated his observation haki to foresee the future, allowing him to briefly glimpse what was to come. Sure enough, in Lorne's observation haki, General Black Hawk saw himself heading toward Marine headquarters, and his expression changed dramatically. Then Black Hawk quickly communicated a few words to the Marine admiral on the battlefield before rushing after Lorne at the fastest speed. Beyond that future, Lorne could not see. However, just from this brief glimpse of the future, Lorne was already certain. Marine headquarters had no surplus strength left. All combat power was already in this area. If he were to launch a surprise attack on Marine headquarters at this time, it would definitely yield unexpected results. With this in mind, Lorne couldn't help but quicken his pace. The next moment, just as Lorne had foreseen with his observation haki. When General Black Hawk saw Lorne abandon the battle and speed toward Marine headquarters like lightning, his face changed dramatically, and his pupils constricted. Is this guy planning to directly raid the Navy headquarters? A troubling thought appeared in Admiral Black Hawk's mind. Based on his recent encounter with Lorne, Lorne's strength is formidable, already having 1 foot in the threshold of a king-level powerhouse, coupled with the terrifying powers of the Thunderfruit. If he successfully launches a surprise attack, the station forces at the Navy headquarters would have no ability to resist. At that point, it would be just as Lorne said. The next day's front-page headline would definitely not be about the extermination of the Rocks pirates, but rather a shocking event. The Navy headquarters, Marineford, destroyed by pirates. What kind of terrifying impact would that have on the entire world? Black Hawk couldn't even imagine, especially since Marineford is the island that stands at the center of the world. If it were taken down by pirates, the Navy would never be able to hold its head high again. Damn it! In an instant, Admiral Black Hawk felt as if he had been electrocuted. Realizing what would happen next, he immediately used Moonwalk to quickly follow Lorne's direction. At the same time, Admiral Black Hawk didn't forget to shout at the battlefield with all his might. Not good. Lorne intends to directly raid the Navy headquarters at Marineford. What? What's going on? What the hell? In an instant, upon hearing Black Hawk shout, the Navy Admiral, the White Horse Admiral, and the candidate Admiral Gold Snake immediately pulled themselves out of the fierce battle. They then turned their gazes towards Admiral Black Hawk. Soon, deep concern was reflected in the eyes of the three of them as they saw Lorne transforming into a rolling lightning bolt leaving the battlefield, heading straight for the Navy headquarters at Marineford. At this moment, in the waters of Weno country, the Navy Admiral, Admiral Whitehorse, and candidate Admiral Goldsnake all looked towards the lightning streak in the sky, their faces filled with shock. Is that guy Lorne planning to make a long-distance rush to the Navy headquarters at Marineford? Admiral, what should we do next? At that moment, Admiral Whitehorse and candidate Admiral Goldsnake looked to the Navy Admiral. Lorne's sudden decision had completely put the Navy in a passive position. The reason is simple. The guarding forces at Marineford are extremely weak right now. If a big pirate like Lorne invades Marineford, the remaining forces there would be unable to stop him. If they do not intercept him, Marineford is bound to be destroyed. That is the center of the world. The Navy headquarters. If it were destroyed by a pirate, the Navy would become a laughingstock in the world. And what face would they have in the future? But right now, the Rocks pirates are an enemy that must be eradicated. Especially this time, the Navy has deployed such a large force, almost a full mobilization, with even the Navy Admiral personally involved. The whole world is watching the trajectory of this war. It can be said that this war determines the fate of the world to come. If the Navy retreats just like that, the 5 elders in the world government will not be able to explain it, and the reputation of the Rocks pirates will soar. It can be said that now it is difficult to advance and difficult to retreat. In this dilemma, Both Admiral Whitehorse and candidate Admiral Goldsnake have no authority to decide the Navy's next direction. Only the highest commander of the Navy Admiral, has the authority to make such a decision. Damn pirates. Damn it. The Navy Admiral stared hard at Lorne, while Admiral Blackhawk was already desperately chasing after Lorne. But it was impossible to catch up. Lorne is a user of the Thunderfruit, his speed comparable to lightning. Only other Logia-type users or mythical Zoan-type users could possibly catch up to Lorne. The Navy Admiral also knew very well that whether retreating or continuing the attack, the Navy would pay a huge price. You guys charge. Don't give these Navy any chance. Just as the Navy Admiral hesitated, the now unoccupied Rocks and Whitebeard launched another fierce attack on the Navy. During this moment of hesitation, many Navy soldiers died at the hands of the Rocks pirates. Damn it. The Navy Admiral also realized that he could no longer hesitate. This is a time of war. A second of hesitation could lead to extremely serious consequences. Retreat. If there are any punishments from above, I will take full responsibility. Soon, the Navy Admiral decisively issued the order to retreat to protect the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The Navy Admiral understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Continuing the war here may not necessarily lead to the extermination of the Rocks pirates anytime soon. If Lorne truly succeeds in his surprise attack, it might end up that the Rocks pirates are not destroyed, but the Navy headquarters is lost. In that case, the Navy would be despised by the world government and the people of the world. Given this, the most conservative choice is to protect the Navy headquarters. As long as everyone retreats quickly, they can definitely defend Marineford. One option is to stay and continue the war, which may not completely eradicate the Rocks pirates. The other option is to retreat now, which will surely protect Marineford. Even a fool knows how to choose. Retreat, with the Navy Admiral's command. The order echoed across the battlefield. Are they really going to retreat? They had just gained the upper hand. If they continued, victory would definitely belong to them. Carp punched a Fishman warrior, causing him to spit blood and roll his eyes. After surveying the battlefield and hearing the retreat order, he was quite perplexed. That guy Lorne is using the Thunderfruit's ability to raid the Navy headquarters. If they don't go back, the Navy headquarters will be lost. Transforming into a golden Buddha, Sengoku grabbed Carp by the collar and quickly returned to a warship, canceling his fruit ability. He then pointed at the lightning in the sky and said to Carp, I can't believe that with so many troops deployed, we couldn't successfully eradicate the Rocks pirates. It's truly a pity. Zifa was right. Not being able to eliminate the Rocks pirates this time will definitely leave the world government dissatisfied with the Navy. On the other side, Zifa and Crane also returned to the warship at the same time, unable to help but sigh. This operation did not manage to eliminate the Rocks pirates, but instead chose to retreat directly, which almost declared the Navy's failure in this action. Both the world government and the people around the world will question the Navy, and it is foreseeable that this will have a significant impact on the Navy. However, if the Navy headquarters is lost, the impact will be even greater. One can only say that the Navy Admiral made the least bad choice at this moment. This time, the Navy can be said to have completely lost to Lorne. Who would have thought that this guy would directly plan a long-distance raid on the Navy headquarters, forcing the Navy to retreat? It is foreseeable that since the Rocks pirates could not be completely eliminated this time, their reputation around the world will rise again. And in the future, they may expand into a super-terrorist organization that even the world government will find troublesome. Captain Rocks, the Navy has retreated. Should we pursue? Looking at the continuous retreat of the Navy, Neptune came to ask Rocks. Upon hearing this, Rocks glanced at the fishmen below, without the mid-level officer's resistance. The fishmen used their numerical advantage to fend off the attacks from the 16 elite rear admirals and many brigadiers of the Navy headquarters. However, they have also suffered heavy losses. Stand down. Rocks thought for a moment and decided not to pursue. The fishmen are full of wounded. They need to rest and cannot afford to increase their casualties. However, Whitebeard used the power of the Tremor fruit to create a tsunami that caused significant trouble for the Navy. Gururara, go back to your hometown, you Navy bastards. Whitebeard looked proudly at his masterpiece and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Rocks also dialed the snail phone, which was a special contact snail for Lorne. Little brother, the Navy has retreated. Hurry back. Admiral, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake have all returned. As soon as the snail phone connected, Rocks' worried voice came through. In fact, Lorne made this decision completely on a whim, and even Rocks did not know. They retreated? It seems the goal was achieved. Lorne was still flying in the air at a high speed, holding the snail phone in one hand, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that his actions were effective. But brother, since the Navy dared to launch such a large-scale attack on us this time, They will definitely come back next time. What do you mean? Rocks sensed the implication in Lorne's words. Of course, we need to let them know that a full-scale mobilization comes with a price. Lorne's tone was very firm. If we don't make the Navy pay a painful price, then did I ambush them for nothing? The Navy must pay a price. Lorne's tone was very resolute. I understand, Lorne. You must prioritize your own safety. After this war, I also plan to give the celestial dragons a little shock. Be sure not to get hurt. In 3 days, it will be the time when the celestial dragons collect gold from the sky. Upon hearing this, Rocks quickly instructed. He knew his little brother Lorne's personality. He couldn't be persuaded at this time. After giving his instructions, Rocks hung up the phone and then said to Neptune beside him, Neptune, take some people to escort Lorne. Understood, Admiral Rocks. Neptune nodded and then led several elite Fishman warriors into the sea, quickly swimming toward the direction of the Navy headquarters. On the other side, after a few hours, Lorne had arrived near the Navy headquarters. From a distance, Lorne could see that the waters around Marineford were patrolled by Navy warships, and searchlights were constantly scanning the sea. At the same time, Lorne opened his observation haki, and, combined with the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, the range of his observation haki quickly expanded. Centered on Lorne, the observation haki expanded to cover an area as large as an island, and in an instant, all the Navy patrol ships and station troops at the Marineford port were within Lorne's perception. With only a few thousand Navy personnel and a rear admiral, along with a few brigadiers stationed here at Marineford, the Navy really leaves no room for maneuver. After gathering this information, a smile appeared on Lorne's lips. The ability of the Thunder Fruit is truly formidable, allowing him to easily grasp the strength of the Navy's station forces. Could there be an ambush? However, Lorne was also curious. The Navy should know he was coming to launch a surprise attack, so why didn't they report it to the world government? It is worth noting that even Lorne, as a transmigrator, knows very little about the true strength of the world government. The king of the world, goes without saying. Just having the title of God of War, the 5 elders are at least 5 emperor-level powerhouses, plus the mysterious Knights of God, totaling 9 individuals. The strength of these 9 individuals is also a mystery. However, being able to execute celestial dragons at will and referring to them as trash suggests that at least a few of the members of this Knights of God are hiding royal-level powerhouses. In terms of strength, the royal-level combat power in Mariejois is not at all inferior to that of the Navy, and it might even be more terrifying. It's important to note that Mariejois is very close to Marineford. Even if I have the Thunder Fruit, I would definitely not arrive at Marineford as quickly as Mariejois could. If the Navy were willing to seek assistance from the world government, there should at least be a member of the Knights of God or a celestial dragon stronghold station here. Why is there not even a single royal-level powerhouse in Marineford? This makes Lorne very curious. Could it be that there is already a royal-level powerhouse stationed in Marineford, but their presence is hidden, making it impossible for me to detect? With this thought, Lorne became cautious. However, soon, through the use of observation haki combined with the Thunder Fruit, Lorne was able to hear the miscellaneous conversations of the patrolling Navy below. One of the abilities of the Thunder Fruit is to eavesdrop on conversations within the range of observation haki by using radio waves. This move on Sky Island is also referred to as the Heart Network by Enel. Damn, if that notorious pirate Lorne with a bounty of 400 million really comes. How do we possibly defend ourselves with just us? We should seek assistance from the world government. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold out. The Navy seeking help from the world government? How is that possible? Are you trying to get yourself killed? We are the Navy. We are subordinates of the world government. How could the world government send troops to defend us? That's right. Even the fleet admiral wouldn't dare to ask the world government for support. Everything must rely on ourselves. Everyone, let's work harder. We must detect the enemy as soon as possible. The sounds of whispers and murmurs reached Lorne's ears. Lorne immediately understood. It turns out the Navy has not sought help from the world government at all, because even if they did, it would have no effect and would instead invite the wrath of the world government. After all, they are celestial dragons, the gods who rule the world. The Navy is merely the lapdog, the enforcer of the celestial dragons. Why would Master personally guard the doghouse? Understanding this, Lorne almost laughed out loud. Only exceptional individuals can continue working in the Navy. At least for Lorne himself, he certainly could not tolerate the whims of the celestial dragons. In that case, let's give the Navy a little surprise. With this thought in mind, Lorne transformed into lightning and instantly appeared on the deck of a warship. Who is this guy? Lorne Gibbs, the second in command of the Rocks Pirates with a bounty of 465 million. He got here so quickly. Sound the alarm immediately, seeing the newcomer. The hundreds of Navy personnel on the warship panicked, grabbing their guns and firing wildly at Lorne. Unfortunately, These bullets posed no threat to Lorne at all, as they were all dodged by his elementalization. This is Mr. Thunder Dragon's ability. Lorne has taken Mr. Thunder Dragon's power. Upon seeing this, the Navy personnel were all taken aback. What use is sounding the alarm? Can the Navy headquarters stop me now? Lorne sneered, then casually pointed his right hand toward the sky. The next moment, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the waters outside the Navy headquarters, Marineford, seemed to explode, with thunder roaring loud enough to shatter eardrums. The clouds in the sky piled up completely, turning dark while continuously swirling, forming a massive vortex of clouds. At the same time, this vortex-shaped cloud seemed to be accumulating some enormous power, with lightning flickering through the clouds intermittently. Then, thunder movement 3000. Lorne slowly spoke. Whoosh, whoosh. The clouds in the sky seemed to respond to a divine call, rumbling and thundering. Dozens of bolts of lightning instantly poured down, as if deities were descending. Each bolt of lightning had a diameter of several dozen meters, easily capable of engulfing a warship. Rumble, rumble. Each bolt of lightning corresponded to a warship. And in an instant, dozens of bolts of lightning completely consumed the dozens of warships patrolling around Marineford. After several minutes of bombardment, no warship remained standing on the surface of the sea. A total of 30 patrol warships had now turned into a pile of debris floating on the water. Along with the Navy personnel on the warships, they were scorched black by the terrifying thunder, some floating on the surface, others sinking to the seabed, their fates unknown. A scene of tragedy. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. At this moment, the highest officer at Marineford was Vice Admiral Cly, an elite of the Navy headquarters. The lightning outside? Could it be that the enemy has arrived? Seeing the sudden lightning around Marineford, resembling a scene from the apocalypse, Vice Admiral Cly immediately stood up to inquire of the Navy soldiers nearby. But just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning instantly shattered the glass of Vice Admiral Cly's office, appearing before everyone. Lorne Gibbs. Upon seeing Lorne and that familiar ability, Vice Admiral Cly's expression changed, and his pupils trembled. Although he had long been informed by the Fleet Admiral that Lorne had acquired the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, seeing it with his own eyes still left Vice Admiral Cly in shock. After all, he was a direct subordinate of Mr. Thunder Dragon. The ability of his superior had actually fallen into the hands of a pirate, making Vice Admiral Cly feel immense pain. Vice Admiral Cly, long time no see. If it weren't for you, Carp would probably be gone by now. Lorne didn't expect to encounter an old acquaintance here, chuckling lightly. This damn pirate dares to ambush the Navy headquarters, seeking death. Vice Admiral Cly, furious, drew his sword, coating it with armament haki, and charged at Lorne. Coming straight at me, it seems I've been underestimated. Lorne calmly drew his Tianyu Zhan, coating it with armament haki, while also channeling the electric current of the Rumble Rumble fruit into the blade. Zap! After just a few exchanges, in less than 2 minutes, Vice Admiral Cly was struck by the electric current and fainted. That's enough. It's time for the Navy to pay the price they deserve. After taking care of Vice Admiral Cly, Lorne activated his observation haki once again. Soon, the entire Marineford was under Lorne's observation haki. Found it. Lorne's eyes lit up as his observation haki captured the information he wanted about the Navy supply storage. Whoosh! Transforming into lightning, Lorne disappeared from the spot, and in a matter of seconds, he swaggered into the Navy's supply storage area. Enemy attack. It's actually Lorne Gibbs. Damn it. We must not let him destroy this place. The moment Lorne appeared, 3 Navy colonels guarding the area and nearly 100 Navy soldiers spotted him. The moment they discovered Lorne, the Navy personnel pulled out their guns and cannons to shoot at him. Buzz. Without wasting any words, Lorne unleashed his Conqueror's haki, and the hundreds of guards immediately rolled their eyes and fainted. Thunder punishment. After dealing with these Navy guards, Lorne unleashed terrifying lightning, smashing the massive steel doors of the Navy supply warehouse to smithereens. Stepping into the warehouse, mountains of abundant supplies appeared before Lorne's eyes. In a warehouse nearly the size of half an island, there were over 100 Navy warships alone, along with countless guns, swords, uniforms, fresh water, food, shells, den mushy, uniforms, and other equipment and weapons. The items in this warehouse were conservatively estimated to be worth at least hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions of berries. No wonder the Navy is so wealthy. They truly are rolling in riches. Looking at this warehouse, Lorne couldn't help but have dollar signs in his eyes. As the most formidable violent organization under the world government, the Navy certainly spends the most on military expenses to build this righteous army. Of course, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. It is precisely because of the immense military funding provided by the world government that the Navy has such wealth. Therefore, the The Navy must also be under the jurisdiction of the world government, obeying its orders. It is even willing to become the henchmen and lackeys of the celestial dragons for this. Looking at the pile of supplies that had accumulated into small mountains, a triumphant smile appeared on Lorne's lips. Even if the Navy has an endless supply of money, destroying hundreds of billions, almost 1,000 billion, worth of supplies at once would surely hurt the Navy and the world government greatly. As he walked deeper into the warehouse while observing, Lorne unexpectedly discovered a few devil fruits. Interesting, I wonder if any of these devil fruits contain the magma fruit, ice fruit, or lightning fruit. Looking at those few devil fruits, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lorne's eyes. It should be noted that the original work did not explain the sources of the future 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu. It might just be that the Navy provided them. If that's the case, then these devil fruits could be hiding 3 top-tier Logia devil fruits. That would greatly enhance the strength of the Rocks pirates. If that's true, that would be fantastic. Forget about it, I'll just take them first. Lorne packed up the few devil fruits and then unleashed lightning on the mountain-like supplies. 30,000 volts of Thunder King. Crackling sounds echoed as Lorne released massive amounts of lightning in the warehouse. The lightning ravaged and burned continuously. The high-temperature explosions and flames lasted for dozens of minutes, ultimately destroying the supplies in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Not only that, after destroying the supplies, Lorne targeted over 100 warships that were quietly docked. 50 million volts of Wrath of Thunder. 100 million volts of Thunder God's Fury. Heavenly Thunder Calamity. Thunder Dance Formation. A series of lightning strikes were unleashed, and it took Lorne another half an hour to completely destroy all of the 100 or so warships. This cost should be enough to make the Navy remember for a long time. Looking at the warehouse filled with ashes and not a single resource left, Lorne couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Nearly 1,000 billion worth of supplies just vanished. How exaggerated. I wonder what kind of broken expressions the Navy Admiral, White Horse, Black Hawk, and even the 5 elders would have when they find out. It's a pity I can't witness it firsthand. Thinking of this, Lorne almost laughed out loud. However, the Navy should be about to catch up. Lorne then released his observation haki, expanding the range to the maximum. Sure enough, Lorne could vaguely sense several powerful auras approaching Marineford. This should be the Navy Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse quickly returning to Marineford using their powerful physical techniques. After all, if they were to follow the warship back, it would probably take at least a whole day. Since there is still a bit of time, let us destroy the Navy headquarters. Ron smiled as he left the supply office and arrived outside the Navy headquarters building. It seems he made it in time. He hadn't even had the chance to take action. What a relief. At the same time, the Navy Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse, who were rushing through the air using moonwalk, noticed Ron's presence the moment he appeared. However, they were unaware that Ron had already destroyed all the supplies. Instead, upon seeing the intact Navy headquarters building, the 3 felt relieved. It seemed Ron hadn't had time to cause too much damage. Everything was still salvageable. Great. Everything was still salvageable. Seeing Ron's figure in the undamaged Navy headquarters, the Navy Marshal, White Horse, and Black Hawk unconsciously quickened their pace. Have they returned already? That's fine. I'll give you a big gift. Ron also sensed the presence of the 3 and immediately revealed an evil smile. Thunder Emperor Cheelin. Ron unleashed his full, thunderous power. And above the Navy headquarters, the clouds began to swirl into a tornado shape, forming a gigantic, terrifying cloud vortex. In the center of the vortex, lightning erupted intermittently, and thunder boomed as the clouds swirled. What does this guy want to do? Seeing the scene, the Navy Marshal, White Horse, and Black Hawk all felt a tightening in their hearts. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The cloud vortex slowly dissipated, and then a gigantic ball of lightning composed entirely of high-temperature electricity slowly descended from the clouds. That giant lightning ball had a diameter of over several thousand meters, comparable to the size of an island. Following that, amidst the thunder, it seemed there were roaring sounds, and another shocking scene unfolded. The originally giant ball of lightning seemed to be infused with consciousness. In less than a few seconds, it shed its original form and transformed into a terrifying creature with a wide-open mouth. It resembled the legendary divine beast Cheelin. Roar! Roar! The Cheelin's roar echoed throughout Marineford, and then its form grew larger as its descent speed suddenly increased, diving straight towards Marineford. If this Cheelin were to crash down, half of Marineford would probably be submerged. All right, goodbye, Navy folks. Enjoy yourselves. Looking at his masterpiece, Ron didn't forget to greet the rapidly approaching Navy Marshal, White Horse, and Black Hawk. As three admiral-level powerhouses, he certainly couldn't face them head-on. The right thing to do was to unleash a big move and run. Ron wasted no time. After unleashing the Cheelin, he transformed into lightning and swiftly left Marineford. Damn it! Black Hawk wanted to chase, but was stopped by the Navy Marshal. Don't pursue. Let us deal with this troublesome thing first. If it falls into the town, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Navy Marshal quickened his pace again, flames even erupting from beneath his feet. Hearing this, Black Hawk calmed down and accelerated alongside the Marshal, with White Horse also speeding up again. As they rushed, the thunder of the Cheelin had already struck, and upon touching the highest building in Marineford, the Navy headquarters, it began to shatter and collapse under the immense destructive power. Damn it! Swish! 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 Seeing this, the Navy Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse exploded with a small cosmos-like energy, speeding up even more. X-ray! Finally, just as the Navy headquarters was being consumed, and the Cheelin was about to land in the residential area of the town, the three caught up. In an instant, Admiral Whitehorse activated his slow fruit ability, reducing the Cheelin's speed to a minimum. Following that, swish, 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 Admiral Black Hawk utilized his superb swordsmanship along with the Navy Marshal's incredible physical techniques. Under the cooperation of the two Admiral-level powerhouses, they successfully dispersed the lightning-formed Cheelin. Luckily, they made it in time. Yes, if only the Navy headquarters was destroyed, that kind of cost could still be endured. Whitehorse and Black Hawk both expressed their relief, glad that there hadn't been too much damage. However, feeling that something was off, they immediately began to search Marineford to see what other losses there were. At this moment, the Navy Marshal felt no sense of relaxation. Instead, he had a lingering sense of foreboding. With Ron's methods and speed, would he be content with just destroying the Navy headquarters building? Most of the Navy personnel on site had been knocked out by Ron's Conqueror's haki, and the remaining Navy forces had not yet returned. Therefore, the three high-ranking officers, the Navy Marshal, Black Hawk, and White Horse, rarely took matters into their own hands and began a thorough search of Marineford. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse storing Navy supplies. Damn it, those damn pirates. Ron Zebeck must pay the price. Immediately, the warehouse echoed with the angry shouts of the three, filled with hatred, their voices revealing a fury that would not be quelled until Ron was dismembered. After all, over 100 warships, countless supplies, weapons, and equipment were all destroyed in an instant. At least thousands of billions of berries worth of supplies were gone just like that. How could the three of them not be angry? You have to know that these supplies were not taken for free. After enduring so much from the five elders, doing so much work for the world government, and even acting as bodyguards and enforcers for those useless celestial dragons, they only received this much in return. These are all wasted resources, and now they're all destroyed in one go. How will the Navy get by in the future? Especially since those 100 warships have been destroyed, plus the dozens of patrol ships that Ron has already destroyed. On top of that, the dozens of warships sent to deal with the Rocks pirates have long been reduced to just 10. In other words, the massive Navy headquarters now has only 10 usable warships. 10 warships, for a Navy headquarters with tens of thousands of personnel, is no different from having none at all. Without warships at sea, what's the difference between a swordsman without a sword and a fisherman who can't swim? How are we supposed to continue playing like this? We planned a world-renowned operation, mobilized so many powerful individuals, all to eliminate the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. And now, the Rocks pirates are still not wiped out, and the Navy's own supplies have been destroyed. How can this be explained to the 5 Elder Stars? And now that there are no supplies, the Navy has to humbly beg the 5 Elder Stars for help. At that time, what kind of contemptuous expressions will those 5 people have? Thinking of this, the hair and beard of the Navy Admiral turned momentarily gray with worry, and he even felt a sense of despair. There were even faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, as if he was about to be angered into internal injuries. Even the 2 young Navy admirals, Black Hawk and White Horse, were so enraged that blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. In this battle, the Navy has completely lost both its reputation and troops, effectively crippling itself and suffering a significant blow to its morale. What the Navy will face next is the dissatisfaction of the entire world, along with the displeasure of the Gorosei and the world government, as well as the ridicule of pirates worldwide. On the second day after the Navy headquarters was destroyed, in Mariehua, the Holy Land, at this moment, the atmosphere in the power hall is extremely tense. The Gorosei, who hold the highest power and control the world government, have gathered in the power hall, each striking a different pose. The only similarity is that all 5 of them are glaring with anger at the Navy Admiral. whose hair and beard have turned white overnight. Every year we spend so much money on you, and what do we get? A bunch of useless fools. Admiral. The scolding voice came loudly, as the Gorosei member in charge of finances, the Wushan, showed no regard for the other soldiers present and directly shouted at the Navy Admiral. Faced with such harsh criticism, the Navy Admiral lowered his head like a primary school student, completely afraid to retort, even to look up at the faces of the Gorosei. Not only did you fail to eliminate the Rocks pirates, but you also allowed them to destroy nearly 1 trillion berries worth of resources. Are you all a bunch of idiots? How could you make such a fatal mistake? A bunch of useless gluttons. Although finances are mainly managed by the Wushan, the other Gorosei members couldn't help but chime in with their scoldings. I will take full responsibility for this matter. The Navy Admiral still kept his head down like a primary school student, speaking weakly and lacking confidence. You will take full responsibility? Can you bear this responsibility? Or is your life worth 1 trillion berries? The Wushan scolded mercilessly, with a hint of killing intent in his tone. It is indeed rare to find a top-tier powerhouse, and cultivating a Navy Admiral is even more difficult. However, compared to nearly 1 trillion berries, even an admiral seems insignificant. After all, according to the value of devil fruits, the most expensive Nomi is only worth 5 billion berries, and other powerful fruits are worth less than that. The resources worth 1 trillion berries could easily be used to train 34 top-tier powerhouses for the world government. If my life is useful, just take it. The Navy Admiral gritted his teeth, ready to take on all the responsibility. Upon hearing this, a slight change appeared on the angry faces of the Gorosei. After all, if they continued to scold him, it would be embarrassing for them too. Forget it. Now that it has come to this, punishing him further would be of little use. The key is that they absolutely cannot let the defeat of the Navy and the destruction of resources leak out. Otherwise, it would greatly affect the credibility of the world government in the eyes of the member countries. As for why they failed to eliminate the Rocks pirates, just come up with a random excuse, saying that they eliminated nearly half of the Rocks pirates members, and that the next operation will truly wipe them out. After all, the whole world does not know the true outcome of this war. At this moment, the other Gorosei members began to smooth things over. As the highest authority, the Gorosei are not impulsive people. What has happened. No amount of regret can change it. The most important thing is to solve the current problem. After all, the world government still relies on the Navy as its enforcers. As their superiors, the combination of carrots and sticks is key. Purely suppressing them will only yield contrary results. Now that the stick has been wielded, the next step is to use carrots to win people's hearts. Since that is the case, they must immediately seal off all information and ensure that this matter does not leak out, affecting the credibility of the government and the Navy. Soon, the Gorosei issued their orders. What about the Navy? They have no resources left, and even the number of warships has decreased to only 10. The Navy Admiral said softly, walking on thin ice. What else can we do? Are we really going to abandon you? The finance Gorosei glared at the Navy Admiral before returning to calmness. In a few days, when we collect the heavenly gold from various countries, we can notify them that the price of heavenly gold has increased this year. We can use the extra heavenly gold to fill the Navy's military expenses. The finance Gorosei said fiercely, glaring at the Navy Admiral. I understand. I thank the Gorosei on behalf of the entire Navy. The Navy Admiral never expected such a result, looking pleasantly surprised. He even lowered his posture to the lowest point, addressing the Gorosei as Your Excellency. Seeing the Navy Admiral's excited expression, the 5 elders couldn't help but reveal a barely noticeable smile. Although this matter is very embarrassing, as long as it doesn't leak out, it won't significantly affect the government's credibility. On the contrary, although the world government suffered considerable losses, it further won over the Navy's loyalty, ensuring that the Navy would become an even more obedient army of justice to the world government in the future. It could be said that this is a case of losing something but gaining something else, minimizing the losses. You should not stay here. Return to Marineford and reassure the troops. Tell the Navy that resources will arrive in a few days. The Gorosei said, seizing the opportunity. Yes, my subordinates will go immediately. The Navy Admiral thanked them and then hurriedly left the power hall. Just as the Navy Admiral had just left, the next moment, Gorosei, something terrible has happened. A communication officer rushed into the power hall in a panic. What is the matter that you're so flustered? The Gorosei said, somewhat displeased. Please take a look for yourselves. The communication officer hesitated for a long time before pulling out a stack of newspapers and placing them neatly on the table. This is today's news. Seeing this, the Gorosei all turned their gazes to the newspapers on the table, and one of them reached out to take a copy. Just 1 minute later, boom, 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 boom. 5 sharp auras erupted in the power hall. In an instant, the floors, windows, ceiling, luxurious chandeliers, and exquisite tables and chairs in the power hall were all shattered. The reason was simple. Today, as front-page news read that the Navy's undefeated myth had been shattered, and the Rocks pirates had achieved a great victory. A new king of the seas has arrived. The new king is crowned. The Rocks pirates. Just a few headlines were shocking enough. What angered the Gorosei even more was that today's news directly disclosed the Navy's disastrous defeat. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers were wiped out by the Rocks pirates. Even the destruction of Navy resources was revealed. Of course, at the moment the Gorosei received this newspaper, the same news had already been sent to various places around the world by hundreds of thousands of newsbirds. Hey, this can't be true, can it? This isn't a joke, right? Am I dreaming? What on earth is going on? The Navy deployed 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, 16 vice admirals, 45 warships, and tens of thousands of elite Navy troops. Even the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, CP-0, joined this war. And the Navy Admiral himself was personally involved. That is the Navy Admiral. The results are shocking. The Rocks pirates were not eliminated. Not only that, but the Navy suffered heavy casualties instead. Due to an ambush by the Rocks pirates, at least 30,000 Navy personnel sacrificed their lives in this battle. And those were elite soldiers. Moreover, more than half of the 45 warships were destroyed, leaving only 10 remaining. To make matters worse, the Navy headquarters also suffered. The second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Lord Zebeck, launched a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. Rear Admiral Clay, an elite of the Navy headquarters, was killed, and the Navy supplies were nearly all destroyed. A total of 100 warships, countless guns, ammunition, swords, and other supplies were completely destroyed by Lord Zebeck. The total value of the destroyed supplies exceeded 100 billion berries. This is terrifying. Furthermore, Lord Zebeck has acquired the powers of the deceased Admiral Raylong by eating the thunder fruit. My God, this is a disaster. What is going on with these brothers? The older brother Rocks is one thing, but how is his younger brother Lorne also a monster? At this moment, on an ordinary morning, on the special island of Sabedi Archipelago, which connects the New World and the first half of the Grand Line, as the newsbirds drop today's newspapers, gasps of shock continuously erupt across the island. After seeing the full content of the news, the people on the entire island were stunned, as if struck by lightning, their bodies stiff and expressions horrified. This scene is not only happening in the Sabedi Archipelago, it also occurs in the Water 7 of the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta, Magnet Island, and other places. In the New World, Dressrosa, the Land of Flowers, the Kingdom of Lulusia, and also in the Four Seas, the Kingdom of Goa, Fravans, and more. After seeing today's news, everyone's expressions were filled with immense terror. It was as if they had been blown up by a landmine, with everyone's hair standing on end. After all, this outcome was far beyond everyone's expectations. The Navy mobilized such a large number of troops, with 4 admiral-level powerhouses deployed, in addition to so many elite vice admirals, 45 warships, and tens of thousands of Navy personnel. With such a lineup, the Navy is more than capable of wiping out any pirate crew in the world. After all, in today's era, 4 admiral-level powerhouses can look down upon the entire sea. It's important to note that we are not yet in the great pirate era depicted in the original work. Currently, no pirate crew scale can surpass that of the future 4 emperors. In fact, there aren't even any crews close to the scale of the 4 emperors. At this moment, the combined strength of the Navy completely overwhelms any single pirate crew. In fact, at the beginning of the war, everyone anticipated that the Navy would undoubtedly win this war. However, the outcome greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Navy not only failed to successfully eliminate the Rocks pirates, but also paid the price of 30,000 Navy soldiers. Additionally, all supplies at the Navy headquarters were completely destroyed. The entire Navy headquarters was left with only 10 warships, completely losing its mobility. Such results have plunged people around the world into extreme panic. Without warships, how can the Navy protect so many member countries of the world government? Although there are naval branch bases scattered around the world, without the support of the naval headquarters, can those branch bases truly deter pirates? Can the Navy still maintain public safety and uphold so-called justice? All of this must be marked with a big question mark. In fact, many pirates have already sensed the opportunity after seeing the news that the Navy no longer has warships. Isn't that a great chance for robbery? Therefore, Pirates all over the world are taking action and starting to invade the wealthy allied nations. Even some bold pirates are planning to attack the Navy's branch bases. After all, without the support of the Navy headquarters, the branch bases are completely like trees without roots, water without a source, unable to stand on their own. The whole world has instantly descended into chaos. The credibility of the world government has suffered a devastating blow. All of this is because of a man, Lorne Zebeck. It was he who, relying on his own strength, directly attacked the Navy headquarters, successfully forcing back the Navy and protecting the Rocks pirates. After this battle, Lorne's name echoed throughout the world, ranking alongside Rocks. After this battle, the bounties of the members of the Rocks pirates skyrocketed. Captain Rocks.D. Zebeck had a bounty of 2,985,000,000 berries. The vice captain, Lorne D. Zebeck, saw his bounty rise to 2,365,000,000 berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, also had his bounty soar from 400,000,000 berries to 178,000,000 berries due to his combat power rivaling that of Admiral Whitehorse. The bounty of the most notorious Fishman, Neptune, reached 395,000,000 berries. In a short time, the bounty of Rocks pirates officer Dar, who was able to stop the candidate Admiral Goldsnake, also reached 215,000,000 berries. Thus, the first pirate crew in the sea with 2 members having bounties exceeding 2 billion was born. That is the Rocks pirates. Not only do they have 2 bounties over 2 billion, but the Rocks pirates are also the first terrifying pirate crew in the sea with 3 members having bounties exceeding 1 billion berries. In no time, the title of Sea Overlords spread widely, and the Rocks pirates were regarded as the most terrifying, most vicious, and most feared pirate crew in the sea. And all of this happened in less than a year since the Rocks pirates set sail. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable, the Rocks pirates. They actually defeated the Navy? This is quite unexpected. Sea Overlord? How interesting. A pirate crew with dual bounties of 2 billion. This seems to be the first time, truly exaggerated. With such a remarkable reputation, I really want to meet this Rocks pirates. In no time, the new pirates also received the news. Roger, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and other contemporaries were all shocked by the outcome of this great battle. Meanwhile, on the second day after the big news broke, Lorne successfully returned to Weno country. With Lorne's speed, it didn't take long to return from the Navy headquarters to Weno. However, after leaving the Navy headquarters, Lorne also made a trip to the underworld and found the underworld boss, who was currently in charge of the news. This is the big news that even the world government couldn't cover up in time. Ha ha ha, you really are something, Loren. To prevent the world government from covering up the news first, you actually thought of going to find the king of news in advance. As soon as he saw Loren, Rocks excitedly came over with a newspaper, his face full of excitement and smiles. The exposure of this major event has made the Rocks pirates renowned across the seas, with their prestige skyrocketing, and they are even being referred to as the most vicious pirate crew, the overlords of the ocean. After all, having defeated the Navy, the Rocks pirates can certainly be called the overlords. Indeed, with so many of the Navy's supplies destroyed, the Navy and those pigs in the world government must be feeling quite troubled. Lorne nodded, his excitement evident. This raid went incredibly smoothly. Even Lorne didn't expect it to be this easy. Ha, the new bounty is out, and I've finally surpassed 1 billion berries. However, brother-in-law, your bounty has already exceeded 2 billion berries. Newgate laughed heartily beside them. A bounty of 1 billion berries is a significant milestone for pirates. In this era, a bounty over 1 billion indicates that one has the strength to contend with an admiral-level powerhouse. Once you go beyond 1 billion berries, it becomes very difficult to increase the bounty further, unless the threat to the world government increases dramatically. Just like this time, Lorne's bounty skyrocketed from just over 400 million to 2 billion berries in one go. In fact, the gap in strength between Lorne and Whitebeard isn't actually that large, but the threat they pose to the world government is incomparable. Ha ha ha, even my bounty has increased. Neptune was also a bit excited. His bounty had already surpassed 300 million berries, and he was just a little short of breaking the 400 million mark. However, Neptune's bounty is more due to his betrayal of the world government. In terms of strength, Neptune might only be at the level of a vice admiral. Ha! So what are we waiting for? Let's throw a banquet. I can't wait. Newgate shouted excitedly. The pirates had won a great battle, and it felt like something was missing without a banquet. Ha ha! Newgate, don't rush. We have another big thing to do first. We can have the banquet afterward, Lawrence said. What is it, brother-in-law? Newgate was very curious about what big operation couldn't wait until after the banquet. Of course, it's the Heaven Gold. At that moment, Rocks and Lawrence spoke in unison. Heaven Gold? That's right. Heaven Gold is the protection fee that the allied countries of the world government have to pay to the world government every year. According to the calendar, these days are exactly the time to pay the Heaven Gold. Rocks and Lorne had been slaves in the Holy Land, so they clearly remembered these things related to the celestial dragons. Moreover, with the Navy supplies gone, they needed the so-called Heaven Gold to make up for that loss. Let's give the whole world a big surprise this time. A wicked smile spread across Rock's face. Since they had already been subtly referred to as the world's most vicious pirate crew, the new overlords of the sea, they certainly had to give the world government a big surprise again. The news just mentioned that over 100 Navy warships had been destroyed. So wouldn't this operation be free from Navy interference? Neptune was also very excited. That's right. So we have confirmed our target. It is the richest allied country of the world government, the Iron Kingdom of Valdry. Hearing the name of the Iron Kingdom, everyone present brightened up. The Iron Kingdom of Valdry is famous for its wealth. As the name suggests, Valdry is rich in iron. In a world where pirates are martial with so many guns, weapons, swords, and warships, which one doesn't require iron for manufacturing. Therefore, Valdry has made a fortune and is even regarded as the richest country in the world. In terms of money, after occupying Weno, the Rocks pirates basically didn't lack money anymore. However, the purpose of Rocks and Lorne becoming pirates was not for money, but for the celestial dragons. In that case, seizing the Heaven Gold from the richest country in the world would surely make the pigs in the Holy Land feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Valdry seems to be a bit far from Weno. Newgate stroked his chin. He had certainly heard of Valdry, a very wealthy country. That's right. But the warships have been completely destroyed, and the Navy is now utterly useless. We can strike with confidence. Lorne wasn't worried about this issue. That's good. Weno is about a day and a half away from the Iron Kingdom of Valdry. If we set off now, we could just make it. Rocks calculated the time. There were less than 2 days left until the Heaven Gold collection, and if they set off now, they would just make it in time. Let's get to it, Rocks. Lorne and their crew immediately prepared to set off from Weno. Soon, Rocks, Lorne, and Neptune led over 1,000 members of the Rocks Pirates and Fishman warriors from Weno. Newgate and Daru, along with nearly 100,000 Fishman warriors, stayed behind in Weno. After all, with the Navy's previous experience, Lorne didn't want to make the same mistakes as the Navy. What? Such a big operation, and you're not taking me? This is just too much, brother-in-law, big brother. Learning that he was to stay in Weno to guard the home, Newgate expressed strong protest. His nose almost crinkled in anger. This is to prevent a situation like the Navy's, Lorne said, amused. I don't care. If you don't take me, I'll force my way in. Newgate got angry and jumped onto the ship, refusing to leave. All right. Neptune, you stay in Weno and swap places with Newgate. Seeing this, Lorne had to rearrange the personnel. Now that's more like it. Newgate was also satisfied. Although Neptune's strength was only at the level of a vice admiral with Daru, the barrier fruit user, even an admiral-level powerhouse would find it difficult to invade. If anything happens, Lorne could also return quickly with the power of the Thunder Fruit to provide support. After the arrangement was made, the Rocks pirates set out. Captain Rocks could already see the Iron Country, Valdry. Soon, a day and a half passed, and the lookout member of the Rocks pirates conveyed the news to Rocks. However, it seems that someone has gotten there before us. The voice of the Rocks pirates member changed. Oh, who are they? Upon hearing this, Rocks and Lorne quickly inquired. They're not just one group. Present are the supernova Wang Zhi with a bounty of 295 million berries, the supernova Captain John with a bounty of 267 million berries, and Silver Axe with a bounty of 321 million berries. Besides them, there is also the Amazon Lily Pirates. And it seems that these 4 groups are all eyeing the Sky Gold. 4 groups are all targeting the Sky Gold. The lookout of the Rocks Pirates reported the situation to Rocks and Lorne. In fact, there are far more than just these 4 groups eyeing the Sky Gold. Some pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions are also interested. However, against CP0, these small pirates are not enough to contend. The ones that can pose a threat to the Sky Gold are mainly these 4 pirate crews. This is quite interesting. I didn't expect Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John to appear here. A smile curled on Lorne's lips. He originally thought that it would take at least another 10 years for these 3 to encounter the Rocks pirates, but unexpectedly, they met here. The 3 of them are also strong enough to be captains of the Rocks pirates in the future. Their strength may be somewhat inferior to that of Whitebeard, Roger, Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin during their peak periods. However, to To become a captain in the Rocks Pirates, their peak strength should at least reach the threshold of the Emperor level. It is uncertain whether they can absorb these three into the Rocks Pirates ranks at this point in time. After all, what the Rocks Pirates lack the most right now is mid-level combat power. Amazon Lily, isn't that the land of women? I didn't expect to encounter it here. Rocks is not interested in those three supernovas. He is purely interested in the Amazon Lily pirate crew. After all, Amazon Lily is known as the land of women. Rumored to be a country entirely composed of women, with no men, making it a dreamland for all men. However, due to their strong customs and the fact that everyone fights, ordinary people generally do not dare to enter Amazon Lily to investigate. Ever since Fishman Island, my brother hasn't married for a long time, and unexpectedly meeting people from the land of women here is quite a coincidence, isn't it? However, the guards sent by the world government this time are not simple. Next to him, Newgate also stroked his chin, using observation haki to sense that there is combat strength among the world government's guard team that is comparable to that of a marine admiral. At the same time, at the port of the Iron Kingdom of Wang, a large transport ship flying the world government flag is docked. Around the transport ship, at least 5 warships flying the world government flag are anchored, with at least 3 or 4 masked CP0 members on each warship constantly observing the surroundings for any unexpected situations. It is worth mentioning that there are no Navy personnel here. After all, the current Navy is like a crippled frog, unable to move. Meanwhile, many shirtless workers are continuously transporting huge boxes onto the transport ship. These boxes are filled with gold and silver treasures for the celestial dragons to squander. And there must be many rare treasures and devil fruits among them. After an unknown amount of time transporting, the workers finally stopped, and the warehouse door of the transport ship was closed. Report to the officer, this year's gold has been transported. Please take a look. Soon, a senior official from Valdre respectfully handed a thick ledger to the world government official in front of him. After the world government official briefly looked through the ledger and confirmed its accuracy, he nodded in satisfaction. No time to waste. Let's depart from Mariehua. Without any delay, with a single command, the massive transport ship began to move, and several warships surrounding it also started their engines. Charge! Eliminate these guards and seize the gold. We will be rich. Hurry up, or we will miss our chance. Everyone, go all out once we finish this haul. We will have enough for the rest of our lives. Seizing the opportunity, the pirates lurking around the Iron Kingdom of Valdre sprang into action, launching a full-scale attack. In an instant, at least a dozen pirate crews attacked from all directions. Cannon fire erupted loudly. I knew there would be little thieves, overestimating themselves. 6 styles. Gale foot. With a cold snort, several powerful CP0 members leapt high using the moonwalk, each facing incoming cannonballs and using gale foot to intercept all the cannon fire. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, members of the dozen pirate crews quickly moved around the warships and boarded them. Spear gun, flower lotus. Gale foot, razor blade. Spear gun, break. Some weaker pirates were mercilessly killed by CP0 the moment they boarded the warships. Although facing the Emperor-level CP0 was a disaster, they were still very formidable against lower-tier pirates. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. The strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. I doubt it's that exaggerated. Just then, one of the supernovas, the tall Wang Zhi, who was at least 6 meters tall, sneered and charged forward with his 5-meter-long giant sword. Iron block. The CP0 targeted by Wang Zhi immediately activated iron block. Blood spurted out as the CP0 hit by Wang Zhi fell to the ground. Meanwhile, fellow supernovas John and Silver Axe engaged in fierce battles with CP0 as well. The warriors and captain of Amazon Lily were also embroiled in combat with CP0. While CP0 could easily eliminate lowly pirate crews, they had no significant advantage against those who would later become legendary pirates. Additionally, the captains had many elite members under them, and CP0 found themselves gradually at a disadvantage. Damn supernovas, are they teaming up? A CP0 officer, pushed back repeatedly, couldn't he help but curse. He never expected these arrogant supernovas would actually join forces. Don't get it wrong, idiot. I'm not teaming up with anyone. It's just that no single pirate crew can take down the gold. I'm just using the strength of other foolish pirate crews. Silver Axe chuckled, even licking the silver-glinted, long-handled axe in his hand, his smug expression evident. As Silver Axe said, these supernovas weren't united, but were quite tacit in not killing each other. Instead, they pooled their strength against CP0 and the Guards of the Gold. If you can't even deal with these trashy pirate scum, do you still need me to step in? CP0. Just as CP0 was being pushed back, suddenly, A loud voice rang out. Swish! A cold light flashed, and then blood erupted like a burst. In just one strike, Silver Axe, with a bounty of over 321 million berries, was instantly killed, lying in a pool of blood. Captain Silver Axe. In the face of this sudden situation, the members of the Silver Axe pirates exclaimed in worry. Silver Axe actually? Killed in one strike? Who on earth was it? Hearing this exclamation, the captain of Amazon Lily, Wang Zhi, and John all turned in disbelief to look at Silver Axe lying in the blood. Soon, they witnessed a strange scene. When this person appeared, the other CP0 members immediately knelt on one knee, showing utmost reverence. At the same time, these CP0 members respectfully said, "We failed in our duties. Please forgive us." Lord Figuran Terry. The moment the man appeared, all CP0 members knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "CP0 knelt? Terry's saint? Could it be that this person is a celestial dragon?" Seeing this scene, Wang Zhi, John, and their pirate crew members, as well as the members of Amazon Lily, were all stunned. From the devout attitude of CP0, this person must be a celestial dragon, especially when CP0 referred to him as Terry's saint. After all, when addressing male celestial dragons, one adds the word saint after their name, and for females, one adds the word Mikado. However, what puzzled everyone present was that among the celestial dragons, there actually existed such a powerful figure. From the imposing aura emitted by Figuran Terry, and the fact that he could kill Silver Axe in one strike, Terry's strength far surpassed anyone present. Even compared to a marine admiral, he might even exceed them. Aren't the celestial dragons all a bunch of useless, gluttonous leeches? Is there really such a master hidden among them? For a moment, Wang Zhi, John, and the captain of Amazon Lily were all frozen in place, utterly shocked. After all, they were still newcomers and had no understanding of the truth of this world. The Marines, a group of useless fools. If it weren't for them, why would I have to personally step in to collect the gold? The five elders are really something. What kind of useless Marines have they raised? Quickly deal with these lowly pirate scum. Figuran Terry's lofty voice echoed, filled with disdain for the Marines, even carrying some contempt for the five elders. After all, in terms of closeness to I'm Sama, the Knights of God were much closer than the five elders. If it weren't for the five elders raising such a group of useless Marines, how could a lowly pirate crew called the Rocks Pirates have defeated them, necessitating a member of the Knights of God to personally step in to collect the gold? It should be noted that all 9 members of the Knights of God are composed of world noble celestial dragons. The Knights of God generally only handle matters related to the celestial dragons. As for other garbage lowly pirates, with the Marines and CP and other organizations around, there is no need for noble Knights of God members to take action. Is it really necessary for me to personally step in to collect the gold? This is the first time. It's all the fault of the useless Navy, and of course, the Rock Pirates. Received. CP0 immediately began to take action. Don't even think about laying a hand on my crew. John, Wang Zhi, and the captain of Amazon Lily rose up in resistance. Trash. Don't waste your energy on pointless resistance. At this moment, Figuran Tichy made his move. He wielded a striking black blade, exuding a cold and eerie aura. This sword was named God's Will, one of the 12 supreme great swords in the world. Tichy stood tall, radiating a swordsman's aura that was not at all inferior to that of the current world's #1 swordsman, Admiral Blackhawk. Zila Zila, Zila Zila. Moreover, an invisible wave of energy suddenly erupted around Figuran Tichy. The shock waves surged outwards like rolling sea waves, immediately erupting in a striking and dazzling black arc-shaped lightning. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the weak-willed members of the 4 pirate crews were foaming at the mouth and fainting. Conqueror's haki? I have it too. Seeing this, Wang Zhi and John unleashed their Conqueror's haki to clash with Terry. For John and Wang Zhi, who could later become captains of the Rocks pirate crew, possessing Conqueror's haki was only natural. However, compared to Terry, the Conqueror's haki of these two was insignificant. After all, they had just set sail, at the ages of 17 or 18, and were mere supernovas, far from their peak. On the other hand, Fei Galantari was a member of the elite god knights among the celestial dragons. His own strength was absolutely at the level of a royal powerhouse. With a crash, at the moment of the clash of their Conqueror's haki, Wang Zhi and John's haki shattered upon contact, and the two were forced to retreat dozens of meters before barely stopping. No matter how much the lowly struggle, they remain lowly, even with Conqueror's haki. It cannot change their trash nature. Fei Galantari's tone was extremely arrogant, his eyes and demeanor revealing no concealment of disdain for these lowly beings. Tresh. With a swish, 2 sword strikes fell. The black sword energy sliced through the air, incredibly sharp, with an imposing momentum strong enough to cut through a mountain, unstoppable. Damn! Just stabilizing their stance, Wang Zhi and John widened their eyes. Faced with such momentum, they wanted to resist, one wielding a sword, the other picking up a pistol to counterattack. But against a strike nearly equivalent to the world's #1 swordsman, their efforts shattered upon contact. Wang Zhi and John could not withstand the terrifying sword energy. The sword energy swept past their bodies, instantly erupting with a massive amount of blood. The two collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazing over, nearly losing consciousness. This scene is reminiscent of the original work where Kizaru kicks a supernova on the Sabeti archipelago. These supernovas were like ants before the member of the Knights of God, Fegolin Terry, as he dispatched them one by one with ease. Next, it was your turn. The scum of Amazon Lily. After easily taking down Captain Wang Zhi and Captain John, Fegolin Terry turned to look at the current king of Amazon Lily beside him. With a single stroke, another easy kill. The current king of Amazon Lily also fell into a pool of blood. Captain Wang Zhi, Captain John, Your Majesty. In just a minute, the 3 captains of the pirate crews were all defeated, and the members of the pirate crews present were in disarray. All the men present were sentenced to death, while all the women were spared and sent to marry Geos as slaves. Fegolin Terry sheathed his sword. To strike against the supernovas was already an insult to the noble Knights of God. Since he had defeated 4 captains, he had no intention of making another move. The rest would be left to CP0. Yes, CP0 nodded slightly upon receiving the order. Without the restraint of Captain Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and the King of Amazon Lily, CP0 unleashed a brutal massacre on the members of the 4 pirate crews, like lions and tigers entering a flock of sheep. In an instant, the sounds of shouting, cries for help, and screams filled the air. Blood stained the sea, and the sunset painted the sky red. Damn world government. Do not lay a hand on my crew. Everyone, run with all your might. Escape as far as you can. The warriors of Amazon Lily must not be captured and turned into slaves at Mary Geos. There, it is a place more terrifying than hell. Run with all your strength. Don't worry about me. At this moment, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and the King of Amazon Lily, who had not completely lost consciousness, wanted to resist. But they were so severely injured that they couldn't even stand. They could only hear the sounds of fighting, the shouts of killing, and the screams of their own crew members erupting around them. They watched helplessly as their subordinates were ruthlessly killed by CP0, and tears streamed down the faces of Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily. Although they were pirates, they still had feelings for their companions. These are companions who have gone through many battles, living and dying together, but now they are buried here. Endless hatred surged from their hearts, filling the chests of these 4 with resentment towards the world government and the celestial dragons. But they were powerless. All they could do was lie on the ground, filled with this helpless hatred. For a moment, the 4 despised their own insignificance and weakness. After an hour, the battle quickly came to an end. At that moment, the port of the Steel Kingdom of Voldry was a river of blood, with thousands of pirate corpses sprawled across the ground. A scene of mountains of corpses and seas of bones that would be forever etched in the memories of Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and Amazon Lily's king. Report to Lord Felgaran Tiri. The battle has ended. According to your orders, all male members of the 4 pirate crews have been annihilated, and all female members have been captured, ready to be transported to the Holy Land along with the celestial gold to become slaves of the celestial dragons. The CP0 commander knelt before Felgaran Tiri, speaking with utmost reverence. By the way, it seems that the 4 captains, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and Amazon Lily's king are still alive. Should these 4 also be sent to the Holy Land to become slaves along with the celestial gold? As if recalling something, the CP0 commander spoke nervously. After all, some celestial dragons had grown tired of ordinary slaves and sometimes sought excitement by capturing bountied pirates as slaves or mounts. If they could capture a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, the celestial dragons would be even more thrilled. Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and Amazon Lily's king all had bounties close to 300 million, which would surely please the celestial dragons. What did I say about the handling results? Do you want me to repeat myself? Trash. Felgaran Tiri said angrily, causing the CP0 commander to kneel in fear, unable to meet his gaze. Kill all the men, and take the women back to the Holy Land as slaves. Understood? It's all my fault. Lord Felgaran Tiri, please forgive me. The CP0 commander said nervously. slapping his own face in a frantic attempt to seek forgiveness. Even when being called trash, he felt no anger. Instead, he believed he truly was trash for not adhering to the Celestial Dragon's orders and nearly provoking them. CP0, execute Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, and bring Amazon Lily's king back to the Holy Land. After slapping his face, the CP0 commander issued the order. Upon receiving the command, CP0 members used Sora to arrive before the 4 captains, who were already lying in pools of blood, then die, except for Amazon Lily's king. The CP0 members launched a deadly attack on Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. The 3 CP0 members charged their fingers and suddenly thrust them toward the hearts of the 3. You killed all my crew, bastards of the world government. I will not let you go even in death. You trash. The 3 captains shouted with tears in their eyes, their voices filled with unwillingness and rage. If given another chance, they would make the CP0 and the Celestial Dragons pay a bloody price. Unfortunately, no one would give them that opportunity anymore. The 3 simply closed their eyes, quietly awaiting death. At that critical moment, whoosh, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through, and in the perception of everyone present, 3 immensely powerful presences appeared on the battlefield. Not only that, but thud, thud, thud. The sound of someone collapsing clearly reached the ears of the 3 supernova captains. It seemed that a fierce change had occurred on the battlefield. I'm not dead. Soon after, the 3 captains felt they still had breath, and the finger guns had not penetrated their bodies. Curiously, the 3 captains slowly opened their eyes. The next moment, they were stunned by the scene before them. Suddenly, 3 tall and imposing figures appeared in front of them. One of them stood about 8 meters tall, with extremely exaggerated octopus, tentacle-like long hair. Fierce features that struck fear in anyone who looked, and an astonishing aura. Another figure was also around 8 meters tall, his features somewhat similar to the first man. But this one was handsome, with a striking appearance, yet his presence was equally overwhelming. The last figure stood around 6 meters tall, with flowing golden hair and wielding a long-handled large scythe, exuding an equally astonishing aura. The appearance of these 3 people caused Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe to gasp for breath, their eyes wide open as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Indeed, these 3 are the notorious pirates, Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 178 billion berries, Rocks.Tragically, Zebeck, with a bounty of 365 billion berries, and Rocks.Tragically, Zebeck, with a bounty of 985 billion berries. The 3 main forces of the Rocks pirates, who have recently been in the spotlight and even defeated the Navy, have surprisingly arrived in the Iron Nation of Woldre. This left the 3 supernova captains, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, completely astonished. Not only that, but it seemed that these 3 had also killed the 3 CP0 who were about to kill them, saving their lives. What on earth is going on? It's not just Captain John, Captain Wang Zhi, and Captain Silver Axe. The others, including the current king of the Amazon Lily and those members of the Amazon Lily pirate crew who survived and were originally prepared to be transported to Mariehuas as slaves, as well as the CP0 present, and even one of the members of the Knights of God, Figureland Trit, are all staring incredulously at the 3 in front of them, standing frozen in place, as if under a spell. It seems we made it just in time. Gulalala, that's right. We almost fell into CP0's trap, but I didn't expect even the Knights of God to show up. It looks like we're in for a big fight this time. At the same time, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate appeared on the battlefield, leaving everyone present dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. The Rocks pirates have arrived? How is that possible? Weno is so far from here. How could they travel such a distance? Damn, how did it turn out like this? What do we do now? In an instant, 3 men with bounties over 1 billion, 2 of whom exceed 2 billion berries, descended upon the scene, causing everyone present to exclaim in shock. Even the seasoned members of the Knights of God and the supreme celestial dragon Figureland Trit were stunned in place. 3 pirates with bounties over 1 billion. This is no joke. Kill everyone associated with the world government and seize the gold in the sky. Without any unnecessary words, Rocks gave the order. Immediately, under the leadership of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, nearly 1,000 members of the Rocks pirates launched an assault. Impact, shatter, heavenly feather, break the sky. Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate charged into CP0 like lions and tigers entering a flock of sheep, causing waves of CP0 members to fall one after another. In the presence of 3 Emperor-level powerhouses, even CP0, touted as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, crumbled like paper. Only the captain-level CP0 members could barely withstand the onslaught without being instantly killed. But after a few rounds, even those highest-ranking CP0 members fell under the blades of Rocks. Lorne and Newgate. Is this the power of the Rocks pirates? No wonder they're the pirate crew that defeated the Navy. The title of the new maritime overlord is truly not just a name. It's no wonder they could create such a big commotion in such a short time. In this scene, the already severely injured Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and Amazon Lily's king, the 4 supernova captains, were stunned into silence. The CP0 member who had just put their side in a tough battle was completely powerless against the Rocks pirates. This is bad. Meanwhile, the pride and composure on Figureland's face had long vanished, replaced by panic and confusion. After all, he did not expect the Rocks pirates to appear in this Steel Kingdom, so far from Weno. Not only did he not expect it, but the 5 elders and the Knights of God also did not foresee this. It is known that the Steel Kingdom is located in the first half of the Grand Line, and the first island after entering the Grand Line from the North Sea is the Steel Kingdom of Waldre. Therefore, the pirates here are mostly small thieves, and sending out a single admiral-level powerhouse would be more than enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't need just one member of the Knights of God to guard it. But it was utterly unexpected that the Rocks pirates would rush thousands of miles to this Steel Kingdom. A miscalculation, a serious miscalculation. A thought quickly flashed through Figureland's mind. To decisively escape from here, as 3 admiral-level powerhouses were not something he could stop alone. But the cost would be the loss of the heavenly gold. For the world government, this was a time when money was urgently needed, especially for the useless Navy's military expenses. If this enormous heavenly gold were to be lost, as a member of the Knights of the Divine, I might face punishment. After all, this is the heavenly gold paid by the richest country in the world. The amount contributed by the Steel Kingdom alone is comparable to that of a dozen countries. If this is lost, it would be a huge loss. After hesitating for a moment, Figureland Terrii immediately decided to escape. After all, losing gold in the sky would only result in punishment, but one's life is one's own. As a noble celestial dragon, how could he lose his life in this place? Moonstep. Figureland Terrii decisively used Moonstep, soaring into the air, ready to leave this place of chaos. The members of the Divine Knights, want to run? Don't dream. Just as Figureland Terrii was about to flee, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in his escape path. Following there was a large knife, wrapped in terrifying armament haki and lightning, slashing down towards him. Seeing this, Figureland Terrii raised a supreme, large knife to block the strike. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted in the air, spreading outwards and forming a powerful hurricane. The 2 people at the center of the battle remained as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Lorne Zebeck, the guy who took the Thunder Dragon's power. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Looking at the man before him, who possessed the power of thunder, Figureland Terrii felt a moment of confusion. The man's features seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he had seen them. It seemed Lorne sensed his thoughts as well, feeling somewhat dazed. This person seemed familiar to him too, but he couldn't recall at that moment. As he lowered his gaze, Lorne noticed the sword in the man's hand, and instantly, memories flooded back like a tide. In his memory, over a decade ago, when his parents fled the Holy Land with him and Rocks, it was a man holding this sword who discovered and captured his parents. Lorne was still young at that time, and his memory wasn't particularly clear. Vaguely, he remembered the man who took his parents away wielding a special sword, and unexpectedly, he encountered him here. It's you. You're the one. The riot at the Holy Land over 10 years ago was caused by you taking my parents. Lorne's voice suddenly rose, filled with rage, wishing he could devour the man before him alive. You are. Lorne's words immediately awakened a memory in Figureland Terrii. About a decade ago, a fire broke out in the Holy Land, causing chaos. Amid the chaos, many slaves attempted to flee, but they were all captured by the Divine Knights and CP0. As a member of the Divine Knights, Figureland Terrii naturally participated in that operation. During the operation, Figureland Terrii captured many slaves, among which a couple left a deep impression on him, because that couple was holding 2 small children. It was very rare for slaves in the Holy Land to have their own children. Because of this, it left a very deep impression on Figureland Terrii. Looking closely at Lorne's face, he realized the couple's features from his memory were very similar to the man before him. Could it be? Could it be that you are the descendants of those 2 lowly slaves? Figureland Terrii's tone suddenly changed, and his expression became intriguing. He then looked at Lorne's face and found his eyes filled with murderous intent. It seems to be true. Unexpectedly, the recently rising pirate in the seas, Lorne Zebeck, is actually the descendant of lowly slaves? Moreover, Lorne and Rocks are brothers. This means that Rocks and Lorne are indeed the descendants of the two slaves he captured back then. Rocks and Lorne correspond exactly to that couple, holding two children. Ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Finalizing suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter ringing out clearly. After all, two men with bounties over 2 billion berries were once slaves in the Holy Land. This is simply too interesting. As a celestial dragon, he naturally feels proud. Even the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Finalizing has practically floated to the heavens. Everything proves that the celestial dragons are undoubtedly the gods of this world. Haha, is it funny? The celestial dragons, like pigs and dogs, today falling into my hands. You will pay back 100-fold for everything from 16 years ago. Rorn smirked, his eyes projecting extreme, killing intent. Whoosh! Before Rorn could make a move, a figure quickly flashed between Rorn and Finalizing, who were engaged in battle. Rorn, let me take over. A familiar voice rang out, followed by an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's slash. A fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki was unleashed like a cannonball with immense force, as if it could shatter a town with a single punch. Seeing this, Finalizing hurriedly positioned his supreme blade horizontally in front of him, enveloping it with armament haki, attempting to block the punch. However, the force was tremendous. Even if Finalizing managed to block the punch with his weapon, he was still pushed back hundreds of meters by the terrifying power. Brother. Rorn looked at his brother, whose eyes were now bloodshot, fixated on Finalizing. Little brother, capture him and make sure to torture him well. He must not be killed so easily. The voice of Rocks was filled with anger. He remembered that his parents had died in agony after being subjected to countless tortures. After being greatly stimulated by that scene, Rocks awakened his Conqueror's haki and escaped the Holy Land with his brother. His ultimate goal of setting out to sea was to bring the celestial dragons down. As for becoming the king of the world, that would naturally follow after bringing down the celestial dragons. Now, encountering a member of the Knights of God here, and coincidentally the man who captured his parents back then, it was a natural recipe for intense hatred. Haha, the commoners are just commoners. As a commoner, he dares to dream of resisting the celestial dragons? What a joke. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Finalizing did not forget to taunt. As a member of the Knights of God and a royal-level powerhouse, he was not one to just take hits without retaliating. Holding his divine weapon, he focused his energy, wrapping Conqueror's haki around it, causing the originally black blade to blend with the dark red Conqueror's haki, making the blade even darker and deeper. Finalizing planned to exhaust all the Conqueror's haki within him in one go. Of course, Finalizing did not foolishly think he could stand up to Rocks and Rorn, both of whom had bounties exceeding 2 billion, in a head-on confrontation. He only wanted to use this move to buy himself some time to escape. Divine fear. He then swung his blade. Whoosh! A terrifying slash, with a diameter of several thousand meters, as if it could split an island in half, howled forth. The slash shimmered with striking dark red arcs of lightning, the roar of Conqueror's haki. This strike is absolutely not inferior to the world's #1 swordsman today, Admiral Blackhawk. If this strike were to land, it would likely destroy the entire Sky Gold. Along with it, the members of the Rocks pirates and all the bystanders below would be swallowed by this sword aura. He wanted to see if Rocks and Lorne would abandon their crew and the Sky Gold to chase after him. Celestial Dragon, is this all the strength you have? With a glance, Rocks and Lorne saw through Finalizing's little scheme, and both revealed the same brotherly smile. Swish, swish. Rocks and Lorne charged towards the terrifying slash without fear. Immediately, both of them unleashed their Conqueror's haki, surging towards the strike. Splash, splash. What Finalizing did not expect happened. His proud slash was instantly neutralized by Rocks and Lorne, turning into mist. After all, in front of him were two great pirates with bounties exceeding 2 billion berries. Lorne's current strength was already at the level of a solid admiral. As for Rocks, it goes without saying, someone who can single-handedly defeat an admiral has strength that surpasses the level of a warlord. And Finalizing was merely a warlord-level powerhouse. It would take days and nights for him to determine the victor against Lorne one-on-one, not to mention the presence of Rocks, who was even more terrifying than a warlord. Facing the combined might of Rocks and Lorne, Finalizing could only be crushed. Swish, swish. After neutralizing the sword aura, Rocks and Lorne surged towards Finalizing from left and right. One wielded a sword while the other used fists, charging at Finalizing. How can this be? Finalizing wanted to stop their movements, but two fists cannot contend against four hands, especially when the attackers are two admiral-level powerhouses. Bang! The god execution blocked Rock's fist. but he couldn't defend against Lawrence's heavenly feather slash in time. Iron block. He urgently activated iron block, but the thick armament haki still pierced through Terry's body. Blood gushed out as if it were free. Damn commoners. Do you only know how to bully the few with the many? Have the guts to fight one-on-one? Terry cursed furiously. Ha! What nonsense is there to talk about with you? You pig-like celestial dragon. Rocks sneered, completely disinterested in exchanging any more words with Terry. For the celestial dragons, there is only one word: kill. Conqueror split. Another fist wrapped in thick Conqueror's haki smashed down fiercely. At the same time, Lorne also launched an attack from the other side. Terry couldn't handle both sides and was being pushed back continuously. His stamina was also rapidly depleting. Thus, after just a few minutes, Terry's haki and stamina had both hit rock bottom. Swish, swish. A heart-wrenching scream rang out as Terry's hands were simultaneously severed by Rocks and Lorne. Swish, swish. With a scream, Rocks and Lorne chopped off Terry's hands in unison. St. Terry. How can this be? He was actually defeated by mere pirates and had his arms severed. Upon hearing the scream, some CP0 members still engaged in battle couldn't help but look up to the sky. At that moment, they were shocked to see that St. Terry's hands had been cut off. Not only that, but his god execution, one of the 12 supreme great blades in the world, also fell to the ground along with his severed arms. This scene was simply shocking to CP0. Also astonished were the 4 captains: Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily. After all, they had also faced off against Terry and were well aware of his strength. In his hands, the 4 of them had no ability to fight back and were all taken down with a single blow. Such a powerful enemy under the hands of Rocks and Lin, both of whom had bounties exceeding 2 billion berries, actually only managed to hold on for a few minutes before having both arms severed. This is still Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the King of Amazon Lily witnessing for the first time what the top tier of powerful beings in this world is truly capable of. This also allowed the proud supernovas, with bounties around 300 million, to experience the disparity of the world in advance. The idea that they were the biggest in the world was slowly crumbling. The divine blade must not fall into the hands of pirates. At the same time, some CP0 members reacted and prepared to retrieve the supreme great blade. Get lost, beasts! A loud voice rang out, and a tall figure knocked the CP0 in front of him to the ground with a punch. I'll take this sword first. Meanwhile, watching the falling arm, Edward Newgate opened his large hand and precisely caught the supreme great blade, the divine will, as it fell from the sky. Even for someone as experienced as Newgate, observing the supreme great blade up close was an eye-opener. This divine blade is entirely pitch black, a black knife that has been refined to perfection. Not only that, but the hilt of this knife is also embedded with many precious gems and diamonds, further enhancing its nobility and murderous aura. Just like its name, Divine Hold. Only a god can wield it. Unfortunately, Newgate wields a large naginata and has no connection to this divine hold. Among the Rocks pirates, the only one suited for this knife is brother-in-law Lorne. You bunch of lowly pirates. Terry, covered in blood and looking extremely ferocious, glare at Locks and Lorne in front of him, still cursing loudly. Brother, cut off his tongue first so that his filthy mouth can't spit out ivory. A wicked smile appeared on Lorne's lips. Good idea, brother. A similar smile also appeared on Locke's face. Hey, go ahead and kill me, you lowly scum. Terry shouted angrily. As a royal-level powerhouse, he was not afraid of death. Kill you? Is it that easy to die? I've said it before. The grievances from 16 years ago will be repaid 100-fold. Lorne sneered. Then, with their combined strength, they easily subdued Terry, who had exhausted all his haki and stamina, and forcibly cut off his tongue. Terry, blood-filled mouth, continued to curse. But Lorne and Locks could no longer hear what he was saying. His current appearance was too pathetic. Once a celestial dragon, now covered in blood, with both hands severed. Like a beggar. Heh. It would be quite a spectacle if the celestial dragon's miserable state made it to the front page the next day. Indeed, this is not an ordinary celestial dragon, but a member of the Knights of God. By then, everyone will know that the so-called divinity of the celestial dragons is nothing but nonsense. Only power is everything. As they spoke, Lorne and Locks could already imagine the furious expressions of the Gorosei and other celestial dragons upon seeing this news. This made both of them feel a refreshing sensation in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Terry was also stunned. As a member of the Knights of God, he was not a cowardly celestial dragon who was extremely afraid of death. On the contrary, he was not afraid of dying, but he feared tarnishing the reputation of the Knights of God, especially if his miserable appearance were to make it to the front page the next day. To be laughed at by the whole world, which would tarnish the image of the celestial dragons, especially the Knights of God. Even more terrifying was that, as Lawrence said, his pitiful state as a member of the Knights of God being released to the world after being tortured would make many powerful individuals understand that the so-called divinity of the celestial dragons was a joke. The truth of this world is always that the weak are prey to the strong, the law of the jungle. The size of one's fist is the hard truth. Please spare me. The celestial dragons can offer you a lot of treasures. Fegaran Terry actually pleaded with Rocks and Lorne. However, the more he pleaded, the more pleased Rocks and Lorne felt. After all, at Fegaran Terry's level as a celestial dragon, mere torture was no longer effective. Psychologically tormenting him with what he cared about most was the most effective method. It was obvious that what Fegaran Terry cared about the most was the face of the Knights of God. Moreover, his parents had also begged the celestial dragons like this back in the day, but did it work? If it had worked, his parents wouldn't have met such a tragic end. If it weren't for Rocks suddenly awakening the power within him back then, his overwhelming conqueror's haki would have stunned everyone present for a moment. That night, Lorne and Rocks would probably have died in the holy land of Mariehua. Get lost, you worthless dog of celestial dragon. You have no say here. Lorne stepped heavily on Fegaran Terry's head, pinning it to the ground, ruthlessly trampling on his dignity. Aren't you proud? Don't you think of yourself as a member of the Knights of God, as a noble of the world? Yet here you are, just like a stray dog, being trampled underfoot. To think that a member of the Knights of God would be trampled underfoot. Is this the worth of the new ruler of the seas? Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and others felt their eyes opened once again, witnessing the demeanor of the new ruler of the seas. This also made them realize how small they are now. Report to Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne. CP0 has been completely annihilated. At the same time, a member of the Rocks Pirates came to report. Under the leadership of Edward Newgate, the Rocks Pirates easily wiped out more than a dozen CP0. The treasure is in hand. Good medical team, first treat these four for their injuries. Lorne also instructed at the first opportunity to prepare to heal Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the Amazon Lily King. It is important to know that now is the best time to win people's hearts. After this battle, all the crew members of the three supernovas, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, were killed by the celestial dragons and CP0. The members of Amazon Lily also almost all ended up in Mariehua as slaves. This treatment might be worse than killing them. Therefore, the hatred of these four towards the world government and the celestial dragons has reached its peak. At this moment, they needed Lorne to ignite the anger in their hearts and clarify their future goals. As expected, after hearing Lorne's command, the four captains, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and the king of Amazon Lily, looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't understand why Lorne would save them. After all, they were all pirates. Despite the vast difference in strength, they were considered rivals. If they were in such a situation, it would be good enough not to kick someone when they were down, let alone save them. Soon, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the king of Amazon Lily were rescued by the medical members of the Rocks Pirates. Each of them was wrapped in thick bandages, but at least they could move. Lorne Zebeck, a big pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion berries. Why did you save us? As soon as they could move, Wang Zhi hurriedly asked Lorne. John, Silver Axe, and the king of Amazon Lily also stare at Lorne, curious about the reason. Why did I save you? Because I saw my past self in you, Lorne said with a faint smile, not waiting for a response, and continued. 16 years ago, my parents were enslaved in the Holy Land. After falling in love, they gave birth to my older brother, Rocks, and me. To prevent us from becoming slaves, my parents created chaos in the Holy Land to escape, but they were brutally killed by the celestial dragons. Today, all of your crew members were killed by CP0 and the celestial dragons, and your expressions of pain are exactly the same as mine back then. That's why I saw my shadow in you. Lorne's tone was very calm, but the four of them could sense the uncontrollable sadness in his voice. That's right. CP0 killed all my crew members, and I must make them pay for this. Yes, my subordinates and crew are all dead. Even my biological brother, who set sail with me, died in this battle. My childhood friends, who sailed with me, were also killed by CP0. My crew and I were almost turned into slaves of the celestial dragons. If that had happened, it would have been worse than death. As expected, after hearing Lorne's words, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the king of Amazon Lily gritted their teeth. In fact, their fate had changed because of Lorne's crossing. If it weren't for Lorne's crossing, which led to the Navy's early defeat and most of their warships being destroyed, the Navy wouldn't have been unable to guard the Sky Island. These supernovas wouldn't have coveted the Sky Island. Without coveting the Sky Island, they wouldn't have encountered the Knights of God here, and today's tragedy wouldn't have occurred. If Lorne hadn't crossed over, perhaps the supernovas would have continued their journey and then been recruited by Rocks, ultimately defeated in the God Valley. But all of this changed because of Lorne's crossing, and everyone's fate underwent a remarkable transformation. It can't even be described as a change in fate, but rather a tremendous upheaval of destiny. Among the current 4 supernovas, except for the king of Amazon Lily, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe have become true lone commanders. Hearing this, Lorne nodded in satisfaction and continued, "So my brother and I have only one goal for setting sail. To avenge our parents' murder, we must eliminate the celestial dragons." After saying this, Lorne looked at the 4 in front of him. "That's right, if it weren't for that damn Knights of God, my crew wouldn't have all died. The celestial dragons must pay the price. I must also avenge my brother and comfort his spirit in heaven. My comrades as well. They're brothers who played with me since childhood. If I don't make the celestial dragons pay the price, how can I find peace?" After Lorne finished speaking, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the others were filled with righteous indignation, almost tearing their bandages apart. After all, among their comrades who set sail together, some were childhood friends, and some are biological brothers. With their personalities, it would be impossible for them to let the celestial dragons go unpunished. However, the celestial dragons are not easy to deal with, as you have witnessed today. The reason why the celestial dragons are called the world's nobility, the offspring of the Creator, and the descendants of gods, is not just because they are the descendants of 20 kings, but because among the celestial dragons, they're indeed very powerful individuals. As he spoke, Lorne couldn't help but increase the pressure under his feet. Finalizing had already lost too much blood and fainted. The Knights of God? There must be more powerful individuals like him among the celestial dragons. Wang Zhi looked at the fainted Finalizing, recalling the strength he displayed during their earlier confrontation, and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Against such elite celestial dragons, he had no power to fight back. That's right, the Knights of God consist of 9 members, all composed of elite celestial dragons. Lorne smiled. 9 people? This means that all 9 of them are such formidable individuals? Upon hearing Lorne's words, the eyes of the 4 supernova captains nearly bulged out. Lorne's words completely overturned their perception that celestial dragons were all worthless. They originally thought the celestial dragons were just a bunch of gluttonous, lazy pigs. But there are actually 9 powerful individuals like Finalizing. This is simply going to overturn the worldview of the 4 of them. If such a powerful group has 9 members, then relying solely on their own strength, it would be impossible to make the celestial dragons pay the price. Doesn't that mean there's no way to make the celestial dragons pay? In the eyes of the crowd, despair even appeared. And it's not just these 9. Don't forget, the 5 elders are also celestial dragons. And those 5 old men are not weaklings. Their strength is even on par with the Knights of God. Ron couldn't help but smile at the despair on everyone's faces. This is the effect he wanted. Are the 5 elders that strong? No way. The 5 elders are on par with the Knights of God? Does that mean the power of the celestial dragons might even be stronger than the Navy? How terrifying. The 4 supernova captains could hardly believe their ears, and the despair on their faces deepened once again. Just the Knights of God made them feel extremely hopeless. Nearly impossible to seek revenge, and now adding the 5 elders, who are comparable to the Knights of God. This is simply making them feel like they're falling into an abyss. After hearing Lorne's words, the 4 supernova captains felt a chill at the back of their necks, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The power of the world government is actually so terrifying. Terrifying to a degree far beyond their imagination. The Knights of God, the 5 elders, just these powerful figures are like an insurmountable chasm, unattainable. Let's not forget that under the world government, there is also the violent organization of the Marine headquarters. The strength of the Marines should not be underestimated. Before the Marines' recent defeat, the acknowledged ruler of the seas was not any pirate, but the Marines. Just the configuration of the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters, along with the fleet admiral and the vice admirals, is enough that no pirate crew can compete. And on top of that, there are the even more powerful 5 elders and the Knights of God. The power of the world government is like a colossal creature, a prehistoric beast, almost insurmountable. Just thinking about it is suffocating. No wonder the world government has been able to steadily rule the world for over 800 years. If they were truly a group of powerless celestial dragons, relying solely on the title of a descendant of a creator, what good would that do? So, does this mean we can never take revenge? Damn it. The world government is too vast. Damn it. In an instant, the 4 captains felt disheartened. After all, the power of the world government is indeed too enormous, and they truly felt the vastness of the sea. Compared to the world government, they felt as insignificant as ants. Hee, the strength of the world government is far from just this. The true highest authority of the world government is not some nonsense five elders, but an old monster that has lived for 800 years. His power is what is truly unfathomable. Lorne continued to smile. Manny, the highest authority in the world is not the five elders? Is what you said true? This is the first time I've heard such a statement. There is actually an old monster that has lived for 800 years. The four captains were once again shocked by Lorne's words, but at this moment, they had some doubts. Is there a king of the world above the five elders? Such a thing is truly unheard of and unseen. That person is named him, who possesses the ability of immortality granted by the surgery fruit, and he holds the true highest power in the world. Now you understand, if you want revenge, what kind of colossal entity you have to face, right? Ron couldn't care less whether they believed it or not and continued speaking. After all, whether they believed it or not, if they wanted revenge, they would have to face the five elders, the God Knights, and him in the future. It seems impossible to take revenge on the celestial dragons. What should I do? I'm starting to doubt my life. Could it be that my comrades, my brothers, all died for nothing? Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the Amazon King. The four supernovas suddenly looked ashen, filled with despair. If the world government is truly as Ron said, with the five elders, the God Knights, the Navy headquarters, and a powerful being like him who has lived for 800 years, how could they possibly succeed in revenge? It seems I really misjudged you all. Your own brothers, childhood friends, and companions have all been killed. One by one, with the Conqueror's haki, you were actually frightened by such things? It's truly ridiculous. I thought I saw my younger self in you, saving your lives. I never expected you to be so cowardly. No matter what, my brother and I must bring the celestial dragons down. As for you, just consider it as me saving your lives for nothing. How to proceed from here is up to you. Ron looked at their reactions, feeling a bit disappointed, and then turned to leave. Are these legendary pirates really such cowards? They actually feel scared just hearing the name of the world government? If these people are really at this level, then forget it. In the world of pirates, if one doesn't even have the heart to fight, it's impossible to become a true strongman. Looking at Lorne's departing figure, the four captains seem to have thought of something. They all share a deep-seated hatred for the world government. Why do both Lorne and Rocks dare to take revenge on the world government, while they hesitate and get scared just hearing about it? Could it be that they are not as good as them? After all, there are also people who possess Conqueror's haki. When they set out to sea, they were also determined to become kings of the sea. How could they be scared by such trivial matters? With this thought, the expressions of the four suddenly became firm again. Then, one of them shook off the other three, disregarding the thick bandages on his body, and suddenly approached Lorne, kneeling on one knee and saying, Lord Lorne, it was you who saved me and my people. If it weren't for you, my people and I would surely have become slaves of the celestial dragons in Mariehua, suffering their torment. This great kindness I have no way to repay. If Lord Lorne does not mind, I am willing to leave my pirate crew to follow the Rocks pirates. The person speaking was the current king of Amazon Lily, and also the captain of the pirate crew, the only woman among the four. Have you thought this through? The Rocks pirates will be facing the entire world government from now on. Lorne did not rush to agree to the request, but instead asked. Upon hearing this, the king of Amazon Lily gritted her teeth, as if she had made a decision, and said firmly, I've made up my mind. The Amazon Lily has already completely torn its face with the world government this time. Once the news spreads, the world government will definitely take action against Amazon Lily. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative. Moreover, there are many of my people among the slaves in Mariehua. As their king, I cannot stand by and do nothing. The king of Amazon Lily spoke with great determination, her eyes flashing with hatred. Indeed, many of the Amazon Lily people have been captured by the celestial dragons and turned into slaves. After all, Amazon Lily, as a country of women, is known for its beauty and is often coveted by the celestial dragons. However, Amazon Lily is too weak to resist, so they could only turn a blind eye. If it weren't for the Rocks pirates intervening today, all the members of the pirate crew, including herself, would have become slaves in Mariehua. That would be tantamount to the fall of their country. If they continue to turn a blind eye and do not dare to resist, then with the Rocks pirates' rescue this time, there may not be anyone to save them next time. Instead of that, it's better to save themselves. Very well. I admire your courage. Since that's the case, I agree. Lorne nodded. The king of Amazon Lily now has a bounty of around 300 million, making her one of the famous supernovas. With her joining, it can also fill the urgent need for mid-level cadres in the Rock Pirates. Moreover, The crew of Amazon Lily should not be underestimated. The country of women is a very martial place, and almost everyone in the pirate crew can use armament haki, which is also a significant addition. Of course, the presence of many beautiful women in Amazon Lily is also a big advantage. Who knows if they will encounter an S-class woman who brings good fortune this time. Thank you, Lord Lorne. I will definitely lead the Amazon Lily pirates to follow the Rocks pirates without hesitation, willing to go through fire and water. The king of Amazon Lily was unable to contain her excitement after seeing Lorne nod. With the Rocks pirates as such a strong backing, the world government would have to think twice before seeking revenge against Amazon Lily. Very well, but I suggest you mobilize your people and have them all relocate to Weno country. Amazon Lily is too far from Weno, and if the world government suddenly attacks the Rocks pirates, it may be too late to protect them. Lorne said after a little thought. I understand, Lord Lorne. Once this matter is resolved, I will immediately return to my country to handle this. The king of Amazon Lily said respectfully. After this battle, she had completely understood how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was. Her once proud spirit had been greatly suppressed by the divine knights and Lorne. To oppose a giant like the world government, relying solely on Amazon Lily, was like striking a rock with an egg. Only by backing the Rocks pirates, a big tree, could she find shade. Lord Lorne, I also want to join the Rocks pirates. Seeing that the king of Amazon Lily had joined the Rocks pirates, Wang Zhi couldn't help but step forward, kneeling on one knee to express his desire to join the Rocks pirates. As a supernova and a wielder of conqueror's haki, Wang Zhi's spirit was undeniably high. However, in this battle, all his crew had perished, including his younger brother, who had tragically died here. This made Wang Zhi realize how weak he was. If he didn't take revenge for this grudge, what kind of older brother would he be? But with himself as a lone commander, how could he fight against the world government, which had the God Knights, the 5 Elders, and the Navy headquarters? Therefore, Wang Zhi also understood that his goal of becoming the king of the sea, which he set when he first went to sea, was no longer necessary. Moreover, after witnessing the strength of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, with these strong figures ahead, Wang Zhi knew he could not become the king of the sea. Since that was the case, he might as well give up his ambition and join the Rocks pirates to take revenge for his brother. Wang Zhi guy too? Seeing Wang Zhi also request to join, John and Silver Axe beside him were somewhat surprised. After all, as supernovas of this era, like the 11 supernovas in the original work, these supernovas all had their own aspirations. Moreover, the quality of this generation's supernovas was exceptionally high, and they generally possessed conqueror's haki. They would absolutely not be willing to be subordinate to others unless absolutely necessary. Since Wang Zhi did this, it showed that he had given up on his goal of becoming the king of the sea and was instead focused on avenging his brother. Thinking of this, Silver Axe gritted his teeth as if he had made a certain decision, came before Lorne, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, Then I also want to join the Rocks pirates. The companions he set out with from his hometown, his childhood friends, had all died in this battle. Although they were not blood-related, their bond was stronger than that of brothers. For revenge, he was willing to set aside his dignity and join the Rocks pirates. I'll join too. Seeing that everyone was expressing their stance, John hurriedly stepped forward and said, he was also a lone commander now. What else could he do if he didn't board a ship? Oh, aren't you all afraid? Lorne asked, remembering that he had just mentioned the 5 Elders, the God Knights, the Navy headquarters, and even him. If you want revenge, you will have to step over their corpses. Can you do that? Lorne looked at the 3 kneeling and did not rush to agree, but instead inquired. After all, the 3 had just been scared by his words. Lorne was unsure if these 3 still had the same spirit and ambition as in the original work. If they had lost that spirit, their potential would be at an end. At most, they would become a clown like Doflamingo. Even hearing the name of the 4 emperors made them break out in cold sweat, and they complained about the Navy not helping them after losing to Wong Luffy. In any case, Lorne looked down on such unambitious people. What is there to be afraid of? My crew and companions are already gone. Even if I have to risk my life, I will fight against the world government and the celestial dragons. Me too. Besides, Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne, didn't you also swear to take revenge? We're all human. If you're not afraid, then I have nothing to be afraid of. That's right. What the hell are the God Knights and the 5 Elders? Bring it on. The tone of the 3 regained that fearless feeling. Ha 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 ha, very good. Since you have the spirit, then come on. Lorne laughed heartily and nodded in satisfaction. If these 3 join, the strength of the Rocks pirates will undoubtedly increase significantly. Don't be fooled by their current bounties of around 300 million berries. Their potential is definitely not weak, and with some training, they will surely become genuine emperor-level powerhouses in the future. Their addition will also strengthen the weak, mid-level cadres of the Rocks pirates. Haha. It seems this war has yielded significant rewards. Rocks, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but laugh excitedly at this scene. Although these four are still relatively weak now, since my little brother has decided to recruit them, it means he sees great potential in them. Since it's my brother's decision, there's no possibility of it being wrong. Rocks trusts Lorne this much. Gulalala. Let's quickly count the heavenly gold, and then return to Weno country. I can't wait to hold a banquet. Newgate also laughed heartily, looking eager. You see, after defeating the Navy, the Rocks pirates hadn't properly held a banquet. Now that they have secured the heavenly gold and gained so many powerful new members, they must celebrate in style. That's right, I'm also looking forward to whether there will be any good items in this heavenly gold. Lorne nodded, and everyone opened the warehouse of heavenly gold. The moment the warehouse was opened, a dazzling light burst forth, almost blinding everyone. Soon, Newgate's eyes widened because he immediately spotted a long naginata over 10 meters long, shining brilliantly and emitting an extremely dazzling light. Newgate's eyes were fixed on that naginata, standing prominently among the treasures. The placement of this naginata in such a conspicuous position undoubtedly indicates that it is a grand gift from the wealthy kingdom of the Iron Kingdom, Valdry, to the celestial dragons. Besides Newgate, others also noticed the naginata. Wow, what a great sword! It indeed exudes a very strange aura. At first glance, it is clearly different from other swords. Meanwhile, many people also took note of this naginata. No way. Could it be one of the legendary 12 Supreme Grade Swords? At that moment, Wang Zhi's eyes widened, filled with excitement. Standing at around 6 meters tall and being a swordsman himself, he understood swords well. Wang Zhi immediately recognized that the naginata was indeed one of the 12 Supreme Grade Swords in the world. That's right. It is indeed one of the Supreme Grade Swords. The Tsongyun cut. It suits you well, Newgate. Lorne also recognized the Tsongyun cut, which is the large sword of Whitebeard from the original story. This sword seems to have followed Whitebeard since before the battle in the Valley of Gods, all the way to the Marineford War, accompanying him for at least 30 to 40 years. I never expected to encounter it here. Fate really is quite a coincidence. Gururara, then I shall humbly obey. Newgate also did not hesitate at all. If it were someone else, he might pretend to decline a bit, but there was no need for such politeness with his brother-in-law. With a thud, Newgate tossed aside the 50-man sword he had in hand and immediately grasped the Tsongyun Xia. The moment he held it, Newgate felt that this sword was perfect for him. Whether it was the height of the blade or its sharpness, it was just right, as if they were made for each other. Gururara, watch the sword. In a moment of excitement, Newgate's imposing aura surged, and he prepared to test the sword. Newgate, don't rush to test the sword. This place can't withstand your recklessness. Lorne quickly stopped Newgate as he saw him about to swing the large blade. There are quite a few treasures in the sky, so we can't act recklessly. Hee, I got it. Let's wait and try again later. After being reminded by Lorne, Newgate stopped his actions, his large hand continuously caressing the blade, showing an incredibly loving expression. With this supreme great sword, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new level. By the way, brother-in-law, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Newgate then recalled the loot obtained from the battle with CP0 and the Knights of God. One of the supreme great swords, the Divine Executor. Only the Divine can wield it. Oh, you got it, Newgate. Lorne's eyes lit up when he saw the Divine Executor. The situation during the battle was too chaotic, and Lorne didn't pay attention to where the Divine Executor of the Knights of God had fallen. He didn't expect Newgate to have obtained it. That's great. The heavenly feather blade in his hand is only a great sword of the 21 works. And in terms of sharpness, it doesn't lose much to the supreme great sword. But since there is a choice, of course, the heavenly feather blade should take a back seat. Saying this, Lorne picked up the Divine Executor, as expected of the supreme great sword. Holding it made Lorne feel as if his swordsmanship was unbeatable in the world. In fact, Lorne's current swordsmanship is only at the top level, not yet breaking through to the royal level, and he is still far from being the best in the world. This is the confidence that a good sword brings. After obtaining the supreme great sword god's control, Lorne's strength has undoubtedly increased further. Looking at the system panel, host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, top tier, current progress, 80. 34 strength, top tier, current progress, 71. 53 stamina, top tier, current progress, 77. 97 swordsmanship, top tier, current progress, 77. For armament haki, top tier, awakened flowing cherry, progress, 87. 31 observation haki, top tier, progress, 23. 54 conquerors haki, Top tier, progress, 11. 98, devil fruit, thunder fruit, other abilities. Never tired, golden eye, free training. No side effects from devil fruit, special haki. Observation, haki, foresight of the future. Lorne's current strength has undoubtedly reached the imperial level. Unfortunately, the dimensional points have not successfully broken through from top tier to imperial level. The three types of haki are also still at top tier level. If these abilities break through to the imperial level, combined with the enhancement of the thunder fruit, Lorne is confident he can defeat an imperial level powerhouse. However, all of this may have to wait until he has taken in several concubines to achieve. Subsequently, everyone continued to count the spoils of heavenly gold. Countless gold jewelry, rare treasures, as well as some rare birds and beasts, and slaves from various races, along with a few worthless devil fruits, totaled several 100 billion berries. Truly deserving of the title of the world's richest iron kingdom, paying several 100 billion in heavenly gold all at once. Indeed, extravagant. So much heavenly gold has been hijacked. Even the world government and the celestial dragons must be feeling the pain. After all, the Navy is in urgent need of funds, and the world government is counting on this batch of heavenly gold. But it was intercepted by the Rocks pirates. Those old bastards in the world government must be gnashing their teeth in anger. All right, everyone, let's return to Weno. After counting all the spoils, the members of the Rocks pirates, along with the newly joined supernovas Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, began their journey back to Weno. Meanwhile, the king of Amazon Lily returned to Amazon Lily first to persuade his people to relocate to Weno together. The next day, shocking news spread across the world. Heavenly gold has been plundered by pirates in multiple locations worldwide. After losing such a significant source of funds from a navy, all 170 member countries of the world government will have to pay for the heavenly gold. With so many member countries spread across the globe, these member countries are spread across the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and other regions. It is impossible to defend them all solely with CP0 and the God Knights. It can be said that this time the world government suffered heavy losses. Of course, still making headlines is the Rocks pirates. They robbed the heavenly gold paid by the wealthiest nation in the world, known as the Iron Kingdom, Woldre. Not only that, but they also killed a member of the God Knights, Figureland Trez. What makes the world government feel even more threatened is that overnight, for supernovas with bounties around 300 million berries, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the king of Amazon Lily have announced their joining of the Rocks pirates. This action once again made the Rocks pirates famous. This action has once again made the Rocks pirates famous. The title of the Sea Overlord is completely solidified. The bounties for all members have increased again. Rocks.D, Zebeck, captain of the Rocks pirates, has a bounty of 563 billion berries. The second in command, Lorne D. Zebeck, has a bounty of 737 billion berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, has a bounty of 687 billion berries. Not only the three of them, but even the four supernova captains who chose to join the Rocks pirates have had their bounties increased. Supernova King has a bounty of 427 million berries. Supernova John has a bounty of 416 million berries. Supernova Silver Axe has a bounty of 469 million berries. Captain of the Amazon Lily has a bounty of 431 million berries. The entire pirate crew has one major pirate with a bounty exceeding 3 billion, a second in command with a bounty of 7 billion, and a third in command with a bounty of 6 billion berries. Plus, there are four other pirates with bounties exceeding 400 million berries. Looking across the entire sea, who can rival the Rocks pirates? The entire newspaper panel vividly describes how powerful the Rocks pirates are, how they brutally killed the members of the God Knights, Figureland Tully, and how they made the four supernova captains submit. In short, the Rocks pirates are portrayed as a terrifying existence. However, besides the Rocks pirates, there have been multiple incidents of airborne gold hijacking around the world. It's just that the one causing the biggest uproar is the Rocks pirates, which occupies the largest headlines. Of course, news about other airborne gold hijacking incidents has also been reported, but they are placed in inconspicuous corners of the newspaper. Among them, several news items caught Lorne's attention. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Gade was captured. The airborne gold of Telvet was hijacked, and the bounty for the Roger pirates skyrocketed. Supernova Red Earl Berlick Ledfield is making a name for himself. Supernova Green Pepper hijacked airborne gold, and his bounty surpassed 100 million berries. Successful defense. The Supernova with a bounty of 319 million berries, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, Shiki, was arrested. A series of headlines all related to pirates attacking the member countries of the world government. All of this can be attributed to the Navy's major defeat and the revelation that all their warships were destroyed by Lorne, which made other pirates feel there was an opportunity to take advantage of. Under normal circumstances, each of these incidents would be enough to make headlines. However, in front of the Rocks pirates, the misdeeds of other pirate crews seemed trivial. After all, they were merely robbing the sky of gold. The Rocks pirates had directly killed a member of the God Knights. Not only that, but they also absorbed 4 supernova captains in one go, greatly enhancing the strength of the Rocks pirates and compensating for the crew's biggest flaw. That Shiki guy really is a waste. Looking at the inconspicuous headline in the newspaper, one almost laughed out loud. So many supernovas were fine, yet only Shiki the Lion was captured and imprisoned and impelled down. It shows how foolish he is. However, given Shiki's impulsive nature in the original story, where he dared to charge into Marineford alone to face Peak Era Garp and Sengoku, it was reasonable for him to be captured. After all, he was attacking one of the wealthiest countries in the world, which surely had members of the God Knight stationed there. With Shiki's current strength, encountering the God Knights would only result in him being killed instantly, so his capture was to be expected. Lorne, do you seem to care about this supernova? Rocks, who was standing on the deck, observed his younger brother staring at the newspaper for a long time, his gaze lingering on the report about the capture of Supernova Shiki, and asked, "Well, how should I put it? I've heard of this guy. He is one of the supernovas of this era, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. He has potential. If there's a chance, I might consider rescuing him." Lorne nodded and replied, "What does 300 million berries matter? The fact that he was captured proves he is just an incompetent fool." Rocks scoffed, as Lorne had profoundly changed Rocks' mindset. Rocks had already abandoned his previous idea of wanting to recruit all the strong individuals in the world into the pirate crew. Moreover, as the only captured supernova, Rocks looked down on Shiki a bit. "Ha ha ha, this guy really is a bit of an idiot." Lorne laughed heartily and then continued, "Brother, you don't know. His ability is very special. He has the float fruit, a paramecia type. It can make all non-living objects he touches float, which is a very practical ability. Just think about it. If one of our members had this ability during a war, hiding a few islands in the sky and then suddenly dropping them down would have a great effect." Lorne was indeed very interested in Shiki, mainly because the float fruit was incredibly useful. Especially during a battle, the enhancement from the float fruit would not be small. Dropping a few islands would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Of course, the main reason Lorne was interested was that he was a time traveler, familiar with the developments of the future. He knew Shiki's immense potential. After all, Shiki was known as one of the 3 legendary pirates alongside Peak Whitebeard and Peak Roger. During his peak, Shiki was even the man who forced Pirate King Roger into a corner. If it weren't for that fateful storm, perhaps the history of pirates would have been rewritten. All of this is worth a gamble for the Rocks pirates. "Oh, little brother, is this guy really as interesting as you say?" Upon hearing this, Rocks indeed became interested. If what his little brother said is true, and that supernova Shiki possesses such powerful strength, then it is indeed worth it. After all, the world government has been a colossal entity for 800 years. The 5 elders, the Knights of God, the Marine headquarters, there are at least 20 royal-level powerhouses among them. This is not even counting the strength of that old monster. If we can truly subdue him willingly, it's certainly worth a try. Anyway, with the strength of the Rocks pirates, breaking into the underwater prison is too easy. Moreover, the Navy's strength has not fully recovered yet, so if we don't attack now, when will we? Of course, this guy's potential is not weaker than Whitebeard's. Ro nodded. "Haha, in that case. Everyone, follow orders, turn the ship around, and launch an attack on the underwater prison." Rocks, being a man of action, got excited upon hearing Roan's words and immediately gave the order. "All hands, follow orders, turn the ship around, and attack the underwater prison." Rocks issued the command without hesitation. Sure enough, upon hearing this news, everyone on the ship, except for Roan, was dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out while their tongues hung out in disbelief. Wasn't it said that we were going back to Weno country? How did we suddenly make a complete 180-degree turn and decide to attack the underwater prison? Even Whitebeard looked completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why are we suddenly attacking the underwater prison? Is something happening? Aren't we going back to Weno country? Truly, the Rocks pirates are a bunch of lunatics. Apart from the king of the daughter country, who has already returned to Amazon Lily, the newly joined captains Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John also looked stunned. I never expected the Rocks pirates to have such a crazy style of operation. They just hijacked the Sky Gold, and now they're going to raid the underwater prison. This fast pace is simply unstoppable. It seems that my previous pirate crew was really just playing a game of Pirate House, which pales in comparison to the craziness of the Rocks pirates. But why am I a bit looking forward to this extremely reckless style of action? Could it be that, deep down, I'm a masochistic pervert? Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe all suddenly had deep doubts about themselves. Brother-in-law, big brother-in-law, what is going on? Why are we suddenly attacking the deep-sea prison? Newgate also came over with a puzzled expression to inquire. Don't you find it interesting, Newgate? Anyway, the Navy can't act right now, so why not take this opportunity to make the world government bleed a little? Isn't that great? An evil smile crept across Lorne's lips. Goo-la-la-la. I get it, then let's do it. Upon hearing this, Newgate also burst into laughter. We must take advantage of the Navy's inability to act and cause more trouble. Just in time, I just got the Supreme Blade, the Cloud Cutter, and Haven T had a chance to try it out yet. Let us practice with the people in the deep-sea prison first. Splash, splash. The giant ship began to turn 180 degrees, changing direction and heading towards the deep-sea prison. Meanwhile, inside the deep-sea prison, at the very top of the deep-sea prison, in the director's office, dozens of surveillance images were hanging on the walls, covering every corner of the 16 floors of the deep-sea prison. The prison director could detect any slightest movement in any corner at the first moment. In this era, the man who serves as the director of the deep-sea prison stands about 4 meters tall, clad in the uniform of the deep-sea prison director, exuding an incredible aura. He is a standard emperor-level powerhouse. After all, the deep-sea prison is known as the Fortress of Hell, housing many of the top pirates from the sea. Without an emperor-level powerhouse stationed here, how could it possibly be called a Fortress of Hell? It is worth noting that in all the years of the deep-sea prison's history, there has never been a single incident of a prison break. This is enough to prove that it truly deserves the title of being impregnable. At this moment, the director of the deep-sea prison is a man named Jed. His large hand is holding a small transponder snail, and he appears very respectful. It is clear that Jed is having a conversation with someone of high authority. Is the death penalty going to be immediately executed for the newly imprisoned Shiki? Isn't this trial somewhat irregular? Upon hearing the orders from the transponder snail, Jed's body trembles slightly, and there is an obvious tone of confusion in his voice. Generally, prisoners escorted to the deep-sea prison must undergo strict trial procedures before the death penalty is executed. The entire trial process takes at least 3 months. It is the first time that a prisoner like Shiki, who was just brought in the day before, is to be executed immediately today. Now is not the time to worry about those so-called procedures, Jed. The world government has suffered heavy losses. The Rocks pirates have stolen the sky gold from the Iron Country, worth hundreds of billions of berries. Also, the Roger pirates and other pirate crews have stolen the sky gold. Of the 170 member countries of the world government, this time, they received sky gold from less than 100 countries, which is a tremendous loss. The voice on the other end of the transponder snail is clearly suppressing anger. It should be noted that Shiki's ability is the float fruit, which provides great mobility. This is very important for the Navy, which currently lacks operational capability. We must seize his ability as soon as possible to further maintain the balance of the world and prevent the losses from continuing to expand. Understand? I order you, in the authority of the Supreme Commander of the entire army, to fully cooperate with the incoming CP and immediately kill Shiki to seize his ability. The voice on the other end of the transponder snail has obviously become more authoritative, speaking in a commanding tone. Shiki's ability is currently highly coveted even by the world government. Not to mention, just the mobility of his float fruit is extremely valuable to the current Navy. Additionally, the float fruit can effectively cooperate with CP to monitor the movements of the Rocks pirates in the sky. It should be known that the world government has completely lost control over the actions of the Rocks pirates. Any surveillance warship will be sunk by the Rocks pirates at the first opportunity. Such a huge, unstable factor is not under surveillance, which makes the world government extremely anxious. Who knows when this group of villains will suddenly appear somewhere in the world and launch a terror attack. Therefore, taking the float fruit must be done as soon as possible. I understand. Upon hearing this, Director Jade nodded, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The Rocks pirates have been gaining too much momentum lately. They killed Admiral Red Dragon, defeated the Navy, and seized the sky gold. Now the entire sea views the Rocks pirates as the new maritime overlords. If the world government and the Navy cannot come up with a way to respond, the entire world is likely to fall into great chaos. The people of the world will live in fear every day. With this thought, Director Jade hung up the phone, stood up, and left the room. Soon, Director Jade led the deputy director and the chief warden to the LV-6, where Shiki was imprisoned. Hey, someone else is coming? What's going on? Director Jade, the deputy director, and the chief warden are all here? Is another person going to be executed? The three highest authorities of the deep-sea prison appeared simultaneously. Even the criminals in LV-6 felt their hearts race. After all, the appearance of these three meant that another prisoner would be sentenced to death. Deep-sea prison, LV-6. The prisoners held here usually commit heinous crimes, leading to life imprisonment or the death penalty. At this moment, Director Jade led the deputy director, the chief warden, and several guards to LV-6. Seeing the three figures appear together, the inmates of LV-6 felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Those who had been here for a long time understood that the appearance of these three meant that another prisoner would be sentenced to death. Ha! Are these really LV-6 prisoners? They all look so cowardly. What a bunch of idiots. Looking at those once famous pirates, now silent as mice. Suddenly, a loud laugh filled the LV-6 prison, full of mockery. The crowd turned to see that the laughter came from a newcomer, Shiki the Golden Lion, who had been imprisoned just 2 days ago. Shiki had only been at sea for less than half a year and had already made quite a stir, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, making him one of the most notable supernovas among the same batch of pirates. Of course, like all supernovas, Shiki's personality was also extremely arrogant, believing he was the greatest, and having awakened the conqueror's haki, he naturally looked down on everyone. Truly an ignorant little brat. Where did this stinky kid come from to be so arrogant? This LV-6 has really fallen to imprison such a wet behind-the-ears brat. It's a good thing you're in prison. If you were outside, I'd teach you how to be a person. Upon seeing who was laughing, the other LV-6 prisoners angrily cursed. What are you saying? A bunch of old bastards. Just wait until I get out one day. I'll kill you all. As a rookie supernova, Shiki displayed rare ambition. Facing the long-established pirate seniors of LV-6, Shiki showed no signs of backing down. Shut up. Just then, Director Jade roared angrily, his aura exploding, instantly silencing the prisoners present. The LV-6 inmates understood Director Jade's strength. He was a genuine Emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, the director had the privilege to execute prisoners at will. Thus, some of the older inmates in LV-6 knew that they could provoke anyone, but not the master of this hellish fortress, where they might truly lose their lives. Ha! A bunch of cowards. Ha! You're killing me. Seeing this, Shiki's laughter became even more reckless, even showing signs of being uncontrollable. At this moment, Jade led the deputy director and the chief warden to stop in front of the cell where Shiki was held. You are the Golden Lion, right? Shiki the Golden Lion. You have been sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Without any further ado, Jade directly announced the punishment and then ordered the guards to open the cell door. Upon hearing this, Shiki's previously laughing expression instantly froze, as if he had turned to stone. Ha! You fool. It turns out the one sentenced to death is you idiot. Ha! Still laughing? Can you still laugh now, fool? Ha! This ignorant little brat is finally getting his comeuppance. Ha! You deserve it. Meanwhile, the other LV-6 inmates burst into laughter, filling the prison with a lively atmosphere. This guy is going to be executed just a few days after being locked up. It's really amusing. Who told him to be so mouthy earlier? It's really instant karma. You guys must be mistaken. I've only been locked up for 2 days. The Golden Lion said, somewhat bewildered. He had just been imprisoned for 2 or 3 days and was still contemplating how to escape quickly. So how could he be sentenced to death so soon? And it's to be executed immediately. Are you sure you have the right person? Upon hearing this, Director Jed picked up the bounty notice in his hand and took another look at the Golden Lion. At this moment, although the Golden Lion was only in his 20s, he already had an incredibly thick mane of golden hair that nearly reached the ground. These long hair resembles the mane of a lion, making the Golden Lion Shiki look spirited and imposing, earning him the nickname Golden Lion Shiki. That's right, it's you, the infamous supernova with a bounty of 190,000 berries, the captain of the flying pirate crew, Golden Lion Shiki. Jed confirmed that this was indeed the man whom the Supreme Commander had specifically ordered to be killed immediately. He nodded and commanded the guards nearby to set up the torture instruments and execute him at once. Crack. In no time, dozens of guards quickly set up a makeshift execution ground and proceeded with the execution. After all, the world government desperately needed the abilities of the Golden Lion's float fruit. So everything was expedited, the faster the better. Moreover, according to CP's instructions, some ordinary fruits were placed next to the execution ground. It is rumored that when a devil fruit user dies, the demons lurking within them will attach themselves to the fruits closest to the user's death. With this ability, one can successfully collect the devil fruit, though there is also a chance of failure. The prison door opened, and the guard began to enter, preparing to drag out the Golden Lion for execution. Hey, are you guys serious? Golden Lion Shiki looked at the execution ground that had already been set up and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he was a supernova, it was impossible not to fear death. After all, he was only 20 years old and had just awakened his conqueror's haki. The vast ocean is still waiting for me to conquer it. How can I die here? Get away from me. Not only is he burdened with heavy shackles, but these shackles also contain the power of sea prism stone, completely locking away the abilities of the Golden Lion. Yet, faced with despair, the Golden Lion resolutely fights back. Not resisting means death, so of course, he has to resist. Hud, 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 hud. With each kick, the Golden Lion sent the surrounding guards flying and seized 2 long swords from their hands, swinging them with vigor. Cut the waves. The Golden Lion is not someone who overly relies on his abilities. He possesses powerful physical skills and is a dual-wielding swordsman. The 2 long swords unleash astonishing sword energy, which is highly lethal in the cramped space of LV6. Wouldn't it be better to obediently accept death? Seeing this, Warden Jed stepped in. Facing the fierce sword energy swung by the Golden Lion, Jed, standing at 4 meters tall and built like a muscle-bound giant, simply raised his hand and used his physical strength to block the Golden Lion's 2 slashes. After all, the Golden Lion is merely a supernova now. Far from his peak strength, his current power might be slightly stronger than that of his contemporaries, such as Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, but not by much. Against a royal-level powerhouse like Jed, the Golden Lion was destined to be defeated. As expected, after blocking the sword energy unleashed by the Golden Lion, Jed instantly appeared in front of him, pressing him down hard onto the ground. The Golden Lion wanted to resist, but was firmly suppressed by Jed and couldn't move at all. Since you are unwilling to die peacefully, I will have to take matters into my own hands. Seeing the Golden Lion's fierce resistance, Jed's tone suddenly surged with a killing intent. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the deep-sea Great Prison, a massive sailing ship has docked at the port, flying the flag of the Rocks Pirates. At this moment, the large ship bearing the flag of the Rocks Pirates has anchored at the port of the deep-sea Great Prison. Is this the so-called deep-sea Great Prison? It truly is a fortress-like structure. Upon seeing the deep-sea Great Prison, supernovas Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John all expressed their astonishment. The deep-sea Great Prison is a gigantic tower-like structure that directly sinks into the sea, and its visual impact gives a sense of being indestructible. It's no wonder that Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John were amazed upon seeing this building. This is a place referred to by pirates as the Hell Fortress, where many heinous criminals are held. Gulalalala, brother-in-law, big brother, let's hurry up and go. The young Edward Newgate picked up his newly acquired Supreme Blade, Song Yun Chia, and was the first to jump off the sailboat, eager to rush in and test his sword. After all, even Newgate was using a Supreme Blade for the first time. Whoosh! Without using the power of the Tremor fruit, Newgate simply swung Song Yun Chia with brute force. A plain and unadorned sword aura burst forth. Newgate was not a swordsman. His way of using the sword was very simple, without skill, relying entirely on raw strength. He unleashed an immense force, and although the resulting sword aura looked plain, its power was astonishing, not at all inferior to some of the greatest sword masters of the time. After all, sheer strength can outweigh technique. Splash, splash. As expected, the seemingly ordinary sword aura instantly opened up a huge gap in the steel door of the deep-sea prison. Gulalalala, what a great sword. Looking at his masterpiece, Newgate laughed heartily, very satisfied. With this sword, his strength would reach a new level. Really, I should also try out my sword. Seeing Whitebeard's eager back, Lauren got excited too, jumping off the ship, mentioning that he also got a Supreme Blade. This time, the subordinates below the cadre level should not participate. Saying this, Rocks also jumped off the ship. Speaking of which, the Rocks Pirates had no cadre members. Besides the previous Neptune and the barrier fruit user, Dar, only the 4 newly joined supernovas barely qualified as cadres. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John hurriedly followed in the footsteps of Rocks, Lauren, and Newgate. There is an enemy attack. The huge commotion startled the guards in the control room, who immediately activated the monitors to check the source of the noise. When they saw what was happening, a chill instantly ran from their heels to the top of their heads. ISNT that the notorious pirate Edward Newgate, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. ISNT he a member of the Rocks Pirates? What is he doing in this deep-sea prison? The first thing that caught their eyes was Edward Newgate, who was walking at the front. Soon after, an even more heavyweight figure appeared in the guard's view. That Lauren Zebeck, the pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion. No way. Is Rocks.Tragically himself here too? My God, all three of the Rocks Pirate Strongest members have come. We need to notify the director immediately. Seeing the three, the guards in the control room were almost scared to faint. The Sea Overlord Rocks Pirates actually came to the deep sea prison. What do they want? Are they here to break someone out? Regardless, they must notify the director of this news immediately. Meanwhile, Rocks, Lauren, Newgate, along with Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John swaggered in as if they were entering their own backyard, storming into the fortress of hell. This was the first time Supernova's Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John were on a mission with Rocks and Lauren, and they were very diligent. In just a few minutes, the three rushed into the control room, took down the guards there, and conveniently found the map and the prisoner manual of the deep sea prison. It seems that Shiki is being held in LV6. First, they found out the level where Shiki was imprisoned. To get down to LV6, they could either take the stairs or quickly use the elevator. But that required the director's authorization, so they could only take the stairs. Soon, the three found the way to LV6. These three kids are quite clever. Seeing how capable they were, Rocks also showed a satisfied smile. His brother's judgment was indeed correct. These three were resourceful and methodical when it came to handling matters. Meanwhile, Lauren activated his observation haki, combined with the thunder fruit, enveloping the entire movements within the deep sea prison in his perception. No need. Taking the stairs would definitely take too long. That guy, the Golden Lion, has been sentenced to death and is currently being executed. A smile crept across Lauren's lips. In Lauren's observation haki perception, several powerful auras were present in LV6. The Thunder Fruit can use radio wave principles to overhear people's conversations. From the discussions of those in LV6, it seemed like they were discussing the execution of the Golden Lion. Although he couldn't understand why the Golden Lion was sentenced to death just 2 days after being imprisoned, it was better to arrive late than never. If he saved the Golden Lion, he would surely be grateful to him. What should we do? Hearing Lauren's words, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe furrowed their brows. There are only 2 ways to get to LV6. Either take the elevator or take the stairs. There's no time to take the stairs. And the elevator is out of order. Is it going to be a wasted trip? Isn't that simple? Just break a big hole and drop down. Isn't that faster than taking the elevator? Lauren said with a faint smile, drawing out the supreme great knife divine will. What? Upon hearing Lauren's words, the 3 supernova captains were shocked. The Rocks Pirates are so crazy. Ha ha. Just as expected of you, brother-in-law. Ha, Lauren, you really thought of that. Rocks and Newgate burst into laughter. Immediately, the 3 pirates, each with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, began to take action. One wielded the cloud cutter, another held the divine will, and the third raised his fists covered in Conqueror's haki. Whoosh whoosh. The Conqueror's haki of the 3 was fully unleashed, and powerful shockwaves continuously radiated outward. Boom, boom, boom. Combination technique, annihilation of nations. The 3 of them struck simultaneously with perfect coordination. The violent power, like a demon from hell, produced a deafening tearing sound. The 3 supernova captains couldn't help but squint their eyes and cover their ears. The Conqueror's haki, the tremor fruit, top-tier swordsmanship, the rumble fruit, and various other powers erupted in a mix, creating a terrifying move capable of destroying a nation, shooting through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the floor of the deep sea prison, which was like molten iron being poured, was instantly blasted open by the trio's combination technique. As if it were made of tofu. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers for layers, 5 layers. The tremendous noise was felt clearly by all the prisoners and guards in the deep sea prison. Even the giant sea kings swimming around the deep sea prison felt this incredible commotion and became restless. What on earth is happening? At this moment, all the prisoners in LV6, as well as Director Jed, Deputy Director, Chief Guard, and others, all looked up in unison towards the source of the commotion. Their eyes were filled with confusion. What is going on with such a huge commotion? What happened in the deep sea prison? Hey, what exactly is happening? Is it a massive earthquake at the seabed? Why does it feel like the deep sea prison is shaking? It seems like some kind of disaster has occurred. The loud noise is getting closer. Could it be that the prison is going to collapse? Hey, Jet, what is going on? Hey, ability user. If the prison collapses into the sea, I'm definitely doomed. For a moment, after hearing the huge noise from above, all the LV6 prisoners became panicked. No one knew what caused this massive commotion. Director Jed also raised his head, feeling very confused. He had been a director for many years and had never witnessed such a huge noise. What on earth is going on? The Golden Lion, who had nearly been killed by Jed, also looked up at the ceiling, having survived the ordeal. At this moment, the ceiling was rumbling and debris was continuously falling. The enormous sound felt like something was striking heavily, giving the impression that it might collapse at any second. Hey, what happened? The warden Chris, who was on par with Jed and known as one of the two gatekeepers of the deep-sea prison, quickly took out his phone bug to inquire with the guards. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. After all, those guards were taken out by Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe right away. Director, no one is answering. Warden Chris couldn't help but furrow his brows. Even if there was indeed a massive earthquake in the deep sea, there should at least be some on-duty guards, right? The fact that no guards responded likely indicated that this commotion was not caused by a natural disaster, but was man-made. Could it be that someone invaded the deep-sea prison? The deputy director immediately understood the underlying meaning and frowned tightly. Usually, when such a huge commotion occurs, there is no need to actively contact the on-duty guards. The guards would call in by themselves. The absence of any guards actively notifying them likely meant that all the guards had been eliminated. Invading the deep-sea prison? What a joke. Which idiot would attack here? The Navy headquarters is so close. Do they want to die? After hearing the deputy director's words, the LV-6 prisoners also looked disdainful. Even though they were all prominent pirates, they did not believe that anyone would invade this impregnable fortress right next to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, these LV-6 prisoners had been here for so long that they were completely unaware of the changes happening in the outside world. After all, not every prisoner is like Doflamingo, who loves to read newspapers. Boom! Just when everyone was completely in disbelief, an unprecedented loud noise came, followed by large chunks of debris suddenly crashing down from the ceiling. Crack, crack, crack! The LV-6 ceiling, made of very hard special materials, collapsed directly. Crash, crash! As the debris flew, a tremendous force came crashing down, and along with the ceiling fell 6 figures. It was Rocks, Lorne, Newgate, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Hey, did someone really invade? Are these people the invaders? They actually shattered the floors from LV-1 to LV-6. Who on earth are these invaders? At this moment, the LV-6 prisoners, having seen the 6 invaders clearly, were wide-eyed in shock. Did someone really invade this deep-sea prison? These guys are really brave. After all, it's so close to the Navy headquarters. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive. However, to invade this LV-6, they must have some courage. Although I don't know these intruders, the feats of Rocks, Lorne, and others invading the deep-sea prison have earned the respect of the LV-6 prisoners. It's actually you guys. At the same time, upon seeing the 6 figures, the man known as the Guardian of Hell's Fortress, the director of the deep-sea prison, Jed, was covered in cold sweat, his face darkened, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Alongside Jed, the chief warden, Cree, known as one of the twin heroes of the deep-sea prison, was also frozen in place. His eyes filled with disbelief. This is bad. A terrifying group has invaded. My God, we're done for. The deputy director, who is slightly weaker than the two, screamed in shock, his expression exaggerated as he shouted. In the next moment, seeing the usually serious director Jed and the fearful expression on Chief Warden Cree's face, as well as the deputy director's exaggerated reaction, the LV-6 prisoners were even more astonished. It seems that Jed and Cree are extremely wary of the intruders before them. What's going on here? Hey, who are these guys? Why are Jade and Cree making those expressions? Does anyone know? Please tell me. I'm really curious. The LV-6 prisoners became excited, as things were turning out to be not as simple as they imagined. After all, it was the first time they saw Jade and Cree show such expressions. Clearly, this time the intruders are quite terrifying. It's actually you guys from the Rocks Pirates. Just then, in a corner of the prison, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned to look and found that the speaker was Gade, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million who had been imprisoned here in LV-6 along with Shiki a few days ago. Gade's strength and bounty are among the top in LV-6. After all, in this era, not many pirates have bounties that exceed 500 million berries. The Rocks Pirates? I've never heard of them. What kind of pirate crew is this? Are they a bunch of newcomers? Who are they to make Jade and Cree show such expressions? Gade, quickly tell us. Seeing that Gade seemed to recognize the intruders, the LV-6 prisoners became even more excited and anxious. After all, Jade and Cree are 2 individuals who have been resented by the LV-6 prisoners. Seeing them frightened by the current intruders made the LV-6 inmates even more eager to know. That's right, the man with the red hair and octopus-like hairstyle is named Rocks-D, Zebeck, with a bounty exceeding 3.5 billion berries. Already one of the true kings of these seas. Gade's tone was very complex. He couldn't believe that just a year ago, he had fought against Rocks. At that time, both sides were going back and forth, and in less than a year, Rocks had become the maritime overlord. Yet, here he was, imprisoned in this deep-sea prison. The gap between people was indeed greater than that of dogs. What? A bounty exceeding 3.5 billion berries? Gade, are you kidding me? Is something wrong? Did my ears malfunction? Gade's words immediately caused a stir in LV6. A bounty exceeding 3.5 billion berries? How is that possible? After hearing Gade's words, the LV6 prisoners were in an uproar. Some pirates who had been imprisoned for over a decade were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. After all, in their time of imprisonment, not to mention a bounty of 3.5 billion, even pirates with bounties exceeding 3 billion had yet to appear. It's only been a little over 10 years, and the inflation in the pirate world has become so severe. Not only that, but the man beside him, Rock's brother, is also the second in command of the Rocks pirates, Lorne Zebeck, a man with a bounty exceeding 2 billion. And the tall man next to him with golden hair is Edward Newgate, the third in command of the Rocks pirates, also a great pirate with a bounty over 1 billion berries. Gade looked at the three in front of him, his eyes filled with complexity. The growth of the Rocks pirates is truly terrifying. Back then, he could still share the same level with them. But now the bounty of Edward Newgate, the third in command of the Rocks pirates, has already surpassed 1 billion berries. This is simply infuriating. Hey, the bounty for the second in command exceeds 2 billion berries, and the bounty for the third in command exceeds 1 billion berries? Gil, do you really think we're all idiots? Which man with a bounty over 1 billion would willingly be the second or third in command? You bastard, you're treating us like fools. The LV6 prisoners were enraged upon hearing Gade's words, each with a face full of anger. A bounty exceeding 3.5 billion had already shocked them, leaving them skeptical. And now the bounty for the second in command exceeds 2 billion berries? The bounty for the third in command is also 1 billion berries? Is he treating himself like an idiot? Believe it or not. Do you know what the Rocks pirates are called now on the sea? Gade ignored the mockery of the many prisoners at LV6 and said disdainfully, "These country bumpkins have been locked up for too long. Their brains have rusted, completely unaware of what the current situation of the sea is." "What do you call it?" Some prisoners asked curiously. "They defeated the Navy and are known as the Masters of the Sea." Gade said slowly, "Defeated the Navy and called the Masters of the Sea?" Upon hearing this news, the LV6 prisoners couldn't sit still. Each one widened their eyes, tongues hanging out in disbelief. After all, most of them were captured by the Navy. The Navy boasts 3 powerful admirals in its headquarters, plus the fleet admiral, along with a bunch of capable vice admirals and admiral candidates. No pirate crew could possibly contend with the Navy headquarters. But now the Navy has actually been defeated. This is simply going to subvert the worldview of these old antiques who have been in the deep-sea prison for over a decade. That's right. They had a fierce battle with the Rocks pirates. The Navy dispatched 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, plus the fleet admiral, over a dozen vice admirals from the headquarters, and tens of thousands of Navy troops to engage in a fierce fight with the Rocks pirates. In that battle, the second in command, Lorne Zebeck, single-handedly destroyed all the supplies of the Navy headquarters. So now the Navy probably can't come to support the deep-sea prison. Gade's tone was quite serious. He recalled how he was shocked when he read in the newspaper that the Rocks pirates had defeated the Navy. His eyes nearly popped out. "Speaking of which, I was captured and thrown into this deep-sea prison thanks to the Rocks pirates. If Lorne hadn't destroyed the Navy's warships, I wouldn't have thought about robbing the Sky Gold, and I wouldn't be in this deep-sea prison." Gade felt a bit regretful. He had overestimated his own strength, wanting to rob the Sky Gold, but ended up encountering the powerful members of the Knights of God, and got captured, thrown into this deep-sea prison. Hey, Gade, stop talking nonsense. I don't believe it at all. Me neither. The second in command's bounty is over 2 billion, and the third in command's bounty is over 1 billion. How could I possibly believe that? Defeating the Navy and becoming the overlord of the seas? Is the Rocks pirates your dad? Why are you bragging for them? No matter how detailed Gade's explanation was, the LV6 prisoners scoffed. They didn't believe that one person could have a bounty of over 2 billion or 1 billion berries and still be willing to be subordinate to others. Believe it or not, a bunch of idiots. Gade was too lazy to explain further. Anyway, it seemed that the Rocks pirates had other purposes for coming to this deep-sea prison and would definitely have a showdown with Director Jed and Warden Cree. By then, these idiots would know what kind of existence the Rocks pirates really were. Hey, you bastards, are you just going to ignore us? We are also officers of the Rocks pirates now. Don't treat us like air. At that moment, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John heard the conversation of the LV-6 prisoners and became dissatisfied. Get had been introducing Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, completely ignoring the presence of the three of them. Haha, are you three supernovas? I didn't expect you to join the Rocks pirates too. After hearing the three's complaints, Get finally noticed Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. These three are supernovas of the same generation, each with a bounty around 300 million. I didn't expect them to join the Rocks pirates. The Rocks brothers, Locke and Lorne, really have some skills to manage to recruit three proud pirate supernovas at the same time. That's right, you old fossils better remember this. We are also officers of the Rocks pirates. My name is Wang Zhi, with a bounty of 427 million berries. Remember this face. I will definitely surprise the world in the future. I'm also a man with a bounty of 416 million berries, named John. My bounty is 469 million berries. And I am called Silver Axe. The three actively introduced themselves. You idiots actually managed to break the 400 million bounty? It must be a result of joining the Rocks pirates. Gade sneered, but deep down, he felt a bit envious. After years of hard work as a pirate, his bounty was only 500 million berries. After these supernovas joined the Rocks pirates, their value has risen significantly, and they are about to surpass themselves. On one side, the LV-6 prisoners, including Jeter, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, were constantly bickering, while on the other side, the confrontation between Director Jed, Warden Cree, Deputy Director, and Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate began. At the same time, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate faced off against Director Jed, Warden Cree, and the Deputy Director. The momentum on both sides started to rise dramatically, making the already cramped LV-6 feel even more constricted and suffocating. Especially the conqueror's haki of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate was overwhelming, making it hard for anyone to breathe. It was only in this LV-6, which housed many notorious pirate crews, that things remained calm. In any other prison, the prisoners would surely be knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki. However, even in this situation, the LV-6 prisoners could still sense the terrifying aura of Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. This kind of momentum. These imprisoned LV-6 prisoners have only seen it in one type of person. That is the level of an admiral. And only the top pirates on the sea can unleash such momentum. Now it seems that what Gade said earlier is very likely true. 3 admiral-level powerhouses on the same ship. Is there really such a terrifying pirate crew existing in the sea outside? The LV-6 prisoners are in shock. The fact that 3 admiral-level pirates are on the same ship is unprecedented in their era. Has the outside world become this crazy? Why have you come to this deep-sea prison? The face of Director Jed, crushed by the momentum of the 3, looked very ugly, and he said in a low voice, "Since when do pirates need a reason to do what they want? You must know that the Navy headquarters, Mariewa, and the deep-sea prison are the core of the world government. If you're going to overthrow the world government, of course, you should pick the softest targets, right?" Ron replied with a smile. "You bastard. Don't insult justice." Facing Ron's insulting sarcasm, Jed and Cree were not excited, but the deputy director, whose strength was far inferior to the two, became agitated. He picked up a large knife and swung it at Ron. "Weaklings, worthy of being called justice?" Ron mocked, sensing the other party's presence, realizing that his strength was only at the level of an ordinary rear admiral, not even an elite rear admiral. Swish! Drawing out the recently obtained supreme great knife, Shunji, Ron unleashed his momentum and infused it with the power of lightning. This scene instantly shocked the LV-6 prisoners. The Thunder Fruit, ISNT that the ability of Admiral Rhydon? How did it end up in this person's hands? Hey, could it be that this guy killed Admiral Rhydon? After seeing the Thunder Fruit, a terrifying suspicion arose in the hearts of the LV-6 prisoners. It is well known that there are no 2 identical fruits in this world. Since the ability of the Thunder Fruit has appeared in Ron's possession, it means that Rhydon is already dead. Combined with what Gade just said, the Rocks pirates killed an admiral. The strongest admiral, Rhydon, was actually taken down. The prisoners were extremely shocked. Not only that, but look at the sword in his hand. That is one of the only 12 supreme grade swords in the world. The Divine Execution. I remember that this sword belonged to the powerful member of the Knights of God, Fegalan Terry. Has this guy taken it too? Does this mean Fegalan Terry has also been killed? Everyone couldn't help but gasp again. It's terrifying, simply terrifying, without even making a move. Just showing a glimpse of his ability, these LV-6 prisoners felt like their worldview was about to be overturned. After killing Rhydon, he also killed a member of the Knights of God. The Rocks pirates are truly too powerful. Now, these LV-6 prisoners firmly believe what Gade just said. They really might have defeated the Navy and been called the new rulers of the seas. After all, The Thunder Fruit and the Supreme Greatsword are things that cannot be obtained without killing an admiral and a member of the Knights of God. The appearance of these two items in the hands of the pirates foreshadows the insane actions of the Rocks pirates. While the prisoners in level 6 were deeply shocked by the abilities displayed by Lorne, he also made his move. Whoosh! With the power of the Thunder Fruit and the top-tier Busashoga haki, combined with Lorne's supreme sword energy, this strike definitely belonged to the level of a great swordsman. Moreover, with the enhancement of Thunder, the destructive power of the sword energy reached new heights. In terms of pure destructive power, Lorne's sword energy could rival any great swordsman. The iron block shattered. The Vice Admiral saw this, and had no choice but to use the iron block in an attempt to defend. But clearly, the sword energy easily pierced through his body, blood spraying out like mist. In the next moment, the Vice Admiral fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazing over, completely losing consciousness, his life hanging in the balance. Damn it. Immediately notify the Navy headquarters to send reinforcements. Jade also didn't expect that the Vice Admiral would be killed in one blow. By the time they arrive here, it will be too late. At this moment, Rocks also grinned menacingly, transforming into a human cannonball, charging towards Jade with tremendous force. Boom! As a top-tier powerhouse, Jade's physical skills and haki were not weak, and he boldly stepped forward to face the incoming Rocks. Yet he was still pushed back several dozen meters, coughing up blood. His strength had significantly increased. It seemed that a general-level powerhouse was somewhat lacking. Rocks felt that his power had risen again, finding it easier to face general-level powerhouses than before. It seemed he was far from reaching his limit. Go la 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 la. I can't fall behind either. Nyogute, who was preparing to test his blade, became excited and engaged in a fierce battle with the warden, Klee. Boom, 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 boom. The clashes between several general-level powerhouses made the already narrow level 6 unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. Nyogute aimed for a quick resolution. Lorne also approached Nyogute to deal with the warden together. Damn it, dealing with Nyogute, a billion-level pirate, was already quite strenuous. And now another 2 billion bounty pirate joined in. Klee felt a sense of despair. He had to hold on. The Navy headquarters has already dispatched a general for support. We only need to hold out for 10 minutes. Jade also realized the situation was dire, but in the current scenario, there was no other way besides offering pale verbal support. After all, facing Rocks, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 3 billion, was quite challenging. Fortunately, the deep-sea prison was very close to the Navy headquarters. Even without warships, relying on the physical strength and speed of the Navy generals, they could arrive quickly. 10 minutes? That's overestimating oneself. Lorne grinned, and together with Nyogute, they formed a pincer attack against the warden Klee, facing the assault of 2 great pirates. Even as a general-level powerhouse, Klee was overwhelmed, being pushed back repeatedly. After several exchanges, he was already covered in blood. His momentum significantly weakened. He had already done his best to hold on. However, his opponents were 2 admiral-level strong pirates, and willpower was of no use in the face of such an absolute power gap. In less than 2 minutes, Klee was completely defeated, lying on the ground, covered in blood. At the same time, Jed wasn't faring much better. Facing Rocks alone, he was under immense pressure. Although he didn't lose as quickly as Klee, he was already showing signs of defeat. Whoosh! Having defeated Klee, Lorne came to assist Rocks. Under the combined might of the 3 great pirates, Director Jed was soon defeated as well, lying on the ground covered in blood, his life hanging by a thread. The Golden Lion and Shiki were truly lucky to have survived. After dealing with the 2 powerful forces, Lorne approached the near-death Golden Lion. At this moment, the Golden Lion was gravely injured but still conscious. If he had come just a minute later, the Golden Lion would have perished here, and the history of the pirate world would have changed dramatically. At least there wouldn't be 3 great legends in the future. The Golden Lion found it difficult to speak now. So what will it be? Do you want to join us, or die here? Lorne asked, looking down at the Golden Lion on the ground. The Rocks pirates? Is this a fateful encounter? Living is certainly better than dying. The Golden Lion made his choice almost without hesitation. After all, he had just experienced the sensation of near death, which made him realize the preciousness of life. How could he die here before realizing his inner ambitions? Good. Wang Zhi, bandage him up. Lorne instructed Wang Zhi, who was standing nearby. Wang Zhi obediently complied, a scene that could not have happened according to the original story. Hey, I want to join you too. Let me out, Rocks Pirates. That's right. I want to join you. I'm the man with a bounty of 750 million berries. My strength is not bad. Count me in. Rocks Pirates. Let me out, and I'll join you. I have a bounty of 832 million berries. I'm also a notable figure. Let me out, I can. Me too. Rocks Pirates, let me out. Seeing the Rocks Pirates recruit the new member Golden Lion Shiki, the other LV-6 prisoners could no longer sit still. After all, the warden of the deep-sea prison had already been defeated, and this was the best time to escape from this endless hell. After all, those held in LV-6 were either sentenced to life imprisonment or death. Without any accidents, they would all die here. But now there was such a good opportunity. These LV-6 prisoners had to seize it. Shut up, you bunch of idiots. Rock scolded, feeling a bit of a headache from the noise. His imposing aura surged, and the terrifying conqueror's haki spilled everywhere, even causing the ground to crack and sink under its pressure. He didn't care about these strong people anymore. What mattered most to Rocks now was the birth of his first nephew, or niece. It was probably about half a month until Shelley gave birth, and he was really looking forward to it. Hell, what's the rush? Now that we've attacked here, of course, we can't let you out yet. Lauren smiled slightly at the noisy prisoners. Hey, then hurry up. Don't just stand there. I can't wait to see the sunlight outside. Let me out. I'll work for you. The LV-6 prisoners became even more excited upon hearing Lauren's words. Just wait obediently. If you keep making noise, I'll kill you all. Lauren showed a sinister smile, staring at the loudest LV-6 prisoners, exuding a chilling aura. Upon seeing this, the LV-6 prisoners immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. They didn't have the guts to oppose the Rocks Pirates, especially after witnessing how easily the Rocks Pirates had defeated the two Admiral-level strongmen, Jed and Klee. That's more like it. Those who behave will get rewards. Lauren smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the now quiet LV-6 prisoners. You people, many of you were captured by the Navy admirals or admiral candidates, right? Listen, the Navy reinforcements are coming to LV-6 soon. This is your best chance for revenge, Lauren said with a smile. Lauren wasn't planning to recruit these LV-6 prisoners. Although some of them were strong, he lacked knowledge about them, making betrayal a possibility. However, Lauren had already thought about how to use these LV-6 prisoners. It wouldn't be long before Navy strongmen arrived, at least at the admiral level. If he released these LV-6 prisoners with so many strongmen, would they be able to fight? That would be interesting. Huh? Navy admirals? Admiral candidates? Are you talking about Black Hawk? White Horse? Golden Snake? Damn it. I was captured by Black Hawk's Demon Slaughter Order. I'll never forget that bastard White Horse. Where are Golden Snake and the others? I want to tear them apart. As expected, upon hearing the names Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake, many LV-6 prisoners were filled with resentment. After all, those imprisoned in LV-6 were not ordinary people. They had all been captured by Navy admirals or even admirals themselves. Hearing the torrent of curses, Lauren smiled in satisfaction. Rocks and Newgate beside him also understood and shared the same smile. Spreading his observation haki, Lauren quickly sensed several familiar auras. Based on their speed, they would reach the deep-sea prison in a few minutes. Then let's get started. Open their cell doors and see prism stone chains. Let them all out. Saying this, Lauren tossed the keys to Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Then Lauren, Newgate, and Rocks jumped up and headed straight for the port of the deep-sea prison. As expected, they soon saw the figures of Admiral-level strongman Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake. Not only that, but behind them were also 7 or 8 Navy vice admirals. These powerful individuals rushed over with moonstep, their expressions anxious. Such a simple way of traveling made Lauren laugh out loud. The Navy really looked pathetic. Seeing the Navy using such a primitive method, like moonstep to rush, Rocks, Lauren, and Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even the onlookers laughed out loud. This was the mastermind behind it all, the Rocks Pirates. It was this group of bastards who had robbed the Sky Gold and were now targeting the deep-sea prison. They were truly lawless, the Rocks Pirates. After seeing the 3 top combatants of the Rocks Pirates, the arriving Black Hawk, White Horse, Gold Snake, and several rear admirals were filled with hatred to the point of wanting to grind their teeth. If it weren't for the Rocks Pirates destroying all the warships, how could the Navy be so passive now? Moreover, the Rocks Pirates had also stolen the Sky Gold from the wealthiest country in the world, and the Navy's funding hadn't been secured yet. Cutting off someone's financial source is like killing their parents. The entire Navy despised the Rocks Pirates immensely. They wished nothing more than to scatter their ashes and grind their bodies to vent their rage. However, it seemed they hadn't brought many crew members this time, which was perfect. They could take the opportunity to eliminate them here. But soon the Navy realized that it seemed like only the 3 top combatants of the Rocks Pirates had come. That was great. If it was just these 3, gathering all the Navy's strength could still lead to victory. If they could annihilate the 3 top combatants of the Rocks Pirates here, the remaining members of the Rocks Pirates wouldn't be a threat at all. Without the presence of top-tier powerhouses, any pirate crew, no matter how numerous, would just be a mob. Capturing all three of the Rocks pirates here was the plan. General Black Hawk said in a deep voice, immediately giving the order. White Horse, Gold Snake, and the other rear admirals were full of energy. Each of them drew their swords and weapons, charging over fiercely. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures suddenly appeared beside Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard. Oh, are there accomplices? It was the newly joined supernovas of the Rocks pirates, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. And that half-dead guy was the Golden Lion Shiki, who had been captured and sent to the deep-sea prison a few days ago. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Navy immediately recognized them. They were the three supernovas rescued by the Rocks pirates from the Knights of God a few days ago. It seemed their purpose this time was to rescue Golden Lion Shiki. Some clever members of the Navy guessed the intention behind the Rocks pirates' journey. Since losing their warships, the Navy had been eyeing Golden Lion's float fruit. For this, the Supreme Commander had personally ordered the immediate execution of Golden Lion, but they didn't expect him to be rescued by the Rocks pirates so soon. However, with only 3 supernovas, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. This was the best place to defeat the Rocks pirates. Navy charge, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Gold Snake were still full of vigor. After all, this level of battle was nothing for supernovas. Any elite rear admiral could handle them easily. Haha, who said we were going to fight you? Watching the aggressive Navy charging over, Lorne smiled brightly. Because Lorne's observation haki could clearly sense the intense killing intent from the recently released LV-6 prisoners. Pirates who had escaped from this infinite hell, one could only imagine what they would do. It was truly interesting. Not yet understanding what Lorne meant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of prisoners in prison uniforms surged out from the deep-sea prison. These criminals are all fierce and hideous, exuding a very violent aura. Each of them is baring their teeth and claws, looking extremely excited. The air outside is so fresh. It's been a long time since I've seen the blue sky and white clouds. Amazing, I've finally escaped from the infinite hell. After all, these criminals have been imprisoned for too long. This is their first time breathing the fresh air outside the deep-sea prison. Many are greedily inhaling it, enjoying the hard-won freedom. Look, there's that guy Black Hawk, and that bastard White Horse. Golden Snake has really come too. Before they could fully savor the sweet air of freedom, the LV-6 criminals saw 2 generals rushing towards them, one a general candidate and many vice admirals. In an instant, overwhelming hatred emanated from this group of criminals. This terrifying hatred seems to be swallowing everyone present. Are these guys LV-6 prisoners? Did the Rocks pirates release them all? Oh my god. After seeing some familiar faces, the expressions of the 3 powerful generals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake, changed dramatically. These people are the heroes and strongmen of the previous era, notorious pirates captured by the Navy after considerable effort. They are powerful individuals that could only be apprehended with the deployment of Navy generals and vice admirals. Among them are even some of the top pirates from the previous era. So many people have been released. Is this acceptable? Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake. And I even saw several very familiar faces. These people are all guys with deep grudges against the Navy. For a moment, facing so many strong opponents, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake found themselves in a tricky situation. They could handle the top combat powers of the Rocks pirates. But what if the LV-6 prisoners were added to the mix? The consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately inform Admiral about the situation here and request reinforcements. Before Black Hawk could finish his sentence, he was surrounded by several pirates dressed in prison uniforms. Black Hawk, because your old man has been in prison for decades. My hair has turned white and I've aged. Now it's time to pay the debt. My crew has been killed by you, Black Hawk. My brother and sister have also been killed by you, Black Hawk. Today, I will kill you to avenge them. Some prisoners with a deep hatred for Black Hawk took the lead in attacking. Pirates are worthless to die. Black Hawk was not afraid at all and began to fight with these LV-6 prisoners. Meanwhile, on the other side, White Horse and Golden Snake were also surrounded by several LV-6 prisoners. Although these people's strength is not at the level of the generals, their advantage lies in their numbers. When the number of people increases, they can hold their own against generals for a while. Of course, many prisoners cherish this hard-won freedom and run away as fast as they can. They do not want to be imprisoned in this LV-6 any longer. Some pirates, on the other hand, cannot work together to deal with the Navy. A single wrong word can lead them to start fighting among themselves. Those who can focus on revenge are mostly prisoners who have a deep hatred for figures like Black Hawk and White Horse. There's no way around it. Pirates are pirates, and those used to living without rules cannot be expected to cooperate. Rocks does not expect them to unite and fight the Navy with all their strength. He only needs them to hold off the Navy long enough to buy time for the Rocks pirates to retreat. If pirates could truly unite, the world government and the Navy headquarters would have been overthrown long ago. Let's go. Although Locks wanted to stay and see the Navy's higher-ups in a difficult situation, they were too close to the Navy headquarters. Even without warships, most Navy personnel could quickly reach this place using moonwalk. Staying here for too long is not a good strategy, so Locks ordered them to leave. The detestable Rocks pirates. Watching the Rocks pirates leave without being able to intervene, Navy Admiral Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake looked furious. The Navy Admiral had personally come to reinforce the area, and now was the perfect opportunity to take down the Rocks pirates. However, surrounded by several LV-6 prisoners, even the Navy Admiral could not free his hands and could only watch as the Rocks pirates left. The next day, shocking news erupted worldwide. The Rocks pirates attacked the underwater prison and killed the director of the so-called Hell Fortress of the underwater prison, Jed, along with the deputy director and chief warden, Chris. All the prisoners from Infinite Hell LV-6 were released. Although the Navy Admiral personally supported and recaptured some prisoners, many more escaped, taking advantage of the chaos. Some prisoners from LV-1 and LV-5 also managed to flee, plunging the world into panic once again. After defeating the Navy and killing the Knights of God, they also conquered the underwater prison, one of the three major institutions of the world government alongside the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island. The position of the Rocks pirates as the maritime overlord was no longer in question. In just a few days, the Rocks pirates accomplished so much that the bounty for their members were updated again. Captain Rocks D. Zebeck, bounty of 783 billion berries. Second in command, Lorne D. Zebeck, bounty of 897 billion berries. Third in command, Edward Newgate, bounty of 947 billion berries. Officer Wang Zhi, bounty of 515 million berries. Officer John, bounty of 526 million berries. Officer Silver Axe, bounty of 569 million berries. The Navy also confirmed that one of the supernovas, Shiki the Golden Lion, had joined the Rocks pirates, and his bounty was updated to 475 million berries. As a result, the total bounty for the entire Rocks pirates team exceeded 10 billion berries. It was the only pirate crew in the 800-year history of the world government to have a bounty over 10 billion. After spending a few days returning to Weno country, the Rocks pirates held a grand banquet. Everyone was having an incredible time. Rocks even declared that the banquet would last for half a month. Lord Lorne, Captain Rocks, and Miss Shirley are about to give birth. However, on the 10th day of the banquet, the ship's doctor hurried to find Lorne and Rocks. What is going on? ISNT, the due date still half a month away? Is something wrong? Upon hearing this news, Rocks seemed even more anxious than Lorne. Why is it suddenly time to give birth? The due date has been moved up. All doctors, come with me. The ship's doctor didn't have time to say more and hurriedly ran toward Shirley's room. In no time, over a dozen female ship doctors put down their wine glasses and immediately followed. Seeing this, Rocks and Lorne quickly followed as well. Even the wine-loving Newgate put down his glass and went along. The three arrived outside the delivery room, where they could hear the busy sounds of doctors and Shirley's voice inside. I didn't expect it to come so soon. I'm not ready yet. Outside the delivery room, Rocks kept rubbing his hands, looking very nervous yet excited. There is still half a month until the due date, yet it suddenly arrived. This has Rocks flustered. After all, this is the first bloodline of the Zebeck family. It's coming so suddenly. It's even more nerve-wracking than fighting the Navy. Brother, why are you so nervous? Shirley will be fine, Lorne said, laughing as he found a stool to sit on, chatting casually. Hey, brother-in-law, you're not much better than my big brother, Newgate said, looking at brother-in-law Lorne with a black line on his face. At that moment, Lorne appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Even in the face of Navy Admiral Black Hawk, Lorne had never shown this kind of reaction, so one can imagine how nervous he was. After all, this was the first time for Lorne to have his own child. Even in his previous life, Lorne had never experienced this. In other words, although Lorne has lived 2 lives, this is his first time being a father. After all, this is the first bloodline of our Zebeck family. I've never been this nervous in my life. Rocks was sweating profusely. Yeah, I hope everything goes smoothly. I'm looking forward to it, Lorne nodded, his heart filled with nervous anticipation. After all, this is his first child. And with an SSS-level talent and the ability to cultivate freely, Lorne was very curious about what this child, with such a terrifying talent, would be like when born. Fortunately, The ship's doctor was very understanding, and about 5 minutes later, a ship doctor came out of the delivery room to report safety to Locks, Lorne, and Newgate. The ship doctor's report eased the tension for Locks and Lorne a bit. Captain Locks, Lord Lorne, the baby will be born in 5 minutes. Soon. With another announcement from the ship's doctor, the hearts of Locks and Lorne, who had begun to feel a bit more relaxed, rose to their throats. And they felt like their hearts were about to jump out. They were about to meet their child. Just 5 more minutes. Both of their breaths became a bit uneasy. They took out their watches and counted the time, knowing that as soon as they heard the baby cry, Lorne and Locks would rush into the delivery room. Baby, baby. Soon, as the 5 minutes passed, an excited voice came from the delivery room. Then, there was a sudden commotion. Thud, 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 thud. It seemed something significant had happened inside the delivery room, with the sound of people falling to the floor continuously. In no time, the once bustling delivery room suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere froze instantly. What is going on? At this moment, Rocks and Whitebeard looked at each other in confusion, completely unaware of what had happened in the delivery room. They even forgot to use their observation haki. Could it be that spies sent by the world government disguised themselves as ship doctors to launch a surprise attack? Considering this possibility, Rocks and Whitebeard didn't hesitate and directly broke open the delivery room door. Everything in the room completely shocked Rocks, and Whitebeard. The moment they rushed into the room, the scene inside immediately stunned the battle-hardened pirates. They saw that more than a dozen ship doctors had all collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Their eyes turned white. Even Sherry herself had fainted. Fortunately, no one was in life-threatening danger. They had just fainted from being overwhelmed by the Conqueror's haki. After all, Sherry and the female ship doctors were ordinary people and did not have the ability to resist the Conqueror's haki. Who did this? I will kill him. Is it the world government? Those bastards. Seeing this scene, Rocks was filled with rage, his anger reaching its peak, and his eyes turned red, resembling a furious lion. Terrifying to behold. Just after his sister-in-law gave birth, such a major incident occurred in the delivery room. The only ones who held a huge grudge against the Rocks pirates were the world government, the Navy, and the celestial dragons. The one who could unleash Conqueror's haki must be a spy sent by the world government who had initiated the action. Damn it, I overlooked this point, which led to today's situation. However, something is strange. If it really was the world government that sent someone, why were Miss Sherry and the ship doctors unharmed? At this moment, Whitebeard stroked his chin and began to analyze. If the world government really sent spies to infiltrate Weno, and if the spies possess Conqueror's haki, then they should have easily been able to kill Sherry and the female ship doctors, who were completely defenseless. This is exactly in line with the world government style of doing things without scruples. But it's strange that they infiltrated yet only used Conqueror's haki to stun without delivering a fatal blow. It just doesn't add up. At this moment, Lorne thought the same as Newgate. It absolutely couldn't have been done by someone sent by the world government. With tens of thousands of fishmen guarding Weno, and considering its unique terrain, it would be impossible for anyone to infiltrate so easily. Moreover, right under the noses of the three great pirates, Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate, it was even less likely. Plus, with Shirley and the others safe and sound, it really didn't look like the work of the world government. At this moment, there was only one possibility. Could it be? Lorne realized it might be the explosive talent of his child. After all, according to the system's explanation, this offspring's ability is SSS level and can cultivate on its own from birth. It's possible that they unleashed Conqueror's haki right after being born, stunning everyone in the room. Daddy, daddy. Just as Lorne was thinking this, a tender voice suddenly caught the attention of the three present. Then a small figure appeared before them, completely naked, with big eyes that looked incredibly cute. Not only that, but the child rushed over to Lorne and tightly hugged one of his legs, continuously calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." What is this? Looking at this sudden little figure, Rocks was momentarily stunned. Newgate was also at a loss. Who is this child? Why does he call Lorne Dad as soon as they meet? Could he be Lorne's child? But wait, what kind of child can walk and run right after being born, and can also talk? Are you Belle? Belle is the name that Locks and Lorne had chosen for their first child a long time ago. Is Belle my name, Uncle? Upon hearing this, the little child blinked his big eyes, looking endearing. You call me Uncle? Are you really Belle? Hearing this, Locks also became excited. Could this child in front of them really be Lorne's child? To be able to talk and run right after being born, that's just too genius. But wait, how do you know he's your uncle? Newgate also found it a bit strange and bent down to ask gently. I heard it while I was in my mom's belly. Belle timidly grabbed Lorne's calf and shrank back a little. It seems you really are Belle. Come here and let your uncle hug you. Upon hearing this, Locks showed an extremely surprised expression. His little brother's child, born with such a clear mind, able to talk and run, they must have given birth to a genius. Dad, then I'll go find Uncle for a hug. Don't be jealous. Belle teased Lorne before walking over to Locke's side. Lift me up, lift me up. Locke bent down and picked Belle up high, his face full of smiles. The usually fearsome sea overlord, the pirate Rocks.Tragically, with a bounty over 3.5 billion, at this moment looked just like an ordinary man, playing with his nephew and showing a kind smile. By the way, Belle, can you tell your uncle what happened here just now? After playing with little Belle for a while, Locke finally reacted and wanted to ask what had happened in the delivery room. I think I couldn't control a force inside me, which made Mom and the others faint. I was a bit scared, so I hid under the bed and only dared to come out when Dad appeared. Belle said shyly, What? That force just now was released by you? Upon hearing Belle say this, both Locke and Newgate widened their eyes, stuck out their tongues, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What the hell is this? Not only can it run and jump right after being born, but it even awakened the Conqueror's haki. This simply cannot be described with the word genius. It must be described with the word prodigy. Otherwise, it cannot explain all of this. This talent is simply terrifying. Even the great pirates Rocks and Whitebeard have never heard of it. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the first descendant, rewarding double cultivation speed. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the first descendant, rewarding a large amount of cultivation experience. Rewards for speed, strength, and stamina experience enhancement. Rewards for enhancing Conqueror's haki, observation haki, and armament haki experience. Rewards for enhancing swordsmanship experience. Meanwhile, Rorn is feeling the massive rewards unleashed by the system. At this moment, it seems as if a powerful force has been injected into Rorn's body. This power continuously roamed through every corner of Lorne's body, giving a warm and comfortable feeling. It took a few minutes for this sensation to completely fade away. Immediately after, Lorne felt as if his strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. A warm current flowed through his body, and Lorne felt that his power had taken another qualitative leap. After all, the experience reward this time was too generous. Opening the system panel. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, Emperor level, current progress, 3, 34 strength, Emperor level, current progress, 2, 53 stamina, Emperor level, current progress, 2, 97 swordsmanship, Emperor level, current progress, 0, 14 armament haki, Emperor level, awakened flowing cherry, progress, 2, 31 observation haki, Emperor level, progress, 1, 54 conqueror's haki, Emperor level, progress, 0, 98 devil fruit, thunder fruit other abilities, never tired, golden eyes, free training, devil fruit no side effects special haki, observation haki can foresee the future. Upon checking the system panel again, Lorne found that his attributes had successfully broken through from top level to Emperor level. As the name suggests, Emperor level means reaching the level of an Emperor. Now, whether it's stamina, speed, or strength, he is genuinely at the Emperor level. Unlike before, when Lorne's attributes were merely top level, he could only battle with Emperor level strong opponents thanks to the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit. However, defeating them was extremely difficult. Now, Lorne's attributes have all reached the Emperor level. Even without the Thunder Fruit, he is capable of engaging in fierce battles with Emperor level strong opponents. Furthermore, his 3 types of haki have also successfully reached the Emperor level, and even his swordsmanship has broken through to the Emperor level. Lorne can now compete evenly with Emperor level strong opponents using just his physical techniques. With the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit, in terms of destructive power, Lorne's current strength is likely much stronger than that of an average Emperor level strong opponent. Don't underestimate this slight advantage. In battles between top-level fighters, everyone has speed, stamina, and strength are nearly without flaws, and it all comes down to whose strengths are greater. 3 types of haki: strength, speed, stamina, swordsmanship, fruit abilities, physical strength, and destructive power. As long as any of these strengths are significant enough, one can gain considerable advantages in battles at the level of royal strong fighters. In the original work, Kizaru relied solely on his speed advantage. Apart from getting a cut on his face from Rayleigh, he almost never got injured. It even gives the impression that he has never exerted himself to the fullest. This is the benefit of the longboard being long enough. It can attack when it advances, defend when it retreats, fight when it can win, and run when it cannot win, which can be said to be extremely cunning. The host Conqueror's haki has been detected to have reached the royal level, and has comprehended Conqueror's haki, binding. Moreover, after the Conqueror's haki reached the royal level, It automatically comprehended Conqueror's haki, binding. Now, Lorne is powerful in every aspect without any dead angles. Next time he encounters the Navy, Lorne will definitely make their losses even more severe. What just happened, my husband? Just then, Sherry, who had been fainted by the Conqueror's haki, woke up. The female ship's doctors who had fallen to the ground also regained consciousness. After all, even if a newborn baby possesses Conqueror's haki, its level won't be very strong. Haha. Sherry, you are just amazing. You have greatly contributed to our zebeck family. Sherry, you have given birth to an extraordinary talent. Our zebeck family has a successor. Before Lorne could speak, Rocks, while letting Belle ride on his neck, laughed heartily and recounted what had just happened. Does a newborn already have Conqueror's haki? The female ship's doctors were stunned. If that's true, then this child is truly a genius. This child hasn't been quiet in my belly, and it seems to have inherited the excellent bloodline of my husband's clan. Sherry didn't seem surprised. After all, she could feel that the little one was very lively during her pregnancy. She could even communicate with the child through her belly and sometimes hear the sound of the child talking inside her. It was clear that this child was different from others. Of course, all of this should be related to the strength of the zebeck family. Just look at Rocks and Lorne, both of whom possess the 3 types of haki, comparable to or even surpassing that of a vice admiral. Moreover, both brothers are only around 20 years old and are already so strong, so it is only natural that their offspring inherit the strength of the zebeck family. Sherry, you have brought such a treasure to our zebeck family. If you have any wishes, feel free to say them, and Big Brother will definitely fulfill them. Rocks was also extremely happy and immediately hoped that Sherry would make a request. I don't have any wishes. I'm just satisfied as long as I can serve my husband here in peace. Sherry was very clever and would never rely on having given birth to a genius to hope for a better status. She was very clear that her current position and stable life depended on the enormous presence of the Rocks pirate crew. Her identity as a poor princess was nothing in front of the Rocks pirate crew. She would never do something that a little fairy would do. No way. You have accomplished such a great feat. It wouldn't sit right with me as your big brother if I don't do something. Since you don't want anything, let me give you the biggest diamond from the treasure of sky gold. Seeing Sherry being so understanding, Rocks, as the big brother, couldn't let his sister-in-law go without a reward. He immediately ordered someone to give Sherry the largest diamond jewel from the recently seized sky gold. This piece of jewelry was specifically wanted by a female celestial dragon from the Holy Land, but it has now been taken by the Rocks pirates. Upon seeing the diamond, the usually calm Sherry couldn't help but have her eyes light up. After all, she comes from a poor country and hasn't seen many good things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been kidnapped by a bounty of over 100 million by the Hungry Wolf. Ha ha ha. Everyone has a reward. Bring in the ship's doctor for a generous reward. Besides Sherry, Rocks also ordered a generous reward for the ship's doctor. Everyone received a lot of treasures and berries, their faces beaming with joy, and their hearts even more delighted. Let's go, it's time for the banquet, Belle. Uncle will take you to the banquet. After finishing these tasks, Rocks pulled little Belle by the neck and brought him into the banquet. Ha ha! Everyone look, this is my little nephew, a peerless genius who awakened the Conqueror's haki at birth. Along the way, Rocks couldn't help but boast, thrilled to have a new family member. Awaken the Conqueror's haki at birth? Is that terrifying? Of course. Look at Captain Rocks and Lord Lorne. They're both monsters. The bloodline of this family is absolutely terrifying. The crew, including the newly joined supernova Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and Golden Lion, were secretly astonished. The bloodline of the zebeck family is truly frightening. The two brothers are already such terrifying existences at a young age, and now another genius who awakened the Conqueror's haki at birth has appeared. Such talent, if well cultivated, will surely become a royal-level powerhouse in the future. Is there a more terrifying family than this whole ocean? Soon, Rocks brought his big nephew Belle to the banquet. Faced with numerous villains, the newly born Belle was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked around with great interest. Before long, Belle's gaze settled on a large elbow. This pork knuckle clearly comes from a giant monster boar that was at least 10 meters tall, and the meat is incredibly delicious. Looking at that big pork knuckle, Belle's mouth was watering. I want to eat that. Belle pointed at the large pork knuckle on the table, looking greedy and very cute. Haha, what kind of meat can a newborn baby eat? It's not good for your health. Drink this instead, little guy. A few pirates nearby couldn't help but laugh, handing Belle a cup of warm milk. I don't want to drink milk. I just want to eat meat, Belle said in a babyish voice, slamming his palm on the table, which immediately created a noticeable crack. Seeing this scene, the pirates were all astonished. After all, this was a table used for hosting pirate banquets, and the wood was known for being extremely hard. How could a newborn baby slap a table that hard and make a crack? Even a fishman with 10 times the strength of an ordinary person could only achieve such a feat. What kind of monster is this little guy? Ha ha. No wonder he's my nephew. Eat. Seeing this scene, Rocks couldn't help but laugh heartily, liking it more and more, and handed the elbow to little Belle. Although it's probably not good for a newborn baby to eat something so greasy, his nephew is completely different from those ordinary kids. How many kids can jump, run, and talk right after being born, and even awaken conqueror's haki? Eating some meat is definitely not a problem. Ha ha ha, thank you, uncle. I'm gonna dig in. Belle's saliva couldn't help but flow down as he started to show off. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, in less than 5 minutes, little Belle had devoured this elbow that was much bigger than him. Not only that, but after finishing one elbow, he still felt it wasn't enough. And little Belle directly sat at the dining table, continuously shoving food into his mouth, showing no signs of stopping. This scene also left the pirates dumbfounded. What kind of devil is Lord Lorne's child? He's so small you can eat so much? Is it necessary to eat a meal that starts with 100 people's worth when growing up? Captain Rocks, hurry and stop this. I'm afraid something might happen with such a small person eating so much. The pirates nearby were also feeling scared and couldn't bear to watch, quickly advising Rocks. At this moment, Rocks was also a bit worried. Is it really okay to eat so much at such a young age? Haha, it's fine, bro, don't worry. Just as Rocks was about to pick up Belle, a flash of lightning appeared, and Lorne showed up by Rocks' side. Really? Little brother? Rocks was quite worried, after all. This was his first nephew, a relative by blood. If something were to happen, he would regret it for a lifetime. Belle is exceptionally gifted. Eating a lot won't be a problem at all. Lorne was very confident, knowing his child best. Belle has an SSS-level talent, was born with Conqueror's Haki, and, just like himself, has the ability to automatically cultivate. Therefore, he needs a lot of energy, so it's normal for him to eat a lot. Moreover, the faster he eats, the quicker he grows. Finally, after consuming nearly 6 or 7 adult portions of food, Belle stopped, contentedly rubbing his round belly and even burping comfortably. Before long, that round belly visibly returned to its usual shape. Wah! The pirates were a bit stunned. Daddy's here, Daddy's holding. Soon, Belle noticed Lorne's arrival and opened his arms to act cute. Lorne also picked up Belle and played with him for a while. I have to say, this feeling is quite wonderful. This little guy in front of me has my blood flowing through him and resembles me in some ways. Plus, he is quiet, very obedient, and quite understanding. Having a child like this is truly worry-free. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. In this month, little Belle has already demonstrated his exceptional talent. According to Ron's incomplete statistics, little Belle has showcased abilities such as Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and physical techniques at the level of the Navy's 6 styles. Aside from swordsmanship, he has already grasped the basics of almost all physical techniques. Although he is not yet proficient, but he is just a 1-month-old child. This training speed is simply monstrous, shocking everyone on the ship except for Rayon, even including Rocks and Newgate. Moreover, Belle seems to be a training fanatic. Even with his innate training ability, he still trains over 12 hours a day. A week ago, Belle had already started training with the company of Rayon and Rocks. Belle, you're still young. This is the time to grow up happily. No need to train so hard. After one training session, seeing Belle drenched in sweat, Rocks said with a bit of heartache, "No way, uncle. To realize our family's ideals, I must become stronger as soon as possible to help my father and uncle avenge my grandparents." Belle said seriously, looking completely like he wasn't joking. This sentence completely stunned Rocks. After all, Belle was only 1 month old, and neither he nor Lorne had mentioned anything about the celestial dragons to Belle. How does this little guy know? Belle, how do you know this? Lorne also curiously asked. He hadn't mentioned this to Belle, nor had his older brother Rocks. So how did he know? Could it be a built-in ability of the SSS level talent? That would be too abnormal. No, I heard it while I was in my mom's belly, Belle said calmly. A long time ago, when he was in his mother's womb, he could hear the conversations outside and understand their meaning. So even before he was born, Belle knew about his father's and uncle's past, and he secretly resolved to help his father and uncle in any way he could. Our Zebeck clan's bloodline is truly remarkable, Rocks said with a mix of laughter and tears, feeling deeply moved. This is what Rocks said back then, that there is no relationship more reliable than blood ties. All right, the training is complete. Dud, Ankel, I'm hungry. Belle rubbed his belly, looking as if he had suffered some great injustice, and he was just too cute. Haha, it's already prepared, everyone. Rocks clapped his hands, and a feast fit for 10 adults was brought out. Without saying a word, Belle started to devour the food. finishing it all in less than 10 minutes. Rocks and Lorne looked at this scene with satisfaction, enjoying the warm and harmonious atmosphere of family. That very night, the Rocks pirates received good news. Newgate's sister, Molly, was about to give birth. So nervous. At that moment, outside the delivery room, it was Newgate, the 6-meter-tall giant, who felt the tension. Just like Rocks and Lorne a few days ago, Newgate's massive body was also a bit stiff, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. His sister's child was about to be born. This was the second relative with blood ties to him, apart from his sister. Newgate's feelings were the same as Rocks before. Don't worry, Newgate, everything will be fine. The doctors conduct comprehensive checks on Molly and the baby every day. Molly and the baby's health indicators are very good, and the delivery should go smoothly, Lorne comforted Newgate. With the experience from the first time, both Lorne and Rocks seemed a bit calmer. Of course, it was impossible not to be nervous. They just weren't trembling anymore compared to Newgate. That's good, that's good. Taking a deep breath, Newgate found that he still couldn't alleviate his nervous mindset, and his legs shook even more. Don't be fooled by Lorne's calm appearance. He was also a bit nervous inside. Lorne was somewhat worried that this child would awaken Conqueror's haki like Belle did, stunning the ship's doctor and Molly as soon as he was born. However, the system indicated that the child's talent was SS level, possessing a special ability that negates the weaknesses of devil fruits. Those impressive folks can give some suggestions on which fruits have no weaknesses and are strong. SS level is certainly a bit inferior to SSS level talent. But by making good use of the special talent that ignores devil fruit weaknesses and playing to its strengths, one could still become a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Moreover, aside from the talent bestowed by the system, the bloodline of the Zebeck family is also quite remarkable. At least both Rocks and Lorne are awakeners of Conqueror's haki. If their own child has SS level talent, it might also come with Conqueror's haki. If paired with an extraordinary devil fruit ability and nurtured well, who knows? They might also rise to the level of a strong emperor. Of course, all of this is just Lorne's beautiful vision. Everything still needs to wait until the child is born. Not long after, the news of a successful delivery reached outside the delivery room. However, there was still a bit of an accident. This incident is certainly not an accident, but rather a development towards something better. Congratulations, Lord Lorne. Congratulations, Captain Rocks, and congratulations, Lord Newgate. Miss Jasmine has successfully given birth, and this time she has delivered a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Congratulations to all the lords. The female ship Dr. S. voice was very high-spirited, as if she had encountered something joyful herself. Is it really true? Upon hearing this, the three big men, Lorne, Rocks, and Newgate, all widened their eyes in disbelief, asking in surprise and joy. It's true. It's really amazing. I don't know why we didn't find out it was a pair of twins during the checkup, but what was born is indeed a pair of twins. We must congratulate the three lords. The female ship doctor said again, her voice full of excitement. Gwahaha, great. Newgate laughed heartily and quickly walked into the delivery room. And Rocks and Lorne followed him, both with faces full of surprise. Soon, the three of them saw Jasmine, who looked a little pale, lying on the big bed. However, she couldn't hide the happy smile on her face. Under her arm, a boy and a girl lay quietly in their mother's embrace. They neither cried nor made a fuss, but instead, with their big eyes, they looked around, filled with curiosity about this world. Not crying or making a fuss. They truly are different from ordinary children. However, compared to Belle's earth-shattering birth, they seemed a bit ordinary. Such good babies. Are these my nephew and niece? Gwahaha. Newgate looked at the twins with eyes full of love. In this original work, the man who dreams of family has his eyes almost melt when he sees his real family. Moreover, Newgate didn't expect to gain 2 more family members all at once. 1 nephew and 1 niece. There couldn't be anything more wonderful in the world. His life has almost reached its peak. Ha! I've gained 2 more family members too. That's fantastic. At this moment, Rocks shares the same feelings as Newgate and feels equally happy. This is Newgate's nephew and niece. Aren't they his nephew and niece as well? After all, they're all family, and Rocks loves them equally. Are these my younger brothers and sisters? Even that guy Belle came over to join the fun. Blinking his big eyes, one hand resting on the bed's edge, looking at the younger siblings. Sherry stood by with a smile, showing no jealousy over Jasmine giving birth to twins, but instead genuinely feeling happy. I must say, this woman really makes things easier for Lorne. Lorne also looked affectionately at his second and third children for a while. They have inherited his handsome face and Jasmine's beautiful traits. The boy will definitely grow up to be a handsome man, and the girl will absolutely be a stunning beauty. At this moment, the system also timely issued rewards. It rewarded some progress in the three-color domineering, dimensional points, and various abilities. However, for Lorne, whose abilities have all reached the Emperor level, this progress was still not enough to directly elevate his strength to the King level. But having something is better than having nothing. At least it allows Lorne to upgrade his abilities to the King level faster. Ha ha ha, Jasmine, you also have great merit. A big reward for you. And the doctors and nurses who participated in taking care of Miss Jasmine also received generous rewards. Rocks was in a great mood and gave everyone generous bonuses. Moreover, with such great news, a banquet was in order. Soon, Rocks announced to the entire land of Harmony that a banquet was being held again. With the joyful arrival of twins, how could Rocks not be happy? Of course, there had to be a grand banquet. Let's celebrate to the fullest. Newgate was also extremely happy. All he wanted now was to drink heartily and double the joy. In an instant, the entire land of Harmony was once again engulfed in a celebration. However, while everyone was reveling, Lorne found a quiet place. System. Will giving birth to twins affect the children's talents in any way? Lorne was somewhat worried about whether having twins would impact their gifts. After all, he hadn't considered the possibility of having twins at that time. No impact whatsoever, and both children born have SS-level talents. Congratulations to the host. The system's response made Lorne very satisfied. This means that in the future, the Rocks Pirates will have 2 more capable individuals without weaknesses. It's truly a great blessing. By the way, will these 2 little ones possess Conqueror's Haki, considering they have SS-level talent? Lorne seemed to remember something and asked another question. Well, that depends on the host's own abilities. The system's answer was vague, but Lorne understood to some extent. The content of SS-level talent is to ignore the weaknesses of devil fruits, and it has nothing to do with Conqueror's Haki. Whether the children have Conqueror's Haki depends on their own bloodline. Lorne was certainly confident in his bloodline. After all, his brother is the Sea Overlord, Rocks. Without a formidable bloodline, could he conquer so many monstrous pirates and have them serve the Rocks Pirates? As Rocks' biological younger brother, sharing the same parents, his talent could not possibly be much worse than his brother's. On the contrary, Lorne's talent should not differ much from Rocks. But because there's a 2-year age gap between them, it seems like a big difference. When both reach their peak, their strengths should be quite similar. And let's not forget, Jasmine is also Newgate's sister. Who is Edward Newgate? In the original work, he is almost a top-tier existence. A big shot standing shoulder to shoulder with the Pirate King. His sister naturally has the same blood flowing in her veins as Edward Newgate. Furthermore, the system assessed Jasmine as an S-level woman, the highest grade. The combination of the Edward family and the Newgate family, no matter how you look at it, their bloodline cannot be inferior. As expected, the facts soon validated Lorne's speculation. Although these 2 little ones do not possess the monstrous SSS-level talent like Belle, their SS-level talent still cannot conceal the strength of the Zebeck family's bloodline. On the 3rd day of the banquet, the 2 little ones were already able to walk on their own. By the 5th day, they learned to speak. A week later, they had already learned to run. Just a month later, little Grig, male, and Lowly, female, who had just turned 1 month old, actually teamed up to chase away a tiger. Hey, did you hear? I heard. It's terrifying, right? Lorne's bloodline is incredible. That's right, it's simply unbelievable. This incident once again shocked the Rocks Pirates. 2 little guys, not even a meter tall and barely a month old, actually managed to team up and drive away a tiger? What is this concept? Anyway, everyone in the Rocks Pirates considers themselves to have been just a baby who could only drink milk when they were just a month old. They probably hadn't even learned to walk or talk yet. So how could they possibly scare away a tiger? Although these 2 little guys don't have the impressive Conqueror's Haki that Belle awakened at birth, their talent has already shocked everyone in the Rocks Pirates. Lord Lawrence's eldest son was born with Conqueror's Haki, and his talent can be described as monstrous. The second son and daughter are not much different from the eldest son. Belle, just a month old. These 2 little guys can team up to chase away tigers, and they will grow into formidable powerhouses in the future. The bloodline of Lord Lawrence's family is truly terrifying. Haha, no wonder they are from our Zebeck family. When Rocks learned of this, he also laughed heartily, feeling proud of his family's lineage. What excites Rocks even more is that these children are sure to become the backbone of the Rocks Pirates in the future. As their uncle, he must nurture these little ones well. After all, these are the children Lawrence suffered to give birth to for him. He cannot let his brother's good intentions go to waste. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lorne and Rocks discussed the plan to have Gree and Lori train alongside Belle. Although the 2 little ones' talents are not as great as Belle's, they are definitely at the genius level. As for Belle, he belongs to the genius among geniuses, a prodigy level. After all, this is unavoidable. Belle's SSS-level talent is too powerful. Lorne discovered that Belle not only awakened the Conqueror's haki naturally, but also possesses remarkable physical talents. During various training sessions, Belle hardly gets injured, has astonishing recovery abilities, and his vitality is comparable to that of a Zoan fruit user. The only downside is that he eats too much. Now, at less than a year old, he consumes the equivalent of 10 adult portions in one meal. By the time he reaches adulthood, he might need to eat as much as 100 adults in one sitting. However, for the Rocks pirates, who have a vast fortune, occupy Weno country, and monopolize the seastone business, being able to eat is hardly considered a drawback. During one training session, another surprising event occurred. The two little ones were quite impressive as well. During a battle with Belle, they both simultaneously awakened the Conqueror's haki. This surprised Lorne, Locks, and Newgate very much. Two Conqueror's haki users again, it's simply invincible. This once again proves how powerful the bloodline of the Zebeck family is. How terrifying. This also made the members of the Rocks pirates, including commanders like Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and Golden Lion, even more in awe of Lorne, Rocks, and others. Just a casual life is a seed with the potential of king. What is this family all about? This family Rocks, Lorne, then their Esbel, Gree, and Lori. All of them possess Conqueror's haki. What a monstrous family. Soon, another month passed in the blink of an eye. The king of the Daughter Kingdom, Giroliausa, finally led the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom to land in Weno country. So many men. This island truly is a natural fortress. Is this the legendary Rocks pirates? Did they really save King Giroliausa? Then they are indeed our saviors. A group of women with armament haki chattered as they landed in Weno, looking around curiously. After all, these women rarely left the Daughter Kingdom. Aside from those who could join the pirate crew, most citizens had never left Amazon Lily in their lives. Thus, they were both fearful and curious about the outside world. When they heard they would be joining the notorious and fearsome Rocks pirates, the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom were worried about their safety. After all, the world government had depicted the Rocks pirates as a ruthless crew, guilty of arson, murder, and all sorts of heinous acts. Lorne simply stated that as long as the world government was happy, that was enough. While the Rocks pirates did acknowledge their reputation for arson and robbery, they only targeted the wealthy and never touched the poor. As for the other crimes, those were the specialties of the celestial dragons, not the Rocks pirates. However, the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom didn't know the truth and still believed the Rocks pirates were truly terrifying. King Giroliausa had to spend a lot of effort persuading her citizens to follow her to Weno country. Of course, Giroliausa didn't expect her citizens to give up everything and move to an unknown land just because of her words. She promised her citizens that the Daughter Kingdom would have a marriage alliance with the Rocks pirates. No matter how despicable the Rocks pirates were, they wouldn't harm their family, right? It was this promise that made the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom willing to follow Giroliausa to Weno country. You can choose any place you like as your permanent residence, leading the Rocks pirates to welcome the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom. Rocks generously allowed them to pick a location. The land of Weno is vast, and with the Rocks pirates and the residents of Fishman Island combined, there's still less than 1 million people, not even using half of Weno's land. The citizens of the Daughter Kingdom number less than 10,000, so there's more than enough space for them. Thank you, Lord Rocks, Lord Lorne. After expressing her gratitude, Giroliausa sent her subordinates to select land, but she herself showed no intention of leaving. After all, there was something very important on her mind. What is wrong, Giroliausa? Are you looking to form a marriage alliance with us, the Rocks pirates? Lorne noticed that Giroliausa wasn't retreating and directly asked. Lorne had already used his future-seeing observation haki to foresee what Giroliausa wanted to say. Wow, Lord Lorne really is insightful. Giroliausa didn't expect her thoughts to be guessed before she even spoke, which made her a bit flustered. That's great. To be honest, Giroliausa, the Rocks pirates really need this right now. Rocks laughed heartily, clearly sharing the same thought. After all, Lorne had only had 3 children so far. It was still too few. In terms of family, Rocks certainly thought the more, the better. Moreover, the women of the Daughter Kingdom possess powerful armament haki and have good potential. The children born from them would surely not be lacking. Having already experienced the joy of being a big uncle, Rocks couldn't wait for Lorne to give him more nephews and nieces. Now that Giroliausa had taken the initiative to propose this, it was like someone offering a pillow when one was sleepy, making Rocks very happy. Giroliausa didn't expect the Rocks pirates to agree so readily. She initially thought they would refuse, so she had even prepared words of persuasion. But now, her prepared words seemed to be stuck in her throat, and she didn't know what to say. Ha ha! Don't be so nervous, Giroliausa. Since we've decided to form a marriage alliance, the Rocks Pirates and the Daughter Kingdom will be one family from now on. However, I must say this up front. Not just anyone is worthy of marrying into the Rocks Pirates. If you want to form a marriage alliance with us, you must choose someone who is worthy of my brother S status. Among the entire Daughter Kingdom, the only person I find suitable is you, the Queen, Giroliausa. As the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom, you are worthy of my brother. If it were anyone else, it would be out of the question. But don't worry. Even if there's no marriage alliance, your Daughter Kingdom can still reside here. However, your status will only be that of subordinates to the Rocks Pirates. Rocks had long set his sights on Giroliausa and wanted her to be his sister-in-law. After all, she is the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom, brave and beautiful. In terms of figure, appearance, and status, she is a perfect match for his brother. Rocks was straightforward and made the marriage arrangement firmly. Aside from you, the Queen, I really can't find anyone else suitable. Well, Giroliausa had similar thoughts, but she didn't expect Rocks to be so direct. What? You're not happy about it? Rocks raised an eyebrow. No. How could I not be willing to form a marriage alliance with the Rocks Pirates? Especially with Lord Lorne? Giroliausa quickly replied. Lorne, as a pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, is also Rocks' brother, holding both power and status. Although she is a queen, the Daughter Kingdom is a small nation, entirely composed of women, with a small population and scarce resources, making it a thoroughly small country. It's not even a member of the world government. The citizens' basic needs rely on a pirate crew to plunder just to barely survive. The only advantage of the Daughter Kingdom is its location in the Calm Belt, which naturally shields it from some pirates and villains. Compared to the Rocks Pirates, the Daughter Kingdom is nothing. The Rocks Pirates are the overlords of the sea, with exceptional strength, and have 3 pirates with bounties over 1 billion under their command. Along with the additions of Supernova Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, Golden Lion, John, and the support of hundreds of thousands of residents from Fishman Island, as well as the resource-rich island of Weno, which monopolizes 90% of the world's seastone production, they are incredibly wealthy. If the Rocks Pirates were to become an independent nation, their overall strength would likely far exceed any member nation of the world government. The current Rocks Pirates are undoubtedly the overlords of the sea. Even the Navy has no way to deal with the Rocks Pirates. As the second in command of the Rocks Pirates and the only brother of Rocks, Lorne's strength and status are simply worlds apart from his own. It's something that Giroliausa never even dared to imagine could happen so smoothly. After all, she was worried that Rocks and Lorne would look down on a small country like the Daughter Nation and would be unwilling to marry into it. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Very well, since that's the case, you two should get married tonight. Rocks nodded in agreement, secretly delighted. Little brother, I've brought you the king of a nation. You must make me proud and do well. I understand, Lord Rocks, Lorne replied, also nodding. The sooner this kind of thing is settled, the better. We're going to be family, so don't call me Lord Rocks anymore. That's too distant. Just call me Big Brother. Rocks instructed. All right, Big Brother, Giroliausa said, not expecting Rocks to be so generous and the progress to be so fast. It felt like a dream. Good. Go back and prepare yourself. Get dressed up a bit. Tonight is the wedding night, Rocks ordered. Giroliausa stiffened at his words, but quickly regained her composure. After nodding, she prepared to leave, but Lorne called her back. Wait, Giroliausa, I have something to ask you. What is it, husband Lorne? Giroliausa reacted quickly, but as soon as she spoke, she felt the address was inappropriate and immediately corrected herself. This made Rocks nod. Smart women are indeed great. Is there a woman named Shachi in your Daughter Kingdom? Lorne asked. Note, Giroliausa is the young version of the old lady, who was also a great beauty in her youth, and Shachi, even in her old age, still retains her charm. Lorne had a reason for asking this. When greeting the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom earlier, Lorne had already scanned the citizens with his skill golden eye. Apart from the king, Giroliausa, who is an S-rank woman, there is another S-rank woman in the Daughter Kingdom. She looks very similar to Shachi from the original work. After all, Shachi is one of the few women whose appearance and figure haven't changed much with age. Combined with the famous figures from the Daughter Kingdom in that era in the original work, Lorne speculated that the other S-rank woman is likely Shachi. However, Lorne wasn't sure, which is why he asked, Shachi? Yes, she is indeed a very promising woman among the younger generation of the Daughter Kingdom. I am grooming her to be the next queen, Giroliausa revealed, not knowing why Lorne asked. Oh, is that so? That's great. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile appeared on Lorne's lips. Since she is being groomed as the next queen, it must be Shachi. In that case, call her over. I have something to ask her, Lorne said. Okay, I understand, my husband. Giroliausa also didn't know why Lorne suddenly named Shachi specifically. But since her husband ordered it, she had to comply. Guruliosa is a woman who positions herself correctly. Her title as queen means nothing compared to a giant like the Rocks pirate crew. Lauren greatly appreciates such intelligent women. Soon, Shachi arrived. Shachi looked about 18, very youthful, while Guruliosa was already 25 or 26, more mature. Of course, both of them were stunning in appearance and figure. Just one was more youthful, and the other more mature. In the original work, to become the queen of the Daughter Kingdom, one must possess beauty, strength, and capability. After all, the Daughter Kingdom is not lacking in beautiful women or strong individuals. Only women who are both powerful and beautiful can stand out among a crowd of women and become queens. Lord Lorne, what do you need from me? Shachi's personality is actually quite cheerful, calm, and unflappable in the face of challenges. However, she became a bit shy upon seeing Lorne. After all, Shachi participated in the battle when the Daughter Kingdom hijacked the Heavenly Gold. During that battle, the King Guruliosa was defeated, and the members of the pirate crew, including Shachi, were captured and were to be sent to the Holy Land Mary Geos as slaves for the celestial dragons. This made Shachi tremble and feel a deep sense of despair about life. Who in the world hasn't heard of the brutality of the celestial dragons? Many citizens of the Amazon Lily have been captured and enslaved by the celestial dragons. Among those taken to the Holy Land, the chances of returning alive are extremely slim, almost non-existent. Even those who are fortunate enough to survive and return from the Holy Land were expressions filled with despair. Some women are tormented by painful memories every day and ultimately choose to end their own lives to escape the suffering. Shachi has heard of this and understands that if she truly becomes a slave, what awaits her will be a journey more terrifying than hell. Yet, at this moment of despair, a figure appeared to save them. Like a hero descending from the heavens, he rescued them from CP0 and the Knights of God. Yes, that person was Ron. Therefore, Shachi developed feelings for Ron and became a bit shy when she saw him, acting unusually. This girl is not herself. Guruliosa, who was familiar with Shachi's personality, also noticed that Shachi was acting strangely around Ron. Don't be nervous, Shachi. I just want to ask you if you would be willing to be my wife. After looking Shachi up and down and confirming that she was also an S-level woman, Ron spoke up. The moment these words were spoken, the three present, Gurulio, Shachi, and Rocks, were all taken aback, especially Rocks, who never expected his younger brother to take an interest in other women. This truly delighted him. Rocks couldn't help but wish for Lorne to be a bit more proactive. After all, as the older brother, he couldn't always make his younger brother suffer a bit, right? Since Lorne was taking the initiative, Rocks felt less guilty. Ha ha, little brother, you're really something. Since that's the case, Miss Shachi should agree. This way, the relationship between our Rocks pirates and the Daughter Kingdom can be even more stable. Don't worry, our Rocks pirates will definitely treat you well. The Daughter Kingdom will henceforth be one of our own. Anyone who dares to oppose the Daughter Kingdom will be our enemy. Before Shachi could speak, Rocks laughed heartily, obviously very happy. Since his little brother had taken the initiative, he, as the older brother, naturally wanted to add fuel to the fire. Of course I'm willing. Shachi also didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Her Prince Charming, who had saved her, was suddenly asking to marry her. This was simply a dream come true. Ha ha ha, very good. Indeed, people from the Daughter Kingdom are very clever. Seeing Shachi agree without hesitation, Rocks laughed heartily, and in his eyes, Shachi and Gurulio had already transformed into his yet-to-be-born cute nephews or nieces. That evening, the Rocks pirates held a grand wedding ceremony. Lorne married the two women again, and that night, they consummated their marriage. That night, all three of them were sleepless. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month and a half had passed. Lorne's fourth offspring, the child of the mermaid Sherry, was born. Another SS-level talent little boy, who was naturally endowed with powerful observation haki. Rocks was grinning from ear to ear with the addition to their family. Not only that, but that night, more good news came from the Rocks pirates. Congratulations, Lord Lorne, congratulations, Captain Rocks. Miss Shachi and Miss Gurulio's bellies are showing signs. They should be pregnant. The ship's doctor immediately reported this news to Rocks and Lorne. What? Really? After such a night filled with good news, Rocks was somewhat questioning life. Absolutely true. Captain Rocks. Ha, Lorne, you really are capable. Hitting the target every time, never missing. Rocks laughed heartily, patting Lorne on the shoulder, extremely excited. Killing two birds with one stone. His little brother was truly impressive. In this regard, Rocks had to admit that he had been left far behind by his little brother, to the point where he couldn't even see the exhaust. Make sure they rest well and take good care of them. Lorne also said with a smile. Because just moments ago, the system's voice began to ring out. A series of sounds sounded very pleasant, and Lauren could feel that this time the system's rewards were exceptionally generous. After all, even before seeing what the rewards were, he could already feel a powerful force surging into his body. This power gave Ron a very subtle feeling, a sense of invincibility with this power in hand. It's important to note that Ron is now at the Emperor level. Whether it's the three-color domineering, or speed, strength, stamina, or swordsmanship, they are all at the Emperor level. However, this reward still made Ron feel a tremendous improvement. It must be said that it is indeed generous. At least, it is an SSS level reward. Note, sorry everyone, I've been a bit slack during this time. Starting next Monday, there will be at least 2 to 3 updates a day. Thank you to all the handsome readers who are still following here. Love you all. This time the reward definitely includes an SSS level talent. However, Lauren couldn't open the system right now, as he was drinking with Rocks, Newgate, and the others from the Rocks Pirates, including the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe. Lauren couldn't wait any longer, so he casually found an excuse to go to a place where no one was around and open the system interface. The dense messages were a feast for Lauren's eyes. After all, this time both Gorliosa and Shaki were pregnant at the same time. With 2 heirs added in one go, the rewards were naturally doubled. Congratulations to the host for adding new heirs, rewards of armament haki experience, conqueror's haki experience, and observation haki experience. Speed, stamina, and strength have increased. Swordsmanship has improved. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles has increased. These are the rewards given for each offspring born, which are quite similar, and Lauren isn't really concerned about them. After all his abilities are at the Emperor level, and the benefits from these experience rewards are quite limited. Unless he can break through the Emperor level and advance to the King level, Lauren's strength can rise to a new height. Besides these experience rewards, what Lauren cares about the most is the talent rewards. This is truly a great thing. Sure enough, as I looked further, it turned out to be an SS level talent. Congratulations to the host for adding descendants and receiving the SS level talent reward, Eternal Peak. What does this Eternal Peak mean? Lauren asked the system. Soon, the system provided an explanation. In summary, Eternal Peak means that from now on, Lauren's strength will not decline due to any factors, including age, injuries, aging, and all sorts of other factors that could cause a decline in strength. Even his appearance can remain as youthful as when he was young. So, even if I am 100 years old in the future, my strength can still remain at its peak. Lauren couldn't help but get excited. This talent may sound useless, but it actually has great significance. After all, age is a wall that everyone cannot avoid. Everyone will grow old. As one ages, various bodily functions begin to decline continuously. Even if one maintains a strong training regimen every day, their abilities will still deteriorate significantly. Strength, speed, and stamina will all experience varying degrees of decline. Even someone as strong as Garb, who has no apparent ailments and maintains his training habit without any slack, was still defeated at the age of 80 by the Blackbeard pirates led by Akainu and Shiryu. It's important to note that Peak Garp was a powerhouse on the level of Roger and Whitebeard, and in the original work, he successfully repelled the invincible Rocks pirates alongside Roger. Yet, he still couldn't escape the constraints of age. Moreover, it's not just age. Even factors like injuries and underlying ailments have all been ruled out. It's worth mentioning that Whitebeard's significant decline in strength was also due to the combination of age and underlying ailments, as he didn't even showcase his conqueror's haki during the Marineford War. But from now on, regardless of what happens, Luffy's strength will never decline. It will only continue to rise. Such a talent is definitely at the SS level. Even Leon feels that this talent could be considered SSS level. Eternal Peak existence is undoubtedly a dream come true for a top-tier powerhouse. Of course, just having Eternal Peak existence alone is not enough to make Leon feel a significant improvement. This time, both Shaki and Gorliasa are pregnant, so there should be an additional reward talent. Lauren continued to look at the system interface's prompt message and was shocked when he saw the reward, his mouth opening unconsciously. Congratulations to the host for adding offspring and obtaining an SSS level talent reward. Animal System Mythical Beast Awakening Vitality. No wonder he felt invincible all of a sudden. It turned out to be because of this talent. Animal System Mythical Beast Awakening Vitality. According to the system's explanation, as the name suggests, the Animal System Awakening Vitality means possessing a life force as powerful as that of an Animal System Awaken ability user. It is known that among the 3 major types of devil fruits in One Piece, Zoan, Logia, and Paramecia, the strongest is undoubtedly the Zoan mythical beast category. Whether it's the 5 powerful Wushan elders, or the world's strongest creature Kaido, or even Luffy, who transformed from the gum-gum fruit to the human fruit mythical beast Nika, sun god form. These top-tier powerhouses in the world are all mythical beast ability users. Even the king of the world, M, is probably a mythical beast ability user as well. These top-tier powerhouses are all Zoan-type mythical beast users, which clearly indicates that Zoan-type mythical beasts are the most powerful type of devil fruit in the pirate world. After all, M has controlled the world government for 800 years, and all the powerful figures under him, the Gorosei, are also Zoan-type mythical beasts. If it weren't for the strength of the mythical beasts, it would be too coincidental for all the Gorosei to be mythical beast types. After consuming a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit, not only will physical strength, speed, power, and defense see significant increases, but vitality and stamina will also multiply. Once the fruit's abilities are cultivated to the awakened form, the true power of the Zoan type will be fully realized. This includes a terrifying recovery ability, allowing one to quickly restore to full health even after being defeated. It can be considered a low-tier version of immortality. It seems that the Zoan-type mythical beast is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the pirate world. Now that Lorne has awakened the ability of the Zoan-type mythical beast, it means he possesses the same powerful physique, strength, and vitality as those strong Zoan-type mythical beast users. And most importantly, his recovery ability. According to the system's explanation, even if Lorne loses an arm or a leg, he can recover quickly. Overall, gaining this ability means Lorne's strength has not only increased significantly, but he has also become an indestructible little cockroach. As long as Lorne cannot be killed, he can recover quickly. Even if all of Lorne's limbs are chopped off, he can still regenerate. No wonder Lorne feels that his strength has increased so much. A top-tier talent, truly deserving of its reputation. This also led Lorne to a speculation. Since he wasn't afraid of death, he wondered if he could directly use the extremely rogue strategy of exchanging injury for injury when facing top-tier powerhouses in the future, in order to truly defeat general-level strong opponents. This guess excited Lorne. If he could truly defeat and kill a strong general like his older brother, then the chances of overturning the celestial dragons would undoubtedly increase again. In any case, next time, whether it's the celestial dragons, the Navy, or the world government, the Knights of God, when they encounter them, he would definitely make them pay. Lorne thought to himself, by the way, is there any difference between the awakening of the Zoan type and the awakening of the mythical Zoan type system? Lorne suddenly remembered a question. If it was just the awakening of the Zoan type vitality, Lorne could understand that. But this time the reward was the awakening of the mythical Zoan type vitality, which made a clear distinction. The two must be different. How to say, the specific differences are not very clear, and he could only rely on the host to explore in real combat. The system's response was very vague. Really? I like this answer. The system's ambiguous response excited Lorne all of a sudden. This unknown power indeed excites people, when it is truly unleashed, not to mention the enemies. Even Lorne himself will probably be shocked. I really look forward to the next encounter, Navy Celestial Dragon. A smile appeared at the corner of Lorne's mouth. The next encounter should be in the near future. However, Lorne was mistaken. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Now it is the year 1472 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the past 3 years, the Rocks pirates have not taken any significant actions. After all, the children have been growing up during these years. Even if these kids have high talent, they're still just seedlings in the eyes of top-tier powerhouses. If the members of the Rocks pirates were to act recklessly, Rocks would indeed fear a surprise attack from the world government or the Navy on Weno country. After all, the Rocks pirates have deep-seated enmities with both the Navy and the world government. Once the Rocks pirates show any signs of movement, the Navy or the world government will surely take significant action. It's important to remember that the Navy and the world government harbor intense hatred towards the Rocks pirates. Although many years have passed, it is impossible for them to forget the hatred from back then. Fortunately, the Rocks pirates occupy the strategically advantageous territory of Weno country. Relying on the resources of seastone, the Rocks pirates have been thriving, lacking for nothing. Even some big shots from the dark world have actively sought to ally with the Rocks pirates. Kings of usury, shipping, entertainment, and others have come under the banner of the Rocks pirates. The protection fees paid by these dark world rulers each year amount to a substantial sum. Therefore, even without raiding for 3 years, the Rocks pirates remain incredibly wealthy, even considered an independent pirate kingdom. On the other hand, after the experience of defeat in the last battle against Weno country, the Navy and the world government are also wary of recklessly attacking the Rocks pirates. After all, if the Rocks pirates fear being attacked at home, Shouldn't the Navy and the world government fear the same? The painful lesson from the last time when the rocks were raided by Ron, leading to the destruction of resources worth hundreds of billions of berries, is still fresh in their minds. Thus, both sides have maintained a delicate balance, refraining from making any major moves over these 3 years. Of course, the Rocks pirates have not been completely inactive during these 3 years. Firstly, they have incorporated a dozen islands surrounding the waters of Weno country into the territory of the Rocks pirates. In this way, if any force attempts to take action against the Rocks pirates will be able to anticipate it in advance and prepare for their next move. Secondly, during these 3 years, cadres like Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and Gold Lion have been continuously training, and their strength has made significant progress. At the very least, they are much stronger than they were during the supernova period. They now have the capability to contend with admiral-level strong opponents for a short time. Of course, if the time extends, these cadres would still be defeated. However, Lorne is not anxious about this. After all, it is not the best time to attack the world government. The right moment for the Rocks pirates to launch a full-scale attack on the world government should be when his several offspring have grown up and fully realized their talents. By then, they will at least need to be around 17 or 18 years old, which will take more than a decade. A decade is also enough time for Gold Lion and others to grow stronger. By that time, the strength of the Rocks pirates will be much greater than in the original work. Moreover, with the family as the core, the cohesion of the entire pirate group will be incredibly reliable. Brother, shouldn't you consider taking another concubine? One day, Rocks found Lorne, hesitating and somewhat shy as he spoke. It turns out that Lorne has not taken another concubine in these 3 years. This has left Locks quite troubled. Although Leon now has 6 offspring, that is still far from enough. In Locks' view, Leon should at least have 20 or 30 nephews and nieces. Of course, having 40 or 50 wouldn't be a problem either. 100 would be even better. After all, the more the merrier. My brother, I understand. But if you want me to take a concubine, I need to find a satisfactory woman first. I can't just marry anyone, right? Leon also waved his hand, feeling quite helpless. You have to understand that S-rank women are extremely precious. For the past 3 years, the Locks pirates haven't found a single S-rank woman. There are plenty of women with other talents, and many princesses from various kingdoms want to marry Leon. After all, who wouldn't want to lean on the big tree of the Locks pirates? But those princesses have poor talents, and Leon doesn't even consider them. You have to know that the Locks pirates are going to overturn the world government in the future. Having children with poor talents would not only be useless, but they would also become a burden. It's not that Lorne is cold-blooded. It's precisely because Lorne has too much sense of responsibility. If the child born has poor talent, can Lorne just ignore it? Of course, he has to take care of it. After all, it's his own blood flowing in them. But how to take care of it? By then, the entire Rocks pirates will be fighting against the world government, and he would have to send a few strong ones to protect those weaker children. This is just adding to one's own troubles. It was precisely after realizing this that Lorne decided not to marry any woman who wasn't S-class. Oh no. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne, there's a big problem. At that moment, a member of the Rocks pirates rushed in front of Rocks and Lorne, looking very anxious. What happened? There's a big problem, Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne. We've received news from Island Number 1 that someone has invaded. Not only that, but Master Bell, Master Gree, and Miss Lori are all on that island right now. Huh? Isn't Silver Axe on Island Number 1? Lorne asked. This time, the invaders are very powerful, and even Captain Silver Axe is having trouble stopping them. Silver Axe can't stop them? Which audacious fool dares to invade my Rocks pirates? Upon hearing this, Rocks also became anxious. He wasn't worried about Silver Axe, but rather about his nephew and niece who happened to be there. If even a single hair on his nephew or niece gets hurt, he would definitely skin the invader alive. It's a tall woman. I think her name is Charlotte Linlin or something. What did you say? What is the name of the invader? Before Rocks could speak, Lorne couldn't sit still any longer, stood up abruptly, and grabbed the collar of the Rocks pirates member, loudly asking. This scene almost scared that member to the point of wetting himself. What happened to Lord Lorne? Even Rocks seemed a bit surprised. He rarely saw his younger brother show such a side. Call Charlotte Linlin. That member repeated. Are you sure? Sure. Absolutely sure. Great. Fantastic. It's finally here. Upon hearing this, Lorne released that member's collar and smiled. What's up with you, little brother? Why are you so happy? Rocks asked in confusion. To be honest, the current Rocks has changed significantly from the original work. In the original, Rocks was an ambitious man who knew the names of all powerful figures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered them. But now, Rocks hasn't even heard of Charlotte Linlin's name. However, it makes sense. Charlotte Linlin isn't particularly famous right now. especially after Lawrence's arrival disrupted the original development of the pirate world. The atrocities of other pirates pale in comparison to those of the Rocks pirates. Therefore, aside from the members of the Rocks pirates, the bounties of other pirates have been rising very slowly. Currently, Charlotte Linlin's bounty seems to be less than 100 million, not even qualifying as a supernova. However, regardless of her bounty, Charlotte Linlin's strength is still growing. According to the timeline, Charlotte Linlin is now in her early 20s, the prime of her youth. Given her talent, she should have made significant progress by her 20s, and it makes sense that Silver Axe couldn't defeat her. Big brother, didn't you want me to take a concubine? Isn't this just perfect? Lawrence said with a smile to Rocks. Oh, you mean this woman named Charlotte Linlin interests you? That's right, big brother. Just think about it. A woman who could even trouble Silver Axe. Of course, I'm interested, Lawrence teased. You have a point there. Rocks stroked his chin. Silver Axe's strength is far beyond what it was 3 years ago. A woman who can give Silver Axe a headache certainly fits little brother's taste. However, with our current notoriety, that woman dares to invade on her own? That's quite strange. Lorne also found it hard to understand. From his perspective as a time traveler, Charlotte Linlin doesn't seem like a mindless person. After all, the Rocks pirates are currently at the height of their fame, and even the Navy and the world government dare not easily take action against them. For so many years, it's the first time someone dares to actively invade the Rocks pirates. Could it be that Charlotte Linlin wants to use this move to attract my attention? That's really too clutch. Although somewhat puzzled, Lorne and Rocks still left Weno country at the fastest speed, heading towards the location of Island Number 1. Within the waters of Weno country, all the surrounding dozen islands had already been occupied by the Rocks pirates. These islands are distributed in various directions around Weno country, with each island seeming like a loyal bodyguard, surrounding the monarch of Weno country. Each island is heavily guarded, and Island Number 1 is under the command of Silver Axe, a captain from the Rocks pirates. At this moment, Island Number 1 is already in chaos. Linlin, wake up. This is the territory of the Rocks pirates. If we anger them, we're done for. At this very moment, in the center of the island, a short man wearing a magician's hat and sporting a distinctive sausage-like mouth is desperately holding onto a woman who stands about 7 meters tall, with an incredibly slender figure and beautiful appearance. The short man is none other than the user of the Chi-Chi fruit, Longbread. Get away. Don't stop Linlin. However, Longbread's small stature is no match for the tall woman, who easily throws him aside and stomps on the ground several times. Indeed, the slender and beautiful woman is the young Charlotte Linlin. It must be said that the young Charlotte Linlin is undoubtedly a first-class beauty. Both her figure and appearance are exceptional. However, at this moment, Charlotte Linlin's eyes seem to be hypnotized, flashing with circular patterns, and her hair is standing up like a demon. Drool is dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her hands are outstretched as if searching for something, and she keeps saying, "Delicious candy. There must be very delicious candy here." Linlin can already smell it. Hurry and take it out for Linlin. It turns out that Charlotte Linlin does not intend to actively invade the territory of the Rocks pirates. Instead, she happened to catch a whiff of the delicious candy specially made by the Fishman while passing through this territory. After all, the taste of these candies is exceptional and very appealing to the likes of Belle, Guri, Loli, and other children. It is precisely because the flavor of these candies is so amazing that the mere aroma wafting through the air has caused Charlotte Linlin to succumb to her food cravings. This made Charlotte Linlin completely lose her sanity, as she actually dared to invade the Rocks pirates. If Charlotte Linlin were in her right mind, she would never have dared to intrude into the territory of the maritime overlord. How dare she block this woman, who is so reckless as to invade the Rocks pirates? Courting death. Quickly protect young Master Bell and the others. If they lose even a hair, we're done for. The members of the Rocks pirates have no idea what kind of obsession Charlotte Linlin has. Since she dared to invade the Rocks pirates, she naturally intends to go all out. However, with Silver Axe already defeated, these ordinary members or low-ranking officers cannot pose any threat to Charlotte Linlin. Hold her off. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne is coming. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared, causing the members of the Rocks pirates to be invigorated. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne. The arrival of these two people, let alone facing a mere Charlotte Linlin, even if they were being invaded by a Marine Admiral, they could only flee in despair. What? Rocks and Law are here? Linlin, I can only wish you good luck. I have to run. Upon hearing this, the long bread that had been stepped on by Charlotte Linlin immediately got scared and stood up from the ground, covered in dirt, ready to escape after hearing the names of Rocks and Law. Figures like Rocks and Law are not something he can provoke. Want to run? First, I'll take care of you. Law saw the long bread from a distance. He didn't have a good impression of this guy, and Charlotte Linlin trusted him very much, even treating him like a father figure, obeying him completely. Law wanted to marry Charlotte Linlin, but didn't he want an extra cheap father-in-law? Divine punishment. Swish. A bolt of lightning fell, instantly engulfing the long bread who was about to escape, turning him into a pile of ashes. Swish. A flash of lightning passed, and the long bread that wanted to run instantly turned into a cloud of ashes. Lord Law is here. Lord Law is so handsome. Ha, invader, wait to die. Seeing this familiar and dazzling lightning, the members of the Rocks Pirates all shouted in unison, incredibly excited. Quickly give Linlin some candy. Delicious candy. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin was still in the midst of her food obsession. Island number 1 was in a terrible state of destruction. If it weren't for the fact that my little brother has taken a liking to you, I would definitely make you regret this, you bastard. Looking at the ruined Island number 1, Rocks said somewhat indignantly, things that are destroyed can be rebuilt. But this is the first time the Rocks Pirates have been invaded in so many years, it's really too embarrassing. If it weren't for Law's prior warning, Rocks would have already rushed up to kill Charlotte Linlin. However, thinking that she might be his future sister-in-law, Rocks didn't dare to act, fearing that he would seriously injure her with just one move. She wants candy. Can't we just give her some? It's not some rare treasure. After dealing with the long bread, Law transformed into lightning and appeared in front of several members of the Rocks Pirates who were clutching candy tightly and unwilling to let go. Yes, Lord Law. The members of the Rocks Pirates were also taken aback. Why didn't they think of this? It's not that they didn't think of it, but they didn't dare to give candy to an invader. After all, this was the favorite candy of young Master Bell, young Master Gris, and others. If they dared to give it to an invader, they would definitely suffer the consequences. Following Law's orders, several members of the Rocks Pirates threw all the candy in their hands at Charlotte Linlin's feet. Bell, Gris, and others had no objections to this. Although this was their favorite candy, the command of their father was above all. They're still aware of this. Candy. Delicious candy. Charlotte Linlin immediately started to devour the candy in front of everyone. Eat, eat, eat. Yum, so delicious. I've never had such delicious candy before. MMM, MMM, MMM. The most delicious candy in the world. Linlin is so happy. MMM, MMM, MMM. As Charlotte Linlin ate and sighed, she quickly finished off dozens of pounds of candy by herself. After eating the candy, her food obsession finally subsided, and she returned to her normal self, looking like a beautiful woman again. Huh, I originally thought she was a crazy woman, but unexpectedly, when she calmed down, she really was different. Now she deserves my little brother. Seeing Charlotte Linlin return to her calm state, Rocks was also surprised. At first, he thought Charlotte Linlin's food obsession made her seem like a complete lunatic, and he didn't understand what his little brother saw in her. Lauren didn't say anything, so Rocks couldn't ask. As a result, the now normal Charlotte Linlin suddenly made Rocks understand everything. With this appearance and figure, this is what truly matches my little brother. Where am I? The now calm Charlotte Linlin looked around in confusion and found herself surrounded by the ruins she had destroyed. When she looked at the people in front of her, Charlotte Linlin instantly regained her composure. You are the Sea Overlord Rocks. And Law. Seeing the two of them, even Charlotte Linlin, who was very confident in her own talent and strength, couldn't help but stumble over her words. These two people's reputations are too loud. One has a bounty exceeding 3.5 billion, and the other over 2 billion. They're the top pirates on the sea. Could it be that I have intruded into their territory and destroyed so many things? I'm finished, no matter how confident I am. Charlotte Linlin knows that if she provokes the Rocks Pirates, she will definitely be doomed. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I really apologize. I can compensate for any losses. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin hurriedly apologized, hoping to win the forgiveness of Rocks and Lauren. It's important to know that pirates are always lawless, and the fact that she proactively apologized says a lot. Are you sure? The things you destroyed were made with very precious materials. Can you afford to compensate? Lauren joked. Then what should I do? Hearing Lauren say this, Charlotte Linlin was also stunned, as her nature is still quite simple. Don't worry, I have a good idea. You can stay with the Rocks Pirates and be my wife. That way, the things you've broken will be wiped clean. Not only that, but you'll also get to eat delicious candy every day, as much as you want, Lauren said with a light laugh. Meanwhile, Lauren also casually used his ability to check Charlotte Linlin's fortune-bringing value. At a glance, Lauren was shocked. It turned out to be an S level of auspiciousness. It had already exceeded the highest level given by the system. This was Lauren's first encounter with an S-class woman. Could it really be like this? This took Lauren completely by surprise. Is it really true? For a moment, Charlotte Linlin was a bit stunned, but once she reacted, her face was filled with joy. She had originally thought that Lorne would make her pay with her life, but unexpectedly, he wanted her to be his wife, and she would get to eat delicious candies every day. This surprise came too suddenly, right? Of course it's true. All right, when are we getting married? Just thinking about not having to compensate for so many things and being able to eat the most delicious candies in the world every day. Charlotte Linlin is even more anxious than Luffy. No wonder she is the top foodie among pirates. Tonight, you immediately notify someone to prepare for the wedding banquet tonight. Luffy also doesn't waste any time and decisively gives orders to his subordinates. Nanny. This scene also stunned everyone. They were actually going to marry an invader as a wife, and the wedding was to be held that very night. Lord Lorne is really decisive. After the initial shock, his subordinates immediately got busy. That evening, the Rocks pirates held another grand wedding. Everyone drank to their heart's content. After the wedding, it was another sleepless night for Lorne and Charlotte Linlin. Captain Rocks, Lord Lorne, Miss Linlin is pregnant. A month later, the ship's doctor excitedly informed Rocks and Lorne about Charlotte Linlin's pregnancy. Bro, you really are something. Rocks couldn't help but give Lorne a thumbs up. When it comes to precision, his little brother is truly impressive. It always takes exactly 1 month, not a day more or less. Haha, great. Lorne is also looking forward to this day. He wonders what kind of reward he will get this time. After all, she is the only S-rank woman. Lorne is quite excited about Charlotte Linlin's pregnancy. This is the first woman with an S rating. I wonder what kind of terrifying talent her child will possess. I also wonder if she will be able to obtain a talent even more powerful than SSS level. Everything is too exciting. As expected, the system's notification sounds soon came in a frenzy, making Lorne's head buzz. Seeing this, Lorne quickly found an excuse to go to a secluded place and open the system panel. Congratulations to the host for adding a child one. Rewards for armament haki experience, conqueror's haki experience, and observation haki experience. Congratulations to the host for adding a child one. Rewards for speed, strength, and stamina experience. Congratulations to the host for adding a child one. Rewards for swordsmanship experience. Rewards for Navy 6 Styles Proficiency. A series of voices once again raised excitement, but this time, unlike before, these experience rewards were exceptionally generous. Each ability's experience increased by at least 15. It should be noted that the last time Shaki and Giro Lyoza had a child, Lorne's experience only grew by about 5. Looking at the system panel again. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 21 speed, royal level, current progress, 38. 34 strength, royal level, current progress, 37. 53 stamina, royal level, current progress, 39. 97 swordsmanship, royal level, current progress, 33. 14 armament haki, royal level, awakened flow cherry, progress, 40. 31 observation haki, royal level, progress, 42. 54 conqueror's haki, royal level, progress, 29. 98 devil fruit, thunder fruit, other abilities. Never fatigued, golden eye, free training. Devil fruit, no side effects, special haki. Observation haki, foreseeing the future. Armament haki, flow cherry. Conqueror's haki, binding. Most of Lorne's abilities have exceeded 30, which is a cause for celebration and a promising future. However, what Lorne looked forward to the most was the talent reward. Following that, he checked the system message, and upon seeing the talent reward, even Lorne, who had experienced many storms, was stunned. His eyes nearly popped out, detected that the host child has increased by 1, hereby rewarding SSS level talent, the ability to exempt others from the side effects of devil fruits, times 1 time. Wow, it really is an SSS level reward. After seeing the system panel, Lorne couldn't help but curse. Upgraded talent, exceeding the highest SSS level talent limit given by the system. My God, wouldn't the child born be more talented than Belle? Belle is only 3 years old now and has already mastered the 3-color haki and various physical abilities. His height has also reached 1.5 meters, far surpassing his peers. It is not an exaggeration to say that children of the same age, even the young Rocks and Charlotte Linlin at 3 years old, would hardly be a match for Belle. Now, there's another child with SSS level upgraded talent. Even Lorne doesn't know how explosive this child's talent will be. Of course, what excites Lorne even more is the additional ability of this SSS level upgraded talent. The ability to exempt others from the side effects of devil fruits. Although it is only once, it is enough. This talent is incredibly practical, isn't it? After all, it's a super powerful ability that can increase the ceiling for strong individuals. You have to understand that in any world, the ability to enhance the upper limits of strong people is an invaluable power. Just imagine if I could use this talent to remove the side effects of Rock's dark fruit. How terrifying would he become? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his strength could reach a whole new level. Right now, Rocks can already defeat Admiral-level strong opponents alone and even kill them. However, facing 2 Admiral-level strong opponents alone would still be a bit challenging. But if I could use this talent to eliminate the side effects of his devil fruit, it's entirely foreseeable that Rocks might one day be able to face 2 Admiral-level strong opponents by himself, without the side effects of the devil fruit. Rock's strength could very well be even more terrifying than in the original story. After all, in the original story, Rocks lost to the legendary strong opponents Carp and Roger. But now, this truly deserves the SSS-level talent. It's just too overpowered. Moreover, it's not just that. Having this one-time talent means that when one has a child, that child will also inherit this talent. In other words, there are a total of 2 opportunities. However, Lorne hasn't decided who to give the second chance to yet. But the first must go to his older brother. Brother, come with me. I have a secret to tell you. With that thought, Lorne couldn't wait to find Rocks. What's going on, little brother? You're being so mysterious. I was just about to celebrate with Newgate and the others over Linglin's pregnancy, Rocks said, a bit confused by Lorne's behavior. This was the first time he had seen his younger brother acting so sneaky. Despite thinking this, Rocks still followed Lorne to a place where only the 2 of them could be alone. To be safe, Lorne activated his observation haki and searched for any nearby people. After confirming that there was no one within a few hundred meters except for himself and his brother, Lorne felt relieved. Brother, I need to tell you something, and you absolutely cannot mention it to anyone. Lorne took a deep breath and said very seriously. After all, this was his first time revealing his ability, and he had to ensure absolute secrecy. Only his older brother, his only biological sibling, would warrant such trust from Lorne. Go ahead, little brother. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. Rocks replied. Even Newgate and my wife and even Belle, Gray, and the others cannot know. You must guarantee it. Lorne carefully reiterated that no one could know, including Newgate, Emoli, Schwelly, Ling, and even Belle, Gray, and Lowly. Absolutely no one. All right. Yes, you. I won't tell anyone. This is something only heaven, earth, you, and I know. I guarantee it with my credibility as your brother. Is that good enough? Seeing Lorne so serious, Rocks also became serious and swore earnestly. After all, Rocks knew Lorne's character well. If Lorne was this serious, it indeed meant the matter was very important. Then I'll say it, but don't be shocked. I found a very ancient method that can eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruits. This includes all the weaknesses of your dark fruit. Lorne knew that Rocks might not care much about other things, but he would never go back on his word regarding something he promised. So he felt reassured to say this. Nanny, are you serious? Lorne? Rocks nearly jumped up in excitement upon hearing this. Nanny, Lorne, are you really serious? Rocks was nearly scared into jumping up at Lorne's words. You can eliminate the abilities of devil fruits? This is simply a fantasy. How could there possibly be such a method? If such a method really existed, the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, would have achieved it long ago. But now they still need sea prism stones to restrain devil fruit users. And even some of the admirals and members of the Holy Knights fear sea prism stones. Just from this point, it can be seen that the world government has not mastered it, indicating that there is almost no method to eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruits. If these words were spoken by someone else, Rocks might take it as a joke or even become angry, thinking that the other person was insulting his intelligence. But coming from his own little brother, Rocks had to believe it to some extent, not for any other reason, but because of the bond between the 2 brothers. Rocks firmly believed that Lorne would never joke about such a thing with him. Of course it's true, big brother. This method is very complicated, and I secretly tried it several times. I didn't expect it to actually succeed, Lorne said seriously, his expression not resembling a joke at all. Successful experiment? Rocks looked incredulous. That's right. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Lorne nodded, then transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared, reappearing in place a few seconds later. The difference was that Lorne now held several pairs of sea prison stone handcuffs in his hands. The land of Weno produces a lot of sea prison stone, and while it's considered a treasure elsewhere, it's quite common in Weno. These sea prison stone handcuffs can't be fake, can they, little brother? Watching Lorne swaggering around with the sea prison stone handcuffs, Rocks had some doubts. After all, Lorne was also a devil fruit user, and his powers would weaken in the presence of the sea. Watch, big brother, Lorne said as he locked Rocks' hands and feet with the handcuffs. This really is sea prison stone. Rocks felt a bit weak all over and said feebly, watch this. Lorne unlocked Rock's handcuffs and then locked his own hands and feet. Immediately, zzz, Lorne continued to elementalize, using his powers however he wanted. He even performed a spin jump while wearing the handcuffs, looking nothing like someone who was restricted. What? Little brother, how are you not afraid of the sea prison stone? Seeing this, Rock's eyes nearly popped out. It could be confirmed that these were indeed real sea prison stones. Yet his little brother was completely fine and even dancing while wearing them. What the hell is going on? Did my little brother really develop a method to eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit? Can I still deceive you? Brother, I really have mastered a way to eliminate the weaknesses of the devil fruit. Lehen confidently said to Locks. Not only that, brother. The method I have mastered not only allows the users to not fear the power of the sea, it also has an even more terrifying ability. As he spoke, Lehen's tone became mysterious again, and Locks listened intently. The method I have mastered not only allows devil fruit users to not fear seawater, but it can also eliminate other weaknesses of the devil fruit users. Nanny? Other weaknesses can also be eliminated? Then what about my dark fruit weakness? Upon hearing Lehen's words, Locks immediately thought of this. The greatest strength of the dark fruit lies in its ability to restrain all users. But the dark fruit is a very special fruit. As a natural type fruit, it cannot elementalize, cannot evade physical attacks, and even has to endure double the pain. If this weakness can be eliminated, Locks is very confident that his strength will reach a new level. That's right, brother, your dark fruit will become like other natural types in the future. Lehen nodded and said, Little brother, you're truly terrifying. You can master such a frightening technology. We have many users in the Locks Pirates, and if this method is popularized, won't the strength of our Locks Pirates increase dramatically? Locks was extremely excited and had already begun to envision the future. Now, the Locks Pirates are already the overlords of the sea, but if Lehen's technology is widely popularized and all users can have their weaknesses eliminated, then even Locks cannot imagine how terrifying the growth of the Locks Pirates would be. You have to know that the power of the devil fruit is incredibly strong. However, the weakness of becoming a landlubber after eating the devil fruit makes many top powerhouses reluctant to eat it. Just imagine if eating the devil fruit was simply a power-up and would not turn one into a landlubber. Then what reason would those top powerhouses have to not eat the devil fruit to enhance their strength? You have to know that there are still quite a few martial arts masters in the Locks Pirates. Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, all three are non-fruit users. If these three were to eat the fruit, their strength would increase. And then there's Bell and the others. With Bell's talent, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a top-level powerhouse. But if he could also eat a devil fruit, his strength would rise even further. Brother, did you forget what I just told you? Hearing Locks say this, Lehen's tone became a bit displeased. Don't forget that we are a pirate group that relies on seastone production. If this technology is really popularized on a large scale, who will buy seastone? Wouldn't we starve to death? Moreover, this technology is too terrifying. Once it is revealed, who knows how many people in the world will covet it. Right now, Bell and the others haven't even grown up yet. If this technology is really revealed, the world government will definitely attack the Locks Pirates at all costs. I don't think our current strength can withstand an all-out attack from the world government. We can't take that risk. Besides, my technology is not mature yet. I can only eliminate my own weakness and at most one more person's weakness. So we absolutely cannot tell anyone. This matter must only be known to the heavens. The earth, you and me understand? Lehen had to emphasize the stakes of the situation to Locks. I understand, little brother. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Only the two of us will know about this, and there can't be a third person who knows. After hearing this, Locks nodded, understanding the stakes involved, and assured him. Seeing Locks' expression, Lehen nodded, feeling relieved. Good. Then I am ready to start the experiment on you. Are you ready, brother? With that, Lehen began to prepare to eliminate Locks' weaknesses. Bring it on, little brother. Locks was getting a bit nervous, his breathing becoming rapid. Bring it on, little brother. Locks was getting a bit tense, his breathing becoming quite hurried. Okay, close your eyes. Lehen instructed. Although it is very simple to eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit for Locks, he still had to make him close his eyes. Otherwise, if it were too simple, it might raise his brother's suspicions. I've closed them. Locks tightly shut his eyes. Seeing this, Lehen placed one hand on Locks' shoulder and silently recited to the system in his heart. Use the talent to eliminate the negative status of the devil fruit. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the SSS talent to eliminate the negative status of the devil fruit. Ding. Checking if the user is a devil fruit user. Ding. Check successful. The user has consumed the dark fruit. Usage successful, eliminating the negative effects of the devil fruit for the user. Ding, elimination successful. The user's negative effects from the devil fruit have been completely eliminated. After a series of messages came through, Lehen nodded. The effect is a bit too fast. Brother, I feel a wonderful warm current flowing in my body. At this moment, Rock's words also came through. Looking at his expression, it was very relaxed, as if he were about to ascend to heaven, seemingly very comfortable with this warm current. About 10 minutes later, Rox slowly opened his eyes. What should we do next, brother? Rox asked. All right, brother, it's successful. Confirm your ability, Lorne said with a smile. Is that it? So simple? I thought it would take a lot of effort. Rox said, somewhat bewildered. He just closed his eyes, felt a warm current entering his body, and that was it? He thought it would take at least several months, doing many experiments and enduring a lot of pain to succeed. He didn't expect it to be this simple. Hee, this is my improved version, and it works this fast. Hurry up and try it. Lorne changed the topic and casually put the sea prism stone handcuffs on Rox. Haha, I don't feel anything at all. With the sea prism stone handcuffs on, Rox didn't feel any abnormalities. His body didn't show any signs of being unable to exert strength, and he felt no discomfort. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Then, with a thought, a dark mist appeared behind him. I can still use my ability. It really has been eliminated. Rox was very excited to see this. He wouldn't have to fear the power of the sea anymore. Brother, try that one, the double pain one. Lorne continued to urge Rox to conduct the experiment. In fact, for a powerhouse like Rox, the most important thing was not whether he could swim, but whether he could remove the double pain. Allowing the dark fruit to become like other Logia-type fruits, able to elementalize and evade physical attacks. In fact, elementalization wasn't even important. As long as he could get rid of the double pain, it would be enough. Boom! Lorne didn't hesitate and threw a punch at Brother Rox. This punch was not infused with any domineering aura, just a simple fist. Crash! As expected, Lorne's punch struck as if hitting cotton, directly passing through Rox's body. This is the manifestation of elementalization. Ha ha ha! It really disappeared. I can elementalize too. Ha ha! Seeing this, Rox also burst into laughter, incredibly excited. He never even dreamed that the weakness of the dark fruit could actually be eliminated. Wait, brother, try again. Saying this, Lorne drew out his sword, the supreme great sword of demon slaying, and thrust it towards Rox. This sword also did not entangle any domineering aura or use any special means. Whoosh! Sure enough, Jama also failed to hit Locke's body. Ha ha ha! Incredible! Lorne! Locke laughed excitedly once again. This is simply outrageous. Since the dark fruit can be elementalized, it indicates that its weaknesses have indeed disappeared, and the side effect of enduring double pain should also be gone. Lorne nodded, feeling there was no need to continue the experiment. It was already clear that all side effects of any devil fruit had been eliminated. Since it can be elementalized, then the double pain must have been completely eliminated as well. Ha ha ha! Lorne, I feel invincible right now. Rox opened his arms and laughed excitedly. That's right. Rox truly felt like he was invincible. What marine admirals or fleet admirals? None of them are enough to fight against him. If they want to challenge him, they would need to send at least 2 admirals. In a one-on-one fight, Rox was confident he could defeat anyone. Ha ha ha! Brother, since that's the case, shouldn't we set sail and take action? It's been so long since we went out to sea, my body is getting rusty. Seeing his brother so excited, Lorne also became thrilled. Rox felt invincible, and Lorne was no different. He had grown quite a bit in the past 3 years and had received many rewards. Even Lorne didn't know just how strong he had become. Since the Rocks pirate crew hadn't gone out to sea for 3 years, they hadn't faced any strong enemies. Now that both of them had become stronger, they certainly needed to go out to sea and practice. Ha ha, little brother, I had the same thought. This sea has been too quiet for too long. It's time for the world government to experience the terror of the Rocks pirate crew once again. A sinister smile appeared on Rock's face. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Rocks pirate crew hasn't made any major moves in 3 years. Deep down, their hatred for the world government and the celestial dragons has been growing day by day. Now that they have gained new power, of course, they would make the world government feel the fear of the Rocks pirate crew again. Immediately notify everyone, all personnel assemble. The Rocks pirate crew is preparing for a big operation. Without hesitation, Rocks took an amplified snail out of his pocket and shouted loudly into it. At that moment, the entire Weno country and the dozens of islands in its waters all heard Rock's voice. The next moment, ha ha, are we finally going to take action? It's the first time in 3 years. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Everyone, head to Weno country to Captain Rocks. After hearing this voice, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, Golden Lion, John, and others all rolled up their sleeves and headed to Weno country. In less than half an hour within Weno country, all the officers of the Rocks pirate crew had gathered in the most prosperous area of Weno country, in the flower capital, inside a building constructed as luxuriously as a palace. All members of the Rocks pirate crew were present. Due to Lorne's crossing over causing an extremely drastic change in the world line compared to the original story, the entire structure, organization, and positions of the Rocks pirate crew had naturally undergone significant changes. The first unchanging aspect was the core leadership team headed by Captain Rocks. In this team, unlike in the original work where Rocks was the absolute leader, the core leadership team consists of 3 people. Captain Rocks, his second-in-command Lorne, and his third-in-command Newgate. Lorne needs no introduction. As Rocks' younger brother, Rocks sometimes listens to Lorne's commands. Newgate is now Lorne's brother-in-law and, in a sense, part of the family. It would be inappropriate to assign him as a division leader. Furthermore, based on Lorne's understanding of Newgate, he is absolutely reliable and trustworthy. Thus, Newgate is also one of the 3 main leaders of the Rocks pirates. As for characters like Shaki, Gold, Roger, and Charlotte Linlin from the original work, their statuses have also changed. As Lorne's wives, they certainly cannot remain on the ship in an executive capacity, as that would hurt their feelings. Their status is much higher than that of regular executives, ranking just below the 3 core leaders of the Rocks pirates. As for Belle, Gree, and Lori, they are still young and cannot hold executive positions yet. By the time they grow up, their status will likely be among the highest in the executive ranks, aside from the core members Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. Next in line are the executives of the Rocks pirates, including the 1st Division Captain Shiki, the 2nd Division Captain Wang Zhi, the 3rd Division Captain Silver Axe, the 4th Division Captain John, and the 5th Division Captain Neptune. Among the 5 captains, except for Neptune, all are legendary strong figures in the original work. Moreover, unlike in the original work, their crews were killed by the Knights of God, and they have a deep-seated enmity with the Celestial Dragons. If it weren't for the Rocks pirates coming to their rescue, they would have likely perished long ago. Therefore, these division leaders are now united with the Rocks pirates. Following them are other mid-level executives, including some devil fruit users. Finally, there are the warriors of Fishman Island and the warriors of the Amazon Lily. The total number of troops that the Rocks pirates can mobilize is around 300,000, which is extremely frightening. And this is just the number of people within the Rocks pirates. Other forces connected to the Rocks pirates include the Lone Star King of the Dark Underworld, the News King, the Entertainment King, the Transportation King, and so on. In summary, the Rocks pirates are now completely an independent pirate kingdom. Moreover, their overall strength surpasses that of the so-called world's strongest nation, Elbaf. In the hearts of the people around the world, even the Navy headquarters can only suffer setbacks when encountering the Rocks pirates. Therefore, the Rocks pirates have been respected by the world as the maritime overlord. In the past 3 years, the sea overlord remained steadfast without any major movements, which made the world somewhat unaccustomed. Now, under the summons of Rocks, the Rocks pirates are about to shock the world once again. At this moment, in Weno country, in the flower capital, all the cadres of the Rocks pirates have gathered in the most prosperous palace. Ha ha! It's finally time to take action. Who's the target this time? I'm really looking forward to it. My sword is getting rusty. Let's set off quickly. Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and others all looked eager. After all, each of them has grown stronger over the past 3 years. In 3 years, without any action has nearly driven this group of monsters crazy. Not to mention these people, even Lorne, Rocks, and Whitebeard have all grown during these 3 years, especially Lorne and Rocks. 2 of them have gained a new ability, while the side effects of the devil fruit have been eliminated for the other. They can't wait to test how much their strength has grown. Ha ha! It seems everyone is looking forward to it. Rocks glanced around and noticed that the cadres present all had eager expressions, and he nodded in satisfaction. We haven't made a move in 3 years. This time, our Rocks pirates will launch a long-awaited action. The target is to attack the world's largest luxury cruise ship, the Bisley. Rocks said slowly. Nanny, is it just a cruise ship? Are we, such a large pirate crew, going to attack just a cruise ship? Isn't that a bit overkill? After hearing Rock's target, everyone looked disappointed. 3 years without action, and the result is gathering all the cadres to attack a cruise ship? This inevitably left the frustrated Golden Lion and Wang Zhi somewhat disappointed. Of course, it wasn't just this. It was merely an appetizer. Lorne slowly spoke up beside them. Although the Beasley was a cruise ship, Its size was enormous and luxurious beyond compare, even housing a town on board, known to the world as the City of Entertainment. In that town, there were casinos, amusement parks, and pleasure houses with all kinds of entertainment you could think of and couldn't think of. Most importantly, it was also a sacred place of entertainment in the hearts of the celestial dragons. Many celestial dragons choose to vacation there, and according to the latest news from Wang, there are currently at least over 30 celestial dragons on the Beasley. So our real plan involves the celestial dragons. Lauren spoke solemnly. Celestial dragons, huh? That makes it much more interesting. So many celestial dragons? There should be a lot of guards too, right? At least there should be strong individuals at the level of marine admirals or members of the Holy Knight station there. That makes it much more fun. Upon hearing about the celestial dragons, Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, and the others suddenly realized. Indeed, gathering the Rocks pirates to attack a cruise ship was quite an overreaction. But with so many celestial dragons on board, it made sense. Seeing the smiles on Golden Lion and the others, Lauren also cracked a faint smile. They were too naive. His true goal was not simply to attack the celestial dragons. What Lauren intended to do was to capture all the celestial dragons and then broadcast a live execution of them to the entire world. I wonder if the Marine headquarters and the world government will be able to sit still then? Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it feels amusing. 2 days after the Rocks pirates gathered their cadres for a meeting. In the New World, in a certain sea area, on the world's largest cruise ship, Beasley, lies the world's largest entertainment city. The entire city seemed to be crafted from gold, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, filled with revelry, singing, dancing, and immense prosperity. Many nobles, wealthy individuals, and even celestial dragons come here to indulge in pleasure. Laughter and joy echoed throughout the city. At this moment, the people here were still unaware that the world's most vicious pirate was about to descend. Meanwhile, high in the sky floated a massive island, clearly a masterpiece of the captain of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. On this island, the 3 core leaders are Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate. Along with them are the 4 cadres, Captain John, Silver Axe, and the Golden Lion, together with tens of thousands of members from the Rocks pirates. This is the entire force mobilized for this operation. As for Charlotte Linlin, Neftin, Shaki, and Garolioza, they're staying back in Weno country. Especially Charlotte Linlin, who has just become pregnant and should focus on her pregnancy. Ha. Below is the world's largest entertainment city. When do we strike, Captain Rocks? After noticing the movement below, the Golden Lion asked eagerly. These 3 years have really made him restless. What's the hurry? Loren said, then took out a phone bug to dial. Lord Loren, what can I do for you? The voice of the News King was respectful, not daring to be presumptuous in the slightest. News King, are you ready? Of course, I'm ready. We can start at any time. Great, then let's begin. A smile appeared on Lauren's lips. Everyone, get ready to work. Hurry. We mustn't slack off. This is an order from Lord Loren himself. Immediately start a global live broadcast. The next moment, after hanging up the phone, the News King immediately called his employees to start working hard. Unlike Morgan in the original work, who had the albatross fruit ability, the current News King has no fruit ability, but a man who can rule in the underground world naturally has his own skills. Even without a fruit ability, he can rely on his strong connections and subordinates to initiate a global live broadcast. Then click, the next moment all over the world. The Shambody Archipelago, Alabasta, Dressrosa, Drum Kingdom, the Gaia Islands, etc. Whether it is a country in the New World or an island in the Grand Line, or towns across the 4 seas. Wherever there is a screen, a live broadcast appears at the same time. In a town square, on bar screens, in casino phone bugs, the live broadcast appeared. What's going on? Why is the screen moving by itself? Who's behind this? Is it haunted? The screen is moving by itself. The people of the world were completely bewildered by this sudden scene. Huh? What's happening? Quick, let's CP find out what's going on. Even in Mariehua and the Navy headquarters in Marineford, this situation occurred. This left the Marine Admiral and even the 5 elders somewhat confused. But the next moment, several familiar figures appeared in the live broadcast. Instantly, the people of the world fell into panic. Isn't that the Sea Overlord Rocks and Loren and Whitebeard? Those are the 3 core leaders of the Rocks pirates. What's going on? Is this the work of Rocks? Are they going to act again? They finally had peace for 3 years. Who will be their target this time? The Navy or the underwater prison? Or Mariehua? At this moment, upon seeing the figures of Rocks, Loren, and Whitebeard, the people of the world trembled as if they had seen a ghost. The Sea Overlord Rocks killing admirals, killing celestial dragons, killing the knights of God, robbing the heavens of gold, defeating the Navy, and releasing countless prisoners from the underwater prison. These masterpieces have truly ingrained the notorious reputation of the Rocks pirates in people's hearts. Many even use the names of Rocks, Luffy, and Newgate to scare crying babies into silence. As soon as they hear the names of these three, the crying babies instantly quiet down. This is enough to prove just how terrifying the Rocks pirates are. Those bastards from the Rocks pirates. What do they want to do now? Upon seeing the figures of the Rocks pirates, the Gorosei and the fleet admiral couldn't help but clench their fists. After finally calming down for 3 years, are the Rocks pirates finally going to make a move? Moshi Moshi, good afternoon everyone. Next, the Rocks pirates will present an exciting performance for everyone. So please keep your eyes peeled and don't miss a single moment. I guarantee that what you will see next will be unforgettable for a lifetime. In the next moment, a magnetic voice echoed through the live broadcast. It was the voice of the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Shiki. Immediately after, the live broadcast suddenly switched perspectives, transforming into a massive panoramic view. In the panoramic shot, there was a floating island. Let us get started, Shiki. Ha ha ha, got it. The golden lion Shiki grinned, revealing a rather ferocious expression, live streaming the slaughter of the celestial dragons worldwide. This is just too interesting. Boom, rumble. Shiki began to activate his powers, manipulating the gigantic island floating in the air. After 3 years of training, controlling an island of this magnitude was like second nature to the golden lion. The island sank rapidly like a ship, soon crossing the clouds and reaching an altitude of over 100 meters. The live broadcast camera also moved quickly to follow the island's progress. Soon, people all over the world saw a massive cruise ship beneath the island. On the cruise ship, a luxurious city was built. Some people immediately recognized it as the city known as the world's largest entertainment metropolis. Is the target of the Rocks pirates this city? Damn it, those bastards from the Rocks pirates. Their target is the celestial dragons. Unlike ordinary citizens, upon seeing the beast ship below, the Gorosei and the fleet admiral immediately reacted. The Rocks pirates' target is the celestial dragons. The moment they saw the beast ship in the live broadcast, both the Gorosei and the fleet admiral thought of this, and their hearts instantly stopped. A mere cruise ship doesn't require such a large number of pirates from the Rocks pirates to mobilize. Even Rocks, Shiki, and Whitebeard personally made a move, proving that their aim is not just the beast ship. The only reason can be the celestial dragons. After all, there are at least 20 celestial dragons aboard the beast ship. The entertainment options on the beast ship surpass those of the Holy Land by far. Do the Rocks pirates want to slaughter the celestial dragons in front of the whole world? Do they want to live stream the slaughter of the celestial dragons to showcase their power? The Rocks pirates. This is truly despicable. They haven't received any news at all. The Golden Lion's fruit ability is too troublesome. If only we had killed the Golden Lion earlier and seized the float fruit, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. The Gorosei's faces were filled with dark expressions, looking as if they could drip water. The sudden action of the Rocks pirates completely caught them off guard. The Rocks pirates suddenly launched a worldwide broadcast, this time to declare their power by killing the celestial dragons, while also showing the incompetence of the world government to the entire world. Don't you, world government, consider the celestial dragons to be gods? If you can't even protect your gods, the credibility of the world government will further decline globally. No matter what, we must stop the actions of the Rocks pirates. Damn it! Immediately order the Navy to dispatch admirals. This is a perfect opportunity for us to showcase the power of the new Navy to the whole world. The 5 elders immediately gave the order. Crisis, crisis. Danger often means opportunity. Although the celestial dragons are in great danger now, it is also a good opportunity for the Navy to demonstrate its strength. That's right, the current Navy is completely different from the one 3 years ago. After the last disastrous defeat, the Navy reflected deeply and decided to enhance its power at all costs. The first step was to select strong individuals from around the world and promise them positions as candidates for admirals. In the words of the original work, this is a world conscription. Originally, the Navy had 3 admirals: Red Dragon, Black Hawk, and White Horse, plus the candidate Admiral Golden Snake. There were a total of 4 strong individuals. However, Red Dragon died in the battle at Fishman Island 3 years ago. Over these 3 years, Golden Snake successfully advanced from the candidate position to become a true admiral. But the Navy is not satisfied with just that. It should be noted that the strength of the Rocks pirates is formidable. Just Rocks, Law, and Newgate alone are enough to face the 3 admirals of the Navy head-on. With the other officers of the Rocks pirates added in, is far from enough for the Navy to rely solely on the strength of 3 admirals to deal with the Rocks pirates. Therefore, the Navy commander directly launched a large-scale conscription campaign to the entire world, gathering strong individuals from around the globe. As long as you are strong enough, you will be given the position of candidate admiral directly. That's right, no need for various harsh assessments, no need to wait for experience. As long as you are powerful, the Navy will give you money and a position. This enticing condition has also greatly aroused the interest of righteous, strong individuals around the world. It is important to know that to rise from the grassroots of the Navy to the rank of admiral, one needs not only sufficient strength but also military achievements, qualifications, and other assessment criteria. However, things are different now. As long as you're willing to come, you can be directly promoted to admiral candidate. It is this extremely advantageous condition that has attracted some strong individuals. Thus, the Navy has recruited 2 admiral candidates from around the world in one go. The strength of these individuals is almost comparable to that of a Marine admiral, and this move has greatly expanded the Marines' high-end combat power. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 2 of them. Admiral-level powerhouses are not easy to come by, and it's not like you can just grab a handful. To gather 2 candidates for Marine admirals from around the world is already a significant achievement. It's not an exaggeration to say the gains are substantial. Of course, besides these 2, there are some other strong individuals who wish to join the Marines. But their demands are also high. They require the Marines to directly grant them the position of admiral, rather than just a candidate. However, the current structure of the 3 admirals is already full, and Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake have all risen through the ranks from the Marines' grassroots level. It wouldn't be fair to directly pull them down to promote newcomers. That would dishearten the veterans. Therefore, the Marine Marshal has no choice but to painfully refuse the other strong individuals. Moreover, the talent within the Marines has also been flourishing. After 3 years of training, Rear Admiral Kong has successfully been promoted to Vice Admiral and has also obtained the position of Admiral Candidate. He is known as Steelbone Kong. The 4 former Marine recruits from 3 years ago, Kapu, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, have also successfully been promoted to Rear Admiral. However, their strength is already comparable to that of the elite Vice Admirals of Marine Headquarters, coupled with many Vice Admirals from Marine Headquarters. The strength of the Marines is now vastly different from 3 years ago. After all, 3 years ago, the Marines only had 1 Marshal, 3 Admirals, and 1 Admiral Candidate level of power. But now, they have 1 Marshal, 3 Admirals, and 3 Admiral Candidates. The high-end combat power far exceeds that of the Marines from 3 years ago, and the current Marines are at their strongest point in history. The Marines have been wanting to showcase the strength of the new Navy to the world, but they have struggled to find good opportunities. After all, the Rocks pirates are stationed in Weno country, which is easy to defend and hard to attack, making it very difficult to seize it directly. Even if they mobilized all their forces, it is quite possible they wouldn't be able to make headway against Weno. Thus, the Marines have been waiting for the actions of the Rocks pirates. However, over the past 3 years, the Rocks pirates have not launched a single large-scale operation. This also left the Navy quite frustrated, having great power but no stage to showcase it. But now it has arrived. The Rocks pirates have finally taken action. The presence of Rocks, Law, Whitebeard, along with Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and other officers has given the Navy the opportunity to demonstrate its new strength to the world. Moreover, the Rocks pirates have kindly prepared for a live broadcast to the entire world, even setting up the stage for the Navy. Next, all they need to do is attack. Immediately inform the 3 admirals and the 3 admiral candidates. Let these 6 go to the sea where the Bisley is located. And this time, they must showcase the power of the new Navy to the world. The admiral commanded ambitiously. With the previous lesson learned, the Navy must leave a strong presence at the Navy headquarters this time. Therefore, the admiral directly announced the deployment of all admirals and admiral candidates. He would stay at the Navy headquarters himself, which would be sufficient. At Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, the current 3 admirals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake, along with the 3 admiral candidates, Steelbone Kong, and 2 powerful figures from the World Recruitment, stood at the port, ready to set off. In addition to these 16 elite vice admirals from the Navy headquarters and 20 warships were also prepared to depart together. Furthermore, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru were also part of the team. The 4 of them are currently rear admirals at the Navy headquarters, but their strength is already at the level of vice admirals. Garp and Sengoku have even reached the elite vice admiral level. However, their military achievements haven't kept up, so they can't be promoted from rear admiral to vice admiral. I'm really eager to get started. The Rocks Pirates. I will settle the score from 3 years ago this time. Carp clenched his fist, looking eager to try. With so many admiral-level powerhouses mobilized this time, there's definitely no problem. Sengoku also looked confident. But Carp, don't be impulsive. Let Mr. Black Hawk deal with Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard. We just need to handle the Golden Lion, John, and the others. Crane reminded Carp with some concern. It's worth noting that 3 years ago, Carp nearly died at Law's hands. In any case, the Rocks Pirates will definitely not escape this time. Zifa said confidently. Really, is it finally here? This day? I didn't expect it to come so soon. Rocks Pirates, this time we will make you pay. That's right, the humiliation from 3 years ago. Today we will get it all back for the Navy. At the port, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake all had murderous looks on their faces. The Navy was really too repressed 3 years ago, even handing over the title of Sea Overlord to the Rocks Pirates. It's time to take back the title of Sea Overlord from the Rocks Pirates. This time, the Navy dispatched a total of 6 general-level powerhouses. This number has already surpassed the top combat power of the Rocks Pirates. It is important to note that the strength of an admiral-level powerhouse cannot be compensated for by quantity. Even an army of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 cannot match a single admiral-level powerhouse. The Rocks Pirates consist of only 3 admiral-level powerhouses, Rocks, Linlin, and Whitebeard. But this time, the Navy has directly dispatched 6, overwhelming you with more than double their numbers. Even if we take a step back and say that the Rocks Pirates still have the 4 high-ranking officers, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John. These 4 are still far from admiral-level powerhouses. Even if 2 of them can team up against 1 admiral, the Rocks Pirates would only have 5 admiral-level powerhouses. This is still far from enough compared to the 6 admiral-level powerhouses of the Navy. As for the remaining mid-level officers and grassroots members of the Rocks Pirates, together, they wouldn't even amount to 1 hand of an admiral-level powerhouse. Below the admirals, they are all ants. In the original work, Akainu alone was able to chase after the entire Whitebeard Pirates top captains, which is the best proof. 6 admiral-level powerhouses are enough to crush the entire Rocks Pirates. Moreover, this battle is different from the one in Weno. In the Weno battle, the Navy took the initiative to attack the opponent's territory. The Rocks Pirates had the advantage of fighting on their home turf, and with the rugged terrain of Weno, they set up an ambush, which ultimately led to the Navy's defeat. This time, the Rocks Pirates are not in Weno, so there's no home advantage. Both sides are fighting away from home. The Navy can completely use this battle to suppress the arrogance of the Rocks Pirates and reclaim the title of Maritime Overlord. They might even be able to kill Rocks, Lin, and Newgate. Now that the Navy has gathered new forces, they have this capability. Wait, the plan has changed. Just as the 6 admiral-level powerhouses were preparing to lead the warships to set off, the fleet admiral suddenly appeared. Admiral, upon seeing the fleet admiral, the 3 admirals, along with the 3 vice admirals and other rear admirals on the warship, felt a jolt in their hearts. Has the plan changed? Has something unexpected happened? They have been looking forward to a confrontation with the Rocks Pirates for a long time. The current Navy is fully confident in defeating the Rocks Pirates. They hope nothing happens that would prevent them from setting off. Black Hawk, White Horse, Gold Snake, you 3 along with Steelbone Calm, will set off first to protect the Celestial Dragons. The other main forces will support you as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I fear it may be too late. The fleet admiral stated his plan. Even at the fastest speed, it would take at least half a day for the warships to reach there. Half a day is enough for the Rocks Pirates to completely wipe out the Celestial Dragons. Oh, are we going to use Moonwalk to get there? It is indeed faster than following the warships. However, even if we are faster, it will still take us several hours. Several hours would be enough for the Rocks Pirates to slaughter the Biscuit ship. Black Hawk, White Horse, and Gold Snake are all a bit curious. Even if they set off a step ahead, they still won't make it in time. Don't worry, the world government has already dispatched reinforcements. They will get you to the battlefield as quickly as possible. As soon as the fleet admiral finished speaking, a tall man wearing a mask appeared behind him. It was clearly CP0. Rest assured, I'm a teleportation man with the teleportation fruit ability. Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also teleport others. I will get you to the battlefield at the fastest speed to ensure the safety of the Celestial Dragons. The CP0 member introduced himself. That's right, the world government is quite frustrated that they could not obtain the float fruit from the Golden Lion. But that doesn't mean they don't have a backup plan. The teleportation fruit is the world government's backup plan, since they cannot use the float fruit to monitor the movements of the Rocks Pirates at any time. They will take the teleportation fruit instead. Even if the Rocks Pirates take action, This ensures that the Navy can arrive at the battlefield immediately to stop them. With the strength and means of the world government, collecting a devil fruit is not a difficult task. Is that so? Then thank you for your hard work. Let's hurry. I can't wait to deal with the Rocks pirates. Ha, let's go. Upon hearing this, the Admiral's Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong all looked eager. With my current abilities, I can only transport 6 of you at most, which would exhaust my stamina. As for the other Navy personnel, they can come over slowly, CP0 said as he began to unleash his power. Don't worry, by the time they arrive, the battle will probably be over. Black Hawk grinned. Before he could finish his sentence, CP0's ability was already activated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group teleported from one island to another, the scene in front of them jumping like a slideshow. In just a few minutes, Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong, along with the other 6 Admiral-level powerhouses, had arrived on the Bisley. At this moment, in the new world on the Bisley, the Rocks pirates were continuously approaching the most luxurious yacht in the world. What is that thing? Is it an island? How can an island fall from the sky? Upon seeing the enormous island in the sky, the people on the Bisley were horrified and thrown into chaos. Fight to your heart's content, everyone. These are all rich people and nobles. Their deaths are not worth pity, so don't hold back. Go all out, lads. Rocks laughed heartily and began giving orders. As a pirate, it had been a long time since he had seen such a scene. It was truly a long-awaited moment. Ha, since that's the case, I won't hold back, Captain Rocks. Die, worthless ants. Golden Lion laughed heartily and unleashed his power. Immediately, an island fell from the sky, targeting the world's largest entertainment city. After all, over 20 celestial dragons were in that city. The Golden Lion's island was enormous, and if it simply crashed down, it would completely destroy the world's largest entertainment city in one go. As for the celestial dragons, they would undoubtedly be destroyed along with the city. Quickly protect the celestial dragons. That's a cadre of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. What do they want to do? Do they intend to attack the celestial dragons? How bold. Immediately sink that island. We absolutely cannot allow the celestial dragons to suffer even a scratch. Some of the black-suited guards responsible for protecting the celestial dragons, along with the CP agents, reacted quickly. Most grabbed guns and cannons, shooting frantically at the rapidly descending island. Stormfoot, break. Stormfoot, wind cutter. Six Styles ultimate, mountain break. Some CP agents skilled in martial arts used all their might to launch their techniques at the descending island. However, their attacks were like a drop in the bucket compared to the island the size of a town. Damn it, there's no way to stop it. What should we do? The island is about to crash down. Quickly evacuate the celestial dragons. Seeing that they could do nothing against the island, the CP agents and black-suited guards prepared to evacuate the celestial dragons. But it seemed there was no time. Were the celestial dragons about to be crushed? So fast. The Rocks pirates are truly terrifying. Meanwhile, people all over the world were glued to the live broadcast, with some even hoping that the island would crash down quickly and crush the celestial dragons to death. Although the Rocks pirates were notorious and fearsome, the celestial dragons seemed to be even more brutal in public perception. After all, no one had seen the Rocks pirates forcibly snatch women or gouge out people's eyes for fun. Most people's negative impressions of the Rocks pirates came from the propaganda of the world government. In contrast, the atrocities of the celestial dragons could not be completely concealed by the world government's efforts. After all, who hasn't seen a slave driven mad by the celestial dragons? Therefore, the Rocks pirates' direct attack on the celestial dragons made the public not only unconcerned, but also quite eager, even wanting to cheer them on. However, the crowd was destined to be disappointed. Slow beam X. Just as the island was about to fall, a purple light suddenly appeared in the sky above the world's largest entertainment city. Zid 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 zid, zid 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 zid. The moment the purple beam touched the descending island, a miraculous scene occurred. The island, which was originally in free fall and moving at high speed, instantly slowed down. Although it was still falling, the speed was almost negligible. If one didn't look closely, it seemed as if the island had stopped in mid-air. Reinforcements arrived so quickly. It's Admiral White Horse. Seeing the scene, the CP agents on site were overjoyed. There is definitely only one person in the world who can do this. That is Admiral White Horse, one of the 3 current admirals of the Navy. Not only that, whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 5 dazzling, immensely powerful shockwaves appeared. Each shockwave gave a feeling of breaking through anything in its path. This was an attack that could only be unleashed by someone with at least admiral-level power. The next moment, these 5 attacks simultaneously struck the island descending from the Golden Lion. In just an instant, a town-sized island was forcefully shattered. This What's happening? So terrifying. Who on earth is it? The people around the world stared at this highly impactful scene, their eyes widening, mouths agape, tongues out. The next moment, the shocked expressions of the crowd deepened even further. Indeed, the three admirals of the Navy headquarters, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Black Hawk, along with the three candidate admirals, Steel Bone Kong, and two newcomers, a total of 6 admiral-level powerhouses appeared in the live broadcast. It could be said that the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters had all arrived at the Bisley, except for the fleet admiral. Huh, the Navy arrived so quickly? That bastard White Horse ruined my plans again. Seeing that the island did not destroy the entire town as he had expected, the Golden Lion turned slightly, speaking in annoyance. He originally thought he could catch them off guard, but he didn't expect the Navy's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. According to reports, we had no news of the Navy admiral being stationed here. Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? Newgate was also stroking his large chin, very curious. The sudden appearance of the 6 admirals was unexpected. Even if the intelligence was off, it couldn't be that far off. The intelligence should have been accurate, but it seemed that the world government had made quite a few preparations against our Rocks pirates. I know of a method that allows someone to instantly move from one place to another, which is the warp fruit. After the world government failed to obtain the float fruit from the Golden Lion, they must have secured the warp fruit to deal with our sudden actions. In this regard, Lorne demonstrated his intellect, analyzing the situation with remarkable accuracy. After all, in the pirate world, only the warp fruit could achieve such feats. Given the world government's capabilities, failing to seize the float fruit, they certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Thus, they chose the warp fruit to counter the Rocks pirates. It would be a shame if we could easily kill the celestial dragons. Wouldn't that mean our efforts were in vain? Rocks then burst into a big laugh. After finally shedding the fruit's ability, wasn't it to showcase his own power? If there were no admirals to serve as a backdrop, wouldn't this operation be pointless? Ha ha, this is just perfect. Without the Navy admirals, it feels like something is missing. Rocks wasn't troubled by the sudden appearance of the 6 Navy admirals. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. This is a live broadcast for the whole world. Right now, the Holy Land, the Navy headquarters, and pirates from all over the world are paying attention to this place. There is no doubt that this is the best time to announce to the whole world the terrifying presence of the Rocks pirates, especially to let those celestial dragons sitting comfortably in Mariewa feel just how formidable the enemies they are about to face are. Gwahaha! The plans have already been decided. Upon hearing Rock's laughter, Whitebeard immediately understood what was going on. Although Whitebeard, Rocks, and Law are not blood-related, the three have long been as close as brothers, and their synergy is naturally at its peak. Hearing Rock's laughter, Whitebeard knew what they were about to do next. So it's settled. Let's have a grand time, Rocks pirates. This is the best opportunity to make a name for ourselves in the world. Law also laughed, noting that he had become much stronger over the years. It's just the right time for the whole world to witness the terrifying new level of the Rocks pirates. Ha ha! In that case, I won't hold back. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion also burst into laughter, his voice filled with arrogance. In these 3 years, he has not wasted any time and has been training hard at all times. He is no longer the supernova he was 3 years ago. He hasn't forgotten that he almost died in the deep sea prison. This experience has also allowed the Golden Lion to hone his strength through hellish training over the past 3 years. It's not just the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John have gone through the same. The 3 of them nearly died at the hands of the God Knights. Moreover, their crew was completely wiped out in that battle. Such a haunting memory will not be forgotten, especially given their personalities. They are constantly thinking about taking revenge on the world government and the celestial dragons. Such an opportunity. They will certainly enjoy the thrill of revenge. So let's get started. Let the whole world feel fear. Charge! In an instant, the 4 of them, Gold Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, couldn't wait to dive down from the floating island in the sky. Their target was none other than the Marine Admirals and the Admiral candidates. They're coming. The officers of the Rocks Pirates, Gold Lion, John, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, the 4 captains of the Rocks Pirates. Underestimating us with just these 4 people is too naive. Seeing this, the onlookers Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong all wore expressions of disdain. In their minds, these 4 were still just supernovas, and when facing the Marine Admirals, they could only be instantly defeated. But the next moment, Lion Thousand Cuts Valley, King Strike, Silver Axe Crazy Slash. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum unleashed by the 4 was terrifying, filled with years of accumulated anger and the spirit of revenge. They would take them down in one go. The Marine admirals were fully prepared, gathering their haki to counterattack. You don't need to intervene. We can handle these for ourselves. The next moment, two admiral candidates recruited through the world conscription confidently stated. Ever since becoming admiral candidates, the two had faced skepticism from some within the Navy. After all, to become an admiral candidate, one must build military merit step by step and possess considerable strength to earn such a position. Yet the two were exceptionally promoted to admiral candidates, leading to inevitable discord within the military. Over the past 3 years, the two have not had many opportunities to showcase their abilities. Now that such an opportunity has arisen, how could they let it slip away? Whoosh! The two transformed into arrows released from a bow, soaring from the ground into the sky, charging towards the descending figures of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Crack, 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 crack. The four of them, with 2 against 1, surprisingly managed to suppress the 2 major general candidates for a time. In the air, the 6 engaged in a clash of power and dominance. After several minutes of this struggle, rumble, rumble, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 2 major general-level powerhouses fell straight from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating a cloud of dust. What's going on? The generals were sent flying? Aren't those officers of the Rocks pirates? How could they suppress the Navy admirals? What is happening? Has the Rocks pirates grown to this extent? This scene was transmitted to the whole world through live phone worms. In an instant, people all over the world erupted in exclamations. That S.A. Navy admiral, known as the strongest force of the Navy headquarters, world government. He is the pinnacle of the Navy, even the pinnacle of the sea. How could he be suppressed by a cadre of the Rocks pirates? If even the cadre is this powerful, how strong are Rocks, Law, and Newgate? Not only the public, but at the same time, in Mary Geos and the Navy headquarters, the 5 elders and the fleet admiral were also wide-eyed in amazement. The Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and others have become much stronger. It's hard to imagine that 3 years ago, they were newcomers who would be annihilated by an admiral. In these 3 years, their growth has exceeded human imagination. How infuriating! What are they doing? This is a live broadcast to the entire world. They were easily knocked away, which will leave a huge shadow in the minds of people worldwide. It will also affect the government's credibility. The 5 elders are also furious. However, the next moment, it turns out we underestimated you. It seems we were too complacent. Soon, the 2 powerful vice admirals who were knocked away by the likes of the Golden Lion stood up from the ground. Aside from their clothes being a bit dirty, they had no injuries on them. That last hit was due to their overconfidence, combined with the anger of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, and others, that caused them to be knocked away. Such a situation will not happen again. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the 2 vice admiral candidates unleashed their full firepower and engaged in battle with the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe. Dominance and sword energy transformed into terrifying shockwaves, constantly expanding outward. It seems they have grown quite well. On the island in the sky, Ron looked on with satisfaction at this scene. The Golden Lion and his crew took 3 years to grow from supernovas to a point where 2 of them together could deal with a vice admiral. Such a growth rate is already quite impressive. In a few more years, they should be able to stand on their own and become true top-tier powerhouses. However, it's not their stage yet. Next, it's our turn to take action, Rocks said eagerly. Without waiting for Lorne's response, he leaped forward, charging fiercely towards the veteran Marine admiral. White Horse, it's our time to shine. Rocks had an excited expression. The long-awaited battlefield had finally arrived. The years of dormancy have made his body somewhat rusty. Now, thanks to his little brother's good fortune, the side effects of the dark fruit have disappeared, whether it was the fear of seawater or the double pain. They have all vanished. This made Rocks very confident. This battle would definitely show the world the terror of the Rocks pirates. Especially, it would make that group of celestial dragons in Mariehua feel fear. Crack, crack, crack. Rocks shook his head, his wrists constantly rotating, his whole body making a popping sound, like sizzling copper peas, crisp and audible. Then, before Lorne and Whitebeard could react, Rocks leaped forward like a human cannonball, rapidly descending from the island. Someone is coming. The next moment, Marine Headquarters Admiral Whitehorse said leisurely. His observation haki had already predicted that a powerful guy was charging at him. However, for my ability, no matter how stealthy the ambush, it won't work. Whitehorse leisurely shot out a beam of light, and anyone hit by the light would become quite sluggish. Therefore, regardless of anyone's ambush, Whitehorse was completely confident in his response. Hee hee dark water. Rocks sneered, his right hand transforming into darkness. And he swallowed Whitehorse's light in one breath. What? Just as Whitehorse reacted, Rocks was already in front of him. Conqueror's punch. Gathering his Conqueror's haki into a fist, the fist was filled with blood-red Conqueror's haki. That power seemed capable of shattering a mountain, making even a top-tier powerhouse like Whitehorse feel a bit of heart palpitations. X-ray. Whitehorse immediately shot a beam of light, trying to slow down Rock's movement and buy himself some time. But then he realized he couldn't use his ability. Got you, Whitehorse. Unbeknownst to him, Rock's other hand had firmly grabbed Whitehorse, simultaneously activating the power of the dark fruit. In an instant, Whitehorse felt as if he were being suppressed by sea prism stone, unable to use his abilities at all. Damn it. The usually calm and composed Whitehorse now had a distorted expression on his face. If he got hit by rocks at this distance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haki. At this point, Whitehorse could only activate his armament haki to cover his entire body. As an admiral-level powerhouse, the highest combat strength of the Marine headquarters. In addition to being proficient in devil fruit abilities, haki was also a necessary subject. After all, in a showdown between top experts, both sides' haki would be very powerful. And at this level, devil fruit abilities were no longer enough. Therefore, the Admiral's haki was also at the top level. However, boom! Rock's punch struck Whitehorse's head. Whitehorse was no pushover either. He slightly tilted his head to dodge Rock's punch, but his right shoulder was still hit hard. Boom! Boom! The ground instantly shattered, and the earth began to split into a deep chasm. Admiral Whitehorse was directly smashed into the depths of the ground by rocks, his fate uncertain. Admiral Whitehorse, actually, is this the power of the sea, Overlord Rocks? So terrifying. That's an admiral of the Marine headquarters, and he was actually smashed into the ground by rocks. What terrifying strength. This scene was successfully broadcasted to the entire world through the live phone bug. In an instant, people all over the world widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at Rocks on the screen. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters. That is the highest combat power of the Navy, a presence that strikes fear into countless villains. It is known that the Celestial Dragons hold such a lofty status precisely because everyone fears the deployment of the Navy Admirals. But even such terrifying figures as the Admirals are no match for Rocks. Damn it, that guy Rocks seems to have gotten stronger again. The nearby Gene Snake, Black Hawk, and others who have dealt with Rocks also looked shocked. Compared to a few years ago, Rocks has clearly become much stronger. Ha ha ha, it seems like his power has increased. After so many years without fighting, he thought his body would rust. Who's next? Rocks looked towards the nearby Navy Admirals Gene Snake, Black Hawk, Steelbone Kong, and the Reserve Admirals, a proud smile on his face. Damn it, do they dare to look down on the Navy? Let's all attack together and kill Rocks first. Black Hawk and Gene Snake were instantly furious. Rocks' gaze deeply hurt them. So, Gene Snake and Black Hawk prepared to attack Rocks simultaneously. Not only that, but Reserve Admiral Steelbone Kong was also ready to strike at Rocks. After all, defeating Rocks, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, is of decisive significance. As for the other two Reserve Admirals, they were currently locked in a fierce battle with the likes of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Want to gang up on us? Is the Navy so shameless? Do they think the Rocks Pirates have no one? Just then, two figures descended from the sky, landing on either side of Rocks. It was none other than the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, Lorne Zebeck, and the third in command, Edward Newgate. Upon seeing Lorne and Newgate, Steelbone Kong, Black Hawk, and Gene Snake's expressions turned extremely ugly. After all, 3 years had passed, and Lorne and Newgate's aura had become much more formidable. They were stronger than they were back then. If it really came down to a 3v3 fight, they might not be able to win. Unfortunately, the White Horse was ambushed. Otherwise, if it were 4v3, the Navy would be absolutely confident in winning this battle. What? Is the Navy scared? Ha ha! Seeing the expressions of Gene Snake and Black Hawk, as if they had eaten excrement, Lorne couldn't help but chuckle. Damn it! How dare they look down on the Navy? Gene Snake was also filled with rage. After all, this was a live broadcast to the entire world, and the Navy absolutely cannot back down. Black Hawk and Steelbone Kong understood this as well. The Navy absolutely cannot be ridiculed by pirates in front of the whole world. They must take action, even if they can't win. Just then, a rustling sound was heard. At the same time, Admiral White Horse re-emerged from the ground. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his navy cloak was somewhat tattered. Are you all right? White Horse. Seeing White Horse appear, Black Hawk, Gene Snake, and Steelbone Kong were all delighted and asked, I'm fine, a few ribs are broken, but at least I avoided any vital injuries. Whitehorse's tone became serious, no longer carefree, as usual. Then let's begin the extermination operation against the Rocks pirates. With Whitehorse not suffering any major injuries, the Navy's confidence was bolstered. 4 admiral-level powers facing 3 great pirates. The Navy was absolutely confident in defeating them. After all, no pirate has ever been able to simultaneously confront 2 Navy admirals. Let's begin the extermination operation against the Rocks pirates. Seeing that Admiral Whitehorse was fine, Black Hawk, Gene Snake, and Reserve Admiral Steelbone Kong regained their confidence. After all, the current battle was 4v3. The Navy had a significant combat power advantage, having 1 more admiral-level powerhouse. This is an overwhelming advantage, 4v3, which essentially means 1v1, 1v1, and 2v1. The key lies in that 2v1. 2 generals facing 1 person can basically be seen as a guaranteed win. After all, no one has ever faced off against 2 general-level powerhouses at the same time. I believe the battle will soon come to an end. The Navy will achieve ultimate victory. Everyone, let's go together. Quick battle, quick resolution. Black Hawk lowered his voice. And in the next moment, the 4 general-level powerhouses began to move. First was the world's #1 swordsman, the current admiral of the Navy headquarters, Black Hawk, who found Ron first. Our last battle wasn't over, and this time, you won to escape. Black Hawk instantly flashed to Ron's side, raising the supreme great blade in his hand and striking down fiercely. He still vaguely remembered that last time in the deep-sea prison, Ron Rocks, and Whitebeard had released all the prisoners of LV-6. That time, it had made Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and other Navy generals suffer quite a bit. Today, it was time to settle all old and new grievances. You really dare to say that? Ron snorted coldly, activating the power of the Thunderfruit. The current him was completely different from the last great battle. His strength, speed, and stamina had undergone a complete transformation, reaching true royal-level standards. Plus, his swordsmanship had also reached royal level, and all 3 types of haki had also reached royal level. The current Ron was a man who could match royal-level powerhouses with just his physical skills. With the addition of the Thunderfruit's enhancement, today was nothing like before. Lightning instantly wrapped around the blade of the supreme great blade. The divine execution instantly transformed into an elemental sword. The lightning flickered, thunder roared, and it looked much more imposing than Black Hawk's famous sword, Demon Slayer. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The 2 famous swords collided, sparking threads of fiery stars. For a moment, divine execution was on top, and Demon Slayer was below. Ron actually suppressed the world's #1 swordsman, Admiral Black Hawk. This guy's strength and swordsmanship had improved significantly since their last encounter. After simple exchange, Black Hawk immediately realized that Ron's strength had undergone a qualitative change since their last battle. It seemed that in these 3 years, Ron's strength had made significant progress. Damn, the potential of the Rocks pirates is indeed frightening. It was a pity not to eliminate them when they were at their weakest. The current Rocks pirates had completely grown into a colossal force, a super pirate crew. If this opportunity was not seized now, the consequences would be even more terrifying. Black Hawk and Ron went all out in their fight. The famous swords, Divine Execution and Demon Slayer, clashed fiercely. Every strike unleashed powerful sword energy waves, overturning the surrounding buildings and ground. The overflowing sword energy even flew off the island, slicing the sea into a neat mirror surface. Is this the battle between general-level powerhouses? The second-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Zebeck Ron, faced the world's #1 swordsman without losing ground. And this is just the second-in-command. The audience watching the live broadcast worldwide was witnessing a battle of the Rocks pirates for the first time. After all, previous battles of the Rocks pirates had never been broadcast live. Every time, people only heard some news after the battles were over. But the news was always outdated, only providing dry battle results, which couldn't compare to witnessing it firsthand. Now, after seeing Ron's battle, the people around the world finally understood the terrifying aspects of the Rocks pirates. Even the second-in-command had the ability to contend with Navy admirals. In the entire sea, perhaps only the Rocks pirates had such strength. After all, those who could fight against admirals would never be beneath others. Meanwhile, on another side, Steelbone Kong, who already possessed admiral-level strength but still held the rank of admiral candidate, took the initiative to approach the third-in-command of the Rocks pirates, Edward Newgate. Newgate, your opponent is me. Steelbone Kong's muscles bulged as if he were a devilish muscle man, proactively approaching Newgate. Gulalala, just a mere admiral candidate. I'll play with you for a bit. Whitebeard laughed heartily, feeling the fighting spirit emanating from his opponent. This opponent is not bad at all. Although his rank is only a candidate for admiral, his strength is no less than that of the three admirals. The reason he hasn't become an admiral might be due to his insufficient qualifications. After all, the current Steel Bone Kong is only in his early 30s, while the Navy admirals are all over 40, some even in their 50s. Whoosh! Shockwave. Whitebeard swung his large knife, and a semi-transparent energy shield appeared at the tip, fiercely slashing towards Steel Bone Kong. The combination of swordsmanship and devilfruit powers made Whitebeard's strike capable of destroying a mountain. Iron block. Seeing Edward Newgate coming in fiercely, Steel Bone Kong couldn't back down. He directly initiated the iron block from the Navy's 6 styles to withstand Edward Newgate's large knife. Boom! The knife fell, directly chopping down on Steel Bone Kong's right shoulder. The sound of the explosive impact echoed in all directions. It was as if the space itself shattered, with fine blue cracks visible in the air. At the same time, there were sounds of shattering like glass breaking. In the next moment, the ground beneath Steel Bone Kong completely shattered, his legs sinking heavily into the ground, and his face turned red like liver, clearly showing that he had suffered significant injury from his blow. With a whoosh, the ground around Steel Bone Kong was completely shattered, and buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters were all flattened by the earthquake. You actually dared to withstand my blade. You really have guts. Candidate for Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Steel Bone Kong. Whitebeard chuckled lightly. Just the third in command of the Rocks Pirates. Steel Bone Kong spat out a mouthful of blood, maintaining a relaxed appearance on the surface, but inwardly he was shocked. Is this the power of humanity? If it's not about being skilled in physical skills, then training the body to its limits every day would lead to one being crippled or dead after that strike, just now. This is just the third in command of the Rocks Pirates. The mere third in command of the Rocks Pirates. Steel Bone Kong is not the type to just take a hit without retaliating. He grips Whitebeard's sword with his left hand while channeling a terrifying power with his other hand. 6 Styles' secret technique. Round King. Steel Bone Kong roars, launching a fierce strike towards Newgate. Quake. Newgate's left hand also manifests a visibly translucent shield, enveloped in thick Conqueror's haki, and he clashes with Steel Bone Kong. Newgate is not just a swordsman. His martial arts skills are formidable, and with the added power of the Tremor fruit, he is even more dangerous. Boom! The collision of their fists creates a tremendous shockwave. The terrifying shockwave spreads like ocean waves, sweeping up those who couldn't evade in its path, leaving their fates unknown. For a moment, the battle between Steel Bone Kong and Newgate is evenly matched. They exchange punches and kicks, fiercely battling while an immense energy continuously spills forth. Within a radius of several kilometers centered on their fight, no one dares to approach. Anyone caught in their battle is either dead or severely injured. The third in command of the Rocks Pirates is clashing with a Marine Admiral candidate, Steel Bone Kong. This is what it means to be a third in command, capable of fighting against an Admiral candidate. The Rocks Pirates are truly terrifying. The people of the world are also paying attention to the battle between Newgate and Steel Bone Kong. Upon realizing that their fight is evenly matched, the people are once again shocked by the strength of the Rocks Pirates. If the third in command possesses the ability to fight against an Admiral candidate, doesn't that mean the captain, Vice Captain, and third in command of the Rocks Pirates all have the strength to battle against Admiral-level powerhouses? Isn't this just the pirate version of the 3 admirals? This configuration has far surpassed that of any single pirate crew, and has even caught up with the Navy. No wonder they are called the overlords of the sea. A mere pirate crew can actually rival the advanced combat power of the Navy. It's simply terrifying. It's our turn now. This time, we must completely defeat the Rocks pirate crew, seeing that Lorne and Newgate have already been restrained by Black Hawk and Steel Bone Kong. The remaining 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters, White Horse and Golden Snake, are closely watching the captain of the Rocks pirate crew, zebeck. This young man, who is no older than 26, established the Rocks Pirates with his brother Lorne several years ago. After just a few years of development, Rocks himself has a bounty that has surpassed 3.5 billion. Even more terrifying is that, in addition to him, there are 2 other men in the Rocks Pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion and 2 billion. Such a configuration is enough for the Navy headquarters to regard the Rocks Pirates as the most terrifying threat on the seas. Even in the hearts of people around the world, the notorious reputation of the Rocks Pirates has become a terrifying existence that even the Navy headquarters cannot suppress. Today, the overlord of the seas is likely the Rocks Pirates. This is a phrase known to everyone around the world. Therefore, in the face of this battle being broadcast worldwide, It is imperative to eliminate the Rocks pirates, especially to eliminate the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks. This is the most crucial battle for the Navy, and it is also a chance to wash away the shame of the last defeat. It was the previous incident with the Rocks pirates stealing their base that severely weakened the Navy's headquarters, causing the title of Sea Overlord to shift from a Navy to the Rocks pirates. Therefore, in this battle, the Navy has mobilized almost all of its admiral-level forces to carry out a comprehensive extermination of the Rocks pirates. Bring it on. Seeing this, Rocks grinned, displaying a terrifying smile, and released an overwhelming aura as if a deity had descended. The rising momentum even affected the weather, causing flashes of lightning to appear in the sky above Rocks. This powerful aura left the Navy admirals, White Horse and Golden Snake, who had fought countless villains, momentarily dazed. After years of hiding, Rocks has undoubtedly become even stronger. Attack! The two admirals, White Horse and Golden Snake, exchanged a glance and immediately nodded in agreement. Then their figures began to move. Extol Ray, Golden Explosion. In the next moment, White Horse and Golden Snake launched their attacks simultaneously. White Horse, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, had consumed the dull fruit. The other admiral, Golden Snake, who was previously a candidate, has now become a true admiral of the headquarters. He had consumed the paramecia-type golden fruit, earning him the title of Admiral Golden Snake. The two of them moved in from the left and right, unleashing their abilities towards Rocks. Facing the attacks of the two admirals, Rocks stood still, exuding an unsettling calm. The next moment, dark water. Rocks suddenly extended his hands forward, and his palms transformed into endless darkness on both sides. This darkness looks like an abyss that seems bottomless, giving a feeling that everything will be absorbed and destroyed. Don't be afraid. Rocks' ability is the dark fruit. Although it can nullify the powers of other fruits, it will still feel pain and damage. The White Horse shouted loudly, reminding the Golden Snake. Before this battle, the Navy had made ample preparations regarding the information on the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks is a darkness fruit user. He has the ability to nullify all other abilities. But his weakness is quite obvious. Unlike ordinary Logia types, the darkness fruit does not allow the user to become intangible. Therefore, the darkness fruit cannot evade physical damage or absorb it. Once hit, the user will suffer double the pain. Vice Captain Lorne is a thunder fruit user. His weakness is that the thunder fruit is ineffective against insulators. In addition, the third-in-command Edward Newgate is a tremor fruit user. He has no obvious weaknesses, but his strength is slightly weaker than that of the second-in-command Lorne. The Navy has made ample preparations to deal with these three. Boom! Boom! The two ignored Rock's abilities and fiercely attacked each other. The next moment, thud, thud. Two muffled sounds came, and Rocks skillfully caught both of their attacks. Increase your strength. In the next moment, the White Horse shouted, enhancing the power in his hands. Seeing this, the Golden Snake also infused gold into his arms, increasing his strength. Boom! Boom! The two admiral-level powerhouses unleashed their full power, and the battle with Rocks instantly erupted with terrifying energy. Oomph! A smile appeared on Rocks' lips. As expected, the side effects of the darkness fruit completely disappeared. Now, absorbing the abilities of the opponents, he felt no pain or damage at all. Rocks unleashed endless darkness, recklessly absorbing the fruit abilities from the two Navy admirals, the White Horse and the Golden Snake. This guy's endurance is truly formidable, absorbing so much power and still acting as if nothing happened. Both the White Horse and the Golden Snake were shocked by the resilience displayed by Rocks. This is an attack from two admiral-level powerhouses at full strength. If he takes it all in like this, the damage he receives must be significant. But now, Rocks' expression is so relaxed, as if he hasn't been hurt at all. This can only prove that Rocks has been enduring all this time. After all, the Navy is well aware of the information about the dark fruit, and this guy will suffer double the pain. Keep enduring. Let's see how long you can hold out. In that case, let's increase the intensity. Super X Dull Laser. With a roar, a beam of light, resembling a laser cannon shot out from his fist. This beam of light not only dulls the senses, but also possesses a certain destructive power. Its strength is comparable to the laser of the later generation Admiral Kazuru. After all, as an admiral, White Horse is naturally quite skilled in developing the abilities of his devil fruit. To develop a purely supportive fruit like the dull fruit to this extent, it's no wonder he can sit on the throne of Admiral. Absorbing such a laser, Rocks will undoubtedly feel double the pain. Golden explosive power. On the other side, Admiral Golden Snake is also enhancing his strength once again. His entire right arm is wrapped in gold, forming a massive fist that has a striking visual impact. The fist is dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary person, looking like a mountain. It comes crashing down towards Rocks. The most frightening part is that this gold can produce explosive effects with tremendous power. Absorbing it would still result in double the pain. Dark current. Without fear, Rocks transforms his body into black mist, directly devouring the attacks of the two. The wonderful feeling of absorbing all the attacks without suffering any harm himself brought great pleasure to Rocks, especially seeing the flushed faces of the white horse and the golden snake, who were exhausted from giving their all, made Rocks feel even more satisfied. Ha ha ha, keep it up, Rocks said to the two with their red faces, feeling unfulfilled. Waste your energy to your heart's content, you idiot generals. This is my own little brother, endowed with my abilities. Boom, 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 boom. After the three of them had been at a standstill for a full several minutes. By Ma and Jean, she finally noticed something was off. How could this guy Rocks still look so calm, showing no signs of injury at all? He had clearly absorbed so much damage. No matter how strong his body was, he shouldn't be completely unscathed. After all, this was a combined attack from two generals. This guy, how can he act like nothing is happening? At this moment, people all over the world are equally stunned. How can two admirals not do anything to Rocks? What's going on here? Is there really someone in this world who can withstand two admirals? After seeing the scene where Rocks is evenly matched with the two admiral-level powers, White Horse and Gold Snake, the people around the world all have their mouths agape. Is the iron rule that no one can withstand two admirals at the same time about to be broken today? It's not just the people around the world. At this moment, the five elders who are seated in the holy land of Mary Geos also cannot help but show a look of astonishment. This guy Rocks. Can he really hold on for so long against the combined strength of two admirals? What astonishes the five elders the most is that Rocks is completely unharmed at this moment. Look at how relaxed he is. After absorbing so many attacks, he hasn't felt even a bit of pain. This is different from the functionality of the dark fruit, as described in the Fruit Encyclopedia. A sense of ominous foreboding suddenly surged in the hearts of the five elders. Just as the people around the world were stunned, the battlefield of Rocks, White Horse, and Golden Snake erupted once again. What the hell is going on with you? Even if your physique has become much stronger than 3 years ago, it is absolutely impossible for you to not take any damage at all. White Horse realized that no matter how he attacked, Rocks took everything without a scratch, and he finally sensed that something was wrong. That's right, this guy's physique cannot possibly be this formidable. The Golden Snake general beside him also came to his senses. The full force attacks from the two generals, coupled with double pain, left him completely unharmed. Such a strong person does not exist in this world. Someone once said that if you eliminate all possibilities, then the seemingly least likely option must be the only truth. This can only indicate one thing. Rocks has developed the dark fruit to a whole new level. It seems he has completely erased the side effect of double pain, turning the dark fruit into a fruit without weaknesses. Damn it, that guy Rocks. At this moment, the five elders in the Holy Land also understood. That guy Rocks has developed the dark fruit to a whole new stage. Ha ha ha. Feeling desperate now, Navy? Seeing the horrified expressions of White Horse and Golden Snake, Rocks grinned maliciously. Realizing it now, isn't it too late? Conqueror's haki. Taking advantage of the slight distraction of the two, Rocks keenly seized the opportunity. The terrifying Conqueror's haki tightly wrapped around Rocks' right fist, and with one punch, he slammed directly onto the right arm of the Golden Snake General. Boom, boom. In an instant, the Golden Snake General was knocked back hundreds of meters, damaging dozens of buildings. Such a blow is not enough to deal a fatal injury to a general. However, since the Golden Snake has been knocked away, the current situation is a temporary 1v1 between Rocks and the White Horse. In a 1v2 scenario, Rocks might only be able to hold his ground, but in a 1v1, Rocks would certainly win against any general. White Horse, prepare to die, Rocks shouted loudly, and the Conqueror's haki, even more powerful than before, instantly gathered in his left fist. If the punch he threw at the Golden Snake only forced him to retreat temporarily, then this punch aimed at the White Horse was filled with the intent to kill. This is a hard-won opportunity for a 1v1 battle against a naval admiral. How could Rocks let such an opportunity slip away easily? Overlord shatter. Boom! Rocks unleashed a powerful left punch. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of fierce tigers were roaring, the intense sound shock making one feel as if their eardrums were about to burst. The terrifying fist wind transformed in the air into a hungry, fierce tiger, charging towards Admiral White Horse. Danger! At this moment, White Horse's pupils constricted. As a naval admiral, he certainly felt the power contained in this strike. But even knowing the danger, White Horse realized he couldn't evade it at all. After all, the opponent's angle, speed, and force were all too perfect. This distance is something that even a general like himself cannot avoid. But if he takes it head-on, even without the risk of death, he would be heavily injured and lose his combat ability. That guy Rocks is truly terrifying to the extreme. Ex-Beast, as a battle-hardened general, Bamon naturally possesses immense combat experience. Years of fighting against the great pirates have made him very clear on how to find the optimal solution in various extreme and harsh environments. Knowing that he cannot evade the attack, Bamon resolutely decides to attack instead of defend. He wrapped his thick haki around his right fist, also covering it with a layer of purple laser lines. This made the right fist of the White Horse general look like a boxing glove. Those laser lines undoubtedly added tremendous power to this punch. Boom! Covering his entire fist with armed haki, the White Horse charged towards Rocks. Hee, come on. Rocks also noticed the White Horse's move and shouted angrily. Boom! The fists of the two collided, instantly unleashing an endless amount of energy. A terrifying shockwave crazily spread out from the two. Everything around them turned to countless ashes and soared into the sky the moment it touched their shockwaves. Crack! In the next moment, a clear sound of bone cracking was heard. The White Horse's right arm instantly bent at a 90-degree angle, forming an L shape. White Horse. At this moment, the golden snake also emerged from the ruins, staring at this scene in disbelief. This guy Rocks was actually able to seriously injure the White Horse general just by seizing that brief moment. This scene, of course, was broadcasted to the whole world through the live phone bug. The right arm of the White Horse general was completely severed. My God, what kind of monster is Rocks? In just an instant, he was able to severely injure an admiral. This guy is a thorough monster. The people around the world gasped in shock, their mouths forming an O shape when they saw the White Horse's right arm bent at a 90-degree angle, resembling an L shape. Just a single one-on-one clash resulted in such a serious injury to the admiral. The gap between the two is evident. Damn it, that guy Rocks has grown a lot. At the Navy headquarters, the current fleet admiral, who was unable to join the main force, slammed his fist hard on the desk, shattering it to pieces. The fact that the White Horse was injured was something he never anticipated before this operation. After all, this time the Navy had deployed 3 admirals along with several admiral candidates. It could be said that aside from the fleet admiral, all other high-level combat forces had been mobilized. He had hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to capture the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. But the Navy never expected that 3 years later, the Rocks pirates would grow to this extent. What a disgrace, simply disgraceful. If this continues, the Navy will not only fail to regain its reputation in front of the world, but will instead further solidify the impression that the Rocks pirates are the true masters of the seas. At this moment, the 5 elders in the Holy Land also wore serious expressions. They never expected the outcome to be like this. The battle has completely spiraled out of control. Rocks, you bastard. The White Horse is also incredibly tough. Despite having his hand brutally broken, he didn't utter a word. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Rocks with a determined expression. This guy Rocks is just too powerful. A Marine admiral is simply no match for him. Even when 2 people managed to seize a momentary opportunity, they still paid a painful price. Die, White Horse. After breaking the White Horse's right arm, Rocks grew more and more fierce in battle, channeling his conqueror's haki in his other hand and ruthlessly smashing it towards the White Horse's head. The thick conqueror's haki enveloped Rocks' right fist, resembling the scythe of death. If this punch hits the opponent's head, it will surely take White Horse's life. Don't even think about it. Boom! In the next moment, General Golden Snake immediately arrived in front of Rocks and White Horse, raising both hands to firmly block Rocks' attack. This time, the two didn't dare to be careless anymore. Just a moment ago, they were thinking of using the weaknesses of the dark fruit to defeat Rocks. But now it seems that Rocks has developed the dark fruit to a new level. In that case, they can only rely on haki. As a Marine admiral, although his fruit ability is formidable, his haki must also be top-notch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an admiral. Those who can become Marine admirals are all top-tier all-rounders in haki, fruit abilities, and martial arts. Boom! The battles between White Horse, Golden Snake, and Rocks continued fiercely. Haki and fruit abilities erupted constantly, dazzling the onlookers. However, White Horse, having lost an arm, naturally saw a decline in his strength. This time, Rocks faced the 2 generals without being suppressed, and instead had the upper hand slightly. What's wrong? Are the celestial dragons' lapdogs feeling despair? Rocks laughed as he looked at the frowning white horse and golden snake. This feeling of fighting two against one made Rocks feel incredibly exhilarated, especially when facing those lackeys of the celestial dragons. Damn it, Marines, I will lend you a helping hand. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Looking closely, it was a CP0 member wearing a mask. The destruction caused by Rocks was so great that it had directly swept a celestial dragon into the shockwave, resulting in immediate death. Therefore, this CP0 member was also enraged and vowed to seek revenge on Rocks. Boom! The most loyal lackey, CP0, activated his movement and instantly arrived at the battlefield where Rocks was fighting with the white horse and the golden snake. 6 Styles Ultimate, Wheel King. CP0 unleashed his strongest move, and the terrifying impact surged towards Rocks. Don't come near, you idiot! Seeing CP0 charging over, both the white horse and the golden snake shouted sternly. The battlefield here is not something members of CP0 can participate in. At the very least, it requires the leader of CP0, a strong individual at the level of an admiral or a candidate for admiral, to take part. Sure enough, in the next moment, that CP0 member was directly engulfed by the energy waves generated from the battle between the three, and, as his mask shattered, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. He died on the spot. CP0 actually died just from being caught in the pressure waves? How terrifying is that? Looking at this scene, the people all over the world gasped in amazement again. Is this the battle of a top-tier warrior? The leader just watching the CP0 squad leader get caught up in the fight with Rocks, White Horse, and Golden Snake and die immediately. The other CP0 members were also stunned. The strength of this CP0 leader is at least above that of an elite vice admiral, on par with the level of the 7 warlords. To be directly strangled by the aftermath like this? It can only be said that the aftermath of the battle between the 3 strong individuals is terrifying enough to instantly kill an elite vice admiral. With the example of this CP0 leader, no one dared to recklessly join the battle between Rocks, White Horse, and Golden Snake. After all, they're not qualified. Non-admiral level strong individuals do not have the right to intervene in this battle. The battle among Rocks, White Horse, and Golden Snake is extremely intense. But White Horse has already lost one of his arms, while Rocks still holds some slight advantage. One person is suppressing 2 admiral-level strong individuals. The terrifying shockwaves are expanding outward from the 3 of them. Quickly protect the celestial dragons. The CP0 members are doing their best to shield the celestial dragons from being affected by the aftermath, with Rocks single-handedly holding back 2 admiral-level strong individuals. In this way, the advantage of the Navy's high-end combat power has completely disappeared. It's not just that Rocks has gained certain advantages. Even other battlefields have achieved considerable advantages. Those damn pirates are merely causing destruction. Holding the demon-breaking Black Hawk, Lorne looks ahead with eyes blazing with fierce flames. This guy has no intention of fighting head-on. Instead, he keeps destroying the city, causing heavy casualties among the crowd below. Heh, if you have the ability, just try to protect it, you worthless Navy. Roan said with a faint smile. The Divine will drew a perfect arc in the air, and the sword energy flew out, mixed with terrifying lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Whether it was Roan against Black Hawk or Whitebeard Newgate against Steelbone Kong, as well as the battles of the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and others against the Vice Admirals, they all gained considerable advantages. After all, the Rocks pirates did not come to fight honestly this time. Their ultimate goal was still to kill the celestial dragons. Therefore, it became a matter of course to cause destruction while fighting the admirals. The only ones who could enjoy this world as entertainment city, apart from the celestial dragons, were a bunch of debauched nobles. The Rocks pirates naturally showed no mercy to these scum, sweeping them indiscriminately. Destruction is always easier than protection. On the Navy side, in addition to stopping these rogues from the Rocks pirates, they also had to divert their attention to the destruction caused. Thus, the Navy naturally fell into a disadvantage. Splash. Splash. Consequently, the world's largest entertainment city suffered heavy casualties. Many nobles died under the bombardment of these powerful fighters. Among them were even a few celestial dragons. The damn Rocks pirates. I never expected the Navy to have fallen this low. Several celestial dragons have already died. Meanwhile, at Mariewa, the Gorosei, who were closely monitoring this battle, had very ugly expressions. Each celestial dragon has a chip on them. Once they die, Mariewa will receive the news. Since the battle began, the receiver in Mariewa has already received news of several celestial dragons' deaths. The death of a celestial dragon is absolutely unforgivable, especially under the circumstance of being broadcasted live worldwide. The idea of relying on the Navy to eliminate the Rocks pirates seems to be unfeasible. The Navy is not even a match for the Rocks pirates now. Don't you understand yet? Gorosei, that group of useless Navy cannot stop those rogues from the Rocks pirates. It has to be us who take action. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly echoed in the conference room of Mariewa. You this guy. The Gorosei didn't even need to look to know who was speaking. After all, who else could speak to the highest authority of the world, the Gorosei, in such a tone in the Holy Land? Except for someone from the Knights of God? Topman Lights, what are you doing here? The person who came was none other than the current leader of the Knights of God, Lights from the Topman family. The man, appearing to be around 40 years old, has a handsome face and a tall, upright figure, standing at about 2-3 meters. Just judging by his aura, he is completely different from the ordinary ugly celestial dragons, especially the imposing presence emanating from him, which is definitely not inferior to that of an admiral-level powerhouse. Behind leaders, there are also several members of the Knights of God. Among them is the young, figurand gallant saint. At this moment, he is just in his early 20s, yet has already been selected by the Knights of God due to his immense talent, becoming a member of the organization. Don't you understand yet? The five elders. The situation on the battlefield is becoming clearer. Topman leaders looked at the live broadcast with a serious tone. Just now, another celestial dragon was caught up in the aftermath of this battle and died on the spot. In every battlefield, the Navy is being relentlessly suppressed by the members of the Rocks pirates. If this drags on, the Navy will not only face a complete defeat, but even the celestial dragons there will all be wiped out. It should be noted that there are currently over a dozen celestial dragons in that World Entertainment City. Even with 3 admirals dispatched, along with 3 admiral candidates, the Navy still poses no threat to the Rocks pirates. They are even at a complete disadvantage. The Navy is useless now. At this point, support must be sent, otherwise the celestial dragons will all be dead. Lights gritted his teeth and said, feeling very unhappy about his compatriots dying like this. This is the world aristocracy, and they actually died at the hands of pirates. It's simply a disgrace to their divine knights. Even if the celestial dragons need to be killed, it can only be done by their divine knights themselves. I understand, but the Holy Land is still some distance away. Even with the fastest ship, it would take at least half a day. One of the 5 elders furrowed his brow and said, isn't there a user in CP0 who has eaten the teleportation fruit? Topman Lights said, that guy just escorted a Marine admiral over, so he must be physically exhausted by now, another of the 5 elders said emotionlessly. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of ants. Dying for the celestial dragons is their honor, Topman Lights said carelessly. Even if he's exhausted, the user can still use their ability. The cost, of course, is overextending their life. But for the divine knights and the 5 elders, the life of a CP0 member is no different from that of an ordinary person. They are all ants. They are all pawns that can be sacrificed for the celestial dragons. Soon, the 5 elders contacted the CP0 who had eaten the teleportation fruit. The person in charge of the communication informed him of the situation. I understand. For the celestial dragons, for the gods of this world, what does it matter if I give up my life? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the CP0 member not only did not feel used, but rather felt it was an honor. After all, most of those who become CP0 are orphans, sold to the world government, and have undergone brutal training since childhood. Only those with sufficiently strong talent can join CP. Besides training, the brainwashing by the world government is also essential. Therefore, CP0 is absolutely loyal to the celestial dragons, and even more loyal than the Marines. They're true loyal dogs. Thus, having the opportunity to sacrifice their life for the celestial dragons, CP0 was more than happy. Soon, that CP0 member overextended his life to activate the teleportation fruit's ability and rush to the Holy Land Mariewa at the fastest speed. With a cough, the overexertion caused the CP0 member to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, wrinkles began to appear on the face beneath the mask, and his hair had already turned partially white. This is the price of overdrawing one's life to activate the fruit's ability. Can you still hold on? CP0. Upon witnessing this scene, the vice captain of the Knights of God, Topman Lights, displayed a warm smile and pretended to be concerned as he asked, for the sake of the god of this world, I will persevere even if it costs me my life. CP0 gritted their teeth, expressing their loyalty. Many celestial dragons have already died on the battlefield where the Rocks pirates and the Navy are clashing. This made his heart bleed. Very well, what is your name? Topman Lights gasped. Me? Reporting to you, my name is Dirk. The CP0 member replied, surprised by the question. Dirk, huh? After this battle, I will remember your name. So I entrust this to you. Topman Latesk patted his shoulder and then waved his hand. Behind him, several members of the Knights of God approached in unison, wearing the typical proud expressions of the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons were revered as gods by the world, yet they were still the elite among them. They were the most outstanding among the celestial dragons. At this moment, in addition to the vice captain of the Knights of God, Topman Latesk, a total of 5 members of the Knights were dispatched. The Knights of God comprised 9 members in total. One of them was killed by the Rocks pirates 3 years ago, but the celestial dragons continued to replenish their strength. However, the 9 were not always together. The other 4 were not present at the Holy Land, but 5 were enough, as those who could join the Knights of God were all carefully selected geniuses from the 19 families of the Holy Land, none of whom were useless. In fact, a few of them were even top-tier powers. Among these 5 people, at least Topman Latesk, the vice-captain of the Knights of God, is a genuine general-level powerhouse. The other 4 are also approaching that level, especially the young Fishman Island, who is just in his early 20s but has exceptional talent. He is seen by many as the next vice-captain of the Knights of God, and even a potential successor to the captain. So many people? Lord Latesk. Seeing so many people, the CP0 member was somewhat taken aback. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Topman Latesk continued to smile and asked, Not really, my life doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that even if I sacrifice my life, I might not be able to reach the battlefield, the CP0 member said with some self-reproach. He was already low on stamina, even if he paid the price of his life. He feared he wouldn't be able to transport so many people to the world's largest entertainment city in one go. Dirk had a clear understanding of his own strength. The Holy Land is still quite far from the world's largest entertainment city, especially since that city is in the New World, with such a long distance. Plus having to bring so many people, he was sure he would exhaust his life halfway. It didn't matter if he lost his own life, but it would be bad to delay the important matters of the celestial dragons. Oh, is that so? Are you sure? Lates continued to show his smile. Sorry, but even if I burn my life, I'm afraid I can't do it, the CP0 member said, feeling very guilty. In that case, upon hearing this, Topman Latesk's expression darkened. The kind eyes and warm smile were gone, replaced by a cold expression and eyes filled with killing intent. Swish! A sword pierced through the throat. The CP0 member was directly killed by Topman Latesk. Blood sprayed out as if it were free. The celestial dragons do not need useless trash. Topman Latesk's tone suddenly changed, filled with coldness. How could this happen? Dirk fell to the ground, his eyes wide open like copper bells. He never expected that the Lord Latesk, who had just been so amiable to him, would change his face faster than turning a page. In Dirk's last view, Latesk took out a tissue and vigorously wiped the blood from his sword, muttering to himself, Killing a commoner really dirted my sword. This sword has always been used to cut down celestial dragons, and now that it has been stained with the blood of the lowly, Latesk feels somewhat impure. Seeing this, a member of the Knights of God nearby furrowed his brow slightly. Losing a dog isn't a big deal, but if we kill him, how can we quickly provide support? Are we really going to take a warship? By then, the battle would probably be over. Deputy Captain, what should we do next? An elite member of the Knights of God, Marcus Knott, stepped forward to ask. It's fine. We can just find another person, Latesk said. The world government has actually been studying the rules of devil fruits and has achieved certain results, although we cannot replicate them. And we don't know the true principles of devil fruits. At least we have grasped the rules of their rebirth. Once a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit ability will escape from the corpse and reside in nearby fruit. Soon after, Latesk constructed a group of men in black suits to find a high-quality apple from the West Sea. After completing this task, he had these men in black leave the room. Latesk placed the apple next to the corpse of the CP0 he had killed, and everyone waited quietly. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, the members of the Knights of God noticed that the originally unremarkable apple was now covered in spiral patterns, exuding a deep azioha. It was clear that this apple had transformed into a genuine devil fruit. Did it work? Fishman Island said, unable to hide the pride on his face. As a strong candidate for the next deputy captain or even captain, Fishman Island is a favored son of heaven. He has always been an outstanding figure among his peers. Whether in ability, knowledge, talent, or even appearance, he is the most exceptional among the young celestial dragons. Wherever he goes, he attracts countless admirations and screams from female celestial dragons. The second best can't even see his taillights. This has made Fishman Island develop a very proud personality. It worked. Just contact a CP0 who hasn't eaten the fruit and have him come over, Latesk said with a smile, his eyes squinting into slits. As the deputy captain of the Knights of God, Lettuce holds a high status in the hearts of the celestial dragons. He is handsome, powerful, and always has a smiling demeanor, giving off a warm and gentle feeling, much like a spring breeze, making him an idol for many celestial dragons. Yes, standing next to Lettuce, a member of the Knights of God, named Tyren Nart nodded, and then opened a transponder snail. Soon, a masked CP0 appeared before the Knights of God. Beneath the mask, he looked extremely respectful. After all, if celestial dragons are gods, then the Knights of God are the most outstanding among the gods. Serving the Knights of God is the highest honor for CP0. You should understand the situation now. Eat it, and take us there. Lettuce restored his smiling expression, appearing very approachable, without the arrogance of other celestial dragons. He even personally handed the devil fruit to the CP0. Yes, Lord Lettuce. CP0 knelt on one knee, his excited voice trembling slightly. Such a noble god showing him this smile made CP0 feel that even dying would be worth it. He quickly ate the fruit. Then I'm counting on you. Lettuce patted the man's shoulder. In an instant, the members of the Knights of God disappeared from Mariehua. Meanwhile, in the world's largest entertainment city, the battle continued to rage on. The Navy seems to have changed their battle strategy. On the battlefield, where Lorne faced Black Hawk, the clash of demonic and divine powers erupted with intense waves of haki. Lorne could clearly feel that the Black Hawk in front of him was not attacking as ferociously as before, but had adopted a defensive strategy. He seemed to be feeling more relaxed, but it had become even more difficult to inflict damage on the world nobles and celestial dragons behind Black Hawk. Looking at other battlefields, he realized that his brother Rocks and Edward Newgate's battlefield were the same. Lorne suddenly noticed that both Rocks and Newgate were suppressing their opponents. However, the level of destruction in the towns had also decreased. Lorne could clearly sense that these Navy admirals were doing this intentionally. After all, from Lorne's understanding, the strength of these admirals shouldn't be limited to this. Even if Newgate and Rocks were indeed somewhat stronger than their opponents, it shouldn't lead to such a clear advantage so quickly. It is known that battles involving admiral-level powerhouses typically last at least 3 days and nights. Moreover, some might take 10 days and nights to determine a winner. It seems that the Navy is waiting for something as they quickly fall into a downturn. What are you hesitating about, Black Hawk? With such a good opportunity, are you afraid to attack? Lorne mocked, looking at Black Hawk, who was keeping a certain distance from him. He had just been distracted by observing other battlefields. Yet Black Hawk didn't seize this great opportunity and instead remained on guard in place. This is not like Black Hawk's character at all. There is definitely a reason for this. Hee, don't boast too early, Lorne. Today, we will definitely eliminate your Rocks pirates right here. Black Hawk responded to Lorne's taunts with a calm demeanor. After all, he had just received news from the Navy headquarters. Reinforcements had been dispatched from Mariehua. The Knights of God, that powerful group, is on the move. Even vice captain level experts are joining the fray. As a Navy admiral, Black Hawk may not know much about the Knights of God, but he is aware of some intelligence. That team is made up of celestial dragons, and they're all powerful individuals. Some of them are even as strong as Navy admirals. If they join the battle, combined with the forces of the Navy headquarters, they will definitely be able to eliminate the Rocks pirates. Therefore, the Navy does not need to launch a large-scale attack like before. They just need to conserve their strength and wait for the reinforcements to arrive to deal with the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. After all, the Navy has to admit that the current Rocks pirates are an absolute behemoth. The title of Sea Overlord is not without merit. It is not just a facade. Even with so many high-end combat powers deployed, the Navy still cannot wipe out the Rocks pirates in one go. They can only rely on the strength of the Knights of God. Although this may be somewhat embarrassing for the Navy, as long as they can eliminate the Rocks pirates, the cost is still worth it. Like Black Hawk, Steelbone Kong, the two admiral candidates, and Goldsnake and White Horse also received such intelligence on the battlefield. Therefore, they changed their combat strategy to focus on defense. After all, this way they can conserve their strength and wait for reinforcements. Oh, it seems you are waiting for reinforcements. Lorne immediately guessed the reason for the Navy's change in strategy. After all, it was clear from Black Hawk's words that he was determined to eliminate the Rocks pirates. However, the current strength deployed by the Navy on the battlefield is simply unable to deal a blow to the Rocks pirates, and they can't even suppress them. Black Hawk, as a Navy admiral, is not a fool who makes empty boasts. His confidence indicates that the Navy must have a backup plan. However, from Lorne's understanding, the Navy's high-end combat power is almost all present. The only remaining high-ranking force at the Navy headquarters is the Fleet Admiral. With the experience from the last time, the Navy would not easily deploy all their forces. The Fleet Admiral must remain at the Navy headquarters. If the Navy's power cannot be utilized, then the reinforcements coming this time must be from other forces of the world government. Hee. Black Hawk sneered, non-committal to Lawrence's words. Reinforcements would indeed arrive, and they would come in extremely fast speed. When the time comes, combined with the Knights of God, they would surely take down the Rocks pirates. In that case, retreat is the only option. Hearing this, Lorne narrowed his eyes and, after some thought, decided to retreat. After all, seeing Black Hawk's confident demeanor, the reinforcements this time must be quite formidable. The Navy has no more strength to support the battlefield here. After all, the 3 admirals and the 3 admiral candidates are all present, and sending forces below the admiral level to such a battlefield is meaningless. Therefore, the only ones who could come to the rescue are likely the Gorosei from Mariehua or the Knights of God. No matter which force comes, it would have a tremendous impact on the currently balanced battlefield. Staying here has become meaningless. At least nearly 10 celestial dragons have already died in this battle. With the current strength of the Rocks pirates, it would be too difficult to face the combined forces of the Navy headquarters and the forces from Mariehua alone. Once his children grow up, along with the growth of characters like Gold Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Zhi, Lorne believes that one day, the Rocks pirates will be able to confront the colossal world government as a united front. However, all of this still requires time. Kill. In an instant, Lorne disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, with a flash of lightning, Lorne appeared in front of a celestial dragon. Not good. Black Hawk's eyes widened suddenly. As a master of swordsmanship and physical techniques, Black Hawk's speed is not slow. He swiftly moved and managed to block Lawrence's lightning-fast sneak attack. However, Lawrence's target was not the celestial dragon, but rather to distract Black Hawk's attention so he could inform his brother about the retreat. Sure enough, taking advantage of the moment Black Hawk was protecting the celestial dragon, Lorne instantly appeared on the battlefield of Rocks, White Horse, and Gold Snake. Could it be that Black Hawk has already been defeated? Seeing Lorne appear on the battlefield, White Horse and Gold Snake were shocked, and the two immediately broke free from their fight with Rocks, creating a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. They instinctively looked toward the battlefield between Black Hawk and Lorne. Upon spotting Black Hawk, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, did Black Hawk take care of it? Looking at Lorne appearing before him, Rocks expressed some surprise. Did you resolve a major general so quickly? Not really, bro. Leon shook his head. His current strength was similar to that of the Black Hawk, and even though he had some advantages, it would still take time to truly defeat the opponent. If I'm not mistaken, the forces of the world government are coming. This isn't our home ground, and staying here will put us at a disadvantage. Leon said to Rocks, let's retreat. Rocks nodded in agreement with Leon's assessment. In fact, he felt the same, especially from the fighting styles of the White Horse and the Golden Snake. The two of them were clearly stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. Let's go, said Lorne, preparing to leave the battlefield. Want to leave? Do you think I will let you escape? Golden Snake and White Horse sensed Locke's and Lawrence's intentions and sneered. The Knights of the Gods were about to come to support. How could they let the Locke's pirate crew escape so easily? At the same time, Black Hawk also arrived, and the 3 Navy admirals faced the Locke's brothers. Hee. Then you should find a way to deal with the situation here. Locks faced the 3 Navy admirals without any panic, sneering. What? Immediately, the 3 Navy admirals changed their expressions. Unbeknownst to them, the ground beneath their feet had turned into a void of darkness. A tremendous gravitational pull was dragging them, trying to pull them into this endless void. Not only the ground beneath their feet, but as far as the eye could see, the entire city's land had transformed into endless darkness. Dark awakening dark world. Locke smiled faintly and activated his devil fruit ability. This is the technique he has been secretly accumulating since the moment he arrived on the battlefield. After all, when they were preparing to launch a major attack here, they had already thought of a way to retreat. Rocks and Lorne were not arrogant enough to make no preparations for a retreat. The awakening ability of this dark fruit is the guarantee for the Rocks pirates' retreat. Not only that, God of Thunder, Thunderworld. In the sky, a massive shadow appears. The 3 admirals look up and discover a thunderball, comparable to an entire city island, plummeting at incredible speed. This is Lone's awakening ability. Once this falls, it is foreseeable that the entire city will be completely destroyed. The damn Rocks pirates. The eyes of the 3 marine admirals are about to burst into flames. Such an awakening technique is not difficult for them. But for the celestial dragons in this city, getting caught up in these 2 abilities would mean immediate death. Thus, 2 difficult choices suddenly presented themselves to the admirals. Should they disregard everything and use all their strength to hold back the Rock pirates? Or should they go immediately to rescue the celestial dragons? They must understand that if they let the Rocks pirates go now, given their potential and strength, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Next time, the world government and the Navy would face an even fiercer attack from the Rocks pirates. Now is the best time to eliminate the Rocks pirates. But if they do so, it would be like watching the celestial dragons on the island die. The Navy does not have the courage for that. If it were ordinary nobles or civilians, sacrificing them would be just that, a sacrifice, but no one dares to make the decision to sacrifice the celestial dragons. After all, there is more than one celestial dragon currently alive on this island. After a brief moment of weighing the options in their minds, the three admirals exchanged glances. The three of them, in perfect harmony, decided to go and rescue the celestial dragons immediately. Otherwise, the wrath of the world government is something they cannot bear. Oh, it seems they are going to retreat? So soon. We haven't determined a victor yet. What a shame. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, upon seeing the lightning in the sky and the darkness beneath their feet, Edward Newgate, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe John, and others immediately realized that it was time to retreat. This is the agreed-upon retreat signal. Ha ha, then let's retreat. The Golden Lion laughed loudly and waved his hand to activate his ability. Immediately, a ship of moderate size descended from the sky and appeared above the city. Go. Just one simple word, and in the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The commanders of the Rocks pirates, led by Rocks, Linlin, and Whitebeard, jumped onto the ship one after another. Is that the ability of that guy, the Golden Lion? Damn it, the float fruit is truly too useful. They planned to retreat. Upon seeing the huge ship floating in the sky, the Navy admirals, including Black Hawk, Golden Snake, and White Horse, instantly reacted. The Rocks pirates are preparing to retreat. Damn it, the reinforcement from the Knights of God are about to arrive. If they let them retreat now, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? This is the best opportunity to eliminate the Rocks pirates. With the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters, coupled with the Knights of God, they would definitely be able to defeat the Rocks pirates. If they let this opportunity slip away, the next time they face the Rocks pirates, it will definitely be much harder to deal with. After all, even a fool can see the immense potential of the Rocks pirates. Rocks, Linlin, and Edward Newgate, the three core crew members, are only in their 20s. The oldest among them, Rocks, is barely in his late 20s, not even 30. The other core members like the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, are also in their 20s. In other words, these people are still some rookies who haven't even reached their peak. If they're given more time to continue growing, once they fully develop their potential, what kind of terrifying behemoth will the Navy be facing? No, they absolutely cannot let them leave like this. Black Hawk instantly thought of the consequences of letting the Rocks pirates go, gritting his teeth as he spoke. But what about the celestial dragons if we leave here? White Horse beside him understood this point as well, but right now they are powerless. As Navy admirals, they must prioritize the protection of the celestial dragons above all else. In the face of protecting the celestial dragons, any mission can take a back seat. Damn it, Golden Snake cursed angrily, wishing those celestial dragons would die sooner. If the celestial dragons died off sooner, they wouldn't have to helplessly watch the Rocks pirates retreat and be unable to do anything. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Ha ha, that's all for today, you lackeys of the celestial dragons. Next time, you won't be so lucky. That's right, clean your necks and wait. Navy world government. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks pirates, floating in the sky, looked down at the gritting teeth of the Navy generals and couldn't help but mock them. Although this time we couldn't kill all the celestial dragons, at least a double-digit number of them died in this chaotic battle. More importantly, this globally broadcast event once again made the world aware of the terror of the Rocks pirates. The reputation of the Rocks pirates will undoubtedly attract more powerful individuals. Damn, are we really just going to let them go? A man who was recently promoted to the rank of candidate admiral in the Navy said gloomily, his head full of dark lines and his eyes gloomy as if they could drip water. This person is codenamed Brown Bull. Brown Bull joined the Navy due to the world conscription, and his foundation is unstable. Many people in the military are dissatisfied with his position. After all, everyone has worked hard for decades, dedicating themselves to the Navy, only to have an outsider parachute into the position of candidate admiral. Who can accept this change? It's important to know that the position of a candidate admiral is one spot for one person. Using one means one less. Brown Bull wants to prove his strength in this great battle and shut up those naval rats. But now it seems that hope is dashed. If the Rocks pirates are allowed to escape just like this, it will be a disgrace for the Navy, and even more so for him. At that time, there will be more dissenting voices within the military. How can he, as a candidate admiral, lead the Navy? This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. If he can stop these members of the Rocks Pirates, wouldn't that be a great achievement? Then, there will be no opposing voices within the military. With this thought in mind, the candidate admiral known as Brown Bull suddenly jumped high and charged towards the Rocks Pirates floating in the sky. Stay back, Rocks Pirates! Brown Bull shouted loudly, his momentum surging. Don't be impulsive, Brown Bull. That's the Rocks Pirates. Seeing Brown Bull suddenly rushing into the sky, the three admirals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Snake, quickly shouted to stop him. Does he think he can stop the Rocks Pirates by himself? This guy is way too confident. But they couldn't stop him in time. Brown Bull had already charged up. This idiot, Black Hawk cursed under his breath, and the next moment, someone actually charged up? Is it reinforcements from the Navy? With observation haki, they sensed that it was just one person. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks, Lorne, and the others, who were preparing to retreat, had their observation haki activated. They immediately sensed a powerful aura charging towards them. The next moment, everyone looked over and was shocked to find a candidate admiral dressed in a Navy uniform. One person dares to charge over? I must be seeing things. This is simply courting death. Brown Bull. Just when the outcome is still undecided. After recognizing him, Golden Lion, John, Silver Axe, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they were seeing an illusion. After rubbing their eyes vigorously and focusing again, there really was only one person. Is this guy out his mind? Could it be a trap? Lorne was also astonished. One person dares to chase the Rocks Pirates? Could it be a trick? But his observation haki clearly sensed that only this one person was charging over. Before Lorne could regain his senses the next moment, let's all attack and take him down. Rocks-Tragically spoke. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Rocks finished speaking, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, John Silver Axe, and the others charged in. Swish, 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 swish. In the sky, led by Rocks, several major cadres of the Rocks Pirates charged up. After a few exchanges, the candidate admiral known as Brown Bull quickly fell from the sky like a fallen angel. Brown Bull, seeing this, Steelbone Kong quickly unleashed his aura and rushed towards Brown Bull's landing spot to catch him. At the moment he caught Brown Bull, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but tremble slightly. Brown Bull is dead. Dead. The moment he caught Brown Bull, Steelbone Kong's body couldn't help but tremble. The vice admiral, known as the monster, who was summoned by the world's great conscription, actually died in just a few short minutes. Indeed, the strength of the Rocks Pirates has far exceeded the Navy's imagination. At the same time, Steelbone Kong secretly felt relieved that he didn't rashly pursue just now. Otherwise, it could have been him who died. Damn it. The admirals, including White Horse, Golden Snake, and Black Hawk, clearly sensed that the presence of Brown Bull had disappeared from their observation with haki. This means that not only did the Navy fail to defeat the Rocks Pirates, but they also lost a vice admiral level powerhouse. This can no longer be described as a defeat. It is simply a complete loss of face. Especially now, under the scrutiny of a worldwide live broadcast, the Navy has completely no means to deal with the Rocks Pirates and has even lost a strong admiral-level fighter. This battle has completely declared that the Navy has lost its image as the maritime overlord in the hearts of the people. Instead, it has been replaced by the Rocks pirate crew. Just as the admirals of the Navy had speculated, this scene, broadcasted live through the Den Den Mushi, immediately caused an uproar around the world. My God, an admiral of the Navy was actually killed in an instant. Isn't that the so-called monster Navy, Brown Bull? How terrifying is the Rocks pirate crew? This time they attacked the celestial dragons, with the protection of the Navy admirals. But what if they attack us ordinary civilians next time? Who will protect us? Moreover, even with the Navy's protection, the celestial dragons still suffered heavy casualties. Rocks pirate crew, who can stop them? This world is doomed. Some civilians are holding their heads. Some are in a daze. Some have collapsed to their knees in despair, unable to muster any strength, while others are trembling uncontrollably in fear of the future. At this moment, the Rocks Pirates brought immense shock to the people of the world. This is a devilish pirate crew. What a disgrace. Damn, the world government has lost all face now. Where are those guys from the Knights of God? Haven't they arrived yet? Seeing this scene, there were also angry low shouts coming from the highest power hall in Mariehua. The five elders looked grimly at this scene. This battle not only tarnished the Navy's reputation, but also the world government's. Damn it, that guy, Brown Bull, is too impulsive. Far away at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the admiral slammed the desk in front of him to pieces upon witnessing this scene. In this battle, The Navy not only failed to regain its status as the dominant force at sea, but will instead have its reputation completely overshadowed by the Rocks pirates. Ha ha ha. Daring to chase after one person. Isn't that just asking for death? Now, in addition to the Celestial Dragon being killed, a candidate for admiral has also died. Ha ha. This is the consequence of the Navy's foolishness in desperately protecting the Celestial Dragons. Ha ha. This is exhilarating. Our Rocks pirates will truly become the rightful rulers of the sea. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks pirates who were retreating also noticed the death of the brown cow. One by one, they laughed heartily, feeling very pleased. Although they didn't manage to kill all the Celestial Dragons, taking down a candidate for admiral in the end is still a huge win. The purpose of this worldwide live broadcast has been achieved. Navy, world government, tremble in fear. Sooner or later, you will be pulled down from your pedestal. At this moment, just when everyone thought this battle would end with the victory of the Rocks pirates and the Navy's disastrous defeat, a few ghostly figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The Rocks pirates are indeed quite pleased with themselves. Seeing their arrogant faces is really infuriating. Vice Captain Lightsk, it shouldn't be a problem to kill them all, right? Hey. I'm so hungry. I seem to smell some delicious food around here. Rodinker, stay away from me. It's disgusting. I'm about to drool all over myself. So, that's the Rocks pirates? How interesting. As the unfamiliar voices echoed, the ghostly figures clearly materialized in front of the Rocks pirates. The 5 individuals are dressed in matching pure white battle uniforms, with golden threads embroidered on the chest lining, depicting the emblem of the Celestial Dragons, the Celestial Dragon pattern. The Ascending Dragon. The only difference is that the patterns on the shoulders of these 5 individuals vary, indicating their different ranks. Knight of God Corps, Vice Captain, Topman Lightsk. Knight of God Corps, Official Member, Team 1 Member, Izambel and Chius. Knight of God Corps, Official Member, Team 2 Member, Shepard Lindell. Knight of God Corps, Official Member, Team 3 Member, Jagor Lucia Rodankal. Knight of God Corps, Official Member, Special Member, Fegalan Gallen. A total of 5 people. In addition, the masked CP-0 member died from exhaustion on the way here. Therefore, only these 5 appeared here. The emergence of the Knight of God Corps immediately caused a huge stir worldwide. Who are those guys? They don't look like the Navy. Are they here to deal with the Rocks pirates? They seem quite strong. Some ordinary citizens have no idea what the Knight of God Corps is. Fortunately, some well-informed people, or those who have served as slaves in the Holy Land, were there to explain. Is it the legendary Knight of God Corps? A mysterious organization composed entirely of celestial dragons, specifically tasked with handling internal affairs of the Celestial Dragons. All members are pure-blood Celestial Dragons, and those who can be selected for the Knight of God Corps are at least of the level of a candidate for admiral. It is rumored that the leader and vice captain of the Knight of God Corps might even be stronger than Navy admirals. My God, they actually came in person? After getting the answer, ordinary citizens were left in shock. Some were delighted that such a notorious pirate group as the Rocks Pirates might meet their end here today, reducing the number of super pirate groups that harm the populace. Others, with deeper thoughts, felt a mix of joy and sorrow. They hadn't expected that besides the Navy headquarters, the world government had such a powerful force. This means that the world government's rule is very solid, and the Celestial Dragons will continue to oppress ordinary citizens, treating them like pigs and dogs. The appearance of the Knight of God Corps completely shocked the global populace. After all, this organization is very mysterious. Apart from slaves who have been in the Holy Land and the nobility of the world government's member countries, others know very little about the Knight of God Corps. Some people hadn't even heard this name before. Even within the Navy, there are quite a few who do not understand the Knight of God Corps well. However, those who are aware of this organization clearly know how terrifying the Knight of God Corps is. This is a superpower that has the authority to order executions, decapitations, and condemnations of the Celestial Dragons. Each member possesses immense strength, with some even surpassing the highest combat power of the Navy admirals at the Navy headquarters. Therefore, the moment the Knights of God appeared, the admirals present couldn't help but look up at the figures in the sky. Is it the Knights of God made up of Celestial Dragons? It's my first time seeing so many members of the Knights of God appear. Upon seeing the Knights of God for the first time, the eyes of Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Serpent, Steelbone Kong, and others shone with an incredible light. As high-ranking members of the Navy, they had certainly heard of the Knights of God. However, they only knew that this was a super team composed entirely of pure-blooded Celestial Dragons. The team consists of 9 individuals, each possessing great strength, and is a superpower within the world government. This organization generally does not appear at the center of the world stage. It is a very low-key group. The Knights of God only show up when it concerns the celestial dragons, such as during trials, executions, beheadings, and other actions against them. Additionally, when the Navy is understaffed and needs to confiscate the heavenly gold from the member states of the world government, the Knights of God will also intervene. At other times, the Knights of God remain largely in hiding. Therefore, this is the first time these Marine admirals have seen so many members of the Knights of God appear at the same time. Moreover, as soon as they laid eyes on the Knights of God, the admirals kinship haki began to explore the aura emanating from them. After all, they have heard of their great reputation, but have never seen them in person. Given the formidable name of the Knights of God, the admirals naturally wanted to know if this team was truly as terrifying as rumored. Thus, their kinship haki began to rise sharply, sweeping over the members of the Knights of God one by one. Immediately, the three Marine admirals, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent, along with Steelbone Kong and another candidate for admiral, exchanged knowing glances and saw the same level of shock reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, their kinship haki fully sensed that the strength of the Knights of God members far exceeded their expectations. The strength of these members is at least at the level of quasi-admirals. Some are weaker than admirals, but not by much. If they really fought, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to determine a victor. Moreover, some are even comparable in strength to these Navy admirals, especially that vice captain with a medal on his shoulder, whose aura even seems to faintly surpass that of the Navy admirals. At this moment, in Mariehua, they have finally caught up with those guys from the Knights of God. They almost let the Rocks pirates escape. That's right, 5 of them were dispatched at once, which should be sufficient. This is the first time so many members have been gathered for the same mission. This time, they must annihilate the Rocks pirates and showcase the power of the world government. So, let the operation begin. In the Hall of Authority, the moment the Knights of God appeared, the originally tense expressions of the 5 elders immediately relaxed. Their gloomy faces also softened considerably. With 5 members of the Knights of God, plus 5 strong individuals at the admiral level, there is no way the Rocks pirates could escape. This time, we must absolutely redeem our shame and completely regain the face that the world government has lost. Meanwhile, in the sky, the floating islands, the members of the Rocks pirates also saw the appearance of the Knights of God for the first time. Is that the Knights of God? Interesting. It seems that the celestial dragons are not all a bunch of useless people. I didn't expect them to send so many. This is really interesting. Is it finally the turn for this group of useless Knights of God to make their appearance? The celestial dragons must die. At the moment the Knights of God appeared, the members of the Rocks pirates, including Rocks, Law, Edward Newgate, and others like Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe, not only showed no fear, but instead wore smiles on their faces. Rocks and Law had both been slaves in the Holy Land, so they naturally knew of the existence of the Knights of God. Although they hadn't experienced firsthand how powerful the Knights of God were, they understood that this was an organization comparable to the Marine headquarters. Their strength was the most obvious label of the Knights of God. But these individuals were composed of celestial dragons. Since they were celestial dragons, they were the hunting targets of Rocks and Law. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, influenced by Rocks and Law, also harbored deep hatred for the celestial dragons. After all, the tragedy that befell Newgate's hometown and family was caused by the celestial dragons' heavenly gold policy. As for Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and others, all members of their crew were killed by a powerful member of the Knights of God during the kidnapping operation for heavenly gold a few years ago. Even they themselves were nearly killed. If not for the help from Rocks and Law, they would have definitely died in that operation. Therefore, their hatred for the Knights of God was deep-rooted. Enemies meet, and it's particularly eye-catching. Although they sensed the powerful aura of these people, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and others were not afraid at all. If they were afraid, they wouldn't have become pirates and legends. Everyone, let the hunt begin. Killing 1 is not a loss. Killing 2 is a huge profit. Thus, upon seeing the Knights of God for the first time, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, along with the 4 senior officers Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Silver Axe, exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. With the current situation, there was no way to escape. After all, the 5 members of the Knights of God, plus 5 strong generals, gave the opponent an absolute advantage in high-end combat power. Since that's the case, let's fight. No matter the outcome, fighting is the only opportunity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. To everyone's surprise, the Rocks pirates, who originally planned to escape, instead took the initiative to attack the members of the Knights of God upon seeing their aggressive pursuit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A shocking scene unfolded. The heroes of the Rocks pirates, facing the pursuit of the 5 members of the Knights of God, not only showed no intention of retreating, but instead charged forward to battle. Boom! The 3 core members, Rocks, Law, and Edward Newgate, along with the 4 senior officers Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John, all launched their full power at the 5 members of the Knights of God. These guys, they actually aren't running away. Low-level pirates do have some guts. Interesting, it's fine to execute them all. Right, Deputy Leader Topman? No matter what, we must subdue them first. Go. Seeing the Rocks pirates take the initiative, the members of the Knights of God also prepared to meet the challenge. We will confront you. Deputy Leader of the Knights of God. Interestingly, it was not Rocks, Law, or Edward Newgate who attacked the Deputy Leader of the Knights of God, but rather 2 officers who had only joined the Rocks pirates 3 years ago, Shiki and Silver Axe. Heh, how annoying. I really underestimated these pirates. Seeing this, Topman Latesque showed a hint of disdain on his face. He was the Deputy Leader of the Knights of God, yet he was targeted by just 2 officers? Where would he put his face after this? Topman Latesque shouted angrily, drew his sword, and charged forward. This guy's aura is very strong. We must hold on. You damn Silver Axe. Shiki drew his twin swords, revealing his signature big smile, as his thick golden hair was blown by the shockwave, truly exuding the aura of a lion. At this moment, he already had the demeanor of one of the 3 legendary figures who would compete with Roger and Whitebeard decades later. You damn lion, take care of yourself. I definitely have no problem here. Silver Axe retorted, drawing his signature weapon, a massive silver axe, and then joined Shiki to confront the Deputy Leader of the Knights of God. Divine Judgment. Topman Latesque shouted angrily, unleashing a torrent of Silver Conqueror's haki that surged forth like a flood. A massive shockwave enveloped him, resembling a silver beast. Boom! The enormous sword energy wrapped in Conqueror's haki directly attacked Shiki and Silver Axe. The silver sword energy shot forth like a comet's tail. Lion's thousand cuts. Silver Axe's frenzy. Facing the fierce Topman Latesque, Shiki and Silver Axe unleashed their strongest moves. Boom, boom, boom. In the instant their 3 moves collided. Shiki and Silver Axe's techniques were instantly shattered by Topman Latesque's attack. Crash! The remaining sword energy howled in, sending Shiki and Silver Axe flying back dozens of meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, they quickly planted their weapons in the ground, propping themselves up and gasping for breath. Did they avoid the vital points? Members of the Rocks pirates? Seeing this scene, Topman Latesque said with a hint of amusement, "Boring battle. The gap is too large. You are not my opponents at all. Die on this holy sword." Topman Latesque then swung his glimmering long sword, preparing to deliver the final blow. At this moment, voices of surprise came from other members of the Knights of God. What? How could that be? That guy Shepard Lindell actually just died like that. What the hell is going on? That guy Shepard isn't joking, right? In an instant, Figurland Gallon, Izambaron Shoes, and Jagor Lucia Rodancall all had faces filled with shock. Shepard Lindell was actually killed in an instant. The one who killed him was none other than the captain of the Rocks pirates, the maritime overlord who had single-handedly defeated Admiral Kaido, Rocks.Tragically. At this moment, Shepard's head was being held by Rocks as if it were a ball. Woo-la-la-la-la. You must not have time to pay attention to what's happening over there. Damn Knights of God. Shatter. At the same time, Edward Newgate, who was in a fierce battle with Figurland Gallon, burst into laughter, swinging the Naginata in his hand towards the opponent. Damn it. After being distracted for a moment, Figurland Gallon's shoulder was pierced by Whitebeard's haki. Wang Zhi and John also launched attacks against the distracted Izambaron Shoes and Jagorushia Rodancor. However, the strength of these 2 was not as formidable as Edward Newgate. Faced with 2 members of the Knights of God, they could only barely manage to delay. Haha. The tactic was successful. It seems our captain is impressive after all. Haha, yeah. This bunch of bastards now knows the power of the Rocks pirates. Seeing this, the Golden Lion and Silver Axe also burst into laughter. Their strategy to deal with the strongest vice-captain of the Knights of God was like a horse racing tactic, using their superior horses to deal with the opponent's inferior ones. In an instant, they achieved success. Damn it, I'll make you pay for this. Seeing this, Topman Latesque was also furious. They actually lost a member of the Knights of God so quickly. These are all comrades fighting alongside me. Die, answer the Rocks pirates. Topman Latesque aimed directly at the necks of the Golden Lion and Silver Axe. At this critical moment, your opponent is me. Boom! Something resembling a ball flew out and struck Topman Waytek's sword, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory. Immediately after whoosh, a tall figure appeared quickly in front of the golden lion and silver axe, blocking Topman Waytek's fatal blow. The newcomer was none other than Rocks. Damn it! Topman Waytek flicked his wrist, and a legendary sword, known as the Holy Sword, erupted with terrifying killing intent, swinging back towards Rocks. Hee, is that all? Seeing this, Rocks just smiled effortlessly. Crash! Crash! The hellish blood-red Conqueror's haki enveloped Rocks' fist, colliding with Topman Waytek's silver Conqueror's haki. And for a moment, it was evenly matched. That was close, I almost got killed. No wonder he is Captain Rocks. Looking at the terrifying momentum of the two, the golden lion and silver axe were filled with lingering fear. If they had come a moment later, they would definitely have lost their lives. After all, with their current strength, it was impossible to deal with the vice-captain of the Knights of God. Being able to hold out for even a short while was already quite impressive. Meanwhile, at Mary Geos, in the Hall of Authority, the five elders watched this scene, their faces dark with dismay, looking as if they could drip water. What a disgrace! Being killed by a pirate in front of the whole world. This is the Knights of God that the celestial dragons take pride in. How infuriating! What on earth is happening? How much will the Rocks pirates have to pay to be eliminated? That's right, losing a strong admiral-level fighter can still recruit soldiers from around the world. But losing a member of the Knights of God, who knows how long it will take to train another one. I wonder if this incident will alert Lord M. Hopefully not. The five elder stars showed difficulty on their faces. As they said, the Death and Navy Admiral is merely a house slave, an outsider, who can be recruited from around the world at any time. In this vast sea, there are certainly many powerful individuals who wish to serve the world government, but they just lack an opportunity. However, the Knights of God must be selected from the elite among the pure-blooded celestial dragons. Losing even one is unforgivable. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, your mission has been completed excellently. Go help Wang Zhi and John. They are struggling over there. After blocking Topman Lettiski's attack, Rocks turned to the injured Golden Lion and Silver Axe and said, Understood, Captain Rocks. Leave that to us. Although the Golden Lion and Silver Axe were already injured, their powerful talents and physiques meant that this level of injury had little impact. If the enemy were the sworn celestial dragons, then these injuries could almost be ignored. After all, in the face of deep-seated blood feuds, everything else can be set aside. Rocks, you don't have time to chat with others. Taking this opportunity, Topman Lettiski swung his holy sword, unleashing an attack. The dense Conqueror's haki enveloped the holy sword, which was originally glimmering coldly, instantly transformed into a pitch-black, demonic blade. Whoosh! With a strong swing, the sword energy broke through the air, transforming into a roaring phoenix that spread its wings in midair, shining brilliantly and directly charging towards Rocks. Hee, I have all the time in the world, you damn celestial dragon. Rocks waved his hand, channeling the Conqueror's haki into his fists, slightly bending his knees to gather strength. And then, boom, Rocks met Topman Lettiski's sword energy head-on with both hands. Crash, crash. In an instant, the sword energy dissipated and Rocks stood in place, twisting his neck, his body making explosive sounds. How could you take my full force attack like that? Topman Lettiski's eyes trembled slightly. He never expected that his slash would be taken head-on. Just how strong is this guy's haki and physical strength? It seems not all celestial dragons are useless. After a brief exchange, Rocks had a clear understanding. This guy, who claimed to be the vice-captain of the Knights of God, was stronger than the previous general, Raylong. If the vice-captain is already like this, then the true captain of the Knights of God is probably even stronger. But that's how it should be. If the world were to be ruled by those fat-headed, big-eared celestial dragons alone, it would be impossible. Since my enemy is such a group of people, I must defeat them here. Thinking of this, Rocks felt his blood boiling. So come on. Crash, crash. Rocks and Topman Lettiski engaged in fierce combat, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that even generals couldn't match. A mere pirate is actually able to match the vice-captain. It seems the five elders' concern for the Rocks pirates is not unfounded. At this moment, the newcomer, Fegalin Gallon, was also in shock. It was the first time he had seen someone able to fight so fiercely against Vice-Captain Topman Lettiski without falling behind. Keep in mind, Rocks is just a young man in his 20s who has been at sea for less than 5 years. If he reaches his peak, who knows how powerful he will become? It would be best to crush such a pirate in the cradle. Navy, you bastards, hurry up and come help. That's right. Because of your negligence, we, the Knights of God, have already lost a member. idiots! Take down the Rocks pirates in one go." Just then, the Knights of God members, Jagor Lugia Rodankal and Izambal and Chiosi, who were battling two of the Rocks pirates' cadres, found themselves at a disadvantage. They had no choice but to curse at the Navy generals watching from below. One member of the Knights of God has already died, and you useless Navy are still just watching the show? This is why, on the battlefield, if it were on ordinary days, these proud members of the Knights of God would have slapped these Marine admirals. Yes, hurry up. That's right. Hearing the furious shouts from the two Marine admirals Black Hawk, Golden Snake, White Horse, and Steelbone Kong finally woke up from their daze. After all, their duty to protect the celestial dragons was ingrained in their blood. To ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, even after the appearance of the Knights of God, these Marine admirals still stood firmly in front of the few remaining celestial dragons to prevent any accidents. However, after hearing the angry shouts from the Knights of God, the Marine admirals finally understood. The situation had completely reversed. With the Knights of God and the Marine admirals together, they were more than capable of completely eliminating the Rocks pirates. "We're here." At that moment, the admirals leaped into the sky, arriving at the floating island at the center of the battlefield. "Edward Newgate, our battle is not over yet." Steelbone Kong was the first to join the fight between Edward Newgate and Fegalan Gallen. Faced with the two, even the exceptionally talented Edward Newgate finally showed signs of decline. "Girarur, you idiots! Don't underestimate me. I am Edward Newgate of the Rocks Pirates." Even though he showed signs of decline, Whitebeard still maintained his fighting spirit, laughing heartily before engaging in battle with the two. On the other side, Black Hawk, Golden Snake, and White Horse intervened in the battle between the Knights of God and the Rocks Pirates. The involvement of several Admiral-level powerhouses caused the Rocks Pirates to immediately fall into a disadvantage. After all, in front of a substantial number of Admiral-level powerhouses, even the monsters of the Rocks Pirates could not hold out for long. In just a few minutes of skirmishing, the situation on the battlefield became clear. The cadres of the Rocks Pirates were all injured, bleeding, and in a very sorry state. Damn it, is this the end? Sure enough, there was a reason why that group of guys in the world government had ruled for 800 years. On the battlefield of the Golden Lion and Wang Zhi, facing a member of the Knights of God and a Marine Admiral, they also found themselves outmatched, looking very unwilling. If it were just the Marine headquarters, the Rocks Pirates could still retreat safely. But with the assistance of the Knights of God, the Rocks Pirates found themselves at a disadvantage. "Ha ha ha! Are you in despair? You scoundrels of the Rocks Pirates! This place will be your grave." Marine Admiral Golden Snake also had a triumphant look on his face, as the Marines had long been suppressed by the Rocks Pirates. Today, they would finally eliminate this thorn in their side. "Kill them immediately. Avenge my comrade, Shepherd Lindell." Nearby, the Knights of God member, Izambal and Chios, also wore a fierce expression as he charged towards the Golden Lion. On the other side, the battlefield of John and Silver Axe was also not looking optimistic. Facing Marine Admiral Black Hawk and Knights of God member, J. Galugia Rodan Cole, these two cadres of the Rocks Pirates, who had not yet reached their peak, could only manage a brief resistance. But it was clear that as time went on, they were almost destined to lose. Edward Newgate was struggling to deal with Steelbone Kong and Fegalan Gallen on his own, already showing multiple wounds. Rocks was facing the vice captain of the Knights of God and Marine Admiral White Horse. Even with Rock's superhuman strength, he was somewhat out of breath, with several abrasions appearing on his body. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land, Mariehua, looking at the live broadcast showing the significant advantages on various battlefields. The five elders in the Power Hall finally showed a hint of a smile on their tense faces. It seemed that the Rocks Pirates would completely disappear from history today. Indeed, although the Marines had lost some personnel earlier, they would ultimately eliminate the Rocks Pirates. The reputation of the Knights of God had now been broadcasted worldwide. And in the future, if any scoundrels dared to challenge the world government, after watching this battle, they would understand just how terrifying an organization the world government truly was. The seas would likely remain calm for a long time to come. Indeed, although the Knights of God were compelled to act, this war could also serve to tell the world why the celestial dragons were considered divine. Therefore, there was no need to alarm Lord M about this matter. The five elders each struck a pose, and their expressions softened considerably. Although the battle was far from over, the situation had become very clear. In every battlefield, the Rocks Pirates had shown signs of decline. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Under the overwhelming number of Admiral-level powerhouses, the Rocks Pirates would hardly be able to create any significant waves. On the other side, at Marine headquarters, everyone, led by the Fleet Admiral and several elite Vice Admirals, had smiles on their faces. They seemed to envision the scene of all members of the Rocks Pirates meeting their demise. The gloom that had previously been cast by the Rocks Pirates would finally disperse. Meanwhile, across the world, many pirates and new pirates were watching this live broadcast. The Rocks Pirates? What a pity they fell just like that. In an unknown sea, a tall man with slicked back hair, wearing a striking red cloak and holding an umbrella-shaped weapon, muttered to himself. A new pirate, who rose to fame alongside Edward Newgate, Gold, Roger, and the Golden Lion. The man known as the Red Count, Barotre Leadfield. Bounty, 375 million berries. In another unknown sea, a tall man with a black beard and a steel helmet was watching the screen. His expression was very calm, making it hard to decipher what this man was thinking. Here is the man known as the World Destroyer, Bandywald. The bounty is 137 million berries. In a certain sea area, there's a large sailboat made entirely of Adam's treasure tree. The sail is a striking red with large stripes, and the bow is a straight red bar, which is the famous ship of the pirate king Gold, Roger the Oro Jackson. However, at this time, Roger is just a newcomer who has been at sea for a few years. Although he has done a few big things, his reputation is still overshadowed by the Rocks Pirates. After all, compared to the major incidents caused by the Rocks Pirates, the Roger Pirates are merely engaging in small skirmishes. At this moment, all the crew members of the Roger Pirates are staring intently at this live broadcast. Who would have thought that the world government's foundation would be so deep? The Knights of God. I'm hearing about them for the first time. The third in command of the Roger Pirates, Spack Jabba, said while wearing sunglasses and holding dual axes. Indeed, the Navy, the world government, the Gorosei, plus the Knights of God. The world government is truly a behemoth. The second in command of the Roger Pirates, the young first mate Rayleigh, said. At this time, Rayleigh does not yet have the title of Dark King. Your focus is quite strange, Rayleigh and Jabba. Do you think those guys from the Rocks Pirates would just die like that? If that were the case, this world would be too boring. At this moment, Roger also retracted his smile, looking tense. Unlike in the original story, due to Lorne's crossing over, the style of the Rocks Pirates is vastly different from the ruthless pirate style depicted in the original work. This also led to the Roger Pirates not having a particularly hostile attitude towards the Rocks Pirates. On the contrary, in Roger's heart, he had already regarded the Rocks Pirates as a rival. Although they set sail at the same time, the Roger Pirates were always overshadowed by the Rocks Pirates. This made Roger determined to make a name for himself and surpass the Rocks Pirates. However, even though he regarded them as an important rival in his heart, when he saw the Rocks Pirates being fiercely suppressed by the world government and the Navy, even on the brink of annihilation, a subtle sense of worry arose within him. If these guys really die here, wouldn't the future sea be incredibly boring? Rayleigh, Jabba, what do you think? If all the members of the Rocks Pirates are dead, wouldn't the future sea be incredibly dull? Roger stood at the bow of the Oro Jackson, wearing his iconic smile. The sea breeze blew through his red cloak and black hair, causing them to flutter, just like the protagonist of shonen manga, full of vigor. If the Rocks Pirates were to be wiped out, the future sea would surely become lifeless. This is not something Roger would want to see. Although these opponents are powerful, it's even more interesting to reach the top by defeating strong foes. If Roger were to reach the top without the Rocks Pirates, he would feel that a significant part of the fun is missing. Roger, you wouldn't be thinking about. Hey, I must have misheard, right, Roger? Rayleigh and Jabba, the two who accompanied Roger in battles, are the most trusted and in sync with him, immediately caught on to the hidden meaning in Roger's words. Both of them displayed expressions of shock. That guy, is he starting to make such an unreliable decision again? Aside from Rayleigh and Jabba, the rest of the crew, including the recently joined supernova with a bounty over 100 million berries, known as the Devil's Heir, Douglas Barrett, quickly understood the hidden meaning in their unreliable Captain S words. After all, anyone who spent a few days with Roger would realize that his way of doing things is utterly reckless, and his thought process is completely different from that of ordinary people. From the words of Roger, this guy, doesn't he want to go rescue the Rocks Pirates? Well then, let us set off, everyone. Before the crew could react, Roger gave orders as the captain. Hey, Roger, wait. Do you know what the situation is like on that battlefield right now? Seeing this, the usually calm Rayleigh grabbed Roger by the collar and shouted at the top of his lungs. What's wrong, Rayleigh? ISNT, the live broadcast clear? The Rocks Pirates are about to be wiped out by the Navy and the Knights of God, Roger said with a smile, not at all angry. It's precisely because of this that we must not act rashly. The Knights of God are showing their strength to the world for the first time. Just the vice captain possesses strength surpassing that of a Navy admiral. What about their commander? How strong are they? No one knows. If we recklessly join the battle and the world government continues to provide reinforcements, we might end up burying the entire pirate crew. Moreover, it would take us at least a few hours to reach the battlefield. Can the Rocks pirates hold on until then? We need to consider these questions carefully, Roger. We can't let everyone fall into a passive position just because you're impulsive. Rayleigh calmly analyzed the situation, laying out the pros and cons. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh, you're absolutely right. So let us set off. In response to Rayleigh's calm analysis, Roger just laughed heartily, saying that he agreed with everything. But let us continue to set off. Sigh, what a headache of Captain. Jabba, aren't you going to advise him as well? Seeing Roger so insistent, Rayleigh also released Roger's collar, pained as he held his forehead. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, you know the Captain's character well. Who told us to have such a captain? Jabba also grinned. As Roger's most trusted partner, Jabba knew Roger's personality all too well. This guy's decisions cannot be swayed by anyone, not even the first mate. Rayleigh can change Roger's mind. As crew members, they can only obey the captain's orders. And so, the Oro Jackson set sail at full speed. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield in the world's largest entertainment city is far from optimistic. In just half an hour, the Rocks pirates have all sustained injuries. Aside from Captain Rocks, everyone has at least a dozen wounds on them. The Rocks pirates seem to be in a desperate situation. Huh. I didn't expect the Rocks pirates to hold on so well. To be able to last half an hour against the two of us is impressive, Whitebeard. Looking at the injured member of the Rocks pirates, Edward Newgate, the youngest member of the God Knights, Figurland Garling, wears a provocative expression. But he alone is not enough to deal with Edward Newgate. To his left, the Marine Admiral candidate, Steelbone Kong, also looks serious as he watches Edward Newgate. Under the relentless assault from the two of them, Newgate is already battered and bruised, covered in blood. Yet despite this, Edward Newgate's momentum does not wane. His movements remain agile, and his attacks are still fierce, as if he were in his prime. What a terrifying man. Even now, he still won't surrender? Edward Newgate, even if you are a monster, you cannot escape today. Steelbone Kong shooted. Gulalala, what nonsense are you talking about, Navy? You think I would surrender? Dream on. Newgate picked up his Naginata and swung it fiercely at Steelbone Kong. The sword energy combined with the shockwave from the Tremor fruit unleashed a powerful attack that was more than the sum of its parts. However, this attack was easily blocked by Fujitora and Steelbone Kong. Both are top admirals, and wanting to 1v2 is incredibly difficult, almost impossible. Since you are prepared to resist to the end, then die. Fujitora and Steelbone Kong launched another simultaneous attack on Newgate. Boom, boom, boom. Newgate raised his Naginata to block Fujitora's slash, but was caught off guard and was hit hard by Steelbone Kong, sending him flying back several dozen meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You really are tough, Edward Newgate. Fujitora was also shocked by Edward Newgate's physique at this moment. Being hit consecutively by a top admiral like Steelbone Kong, he could still stand up as if nothing happened. Is this guy really just a vice admiral-level powerhouse? Keep going. The moment he stood up, Whitebeard once again charged at Galleon and Steelbone Kong. As expected, Whitebeard was once again knocked back and spat out blood. What an idiot who doesn't know the situation. Attacking again and again. Does he really think he can defeat us? Figurland Galleon mocked once more. In his view, Whitebeard's proactive aggression was nothing but a way to hasten his own demise. With his strength, it was impossible to harm either him or Steelbone Kong. It would be better to conserve energy and defend actively, allowing him to hold out a bit longer. Indeed, pirates are a bunch of lowly creatures, mindless things. What a brainless guy, not conserving energy at a time like this. Figurland Galleon positioned his sword across his chest. Having fought for some time, he was surprisingly spotless, with not a trace of battle on him. After all, facing one person with two was indeed too easy. Of course, this was also thanks to Steelbone Kong taking the brunt of Whitebeard's attacks. Taking advantage of this time, Figurland Galleon glanced at several other battlefields. He wondered if the other pirates had been dealt with. Then he was surprised to find that the pirates in these battlefields were using the same tactics as Edward Whitebeard, continuously attacking without considering any defense. It seems this group of pirates are all lowly creatures, completely devoid of intelligence. Figurland Galleon laughed. Well, anyway, they're all going to be executed here today. Their proactive attacks only speed up their own demise. Steelbone Kong, quickly deal with this guy in front of you and go support the other battlefields. Figurland Galleon ordered Steelbone Kong in a superior tone. Don't be fooled by Steelbone Kong's reputation as a renowned vice admiral candidate in the Navy, regarded as a god of war. In Figurland Galleon's hands, Steelbone Kong was just a servant for the celestial dragons. Not treating him with the tone reserved for slaves was already considered treating him with respect. Yes, I understand. Steelbone Kong nodded, speaking solemnly like a subordinate. Being selected for the Knights of God at such a young age shows the potential of the man before me. I must perform well in front of him. With this thought in mind, Steelbone Kong began to take action. Now it's time for the final strike. Steelbone Kong raised his momentum to its peak, and his well-defined muscles suddenly erupted with a series of popping sounds. Figalan Gallon also prepared to strike Newgate with his sword for the final blow. Come on. Newgate also sensed their intentions and laughed heartily. I must say, being able to hold out against these two working together to this extent is already an extraordinary performance. After all, Newgate has not yet reached his peak strength. This strike, I'm afraid, is the real final blow. Steelbone Kong. Boom! Steelbone Kong transformed into a humanoid cannonball and charged fiercely towards Whitebeard. Crash! Whitebeard unleashed his Conqueror's haki with both hands, directly blocking Steelbone Kong's fists. At that moment, Figalan Garling made his move. With a slash infused with Conqueror's haki, he aimed straight for Whitebeard's heart. Whitebeard tried to dodge, but found that Steelbone Kong had wrapped himself around him. Damn bastard! Whitebeard roared in anger and punched Steelbone Kong in the back, but Steelbone Kong silently endured, though blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Well done, Steelbone Kong. Figalan Garling grinned at this scene and thrust his sword straight at Whitebeard's heart. Once the strike hits, this bounty of over 1 billion will die on the spot. Stop. Useless Navy and Knights of God. Otherwise the lives of these useless celestial dragons will be at stake. At this critical moment, a steady voice suddenly resonated throughout the battlefield. Upon closer listening, the voice seemed to carry like thunder. In the midst of the noisy center of the battlefield, it clearly reached the ears of everyone. The sound suddenly stopped the movements of Figalan Jalin's hands. Besides Figalan Jalin, everyone else on the battlefield also halted their actions, beginning to search for the source of the sound. In the next moment, the Knights of God and the admirals finally found the source of the sound. But when they saw the source, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. There stood a familiar face. One hand pulling on a rope tied to 7 or 8 celestial dragons dressed in spacesuits. In the other hand, a sharp blade was pressed against the neck of one of the celestial dragons. This is the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, the biological brother of Rocks. The big pirate with a bounty of over 2 billion berries, Zhebeck, looking towards the entertainment city. All the CP0 members and Tenryabito guards present have just been taken out by Lorne. The speed of the action was so swift that the Knights of God and the Marine admirals present were completely unaware. This is bad. Save me, Knights of God. I don't want to die yet. Please don't take action, or our lives will be in danger. The celestial dragons were crying and wailing, completely losing the lofty dignity they once had. This scene stunned people all over the world. The celestial dragons have been taken hostage. Amazing Rocks Pirates. They actually found a way out of this situation. The feelings of the world's populace are quite complex. On one hand, they naturally despise the notorious reputation of the Rocks Pirates. But on the other hand, their brutal killing of the celestial dragons brings a sense of exhilaration to the people. Therefore, after seeing Lorne take the celestial dragons hostage, the hearts of people around the world surprisingly felt relieved for the Rocks Pirates. After all, although the Rocks Pirates are infamous, they pose no real threat to most people, especially those who do not live in the New World. However, the celestial dragons could truly appear at your doorstep one day, abducting your wife and daughter and taking you back to the Holy Land as a slave. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land, Mariehua, damn it, when did they actually manage to take the celestial dragons hostage? That bastard Lorne. The Knights of God actually let such an important figure slip through their fingers. What should we do now? With so many celestial dragons in hand, should we save them or not? At this moment, the 5 elders in the Hall of Authority also wore expressions of anger. Originally, the plan to eliminate the Rocks Pirates was set for today, but now that Lorne has taken the celestial dragons hostage, it has made the Knights of God and the Marine admirals hesitant to act. Could it be that the fate of the Rocks Pirates is not yet fulfilled? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, looking at the celestial dragons held hostage by Lorne made the Knights of God and the Marine admirals tense. Damn it, they were so focused on wiping out the Rocks Pirates that they actually overlooked the celestial dragons. It is important to note that this battle has already claimed the lives of many celestial dragons. If these celestial dragons are killed as well, no one would dare to take responsibility for it. No one would dare to act rashly at the risk of the celestial dragons being killed. At this moment, the Navy and the powerful members of the Knights of God, who had just held absolute advantage on the battlefield, have all stopped their actions and are staring intently at the group of celestial dragons in Lorne's hands. The celestial dragons are currently tied together like beasts, in a miserable state. This scene was naturally broadcasted to the whole world through the live stream. Haha, as expected of Vice Captain Lorne. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, with a face full of bruises and numerous bloodstains on his body, revealed a proud smile at this moment. He thought he was going to die here today, but unexpectedly, Vice Captain Lorne pulled off a miraculous comeback. Gula la la la, brother-in-law, well done. Newgate also burst into laughter, as if he hadn't been injured moments ago. Truly his brother-in-law. Even in such a desperate situation, he was still able to think of a solution. After all, Newgate knew very well that facing Admiral Steelbone Kong and Admiral Feglingallen, even he couldn't escape unscathed. If it weren't for his brother-in-law calling for a stop, he probably wouldn't have lasted a few more minutes. Beside them, Rocks also wore a comforting smile. In this most critical moment, it's still my own little brother who can be relied on. As for the other members of the Rocks Pirates, such as Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and John, they all wore smiles of relief after surviving the ordeal. Now, there is hope. Those despicable pirates think we will stop just because of this? Don't be ridiculous. At this moment, the highest commander on the battlefield, Topman Lightsk, the vice captain of the Knights of God, shouted angrily at Lorne. This shout was indeed one of helpless rage. After all, if Lester really didn't care, he wouldn't have stopped at all. The fact that he stopped and was furious only proved that Locks hit the nail on the head. After all, these celestial dragons are Lester's true compatriots. No matter how stupid or evil they are, these celestial dragons stand at the pinnacle of this world just like him. Haha, then go ahead and try it. Idiot celestial dragons. Taking advantage of Lester's moment of distraction, Locks suddenly struck. A heavy punch mixed with Conqueror's haki slammed into Lester's heart. Boom, the punch hit. Damn it. However, Lester was worthy of being the vice captain of the Knights of God. Faced with Locks' sneak attack from a powerhouse of his level, Lester was hit but reacted quickly in that instant, slightly turning his body to avoid a fatal blow. Locks' punch injured Lester's left shoulder, producing a clear sound of bone cracking. Boom. Lester was immediately knocked back several dozen meters, crashing through more than a dozen buildings before finally coming to a stop. However, Lester quickly stood up. His once pristine white uniform of the Knights of God was now covered in dust. His left shoulder was also stained with blood, appearing like a blooming rose of blood against the white uniform, extremely eye-catching. Vice Captain Lester. Seeing this scene, the other members of the Knights of God were also astonished. This was the first time they had seen the vice captain injured. It should be noted that the vice captain had undergone countless battles and training. Even when faced with many strong enemy sneak attacks, he could handle them with ease. Until now, Lester had not a single scar on his body, which proved this point. But now, the vice captain Lester was actually injured in the left shoulder by a punch from a pirate. One could only say that this pirate Locks, who was under 30, was terrifyingly full of potential. Given some more time, who knows to what terrifying extent he would grow in the future. Bastard. Lester also covered his left shoulder, his face dark with frustration. His unscathed body was actually broken by a lowly pirate. After all, for the Knights of God, they are the heroes in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Besides having strong power, they also need to maintain their perfect image in the minds of many celestial dragons. After all, he is the top candidate to become captain in the future, and to become the captain of the Knights of God, he must have no blemishes at all. This is how to firmly secure the position of the leader of the Knight Order of the Gods. This point is strikingly similar to the need for Katakuri, the second in command of the Charlotte Linlin pirates in the original work, to maintain his perfect image in the eyes of his numerous siblings. Now that this perfect image has been shattered, it will inevitably become a major blemish on his reputation. It's even possible that he won't be able to secure the position of captain in the future. After all, there is more than one vice captain in the Knights of God. You're seeking death, Lester shouted as he picked up the holy sword, ready to counterattack. Didn't I say to stop? Before Lester could act, Lorne's provocative voice came from the air. He then twisted his wrist, and the black blade in his hand instantly left a bloody mark on the face of a celestial dragon. Help me, Lester. I'm your father's brother's daughter's cousin's friend. If I die, you won't be able to explain it to your father. The celestial dragon screamed frantically at Lester. Seeing this, Topman Lester looked coldly at the celestial dragon, signaling him to shut up. Although this excuse was very flimsy, he couldn't disregard the life of another celestial dragon just because they were all celestial dragons. But the incessant chattering was simply too noisy. Damn pirates. What will it take for you to let them go? Lester glared at Lorne in the sky, filled with resentment. They were so close to annihilating the Rocks pirates here. Damn it. At that moment, Lorne remained silent, but he began to signal with his eyes. Soon, Newgate, Rocks, and Shiki understood. Shiki began to activate his power, causing the ground to crack. Then the land carrying Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, and others began to take off. Don't even think about leaving. Seeing Shiki and the others trying to escape, Lester immediately spoke up to stop them. With a command, the admirals and members of the Knights of God surrounded the Rocks pirates. At this moment, Lester's thoughts were very simple. He was weighing the pros and cons. There were 7 or 8 celestial dragons being held hostage by Lorne, and if he wanted to save these 7 or 8 celestial dragons, he would have to let the Rocks pirates go. But if he let them leave, who knows when the next opportunity to eliminate the Rocks pirates would come. Perhaps in the future, they would grow into a terrifying pirate crew capable of shaking the foundations of the world government. But sacrificing 7 or 8 celestial dragons might be too high a price. In the future, if the families of these 7 or 8 celestial dragons joined forces to demand an explanation from him, even as the vice captain of the Knights of God, he would not have it easy. To save or not to save, that is the question. At this moment, the supreme commander on the battlefield, Topman Lester, was caught in hesitation. Undoubtedly, this was the best opportunity to eliminate the Rocks pirates. With the cooperation of several admirals, the Knights of God would soon be able to capture the core members of the Rocks pirates. It should be noted that this pirate crew had only been at sea for a few years, but had replaced the Navy to become the new maritime overlord. If they were given more time to develop, they would likely grow into the greatest threat capable of challenging the very foundations of the world government. There is no doubt about it. After all, how many years has the Rocks pirates been at sea? They have already successfully suppressed the Navy. Give them another 10 years. Who knows how terrifying they will grow into as a pirate crew. So dealing with them here is undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate the threat completely. But right now, the opponent's second-in-command, Lorne, has actually taken 7 or 8 celestial dragons as hostages. This is very troublesome. Although I hold the esteemed position of vice captain of the Knights of God and possess the supreme authority to execute, judge, and condemn the celestial dragons, that is only for internal matters. In other words, there is no problem executing these celestial dragons myself. Even if a member of my own family commits a heinous crime, family scandals should not be made public. As long as we handle it behind closed doors, there won't be any issues. However, if they were to be killed by pirates in front of the whole world, that would be a huge problem. This will make the whole world think that gods are nothing special, destroying the influence that world governments have subtly exerted on the populace for hundreds of years. After all, as a celestial dragon, being indifferent to the deaths of one's own kind, if the celestial dragon families join forces to pressure me in the future, it won't be easy for me as the vice captain either. This matter cannot be decided by oneself. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariehua, the 5 elders in the Hall of Rites were also frowning, their faces serious. Although they were esteemed as the 5 elders, they had also gone through many trials. They had risen from ordinary celestial dragons to their current positions, experiencing numerous battles and achieving great merits, and they certainly understood the seriousness of the situation. Damn it. I didn't expect that Lorne would actually have such a trick up his sleeve. At that time, everyone's attention was drawn away by Rocks, Whitebeard, and others. The Divine Knights and Naval Admirals present actually had no time to pay attention to the second-in-command of the Rocks pirates. A misstep, a significant misstep. The last operation also failed because that bastard Lorne launched a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. The 5 elders were now staring fiercely at Lorne. If looks could kill, Lorne would have been executed dozens of times by their gazes. After all, the last battle with Weno was entirely due to Lorne, the X-Factor, suddenly launching a solo attack on the Navy, which was internally vulnerable. Not only did he destroy all of the Navy supplies, but this battle also caused the Navy to lose face in front of the entire world, losing the title of maritime overlord. Now was not the time to discuss this. It was clear that Lester was caught in hesitation, unsure of what to do. Just then, the financial martial god of the 5 elders, Izambalin V. Nazashiro, holding the demon's sword Shodai Kitetsu and dressed in a kimono, spoke up. To be honest, this matter was indeed very tricky. On one side were the celestial dragons, and on the other was the Rocks pirates, which made it difficult to choose. Next to him, a golden-haired man in a wine-red suit with dark skin. The agricultural martial god, Shepherd X. Piter, held his head in his hands. Are we really just going to let the Rocks pirates escape? The legal martial god, the hot-tempered Topman V. Watchily exclaimed. The Rocks pirates have already brought shame to the Navy and the world government multiple times. If we don't seize this opportunity and let them escape, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause the world government next. But sacrificing these celestial dragons will undoubtedly lead their families to demand an explanation, said the environmental martial god, Marcus V. Moss. Apart from the defected Alabastan Nefertari family, there are a total of 19 families residing in the Holy Land. These families naturally have some influence. If they unite to express their dissatisfaction, the five elders cannot ignore it. After all, many celestial dragons have already died in this battle. This is not the time to get entangled in such matters. The battlefield changes rapidly, and we need to give orders as soon as possible. The scientific defense martial god, Jagarushius Satan, with curly hair resembling that of a chief judge and a large scar on his right cheek, said. The five elders exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. After all, they have been partners for quite some time. At that moment, the five elders realized through each other's eyes that dealing with the Rocks pirates was undoubtedly the more important matter. After all, if they let the Rocks pirates go today, just for these 7 or 8 celestial dragons, the Rocks pirates would still attack the world government in the future. If they show leniency today and let the Rocks pirates go, the next major battle might cost not just 7 or 8 celestial dragons, but the lives of 70 or 80 by that time. Not only the heads of various families, but even Lord M would be alarmed. This is not what the Gorosei want to see. Although the Gorosei are also celestial dragons and do not wish to see their fellow countrymen die, there is no other way. The Rocks pirates, a pirate crew that has been at sea for only a few short years, is too dazzling. They cannot be given any breathing room. So it has been decided. That's right, the elimination of the Rocks pirates is the most important task. It's settled then. If those old geezers cause trouble after the battle, we must stand united. No problem, for the sake of maintaining the balance of the world, this sacrifice is worth it. A pacification plan must also be devised quickly. After all, with so many celestial dragons dead, it is necessary to provide some comfort to the various families. Each of the Gorosei spoke a line, and amidst their laughter, they had already decided the fate of many people. To eliminate the Rocks pirates, even celestial dragons must make sacrifices. Even if there will be pressure from the united celestial dragon families afterward, this must be done to achieve great things. Some necessary sacrifices must be made. This is the resolve of those in power. The 5 of them have risen above many celestial dragons to become the highest authority. The Gorosei, and this resolve is essential. Very well, then, let this message be conveyed to Lesterk as soon as possible. The Gorosei nodded in unison and then began to relay the message to Lesterk. Soon, amidst the tense battlefield, the sound of a transponder snail suddenly rang out. However, the sound was very faint, and Topman Lesterk hesitated for a moment before realizing that it seemed to be his transponder snail ringing. He then pulled out a white anti-eavesdropping transponder snail from the inner pocket of his combat suit. Is this a call from the Hall of Authority? And is it directly from the 5 elders themselves? It can't be wrong. In this wartime anxiety, the 5 old stars actually call me personally. This indicates that the matter is very serious. The 5 elders had to intervene. After all, they rarely get involved when the Knights of God are out on missions. Now, this situation where they have to personally intervene, even during wartime, is extremely rare. This is enough to illustrate the seriousness of the situation. Could it be related to the celestial dragons? Topman Lester immediately understood. The only thing that could draw the attention of the 5 elders to such an extent is likely the celestial dragons. Now, so many celestial dragons are being held hostage by pirates in live broadcasts around the world. The impact of this matter has become very serious. That's why the Gorosei personally called. That is, the exclusive Den Mushi of the Gorosei. It seems the Gorosei has also been alarmed. Upon seeing the white Den Mushi that Topman Lester took out, the admirals also looked surprised. They didn't expect the Gorosei to personally send a message as well. This matter is becoming increasingly serious. After hesitating for a second, Topman Lester immediately answered the phone. Lester, highest command, at all costs, kill the Rocks pirates. If we let them escape here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The voice of the 5 elders was steady and resolute. Clearly, they made this decision with great determination. After all, these are the celestial dragons, a family of gods. Normally, if someone offends the celestial dragons, entire countries can be destroyed. But now, so many celestial dragons have been taken as hostages. The result is to kill the Rocks pirates at all costs. This is enough to prove how great a threat this pirate group, which has only been established for a few years, poses in the eyes of the five elders. So great that they're willing to sacrifice the celestial dragons to eliminate them decisively. Is it really? Sacrificing the celestial dragons? Did I hear that right? After hearing the command from the transponder snail, the other members of the God Knights surrounding Topman Lester, as well as Marine Admirals Black Hawk, White Horse, Golden Snake, and Steelbone Kong, were all in shock. They did not expect that this mission would turn out this way. They thought that the five elders were calling to ask them to stop and to spare no effort in saving the celestial dragons. Instead, it was the complete opposite command. When did these five old men become so decisive? I see. Topman Lester seems much calmer now, nodding slightly, understanding the meaning behind the words of the five elders. After all, as the vice captain of the Knights of God, he is also a high-ranking individual, a leader. As a leader, he understands some truths. That is, to solve problems, one must pay a certain price. The cost this time is merely a trade of ordinary people for the celestial dragons. However, on the side of the major families, he still has some reservations. That is the celestial dragon families. The 19 celestial dragon families in the Holy Land. Each one has a history spanning several hundred years. Their influence is not small. In front of the world, to kill a few despicable pirates, they disregard the precious lives of their own kin. If this matter is pursued, it will be hard to escape. After all, among those celestial dragon families, there are some influential figures. Don't worry, we will handle this matter. You just need to decisively eradicate the Rocks pirates. The Gora CI seemed to understand Topman Lester's concerns and quickly said, "Understood." Topman Lester nodded. Since he had the Gora CI's guarantee, he would go all out. Killing these Rocks pirates would definitely require necessary sacrifices. It's just that this time the sacrifices would be the celestial dragons. Clap. Soon, Topman Lester hung up the phone. His face changed from hesitation to unwavering determination. Then it's decided. Ha ha ha. This mission is truly a first. In that case, all these pirates must be killed. Not a single one left. He just heard the conversation between the Gora CI and the vice captain. The remaining members of the God Knights also calmed down, their eyes becoming cold, tough, and filled with killing intent. Since the mission was decided, it must be executed to the end. This is the code of conduct for every member of the Knights of God. Oh, it seems those guys have changed their demeanor. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the Rocks pirates, on the floating island in the sky, Rocks, Lorne, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others have also sensed the change in the atmosphere of the Knights of God and the Navy. From the earlier panic, they have become resolute. It seems they have made up their minds. Knights of God, Navy, listen up, kill them, wipe out the Rocks pirates. Not a single one left. Topman Lester raised the holy sword in his hand. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he pointed the holy sword at the direction of the Rocks pirates. He gave the order, kill, eliminate the Rocks pirates. They must die here. In an instant, the Knights of God and the Navy surged forward like human bullets. These guys seem determined to fight to the end. If we're going to fight, then let us do it. What is there to be afraid of? Our relationship with the world government has always been one of life and death. Let us go all out here and settle this. The members of the Rocks Pirates are also made of stern stuff. Even if the enemy's combat power is overwhelmingly superior, they are not afraid at all. Each one is prepared to die, ready to give up their lives here. However, even in death, they will fiercely bite off a piece of flesh from the world government. If they die, they must take as many of the Knights of God and Navy admirals with them as possible. But, just as both sides were suddenly preparing to fight to the death, "Brother, save me." Suddenly, a tender voice rang out from Lorne's arms. The immature voice immediately attracted the attention of many people present, especially that of Topman Lester, the vice captain of the Knights of God. He keenly sensed that this voice was too familiar. Wasn't it his own younger sister? No wonder the Sea Kings were so excited and agitated today. It turned out they had sensed Rono's return, which explained their excitement. It also made sense that the contracts on the three of them had disappeared today. After all, the main person had returned, so the disappearance of the contracts was natural. Since Vice Captain Rono had returned, let us hold a banquet. The Golden Lion immediately created a floating island. All the people present boarded this floating island and arrived at the Holy Land. Lord Rono has returned. My goodness. Really? Awesome. I didn't expect it to be so sudden. In the Holy Land, upon hearing Rono's voice, Empress Boa Hancock, along with the high-ranking members of the former 4 Emperor's pirate crew, such as Marco, Jin, Queen, and Katakuri, all stared wide-eyed, their tongues hanging out. After all, this news was too sudden enough that they felt like they were dreaming. Ha ha, everyone, let us hold a banquet. Let us celebrate Vice Captain Weno's return. That's right. Let us hold a banquet. In no time, everyone in the Holy Land began to get busy. Soon, the enormous round table originally used for the World Conference transformed into a banquet table for everyone. This dining table can seat dozens of people. Around the table, there are hundreds of banquet round tables. I heard that Weno has returned and is holding a banquet to celebrate that almost everyone in the Holy Land has gathered. Whether it's the former 7 warlords, or members of the 4 emperors' pirate crews, or even former Revolutionary Army cadres, they have all arrived. Weno, it's been a long time. The former leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now one of the highest authorities in the New World government, Monkey D. Dragon, immediately jogged over to greet Weno with a big laugh upon seeing him. I must say, after Weno overthrew the old world order, the New World has been getting better and better. With the oppression of the celestial dragons gone, many countries have returned to normal. Without so many heavy taxes, naturally, there aren't as many civilians who go to sea to become pirates due to hunger. Of course, all these reforms can be attributed to Dragon, the revolutionary. He's been the most diligent in the reforms under the new order. Ha, Dragon, you've worked hard during this time. Weno greeted Dragon warmly after seeing him. At this moment, Dragon is no longer wearing that iconic green cloak that covered his entire body. After all, he has now realized his ideals and is no longer being hunted by the world government. Naturally, he lives under the sunlight. Because of this, Dragon's demeanor has changed as well. From his previous hiding, he has become much more radiant, looking just like the young Garb. Not at all. If it weren't for Weno's blessing in defeating the world government, the entire world would probably still be under the oppression of the celestial dragons. Dragon waved his hand and sincerely said. What he said was indeed heartfelt. If it weren't for Weno's powerful strength in overthrowing the world government, where in this world is it as beautiful as it is now? Besides Long, behind him are a group of former Revolutionary Army cadres. Vero, Betty Crow, and even Sabo are all looking at Weno with admiration at this moment. The rest of the people, including King Neptune of Fishman Island and Princess Shirahoshi, are also present. Brother, save me. Just as Topman Lester ordered, many members of the Knights of God and Navy admirals rushed towards the Rocks pirates. A weak voice suddenly echoed in Lawrence's arms. Very faint, extremely faint. But this weak voice was captured so clearly by Lester. Stunned, frozen in place. The familiar voice suddenly left Topman Lester stunned in place. In his eyes, a rare hint of confusion appeared. What was going on? Did he actually have auditory hallucinations? Isn't it the voice of my most beloved younger sister? How could her voice suddenly appear on the battlefield? At the moment when Topman Lester was stunned, Lorne also noticed this anomaly, because he also heard a faint voice in his arms. It seemed to be saying something intermittently. Words like brother and save me. There was a celestial dragon in his arms, which seemed to be very special in Topman Lester's heart. Before everyone could react, that voice continued. Brother, it hurts so much. I can't stand it. Can you take me home, please? I won't sneak out to play anymore. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to Mom and Dad. Soon, the intermittent sobbing voice came again from Lorne's arms. Although it sounded a bit weak, it was still caught by Topman Lester. There was no mistake. This sound, it can't be wrong. This is the voice of my own sister. It's the voice of my own biological sister. Stop. Don't make any rash moves. Soon, Topman Lester raised one hand high and shouted with all his might. Swish, swish, swish. The Divine Knights and the Navy, who were originally prepared to execute the Rocks pirates, suddenly halted and stood still. They turned around, staring blankly at Topman Lester. Vice Captain, what's going on? Why did you suddenly call it off? What's happening? Could it be that the plan of the 5 elders has changed? The admirals looked at Topman Lester with puzzled expressions, their eyes filled with confusion. They had just heard the call from the 5 elders. A kill order had been issued. Even if it meant sacrificing the celestial dragons, the Rocks pirates had to be eliminated here. Why was it suddenly called off? No, that's not right. Why does the vice captain seem to be acting strangely? Why do I see a different emotion in the vice captain's eyes? Something like anger mixed with fear? Only the members of the Divine Knights, who often interacted with Topman Lester, noticed something different about him. Fear? How could that be? He is our respected vice captain. Figalin Gallon, a young new member, curiously asked. No, vice captain, something is very wrong. An older member immediately realized that the vice captain seemed to be affected by something. What's going on? Why did Topman Lester suddenly call it off? What happened? What is he still hesitating about? He was never someone who hesitated before. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, in the Power Hall, the 5 elders watched the live broadcast, originally intending to witness how the Rocks pirates would be slaughtered. But unexpectedly, Topman Lester actually called it off? The brows of the 5 elders furrowed at the same time. After all, They were separated by a screen and couldn't hear the faint sounds from the center of the battlefield, not to mention the 5 elders. Even the members of the Divine Knight Order present on the battlefield, as well as the Marine admirals, couldn't hear it. The sound was just too faint. Only Topman Lester could catch it. After all, it was the voice of his most beloved sister. At this moment, the members of the Rocks Pirates were also taken aback. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to attack? Why did they suddenly stop? What the hell was the world government and the Navy doing? At this moment, only Lorne understood. It turned out that among the celestial dragons he had kidnapped, there was one who was very important to Topman Lester. Soon, Lorne found the source of that voice. It was a girl celestial dragon who looked to be only about 14 or 15 years old. At this moment, the girl's aura was very weak, but she was still muttering something. Words like brother and I won't dare anymore kept bouncing out. Topman Lester, could it be that you were looking for her? Lorne smiled as he brought the girl celestial dragon out. Sure enough, the moment Lorne revealed the girl celestial dragon who was the source of the voice, Topman Lester felt as if his heart had suddenly stopped. His pupils dilated suddenly. His sister, was she really taken hostage? Damn it, how could this be? Didn't Mom and Dad never let her go out? How could she be in a place like this? Damn, Topman Lester's heart was crazily rolling like a level 10 tsunami. The moment he saw the girl celestial dragon, the other celestial dragons of the Divine Knight Order also understood in an instant. The Vice Captain Topman Lester's most beloved younger sister, Mariluia Pallas. She had been taken hostage. No wonder the Vice Captain suddenly called for a stop. Damn it, why was Mariluia in the hands of the Rocks Pirates? This was going to be a problem. She was the Vice Captain's most beloved sister. The members of the Divine Knight Order also turned pale. They never expected that among the celestial dragons kidnapped by the Rocks Pirates, there was actually the Vice Captain's most beloved sister. This is going to be difficult. Asking the Vice Captain to sacrifice his own sister to eliminate the Rocks Pirates? Given their understanding of the Vice Captain's proud personality, this is absolutely impossible. Damn it, how could Mariluia end up in Ron's hands? Damn pirates. Meanwhile, the 5 elders and Mariehua finally understood why Topman Lester suddenly called for a halt. After all, the 5 elders and the Knights of God are old acquaintances. They naturally knew that Vice Captain Topman Lester has a beloved sister, Mariluia. They immediately recognized that the female celestial dragon in Ron's hands is Mariluia from the Topman family, the most beloved sister of Topman Lester. It seems that Lester must have just realized that his sister was in the hands of pirates, which is why he suddenly called for a halt. The faces of the 5 elders turned as red as liver, looking extremely ugly. This is difficult now. After all, the relationship between the 5 elders and the Knights of God is very close. One symbolizes the celestial dragons externally, representing the world's highest power, while the other symbolizes the celestial dragons internally, specifically handling crimes and even executions related to the celestial dragons. Since there is no conflict of interest between the two, they sometimes need to cooperate. Therefore, the relationships among the members of the two teams are quite close. Thus, the 5 elders certainly understand the feelings of Topman Lester, the Vice Captain of the Knights of God, towards his sister. They even have families. They can completely understand how anxious Lester must be right now. If his own sister were kidnapped by pirates, they would surely be very worried too. That's why the expressions on the faces of the 5 elders are so grim. After all, based on their understanding of Topman Lester, this guy is simply his sister's slave. Lester dotes on his sister to an extreme degree. He treats her as if she is so fragile that he fears she will break if held too tightly, and so precious that he fears she will melt if held in his mouth. The last time, someone accidentally failed to kneel in front of Mariluia, and upon returning, Mariluia casually mocked him. Lester led 2 members of the Knights of God to directly annihilate the country where that person was from. A slave accidentally spilled a little milk that was meant for Mariluia. When Lester found out, he immediately cut off the person's hands and sentenced them to death. Even some celestial dragons, who made a few jokes at Mariluia's expense, were targeted by Lester for revenge. He randomly found a charge to arrest them, locked them up for several months, and during the imprisonment, they were beaten. After being released, that celestial dragon immediately went to apologize to Mariluia. This is enough to prove that Lester is overly indulgent towards his sister. It can be said that, under Lester's pampering, Mariluia is indeed among the most privileged of the celestial dragons. Some celestial dragons feel a bit intimidated when they see her and have to put on a smiling face. Because of this, Lester, the Vice Captain, suddenly halted the actions of the Knights of God and the Navy Admiral, even though the opponent is the Rocks Pirates, a lawless group of villains. They are pirates that have caused significant losses to the world government. But in Lester's heart, the life and safety of a group of lowly pirates is certainly not as important as his sister's safety, even if this group of pirates is the notorious Rocks pirates. Therefore, he disregarded the orders of the 5 elders and decisively called for a halt. What should we do now? Should we continue to order Lester? The agricultural warfare god and the scientific defense god among the 5 elders looked at the other 3. The current situation has caused a slight loss of composure among the 5 elders. After all, who would have thought that among the celestial dragons casually taken by Lorne, it would actually be Lester's own sister? One must admit that the Rocks pirates have really good luck. In response to the inquiries of the agricultural warfare god and the scientific defense god, a brief silence fell in the power hall. Even though they have been in control of the world government for decades and have experienced many sudden emergencies, situations like today are also rare for the 5 elders. After a few seconds of silence, the bald-headed financial warfare god among the 5 elders finally spoke slowly. It's better not to continue issuing orders. I know Lester well. He would never disregard his sister's safety for the death of a few pirates. If we force him to make a decision, it might lead him to make more irrational choices out of impulse. Upon hearing this, the mustached, bald-headed legal warfare god also nodded. You're right. Our best solution now is to let him decide for himself. The environmental warfare god also nodded. In that case, let us do it this way. Soon, the 5 elders dialed the phone bug for Topman Lester again. Seeing that the call was from the 5 elders, Lester immediately felt a tightness in his chest. These old guys, could they be here to urge me to hurry up and eliminate the Rocks pirates? But my sister is still in their hands. If that's the case, I absolutely won't allow it. Lester, we've all seen the situation on the scene. Unfortunately, your sister Marilua has fallen into the hands of the pirates. Therefore, the plan has changed. The priority of this battle is to ensure your sister's safety. As for the extermination of the Rocks pirates, it would be best if there is an opportunity. If it would harm Marilua, then you should make your own judgment. The 5 elders haven't issued a death sentence yet. Instead, they have given Lester the right to decide for himself. The 5 elders also know that issuing strict orders to force Lester is not wise. It could even be said to be the most foolish act. After all, when in the field, military orders are not absolute. The orders given here don't necessarily have to be executed by Lester as the highest commander on the battlefield. After all, Lester is not part of the Navy. If it were me, the 5 elders would definitely issue strict orders to pressure him. The Navy, no matter how much they might have their own difficulties, can only bow their heads and execute. But Lester is a celestial dragon, and a high-ranking one at that. He is one of us. If he disobeys orders, that would mean a complete fallout between the 5 elders and the Knights of God. Such a scene is not pleasant. Therefore, the 5 elders still gave the other party some face. Topman Lester's face also visibly relaxed. Unexpectedly, it was such an order. It is clear that, based on Lester's understanding of the 5 elders, these 5 old men usually stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Just a moment ago, they were even ready to sacrifice these celestial dragons just to eliminate the Rocks pirates. By giving such an order, they were fully considering their own emotions and giving face to their vice-captain of the Knights of God. After all, this is the Rocks pirates. If they don't eliminate them here, there may never be another opportunity. Yet even so, the 5 elders still left the decision-making power to themselves. This even brought a hint of gratitude to Lester's face. Don't worry, everyone. Even if we let this group of pirates go today, I, Topman Lester, swear in the name of the vice-captain of the Knights of God that I will personally kill the Rocks pirates, especially the guy who kidnapped my sister. Lester said word by word, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lorne, filled with a sharp, murderous intent like knives. If looks could kill, Lorne would have probably been dismembered by Lester hundreds of times by now. It would likely not even quench his hatred. Lester stared intensely at Lorne, his gaze almost capable of devouring him. With your words, we can rest assured. The elders said nothing more at this moment, instead nodding silently. They believed in Lester's determination. This guy will do whatever he says. If he says he will kill your whole family, he will kill your whole family. If he says he will destroy a country, he will destroy a country without any hesitation. Therefore, after this matter is resolved, even if the Rocks pirates are not eliminated today, Lester will definitely take action against them. If the Rocks pirates manage to escape this time, next time, Lester will personally lead the team to hunt them down. So you can make your own decision. No need to consider anything else. Clap. The 5 elders quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lester stared fiercely at Lorne. Pirate, release my sister, and I can spare your life. Lester raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed at Lorne. The killing intent surrounding Lester was almost overflowing. Ha ha ha. I see now, is this guy your sister? Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile finally appeared on Lawrence's face. At the same time, Lawrence's hand naturally rested on Marilua's neck. It seems that the Rocks pirates are not meant to be wiped out. In casually capturing a few celestial dragons, one of them turned out to be Lester's sister. Moreover, judging by Lester's expression, he is very concerned about his sister's life and death. Ha ha, who would have thought? Is this the crossroads of fate? Hearing this, the somewhat embarrassed Rocks pirates also wore expressions of glee. Ha ha ha, it seems our luck is quite good. The Golden Lion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, holding two famous swords, Sakura and Kuroki, and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, this is really interesting, brother-in-law. Such a scene is rare. Whitebeard also thrust his giant blade into the ground and began to laugh heartily. Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John nearby also burst into wild laughter. They originally thought that the Rocks pirates would perish here today. Unexpectedly, a turn of events, Lorne actually kidnapped the sister of the opposing captain. This is like snatching back a life. Ha ha ha, Lorne, well done. The god knights goodbye. Brothers, retreat. Rocks himself is laughing heartily, his blood-soaked red cloak billowing in the wind. Saying this, the Golden Lion began to manipulate the floating island and started the retreat. Damn pirates, you think you can retreat like this without handing over my sister? Topman Lester shouted angrily at the sky. At the same time, the members of the God Knights and the admirals of the Navy were also poised to act. Who dares to move? Lorne said as he drew his famous sword, the Demon Slayer, and placed it directly against Mary Louisa's snow-white neck. Lester, remember this. You have no choice now. Either let your sister accompany you to the grave. Lorne exerted force in his hand. A glaring stream of blood appeared on Mary Louisa's white neck. Brother, it hurts. Quickly save me from these filthy pirates. I want to go home. Mary Louisa began to cry and plead. Born with immense nobility, when had a celestial dragon ever endured such pain? Don't move. You can leave, but you must guarantee my sister's life. Seeing this scene, Topman Lester felt like his heart was being stabbed. At the same time, he had to suppress his immense anger. He desperately wanted to tear these filthy Rocks pirates apart, but for his sister's life, he had to control such emotions. Hearing this, the Navy admirals and God Knights members who were pursuing also stopped. Ha ha ha. Lester, this scene is really familiar. Watching Lester's panicked and almost pleading expression, Rocks and Lorne felt something stir in their hearts. In the past, when her parents were in the Holy Land, weren't they begging the celestial dragons in the same way? Even their parents' pleading expressions were hundreds of times more humble than Lester's. Yet what they received was a brutal beating and inhumane torture from the celestial dragons. Who would have thought that the lofty gods would also beg the commoners? How interesting. Remember, you have no choice now. Let's go. Rocks didn't need to waste words with them and issued the retreat order. The Golden Lion controlled the floating island and began to retreat continuously. Damn pirates. If my sister really dies, no matter where you Rocks pirates flee to, I will use all my resources and strength to completely annihilate you. Remember this. Lester could only scream in powerless rage at the sky. Ha ha ha. Then you just try it. Idiot celestial dragon. However, what awaited Lester was the contemptuous laughter from the floating island. Vice Captain, are we just letting them go? They are pirates. Seeing this, the members of the God Knights beside them also asked for the Vice Captain Lester's opinion. After all, the Rocks pirates were notorious with their methods. Mary Louisa is very likely to. The Navy admirals also hurried over to inquire. After all, this was a hard-won opportunity to eliminate the Rocks pirates. If we let them go, who knows how many civilians will suffer from plunder? Vice Captain Lester, are we really letting them go? The Rocks pirates are notorious. They are not the kind of pirates who would keep their promises. That's right. With her style of doing things, Mary Louisa, she is very likely to be. The Navy Admiral, the world's #1 swordsman, Black Hawk, also stepped forward to say, slap. To everyone's surprise, Lester showed no courtesy to the world's #1 swordsman at all. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp slap landed on Black Hawk's face. Noisy. Do you mean my sister is already dead? Lester glared angrily at Black Hawk. This sudden slap surprised many people present. After all, this is a Navy Admiral, the world's #1 swordsman, and this is happening live. To directly slap the other person in front of so many people, this is simply disrespectful to the Navy. Upon seeing this, the other admirals and vice admirals in the Navy clenched their fists. Everyone was stunned by Lester's sudden slap. After all, this is a worldwide live broadcast. No matter how you look at it, Black Hawk is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy and is renowned as the world's #1 swordsman. He is a man who has made significant contributions to the Navy and is a strong contender for the next fleet admiral. Even though the Navy is indeed called the biggest lapdog of the celestial dragons by many, and the most obedient servant of the celestial dragons, that is done in secrecy. On the surface, the people of the world still see the Navy as the guardian of justice and the nemesis of pirates. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, the Navy is undoubtedly the savior of this world. Wherever there is evil, there will be the presence of the Navy. Even if the Navy would annihilate nations for the celestial dragons, it does not affect the glorious image of the Navy in the eyes of the world. Many aspiring youths choose to join the Navy, believing in justice. But this slap directly woke many people up. How could they slap Admiral Black Hawk like that? He is the world's #1 swordsman. What is going on? They completely showed no respect for the Navy. These members of the Divine Knights are so arrogant. It's hard to believe. Many ordinary citizens widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening before them. Ha ha ha. Can't you see clearly? The Navy is the lapdog of the celestial dragons. That's right. If it weren't for the Navy aiding the celestial dragons, they wouldn't be so arrogant. My eyes were blinded by the celestial dragons, and the Navy was present at that time. They watched as the celestial dragons blinded my eyes, but pretended not to see. I was even captured by the Navy and taken to the Holy Land, becoming a slave of the celestial dragons. The Navy's hypocritical justice. It's just a facade of evil justice. Many citizens were also awakened. Indeed, if it weren't for the fear of angering the celestial dragons and the Navy's admirals being called into action, how would these worthless celestial dragons dare to be so arrogant? With the strength of these garbage celestial dragons, even some villagers with a bit of brute force could kill them. Everything is because the Navy supports the celestial dragons from behind. Some talented youths who originally planned to join the Navy even became disillusioned with the Navy's justice because of this slap. Perhaps the true Navy is not as great, and just as they imagined. They might even be supporting the greatest evil in this world. Impossible. The Navy is definitely not a lapdog. That's right. The Navy represents justice. Last time, the Navy even saved our village from pirates. Some stubborn people still want to believe in the Navy. Meanwhile, at the center of the war, Black Hawk, who was slapped by Lester, was now filled with shock, shame, and anger. His fists clenched unconsciously, his muscles tensed up, and as the world's #1 swordsman, his overwhelming aura was fully displayed at this moment. The black blade in his hand even began to tremble unconsciously, as if protesting for its master. Although the Divine Knights are indeed composed of celestial dragons, as an admiral of the Navy, he is not someone who can be slapped around like a small fry. Moreover, this is a worldwide broadcast. Everyone is paying attention to this war that will determine the fate of the world. Such a scene spreading out is undoubtedly a huge blow to the Navy's dignity. As a commander, Black Hawk certainly understands this terrifying influence. Damn it, the Knights of God. It's not just Black Hawk. The other commanders, White Horse, Golden Snake, and the reserve commander Steelbone Calm, are also clenching their fists. One prospers, all prosper. One suffers, all suffer. This slap can be so recklessly delivered to Black Hawk's face, and one day it can be delivered to their faces without hesitation, boldly beating up a Navy admiral in front of the whole world. Does the Navy's reputation still matter? These admirals, apart from the die-hard lackeys of the celestial dragons, are all extremely angry. The aura they exude is quite astonishing. Navy, what do you guys want to do? Don't mistake your position. Put away that imposing aura. You are merely the face of the world government. Surely, you don't intend to resist the world government, do you? Upon seeing the Navy's aura spreading, the members of the Knights of God also had serious expressions on their faces. One by one, they unleashed their auras and scolded the admirals in a commanding tone. Their tone suggested that the Navy was just their pet dogs. Ha ha! Is the Navy going to fight the world government? Great! Dogs biting dogs, what a mess. I love it. Keek. I also enjoy watching this kind of drama. Gulalala. The Navy scoundrels have been slapped in the face, of course. They have to slap back, idiots. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks Pirates were watching with expressions of amusement. They never expected things would develop to this extent. The Navy and the Knights of God were at a standoff. This is a road that was never imagined. It's so interesting. The villains of the Rocks Pirates, of course, love to watch such lively scenes. Fight. The more intense, the better. That's what makes it fun. Navy, what do you want to do? To put it bluntly, you are just the dogs of the world government. We tell you who to bite, and you have to bite. Do you dare to bite your master back? At this moment, Lester is completely crazy. Faced with the Navy's aggressive attitude, he, as the esteemed vice captain of the Knights of God, directly spoke the truth. After all, his beloved younger sister is still in the hands of the pirates. The Navy is not here to rescue, but is instead showing their disdain. This is simply outrageous. If it weren't for the urgency of saving his sister, Lester could have struck one of the Navy admirals with the holy sword in his hand. The reason he held back is that his sister is still in that scoundrel Lorne's hands. Lester's words have once again ignited shockwaves around the world. No way. Did I just hear that? Is it really permissible to say such things? To say it right in front of the whole world? I can hardly believe my ears. It turns out the Navy is really just a lapdog in the eyes of the celestial dragons. My God, at this moment, the people around the world felt their faith collapse. They had always thought of the Navy as the army of justice. But it turns out they are just seen as sycophants by others. This world is really a huge makeshift stage. The Navy admiral, representing the highest combat power of the Navy, was publicly scolded by the Knights of God, just a dog of the celestial dragons. This scene made the pupils of people around the world tremble. Is it okay to say such things casually? Do these people not consider the consequences of their words at all? As expected of the Knights of God, it would be impossible to say such things if they truly regarded the Navy as anything other than dogs. This world is truly a huge makeshift stage. At the same time, Saint Deity, this guy Lester really shouldn't speak recklessly. Even if it's the truth, it shouldn't be said in front of the whole world. Saying that the Navy is the face of the world government is a bit out of line. It seems that the Navy will definitely have some grievances afterward, which will negatively impact their image. Such matters are trivial for the Navy. I don't believe they dare to confront the world government because of this. In the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders were also pondering. Although it is the truth, saying it so unabashedly does no good for either the Navy or the world government. However, considering that the person who said this is the vice captain of the Knights of God, the elders can't be too harsh in their judgment. After all, these people are celestial dragons, and among them, the elite. In the end, they will have to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, what? The Knights of God can speak like that? The Navy is not your lapdog. Those bastards of the world government are too arrogant. Damn it, if I were there, I would definitely teach them a lesson. The Navy personnel at headquarters, except for those above the rank of Rear Admiral, were all filled with righteous indignation. After all, these people have not yet reached the upper echelons of the Navy, so they have not been tempered and are still full of passion. Among them, the powerful newcomers Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Zephyr were the most agitated, especially Garp, whose clenched fists were making crackling sounds. Based on Sengoku's understanding of Garp, if that guy were present, he might actually throw a punch at the Knights of God. Everyone shut up. I assure you all, I will never let this matter rest. I will go to the world government for an explanation afterward. The Navy is the representative of justice. It is absolutely not anyone's lapdog. But this operation, the most important thing is to eliminate the Rocks pirates. If we fail, it would be a complete disaster. The current fleet admiral, seeing the widespread agitation within the Navy, also shouted sternly. As the fleet admiral, he knows the real situation of the Navy all too well. This idea reflects the true thoughts of the 5 elders, the Knights of God and the celestial dragons. However, if one does not carry out the orders of the other party, how can they hold the position of Admiral of the Navy? Therefore, this current Admiral can only suppress the Navy's resentment on the surface for now. Sure enough, with the Admiral's shout, most people's emotions stabilized. No wonder he is the Admiral. That's right, the Admiral is right. We in the Navy are absolutely not anyone's lapdogs. We are the representatives of justice. How dare those bastards from the Knights of God look down on the Navy like this? Some lower-ranking sailors were temporarily calmed down. This matter must be addressed. Garp clenched his iron fist in a showy manner, his entire arm's muscles tensed, looking quite intimidating. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Tsuru fell into deep thought. These 2 wise strategists are not as simple-minded as Garp. Can the Admiral really demand an explanation from the world government? The Navy is supported by the world government. The expenses for so many people's food, daily needs, equipment maintenance, and supply of gear amount to an enormous fortune. The Navy simply cannot defy any orders from the world government. In this case, the Navy has no qualifications to bargain with the world government. It seems that the Navy is not the pure force of justice it once imagined itself to be. To uphold justice here, a certain price must be paid. In short, the Navy seems to be getting more and more complicated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lester glared at the Navy personnel with bloodshot eyes and said fiercely, "I don't have time to deal with you right now." Then, Lester fixed his gaze on Lorne. "This time, I'll let you filthy pirates go. Next time, I will personally lead the team to eliminate the Rocks pirates. Especially you, Lorne." After saying this, Lesterk even made a gesture of cutting his throat towards Lorne. The threatening implication was very clear. Besides Lesterk, the other members of the Knights of God also looked at Lorne with burning eyes. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for this filthy pirate who happened to have kidnapped the vice-captain's sister, the Rocks pirates would have been erased from history today. The Navy hated Lorne to the bone. Why didn't he just obediently go to his death? The Rocks pirates. Instead, they kidnapped the Celestial Dragon's sister, causing the Navy's true position to be exposed to the public. If it weren't for Lorne, the Navy wouldn't have lost face today. That's right. The Navy immediately shifted their hatred from Lester to Lorne. Feeling the hateful gazes emanating from a dozen powerful figures, Lorne's lips curled into a charming smile. Ha ha ha. There is plenty of time ahead, celestial dragons and their lackeys. Well then, goodbye. Lorne laughed heartily, and then, under the control of Golden Lion Shiki, a floating island rapidly ascended into the sky. Damn it. Lorne's words deeply pierced the hearts of the admiral present. Blackhawk furiously slashed at the sky with a sword aura. Whoosh! The sword aura of the world's greatest swordsman surged violently towards the floating island. However, it was soon blocked in midair by another sword aura that came flying in. A few minutes later on the floating island, it seems we are safe now. Wang Zhi, who had excellent observation haki, sensed that no pursuers were coming, and let out a huge sigh of relief. That's right, I almost thought I wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Silver Axe also felt lingering fear. He initially thought he would meet his end today. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around, and he successfully saved his life. I have to say, the foundation of the world government is very deep. Besides the Navy, there's also such a powerful organization as the Knights of God. Furthermore, the highest authority, the 5 elders, cannot be underestimated. Ha ha! Seeing the Navy and the Knights of God fighting among themselves is really satisfying. Newgate recalled the tense standoff between the Navy and the Knights of God a moment ago, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. On the floating island, Lord Newgate, please don't laugh so hard, or your wound will split open. A beautiful nurse in uniform gently supported Newgate's muscular shoulder and patiently said, Ha ha, I can't help it. That scene was just too enjoyable. Newgate, holding his naginata, continued to laugh exaggeratedly. That's right, but it's a pity they didn't actually fight. Silver Axe, whose head was bandaged with only his eyes showing, chuckled. The nurse beside him was patiently cleaning his leg wound. The Navy really is useless. They let others insult them to their faces and still endure it. Truly worthless. Wang Zhi said regretfully, if someone dared to insult me like that in front of the whole world, no matter what the Knights of God or world government were, according to my temper, I would definitely charge him with a knife. The Golden Lion and others were also bandaging their wounds nearby. In this great battle, the members of the Rocks pirates were more or less injured. After all, the enemy had mobilized nearly all of the Navy's admiral forces, as well as half of the Knights of God. The Navy is just like this. They not only hold no grudges against the Knights of God, but instead direct their hatred towards us. Rocks then picked up a stick covered in herbs and directly shoved it into the penetrating wound on his left shoulder, casually stirring it around to ensure the herbs spread into every corner. After doing all this, he casually discarded the stick, acting as if nothing had happened. The onlookers couldn't help but grimace at the sight. It must have hurt a lot. No wonder Lord Rocks is so formidable. Most of the Rocks pirates were injured, with only Lorne having a few minor scratches. This is not Ron slacking off. After all, no one expected the sudden arrival of the Knights of God. While everyone was fighting desperately, Ron relied on his keen judgment to capture a celestial dragon, leading everyone to successfully escape, making him the biggest contributor. Little brother, this battle was all thanks to you, Rocks said after finishing the bandaging, looking at Ron with a sense of emotion in his eyes. He never expected that the little follower who once trailed behind him had now grown to be capable of standing on his own. With a brother like this, what more could one ask for? Not really. If it weren't for everyone holding off the Navy and the Knights of God, I wouldn't have been able to step in and capture the Celestial Dragon. Ron waved his hand. He also didn't expect that by chance, among the Celestial Dragons he captured, there was actually the younger sister of Lesterk. If it weren't for her, the outcome of today would have been uncertain. How should I put it? Perhaps this is the fortune of the Rocks pirate crew. In this battle, we also killed quite a few Celestial Dragons. But that is still far from enough. As you all saw, after this battle, the Knights of God, the Navy headquarters, and the world government will surely pursue us with all their might again. After a simple treatment for everyone, Rocks stood up and addressed everyone present. In this battle, the Rocks pirates killed quite a few celestial dragons in front of the whole world, but they also paid a significant price. If it weren't for my little brother's cleverness and good luck in successfully capturing an important celestial dragon today, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Rocks pirates to retreat unscathed. Next, we need to focus on healing and training seriously. We must be ready for the next fierce battle. The next fight will be even more brutal than this one, but we will not lose. Rocks raised his fist high, boosting morale. Gear. Come on, Navy Knights of God. Ha ha ha, since I survived today. Next time, it won't be as easy as today. Navy, ha ha, bring it on. It feels great to be alive. Next time, I must kill those bastard Knights of God. I can't wait to get started. Seeing everyone united, Rocks nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this great battle did not affect the crew's confidence and morale. In this way, Rocks was fully confident in dealing with the upcoming retaliation from the world government and Navy. Lorne, watching from the side, smiled inwardly. It seemed that his brother still did not understand what level these crew members were truly at. These will become the top legends on the sea in the future. How could a mere defeat affect their confidence? However, upon reflection, my time travel has altered the original timeline. In the original timeline, Rocks actively sought out these legendary pirates after they had made a name for themselves. At that time, these potential pirate candidates had already realized most of their talents. Each of them was proud and overflowing with confidence, and they might not have accepted Rocks as their captain. But now it's different. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, Charlotte Linlin, and others joined the Rocks pirates when they were still unnamed, just as supernovas. Moreover, each of them almost died at the hands of the God Knights, and the Rocks pirates gave them a new lease on life. Their sense of belonging to the Rocks pirates is certainly much stronger than in the original story. Growing up in such circumstances has created a much stronger cohesion than the original recruitment model. At least in this great battle, not a single crew member wanted to escape despite the near-desperate situation. Faced with the encirclement of the God Knights and the Navy, everyone fought with their lives on the line. There were no backstabs, no compromises, only the courage and determination to fight to the death. Just this alone shows how strong the cohesion of the Rocks pirates is. Moreover, after this battle where they survived against all odds, everyone's cohesion and centripetal force will only strengthen. One can only say that if there are no accidents, once all members of the Rocks pirates grow up, they will be a terrifying existence several times more formidable than in the original story. Not to mention that the personnel deployed by the Rocks pirates this time are not comprehensive. At least a few strong individuals, such as Charlotte Linlin and the King of the Daughter Kingdom, did not participate. Many middle-level cadres also did not take action. If everyone were gathered, the Rocks pirates might be able to match the God Knights and the Navy. In the future, there are also Lorne's exceptionally talented sons and daughters. In a word, the future is promising. By the way, brother, have you thought about how to deal with that guy? After healing himself, Rocks seemed to recall something and looked at his brother Lorne. As soon as this was said, Newgate, Gold Lion, Silver Axe, and others all looked over, their eyes burning. How should we deal with this female, celestial dragon? Everyone looked at Lorne, their eyes filled with intense anticipation. How should we deal with this female, celestial dragon? This is the most interesting part. Ha ha ha. Kill this stupid celestial dragon. A disgrace to the world. Compared to this scum, we are all great people. Hee hee hee. Let me personally kill this little wretch. She must experience the feeling of despair. Everyone looked at the female celestial dragon, sharpening their knives, full of killing intent. Most people's thoughts were to kill her directly. There is no better way to vent than this. After all, most people on this ship have grievances against the celestial dragons. The brothers Rocks and Lorne go without saying. Newgate's hometown also became a lawless place because of the celestial dragon's heavenly gold. Most of Newgate's beloved family members were killed by criminals. The crews of Gold Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and others were also wiped out by the Knights of God, that is, the celestial dragons. It can be said that everyone here has a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. Seeing a celestial dragon, naturally, the first instinct is to kill her quickly. Save me, please. I don't want to die yet. The female celestial dragon Mariluya was panicking at this moment, like a lost dog, tightly hugging Lorne's leg. After all, although Lorne had kidnapped her, he did not kill her. But now, everyone here, except Lorne, wanted her dead. Therefore, Mariluya directly clung to Lorne, the pirate who had taken her hostage, desperately begging. She believed that as long as she survived, she could wait for her brother Lester's rescue. After all, her brother cared for her the most. He would definitely come to save her. Ha ha ha. Now you know fear? Aren't you the so-called gods of this world? Do gods fear death? This is really interesting. Ha ha. So much fun. I never expected to see a celestial dragon begging for mercy one day. Seeing Marilia in such a state of extreme fear and recalling her usual high and mighty demeanor, everyone felt a wave of relief. Seeing a god plead for mercy is satisfying. So satisfying. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At this moment, Lorne lowered his head, looking at Marilia, who was clinging to his leg and trembling with a mocking gaze. He recalled his childhood in the Holy Land, when he was a slave with his parents and brother. Back then, his parents were also begging the celestial dragons in the same way. They were even more humble than she is now, dozens or hundreds of times. Now, the roles have reversed. I have to say, this feeling is quite enjoyable. This is much more enjoyable than directly killing a celestial dragon. Hearing that Roan would not kill her, Marilia's tense nerves relaxed at this moment. Good, very good, as long as she was not dead. She just had to hold on until her brother arrived. Her brother would definitely save her from these lowly pirates. When that time comes, these lowly pirates would surely have no place to bury their bodies. She would make sure to reclaim all the humiliation she suffered today. At that time, she would definitely capture all these lowly pirates and bring them back to the Holy Land as slaves. She would put bomb collars around their necks. Then, she would use the most brutal punishments to torture them until they died in despair. Although she thought this in her heart, Marilia still wore a look of pleading innocence on her face. Then, she quietly tugged at Roan's shirt and said softly, "Don't worry, if I really make it back alive, I will definitely repay you well. I can see that you must have kidnapped me just to survive, right? I can understand your difficulties. So please rest assured, if my brother really comes, as long as you release me, he absolutely won't do anything to you. Please believe me, I will make sure you are safe." Marilia tried her best to widen her eyes to appear innocent and harmless. However, in her heart, she had long imagined tearing Roan, this lowly pirate, into pieces. After all, if it weren't for this lowly pirate kidnapping her, how could she have fallen to such a state? When her brother arrives, the first one to kill would be Roan. Looking at Marilia's feigned innocence, Roan's expression was like that of someone looking at a fool. How did this guy's brain develop? Why is his head so pointy? Ha! The celestial dragons are indeed a bunch of pigs. Do you think I spared you because I'm afraid of those pig-like celestial dragons in the Holy Land? When Lorne heard Mary Geos' words, it was like hearing the biggest joke in the world, and he laughed heartily. He didn't expect the thinking of the celestial dragons to be so unusual. Besides Lorne, Newgate, the Golden Lion, and others also burst into laughter. This idiot celestial dragon. Does he have a misunderstanding about the Rocks pirates? Does he really think the Rocks pirates fear the world government? Leaving you alive, of course, is to let you know what it means to suffer worse than death. What hell is. Among our pirate crew, who has the most hatred for the celestial dragons? Lorne mischievously looked around and said with a smile. In the original story, Lorne had witnessed firsthand what kind of treatment the celestial dragons would receive when they fell to the mortal realm. The Don Quixote family is the best example. Hearing this, the Golden Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and others also understood Lorne's thoughts. Hee. What if those who were once slaves saw the fallen celestial dragons? This is much more interesting than just killing the celestial dragons directly. Who hates the celestial dragons the most in the entire Rocks pirates? Of course, it's the former slaves. Which race in the Rocks pirates has been captured the most by the celestial dragons? Of course, it's the Fishmen. At this moment, Rocks also smiled wickedly. My little brother always knows how to come up with so many tricks. Haha, I can't wait. Let's hurry back to Weno. The grand show is about to begin. That's right. It's simply too interesting. Accelerate Island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Golden Lion, despite his injuries, activated his ability, and the island's speed doubled as it quickly advanced towards Weno. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vice Captain, what should we do now? A member of the Divine Knights looked at Vice Captain Lester and asked anxiously. This is bad. We lost a member of the God Knights, and so many celestial dragons died. Not only did we fail to eliminate the Rocks pirates, but even the Vice Captain's sister has fallen into their hands. This time, the operation was a complete failure. Not only did the Navy lose face, but the world government and the celestial dragons also lost all their dignity. Vice Commander, the people left on the battlefield turned their questioning gazes towards Lestek. In this battle, the world government and the Navy were completely defeated. So many celestial dragons died, and it was broadcast live to the whole world. This is a devastating blow to the reputation of the world government. If such a huge price is paid to completely eliminate the Rocks pirates, it could be considered an explanation. But halfway through, the Vice Captain Lester's own sister was actually kidnapped by the pirates. This allowed the Rocks pirates to escape unscathed. Not a single major officer was lost. This is simply a great humiliation. However, The members of the Knights of God can't say much. After all, that's the vice captain's younger sister. How could one trade the life of their own sister for the lives of a few worthless pirate scum? If it were their own sister, they would probably make the same choice as the vice captain. Meanwhile, the Navy is secretly grumbling a lot. So many people have died. They wouldn't care about one more, even if it's a celestial dragon, if they were willing to sacrifice. They were confident that they could completely erase the Rocks pirates from history today. It's important to know that if they didn't eradicate the Rocks pirates today, who knows how many more would die in the future. There might even be many celestial dragons falling victim to the Rocks pirates. But after experiencing that slap just now, the admirals of the Navy also felt uneasy and were unwilling to step forward to court trouble. After all, being slapped in front of the whole world is truly humiliating. This has also led other admirals to sympathize with Black Hawk, the world's #1 swordsman. He has dedicated himself to the Navy and the world government, doing so much. Yet in the end, he is still treated like a dog and even casually beaten. This has created a significant rift between the Navy and the world government. Hee. Are you all dissatisfied? Lesterk is in a terrible mood right now. As a celestial dragon and the vice captain of the Knights of God, someone of such a noble status, he is actually being manipulated by pirates. This filled him with a strong desire for destruction. Lesterk was now like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. He was ready to take advantage of the weakest presence in the room, which was undoubtedly the Navy admirals. Sensing that the Navy seemed dissatisfied with his actions, Lesterk glared at the admirals in anger. If even one person dared to stand up, Lesterk would definitely vent his anger on them. But at this moment, none of the Navy admirals dared to meet Lesterk's gaze. Having seen what happened to Black Hawk, no one would take the risk, even if they were already quite unhappy. It's good to know their place. Seeing that no one in the Navy dared to look him in the eye, Lesterk's mood, no matter how bad it was, could not be expressed. He wouldn't strike someone who was smiling. The Navy had already been completely tamed by him, and it would indeed be a bit excessive to vent his anger on them. After all, he would still need the Navy's strength for the next expedition against the Rocks pirates. At that time, he must crush those scoundrels of the Rocks pirates to dust. Let's go. After saying that, Lesterk ordered, and several members of the Knights of God left one after another. The detestable Knights of God. Once they left, Black Hawk, Golden Snake, White Horse, and Steel Bone looked at each other. They all saw dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. The Knights of God were simply too arrogant. They actually regarded the Navy as nothing and kept provoking the admirals. This is simply treating the Navy like a pet that can be scolded and beaten at will. The dissatisfaction within the Navy is also gradually accumulating. Help me. Why were my parents killed? Run, child. If you don't run now, it will be too late. My limbs have been severed. My fiancé, he has been taken away. My house has been destroyed. Damn celestial dragons. Just lost to the Rocks pirates. And now you're venting your frustration on us? The celestial dragons are indeed more terrifying demons than pirates. I will never let you go, even in death. In a new world, on an unknown island, in an unnamed country. This country has turned into ruins just 10 minutes ago. The surviving people cast hateful glances at those who destroyed this nation. The instigators are the members of the Knights of God, who just fought against the Rocks pirates. To vent their pent-up anger, the Knights of God have turned their blades against the innocent residents of this island. After all, it is not a member of the world government. This country is just a poor and weak little nation. Why do this? We haven't provoked you at all. Why destroy our homeland? A teenage boy lies on the ground, drenched in blood, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on the members of the Knights of God before him. The faces of these people are filled with excited mockery and unwilling ruthlessness. One of them even looks to be about the same age as me. Why? Why are these people so vicious? These are all innocent people. Curiosity, confusion, anger, hatred. The teenager did not cry out or curse. Instead, he looked at the Knights of God with no emotion. Just moments ago, his sister, brother, parents, grandparents, and neighbors had all been killed. He was already numb from the pain. He just wanted to know what this country had done to bring about such national devastation. Want to know the reason? Lesterk sneered, drawing the holy sword. Destroying you has nothing to do with me. The sword glinted, and with a single strike, it killed the teenager. To die under this sword is your lucky fate, peasant. Watching all of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt a little better inside. Since his sister had been taken, then others must also endure the same pain as he did. He would kill their families too. In this way, these lowly people can truly feel their own despair. With this mindset, Lesterk vented his anger on this poor country. After destroying everything in this land, the Knights of God left satisfied. Meanwhile, a sailing ship quietly anchored around the island. The hull was small, but it flew a pirate flag. With the sea breeze, the pirate flag fluttered continuously. On the deck, several men stood straight, gazing at the tragic scene before them, falling into silence. If there were a navy present, they would immediately recognize it. The flag flying on this ship belongs to the newcomers, who have recently gained fame second only to the Rocks Pirates. The Roger Pirates. New World, Kingdom of Crix. Just 10 minutes ago, this kingdom experienced a catastrophic disaster. 90% of the entire nation's citizens were killed, and the remaining 10% only escaped death because they ran fast. Moreover, the original buildings and streets have now turned into a wasteland. Everywhere are broken walls, burnt debris, withered plants, and a strong smell of blood. The mastermind behind all this is a member of the Knights of God who has just experienced a great battle. Under the leadership of Vice Captain Lester, several members killed all the people of this country and burned the entire nation to the ground. At this moment, the Knights of God have already left the crime scene and are on their way to Mariewa, because Vice Captain Lester has more important things to do. That is to quickly organize a team to go to the Rocks Pirates and rescue his sister. Meanwhile, all the Knights of God's actions are being witnessed by a passing pirate crew. That is the already famous Roger Pirates, which has been known for 3 years. At this time, on an inconspicuous sailboat, several young men stood with their arms crossed, silently watching the tragic scene before them. No one knew what these young men were thinking. After a long silence, a voice broke the quiet. Compared to us members of the Knights of God, they are more like pirates or even robbers. The speaker, around his early 20s, had a calmness that was not befitting his youth. A prominent nose was complemented by a pair of glasses, adding a scholarly air to this young man. Vice Captain of the Roger Pirates, Silvers Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh had not yet earned the title of Dark King. However, his bounty had already reached 495 million berries. Yes, compared to the actions of these celestial dragons, we seem like gentlemen. A man wearing black sunglasses and carrying twin axes at his waist also expressed his sympathy. This person is Spock Jabba, the third in command of the Roger Pirates. His bounty is 427 million berries. At this moment, the captain of the Roger Pirates, the always cheerful and carefree Joel D. Roger, is also fixated on the country that has been scorched by fire without saying a word. This is incredibly rare for Roger. You see, he is the loudest and most annoying guy in the entire pirate crew, even though he is the captain. Moments that can keep him quiet for such a long time are few and far between. Rayleigh, who knows Roger best, took a deep look at him. It seems that the usually carefree Roger was also shocked by the actions of the celestial dragons before him. Indeed, who could have imagined it? Just because of venting their anger, an entire country can disappear like this. Innocent civilians are brutally killed, homes are burned down, and loved ones are all slaughtered. Such a tragic scene unfolded before them. All I can say is that the evil of the celestial dragons has far exceeded the imagination of the pirates. The New World, Weno, it should now be called the Pirate Kingdom. They've returned. They've all returned. Lord Rocks, Lord Law, and Lord Whitebeard have come back. That's great. I almost thought I wouldn't see you all again. Boo-hoo-hoo. Yes, the situation was too dangerous. Those bastards in the Navy even called for reinforcements. If that's the case, we will fight the Navy and the world government. Above the capital of Weno, the flower capital. At the moment the floating island landed, it was met with a warm welcome from the members of the Rock Pirates. After all, during the live broadcast, the members of the Rocks Pirates watched the entire process. When the Knights of God descended, the hearts of the Rocks Pirates members rose to their throats. When they saw Lord Rocks, Lord Whitebeard, and other officers like the Golden Lion and Wang Zhi fighting multiple opponents, even while injured, the members of the Rocks Pirates were all filled with despair. Fortunately, the wise and mighty Lord Law casually kidnapped a celestial dragon, saving the Rocks Pirates. Husband, brother, big brother, Whitebeard's sister, Edward Jasmine, and Shirley hurried over, their faces full of worry. The two of them were so anxious just now. Dad, Uncle, promise me you won't do such dangerous things again, okay? Dad, Uncle. Nini thought she would never see you again. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. At the same time, Law's 3 children, Belle, Lori, and Gree, also came over, seeking hugs and comfort. Hey, good babies, don't cry. Uncle is fine. Originally fierce and intimidating, Rocks immediately changed his demeanor upon seeing his nieces and nephew. A warm and gentle smile appeared on Rock's face. He then opened his arms and instantly hugged the 3 little ones. All right, Uncle will take you to play. Saying this, Rocks left with the 3 little ones in his arms. Law stood by speechless. Is this still our big brother who kills gods and Buddhas alike? With this attitude, how can he seem more like their real father than himself? And this is after a great battle. As a captain, shouldn't he say a few words to boost morale instead of just comforting his nephews and nieces? All right, everyone. You've worked hard. Take a break and quickly adjust. I believe the Knights of God will not let this go easily. Ahead, another great battle awaits us. With Rocks gone, Lauren had to set up this scene and address all the members of the Rocks pirate crew. After all, it is foreseeable that the Knights of God will definitely not back down. The next great battle may not be too far off, and the enemy's lineup might be even stronger than this one. In short, we must not let our guard down. Ha ha ha, great. We can finally take our revenge. Yes, they think they can bully the Rocks pirate crew just because they have more people. If the Knights of God and the Navy dare to come, we'll make sure they come back empty-handed. Yes, we can finally show our skills. Lauren's words also excited many of the personnel who originally stayed in Weno country. In this great battle, they regrettably couldn't participate. It seems that soon, they will have the opportunity to showcase their skills. At this moment, in Weno, the members of the Rocks Pirates are in high spirits, after experiencing a fierce battle against several Marine admirals and the God Knights. None of the high-ranking officials of the Rocks Pirates were killed. On the other hand, the enemy lost a member of the God Knights, and several celestial dragons were also killed. No matter how you look at it, this victory is a complete triumph for the Rocks Pirates. However, it is foreseeable that the world government, the Navy, and even the Knights of God will not let this go easily. What the Rocks Pirates may face next could be an even more terrifying coalition. Ha ha ha, everyone, there is one more thing. At this moment, Lauren spoke up again. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lauren. Bring her up. Immediately, Lauren pointed, and the next moment, two members of the Rocks Pirates brought out a bloodied female celestial dragon, tightly bound. I want to kill you filthy peasants. I want to torture you as slaves until you die. Although the female celestial dragon was severely injured, she still mumbled, seemingly delirious. What is this? Isn't she a celestial dragon? Still alive. Hey, hey, hey. And she's a woman. Interesting. I remember this woman's status seems very noble. That's right. I recall during the live broadcast, the vice captain of the Knights of God seemed to have a very close relationship with this woman. As soon as the female celestial dragon appeared, the members of the Rocks Pirates became agitated. After all, those who joined the Rocks Pirates are all individuals with blood feuds against the celestial dragons, especially the Fishmen. Their hatred for the celestial dragons could fill days and nights of storytelling. It should be known that the current Rocks Pirates have over 100,000 members. At least 80,000 of them are warriors of the Fishman tribe. You could say the entire Rocks Pirates have a deep-seated grudge against the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. Is it finally happening? This is really interesting. How will Vice Captain Lauren deal with this celestial dragon? I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks Pirates who had already finished bandaging, such as Gold Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and John, also revealed wicked smiles upon seeing this scene. Their crew had been killed by the Knights of God. Naturally, they hated the celestial dragons to the core. They were very interested in how to deal with this female celestial dragon. After all, capturing a celestial dragon alive is unheard of. You guessed it right. This individual is the younger sister of Lesterk, the vice captain of the Knights of God. Her status among the celestial dragons is also very noble. Lauren's voice sounded again. Ha ha, this is great. We've kidnapped such an important person, truly worthy of Lord Lauren. Long live Lord Lauren. The next moment, all members of the Rocks Pirates became agitated again, and the crowd at the scene was restless. Neptune, this guy, is left to you fishmen. After saying this, Lauren tossed the female celestial dragon to Neptune like trash. Remember, do whatever you want with her, and return to those celestial dragons the means they used on you fishmen. Yes, sir. A hint of color appeared on Neptune's face as well. In the original work, this guy had a gentle personality and passively accepted the discrimination from the world government. His attitude toward the celestial dragons was also influenced by his wife, Queen Odoheim, advocating for reconciliation and not liking to use force. But now it's different, after going through so much and with Neptune still unmarried. His hatred for the celestial dragons is naturally very strong. If it weren't for the Rocks Pirates, the entire Fishman tribe would likely have been wiped out by Admiral Riolong. Your Highness Neptune, please hand the celestial dragon over to me. Give her to me. I have a blood feud with the celestial dragons. My sister was killed by the celestial dragons. My brother, too, was captured by the celestial dragons and made a slave. I was a slave once. I know how the celestial dragons treat their slaves. Please give her to me. In an instant, many fishmen eagerly volunteered. The chance for revenge has come. Not just the fishmen, but some other members with grievances against the celestial dragons also wanted to join this feast. No, don't hand me over to them. I will die. For some unknown reason, the female celestial dragon suddenly woke up. Seeing so many people wanting to torture her, she hurriedly grasped Lorne's clothes and pleaded desperately. To be honest, this girl's strength was quite strong, pulling on Lorne's clothes to the point of deformation. It seems she has a strong desire to survive. If she falls into the hands of this group of villains, even if she doesn't die, she would lose half her life. However, the more this happened, the more delighted Lorne felt. In the past, when he was young, his parents begged the celestial dragons in the same way. But what did they get in return? It was the celestial dragons' relentless torture and abuse. How could Lorne respond to the celestial dragons' pleas for mercy? Thus, a group of strong men carried the tightly bound female, celestial dragon, to a deserted corner. The next moment, horrifying screams and excited laughter intertwined. Meanwhile, at the world government, Mariehua, in the Hall of Authority. Gorsi, I request to immediately organize the Knights of God and the Navy to jointly strike and eliminate the Rocks pirates. As soon as Lester returned to the Hall of Authority, he had no time to rest. He immediately sought an audience with the Gorsi. He must rescue his sister as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Lester, I understand your feelings, but isn't this a bit hasty? Indeed, the great battle had just passed, and the people's hearts were unsettled. It should be noted that the Rocks pirates occupy Weno, which has geographical advantages and is known for its natural defenses. To attack, they must be fully prepared. If they cannot prepare adequately, the losses may be even more severe than before. The Gorsi were also somewhat worried. A mere Rocks pirates has caused such a huge commotion, each time more exaggerated than the last. This time, not only did they kill so many celestial dragons in front of the whole world, but they also successfully escaped. The credibility of the world government has been severely damaged again. The reputation of the Navy has also been tarnished. On the other hand, the Rocks pirates' title of Sea Overlord has become even more renowned after this battle. If they recklessly strike again this time, the world government probably won't be able to bear the consequences of failure. Damn it, the officers of the Rocks pirates have been severely injured. This is definitely the best time to launch a surprise attack. Lester's eyes were bloodshot. If this drags on, will his sister's life still be saved? Lester's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with anger. If this continues to drag on, will my sister's life still be worth anything? Lester is very clear about what kind of people the Rocks pirates are. If my sister falls into their hands, she will definitely suffer unimaginable torment and pain. The longer we delay, the slimmer her chances of survival become. Therefore, Lester is almost losing control. Lester, put away your attitude. If it weren't for your sister this time, the Rocks pirates would have probably been extinguished long ago. The legal martial god, Izambaran V. Neju, one of the 5 elders, does not indulge Lester at all. After all, this time the world government has mobilized almost all of the Navy's high-end combat power. In addition to half of the Knights of God, the goal is to completely eliminate the Rocks pirates. Originally, the situation on the battlefield was one-sided. The Rocks pirates are powerless against so many high-ranking admirals. And after so many celestial dragons have already died, the world government still endured. But just because Lester's sister was kidnapped by the pirates, they actually let them go. This is simply unreasonable. That's right. Lester, you can say that the existence of the Rocks pirates is your responsibility. Jagarcia Satan also tapped his cane, his tone unfriendly. Yes, letting go of a world-class threat. Lester, do you know how serious this is? Marcus Maz Saint stood up from the sofa and looked directly at Lester. The whole world is now buzzing, and the reputation of the Rocks pirates is growing louder. Another elder star, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, emphasized. Nowadays, the Rocks pirates have once again escaped death, and their reputation has reached a peak. Of course I know. So, I must do everything I can to kill the Rocks pirates. I will personally take responsibility for all the consequences I caused. Lester said firmly as well. Right now, he only has the thought of saving his sister. Very well, since you will take responsibility, then you will organize this operation. All the members will be selected by you. The result we want is that the Rocks pirates must disappear. The Elder Stars also softened their tone at this moment. In fact, the Elder Stars are somewhat worried about this matter. After all, that battle was broadcast live worldwide, and the world government was shamed because of it. If there is another defeat next time, who knows what kind of impact the whole world will face. Therefore, the reason the Elder Stars are treating Lester this way is to let him organize the revenge against the Rocks pirates in his own name. If they fail, it will bring the reputation of the world government to its lowest point. At that time, the world government can naturally declare to the whole world that this is Lester's personal action, unrelated to the world government. Since that's the case, let's make this decision. Lester also understands why the Gorsi's attitude has suddenly changed. However, at this moment, he can't think about that much, as long as he can save his sister. Anything will do. Clattering heavily, with the sound of his armor clanking, Lester walks out of the Hall of Authority with a grim face. It's only been a week since the last Great War. In the New World, Weno country, the base of the Rocks pirates. Within this week, the injuries of the Rocks pirates crew members have mostly healed. For these monsters, as long as they're not dead, even if they are missing arms or legs, their combat effectiveness will not suffer too much. At this moment, the officers have gathered together. Why haven't those celestial dragons come yet? It's so boring. The golden lion Shiki has now fully recovered, his thick and eye-catching golden hair reaching his waist. The two famous swords at his waist seem even sharper. After the last life-and-death battle, Shiki's strength has been further enhanced. Nearby, Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and others have also gained some strength from that battle. Everyone is now eager to have another showdown with the world government. Moreover, this battle is likely to ignite soon, especially since the Rocks pirates have important hostages in their hands. Yeah, if that guy doesn't come soon, his sister might die at the hands of the fishmen, Wang Zhi said with a wicked smile. The other officers are also chatting and laughing, all looking forward to a grand battle. At this moment, in the prison cell where the celestial dragons are held, I was wrong. Please don't torture me anymore. The tortured and barely alive Mary Leona finally softened her tone. However, the surrounding fishmen continue to inflict various punishments on her in their anger. Brother, when will you come to save me? I can't hold on any longer, Mary Leona prayed in her heart, wishing that her brother would appear before her at that moment, kill all these lowly beings, and take her away. Just as Mary Leona was praying, a ghostly voice suddenly appeared in the cell. Swish, 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 swish. Finger gun. After a few clean and precise sounds of the finger gun, several fishmen torturing Mary Leona instantly fell to the ground, showing signs of pain. Is that you, brother? Seeing this scene, the originally barely alive Mary Leona's eyes widened in an instant. The next moment, a man wearing an animal mask and dressed in a suit appeared before Mary Leona. Lady Mary Leona, I'm late. The man began to unlock her handcuffs. It's so boring. Do the celestial dragons only know such petty tricks? The next moment, a familiar voice sounded, and a tall figure appeared in front of the masked man, accompanied by a slight current. The newcomer is none other than Luffy. In the past week, many mice have appeared in the country. These mice know without a doubt that they were sent by Lester. The purpose, of course, is to rescue his sister. However, most of the mice have been completely eliminated by Ron. After all, with the Thunder Fruit and top-notch observation haki, Ron's observation haki can easily cover the entire Weno country. Any unfamiliar presence will be detected by Ron immediately. However, today is the first time someone has been able to infiltrate the cell where the celestial dragons are held. It seems that this visitor is a bit better than the mice. Zulfast. The masked man's face beneath the mask was also extremely shocked, and he immediately turned to attack Ron. Synopsis. Crossing into the world of pirates, becoming the younger brother of Rocks, whose parents were brutally killed by the celestial dragons when he was 2 years old. In order to avenge their parents, the brothers resolutely set sail, becoming pirates to take revenge on the celestial dragons. Many years later, there are legends about them on the sea. As Rock's only biological brother, Rocks sees him as a taboo. He marries Whitebeard's sister and is regarded as the most beloved brother-in-law by Whitebeard, the only husband of Charlotte Linlin, the savior of the great pirates Gold Lion, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John.